In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, on Comedia Island in the East Blue, the once clear sky was swallowed by heavy clouds, and the air grew stifling and close. In a ramshackle little tavern in town, it was packed with people. They crowded together, clutching cups full of ale, their eyes riveted on a snail. The snail was only used to receive important messages from the Marines, and today was the day the legendary pirate King Roger was to be executed. "Boss, is it true? The man the world calls the Pirate King is going to be executed today?" a burly, bearded man asked in shock. "Of course it's true. Our town snail can't broadcast the scene, but it can receive the sounds from the execution ground in real time," the boss said with a proud face. After all, in such a remote town, owning a snail that could receive Marines' messages was a remarkable thing. "Kana, stop chatting with that little brat. Can't you see how many customers are waiting for drinks? Go get the wine." The boss grumbled at his daughter. Today was a big day. The usually quiet tavern was filled with customers, all talking about the pirate King Roger's astonishing deeds. "Hey, old man, why are you yelling? You're not doing anything yourself. You always push Sister Kana around," the boy shouted in protest. The surrounding patrons watched the scene as if it were routine. "Lei Ku, you mouthy little brat, stop finding fault with me. She's my daughter, and it's none of your business." On hearing that, the boy slammed his cup hard on the table and raised his voice. "I'm 15 years old already. I'm not a little brat. In a few years, when I've earned enough money, I'm going to marry Kana and get far away from you, you grumpy old man." The patrons burst into loud laughter. Nothing went better with their drinks than this. "Little Lei Ku, we support you. Kana is pretty and has a good figure. She'll make a wonderful wife. If you marry her, you'll be blessed for the rest of your life." Teased, Kana rarely blushed. She glanced back at the boy, still young but already fairly handsome, then hurried off to fetch the wine. Whether because of the wine or not, Lei Ku's face was flushed and his mind went blank. Oh no, Sister Kana won't be angry with me, will she? But a girl like Kana, what man wouldn't want to marry her? Lei Ku's heart pounded. He still hadn't quite recovered from what had just happened. Just then, the snail began to ring, evidently receiving a marine signal. The clamorous tavern fell silent in an instant, the patrons staring hard at the snail. Even Lei Ku was drawn by the snail's sound and instinctively pushed forward 2 steps. From the snail came heavy footsteps and the clashing of chains. Then, with a muffled thud, it sounded as if someone had dropped to their knees. After a long while, a voice on the other side suddenly called, "Pirate King." But because of the distance, whatever followed was impossible to make out. Immediately afterward, a burst of laughter came through the snail. It must have been the Pirate King. He didn't sound like a dying man at all. "My treasure. You are not allowed to speak. If you want it, go find it. I left everything there. Execute him." A furious roar rang out, followed by the metallic sound of a blade piercing flesh. For an instant there was dead silence from the snail, then a great storm of shouts and screams erupted. "Shut it off! Shut off the snail!" someone shouted. The snail in the tavern closed its eyes, and Roger's execution was over. The tavern was so quiet that the drop of a needle could be heard. Some patrons still held their cups up without realizing it. Everyone knew something extraordinary had just happened on the execution platform, and what they had heard left them stunned. A voice broke the silence. "Hey, didn't the Pirate King just say where he left his treasure? The legendary Pirate King must have endless treasure." In the next moment, screams, shouts, and wild laughter filled the whole tavern. Lei Ku put down his cup, said goodbye to Kana, and walked out of the tavern. The clouds had long since scattered, leaving only a clear blue sky with a few small white clouds. Lei Ku crossed the stony streets, turned this way and that, and came to a small house. Inside, it was damp and dim. On the table were leftover bread and a water jug. His father was lying in a chair with a long blade at his right hand. Only when he saw that it was Lei Ku did he relax and slowly close his eyes. Since Lei Ku was born, his father had been moving him from place to place, hiding all the way. The two of them had only been in this little town for 2 years. He had asked his father about it. His father said he had made enemies years ago. They killed Lei Ku's mother and cut off one of his arms. Now his father's health was poor. Lei Ku had asked who his enemies were, but his father only shook his head and told him nothing. As usual, Lei Ku told his father about the interesting events of the day. "Father, today was the day Pirate King Roger was executed." he died. But before dying, he laughed and said those words. It was magnificent. I want to become someone like the Pirate King. His father didn't respond as he usually did. Instead, he slowly sat up in his chair and began muttering to himself. Captain Rocks, do you see this? Roger, who once defeated us, is that the man the world called the Pirate King is dead. Then his father began to cry, seemingly unable to control himself. Suddenly, a red gleam flashed across his eyes. He snapped his gaze to the door and slowly reached for the long blade. Lei Ku, were you followed when you came back? What's wrong, father? I don't think so. Lei Ku wasn't sure either. He had been drinking and was still shaken by Roger's words, so he had forgotten what his father had taught him since childhood. In that moment, the rundown door was kicked open. Outside stood a dozen men in black suits and fedora hats. The leader slowly pulled out a portrait, glanced at the people in the room, and said, Bloodhound Rido, the most trusted right-hand man of the great pirate Rocks. I never imagined a once famous pirate would be hiding in a little room like this. Thief! Even hiding here, you world government lapdogs still managed to find me. Lei Ku looked at these men and understood they were the enemies who had been hunting them all along. He picked up a stool from the floor and stared at them warily. Old man, you know why we've come. When the Rocks pirates were defeated back then, you took a precious devil fruit from the world government. Hand it over obediently, and we might give you a quick death. Lei Ku, stand back. This is not something you can be part of. Rido held his long blade in his right hand, staring coldly at the government agents outside. So you old fool really intend to resist to the end. Kill them all. The agents instantly drew their guns, ready to kill the two men in this small house. Rido seized the moment as they drew their weapons. With one forceful step, his immense power shattered the stone floor beneath him. He moved like a true beast, a bloodthirsty hound, charging at the world government agents. But these battle-hardened agents were not easy prey the instant he lunged. They opened fire wildly. Bam, bam, bam. Rido swung the long blade in his hand. The silver-white edge had turned black without warning, cutting every incoming bullet out of the air. From a meter away, he unleashed a powerful slash and cut down the agents in front of him without ever touching them. His overwhelming strength forced the trained agents to retreat step by step, cold sweat rolling down their foreheads. What a monster! Don't be afraid. Even if he is a monster, he is just an old monster on the verge of death. All together, take the boy in the room first. The remaining dozen or so agents drew their long blades and charged into the small house. Rido stood like a goalkeeper. Anyone who came close was cut down without mercy. Yet the weight of years was too heavy. The once powerful monster was now gasping for breath, his expression weary. After several rounds of fighting, Rido's body was covered with wounds. Blood ran down his body and dripped onto the stone floor. Damn it! Father is holding the door only to protect me. I can't just sit here waiting for death, I have to help him. The moment his father clashed with the agents, he swung a stool down and smashed an agent who was trying to sneak up on them. At that instant, the agent captain, like a viper waiting for its chance, thrust his long blade fiercely at Lei Ku. Rido's eyes sharpened, and he pushed Lei Ku away. But his aged body could no longer dodge the strike. The blade pierced through him. Pushed aside, Lei Ku saw it all. Rage flooded through him, and he felt a power awakening inside his body. All of you bastards die. Lei Ku roared in fury. Time around him seemed to freeze as a mighty wave of power erupted from his body. The surrounding agents stared in disbelief. The next second, their eyes rolled back and they collapsed. Lei Ku rushed to his father's side to examine his wounds. Conqueror's Haki. The same Conqueror's Haki as Captain Rocks. Though Rido was terribly weak, he smiled in relief. Father, I'm taking you to a doctor. Tears streaming down his face, Lei Ku spoke in pain. Son, my body is finished. I've lived long enough to see you grow up. Go get the box under the bed. Weak as he was, his father's tone remained firm. Lei Ku dared not hesitate. He quickly brought the box from under the bed and opened it. Inside was a fire-red fruit covered with intricate patterns. Son, this is a devil fruit. I took it from the world government years ago. It is priceless. Whether you eat it or sell it, it will secure your future. Father, stop talking. We are going to find a doctor. But his father only shook his head gently, gave Lei Ku one last look, and left the world. In the instant of death, Rido seemed to see a tall, broad-shouldered man in the distance slowly waving to him his captain, come to bring his crewmen home. Lei Ku wept loudly. In his grief and fury, he killed the agents, then buried his father's body on a hill in this border town. From here, the distant sea and the town below could be seen. Lei Ku took out the fruit his father had left him, remembering the words his father had spoken. He opened his mouth, took a hard bite, chewed a few times, and swallowed the fruit. Disgusting! In the following days, a large number of Navy soldiers and suit-wearing agents suddenly appeared in town, holding 2 portraits and asking people everywhere. They pasted the portraits all over the town. The wanted posters clearly showed Lei Ku and his father. Riddle 500 million berries. Lei Ku 10 million berries. At Goddy's tavern in the town, many drinkers had gathered as usual. Have you heard? The Lei father and son are wanted criminals, big pirates with bounties adding up to 500 million. Yes, yes. I could tell they were no good 2 years ago. Lei Ku's father never left the house, and his eyes were terrifying. Hey, watch what you're saying. That father and son, a disabled old man and a little brat, what harm could they do? Enough. Have some decency. Boss Goddy, we didn't say it. It was the Navy who came 2 days ago. Seeing the tavern owner speak up, the drinkers wisely changed the subject and moved on. Meanwhile, on the hill behind the town, Lei Ku was flying through the forest. Yes, after eating that fruit, he had become a fire-red bird, and tiny flames occasionally flickered from his body. 4 days he had been hiding from the Navy and the agents while adapting to his changing body. He realized that how long he could use the fruit's power was closely tied to his stamina. At night he flew over the town and slowly descended outside a building, the Goddy Tavern, now empty of customers. Just as Lei Ku was about to leave, a gentle voice stopped him. Is that you, Lei Ku? Are you alright? Kana, who was closing the door, recognized the familiar figure at once. Sister Kana, I'm alright. I'm going to leave this place and head out into the world. I came to see you before I go. Hearing this, Kana felt a pang of sadness. She knew what had happened to Lei Ku, but she did not know how to comfort him. How is Uncle Riddle? Father is dead. He was killed. One day I will avenge him. Kana knew there was nothing she could say, so she could only tell Lei Ku not to be too sad. Just then, Boss Goddy walked out of the tavern. It was as if they were a young couple caught in the act. Both looked a little awkward. You little brat. If you're leaving, go far away and never come back. Take care of yourself. Here's a bag of berries. Take it. I can't take it. Take it and hold on to it. It's a loan with interest. Pay me back when you make money, understand? Thank you, Boss Goddy. When I have money, I'll marry your daughter. With that, he left without looking back. That little brat. Boss Goddy laughed and shook his head, then led his daughter back into the tavern. After leaving the tavern, Light utilized his devil fruit ability to transform into a 2-meter-tall crimson bird. With a sudden whoosh, he shot towards the mountaintop at an astonishing speed. Upon reaching the summit, the feathers gradually receded, and his body shifted from avian to human form. Light climbed a tree, found a sturdy branch, and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the chirping of birds in the forest roused the sleeping Light. He slowly opened his eyes and leaped directly from the tree. He then packed his rations and water flask into a knapsack, tucked his father's former saber into his belt, kowtowed a few times before the grave, and turned to leave. Father, I will avenge you. I must set sail and grow stronger. By then, the Marines had already departed, leaving only a few world government agents scouring the town for their whereabouts. But Light, leveraging the power of the bird fruit, cleverly evaded them and made his way to the harbor. Owing to the influence of the pirate king, Roger, many people chose to set sail, making the town's shipbuilding industry booming. However, this was only a small place with limited shipbuilding expertise, capable of constructing vessels no larger than a 10-man boat. Light arrived and purchased an ordinary small boat from the owner, one that could seat 2 people. He planned to leave first and earn some money. Then, he would buy a larger ship and recruit some crew members. However, just as Light was paddling away, he was suddenly hailed by 2 world government agents. You, take off your hood. We need to inspect you. Having no choice, Light disembarked from the small boat, placing one hand on his hood while engaging the 2 agents in conversation. What is this about, gentlemen? We are hunting a wanted criminal, a great pirate. If you have any leads, you must report them. Here is his portrait. As Light slowly removed his hood, the The two government agents were momentarily stunned, but they quickly regained their composure and reached for the pistols at their waists. However, every move they made had already been observed by Like. He lunged forward, seized their necks with both hands, and gave a slight twist. The two agents fell dead. Ever since Like consumed the bird fruit, his eyesight had become exceptionally sharp, and his strength had multiplied several times over. He then tossed the two agents into the sea and rowed away. 3 days later, on the boundless ocean, a small boat drifted along. Like ate dry bread, drank water, and gazed into the distance. He was, without a doubt, lost. Moreover, the sky was overcast today, and the weather was sweltering. A storm was imminent. Strange, I followed the map exactly. How did I get lost? The wind is picking up. Only then did Like realize something was amiss. The wind grew stronger, and the sky darkened completely. A bolt of lightning split the heavens, illuminating the entire sea, followed by thunderous roars that shook the ears. Crack! 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 Rain poured from the sky like countless arrows, growing denser by the moment. Like's eyes were blurred by the downpour. It's over, it's over. I've only been at sea for 3 days, and I've run into this kind of terrible weather. Like frantically paddled the oars, but massive waves had already risen on the sea. His small boat could not break through and was carried along by the currents. A huge wave struck, capsizing Like's boat. With no other option, he used his bird fruit ability to take flight into the sky. But the rain intensified, reducing visibility to near zero. Like could only rely on instinct to fly into the distance. Boom! A bolt of lightning, like a coiled silver serpent, struck the flying bird squarely. The searing pain made Like lose his balance, and he plummeted from the sky. Crash landing. The moment he hit the sea, Like felt all his strength drain away. Though he struggled, he was soon swallowed by the ocean. Cough, cough. Like slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. He was lying on a sandy beach, next to a dying campfire. I'm alive. Was I rescued? You fool, you're awake, ha. Like turned toward the voice. The newcomer was a handsome man with a small cross-shaped pendant on his chest, a massive sword slung across his back, and eyes as sharp and dangerous as an eagle's. My name is Like. Thank you for saving me. Kiar mi woke. This is the first time I've seen a devil fruit user dare to set sail alone. I wonder if you're incredibly bold or just a fool. Like scratched his head awkwardly, for he truly knew nothing about sea travel. I don't know why either. When I fell into the sea, I lost all my power. I'm actually a good swimmer. Miwoke studied the young man before him, sensing no deception. You ate a devil fruit and yet you don't know about its side effects. Ha! There are side effects. Like asked in surprise. Every devil fruit user, upon gaining a unique ability, becomes cursed by the sea. Contact with seawater drains their strength. I see. Like nodded thoughtfully. He then asked many more questions, which gave Miwoke a headache. All of them were basic common sense. This guy knew nothing and still set sail. The next morning, Like prepared to bid farewell to Miwoke. He had learned that the other was a bounty hunter, who had already stayed here for 2 days to take care of him. Brother Miwoke, thank you for your care. See you later. Miwoke looked at the youth and finally made a decision. With a serious expression, he said, Kid, the sea is no place for someone who knows nothing. You'll die. Stick with me for now. Learn some basic navigation. It just so happens I need a helper. Like nodded sheepishly, for the other was right, and more importantly, he had no boat. Soon, the two arrived at Miwoke's ship. The mast was across, and there was a single seat aboard. The vessel was not very large, somewhat resembling a sightseeing boat. Once they boarded, Like asked how they would sail without oars. Miwoke simply pointed to the massive sword on his back. This method of propulsion was peculiar, but Like was in no position to be picky. After boarding, he unfurled the sail, hoping to catch the wind. Unfortunately, the day was calm. Like looked helplessly at Miwoke and the large sword behind him. Miwoke drew the blade, and Like, expecting him to use it as an oar, felt a flicker of anticipation. Miwoke held the enormous sword with one hand, releasing a powerful aura. With a single swing, a tornado-like slash struck the placid sea. The next moment, the small boat was propelled forward by that immense force, speeding across the ocean. Miwoka, what was that move you just used? It was so cool. It has no name, just a simple swordsmanship technique, insignificant compared to true masters. Lei Ku reached his hand into the sea, sensing the boat's swift speed, and felt the strength of his arm being absorbed by the ocean. After a day of sailing, the two soon arrived at the port. The port owner, upon seeing Mi Huoca's arrival, immediately ordered his subordinates to take good care of their small boat. Mi Huoca exchanged a brief greeting with the owner and led Lei Ku to a tavern, where a crowd had already gathered. The moment Mi Huoca and Lei Ku pushed the door open, everyone glanced at them, then swiftly lowered their heads, afraid of catching the attention of this dangerous man. "Boss, 2 portions of meat, 2 portions of bread, and pack some extra food to go." Lei Ku sat down, sensing that the patrons around him were no ordinary drinkers, but the way they looked at Brother Mi Huoca was a mix of wariness and fear. "Eat quickly, we need to move on after." It was then that Lei Ku noticed the boss had already brought over steaming hot meat. Having gone without meat for several days, he could barely contain himself. He grabbed the meat and devoured it ravenously, stuffing meat and bread into his mouth as if he hadn't eaten in days. Beside him, Brother Mi Huoca ate with the poise of an aristocrat, savoring each bite slowly. "Boss, this meat is absolutely delicious." Lei Ku, still chewing, couldn't help praising the boss's cooking. Clam! The tavern door was suddenly kicked open, and in walked a burly man over 2 meters tall and a short man. The burly man carried a saw-like greatsword on his back, while the short man had a flintlock pistol tucked into his belt. "Hey, I heard the famous bounty hunter Hawkeye Mi Huoca is here. Where is he? We are going to kill him today and make a name for ourselves on this sea." Lei Ku, seeing their provocation, put down his meat and slowly drew the sword at his waist, ready to teach these two a lesson. Just then, a hand rested gently on Lei Ku's shoulder. He turned to see Brother Mi Huoca. "This doesn't concern you. Keep eating your meat." Then he slowly turned to the two men, removing the cross from around his neck. "Do you two have bounties?" "I'll tell you, but don't be scared. This is my big brother, Steel Saw Suoda, with a bounty of 12 million berries. Countless bounty hunters have died by his hand. Look at him, holding that little cross. Maybe he's about to pray out of fear." "Ha ha ha!" The two men burst into loud laughter. Lei Ku glared at them, and if not for his brother's earlier restraint, he would have drawn his sword and fought them already. "Pathetic weaklings." Mi Huoca slowly drew the small knife from the cross, fixing his hawk-like eyes on the two men. "Are you looking down on me?" Suoda angrily drew his greatsword and charged at Mi Huoca. Lei Ku watched intently, ready to step in at any moment. But what happened next sent chills down everyone's spine. That tiny knife had actually blocked the attack. "Let me help you, big brother." The short man drew his flintlock pistol and fired directly at Mi Huoca. With a deft flick of his small knife, Mi Huoca deflected the bullet, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. By the time everyone realized what had happened, the two provocateurs lay dead, each with a single wound on their necks. None of the patrons had seen what happened. Only Lei Ku, in that fleeting moment, had witnessed Mi Huoca unleash 2 slashes with that tiny knife, dispatching both men simultaneously. What exquisite swordsmanship to achieve such a feat! Then Mi Huoca sat down slowly and called out to the dazed tavern owner. "Boss, these two are wanted criminals. The bounty is yours. Consider it payment for the food and for cleaning up the tavern." The owner was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude repeatedly, ordering his staff to clean up immediately so as not to disturb the patrons' dining. After they finished eating, the owner had already cleaned the scene. Lei Ku saw the large bundle of takeaway food the owner had prepared and dutifully carried it on his back. He headed to the port with Brother Mi Huoca. Back in the tavern, the patrons began to chatter after they left. "Those two fools, that was the bounty hunter Mi Huoca, a man even the Marines dare not provoke." "Not just provoke, I heard he's been hunting Marines himself. I recall he's constantly seeking out strong swordsmen to duel. What a monster!" Meanwhile, Lei Ku and Brother Mi Huoca set sail once more. "Brother Mi Huoca, can you teach me that move you just used? It was incredible." "Lei Ku, swordsmanship cannot be taught. It's a fusion of your own understanding of the blade and the experience gained from battle. But I can teach you the fundamentals. From now on, train hard and improve your physical strength, and you will forge your own technique." Thank you, brother. It's nothing. Your swordsmanship may be rough, but your strength and stamina are impressive. Yet to become a true swordsman, you must practice relentlessly." Over the following month, Lei Ku trained in swordsmanship from dawn till dusk. Brother Mi Huoca watched silently, patiently correcting his form whenever he made a mistake. Brother Mihuoka also told Lei Ku many stories about the pirate world and gave him a simple demonstration of the 3 types of Haki. Among these 3 Haki, Conqueror's Haki is innate, while Armament Haki and Observation Haki require constant honing. Lei Ku, you are still too weak. So just keep these things firmly in your mind. When you grow strong one day, they will naturally serve you. Lei Ku nodded emphatically. A month passed quickly. Brother Mihuoka prepared to leave the East Blue. Though he invited Lei Ku to come with him, Lei Ku declined. Brother Mihuoka, a fledgling cannot grow under constant protection. One day, I must rely on my own strength to soar into the sky. Ambitious. I'll be waiting for you in the new world, Lei Ku. I hope by then you've become a powerful swordsman. Lei Ku was already in tears, watching his brother's departing figure. He shouted loudly, "Brother, one day I will become a true powerhouse." Before leaving, Brother Mihuoka warned him that although the East Blue had few strong fighters, he should be wary of a Marine Vice Admiral named Kopu. Kopu? That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the one who chased the pirate King Luoja all over the world? After bidding farewell to Master Mihawk, Rak prepared to work as a bounty hunter for a while, earning enough coin to purchase a larger vessel. He then scanned the bounty posters, where the highest reward was offered for a notorious bandit gang. Its leader, Kachi, carried a 10 million belly bounty. 10 million belly, that's enough for a fine ship. Just as he reached to tear down the poster, a voice sounded behind him. "Little brother, this criminal is far beyond your reach. Best leave him to big sis." Rak turned and beheld a woman with statuesque legs, clad in a sleek black cheongsam that clung to her figure like liquid shadow, accentuating every graceful curve. Her face was exquisitely carved, her presence that of a black rose, perilous, intoxicating, and utterly unforgettable. "Beautiful elder sister, such dangerous matters are no burden for a lady. I'll handle this myself." Rak declined outright and strode away. He wasn't foolish beauty, especially this kind, often masked lethal intent. Seeing his refusal, she offered only a final warning. "Boy, tread carefully, this sister won't be fetching your corpse." Only after she vanished did Rak exhale in quiet relief. Had she pressed further, he truly wouldn't have known how to respond. He studied the poster for the gang's known haunts and set off without delay. Upon reaching their mountain stronghold, he didn't strike immediately. Instead, he concealed himself high in the trees nearby, waiting for nightfall. When darkness fell, Rak activated his Devil Fruit ability, soaring silently into the compound. Drawing the long blade at his back, he dispatched several patrolling bandits with swift, silent precision. Within the main encampment, lanterns blazed. Dozens of bandits drank raucously, enthralled by captive women dancing for their amusement. Rak observed them carefully, over 50 common thugs, and seated at the head table their leader, Kachi. He weighed how best to defeat the bandits without endangering the captives. Then, unexpectedly, the very men who'd been roaring with laughter moments before staggered and collapsed, one by one. "Hey, you drunk already? Ridiculous. You barely touched your cup. Strange. I'm dizzy too, even though I hardly drank." Kachi watched his men fall and sensed something deeply wrong. Snatching a fork from the table, he drove it hard into his own palm. The searing pain jolted him fully awake. Without hesitation, he seized his greatsword. From the gate strode the woman in black, a cheongsam flowing like midnight ink as she fixed her gaze upon him. "Little brother, how long will you hide? I followed you here, won't you step forward?" Rak knew he'd been discovered and emerged without further concealment. "Who are you two fools daring to target me, Kachi? Do you seek death?" "Thief! Kachi, you've bled enough innocence. Your time has come." "Fine. I'll start with you, boy." Kachi hefted his greatsword and advanced step by deliberate step. A 10 million belly bounty meant this youth was no ordinary opponent. "Little brother, it's yours now. I'll go administer the antidote to the captives." Rak drew his blade, muscles coiling, then exploded forward. Kachi met him head-on, swinging his massive sword downward with crushing force. But Rak, trained by Master Mihawk, was no mere bandit's match. "Bandit, your swordsmanship is riddled with flaws." In one fluid motion, Rak sidestepped the blow and countered with a flash of steel, severing Kachi's arm cleanly at the shoulder. "Ache!" Kachi crumpled to the ground, stunned. He'd never imagined this unassuming youth could strike with such devastating speed and precision, reducing him to ruin in a single stroke. Rak planted a boot upon his chest, pressing the blade to his throat. "Don't kill me. Please spare me, I'll never do it again. Say that to those you've ruined." With calm finality, Rack slid the blade deep into Kochi's throat, ending him. Together, they eradicated Kochi's entire gang and uncovered a hoard of treasure hidden within their lair. Rack claimed none of it, instead dividing his share among the survivors. Well, little brother isn't greedy after all. Then hand over your bounty portion to Big Sis, HM. I need that money to buy a ship and sail the seas. Sail? Did the Pirate King's legend stir your ambition? Partly, but more importantly, I'm honoring certain vows. So I intend to form my own pirate crew. How delightfully intriguing. Little brother, how many members does your crew boast? Just me for now. Recruitment hasn't begun. Count me in. But remember, whatever we earn goes to me first. You'd join my crew just like that? Why else? To see the Pirate King's fabled treasure with my own eyes, of course. I'm Rack. Mina. They submitted the bounty and collected 10 million belly in full. They visited a shipyard and purchased a compact 2-deck vessel priced at exactly 10 million belly. It boasted over a dozen cabins, a galley, a storage hold, and even mounted a cannon at the bow. Though slightly overpriced, the shipwright explained, pirates swarm the seas these days, armor yourself accordingly. Rack painted a flag for his ship, a small, fiery red bird. Then, with sails unfurled, they set course, 2 figures vanishing into the boundless blue. Elder Sister Mina, how did you find me? All on our first meeting, fearing you'd rush to your doom, I dusted you with a trace powder. It lets me track your whereabouts. Ah, I see. By the way, Rack, why a crimson bird on your flag? Birds of that hue are rare indeed. Before Mina's astonished gaze, Rack activated his Tori Know Me ability, transforming instantly into a vibrant, flame-winged bird. You've eaten a devil fruit. Rack relaxed the transformation, returning to human form. I consumed it by chance so naturally, my flag bears its likeness. Where next, Rack? First, I'll seek a navigator. Without one, the sea becomes a labyrinth of endless horizons. Sister Mina, I'm planning to go to this island to buy some food. Do you want to come along? You go ahead, my poison powder is almost ready. I'll find you later. Since Sister Mina was busy, Leiku had no choice but to go to the island to buy food first. After all, Sister Mina could find him through the powder. Shortly after entering the island, Leiku discovered that there were still quite a few pirates purchasing supplies here. It seemed that the impact of Pirate King Luoji's execution was indeed significant. Soon, Leiku entered the most famous restaurant in the area. Its cuisine was renowned far and wide, and many passing ships would stop by to taste it. Leiku was no exception. He asked the young waiter to prepare some meat and wine, intending to enjoy a hearty meal first. Hey, you perverted guy, stay away from my female companion. Leiku looked in that direction and saw a guest tightly clutching his female companion, glaring angrily at a man. That man was wearing a black suit, about 1.8 meters tall, with a handsome face. It was hard to imagine that the incident just now had anything to do with him. Excuse me, sir, I got carried away upon seeing the beautiful lady. Please forgive my rudeness. But the other party ignored his apology and simply pulled his female companion away. Seeing the beauty leave, the man also felt a bit dejected. He returned to the bar, drinking alone in melancholy. Just then, the young waiter came to deliver meat to Leiku, who seized the opportunity to ask the question in his mind. Who is that guy? Don't you kick him out for harassing your guests? The young waiter said helplessly, that guy is the elder brother of our boss, Dao Urban, named Dao Erman. He's caused no shortage of complaints from guests. But he never actually does anything rude, he just stares intently at some beautiful women most of the time. If the woman has no male companion, she would naturally be willing to chat with such a handsome man. But if she has a male companion, what just happened occurs, and he might even get beaten up. I see, Leiku then stopped looking over there and began to taste the food. Wow, it's delicious. I've never eaten such tasty meat. Leiku exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. This was the first time in his life he had tasted such delicious food. Ha ha, customer, you're right. Everyone who eats here praises our boss's culinary skills. Leiku continued savoring the delicacy, thinking it would be great if he could recruit this chef for his ship, but it was just a wishful thought. However, at that moment, a group of men in marine uniforms burst in from outside, all with swords at their waists and guns in their hands, scanning the surroundings. Leiku also noticed this and quickly lowered his head, thinking to himself, these guys aren't here to catch me, are they? Call your boss out. He's coming with us. Our Captain Kamba is hosting a banquet for guests from afar and needs a good chef. At that moment, a burly man walked out of the kitchen. It was hard to imagine that the delicious food just now was made by this person. Yet Lei Ku noticed that the man's hands were unusual, seemingly full of strength. This officer, there are still so many guests here. I can't let them go hungry. So please wait a moment, and I'll go with you. The tall chef said gently. Bam! With the sound of a gunshot, the guests in the restaurant let out loud screams. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out now. The guests scrambled to leave. Lei Ku was about to leave as well, but he noticed that some guests remained. Moreover, these guests were all pirates without exception. Now there are no guests left. Can you come with us? Dao Urban frowned, clearly feeling that the other party was too domineering. But Lei Ku was wondering why the Marines didn't care about these obviously pirates. Hey, Marines, you're too overbearing. Can't you see my brother doesn't want to go? Just then, Dao Urban slowly walked over from the bar. Oh Ben, how many times have I told you? The Marines here collude with the pirates. They don't deserve to eat the food you make. The elder brother scolded his younger brother as if no one else was there, enraging the Marines. You bastard, do you have no respect for us? With that, he drew the pistol from his waist, intending to kill this guy and then tie up the big fool. But just as he drew his gun, bam! After the gunshot, a bullet hole appeared on the Marine's head. Everyone present was shocked. No one had seen when this guy drew his gun. Lei Ku, who had been observing from the side, didn't see it either. There was only one possibility. These guys drawing and shooting were too fast, even faster than Big Brother me who could knife killing back then. Marines, get out of here before I lose my temper. Run! Report to the captain. The Marines fled in panic, even leaving their officer's corpse behind. Clap, clap, clap. Excellent. Is this the strength of Quick Draw the Army? Hey, join our Cheongsi pirate group. Our captain is recruiting members to head to the Vida Honglu together. The pirate sub-leader beside him excitedly invited him. Sorry, I don't want to be a pirate. Please look elsewhere. Hearing the refusal, the sub-leader's face turned cold, but intimidated by the other's strength, he could only leave with his men. Before leaving, you remember, no one has ever dared to refuse our Cheongsi pirate group. Watch your step. Hey, you over there, aren't you leaving? The restaurant is closed now, Dao Erman shouted at Lei Ku. I haven't finished my food yet, so I'm in no hurry to leave. You're a pirate, aren't you? Quite bold. But the Marines will be here soon. Aren't you planning to leave? Actually, I'd like to recruit both of you to join my pirate group. I've already said I won't be a pirate, so no discussion. Seeing the other's firm attitude, Lei Ku had to give up and prepared to take the packed food to Sister Mina. Lei Ku slowly walked out of the restaurant, then stepped back in. Dao Erman looked surprised. Lei Ku pointed helplessly outside. The Marines had surrounded the entire restaurant. Dao brothers, you colluded with pirates and killed Marines. Now I order you to lay down your weapons and surrender immediately, or you will face death. The young waiters, who had never seen such a scene, were terrified and ran outside. Fire! They are accomplices of these pirates. Don't shoot. We are employees of the store. Bam bam bam. A burst of gunfire rang out. Several employees were brutally killed by the Marines. Lei Ku watched the Marines outside with fury, drew his long sword from his waist, and prepared to charge at them. The Dao brothers were also extremely angry, obviously not expecting the Marines to kill even the young waiters. With a simple exchange of glances, Lei Ku and the Dao brothers understood each other's intentions. Kill! Confronted by such a multitude of naval forces, Lei Ku had no choice but to tread carefully. However, at this moment, the enraged Dao Urban could no longer restrain himself. With a mighty leap, he charged directly before the Marines, his steel-like fists striking the ground with tremendous force. The powerful shockwave sent the surrounding Marines flying. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Ku drew his blade and charged into the fray. Fire! Kill them! Bellowed a Marine officer in fury. Yet in the next second, a bullet pierced his forehead. The quick-draw gunslinger Dao Erman had struck, swiftly eliminating every Marine who raised a weapon to shoot. Working in perfect coordination, Lei Ku and Dao Urban pushed through to the Marines' ranks. Lei Ku deftly evaded their attacks while his long blade claimed the lives of the naval soldiers. To be honest, Lei Ku had no love for killing, but these Marines threatened his life, leaving him no choice. In a matter of moments, over 100 Marines were routed and fled in disarray. Lei Ku and the Dao brothers were now drenched in sweat, clearly finding it no easy feat to face so many Marines at once. Hey, these Marines are bound to call for reinforcements. You'd better come with me and flee. Even if you don't want to join my pirate crew, we should at least get out of here first. Lei Ku offered his advice. Dao Urban looked at his brother, waiting for his decision. Alright, we'll follow you for now, but drop us off at the next island. Seeing they agreed, Lei Ku didn't hesitate and led them toward his pirate ship. Meanwhile, back at the marine base, a shifty-eyed marine lieutenant sat drinking tea with a large man. This man was Guban Xiongxi, the captain of the Xiongxi pirate crew. Thank you, Lieutenant, for allowing me to recruit here. Once I gather enough men, I'll send another chest of treasure. Haha, Captain Xiongxi, you flatter me. Your crew taking these pirates off my hands helps maintain order on this island. As for the treasure, you know my Marines face so many pirates every day, it's all for their sake. A Marine lieutenant and a pirate captain chatted over tea, each harboring their own schemes. Just then, a blooded Marine rushed in frantically. Lieutenant Kunbao. Bad news. The Dao brothers on the island have rebelled and joined a group of pirates, killing many of our men. What? The lieutenant slammed his teacup to the ground, casting a meaningful glance at Xiongxi. Xiongxi was also startled, knowing his men had been sent to invite the Dao brothers to join his crew. Could it really be those fools of his who had started a fight with the Marines? He had warned them not to turn against the Navy until the recruitment was complete. Lieutenant Kunbao, this must be a misunderstanding. Perhaps it's a different group of pirates. But if it was my men, I'll deliver their heads to you and add 2 more chests of treasure. Seeing Xiongxi's confident pledge, Kunbao told him that even if it wasn't his men, he would still be responsible for handing over the culprits. Afterward, Xiongxi took his leave, intending to return to his ship and find out which fool had acted at such a critical moment. Cursing inwardly, he thought, that greedy Marine lieutenant, demanding 3 chests of treasure once his crew grew strong, he wouldn't give him a single chest. Hey, is this your pirate ship? It's tiny, like a sightseeing boat. And are you the only one? Dao Erman, looking at the small vessel, was even more determined not to join the pirates. Indeed, pirates were all poor and hunted by the Marines. But, well, for escaping, it's barely acceptable. Lei Ku could only manage an awkward smile, knowing the other was right. The 3 boarded the ship, and Lei Ku went to check if Minao was still on board. Just then, the door on the 2nd floor opened, and Minao, dressed in a purple chipo, stepped out, leaning lightly on the railing. Lei Ku, you're back. I smell the medicinal powder on you. Yes, Minao. I'll start the ship first, then tell you what happened. Ah, what a melodious voice. Only a beautiful angel could produce such a sound. Dao Erman, that scoundrel, sidled up to her. Lei Ku, where did you dig up this freak and that big dumb oaf downstairs? Minao looked at Dao Erman with disdain. Yet her aloofness only captivated Dao Erman more, enraptured by a beauty that could only be admired from afar. With no other choice, Minao used her medicinal powder to knock him out. But even unconscious, his eyes still leered at her. Meanwhile, Lei Ku started the ship and then came to Minao's side, recounting what had happened on the island. He pointed at Dao Erman, sprawled on the deck. Minao, what happened to him? It's a new powder I developed. It temporarily saps strength. He'll recover shortly. Don't worry. Lei Ku's small boat hadn't been sailing long when Minao called him over. A few miles behind them, a massive pirate ship had appeared. It was crowded with hundreds of pirates. Using his enhanced vision, Lei Ku saw the pirate flag, the emblem of the Xiongxi crew he had encountered at the restaurant. Haha, I thought it was some great pirate that made the Marines retreat. It's just a tiny boat. Crew, open fire. Captain Xiongxi. Lei Ku watched the scene unfold, realizing the situation was dire. The enemy ship was enormous. Boom. Boom, boom. Dozens of cannonballs erupted, sending up countless splashes around Lei Ku's small boat. The waves from the shells rocked the vessel violently. Minao, Dao brothers, this won't work. You guard the ship, and I'll stop them. Are you insane? They're too far away. Dao Erman shouted. But time was critical. Lei Ku couldn't explain further. He activated his bird fruit ability, and a fiery red bird launched from the deck. Since Lei Ku said so, let's trust him. I believe in him, Mina said softly. As Lei soared upward, the others on the small boat worked together to fend off the shells. Del Erman, with his quick-draw revolver, shot the cannonballs, detonating them in midair. Del Urban, relying on brute strength, caught the incoming shells barehanded and hurled them away. Mina focused on steering the ship, avoiding the artillery fire. Meanwhile, Lei had flown above the Cheong Sea pirate ship and dove down. Hey, look up there. A big red bird is coming. Open fire. Kill him. Over 100 pirates leveled their flintlock muskets at Lei, but he now transformed into a crimson bird moved with blinding speed, evading each bullet with effortless grace. Merely gliding across the deck, he struck down several pirates with a single sweep of his wings. Seeing this, some pirates hastily drew their cutlasses from their belts on the cramped deck. Comrades stood shoulder to shoulder, and firing guns risked fatal friendly fire. Lei's objective was simple: pin down the pirates to buy time for his small vessel. One pirate lunged with his blade. Lei met him with a single talon strike. Raw power sent the man hurtling backward like a ragdoll. Net him quickly. The pirates roared in unison. Though Lei dodged relentlessly, a momentary lapse left him ensnared, trapped beneath a coarse, heavy net. We've got him, cut him down. But in the next breath, flames erupted across Lei's body, incinerating the net into ash. Realizing this stalemate would not hold, Lei plunged headlong into the ship's hold, deactivated his Devil Fruit ability, and charged straight toward the cannonballs stored within. Outside, pirates surged after him, but their numbers worked against them, clogging the narrow hatchway and delaying their pursuit by crucial seconds. Inside the hold, Lei became a harbinger of slaughter, dispatching gunners one after another. Within mere dozens of heartbeats, over a dozen pirates lay dead beneath his blade. He seized several cannonballs, hurled them outward, and as deafening explosions ripped through the hull, fire bloomed deep within the ship, consuming it from within. Seizing the chaos, Lei reactivated his fruit power and shot through the newly blasted breach. Just as he prepared to soar away, a heavy iron chain lashed around his ankle, yanking him violently back onto the deck. You wretched fiend, what have you done to my ship? Jones bellowed, fury twisting his features. Lei landed hard on the deck, then shattered the chain with a single blow from his other claw. Deactivating his fruit power, Lei turned his gaze upon Jones, the man who had nearly destroyed his own vessel, and advanced with lethal intent. Jones hefted the massive axe slung across his back and swung it wildly at Lei. Lei danced aside. Though Jones commanded hundreds, his skill was undeniable. Yet to Lei's eyes, Jones' movements unfolded in agonizing slow motion, each swing telegraphed, each opening exposed. Seizing the instant Jones committed his full strength to a downward arc, Lei drove his blade deep into the captain's forearm. Jones cried out in agony as the great axe clattered to the deck, but before Lei could press his advantage, Jones' crew swarmed forward, forming a living wall. So you're strong, what of it? Numbers overwhelm even gods. Lei faced the tide of pirates, blade held steady before him, right arm coiling with power that surged down the steel until its edge hummed with latent force. Sky Slash, a technique modeled after Mihawk's legendary cleave, refined through relentless daily practice until it flowed from muscle memory alone. The slash tore through the air and through flash. Pirates collapsed across the deck, drenched in crimson, at least 10 slain outright by that single, devastating stroke. Even Jones stared, horror etched across his face. Lei wasted no time. He reignited his bird fruit power and launched himself toward the captain, though loyalists threw themselves into his path. But their bodies were no match for momentum like cannon fire. Lei seized Jones mid-air, rocketed 50 meters skyward, then released him. The captain plummeted, striking the deck with a sickening, bone-shattering impact. Wrenching pain racked Jones' frame. He howled as if his very skeleton were splintering. Lei did not linger. He turned and soared toward his waiting sloop. Not out of mercy, but because Navy warships had appeared on the horizon. He had no desire to confront such ironclad might head-on. Naval vessels dwarfed even the sturdiest pirate craft. Meanwhile, Jones was lifted groaning to his feet by his surviving crew, his body slick with blood, ribs shattered, limbs bent at unnatural angles. Though the ship lay grievously wounded, repairs would be swift. Captain, the Navy's warship approaches. Humph. Have they come to gloat? Help me to them. I demand an audience with their commanding officer. On the Navy frigate, Lieutenant Kambao reclined lazily in a chair, his aide fanning him with quiet reverence. Sir, the pirate Jones claims gratitude for our timely aid and offers 2 chests of treasure. At this, Kambao rose slowly, strode to the rail and extended a languid hand toward the battered, broken figure below. Jones, though racked with agony, forced a brittle smile. Lieutenant Comba, once we deliver these 2 chests, may we depart unmolested. Are you mad? Kill him, take the treasure, and claim glory. Order the gunners, fire at will. Leave none alive. Aye, sir. Fire! The frigate's broadside roared, dozens of shells struck true. Pirates scattered in panic, yet found no refuge, no escape, no sanctuary. Their cannons had been sabotaged by leak moments earlier. No return fire could be mounted. And so, amid John's final, furious roar, his crew vanished beneath the waves, consumed by the sea they once ruled. Such was the Navy's dominion, a bulwark against chaos in this age of piracy, its iron fist the sole guarantee that the seas remained ungoverned by lawlessness alone. Lake, meanwhile, finally caught up with his fleeing sloop. His safe return brought cheers and relief. He shed his fruit power and offered reassurance to his companions. Little brother Lake, why is your arm on fire? Mina exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Lake glanced down, and indeed, flame danced along his forearm. Yet he felt no heat, no pain, only the faint, pulsing warmth centered upon a fresh wound sustained in battle. As the gas slowly sealed itself, the fire receded like tide from shore. This flame heals wounds, extraordinary. With a silent command of will, the last embers winked out. The 4 survivors shared a meal prepared by Dolben himself. Lake tasted it and knew, without doubt, it was exquisite. Mina declared it the finest thing she'd ever eaten, unrivaled, unmatched. Beside her, Dolben lost himself in quiet rapture watching Mina eat, utterly entranced. Dolben, you cook like a celestial chef. Join us at Ship's Cook, Mina said, her gaze soft but unwavering. Dolben remained silent, his eyes shifting deferentially to his elder brother. Lake harbored no illusions. Dolben had already refused the crew's invitation outright. Mina, too, read the unspoken hierarchy. Her smile deepened, her gaze locking onto Dolben with quiet, magnetic intensity. Gentlemen, would you truly decline an adventure alongside us? I accept, graceful lady. I would be honored to sail with you. Lake blinked, stunned. His own firm entreaty had been rebuffed, yet Mina's single glance had reversed Dolmen's resolve entirely. Thus, Lake's crew welcomed 2 new members. Next port, Demikla Island, the so-called pirate paradise of the East Blue. Perhaps there, we'll find a navigator worthy of our voyage. Lake docked the vessel ashore, paid the required fee, and left it under guard before the 4 companions set off together to explore the pirate island. So this is the pirate island, truly bustling, Mina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Were it not for its notorious reputation, she might have mistaken it for an ordinary coastal town. Miss Mina, I'd be honored to guide you. I visited here with my younger brother a year ago to purchase supplies, said Dorman, his tone eager and deferential. How kind of you, handsome sir. It is my utmost privilege to guide Miss Mina. With that, Dorman promptly delegated the task of procuring provisions to Lei Ku and Dorban. After a month at sea, Lei Ku had come to understand that Dorban's command of language was limited. He rarely spoke, but through gradual exchange, they could now converse fluently. Let's go, Dorban first. We'll buy provisions, then I'll acquire heavier barbells. My current set feels too light, insufficient for meaningful training. Though I've never been here before, I once heard a seasoned sailor speak of this place. He told me this island serves as a vital hub for pirates where intelligence flows freely. Later, we'll gather some intelligence to grasp the world's unfolding events. Having visited the island a year prior, Dorban navigated with effortless familiarity and soon led Lei Ku to a well-stocked provisions shop. What kind of meat is this? So enormous. Ah, esteemed guest, you possess true discernment. This is flesh from a leviathan of the deep, tender, rich, and exquisitely flavorful. The shopkeeper then enthusiastically presented his entire inventory, and the 2 patrons, true to form, nearly emptied the modest establishment. Beaming with delight, the shopkeeper called after them, "Do visit again, honored guests." Carrying their bulging haul, they next entered a weapons emporium where Lei Ku, without hesitation, purchased a set of colossal barbells weighing precisely 1 metric ton. So immense was their weight that Lei Ku and Dorban bore them together back to the ship, and as the iron climbed onto the deck, the small vessel visibly dipped in the water. Lei Ku resolved to procure intelligence next and perhaps locate a skilled navigator, should the island harbor one. Though they could sail independently, their seamanship remained amateurish. Ignorance of maritime lore could prove fatal. Lei Ku entered a tavern, no longer the green novice who first set sail, but a man adept at extracting information with practiced ease. He placed gold coins squarely upon the bar and requested the latest intelligence. The proprietor, accustomed to such transactions, first handed him a stack of newspapers, then a slim, leather-bound notebook. The newspaper issued by a local press offered only surface-level reports. The true intelligence resided entirely within the notebook, its pages dense with clandestine revelations. Lei Ku eagerly opened the notebook and began reading. Admiral Garp, the hero of the Navy, is leading a joint operation with world government agents to locate the wife of the Pirate King Roger, who is rumored to carry the Pirate King's bloodline. A momentous revelation, so the Pirate King did leave behind an heir. Yet how could an ordinary woman elude the Navy's relentless pursuit? Excuse me, do you know where one might find an exceptional navigator? In times like these, navigators are scarce. Most sailors rely solely on instinct and experience. And even if one existed, do you truly believe any remain unclaimed? Thank you, sir. Lei Ku departed the tavern and wandered idly through the city streets. Yet scarcely had he begun his stroll when he noticed several pirates slipping furtively toward a narrow alleyway, sparking his quiet curiosity. He followed, silent and unseen. They vanished into a nondescript house, flanked by two hulking sentinels whose grim visages radiated menace. Must be a secret stronghold for some pirate crew. Lei Ku glanced once more, then turned to leave. Provoking them outright was simply not his way. But just as he pivoted away, he spotted a pirate cradling a bound child, exchanging a terse nod with the guards before vanishing inside. Though Lei Ku avoided unnecessary conflict, he abhorred human trafficking above all. Were he not a fugitive hunted by the world government, he suspected he might have made a formidable naval officer. Hey Scram! This isn't your domain, understood? One of the brutes glared viciously at Lei Ku as he approached the threshold, mistaking him for an ordinary townsman. Though dubbed the Pirate Island, it earned the name not because it belonged exclusively to pirates, but because their presence here vastly outnumbered that elsewhere. Now aware of their vile trait, Lei Ku abandoned restraint. In a flash, he incapacitated both sentinels and slipped inside. Within, he discovered a concealed passageway descending into darkness. He descended steadily. 10 minutes later, a wooden door loomed ahead, flanked by two men idly smoking. No prey today, one pirate remarked, eyeing Lei Ku's empty hands. Lei Ku grunted an acknowledgement. Clearly, these men were not closely acquainted. He pushed open the door and stepped into the subterranean realm. Its opulence rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the surface world, a telling reason why this island bore the name Pirate Island. After wandering its corridors, Lei Ku grasped its purpose. While the upper tier supplied pirates with provisions, this underworld functioned as a black market nexus for arms, slaves, and forbidden commerce. It hosted a clandestine auction house reportedly selling over a dozen enslaved girls daily, each in the fragile bloom of youth. Some would be bought by nobles, others by rival pirates, yet all met tragically similar fates: degradation, violation, and death. That such a den endured so long suggested powerful patronage, yet Lei Ku resolved to dismantle it nonetheless. To be a pirate was to embrace defiance, to follow one's conscience without compromise. Guided by instinct, Lei Ku located the slave pens and, silencing the guards, slipped silently within. Unbeknownst to him, word of the intrusion had already spread. Swarms of pirates were converging upon the site. Before him lay rows of captives, youthful faces etched with fear, arms bearing fresh wealth. At his approach, they shrank trembling into the shadows. Then a voice. He turned toward the far end of the cell block, a woman gripping a long staff, her gaze locking onto his with startled intensity. She moved instantly to strike, but Lei Ku, sensing she was no trafficker, urgently halted her. After swift explanation, mutual suspicion dissolved into shared purpose. Both had come to liberate the captives. As they shattered the iron restraints, thunderous footsteps erupted at the main gate, pirates flooding in. Let's take them down together, An agreed, and the pirates charged straight at the two. But Lei Ku and his companions stood unflinching, drawing their blades and clashing fiercely with the raiders. Lei Ku danced fluidly among the pirates, his blade flashing in precise slashes and thrusts. Wherever he passed, foes crumpled lifeless to the ground. Even as he fought, Lei Ku kept one eye on the other battlefield and realized the woman, though seemingly delicate, was no ordinary foe. Her long staff served both offense and defense with flawless efficiency. Each strike found its mark, severing throats with ruthless speed, precision, and lethality. Her combat style evoked a singular image in his mind, a rigorously trained marine. Through seamless coordination, the two cut down all 50-odd pirates who had stormed in. None escaped alive. Without delay, they seized the children and fled. Hurry, we must go. Yet burdened by the children, their pace inevitably slowed and soon, reinforcements closed in behind them. "Dare you steal our cargo? Kill them," and with no choice, the pair turned to fight once more, but now they bore the added weight of shielding the children at their center. Wounds quickly bloomed across their bodies. Now sharp cracks split the air, a gunshot felling a pirate inches from Lei Kei's side. Lei Kei looked up to see Dolmen and Sister Mina arriving. At the periphery of the encirclement, Mina's toxic powder had already sent waves of pirates collapsing unconscious. With a thunderous boom, Dolben descended from the sky, his iron fist shattering enemies around him. Then, with merciless force, he shattered the jaws and ribs of those lunging forward. Through synchronized effort, the pirate band was all but eradicated. "Come follow us to our ship," in urgency overriding caution, the woman led the children alongside Lei Kei without hesitation. At last, they boarded the vessel, the small craft groaning under its load of over 30 souls. Set sail. First, the children were settled safely aboard. Dolben began preparing food while Dolmen assisted. "Sister Mina, how did you find us so suddenly? After touring the island, we returned to the ship, but when you failed to appear, we came searching. Fortunately, I dusted you with my trace powder. Are you pirates?" The woman spoke up then, though they'd fought side by side. Lei Kei hadn't yet truly observed her features. Now, gazing upon her, he recognized unmistakable beauty and an aura of disciplined authority, unmistakably marine-born. Indeed, the Jolly Roger flies plainly enough. "You're a marine, aren't you?" "Once I am no longer," she replied simply. "I am Chiao. Mina, this is our captain, Lei Kei." A woman daring to storm a pirate den alone. Truly audacious, and Mina regarded her with open admiration. "I had no choice. To stand idle while these children suffered would have been unforgivable. Even if I cannot end such evils entirely, I will do what lies within my power." To Lei Kei's astonishment, Mina extended an invitation without pause. "Will you join us? You've left the Marines, why not chart new waters with us?" And Mina's rapid-fire proposition left Chiao momentarily speechless, though grateful for their aid. Joining a pirate crew was the last thing she'd anticipated. "No rush, our next island lies several days away. Take your time to decide, Miss Mina, dinner's ready. Come join the lovely ladies." Dolmen's familiar voice rang out. Lei Kei sighed inwardly. Dolmen clearly practiced preferential treatment, ignoring his own captain standing right there. They gathered in the mess cabin to eat, and as the children savored their first proper meal in days, flickers of vitality returned to their eyes. Dolmen, ever the opportunist, spent the entire meal hovering between Mina and Chiao until Mina finally dosed him with a mild sedative to restore peace. Over the following days, the two women became inseparable confidants, sharing everything, laughing freely while Dolmen trailed them like persistent, eager shadow, awaiting every command. Gradually, the rescued children regained their composure, smiles returning to their faces, thanks in no small part to Dolben's extraordinary cuisine. Meanwhile, Lei Kei trained relentlessly. Just days earlier, he'd needed Dolben's help to lift the barbell. Now, he hoisted it unaided. After days of Mina's gentle persuasion, Chiao accepted membership into the Redbird Pirates, an occasion Dolmen naturally declared worthy of celebration. He promptly tasked his brother with preparing a lavish welcome feast. Upon reaching the next island, Chiao delivered the children to the marine base and departed. Back aboard, Chiao shared her story. Once a marine lieutenant, she'd clashed with her superiors over the pirate island incident. At first, she'd believed her commanders sought to gather strength for a decisive strike, but later uncovered clandestine financial ties between the island and her commanding officers. Enraged, she confronted her chain of command only to be met with hollow excuses, indifference to truth, and utter disregard for civilian lives. In that moment, she understood. The East Blue Marines had grown complacent, corruption entrenched, justice eroded. Perhaps elsewhere honor still burned, but hers had dimmed beyond revival. So she resigned. During conversation, the crew learned much to their delight that Chiao possessed exceptional navigation skills. She dismissed it modestly. Naval academies maintain rigorous cartographic training, so while navigators are rare ashore, they are plentiful within the ranks. Moreover, the Navy employed a unique method to rapidly enhance combat prowess designed specifically for this age of piracy. At the mention of accelerated power growth, Lei Kei's interest surged, and Chiao demonstrated the fundamentals, admitting even she had yet to master them fully. Watching her, Lei Kei could only marvel. The Navy truly bred prodigies capable of devising such ingenious paths to martial excellence. Later, they convened to debate routes toward the Grand Line. Shorter paths promised swifter passage but also denser concentrations of marines and pirates. Longer routes offered solitude and scenic splendor. Ultimately, they chose the longer route not only for safety, but to savor the voyage itself. Islands rising like emeralds from cerulean depths, skies ablaze with twilight hues, winds whispering ancient sea songs. In the year 1499 of the ocean calendar, autumn, Lei Ku and his crew had been sailing for over a year since Luo Jie's execution. Their pirate crew had gained some fame in the East Blue, and during this time they had welcomed a new member. Old Dr. Uncle Heigu was once a renowned physician in the area. After retiring, he handed over his clinic to the younger generation. When Lei Ku and his crew invited him, he felt that his old bones could still venture out into the world, so he joined the Hongniu pirate crew against his family's objections. During their voyage in the East Blue, they defeated many pirate crews and marines, and were listed as dangerous individuals by the marines, with all members receiving bounties. Hongniu pirate crew. Captain Hongniu Lei Ku, bounty 50 million berries. Gunslinger Del Airman, bounty 40 million berries. Iron Fist Del Airman, bounty 40 million berries. Black Rose Minao, bounty 25 million berries. Navigator Chelia, bounty 25 million berries. Old Dr. Heigu, bounty 500,000 berries. The Hongniu pirate crew's total bounty was nearly 200 million berries. Hey, Captain Lei Ku, we're about to reach the red line. Once we cross it, we can enter the Grand Line. Awesome! Phew, finally about to set foot in that sea, phew. At this moment, Lei Ku was exercising with a 2-ton barbell. Phew, this barbell feels light now. I'll have to get a heavier one later. After more than a year of sailing, Lei Ku had grown into a qualified captain. His strength had skyrocketed, and he had become more proficient in using his Devil Fruit ability. Not only him, but everyone on the ship had undergone a qualitative improvement in strength through a year of sailing and fighting. Reverse Mountain. Lei Ku and his crew all rushed over, gazing at the towering red line that pierced the clouds, filled with curiosity. Although Chelia had been to the Marine headquarters in the Grand Line to train in the 6 powers, she had taken a Marine-only passage and had never been here before. Soon, the crew made a concerted effort and rode the current of Reverse Mountain up. Crew, once we cross this mountain, we officially enter the Grand Line. Lei Ku shouted. However, just as they were about to descend from the waterway, Lei Ku spotted a small sea beast ahead. Although they had hunted many sea beasts in the East Blue, this one was not so huge. It was insignificant compared to the giant beasts of the East Blue. When the ship got closer, they realized the sea beast was actually a not so large whale, and there was still a channel beside it, so they did not drive it away. Del Airman quickly changed the ship's course to avoid collision, then sailed out from a side channel. Seeing they were out of danger, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, they did not understand why this whale was here, and its head was covered in scars. Hey, look over there. There's an old man lying on a chair, just like Uncle Heidu, who usually likes to lie down and read books and newspapers. They all followed Lei Ku's gaze, as his eyesight was exceptionally sharp and he always noticed something unusual. They docked the ship nearby and went down to greet the old man. Approaching, they saw the old man wearing a small green hat, a red vest, and baggy shorts, leisurely reading a newspaper. Uncle, why are you here alone? After talking with the old man, they learned his name was Kuluo Kasi, the keeper of the lighthouse here. As for the whale, its name was Lobu, waiting here for a promise, awaiting a pirate ship called the Luombo pirate crew. This story deeply moved Lei Ku and his crew, especially Uncle Heigu, who said that at his age, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. It seemed that his decision to go to sea was absolutely right. Because they were similar in age, Uncle Heigu and Uncle Kuluo Kasi soon struck up a conversation, while Lei Ku and the others looked sympathetically at the whale. Afterward, they returned to the ship and continued sailing. Uncle Heigu told the others that this old man had also been a doctor, and a highly skilled one at that. Lei Ku and the others could actually tell from the old man's eyes that he was no ordinary keeper. He seemed to have experienced many storms and hardships. Before leaving, they took out the log post that the old man had given them. Although Chioya originally had one, they later discovered it was damaged. However, the old man told them he had several more, so giving them one was no problem, especially since they looked like a rookie pirate crew that knew nothing. This log post needed to record for several hours or days at each island, but in the Grand Line, the most reliable thing was the direction of the log post. They also learned the name of the next stop, Whiskey Peak Town. They planned to dock there to replenish supplies and record the log posts. Soon they arrived, but this was not an ordinary town. It was a gathering place for bounty hunters who preyed on rookie pirates entering the Grand Line from the East Blue. Just as someone was about to make a move, a nearby person grabbed him. "Hey, you idiot, don't you see who's coming? That's the Arlong pirate crew from the East Blue. Their total bounty is nearly 200 million. How can a few of us beat them? Let's go back and gather more people." Lei Ku and his crew were still buying supplies and necessities for sailing, completely unaware of this. Lei Ku was planning to buy an even larger barbell, as his strength had outgrown the current one. After a day, they finished replenishing supplies and returned to the ship, ready to leave once the log post finished recording. Night fell. Unknown to the crew on the ship, over 200 bounty hunters had gathered in Whiskey Peak Town. They planned to hunt them down together and split the bounty. Just as they were quietly sneaking out of town toward the ship, Lei Ku on the ship detected them. After a glance, he realized there were over 200 bounty hunters. With no choice, he informed the airman and prepared to deal with them alone. He then disembarked and walked alone toward the group. The bounty hunters were startled to see someone coming down from the ship, but soon relaxed, thinking the man was just going to the town for a drink. "Hey, friends hiding in the shadows, don't bother. I'm Lei Ku, captain of the Arlong pirate crew. I'll give you a piece of advice before we start. Leave now, or you'll be responsible for your own lives." However, no one left. These people, who lived off bounties, had long since cast aside life and death. Attack! With a dense volley of gunfire, the bounty hunters attacked. Lei Ku sighed, and the next moment, he vanished from the spot, charging at the bounty hunters with incredible speed. "Kill him!" Lei Ku thrust his blade directly into the opponent's heart. He showed no mercy to those who sought his life. Several more hunters charged at him. Lei Ku sidestepped with a slight shift, dodging their assault, then delivered a swift kick that sent the would-be ambusher flying, slamming him into the wall with crushing force. Yet these bounty hunters were desperate outlaws, unafraid, encircling him like a pack of hyenas. Lei Ku let out a cold laugh. The power in his legs erupted, cracking the ground beneath him. He moved like a colossal scythe, leaving no survivors in his wake. After half an hour of battle, all 200 bounty hunters were annihilated. Lei Ku hadn't even used his Devil Fruit ability, a testament to the fruits of his year-long training. Lei Ku returned to the ship to find his crew awake, leaning against the railing and watching him. A warmth filled his heart, knowing they were worried about his safety. He told his companions to go back to sleep. After showering, he resumed the night watch while intensifying his training. The next morning, the log post finally recorded the island's magnetic field, and they prepared to set sail for the next island. 10 days later, they arrived at a sea area where the island they sought lay ahead. Suddenly, the ship began to shake. Something was approaching from beneath the water. The crew quickly turned the vessel, and Lei Ku transformed into a giant bird to investigate. As Lei Ku scouted, the creature revealed itself a colossal goldfish with a massive mouth capable of swallowing the entire ship. Seeing the danger, Lei Ku acted as bait. When the beast leaped out of the water, mouth agape to devour him, he delivered a powerful kick. The sheer force knocked the goldfish unconscious. The crew gazed at the sea beast, reflecting that since entering the Grand Line, they had encountered many such creatures stronger and more cunning than those of the East Blue. They carved a portion of the goldfish's meat to store on the ship, then docked at the island. Upon arriving, they spotted a volcano in the distance, hoping it would not erupt. Lei Ku decided to explore, while Mina sought new herbs, accompanied by her protector Dao Erman. The remaining 3 Uncle Hego, who wanted to read, Abam, who had to prepare ingredients, and Xiaoya, who needed to chart the nautical map stayed behind. Wow, the vegetation here is so tall, completely different from other islands, Lei Ku marveled. Minao was ecstatic so many unfamiliar plants could yield various medicinal powders. She began picking tirelessly, while Dao Erman eagerly followed behind, carrying the herbs. Suddenly, Lei Ku sensed something amiss. He drew his blade and unleashed a slash, cleaving a massive tree in half, revealing a giant beast hiding behind it. It was a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it had already perished from Lei Ku's slash. What kind of island is this? Even dinosaurs exist here. Could it be a dinosaur island? As the 3 ventured deeper, they confirmed it was indeed a dinosaur island, teeming with gigantic brachiosauruses, triceratops, and even pterosaurs flying overhead truly astonishing. Come look, these seem like human footprints, Lei Ku noticed. Could there be ancient primitive people here? Could it be the giant tribe? I've heard legends of a giant kingdom, where all people are enormous and wars are endless, Dao Erman said. Yes, I recall hearing about a pirate crew composed entirely of giants that once roamed the seas, unstoppable. Just then, a chill ran down their spines. Turning around, they saw a giant python over 50 meters long staring at them. They immediately fled. Fighting it. Ridiculous, a 50-meter behemoth would swallow them whole without a second thought. The python had initially ignored the three ants, but their flight sparked its hunting instinct. Its massive body slithered rapidly across the ground. Trees crashed to either side in its path. Despite its enormous size, it was incredibly agile. Just as the three were about to be devoured and forced to fight, a giant axe, over 10 meters long, flew from the sky, cleaving the python's head clean off. It was hard to believe such a colossal serpent had been split in two. Before they could react, a massive shadow loomed over them. Looking up, they saw a stout giant wearing a horned helmet squatting before them, studying them. Despite his immense size, the giant had approached without a sound. And to kill such a serpent with a single strike, his strength was unimaginable. Before they could recover from the shock, another giant appeared behind them, holding a greatsword in one hand and the neck of the brachiosaurus they had just seen in the other. Ha 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 ha, don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. I am Brokey from the giant tribe, and he is Dory from the giant tribe. Are you pirates sailing the seas? The three nodded. Ah, then you're in for some bad luck. The log post here takes at least a year to record. A year? They were stunned. Though they knew some islands took long to record, they never imagined this one would require a full year. Yes, because this island is the ancient island. The magnetic field underground is strong, so it takes longer. Most merchant ships or pirate crews either take a detour or buy a permanent eternal post to Alabasta from another island. I see. Thank you for the warning. But why are you here? Why don't you return to your homeland? We have a reason. We are the captains of the giant warrior pirates. Over 70 years ago, we came here to settle which of us is the strongest giant. After all these years, we still haven't decided. That's right. But we giants have our honor. We must determine the victor before we can leave. Lei Ku and his companions deeply admired the two giants. He then called the other three crew members to join them, eating dinosaur and python meat, drinking wine, and chatting with the two giant brothers. Given the long recording time, they decided to stay for a week and then buy a permanent eternal post from another island. They would head directly to Alabasta. During that week, everyone kept busy with their own tasks, while Dory and Brokey dueled every day. The duels between the two powerful giants left the spectators in awe. Lei Ku even sought their advice on combat techniques. The giants generously taught him and even demonstrated their ultimate technique, Bagu, Hakoku. However, all feasts must come to an end. A week later, the group reluctantly bid farewell to the two, promising to return and share a drink with them if they ever had the chance. Brother Dongli, Brother Bilogi, when I return, I'll bring you the strongest liquor. Lei Ku stood on the ship, bidding farewell to the two giant captains. After seeing Lei Ku and his companions off, the two giants once again fell into their contest of strength. Phew, the experience imparted by the two giant brothers is truly reliable. I must learn from them and become as strong as they are as soon as possible. Then Lei Ku began to lift the weighted barbell. It was still quite heavy, as it weighed 4 tons. He gritted his teeth and persisted, knowing that only through such effort could he constantly grow stronger. Afterwards, Lei Ku continuously practiced his swordsmanship while recalling the Bagua technique demonstrated by the two giant brothers. He hoped to comprehend it, integrate it with his own sword skills, and truly master it. As the ship sailed, the group returned along the same route and purchased a permanent log post pointing to Alabasta on an island. This way they could avoid having to record the climate for a year on Little Garden. Look, it's snowing. Chiao, gazing at the sky, called everyone over. After all, in the Grand Line, any weather was not surprising. Then they saw a small island in the distance, entirely covered in ice and snow, with several towering snow-capped peaks. Hey, there's an island over there. Let's go take a look and record it. Chiao said, looking into the distance. Upon arriving at the island, they learned from the locals that it was a country called Drum Kingdom, a renowned medical nation. Under the rule of the old king, the people lived a good life. But recently, I heard that the old king's health is failing, and his heir Wappo is a lawless fellow. I hope he can change and become a good king. Lei Ku and his group planned to rest for a few days in this country and replenish their supplies. Uncle H, on the other hand, was very interested in this place. The medical technology here was more advanced than his family's clinic, and he frequently sought out doctors to exchange knowledge. The group was pleased to see Uncle H so engaged, finally away from his newspapers and books. However, since they had to continue to the kingdom of Alabasta, they didn't plan to stay long and prepared to depart. When leaving, they noticed that Uncle H had made a few friends and had agreed to discuss medicine again next time, though when that would be was uncertain. The group set sail again and finally arrived near the waters of the legendary desert kingdom of Alabasta. Hey, look at that! A sea creature that looks like both a fish and a cat. How peculiar! Lei Ku called everyone over. Gazing at the strange creature, they marveled at the vastness of the ocean with its endless wonders. Then they prepared to dock at a nearby port and explore the area thoroughly. They docked at a port and prepared to head to the capital of Alabasta. Wanting to enjoy the scenery along the way, they procured several camels. The endless desert seemed capable of evaporating all moisture from a person's body, yet the group showed no displeasure. Instead, they appeared to be enjoying themselves. However, as they trekked across the desert, the camels suddenly became restless. Lei Ku and the others quickly observed their surroundings and discovered a giant lizard hidden beneath the sand. Lei Ku did not kill it. Instead, he taught it a lesson and then left. Subsequently, they encountered a series of bizarre creatures. Birds that deceived people, man-eating flowers that emerged from the ground, giant crabs running across the desert, and running ducks. These yellow running ducks piqued their interest, and Lei Ku wanted to catch one as a mount. Just as Lei Ku was having a merry time with the duck, he seemed to sense something and looked in a certain direction. There was a young girl sitting on the dock, with a sniper rifle on her back, glaring at Lei Ku with a fierce expression. You damned poachers! Come to steal the running ducks again. Lei Ku quickly tried to explain, but she was too angry to listen. She grabbed the sniper rifle from her back and fired at him. With no other choice, he had to subdue her first before explaining. Lei Ku dashed toward the girl, but she was astonished that he could even dodge her bullets. As Lei Ku was about to reach her, she lightly tapped the duck she was riding, and instantly appeared over 100 meters away. The speed was unbelievable. Since she was still shooting, Lei Ku told his companions to wait, then increased his own speed tenfold, reaching her in just a few seconds. Got you! But the running duck beneath her once again distanced itself at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Even with Lei Ku's excellent vision, he couldn't see how it moved. It felt like teleportation, leaving only a faint afterimage at the spot. With no alternative, to prevent the misunderstanding from deepening, Lei Ku used the power of the bird fruit, flew into the sky, and utilized his superior vision and extreme speed to instantly appear before her. By the time she reacted, it was too late. The girl had been disarmed and restrained by Lei Ku, while the duck had teleported itself 100 meters away. Seeing its owner captured, the duck then rammed Lei Ku at incredible speed. Although the impact was powerful, given Lei Ku's physical constitution, the damage was negligible. Instead, the duck knocked itself unconscious, enraging its owner. You damned poacher! How dare you hoot my Kada? You deserve to die. Lei Ku felt innocent. It was the duck that had rammed him. He called his companions over, told the girl they were not poachers, asked her to calm down, and then slowly released her. The girl quickly checked her mount and found it was only knocked out, relieved. Then she asked suspiciously, Are you really not poachers? Of course not. If we were, would you still be alive? Lei Ku replied. In the end, the misunderstanding was cleared. The girl's name was Lin. She had grown up with her grandfather, and after his passing, she came here to life with a herd of running ducks. However, recently a group of poachers had been targeting the running ducks, which was why she mistook him for a poacher. She then apologized to Lei Ku and his group, but Lei Ku also expressed his apology, as he had indeed been trying to catch a mount. He looked at Kada, who was glaring at him angrily, clearly still upset about what had happened. Lei Ku asked her why Kada could run so fast that it was invisible to the eye. When Kada was little, it ate a special fruit and underwent some mutation. Later we learned that fruit was a legendary devil fruit. This devil fruit is called the speed fruit. It allows the user to instantly reach any place within their line of sight. However, because of it, Kada lost the ability to swim and was rejected by its herd. Thereafter, Lei Ku and his companions prepared to assist Ling in capturing the culprits thanks to Mina's presence among them. Mina withdrew a small vial from her chest, inside which rested a diminutive beetle. She gently placed the beetle upon the ground where the pirate had passed. Trained to track unfamiliar scents, the insect possessed limitations. It faltered over time, and grew unreliable amid overlapping human odors. Ling was utterly astonished by Mina's ability. She had never imagined such a method existed. Soon, the group located the pirate hideout within the desert town, over 40 marauders, their vessel laden with native fauna of Alabasta Kingdom destined for unknown purposes. They swiftly subdued the pirates and delivered them to the local royal army. In gratitude, Ling served as their guide, escorting them across the entire imperial capital of Alabasta. Within the capital, they encountered King Cobra, unpretentious and approachable, warmly greeting citizens without a trace of royal aloofness. The young King Cobra commanded profound respect among his people. His age neither diminished nor diluted his sovereign stature, a true monarch of Alabasta. Before departing for their next destination, Lei Ku and his crew invited Ling to join their voyage. Solitude in the desert held little allure. After careful consideration, Ling accepted their offer. Thus, the Red Bird pirates welcomed 2 new crew members, Ling and Kada. Returning aboard ship, Lei Ku confirmed the log post had completed its recording. They set sail for the next island. Days later, aboard ship, Lei Ku abandoned training to fish, yet when he attempted to ride Kada, the dog refused all but beautiful riders, proving himself a shameless flirt. Undeterred, Lei Ku resolved to catch a large fish, baiting Kada with promise of a sumptuous meal. As the float dipped, Lei Ku reeled in only for the hooked minnow to vanish, swallowed whole by a far larger predator, which in turn summoned a sea king. What began as an ordinary fishing excursion nearly capsized the vessel, yet fortune favored them. The sea king proved no match, falling swiftly beneath Lei Ku's blade. They carved portions of the beast for sustenance, leaving the remainder to nourish the ocean's deeper denizens. The crew feasted gloriously, none could resist, for Dolben's culinary mastery was peerless. At last, swayed by the feast, Kada permitted Lei Ku a brief ride, then promptly dumped him onto the deck, igniting peals of laughter from all. Sated and refreshed, Lei Ku resumed training in the gym. 4-ton barbells now felt familiar. Soon, he would increase the weight. Yet as the weights grew heavier, so too did their bulk, until the gym strained to contain them. A larger vessel would soon be essential. Alas, such a ship demanded exorbitant cost and required specialized shipyards. Lei Ku possessed neither funds nor knowledge of where such yards lay. Having completed his daily regimen, Lei Ku headed to the deck to practice swordsmanship, only to be summoned by Chuya, who had sighted an island requiring log post calibration. With no choice, they anchored ashore to await the log post's completion, a swift process on this modest isle. Yet just as recording neared its end, a marine warship emerged on the horizon. A slender marine officer stood atop the warship, flanked by ranks of sailors, evidently having arrived here by chance. Let us hope no conflict arises. Admiral Kazan, that vessel appears to be a pirate ship. Shall we apprehend them? Indeed, pirates must be captured lest they endanger civilians. First, however, identify the crew's name. Understood, Admiral Kazan. Meanwhile, Lei Ku gathered his crew, urging caution. The marine's grim, battle-hardened expression signaled imminent combat. Their hearts sank. None desired confrontation with the marines, yet dealings with world government agents followed different rules entirely. Each encounter with world government vessels ended in plunder, explaining why their bounties soared so rapidly. Senior Sister Chuya, how much longer until calibration finishes? Almost done, 5 minutes at most. Chuya glanced toward the warship and paled. What's wrong, Senior Sister Chuya? That is Admiral Kazan, the Aokiji disciple of hero garb, dubbed the monster within the navy. Lei Ku frowned. Such renown was never unearned. Kazan's reputation bespoke formidable power. This grows difficult. If battle erupts, I will hold him off. You flee first. I'll rejoin you afterward. No, we cannot abandon you to face him alone. The crew cried, faces etched with worry. But it is the only way. He is the hero's disciple. His men are unmatched. And I can fly. If overwhelmed, I shall escape. Fear not. Meanwhile, Kazan studied their dossier. Captain Lei Ku, Zone-type Devil Fruit user, bounty of 50 million berries, total crew bounty nearing 200 million, no minor threat. Such a crew must be eradicated before they harm innocents. Yet one crew member was formerly a Marine, trained at headquarters. Kuzan puzzled. Marines trained at headquarters were paragons of justice. How could one fall to piracy? Halt the ship, I shall go ask myself. Admiral, is it safe to go alone? I assure you I will safeguard my own life. Captain Lei Ku, why has the Marine Admiral approached alone in a small boat? Lei Ku watched the Admiral row steadily closer, withholding action to observe his intent. Senior Sister Chiyoya, I have come to ask, why did you forsake the Marines? Has your sense of justice faded? Kuzan asked directly. Admiral Kuzan, I know your name, your strength. My justice remains unshaken, ever present, yet the Marines themselves are not wholly just. Darkness dwells within them too. Thus I left the Navy, but I remain who I am. My justice has not been lost. So this is your answer? Yes. Kuzan fell silent, then spoke quietly. Since you have chosen this path, forgive me. You and your crew will be arrested. You go ahead, I'll hold him off. Lei Ku declared. Oh dear, how could a Marine allow you to escape? Kuzan remarked, then leapt effortlessly from the small boat, poised to strike Lei Ku and his crew. But Lei Ku descended from the vessel in an instant, meeting the opponent head-on. Their fists collided, each felt the staggering power radiating from the other. No wonder he stopped a Marine monster. The sheer magnitude of his strength is terrifying, Lei Ku mused inwardly. Meanwhile, a Marine warship approached the fleeing pirate crew, readying its cannons, but its commanding officer halted the barrage. After all, a rear admiral was still engaged on site. Accidental injury would be disastrous. The ship drew near instead, intent on capturing the pirate captain. Oh dear, so this is the 500 million belly bounty pirate. Far more formidable than most I've encountered. It's truly an honor to receive praise from the disciple of the hero Garp. No wonder you're called a monster. They clashed fiercely, blow after blow, landing flesh to flesh. Yet Lei Ku bore more impacts. His opponent had undergone rigorous, formal training. Shiv! Kuzan vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Lei Ku. Finger gun! Tekai! Lei Ku countered the devastating strike with Tekai, absorbing the full force. Kuzan frowned slightly. You know the 6 powers. If you learned them from Joya, you're no ordinary pirate. Your Tekai rivals that of a typical rear admiral. Lei Ku felt a dull ache where he'd been struck moments earlier. Had he not used Tekai, he would surely have sustained grave injury. Merely luck I happened upon them. Your navy certainly excels at crafting formidable techniques. And that blow truly extraordinary. I must take this seriously now. Lei Ku unsheathed the long sword at his waist, eyes locked on his adversary. Seeing the weapon drawn, Kuzan summoned his Devil Fruit ability, forging an elegant ice blade. They exchanged blows, the ice blade astonishingly resilient, refusing to shatter despite repeated strikes. Though Lei Ku moved with exceptional speed, his motions seemed eerily anticipated, every attack deflected, every opening sealed. Rokushaku Hai Omo. Spear-like ice shards crystallized instantly around Kuzan and launched toward Lei Ku. He evaded frantically until finally unleashing Hikuzen to disperse the assault. So you're a swordsman after all. I underestimated you, Crimson Bird Lei Ku. Thief! I knew you were monstrous but never imagined such overwhelming might. Still, I remain convinced I won't end up behind bars today. Lei Ku lowered his center of gravity, channeling explosive power from his legs, propelling himself forward at speeds several times greater than before. His masterful swordsmanship forced even this Marine rear admiral into cautious defense. Their duel reached fever pitch just as the Marines reached shore, stunned into silence by the spectacle. Impossible! He's trading blows evenly with Rear Admiral Kuzan, yet pirates worth over 100 million belly fall within mere exchanges. A senior officer stood deep in thought. This pirate defied precedent, immense power, yet surprisingly modest bounty. Rear Admiral Kuzan, though I cannot fathom how you perceive my attacks, my speed has surged beyond your capacity to parry. Won't you unleash your full strength? Kuzan wove ice shields around himself, intercepting Lei Ku's onslaught. His Kanbanshiku Haki allowed him to anticipate motion, but could not shield against every strike. Still too weak. Were it Garp himself, he'd face no such strain. Clearly, I must sink more warships and scale higher mountains. Humph, Crimson Bird Lei Ku, you cannot sustain such intensity forever. Once your pace falters, resistance will vanish. Rest assured I shall defeat you before that moment arrives. Yet though he spoke boldly, doubt gnawed at Lei Ku. He sensed Kuzan had yet to reveal his true power. He needed to escalate further. Lei Ku unleashed a torrent of relentless assaults, finally exploiting a subtle vulnerability. Targeted key. His blade pierced toward the precise spot beneath Kuzan's sternum. A single successful strike would seal victory. To Lei Ku's astonishment, the blade struck true, hurling Kuzan violently backward. Yet there was no sensation of penetration. Instead, his sword shattered upon impact. A human body, unarmored, had pulverized a blade forged for elite swordsmanship. How is this possible? Lei Ku stared at the broken hilt, disbelief etched across his face. Kuzan hadn't used Tekai. Was this some new marine defensive technique? Absorbed in the aftermath of combat, Lei Ku failed to notice the marines encircling him, while Kuzan slowly rose from the distance. Oh dear, what a fearsome sword technique! Without armament Haki, I'd surely be dead. You are indeed perilous. Armament Haki. Lei Ku whispered. So that was the name of the power that had blocked his track. His unease deepened. Kuzan advanced calmly, unhurried, unbroken. Undeterred, Lei Ku activated his Tori Tori no Mi, transforming into a blazing crimson bird soaring skyward. Fire upon him! Marines roared orders, but Lei Ku ignored them entirely. His objective had been achieved. Prolonging the fight served no purpose. Oh dear, you intend to flee just like that? That would leave me utterly humiliated. I mustn't disgrace my master. Moonwalk. Shave. To Lei Ku's shock, Kuzan ascended by stepping midair, left foot onto right, then flickered sideways with blinding velocity. Lei Ku had no choice but to confront him midair. Apologies, Marines, but the skies belong to me. In the next instant, Lei Ku surged forward at accelerated speed. Though Kuzan possessed aerial mobility, his agility paled beside his terrestrial prowess. A 2-meter-long crimson avian streaked toward Kuzan below. Marines cried out in alarm for their rear admiral. Yet Kuzan remained unerringly composed. Countless ice spears erupted toward Lei Ku only to splinter upon impact. As the bird closed in, he enveloped his entire body in armament Haki. He encased himself in ice, yet Lei Ku's devastating kick shattered the frozen shell as if it were glass. The blow struck Kuzan's hardened form directly. Blood erupted from his mouth. The injury was severe. Yet Kuzan retained chilling composure, sparking dread in Lei Ku. In the next breath, he seized Lei Ku's ankle midair. My apologies, Crimson Bird. Lei Ku, you've lost. Coughing of ice. Instantly, frost locked Lei Ku's foot, then spread with terrifying speed, encasing his entire body in glacial crystal. Kuzan hurled him downward with brutal force, then descended serenely from the sky. Encased in ice, Lei Ku plummeted earthward at breakneck velocity. Brilliant! Rear Admiral Kuzan has won. The pirate will crumble to dust. Yet at the very instant Lei Ku struck ground, the ice dissolved, revealing a flaming avian figure that veered sharply upward and vanished into the horizon. Kuzan's brow furrowed. He hadn't anticipated the Tori Tori no Mi's pyrokinetic capability or the instantaneous directional shift post-thaw. Such reflexes were truly extraordinary. Kuzan landed, wiped blood from his lip, and ordered his subordinates aboard ship to pursue the Crimson Bird pirates. Lei Ku, meanwhile, trembled not from fear, but from sheer physical toll. Had he not ignited his body's latent flame at the final moment, he would have shattered upon impact, ending his life irrevocably. No wonder he is the disciple of the legendary hero Garp. His strength is wholly deserved. Yet Lei Ku's immediate priority was evasion. Kuzan would not relent. Lei Ku soared through the sky and finally spotted their vessel upon the vast ocean. He descended slowly onto the deck, and as he reined in his power, his entire body burst into flames. He knew the fire was healing his wounds. His companions hurried over to assess his condition. Seeing the unquenchable blaze engulfing him, they realized just how gravely injured he truly was. Lei Ku urged everyone to flee immediately. Their small boat stood no chance against a warship speed. The enemy would surely give chase. They sailed for 3-4 hours, yet the warship closed in relentlessly. Its cannons unleashed a volley, forcing Lei Ku and his crew to mount an urgent defense. They deflected every incoming shell, but what they did not know was that the sea ahead had already undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Shattered hulls rained down from the sky, baffling the crew, yet the pursuing warship halted instantly upon witnessing this spectacle, abandoning pursuit altogether. Too late, the ocean's currents had already seized their vessel, dragging it inexorably toward the maelstrom's heart. Suddenly, a colossal column of water erupted from the abyssal depths and swelled ever upward, until it pierced the heavens. Their ship, caught in the torrent, was hurled skyward. Their vessel ascended vertically like a celestial elevator. Lei Ku surveyed the ascent with cautious vigilance, having already activated his Tori Tori no Mi ability, ready at any moment to rescue his comrades. After climbing 7 kilometers, their pirate ship emerged above a boundless sea of clouds. Astonishingly, it floated there as if upon water, neither sinking nor drifting, sailing freely in the void. They gazed in awe. Could this truly be 7 kilometers above the earth? At last, Julio murmured that this might be the legendary Sky Island, reachable only by rare updrafts or aerial elevators. Just then, a woman glided toward them atop a slender skiff and introduced the Sky Island in meticulous detail, declaring that those who reached it were blessed with extraordinary fortune. Grateful, the crew passed through the celestial gate and paid passage to the white sea at 10,000 meters, an ethereal realm hailed as the Divine Kingdom, the sacred aerial sanctuary. They marveled at her peculiar skiff, but she departed swiftly, leaving no chance to inquire further. As they explored the Sky Island's wonders, locals spoke of another sacred isle, the Divine Isle, where indigenous tribes waged perpetual wars, only to be punished by heavenly judgment. Legends claimed its treasures were incalculable, a revelation that kindled keen interest among the crew, for what pirate does not covet gold? They decided that Lin, Kada, and Uncle H would remain near the Sky Island to scout for anything unusual. Meanwhile, Lei Ko, the Ermine, Mina, and Julia set course for the Divine Isle, hoping to uncover golden riches. They arrived at the fabled Divine Isle, its ruins crumbling and desolate, like a city abandoned for centuries. Occasionally, native tribesmen watched from the shadows, but so long as no hostility surfaced, the crew chose to ignore them. They pressed deeper into the ruins and soon encountered a colossal serpent, its scales shimmering in alternating bands of azure and ivory. The beast made no move to attack, so they left it undisturbed. Yet as they advanced, more and more tribesmen gathered behind them, their expressions cold and unyielding. Then, from the opposite direction, a squadron of armored soldiers appeared, each bearing delicate wings upon their backs, the unmistakable mark of Sky Islanders. Both factions locked eyes in tense confrontation, trapping Lei Ku's group between them. A divine general stepped forward and declared, "This is the sacred domain of Lord Gong for the Divine One. Strangers, depart at once or face execution." "Nonsense!" retorted a tribesman from behind, voice thunderous. "This is our ancestral homeland. When did it become yours?" As tensions flared, Lei Ku's party sought escape, but it was already too late. Enraged, both sides drew spears and swords in unison. Battle erupted instantly, leaving the crew stranded in the crossfire. With no choice, they joined the fray as a field force, not slaughtering, but subduing foes with precision strikes meant to render them unconscious. The two armies clashed fiercely until both lay vanquished upon the field. Only Lei Ku's group remained unscathed. Surveying the carnage, they resolved to press onward. Soon they reached the ruined city's heart, and sure enough, the Sky Islanders' tales proved true. Ancient vessels and artifacts gleamed everywhere, crafted entirely of pure gold. At the summit stood a colossal bell, also forged of gold. Yet they showed restraint, taking only smaller treasures, leaving the monumental bell untouched as a landmark of the city. Each of the 5 shouldered heavy sacks of gold, preparing to depart, when suddenly a squadron descended from the heavens, blocking their path. At their fore rode an elderly man astride a monstrous avian mount, clad in gleaming armor and wielding a long spear. "You are no Scipion, then who are you?" "We are merely explorers uninvolved in your conflicts." The elder scrutinized them and their bulging sacks before commanding, "Open them. We shall inspect their contents." With no recourse, Lei Ku and his companions braced for battle. Gold was never surrendered without resistance. Slowly, Lei Ku unfastened his sack, revealing its glittering hoard. The elder's stern expression softened slightly. Word had already reached him of this group's triumph over soldiers and tribesmen alike. Recognizing their formidable strength, he deemed caution prudent, yet seeing only raw gold, not sacred relics, he ultimately waved them onward. Stunned, the crew exchanged bewildered glances. Did these people truly fail to recognize gold? Or was it so commonplace here as to hold no value? Respecting the elder's directive, they withdrew from the ruined city and returned to their ship. The first act aboard was to verify the gold's authenticity, and indeed, it was real. Overjoyed, they laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Never had fortune smiled so easily. This windfall surpassed all expectation. Meanwhile, Uncle H and the others had also prospered, bartering with locals for a wealth of goods. Among them, voice clams, impact clams, sound clams, light clams, water clams, audiovisual clams, flame clams, wind clams, and cloud clams. Fascinated, they played with these wondrous shells, astonished that the Sky Island harbored such marvels. Truly, this expedition had yielded unparalleled bounty. They acquired additional wind clams for departure and captured a colossal octopus from the Cloud Sea, harnessing its adhesive tentacles to secure their vessel. Guided by the Wind Clan's propulsive force, they descended gently from the heavens, no fear of sudden plummet. Lei Ku announced their next destination, the City of Seven Waters, to purchase a grander vessel and launch bolder adventures. The group sailed across the boundless ocean. When Uncle H summoned them over the newspapers he had subscribed to had been delivered by the seagulls. The newspaper carried two latest events from the wider route. One was the battle between the great pirate Molia and the four emperors Kaido in a land called Hazi country. The other was the arrest of Baylight, a former member of a pirate crew, by the navy. After a month of sailing, they arrived at the fabled Chishui city, a veritable metropolis upon the water. Yet, upon their arrival, a momentous incident had occurred. The navy had put on trial the shipwright Tangmu, who had built the ship for the Roger Pirates. However, for some reason, his sentence was extended to 10 years. This filled Lei Ku and his companions with regret, for he was the one who had built a vessel for the pirate King Roger, a ship that was the only one to have ever reached the Fudo. They could do nothing but first head to a shop to exchange their gold for money, and then visit some renowned shipyards to commission a vessel. Lei Ku and his party entered a gold shop. The owner sized them up, noting their attire and the large bundle strapped to their backs. He thought to himself that this must be yet another desperate citizen come to sell off family heirlooms. How tiresome did they not see where they were? This was already the 6th time this month, and it was only the 3rd day. The reason so many came was that, with the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, much timber and steel could no longer be delivered to Chishui City. Many small shipyards had gone bankrupt, only a few with substantial resources still held on, but they could not last long under such strain. The entire Chishui City was in crisis. Had it not been for Tangmu's promise to resolve the predicament, he would likely have been executed already. Boss, are you open for business or not? Lei Ku spoke. We only accept gold. Any old furniture or junk, take it to the dump, they'll take it. Boss, you're being strange. If you didn't accept gold, why would we come here? He then pulled out a bundle of gold vessels and set them on the counter. True to his nature, the gold shop owner rushed over at the mere sound of the metal, examining the quality of the gold. The owner was utterly captivated by the golden vessels. He had struck it rich so much gold, and the others behind him carried another bundle. Indeed, this time Lei Ku and his companions had brought only 2 of the 5 bundles of gold to exchange. The owner hastily served tea to his distinguished guests, but Lei Ku declined, urging him to appraise the gold quickly. If the price was unsatisfactory, they would move on to the next shop. After a round of bargaining, the 2 large bundles of gold vessels fetched a staggering 400 million berries. Both sides were delighted, one amazed at how much the gold was worth, the other convinced he had made a killing. As for the origin of the gold, the owner could not care less. He was only interested in the tangible profit. Lei Ku and his crew then set out with their fortune to find a shipyard capable of building a fine pirate vessel. They eventually succeeded, locating the largest shipyard in Chishui City. There was one catch. This shipyard had some cooperation with the navy. However, after Lei Ku's persuasive speech, they agreed to claim the vessel was a merchant ship, and since pirates were rampant, they insisted on equipping it with robust defenses and cannons. The owner naturally agreed. This was a massive order worth 300 million berries. Although timber and steel were scarce, they could scrape together enough to build the ship. Afterward, the group split up to explore the city. Though prosperous, beggars could still be seen here and there. The Great Pirate Era had clearly taken its toll on them. Yet Lei Ku wanted to see the man who had built the Pirate King's ship Tangmu. Here was someone who had interacted with the Pirate King Roger himself. Thanks to his fame, Lei Ku found him quickly. Tangmu was a bullhorn fisherman, accompanied by 2 youths, one with purple hair, the other with blue. The 2 looked at Lei Ku warily, while their teacher Tangmu shielded them behind him, speaking calmly. You are a pirate, aren't you? Yes, mister. Tangmu, but I mean no harm. I only came to see what kind of person could build a ship for the Pirate King. If possible, I would like to hear you tell me what kind of man the Pirate King was. Hearing this, Tangmu relaxed his guard, as if a floodgate had opened. He began to recount his understanding of the Pirate King Roger to Lei Ku. Lei Ku could sense that this shipwright truly admired Roger from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, he was now planning to build the sea train to save Chishui City. After more than 2 hours of conversation, Lei Ku bid them farewell, telling them that he was having a ship built and hoped they could inspect it once it was finished. The blue-haired youth was especially excited. Most pirate ships were combat vessels, and he was very interested in designing combat ships. Lei Ku thanked him and hoped that this young man named Flunky would offer his advice when the time came. Flunky readily agreed, leaving his teacher Tongmu somewhat exasperated, though his eyes revealed affection for the two apprentices, as if they were his own children. During the following month, Lei Ku and his crew stayed in Chishui City. They kept a low profile, as the Navy occasionally appeared here. In that month, they also recruited a shipwright as a companion. He had originally owned a small shipyard with his brother, but due to the surge of pirates, their business failed. To keep his family from starving, he went to work for Tongmu. Through daily interactions, he met Lei Ku, and they shared a fascination with the pirate King Roger's exploits. Lei Ku then invited them to join the crew. Though both brothers longed for adventure, they had family to care for. In the end, the elder brother encouraged the younger to set sail, promising to take care of the family. Thus, the younger brother, Kalyo, became one of them. Lei Ku also left a sum of money for the elder brother, as times were hard and some financial cushion was needed. A month later, a massive ship stood before Lei Ku. The shipyard owner successfully delivered the vessel. Lei Ku then sailed it away and hoisted his own flag. He named the ship Blazing Firebird. Afterward, Kalyo and Flunky thoroughly inspected the ship, finding the craftsmanship commendable. Flunky then installed some weapons of his own design on the ship. Lei Ku did not stop him, for it was a pleasure to help a young man realize his dream with a ship. Thank you, Mr. Lei Ku. This is the first time I've been in charge of creating weapons for such a large ship. Flunky, don't worry. When you grow up, I believe you will build the most famous ships in the world, making your name alongside Tongmu and Isibogo in Chishui City. Mr. Lei Ku, thank you for your blessing. I will definitely work hard. Let's meet again in the future. Set sail. Lei Ku and his crew departed on a ship more than 10 times larger than their previous one, continuing their journey to traverse the entire vital route. In the year 1500 of the Grand Line calendar, nearly 2 years had passed since Lei Ku and his crew set sail. During this time, they had repeatedly defeated rival pirate crews and evaded pursuit by the Marines. They had now become one of the most renowned pirate crews in the first half of the Grand Line. Their bounties had soared to heights far beyond those of ordinary pirates, especially Lei Ku's, rumored to owe much to Admiral Kuzan of the Marines. The Redbird Pirates' latest bounties: Captain Redbird Lei Ku 300 million belly, Quick Draw Dealman 180 million belly, Iron Fist Dorban 140 million belly, Black Rose Mina 100 million belly, Navigator Chiao 80 million belly, Sniper Lin 80 million belly, Shipwright Crow 20 million belly, Dr. HR million belly, Pet Duck 100 belly. Meanwhile, Lei Ku continued rigorously training his body. His recent duel with Kuzan had left him severely outmatched. Had it not been for the mobility granted by his devil fruit, he would have been captured on the spot. Now, lifting a 10-ton barbell posed no challenge whatsoever. He relentlessly honed his physical strength, pounding an exceptionally thick steel plate day after day, replacing it with a new one each month. His strength had grown immeasurably beyond what it once was. Daily, he practiced swordsmanship, refining fundamentals, mastering techniques, yet still lacked a worthy blade. For now, he wielded only an ordinary sword. And after months of relentless discipline, he had finally begun to sense the threshold of observation Haki and armament Haki. Only recently had he learned that when a warrior's power reaches a certain apex, Haki awakens a latent force inherent in all living beings. Observation Haki heightens the 5 senses, allowing one to perceive nearby presences and imminent danger. It proved invaluable in combat, as during his battle with Kuzan, though Lei Ku's strikes were ferocious, none landed. Armament Haki enhances both offensive power and defensive resilience, even enabling one to strike intangible Logi-type Devil Fruit users. As for Conqueror's Haki, Lei Ku rarely witnessed its manifestation, yet Admiral Kuzan had played no small part in awakening his own awareness of it. He had drawn inspiration from the Admiral himself. Without that spark, mastery of the two Haki might have remained distant dreams. Lei Ku, the fog has rolled in. Lei Ku rushed outside to confirm, and indeed, dense fog had descended, reducing visibility to near zero. To ensure safe navigation, Lei Ku immediately soared toward the crow's nest while ordering Dealman to stand guard on deck and Crow to remain ready to fire cannons at a moment's notice. Such low visibility posed grave peril from every direction, especially beneath the waves, where colossal sea kings often ambushed passing vessels. Suddenly, Lei Ku sensed imminent danger and swiftly warned Dealman. Then, guided purely by instinct, delivered a precise slash toward the threat. Explosions erupted as cannonballs rained down upon them. Crew members burst from below deck. Leiku deflected incoming shells mid-air while issuing rapid commands for defense. He directed Dr. H and Shipwright Crow to return fire toward the source of attack, assigned Navigator Chelya to steer the ship away, and tasked the rest with safeguarding the vessel. Though they strained to intercept each volley, this stalemate could not endure. They needed to break it, and fast. Leiku unleashed his Tori no Mi ability, surging straight toward the enemy's position. Though vision blurred in the mist, his avian physiology granted him faint but vital sight. With nascent observation Haki, he effortlessly dodged every incoming shell. Upon landing, the enemy pirates panicked, desperate to bring down the colossal bird. His transformed form had swelled from 2 meters to roughly 6, towering, immense, and awe-inspiring. A gentle flap of his wings sent over a dozen pirates tumbling into the sea. Then he ascended high before plunging downward at blinding speed. The impact tore a massive gash through the enemy ship. Panic seized the pirates as they scrambled wildly across the deck. Then Leiku sensed a wisp of mist surging toward him. He dodged, but the assailant seemed omnipresent, reappearing instantly behind him to fire a shot from a flintlock pistol. Though the wound stung, Leiku remained vigilant. As crimson flames ignited across his body, his injury began to mend steadily. He deduced the attacker must be a Logi-type Devil Fruit user, yet eliminating such a foe would prove exceedingly difficult. Leiku launched skyward, feigning another assault on the enemy vessel, luring the opponent into striking again. He knew no pirate would idly watch their ship be destroyed. True to expectation, the moment Leiku ascended, the enemy lunged forward. Leiku deactivated his fruit ability. The enemy, elated, assumed his attack had succeeded and drew 2 daggers to stab Leiku. Though airborne, Leiku maintained constant observation Haki, and the instant the blades flashed forth, he countered with armament Haki to block the strike. Then, encasing his hands in hardened armament Haki, he seized the attacker and slammed him violently into the deck. With Leiku's current strength, gripping the foe's corporeal form meant instant, crushing unconsciousness. The fog began to dissipate. Surrounding pirates closed in, determined to subdue Leiku and rescue their captain. But against Leiku's present might, these minor pirates stood no chance. Numbers alone offered no advantage. Before Leiku could act, gunshots rang out, felling several pirates instantly. Ling and Dailman had intervened. Though both were sharpshooters, Dailman held decisive superiority at close range. The pirates plunged into utter disarray, unaware that Leiku's ship had already drawn alongside theirs. Iron Fist Dorban descended like a thunderbolt, sending pirates flying in all directions with sheer impact. Wherever Black Rose Mina moved, foes collapsed without resistance. Meanwhile, Navigator Chelya rode atop her staff, knocking down pirates one by one with playful ease. After the chaotic skirmish, the surviving pirates were gathered, and from their captain, Leiku learned he possessed the Mumu no Mi, granting control over mist. Using his fruit's power, he had plundered merchant vessels and pirate ships alike, claiming countless lives in the process. Leiku and his crew listened in silence, then methodically seized all cargo and treasure from the enemy vessel, casting upon its crew one final, cold glance. Fire cannons! At Leiku's command, the Leawafinio roared to life, cannon fire erupting in unison, thunderous explosions tearing the air as the infamous pirate crew and their ship sank together into the abyssal sea. Yet such scenes had long since become routine for Leiku and his crew. Since setting sail, they encountered pirates daily, some wary of their fearsome reputation, others eager to test their mettle. But victory, without exception, always belonged to them. This is the world of pirates, a realm of survival where it's kill or be killed, all for oneself. Yet, Rake and his crew still held on to some semblance of principles. They never harmed civilians. If the Marines left them alone, they would not provoke them. As for other pirates, fear of their reputation kept them at bay. However, they showed no mercy to their enemies except for one, the ships of government agents. Whenever they spotted one, they would never fail to seize it. This was the very reason behind Rake's rapidly rising bounty and notoriety. Captain Rake, I've spotted a world government vessel ahead. Shall we hit them? Crow said excitedly. Though he had only recently joined, he had taken to this pirate life with relish. Especially since the world government's agents had earned no good reputation in Water 7. Unlike the Marines, they were brutal and would stop at nothing to complete their missions. Of course. Notify the crew, prepare for action. Aye, Captain. We've long had enough of those agents. On the other side, the world government agents also spotted Rick's ship. Yet they paid it little mind, for although pirates were numerous, few dared to attack a government vessel. "Captain, we have a problem." A panicked agent rushed over. "What's the matter?" "It's just a pirate ship. Why are you so frightened?" "A bunch of small-time scoundrels." "But sir, I've just identified them as the Redbird Pirates, the ones who specifically target government ships." With a sharp motion, the agent captain grabbed his telescope to check the Jolly Roger. It was indeed that infamous Redbird Pirates. Damn it, why did we have to run into them? He hadn't looked closely earlier and had been careless. "Notify the nearest Marines immediately for reinforcements. Those maniacs come at us like rabid dogs. Prepare to fire." But before they could react, Rick's crew had already struck. The roar of cannons filled the air as dozens of shells rained down on the government ship. A thunderous explosion. The world government agents scrambled across the deck. One of the shells had hit their vessel, and they needed to make emergency repairs. Simultaneously, the government ship returned fire, but Rick's crew intercepted the shots. Dolman and Ling detonated the incoming shells mid-air with their bullets. It was hard to fathom the level of their marksmanship. They moved with incredible speed, almost as if they were competing. Meanwhile, Rick took to the sky using his Devil Fruit ability, preparing to strike the enemy. Though the agents spotted him, he was too high for their guns and cannons to reach. They could only watch helplessly as Rick soared above their heads and swooped down. "Everyone, be careful. He's coming down from the sky." But before they could react, a tremendous impact struck the ship, nearly capsizing it from the force. Fortunately, the vessel's weight was substantial, or that single blow would have overturned it. Rick landed directly on the deck and deactivated his fruit ability. The agents charged at Rick. He drew his long blade from his waist and began to engage them in combat. The agents wielded their own swords, attacking Rick, but he dispatched them with ease. In this manner, a single-man Rick surrounded several hundred world government agents. The former captain had long been felled by Ling's sniper shot from afar. Ling, half-crouched in the crow's nest, picked off world government agents one by one. In less than 10 minutes, an entire ship of world government agents was routed by Rick's crew. Then they plundered the government vessel thoroughly. Hey, this is Marine Vessel 776. We are heading your way. What's the situation?" "Situation's fine. No need to come." Rick picked up the Dan Denmashi and replied. The tone instantly told the other party something was wrong. "Pirates, you dare attack the world government." Rick hung up directly, then returned to his own ship and departed. This was their long-standing tactic: leave quickly to shake off Marine pursuit. Even if they encountered a Marine ship on the way, it would be a single vessel, never a surrounding fleet. As for the Marines' buster call, it was useless against Rick's crew. They randomly selected a world government ship to attack, making it impossible to pinpoint their location. This infuriated the government, and they ordered the Marines to capture them. However, the Marines were currently embroiled in their own troubles and had no time to deal with Rick. They had recently received intelligence that someone was investigating the events of the blank century. The world government dispatched a large number of Marines to handle this matter, taking it extremely seriously. 3 Marine Vice Admirals, all elite of the elite, were sent. Vice Admiral Kazan, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, 2 men called Monsters, and Vice Admiral Sol from the Giant Tribe. Clearly, the world government feared someone investigating the history of the blank century far more than pirate attacks on government ships. They intended to bury that history completely, keeping the truth from the world. Nevertheless, Rick and his crew had plundered a massive amount of intelligence from the world government ship, which only confirmed their impression of the government. It included helping certain kings suppress local rebellions and selling weapons to various organizations, revealing how dark the world government could be. Then, among the spoils, they found a devil fruit. It was stored in a box, shaped like a cluster of grapes, its surface covered in intricate patterns. Rick asked everyone if they wanted to eat it. Though it would cause them to be despised by the sea, it would grant them special abilities. The Dolman brothers shook their heads. Uncle H said he was too old to eat such strange things. Crow also declined. Then, he asked the 3 women. Joria, a former Marine, was unwilling to give up her swimming skills, so she refused. Ling felt that Keita was already a dog that couldn't swim, and she would need to rescue him if he fell into the water, so she also refused. Maiana, however, hesitated, lost in thought. Left with no choice, the crew urged Myanna to try eating it. Everyone enjoyed the feeling of opening a mystery box. Finally, Myanna made up her mind and said she wanted to give it a try. The moment Myanna spoke, the others gathered around. Though they wouldn't eat it themselves, they loved watching someone else. Myanna took a small bite of the fruit. The taste of the devil fruit could only be described as disgusting. After Myanna grew accustomed to it, the crew learned the fruit's name. Paramecia type, perfume fruit. This fruit imbues the consumer with an alluring fragrance, enhancing personal charm and enabling them to bewitch certain animals commanding their obedience. Dolmen had already knelt before Mina, utterly entranced by the intoxicating aroma. Mina, however, found the fruit remarkably suited to her. She specialized in researching powders with extraordinary properties, and this would allow her to deploy such compounds over greater distances using insects. Moreover, it amplified charm, a rare and coveted boon for any woman leaving Joya and Lin beside her envious beyond measure. Yet devil fruits were inherently unpredictable. Only those possessing the devil fruit catalog could identify a fruit's power. Others could only hazard guesses based on intuition or observation. Lei Ku's crew sailed across the open sea, bound for the second half of the Grand Line, the fabled New World. There were two known routes to reach it, one through Mary Geos, the sacred stronghold governed by the celestial dragons, the other via the Subdue archipelago, where ships underwent coating before descending through Fisherman Island. As pirates, traversing the celestial dragon's domain was unthinkable, so they set course for Subdue, intending to coat their vessel and proceed through Fisherman Island. Before entering the New World, they meticulously studied its lore. 3 supreme pirate captains ruled there, the so-called emperors of the New World, all former members of the legendary Rocks Pirates. Lei Ku's father, Rido, had also served on the Rocks. It was said that the once unrivaled Rocks Pirates had been shattered by the combined might of Vice Admiral Garp and the Roger Pirates. Each emperor commanded vast territories and wielded formidable power strong enough to stand defiantly against the Marines themselves. These 3 maritime sovereigns were Whitebeard's formidable pirate fleet, Kaido, who held dominion over Wano country, and Big Mom, ruler of the vast territory known as Turtle Land. Beyond them, the New World teemed with countless elite pirate crews, each possessing overwhelming strength, so fearsome even the Marines dared not provoke them lightly. Their prowess rivaled even that of the emperors, a testament to the Grand Line's perilous yet opportunity-rich final stretch. Captain Lei Ku ahead. A pirate ship approaches. Its figurehead resembles twin dragons. From its Jolly Roger alone, we cannot discern its affiliation. Upon hearing Crocus's report, Lei Ku turned his gaze toward the horizon, where the rival vessel had likewise spotted them and now watched with wary vigilance. Soon, both crews gathered on deck, tense, watchful, yet neither side drew weapons nor initiated hostilities. As the ships drew near, Lei Ku scrutinized the opposing captain, a youth no older than himself, fiery red hair crowned by a straw hat. Lei Ku sensed that though the rival crew was small, each member bore the hardened aura of seasoned warriors, powerful, unyielding. Shanks. These must be the red-haired pirates rumored widely across the seas, murmured Beckman, exhaling smoke with quiet detachment. They never attack without provocation, yet they've plundered countless world government vessels. Looks like today won't bring battle. Let's sail on. And so the two ships parted without conflict. Lei Ku cast one last, thoughtful glance. His instincts confirmed that red-haired youth possessed formidable strength. Yet such a crew remained obscure, within the New World an enigma. Surely they weren't merely wandering its waters for leisure. Since neither side sought confrontation, peaceful passage was the natural course. Days later, they uncovered fragments of truth. The crew was the red-haired pirates, led by Shanks, a former comrade of the Roger Pirates. Lei Ku's crew was astounded. This man had sailed alongside the Pirate King himself. They deeply regretted not inviting him ashore for a drink. Lei Ku longed above all to hear tales of the legendary Pirate King firsthand. Their obscurity, too, became clear. The red-haired pirates shunned attention, never instigating conflict, yet when forced to fight, they struck with ruthless precision. Rival crews who opposed them rarely survived. Truly worthy of the Pirate King's crew, unassuming, yet radiating indomitable strength. Yet this encounter remained but a brief interlude. Lei Ku's crew soon resumed their own rhythm. Lei Ku trained daily lifting barbells, pressing steel plates, mastering swordsmanship. Dolmen flitted between the 3 women. Deilman prepared meals, while Crocus had adopted Blackleg's habits, lounging in a chair, immersed in newspapers and books. As for the 3 women, one stroked her pet dog, another refined medicinal powders, and the Zoot charted navigational maps all while occasionally fending off an insistent, buzzing admirer. Months passed, and at last they reached the Subdue archipelago, a vibrant island brimming with iridescent bubbles and bustling shipyards. Though tightly controlled by the world government, the archipelago still attracted numerous pirates, and rumors persisted of celestial dragons roaming its streets. They could have no intention of drawing their ire, for such encounters risked summoning marine admirals, whose overwhelming might his crew could not yet withstand. The current fleet admiral, Sengoku, and his two admirals Fujitora and Zephyr, were forces no one dared underestimate. And then there was Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of the Marines, whose legendary pursuit of the Pirate King himself remained unmatched. Thus, their strategy was simple: evade the celestial dragons whenever possible. If circumstances forced confrontation, they would have no choice but to flee into exile. For now, their foremost priority was locating the archipelago's most skilled coating master to prepare their ship for descent into Fisherman Island. Yet scarcely had they arrived when news reached them. O'Hara, a scholarly island in the West Blue, had been obliterated under a buster call, its entire academic community erased. The scholars were condemned for researching matters deemed threatening to world order, though the precise nature of their work remained unknown. One child, 8 years old, had miraculously escaped. The Marines issued an arrest warrant for the girl Nico Robin with an astonishing bounty of 80 million belly. Clearly, their research had unearthed something extraordinary enough to warrant total suppression, sparing not even a child. But separated by oceans, they could only speculate. Truth remained veiled in distant waters. After extensive inquiries, they finally located the island's most renowned coating master, a grizzled elder known as Old Lay, famed for his skill and his fondness for strong drink. Though the coater, Old Lay, was not easy to track down, they eventually learned of several taverns he frequented. Xiaoqi's bar, known for its steep prices, was one of his regular haunts. Lei Ku brought Kuluo along to try their luck there. "Hello, anyone here?" Lei Ku asked cautiously as he pushed open the tavern door. A woman with short black hair emerged from within, slowly approaching the bar. Cigarette in one hand and cheek resting on the other, she smiled at Lei Ku and his companion. Seeing the owner come out, they prepared to ask if she knew where the coater, Old Lay, was. "You're looking for Old Lay, aren't you? Unfortunately, he's not here. Who knows where he's gone drinking?" Lei Ku was surprised that she knew their purpose before they even spoke. She smiled faintly and explained, "The pirates who come to my place are usually looking for Old Lay. His craftsmanship is renowned far and wide, but his unreliable often disappears after a drink or two." "Boss lady, how often does Old Lay come back?" Lei Ku asked politely. "Don't call me boss lady, it makes me sound old. I'm Xiao Qi. You can call me Sister Xiao. Have a seat. You can't just come to my shop, ask questions, and not buy anything, can you?" Feeling a bit rude, the two realized they had been so focused on their own inquiries that they forgot this was a place of business. "You two don't really act like pirates, so polite. Right, Captain Lei Ku of the Redbird pirate crew. Your father was a former member of the Rocks Pirates." Hearing his background exposed, Lei Ku eyed her warily. It was clear she was no ordinary tavern owner. "Relax, young man. This place may be a tavern, but those in the know understand it's also an intelligence hub. So no worries. Besides, I quite admire your crew. You never harm civilians, never stir up trouble, and you hold a hostile attitude toward the world government." With that, Xiaoqi took several bottles from the refrigerator behind her and began mixing drinks. Soon, 2 finished cocktails were placed before Lei Ku and Kuluo. "Who exactly are you?" "Me? Once a pirate, just like you. But now I've retired and honestly run this tavern to satisfy someone's insatiable thirst for alcohol." Convinced she harbored no ill intent, the two downed their drinks. The cocktails were quite well made. But their greatest concern was when they could meet Old Lay the coater. After all, the Subdue archipelago was Navy territory. They couldn't exactly stay here long as pirates. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The old man you've been longing for is here." Xiaoqi extinguished her cigarette and slowly turned her gaze toward the door. Lei Ku released his observation haki to sense the newcomer. Surprisingly, Xiaoqi had perceived the arrival before he did. She was no ordinary person. Perceiving only an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, Lei Ku withdrew his haki. "Xiaoqi, I didn't expect you'd have 2 guests today." The newcomer was a middle-aged man with yellow hair, round-rimmed glasses, and plain clothing, exactly the image Lei Ku had of a coater. Yet, The moment his eyes met the man's, a wave of fear washed over him. It felt as if an insurmountable mountain stood before him. He sprang to his feet in alarm, cold sweat beading on his forehead unbidden. "Captain, what's wrong?" Kuluo beside him had no idea what had happened. In that instant, only one thought occupied Lei Ku's mind. Who was this yellow-haired man? How could he possess such overwhelming pressure? Standing before him was like an ant facing a giant elephant. "Young man, not bad. To have achieved so much at such a young age. No need to be nervous. I'm just an ordinary coder." Xiaoqi then explained their request. The man readily agreed, though his price was far from cheap. Thus, the two returned to the pirate ship to inform the crew. "Captain, that old man charges an arm and a leg twice as much as other coders. I bet he's just trying to earn more money for drinking." "Kuluo, old Lei the coder is no ordinary man. I've never encountered anyone with such an oppressive presence." Hearing Captain Lei Ku's words, Kuluo fell silent. Since even the captain, who was quite strong, felt wary, there was no point in dwelling on it. Back at the tavern, Xiaoqi had already prepared a cocktail for Rayleigh. He drank it while praising how her mixing skills had improved. "That young man just now is no ordinary fellow. An average person would never see through my true strength. They'd just think I'm an ordinary old man." "Haha, that's natural. He's Lei Ko, the captain of the Red Bird pirate crew, who's been making quite a splash lately." "Oh, it's him. I really like their crew style. I should have charged them less. Ha 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 ha." Xiaoqi watched the laughing man. It was hard to imagine that this was a member of the pirate king's ship, the man known to the Navy as the right hand of Roger, the Pluto, Silver's Rayleigh. After Lei Ku told his companions about this, they fell into discussion. The man might be that hidden big shot should they find someone else to code the ship. In the end, Lei Ku decided to let this man do the coding. He had shown no malice, and his skill was universally acknowledged as the best. This was critical for future navigation safety. They couldn't afford to be careless. Later, the group arrived at Xiaoqi's tavern, ready to have the cruise ship coated. However, the moment Jiao pushed open the door and saw the man sitting there, her face filled with terror, and her body trembled uncontrollably. The others quickly shielded her, asking what was wrong. Meanwhile, Lei Ku and Dao Erman stared intently at the man, ready to act if he made any hostile move. "It seems someone here still recognizes me. But don't worry, I've retired now. Ha 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 ha." It was then that they learned from Jiao. The man was a face no marine could forget, the legendary vice-captain of the pirate king, the Pluto, Rayleigh. They were stunned. Though they had suspected his identity was not simple, they never imagined his background was this enormous. There is no vice-captain of the pirate king here. There's only old Lei the coder. With that, he seemed to fall into some memory, gulping down a large mouthful of liquor. Upon learning that the man was the first mate of the pirate king, Lei Ku relaxed his guard and began conversing with him. "Master Rayleigh, might you tell me the tale of the pirate king?" "I set sail precisely because I heard his broadcast." Rayleigh took a slow sip of wine before recounting the adventures, battles, and wondrous anecdotes of the Roger pirates. His storytelling entranced everyone, truly the legendary exploits of the pirate king. Yet at last, Lei Ku asked why the pirate king's crew had not attempted his rescue. Rayleigh replied that Roger had not been captured, he had surrendered voluntarily. His life was already nearing its end. Even in death, he stirred the tides of piracy across the seas. "Truly worthy of being his captain," Rayleigh murmured, wiping his eyes with a fingertip as he continued his tale. "Master Rayleigh, do you know Shanks?" "Oh, you've met that fellow?" Rayleigh remarked, mildly surprised. "Yes, though only briefly, and we didn't know who he was at the time. But if we cross paths again, I'll certainly share a drink with him." For the next month, Rayleigh not only assisted them in coating their vessel but also occasionally instructed Lei Ku in swordsmanship and hockey. These lessons proved profoundly beneficial to Lei Ku, clarifying his path forward in cultivation. Yet true strength cannot blossom overnight. It demands time, discipline, and the quiet alchemy of experience. At last, their ship the Liawafinio completed its coating and prepared to descend into Fisherman Island, entering the latter half of the Grand Line. Before their departure, Rayleigh cautioned them to tread carefully among the fishermen of Fisherman Island, for certain grievances had bred deep-seated hostility toward humans there. This was their first descent beneath the sea. The coated hull sealed out the water entirely, allowing them to gaze upon shimmering schools of fish gliding through the abyssal blue. Such was the spectacle of the ocean's deepest realms, though occasionally, colossal sea kings drifted past, forcing them to pray silently that these leviathans would pass them by, lest they be compelled to fight and kill in the crushing dark. Yet perhaps due to the coating, the sea kings ignored them entirely, permitting their slow, steady descent into the abyss. Soon, their vessel was drawn downward by deep currents only to confront an immense, titanic octopus whose tentacles had already shattered countless pirate ships. Their hearts clenched tight, engaging so vast a creature underwater carried grave peril. Stay vigilant, evade it if you can. If evasion fails, we fight. Lei Ku spoke calmly. Whether sated by sport or indifferent, the beast made no move against them, a grim stroke of fortune, sparing them the fate suffered by those pirates before them. The ship continued its descent, plunging ever deeper into the gloom. As light faded, they activated their lamps only to find themselves surrounded by towering sea kings, startling the entire crew. Yet fortune held, they navigated past that treacherous expanse, sailed through submerged volcanic vents, and at last beheld Fishman Island rising before them. The island floated encased within a colossal spherical dome, and their vessel pressed directly into its surface. Inside, however, lay not land but seawater, and all aboard sank instantly. Fruit users fared worst of all, stripped of power in the sea. Ling rushed to save Tapu, Dorman to save Mina, and Dorman to save Lei Ku. At length, they secured footing on Fishman Island, only later learning this method of entry was perilous and improper. Safer routes existed. Still breathless from their arduous descent, they were immediately surrounded by a contingent of Fishman soldiers. You pirates dare trespass upon Fishman Island. Surrender now unconditionally. The soldier raised his spear to strike, yet Lei Ku's crew hastened to explain, eager to avoid conflict within the island's confines. We seek only passage, not provocation. How may we lawfully remain here? At that moment, Jiuyao deployed her navy-honed diplomatic skill, softening the soldiers' hostility. Thief! All pirate vessels must pay tribute, register officially, and swear not to cause unrest, else face execution without mercy. To prevent bloodshed, they complied, docking at the island's harbor, submitting to registration, and paying the required fee under armed escort. They were granted temporary respite on Fishman Island, but only for a fixed duration, and under strict prohibition against engaging locals in conflict. Lei Ku's crew readily agreed. It seemed humans feared fishmen and fishmen, in turn, feared humans. That assumption soon dissolved when they encountered a woman delivering a passionate speech for human-fishmen harmony in the island's central plaza. After inquiry, they learned she was none other than Queen Oihan of the kingdom. Hey you humans, get lost. Don't soil our square with your presence. Not one of you is worth trusting. A fishman shouted, inciting immediate agreement among the crowd until Queen Oihan herself silenced him. Our fishmen must coexist peacefully with humankind for the sake of our children. Do you wish generations hence to dwell forever within this isolated sphere? Do you wish their eyes never to behold sunlight dancing upon the open sea? Brilliantly spoken, Queen Oihan. Such wisdom graces both races alike. Dorman praised her warmly. Dorman offered sincere praise. So long as you are not irredeemable pirates, our people will not harm you. Our king, my husband, counts a legendary pirate among his closest friends. Thus I extend goodwill and trust you will uphold peace while here. Of course, your majesty. The Redbird pirates pledge full adherence to Fishman Island's laws. Lei Ku gave his solemn word. What he omitted was this: should any fishman strike first, they would not stand defenseless. During their stay, many fishmen watched them with cold, distrustful eyes, yet none provoked them, likely swayed by the queen's influence. While exploring, Lei Ku's crew met Jinbi, a young, honorable fishman wanderer who governed a district of Fishman Island. Jinbi, join our crew. Sail the seas with us, and seek adventure beyond these waters. Lei Ku invited. I'm surprised to meet pirates who bear no prejudice against fishmen. Still, duty calls. I cannot accompany you. My apologies. He declined their offer. Indeed, it was understandable. Having seldom ventured beyond his world, outward composure masked deep-rooted caution. Perhaps, when relations between the two peoples improve, he too will one day leave Fishman Island and sail freely across the boundless sea. Their days on the island concluded at last. Lei Ku's crew prepared to depart, entering the Grand Line's second half, the New World. Phew, finally surfaced. The sunlight out here is much more comfortable. Lei Ku lay on the deck, basking in the warmth of the sea breeze. Lei Ku's pirate ship had just emerged from the depths of the ocean. The day was bright and sunny, perfect for sailing. They had finally arrived in the new world, but to their surprise, before they had sailed far, the sound of cannon fire echoed in the distance. It was a clash between two parties. Lei Ku pulled out a telescope and peered into the distance. Two pirate ships were exchanging fire. They traded volleys back and forth, but this stalemate didn't last long, as two more pirate ships appeared from the surrounding waters, encircling the vessel in the middle. Under the assault of 3 ships, the besieged vessel soon succumbed and sank. The pirates rushed greedily to plunder the spoils, utterly indifferent to the defeated crew. It seems the new world is even more chaotic than we imagined. We've barely arrived and already stumbled upon a pirate skirmish. Let's move on. There's nothing worth watching in this kind of infighting. Lei Ku said calmly, but just as he turned, Xiaoyu called out to him. Captain, it seems they don't intend to let us leave so easily. Lei Ku looked back at the enemy. He hadn't expected them to immediately set their sights on another vessel after just plundering one. Since they want a fight, let's play along. Crew, this is our first battle in the new world counterattack. Everyone quickly entered combat mode. Though they didn't seek trouble, they certainly weren't afraid of it. Boss, look at that pirate crew. They see us and still haven't run. Didn't they just witness us blow a ship to smithereens? Ha ha, they're probably scared stiff, too terrified to move. But do they think surrender will save them? Brothers, charge. Take their treasure. Aye. The pirates from the 3 ships stared at Lei Ku's crew with predatory excitement, as if they were lambs to the slaughter. Fire! Boom! Lei Ku's crew initiated the attack. Thanks to Frankie's special modifications, their ship had a longer firing range than average vessels. How is that possible? Their cannonballs are reaching us from so far. Close in and take them down. Aye, Captain. Although Lei Ku's cannonballs inflicted some damage on the 3 ships, there were 3 massive vessels, and they couldn't sink them all at once. Ben, come with me. We'll take out 1 ship first. Got it, Captain. Lei Ku transformed into a 5-meter-long crimson bird, and Dao Urban rode on his back. Together, they charged straight at one of the enemy ships. Look! A giant bird is flying toward us. There's a man on top. Shoot them down. The pirates roared, raising their muskets and firing wildly at Lei Ku and his companion. But Lei Ku dodged nimbly, swooping down toward the ship and landing on its deck. Kill them. The pirates drew their weapons and charged at Lei Ku and Dao Urban. Lei Ku, having deactivated his Devil Fruit ability, drew the blade at his waist and fought shoulder to shoulder with Ben. Flying slash! A powerful cutting wave swept through, and the surrounding pirates collapsed. Meanwhile, Ben swung his iron fists, each blow claiming another pirate's life. Though their combat prowess was formidable, the pirates still rushed forward recklessly. Yet, against the coordinated efforts of Lei Ku and Ben, over 200 pirates were scattered and broken. Meanwhile, Ku Luo's precise cannon fire sank another of the 3 enemy ships. The pirates drifted helplessly on the sea, some clinging to wooden debris to survive. Lei Ku and his crew then turned their attention to the last pirate ship. As they boarded, the enemy charged. Lei Ku's blade rose and fell, felling pirate after pirate. But a loud thud made Lei Ku turn his head. Dao Urban had been sent flying. Lei Ku rushed over to check on him. Dao Urban said he was fine, but admitted the enemy's strength was surprising. He had been careless. Lei Ku looked at the opponent. The man was a devil fruit user, apparently a zone-type crocodile fruit. Gaw gaw gaw, you little pirates, do you know who you've provoked? I am a subordinate of the great pirate Captain John. Humph, I don't care whose subordinate you are. Today is your day of reckoning. Lei Ku glanced back at his own ship. His crew was already itching to finish off this band of pirates. As captain, he couldn't fall behind. He attacked directly, but the enemy, having activated his devil fruit, grew enormous. Lei Ku, standing at 8 meters, looked like a child before the giant crocodile, which was about 4 meters tall. Wrapping his fists in armament hockey, Lei Ku exchanged blows with the creature, forcing it back a few steps. Though not as strong as the crocodile, the gap wasn't vast. Lei Ku's goal was to defeat the enemy captain. The rest of the crew would handle the others. I'll eat you. Enraged by his failed strike, the crocodile lunged at Lei Ku, its massive jaws gaping as if to swallow him whole. Lei Ku coated his blade with armament hockey and struck the enemy's teeth with tremendous force, knocking several giant fangs to the ground. Seizing the moment of the enemy's pain, Lei Ku flashed to its right side with a swift step and unleashed a sword technique he had learned from Dongli and Buoji. Sky Slashing Strike. The powerful blow severed one of the giant crocodile's claws. The excruciating pain made the pirate collapse, writhing on the ground. Lei Ku gave no chance for recovery. He leaped onto the enemy's body and, with armament Haki-reinforced fists, delivered a heavy blow to the crocodile's gaping mouth. The immense force knocked the man unconscious, causing his Devil Fruit ability to deactivate and his body to revert to normal. The other pirates had already been subdued by Lei Ku's companions. Lei Ku's crew looted the enemy ship's treasure and food, tied up the captain, and destroyed the remaining 2 pirate ships. Captain Lei Ku, why didn't you kill him? This bastard just tried to kill us, Ku Luo said bitterly. He mentioned he works for the great pirate Captain Zhang. I need to extract some information. Let's spare his life for now and decide after he talks. Captain, these guys have quite a stash of treasure. They must have plundered many ships. Ha ha, do you idiots have any idea who you've messed with? I advise you to release me immediately, or Captain Zhang will slaughter you all. Oh, you're awake. As expected of a zone-type user, tough and resilient, and still running your mouth even after being captured. Lei Ku walked over and said calmly. Something in Lei Ku's gaze made the man's bravado wither. He dared not provoke further. Who is this Captain Zhang you speak of? Tell us about him, perhaps we'll be intimidated enough to let you go. Lei Ku slowly crouched down before the man and inquired. Wise move. Captain Zhang is a notorious pirate in the New World, not one to be trifled with. He once hailed from the same pirate crew as the 3 emperors of the New World. Release me at once, and I might put in a good word for you with Captain Zhang. On a small island in the New World, a long-haired pirate sat on a floor covered in gold, drinking. At his waist hung a sword and a flintlock pistol. Captain Zhang, bad news. Someone has killed that brat crocodile and stolen the treasure. In the New World, there are pirates daring to lay a hand on us. Whose men are they? They're pirates fresh into the New World, known as the Red Bird Pirates back in the first half of the Grand Line. Unknown small fry dare to attack us. Tell Iron Horse to assemble the fleet. We are taking back our treasure. Captain Zhang issued the order to his underlings. At the New World Marine Headquarters. Marshal Steel Kong, the New World's great pirate Captain Zhang is on the move, dozens of ships, over 1,000 pirates. Should the Marines intervene? Troublesome times. The Marines have no energy to deal with these pirates. Let them fight it out among themselves. Ignore it. Yes, Marshal Steel Kong. Meanwhile, Lei Ku had grown tired of the crocodile's threats. Even as a captive, the man dared to speak so arrogantly. Lei Ku simply tossed him into the sea, letting him sink to the bottom. Comrades, we must remain cautious. Though this fellow was cocky, his words suggest that Captain Zhang is indeed formidable. Lei Ku, I've spotted over a dozen pirate ships charging straight at us. They mean trouble. Dao Erman frowned, his voice grave. That must be Captain Zhang's fleet. To think we'd face such excitement right after arriving in the New World. Inform the crew, prepare for battle. Fire! As the flying Firebird continued its bombardment, the naval battle officially commenced. Though Lei Ku's crew held an advantage in cannon range, the sheer number of enemy ships rendered that advantage negligible. As the enemy drew closer, the threats multiplied. Hundreds of cannonballs rained down, forcing them into constant defense. Meanwhile, Qiaoya kept altering the ship's course to evade the barrage. Captain Zhang, these small fry are too evasive. Our fleet has fired over 1,000 shells and still haven't sunk them. And several of our ships have been hit. These bastards are tenacious. Anyone who can defeat Crocodile is no pushover. Order the fleet to continue pursuit. Aye. On the other side, Lei Ku and his crew were drenched in sweat, constantly batting away incoming cannonballs to protect their ship. Tell Erman, take command. I'll hold them off. Even with your bird fruit ability, you can't face so many ships. You'll be shot down. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. This is the only way, otherwise, they'll finish us sooner or later. With that, Lei Ku transformed into a giant bird and soared into the sky. He didn't charge straight through the enemy fire. Instead, he climbed high, where the cannonballs couldn't reach him. Captain Zhang, the enemy has used his Devil Fruit ability and taken to the sky. Order all ships to shoot him down with guns. Bam! 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 1,000 bullets tore into the sky in an instant. Lei Ku dodged frantically, but he couldn't fly too high. He had to buy time for his comrades to escape. Then he swooped down. The originally red giant bird blazed with flames, its wounds healing as it descended. Despite using observation Haki to evade, some bullets still struck him. But Lei Ku had no time to care. Eagle strike! Lei Ku's powerful claw slammed into the side of a ship. The immense force overturned the vessel, rendering it combat incapable. The pirates on board jumped into the water, seeking rescue from other ships. But the other ships had no time to help, as Lei Ku wove among them, attacking relentlessly. One misstep and their vessels would be capsized. Unable to use their cannons, the pirates could only fire flintlocks. As their fleet descended into chaos, Captain John grew enraged. He decided to personally kill the giant bird before it could cause more damage. He drew his sword, the famed Yojin, the most satisfying blade he had acquired in years of treasure hunting. With a shift in his gaze, Captain John vanished from the bow. At the same moment, Lei Ku, still attacking another ship, sensed danger. His instinct screamed for him to dodge. A massive slash appeared behind him, and the overwhelming force sent him hurtling into the sea. Lei Ku struggled desperately to control his body. As a devil fruit user, falling into the water meant certain doom. He thrashed and finally crashed into a ship's cabin instead of the ocean. Dozens of pirates rushed in to finish him off, but Lei Ku had no intention of dying. Unable to fly, he deactivated his ability and returned to human form. After a fierce melee, all the pirates lay defeated. Lei Ku now bore a massive gash on his back, blood streaming freely. He didn't use flames to heal, the situation was too dire, and using fire would drain his stamina excessively. Lei Ku glared at the other side of the cabin. A long-haired man stood there. If his guess was correct, this was Captain John. I never thought a young man like you would be bold enough to charge into my fleet alone. Truly admirable courage. To receive the praise of the renowned Captain John is an honor. But before we do, may I ask you a question? Of course. Consider it a parting gift before your death. Do you know Rido? Heh, of course. Mad Dog Rido, we were both members of the Rocks Pirates. Oh. You're his son, aren't you? No wonder you're so wild. You really take after him. But though we belonged to the same crew, it was only for mutual benefit. There was no friendship. And your father was a man who remained loyal to Rocks until his dying breath. Thank you. This is the first time I've learned about my father from someone else. Then Lei Ku leveled his blade at Captain John. Come, let's fight to the death. Rido, you should be grateful to me. Let me send your son to reunite with you. The opponent's blade was directly wrapped in armament Haki as he attacked Lei Ku. Lei Ku, not to be outdone, also coated his blade with armament Haki and clashed with him. The immense power from both sides sent the crates in the entire cabin flying in all directions. Captain John never expected that someone so young could possess such strength. However, it was also because he had grown slack over the years, focusing only on collecting and hoarding treasure while neglecting his training, which was why he couldn't take down his opponent immediately. Although Captain John and Lei Ku were evenly matched, the former had a constant stream of pirate underlings. Lei Ku had to deal with these pirates while simultaneously facing Captain John. Under such intense combat, Lei Ku was struck several times by Captain John. Although he managed to block each blow with armament Haki, the toll on his stamina was enormous. Even so, Lei Ku continued to accelerate his assault. As more and more pirates surrounded him, his sole objective was to break through to the enemy's deck and use his Devil Fruit ability to escape. He had already bought enough time. There was no need to prolong the fight. However, Captain John understood this as well and ordered his men to charge relentlessly, determined to kill Lei Ku right there. Lei Ku not only had to deal with the endless waves of pirates, but also had to stay vigilant against Captain John's sneak attacks. The man truly didn't act like a great pirate. Lei Ku's entire body seemed soaked in blood. He was a figure drenched in crimson. Whether it was the blood of his enemies or his own, he could no longer tell. His physical exhaustion was extreme. Captain John sneered and, taking advantage of Lei Ku's momentary daze, thrust his long sword directly into him. A searing pain engulfed his entire body. Lei Ku burst forth with powerful flames that enveloped him, incinerating every pirate who came into contact with the fire to ashes. And Lei Ku gained a brief respite, along with a golden famous sword lodged in his body. Just as Lei Ku was watching Captain John warily, for some reason, the sound of cannon fire and screams came from outside. Captain John quickly ordered his men to finish off Lei Ku while he went out to see what was happening. Lei Ku slowly pulled the blade from his body. The intense pain twisted his face into a grimace. He didn't know why the enemy had left, but he had to quickly reunite with his crewmates. Everyone, charge! He's about to fall! A large group of pirates shouted, charging at Lei Ku without pause. With no other choice, Lei Ku could only fight desperately. His stamina was draining too fast. He could no longer use armament haki or observation haki. All his attacks were driven by instinct. At this moment, he was like a killing machine, striking fear into the hearts of the pirates. Thus, Lei Ku finally fought his way to the deck. And the ones causing the commotion were, as expected, his comrades. The crew were desperately resisting the pirates, while the Dower brothers were engaged in battle with Captain John, clearly at a disadvantage. Lei Ku didn't ask why his comrades hadn't escaped. Instead, he summoned another surge of strength from deep within and charged forward. Captain Lei Ku, are you alright? Ku Luo asked while fighting off enemies, inquiring about Lei Ku's injuries. I'm not dead yet. You guys, why did you come back? Leaving our captain alone in a place like this, that's not something the Red Bird pirates would do. And we're not alone either. At this moment, Lei Ku realized something was off on the battlefield. The original thousands of pirates were being held back by something. Lei Ku observed carefully. They seemed to be zombie-like creatures. The leader of these zombies was a pale creature with 2 horns on its head, a long neck, and an entirely white body. When Lei Ku looked at him, the creature was laughing wildly. Ha, great pirate John, I'll take your subordinates. Come on, expand my zombie army. Once I forge a zombie army of my own, Kaido, I will come for revenge. Although they didn't know the origin of this newcomer, the latter greatly relieved the pressure on Lei Ku's crew. Lei Ku also charged forward to join the fight against Captain John. By now, the Dower brothers were fighting with all their might against Captain John. Although Captain John had a significant advantage, he couldn't directly subdue these two. With Lei Ku joining the fight, Captain John became furious and glared angrily at Moria, who had disrupted his plans. If it weren't for this guy restraining most of his pirate soldiers, how could he be in such a sorry state? However, this was not the time for him to be distracted. Under the combined assault of Lei Ku and the 2 others, the advantage he had built was shrinking, and he even began to fall into a disadvantage. At this moment, Captain John realized that he was facing 3 monsters, one with a powerful physique and iron fists of immense strength, and another with lightning speed and unparalleled marksmanship. Most hateful of all was their captain, who was like an indestructible cockroach. Despite being severely wounded, he kept fighting relentlessly, holding the golden sword in his hand. However, being a great pirate who could sail the new world, even as he gradually fell into a disadvantage, he remained formidable. He seized an opportunity and, with an armament haki-imbued fist, sent Dao flying. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, he rushed to Dao. Although he himself was not lightly wounded, his years of battle experience allowed him to endure. A powerful punch directly struck Dao head, slamming him heavily onto the ground. Dao lost consciousness immediately. Lei Ku wanted to rush over to help, but his body was no longer fast enough. Captain John seized the opening and dealt a heavy blow to Lei Ku's chest. Lei Ku could feel that at least several of his ribs were broken. Just as the enemy was about to finish Lei Ku off, Kuda used the power of the speed fruit to knock Captain John flying away. Captain John spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already severely injured, and now he had been ambushed by a duck. His observation haki had not been effective at all. However, at that moment, the distant battlefield had already been decided. Moria's zombie army had won, and Captain John's underlings were fleeing in all directions. Uncle H, Ling, and Mina quickly took the 3 injured away, because the opposing sides on the battlefield were no longer them. Instead, it was the battle between this mysterious pirate crew and Captain John. As Lei Ku's group withdrew, Moria did not send his zombie army to pursue. On one hand, his zombie army was not as versatile as living humans and had certain limitations. On the other hand, how much treasure could a small pirate ship have? Captain John was famously avaricious, with countless treasures under his name perfect for funding the reconstruction of his own pirate crew. Then Moria sent a large number of zombies to attack Captain John. Although he kept defeating the zombies, the undead were endless. Thus, the famous great pirate of the New World, Captain John, was finally killed. However, Moria did not waste the corpse. He inserted a shadow into it, making the deceased continue to serve him. But what Moria didn't expect was that the legendary Captain John's treasure was not as plentiful as imagined. Perhaps it had been hidden away. From then on, the once feared Captain John of the New World vanished completely, his crew defeated by the Imperial Pirates. However, the rumor that Captain John had left behind a treasure also spread. Marshal Steel Bone Kong, the latest frontline report, Gecko Moria has allied with the Redbird Pirates to defeat Captain John. I never expected that. I thought that after being defeated by Kaido, that guy Moria would be greatly weakened, but he has recovered in such a short time. He cannot be underestimated. The plan from the last meeting can be prepared for execution. Include Moria and the captain of the Redbird Pirates on the list. You mean the warlord plan? Yes, there are more and more pirates now. The Marines alone are struggling. GOLD. Roger, you have truly ushered in a great era. By the way, I heard that dragon, who resigned from the Marines, has appeared recently. Yes, but he only went to the ruins of O'Hara and did nothing else. Alas, a talented Marine, yet he left. Could it be that the Marines under my command are truly flawed? Steel Bone Kong fell into deep thought. It was said that before leaving, Dragon had even beaten up his superior. Alas, Garp's son, indeed a troublemaker. Forget about him. Recently I heard that the great pirate Red Khan has been running rampant, destroying many of our marine warships. We cannot let him continue this destruction. I will personally arrest him. Alas, Marshal, you will go personally? Yes. If Garp and Sengoku have time, have them come. This is urgent. We must capture him immediately. Blazing Firebird. Lei Ku and the other two were severely injured, lying in bed, while H and Mina were bandaging them. Although others were also injured, none were as serious as those three. The injuries of these three were once life-threatening, which shows how fierce the battle was. As for Lei Ku, due to complete exhaustion of stamina, his body no longer burned with flames to heal his wounds. He could only recuperate slowly. How is it? Are they out of danger? Yeah, AMU is tough-skinned, just fractures and unconsciousness. Daemon needs some time to recover. As for the captain, he just exhausted his stamina. Otherwise, he would have healed these wounds himself. I really wonder if he ate a zone-type bird fruit. Flames and healing wounds truly unheard of. Chuya, where should we go next? Let's first go to some small islands to recuperate. Once their injuries are healed, we'll discuss sailing. Half a month later, Lei Ku and the others had fully recovered. Recalling that battle, they still broke out in a cold sweat. They had nearly died. Captain Lei Ku, you're already training right after recovery, said Crow with concern. Don't worry about me, I'm in great shape. Then Lei Ku lifted a barbell weighing over 10 tons and showed it to Crow, indicating he was perfectly fine. This great battle was undoubtedly a loss. If not for the rescue by their comrades and the involvement of the Imperial Pirates, they would likely have died at sea. But as the captain of the Redbird Pirates, I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. I am still not strong enough, so I must seize every moment to become stronger. Little Lei Ku, what happened? I woke up today and saw you and Daemon training like crazy. Take care of your body, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Mina, seeing the two training as if they were risking their lives, quickly spoke up. Lei Ku nodded, indicating that he knew his own body and would stop when he couldn't hold on. Thus more than 2 months passed. Because they and Moria's crew had taken down Captain John, for a time the small-time pirates in the New World dared not provoke them. So these 2 months were peaceful. However, during this period, several major events shocked the pirate world. Marine Marshal Steel Bone Kong fought against the great pirate Red Count. In the end, Marshal Steel Bone Kong was defeated, but Red Count also had no strength to flee and was arrested by the arriving Buddha Sengoku and Hero Garp. At the same time, the great pirate Golden Lion, taking advantage of the weakened internal defenses of the Marines, cut off his own feet and escaped from Impel Down. His whereabouts remain unknown. The Marines dispatched a large number of soldiers but could not find him. Moreover, in the South Blue of the Four Seas, a major event occurred in the Sorbet Kingdom. The local king's rule was overthrown by a group of rebels. Although they sought help from the Marines, with so many troubles at hand, the Marines had no time to attend to them. Abin, what's for dinner today? Lei Ku had just finished training. His sweat-soaked clothes clung tightly to his body, revealing his powerful physique. Little Lei Ku, have you grown taller? You seem much bigger. Haha, Sister Mina, I guess I've grown a bit, but I'm still far from the giants. Let me see what AMU has cooked. Wow, steamed sea king, braised ribs, and a pile of meat awesome. Aben, you are truly a blessing after our training. Then the whole crew began their daily meal. Except for Lei Ku and Daemon, everyone ate elegantly, but no one minded, as those two had been working hard lately. Hey, Daemon, after we finish eating, let's spar a bit, Lei Ku suggested. Daemon stuffed a large piece of meat into his mouth and nodded vigorously. Since the others had no interest in watching their sparring, in the end, only Lei Ku and Daemon were on the deck. It was time to test the results of their training. They mainly competed in the 3 types of hockey. Previously, Lei Ku's observation and armament hockey were balanced, while Daemon was more proficient in observation hockey. The two immediately began their fight. Lei Ku struck first. Although he didn't use full power, a heavy blow like that would still be painful if it landed. However, Daemon foresaw Lei Ku's move with observation hockey and slightly sidestepped to dodge the strike. But Lei Ku wouldn't give him a chance. The next moment, a barrage of iron fists flew toward him. Lei Ku intended to keep increasing his attack speed, so that even if Daemon's observation hockey could sense them, he couldn't dodge. As expected, with the increase in attack speed, Daemon's weakness was exposed. He could only passively defend, unable to dodge all the punches. In the end, Daemon lost this spar. Although he hadn't used his favorite weapon, his weakness was exposed, his physical strength was lacking, and he relied too much on firearms. When encountering a true powerhouse, he would be defeated. On the other side, Lei Ku also felt that his hockey still needed further training. Only then would he not end up in the same situation as the battle against Captain John. Captain Lei Ku, there seems to be a battle ahead. Truly the new world is a place of chaos. But judging by the cannon fire, the two sides are locked in a fierce clash. Should we go take a look, Captain Lei Ku? Just observe from a distance. No need to court trouble. As Lei Ku's ship drew closer, they finally made out the combatants, 3 marine warships locked in a massive battle with a pirate vessel. The exchange of fire was intense, but to Lei Ku's surprise, the 3 marine ships were steadily losing ground, on the verge of collapse. The outcome is clear. That pirate crew has won. Their strength is not to be underestimated. They repelled 3 marine warships without revealing any weakness. Lei Ku leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the distant battlefield. Yet despite their victory, the pirates did not pursue the marine ships. Perhaps the marines had reinforcements yet to arrive. Captain Lei Ku, they seem to be heading our way. Oh! Do they intend to take us down as well? Alert the crew to prepare for battle. Aye, Captain Lei Ku. Ku Luo immediately went to inform the other crew members to brace for combat. However, as the enemy vessel drew nearer, they showed no signs of attacking. It was then that Lei Ku caught a good look at the opponent's face. His hair was slicked back, he wore a black suit, and over it, a long coat. What caught Lei Ku's attention were his eyes, cunning and cold-blooded. Captain Lei Ku of the Red Bird Pirates. I never expected to find you here. Lei Ku was puzzled that the other party had recognized him. After all, he had only just arrived in the new world, and his reputation should not have spread so far. Oh! I didn't expect you to know me. I'm not that famous, am I? You're too modest. Defeating the great pirate Captain John just a few days ago, your strength is no joke. I'm Crocodile. Interested in joining my crew? No, I'm not interested. I decline. What a pity. You must know that in the new world, ruled by the 3 emperors, every new pirate who aims to become the pirate king and claim the One Piece must bring down these 3 mountains. Sorry, I have no interest in becoming an emperor. I only wish to sail freely across the sea. Your ambition is too small. We are not of the same path. But since you defeated Captain John, you have some skill. Let's have a spar. Lei Ku agreed to the proposal, as he too wished to test his strength against a formidable pirate. Thus, under the watchful eyes of their crews, the 2 pirate captains sailed to a small island, where the duel between Lei Ku and Crocodile began. Lei Ku drew his gleaming blade, Yao Jin, and launched the first attack. His opponent, evidently possessing Kanbanshiku hockey, dodged with ease. Sabi palm. Crocodile placed his hand on the ground, transforming the earth into sand. Though the area was small, the sand within it became fiercely aggressive under his control. Tiger thrust. Lei Ku evaded the attack and seized the opening as Crocodile launched his technique, countering swiftly. Yet his opponent did not dodge. The strike passed through empty air where his body had been, turning into sand. Crocodile was a Loki-type user. Based on his ability, he was evidently a user of the Suna Suna no Mi. This was also because he had not concealed his power. Busashoko Haki. Leiku channeled armament Haki from his hand to his blade. Only Haki could harm a Logia user. Seeing Leiku employ armament Haki, Crocodile grew serious, coating his own fists in the same dark Haki as they clashed. While exchanging blows, Crocodile continuously used his ability to attack Leiku, summoning sand blades from the ground without warning. He had perfectly integrated his power with his Haki. Wolf Hunt. Leiku leaped into the air like a lone wolf pouncing on its prey, unleashing a powerful slash. Crocodile responded in kind. Desert Encierro. 5 massive sand blades rose from the earth, hurtling toward Leiku in midair. He shattered them with his superb sword technique and landed steady. After all, this was merely a spar, so they called it a draw. Though their goals differed, they still held a banquet afterward. It was a feast among pirates. After the banquet, regardless of friend or foe, the camaraderie of the moment transcended past conflicts. They also exchanged words. From their conversation, Leiku learned that Crocodile had personally witnessed Roger's execution. His current goal was to shatter the pirate world's established order, overthrow the old emperors, and become a new emperor himself. Leiku admired him. Though he too harbored ambition, it was not as grand. His sole purpose had always been to sail the seas with his comrades, adventuring while causing the world government some trouble. Which emperor do you plan to challenge? Leiku inquired. Ha, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. He is the mightiest pirate since Roger. Topple him, and the path to the pirate king draws near. Leiku sensed Crocodile's towering ambition and sincerely wished him success. Then the two pirate ships parted ways. Leiku's crew continued their adventure, while Crocodile set out to realize his dream. It seems not all encounters between strange pirates end in battle. Sometimes we can share a drink, Leiku mused. Indeed, but such cases are rare. Most pirates still clash in fierce battles. Generation after generation, new pirates challenge the old kings, eventually replacing them. Diorman lit a cigarette and spoke slowly beside Leiku. But should we consider challenging the 3 emperors of the new world? Ha! Has our captain finally developed such ambition? Just a thought. Everyone wants to test themselves against greater beings. But our current strength is still too weak. We are not yet qualified to challenge the emperors. We must grow stronger first. Captain Leiku, a marine warship, has been spotted in the distance, approaching. Oh! Have they not noticed us? It seems they have, but they haven't attacked immediately. Can you tell which marine unit they belong to? It appears to be a marine headquarters vice admiral, though I'm not sure which one. Strange. Let's leave first. It might be a trap, and we cannot afford to be caught off guard. I am Vice Admiral Momonga of Marine Headquarters. We mean no harm. We are merely here to deliver a letter to you. What on earth are these marines up to? Could there be some hidden scheme? Crow stared intently at the approaching vessel, his voice laced with suspicion. They have only one warship. Let's hear what they have to say. But remain on high alert. If anything seems amiss, withdraw immediately. Leiku mused inwardly. Surely no ordinary warship could harbor a marine admiral. Such an assumption would be grossly overestimating them. As the vessel drew near, Leiku observed that the marine soldiers aboard were visibly tense, yet their approach defied logic, fearful, yet pressing forward. Without delay, they tossed a sealed letter across, urging Leiku and his crew to deliberate carefully before deciding. Leiku and his crew hastily broke the seal only to find the letter penned personally by Fleet Admiral Kong, its contents utterly staggering. The Marines have established the 7 warlords of the sea system and hereby extend formal invitation for your inclusion. As a warlord, you shall enjoy immunity from marine pursuit and the privileges accorded to auxiliary marine forces. However, upon acceptance, you must obey orders issued directly by Marine Headquarters jointly suppressing pirates within designated territories. Should the Marines summon you, compliance is mandatory. Refusal shall constitute withdrawal from the 7 warlords and immediate designation as wanted fugitives. Leiku and his crew fell into stunned silence, staring at the letter while outside. Rear Admiral Mo remained anchored, awaiting their reply. Undeniably, the offer was seductive. Though it entailed cooperation in operations, it guaranteed freedom from marine persecution. Leiku paced back and forth across the deck, then turned to consult his crew. Could this be a trap to lure us in and eliminate us all at once? Mina spoke softly, voicing the unease shared by all. Yet if genuine, the benefits promised were beyond imagination. Dolman added, moreover, membership forbids any action against Marines or officials of the world government, a severe constraint indeed. Crow nodded grimly. Precisely. We'd be expected to carry out their missions put plainly, nothing more than the Marines' obedient hounds. Having weighed his crew's concerns, Lei could reach his decision. He would refuse the title of warlord. After all, he was a pirate not inclined to serve as a test subject for the Marines' new political experiment. Stepping onto the deck, he called out, Rear Admiral Mo, my apologies, but I decline. Captain Lei Ku, is this truly your final answer? Are you certain you won't reconsider? No need. There is no consideration to be made. I have received your response. Should we meet again, it will be as enemies. With that, Lei Ku's crew watched in silence as the Marine warship departed. Meanwhile, across the New World, other renowned pirates likewise received identical letters from acceptance to outright rejection, and even violent retaliation as declarations of defiance. Ultimately, those who accepted the Marines' offer and became warlords were Moonlight Moria, Dracula Myhawk, Crocodile, Gecko Churser, Fearclaw Mahal, Mad Bull Conjura, and Swamp Alfred. While most pirates dismissed the system with indifference, true masters of the Grand Line sensed the Marines' underlying machination. To pit pirates against pirates while quietly expanding marine power was a chilling stratagem. Yet pirates were no fools. The question of who truly wielded control remained fiercely unresolved. Ling pointed ahead. Captain Lei Ku, a small island lies just beyond. Shall we land and explore? Yes, let's go. Our provisions are running low. We'll restock while we're at it. As their ship eased toward shore, the island's full contours came into sharp focus. Housing here was starkly stratified. Crumbling huts lined the outer rim, where emaciated elders lay slumped in tattered rags. Further inward stood newer dwellings bustling with merchants selling wares. At the summit loomed a mansion of unmistakable opulence, and atop it fluttered a pirate flag, a skull with pink hair and vivid crimson lips. Clearly, this island falls under a powerful pirate's dominion. Tread cautiously, any pirate stronghold left uncrushed by the Marines possesses formidable strength. Lei Ku cautioned his crew. All the elders here suffer terribly. Let's buy extra food later and share it with them. Joya gazed at the ragged elders. Look at them, they're little more than skeletons, eyes hollow and lifeless. How can such grotesque disparity exist on a single pirate island? Of course, we'll do just that. And so, Lei Ku's crew entered the marketplace, where vendors displayed an array of delicacies. Rotting vegetable leaves littered the ground. Sir, Lei Ku asked the merchant, why not let the elders gather these discarded greens? Ah, young man, don't speak so freely. If the masters overhead hear you, you'll regret it before sunset. These elders cannot pay their tribute, so the rulers deliberately starved them. But where could frail elders possibly acquire coin? Hence this cruel impasse. Once, someone secretly brought them food caught and executed on the spot. After that, no one dared repeat the act. Though protests arose, the pirates slaughtered every rebel without mercy. Lei Ku frowned deeply, unprepared for such hidden brutality. Slowly, he lifted his gaze toward the palatial residence crowning the island. He recounted the truth to his crew. Outraged, they burned to storm the summit and annihilate the pirates on the spot. Lei Ku restrained them not because justice was unwarranted, but because vengeance alone would not heal the wound. From local vendors, he learned the island belonged to one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom. Thus, these pirates collected tribute not for themselves but to feed the emperor's insatiable demands. To eradicate such suffering required striking at its root cause. Companions, I resolved to declare war upon Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors. Not for conquest, nor glory, but solely for these broken elders. Do you consent to your captain's selfish, solemn vow? His crew exchanged knowing smiles. They had long despised such injustice and had only held back because Lei could intervene. As for waging war against an emperor dying en route to one's deepest conviction was no ignoble end. If our captain had spoken, how could we, his crew, do otherwise? In unison, they affirmed their captain's resolve. Then, distributing food among the villagers, they prepared to dismantle the pirates' stronghold. Ah! Do you wretches even know who we are? And within the opulent palace, corpses lay strewn across the marble floor. Several lavishly dressed pirates crawled desperately, their eyes wide with primal terror. Moments earlier, Lei Ku and his crew had stormed the hull and engaged these pirates in battle, yet they proved far weaker than anticipated, crumbling instantly under assault. Within mere exchanges, they were utterly annihilated. Only a handful of key figures remained, huddled together in trembling silence. Lei Ku ignored their threats and pleas for mercy, dispatching them unflinchingly to the afterlife, though he spared one pirate's life. "Go tell your Empress Mother, the Crimson Bird Pirates declare war upon her. Now flee before she learns of your failure." Trembling uncontrollably, the pirate seized this reprieve and bolted from the hull, racing to deliver the dire message to his sovereign. Lei Ku's crew did not linger. They departed immediately, having purged the palace of every pirate. The townsfolk, at last freed, could now hope for peace. Yet they now braced themselves for vengeance from the Sea Empress. And meanwhile, on a distant island in the New World, a portly woman reclined on her bed, savoring a rich, frosted cake. Outside her chamber stood her pirate children, her loyal crew. At that very moment, word arrived. Her domain had been invaded and she, the Sea Empress, had been openly challenged. "The Crimson Bird Pirates dare defy me. I shall reduce them to ash. No grave shall receive their remains. Send forth my forces. Bring them to me alive. I will devour their souls whole." "Yes, mother, brother Katakuriso, let me lead this mission. I've long awaited a chance to prove myself. Allow me to crush this pirate band." "Snag, you've only just ascended to the rank of senior star. Do not vie for glory already claimed by us. Let my brother and I handle this, so you too, Dafu and Owen, also covet this honor." "Then I yield it to you both." And Katakuriso, tall and imposing, his face veiled by a scarlet scarf, said nothing, only urged caution, reminding them that their quarry bore a bounty of 400 million. But the two dismissed his warning. To them, these were merely fledgling pirates newly arrived from the first half of the Grand Line, no match for their might. Though intelligence reported they defeated Captain John, that victory had been shared with Moonlight Moria, and John himself cared only for treasure, possessing little true strength. Thus, the pair set sail aboard 3 warships, accompanied by scores of pirates and soldiers eager, elated at the prospect of capturing this crew and claiming glory. Meanwhile, Lei Ku steered his vessel away from the island to spare its people the coming storm. Yet he refused to flee outright. Fearing the enemy might vent their wrath upon the islanders should his trail vanish, he resolved to meet the pursuing fleet head-on. "Captain Lei Ku, their ships approach!" Lin shouted, rifle raised, scanning the horizon through her scope. Lei Ku and his crew turned, and there they were, 3 pirate vessels, and atop one stood a man clad in bold blue and crimson garb. "Prepare to engage," Lei Ku commanded, and in an instant, he transformed into a colossal crimson bird, surging skyward. Captain Owen, a giant bird approaches. According to intel, it must be the Crimson Bird Pirates captain. "Oh ho ho ho!" And kill him, then rush back to Mother with triumph, and bam! 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 And BOM! A barrage of gunfire and cannon fire erupted toward Lei Ku, but he tilted his wings mid-flight, ascending sharply to evade the shells. Then, plummeting like a comet, he enveloped himself in searing flame, melting bullets midair as they struck. Though not all projectiles dissolved completely, their force was drastically diminished, and with a single beat of his wings, the remaining rounds shattered and scattered like glass. Before he could land upon the enemy ship, the fool lunged forward, determined to intercept him before he breached the deck. With a grotesque grin, the fool rubbed his belly vigorously, whereupon thick, roiling smoke erupted, coalescing into a towering colossus wielding a massive cleaver, which swung down with earth-shaking force. Lei Ku twisted aside, then drove a devastating kick imbued with armament, Haki, shattering the smoky giant into dissipating mist. Yet the figure was but a construct; its true self remained untouched. Within seconds, the mist reformed, and the cleaver resumed its relentless, sweeping arcs. Since the cleaver too was coated in armament Haki, Lei Ku met each blow with equal ferocity, steel ringing against spectral steel. All the while, he remained wary of the second foe, silent, watchful, biding his moment to strike. But when Lei Ku's crew joined the fray, the enemy could no longer afford passive observation and charged forward with 2 ships, aiming straight for the blazing phoenix. Seizing the opening, Lei Ku shed his avian form, drew the radiant golden blade from his waist, and wrapped it in shimmering armament Haki, ready to end the duel. The fool smirked, assuming Lei Ku's transformation had failed. His stamina spent, and ordered his soldiers to close in and finish him. Yet Lei Ku's swordsmanship stunned him. In the blink of an eye, dozens of pirates collapsed, unmoving, while Lei Ku himself bore not a single wound. Enraged, Da Fu roared, "Useless fools!" and stepped forward himself, coating the reassembled smoke giant in blackened armament Haki before launching a thunderous assault. Lei Ku met him blade to blade, unyielding, unbroken. And elsewhere, Owen led a furious charge, but Lei Ku's long-range artillery inflicted heavy losses before they could close the distance. Desperate, Owen activated his flame fruit power, melting incoming cannonballs mid-flight and pushed his ship ever closer. But one of his accompanying ships fared less well. Under Crow and Joyous precise coordination, it was struck decisively. Riddled with damage, its maneuverability crippled, it sank entirely before Owen's flagship reached the battlefield. Owen, indifferent to his men's fate, ordered his vessel onward, abandoning the drowning pirates without hesitation. Seeing this, Dorman and Dorban advanced as one twin brothers ready to confront him. Owen sneered, then coolly instructed his subordinates to slaughter the rest aboard the ship, reserving the brothers for himself. Let them learn the price of defying a sea empress. Bam! Bam! Dorman fired 2 shots directly at Owen's head, but Owen melted the bullets instantly using the power of his magma fruit. Meanwhile, Lin mounted Kada and sprinted across the open sea, a newly discovered tactic, made possible by Kada's speed fruit, enabling brief, high-velocity dashes atop the waves. This granted them unparalleled mobility for hit-and-run tactics. With Lin's precision marksmanship, several pirates fell to her rifle within moments. Joya and Mina leapt onto the enemy vessel without hesitation, engaging the crew in fierce close combat, Mina unleashing the powdery mist of her scent fruit upon the pirates. Seeing Dorman's assault fail, his younger brother Dorban immediately coated his iron fists in armament Haki, charging forward through the searing heat to deliver a crushing blow. The devastating punch struck through Owen's bad blood, stunned that this seemingly ordinary pirate possessed such overwhelming strength. Instantly, he enveloped his entire body in armament Haki and locked into brutal hand-to-hand combat with Dorban. On the other ship, Like's attacks grew sharper and more relentless, his swordsmanship dazzling, forcing Daifo, the puppeteer of the Demon Man, into desperate defense. More than once, Like seized openings and lunged in, only Daifu's timely armament Haki shield and swift Demon Man countermeasures prevented grievous wounds. Yet Like resolved to end the fight swiftly and rushed to aid his comrades. A sand stare, double force. His muscles swelled to twice their size, ripping his garments apart. Then, in an instant, he shot forward like lightning toward Daifu. Daifu hastily deployed his Demon Man to block, but Like shattered it outright with Tiger Thrust, seizing the fleeting moment while Daifu struggled to reform his construct. Like blurred past and struck Daifu point-blank with Wolf Hunt, though Daifu had armored himself with armament Haki. Like's own Haki proved vastly superior. It tore through Daifu's defenses like parchment, striking flesh and bone. The sheer force sent him flying backward, crashing deep into the ship's cabin, unconscious. The remaining pirates stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, afraid they'd be next. Like had no time for them. Transforming with his bird fruit, he soared skyward to rejoin his crew. Owen was now in dire straits. He hadn't anticipated his crew's utter collapse. Within mere exchanges, over 100 pirates lay defeated. He and Daifu had grown overconfident. The Crimson Bird pirates were far more formidable than expected, and now Owen found himself surrounded, facing a hulking warrior nearly his equal in stature. Worse still, 2 sharpshooters kept landing opportunistic shots from the periphery, forcing Owen to maintain both observation Haki and armament Haki simultaneously. The strain drained his stamina rapidly, and soon, more of the enemy crew joined the fray, robbing him of any chance to end the battle decisively. Though he wielded the magma fruit, its power remained stifled in this chaos. Then suddenly a piercing avian cry split the heavens as a colossal bird descended from the clouds. Owen's heart lurched. He couldn't believe his brother Daifu had fallen so swiftly. Who was this Like? What lineage bred such terrifying strength? Circling high above, Like's gaze locked onto his target. Without hesitation, he plunged downward, executing Eagle Strike. Unleashing peak velocity and raw power, he slammed into the encircled Owen. Though Owen partially deflected the impact with his magma fruit, he was still driven through the deck into the lower hold, nearly losing consciousness. Comrades, retreat. Situation critical. Like bellowed. Years of shared voyages had forged seamless coordination. In seconds, they regrouped aboard their ship, manned stations, and set sail. From the horizon emerged 5 pirate vessels, and aboard the lead ship stood Snag, one of the 4 All-Stars. Though he witnessed the Crimson Bird pirates' departure and longed to give chase, he first needed to assess Daifu and Owen's condition. He found Daifu already unconscious, then turned to Owen aboard the second ship, battered, bleeding, yet burning with defiant fury. Snag, what brings you here? Owen demanded, puzzled. Brother Katakuri re-examined the Crimson Bird pirates' intelligence, fearing trouble. he dispatched me to oversee your operation. It seems his judgment was sound. If I hadn't arrived, you'd both be dead. Phew! Impossible. Had they not ganged up on me, and had these worthless underlings been competent, I'd have slaughtered them all. Owen retorted stubbornly. Snag offered no rebuttal. Instead, he ordered them both back, requested reinforcements from Brother Katakuri, then prepared to pursue alone. Reluctant though they were, reality left no choice. They had suffered a decisive defeat, and summoning stronger allies was now imperative. Before departing, Owen warned, "Their captain is no weakling, tread carefully." Snag nodded, yet dismissed the caution with quiet disdain. As one of Big Mom's 4 All-Stars, he bore a legacy of invincibility. How could a common pirate possibly best him? With a final farewell to Owen and Devil, he set course in pursuit. Aboard the Blazing Phoenix, Hag inspected his crew's wounds while Crow repaired the cannons. The others learned why Like had ordered immediate retreat. He'd spotted 5 additional ships converging during his aerial reconnaissance. Engagement would escalate danger exponentially. After all, their adversaries were Sea Emperor's caution was not just prudent, but essential. Like's foresight proved correct, yet one detail surprised him. Snag's ship moved with uncanny speed. Using his oil fruit, Snag propelled his vessel forward with explosive aft thrust. Though sailing solo, he trusted his own prowess to overwhelm the fleeing crew. Within moments, he sighted the Blazing Phoenix and commanded his crew to give chase. Simultaneously, Like and Ling detected the pursuit unexpectedly swift, though the Grand Line held no shortage of such surprises. Like swiftly rallied his crew for battle. This confrontation promised bloodshed, no doubt. The battle erupted in an instant. Cannon fire roared between the two ships as Crow and Uncle Black strained their arms wielding shells. Though Like's crew held a slight advantage in cannon range, the enemy vessel darted with astonishing speed, rendering precise targeting impossible. Though the foe relentlessly fired salvos, every shell was intercepted midair by Dorman and Ling. At last, both sides clashed upon a secluded islet nearby. Like sensed the enemy's overwhelming strength far surpassing that of the two he had faced before. Snag drew his massive longsword and charged forward without hesitation. Like met him head-on, unsheathing his famed blade Gelgold. Snag's great sword slashed down in a blow. Like parried it instantly. Yet a faint, knowing smile curved Snag's lips, betraying a scheme fulfilled. That subtle smirk sent a jolt of alarm through Like. He braced himself instinctively. Deep fry impact. In an instant, Snag's arm surged with explosive force. Like, though wary, was hurled backward, tumbling through the air. Had he not already tensed, the blow would have sent him flying dozens of meters. Captain Like. His crew's anxious voices rang out. He rose swiftly from the ground, waving reassurance. But Snag granted no respite. There came a sharp crack as he launched himself from the earth, streaking toward Like at blinding speed. Like immediately hardened his body with armament Haki and unleashed his sword technique, Coiling Serpent. The impact struck the serpentine barrier. Its immense force dissipated seamlessly. Seizing the opening, Like countered with a soaring slash, Spy Cut. The airborne blade clipped straight toward Snag, yet to Like's astonishment, Snag's entire body detonated like an overinflated potato, absorbing the strike entirely. His frame swelled several times its original size, yet his velocity remained undiminished. Having deflected Like's slash, he surged forward without pause. Rotating slash. Snag's armored forearm began spinning violently, centrifugal force imbuing his blade with crushing power. Like gripped his sword tightly, eyes locked on the onrushing assault. Ascend staircase triple force. Their titanic energies collided. The shockwave shattered the earth beneath them, sending shards of stone spiraling into the air. Both withdrew, breathing heavily, each out by the other's might. I underestimated you, yet your strength still falls short of challenging mine. Thief! You are no weakling, but your vision is narrow. No throne remains unchallenged forever. All sovereigns shall one day be dethroned. Then let me test whether you possess such power. With those words, Snag lunged once more. 1000-layer slash. His slashes came with dizzying speed and staggering volume. Though Like foresaw them with observation Haki, the aerial strikes proved impossible to evade entirely. With no choice, Like blocked most, but deep gashes still scored his body. Then flickering flames ignited across his wounds, searing and sealing them with swift regeneration. Snag stared in genuine bewilderment. Since when could a bird fruit produce actual flame? Yet the thought vanished in an instant. To uphold Mon's authority, no challenger, no matter who, could be tolerated. Exploding potato. Snag's form swelled further, his speed and physical resilience escalating in tandem. Though Like unleashed multiple slashes, each rebounded harmlessly off Snake's thick armor. More terrifying still, each flash carried concussive detonations. Every time light parried, explosions erupted along Snake's blade, battering him relentlessly. Snake wielded his devil fruit with uncanny mastery, yet though he wounded light, the latter's fiery regeneration kept pace effortlessly. Thus the duel reached a stalemate while elsewhere, Light's comrades had already annihilated the enemy's pirate crew. Snake seeded inwardly how utterly useless his subordinates were, failing even to delay a handful of foes. Yet he dared not divert attention. Light's onslaught grew fiercer, not weaker. Worse still, Light now cracked Snake's outer armor. Though Snake regenerated, his rate of repair lagged far behind the pace of destruction. Meanwhile, Light slipped into a transcendent state. Time itself seemed to slow, granting him clarity to unleash ever swifter, ever deadlier slashes. As Light's relentless assault accumulated, Snake finally faltered, exposing a fatal opening. Light seized it, unleashing his most devastating sword art yet. Overlord Sky. A colossal shockwave blasted toward Snake. Though he raised armament Haki in defense, he was flung backward like a ragdoll. He staggered upright, his armor reduced to dust, blood spilling from his mouth. He had never imagined such raw, devastating power. Light signaled his crew to board first. He would finish this alone. They urged caution, then retreated aboard ship to await the battle's end. Snake refused surrender. As a proud member of the Big Mom Pirates, honor demanded he fight on, and with a surge of will, he activated his fruit ability upon himself. Unlike before, this transformation swelled his very being, raw power surging through every fiber. Veins bulged across his skin, his face flushed crimson, yet his eyes burned with fierce exhilaration. Light likewise invoked his fruit flames, engulfing his body as he soared skyward, poised for the ultimate strike. Deep Fry Impact. Divine Judgment. Their supreme techniques collided in cataclysmic fury. When the light faded, Light stood wreathed in healing fire while Snake lay motionless, utterly unconscious. Yet Light spared his life for him. Such a battle was not mere conflict, but sublime fulfillment. Light boarded his ship, extinguished the flames, and asked Black to tend his wounds. Fire drained stamina severely, and after such a grueling clash, exhaustion weighed heavy upon him. 3 hours after Light's departure, a towering man wielding a trident-like spear arrived at the islet and gently lifted Snake onto his vessel. He was Katakuri, one of the 4 Emperor's elite commanders. To shield his younger brother from Mon's wrath, he had to conceal this defeat utterly. Hours later, Snake stirred awake, gazing upon his elder brother. A quiet sense of relief washed over him. Brother Katakuri. Say no more. I'll handle this matter. Rest quietly outside for now, stay hidden. Do not appear anywhere for some time. 2 months after Lei Ku's crew defeated Snake, the year advanced to Marine calendar 1501. The Marines had grown increasingly vigilant toward them. Since entering the New World, Lei Ku's crew had first defeated Captain John, then evaded pursuit by the Big Mom Pirates. Consequently, the Marines issued a new bounty list based on their escalating threat level. Lei Ku, captain of the Redbird Pirates, with a bounty of 700 million belly. Dolman the Quickdraw, bounty of 500 million belly. Dobin the Iron Fist, bounty of 450 million belly. Mina the Black Rose, bounty of 330 million belly. Navigator Chilya, bounty of 300 million belly. Sniper Lin, bounty of 280 million belly. Gunner Crow, bounty of 140 million belly. Dr. Heck, bounty of 20 million belly. Pet Quick Run Duck, bounty of 5,000 belly. This dramatic surge in bounties cemented their notoriety across the New World. Word spread swiftly among pirate crews, and even their old acquaintances in the East Blue saw the newly issued warrants. While some praised their rise, others watched silently in quiet concern. Yet the Marines would not idly permit a pirate's ascension. Acting on orders from Admiral Zephyr, fleets mobilized to eradicate Lei Ku's crew entirely. Rear Admiral Chaotang led 5 Marine warships along the eastern route. Rear Admiral Spider-Man commanded 5 vessels along the western route. Newly appointed Rear Admiral Bastille directed 5 warships northward. Rear Admiral Mo deployed 5 ships southward. No one anticipated the Marines would deploy such overwhelming force against a single pirate crew, a formation rivaling even the Buster Call. I never imagined we'd go from recruiting him into the Marines just months ago to hunting him down now, murmured Rear Admiral Mo. Sir, why such massive force against a newly renowned pirate? A young Marine asked, puzzled. First, though famed, his foundation remains shallow. He commands no territory or loyal faction, making his crew comparatively weak. Second, With the recent establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea and little else stirring, this operation serves as a stark warning to make an example of him. Third, large-scale deployments allow us to eliminate ordinary pirates and safeguard civilian lives across the New World. Meanwhile, Lei Ku's crew remained blissfully unaware of the encroaching peril, sailing slowly across the open sea. Captain Lei Ku dares a vessel approaching from afar. Lei Ku turned and saw only a solitary figure, broad-shouldered, clothed in a heavy coat, wrapped in a scarf that concealed his features. Yet Lei Ku's seasoned instincts and sharp gaze sensed unmistakably that this man was extraordinarily formidable. Who are you? Lei Ku of the Red Bird Pirates. I am Katakuri, one of the 4 emperors of the Big Mom Pirates. Snag, whom you defeated, is my younger brother. You've come for vengeance. I accept your challenge at any time. Though I long to slay you here and avenge my brother, you spared his life after defeating him, so today, I shall spare yours. If you won't fight, then why have you come? Lei Ku asked, perplexed. You're unaware the Marines have dispatched 20 warships to capture you. May you escape with your lives, for when you do, I shall come for you myself. Whether you believe me is up to you. With that, he steered his small boat away. A dangerous, enigmatic man indeed, Lei Ku murmured. Captain, could he be deceiving us? Crow asked skeptically. Yet Lei Ku sensed truth in the stranger's words. Never before had the Marines moved so decisively, and now they sought nothing less than total annihilation. We had not only then will we know if his warning holds true. Crew full speed ahead. Boom. Fire relentlessly, don't let them escape. Rear Admiral Bastille roared, his cannons trained squarely on Lei Ku's ship emerging from the horizon. The stranger's words proved chillingly accurate. 5 Marine warships already converged upon them from this very direction. Unfazed, Lei Ku's crew accelerated northward in a desperate breakout, while half the crew manned the deck guns from below, returning fire upon the Marines. The Dolman brothers stood firm on deck, deflecting incoming shells. Lei Ku, empowered by his devil fruit, soared skyward straight toward the 5 warships. Captain of the Red Bird Pirates, you'll harm no Marine vessel while I stand guard. The Admiral drew a colossal 2-meter saber and launched himself skyward with moonwalk, cleaving toward Lei Ku. Below, Marines roared in awe. This was Bastille, the newly appointed Rear Admiral, famed for his unmatched strength. Lei Ku, seeing his ascent, adjusted his trajectory and dove headlong into the assault. Ha! Overconfident fool, do you think flight alone makes you invincible? Red Bird Lei Ku. Taste my blade. In his grip, the massive sword moved with insectal lightness, yet its power remained undiminished. That thunderous blow struck Lei Ku full on, yet the sensation beneath the blade left the Admiral stunned. It was no flesh and blood body, only a shimmering illusion. Firebird, phantom butterfly. In the next breath, Lei Ku reappeared behind him, Hawk-infused legs coiled and unleashed, a devastating kick crashing into the Admiral's spine. The sheer force knocked Bastille unconscious instantly, an error born of fatal arrogance, underestimating his foe on the enemy's own turf. But the assault wasn't over. Lei Ku vanished and reappeared before the fallen Admiral, seizing him and dragging him aboard his ship. Marines aboard the warship ceded but dared not fire, fearing they'd strike their commander. Order your fleet to stand down or he dies, Lei Ku declared calmly. Marines fire without restraint. Don't spare me, kill every last pirate. Bastille bellowed. Lei Ku sighed inwardly, then delivered a swift, precise claw strike, rendering the Admiral unconscious before hurling him into the churning sea. Marines scrambled to maneuver their vessel and rescue their fallen commander, while Lei Ku's crew seized the moment and fled at full speed. Even as the battle raged, the 3 other pursuing Marine divisions received word and surged forward, converging rapidly upon the site. Without hesitation, Lei Ku's crew sped away from the battlefield. Time had already slipped through their fingers, and reinforcements would arrive imminently. At this moment, Lei Ku's crew continued sailing relentlessly, striving to break free from the encirclement. This was nothing short of a grave crisis. Their pursuers possessed seemingly endless reinforcements. Yet fortune offered no reprieve. Within mere hours, they were overtaken by another squadron of Marine warships approaching from a different direction. Their captain was a renowned Vice Admiral of the Marines, Kumo Kumo, infamous for his ruthlessness and utter lack of mercy toward pirates. The 2 forces exchanged cannon fire the instant they sighted each other. Though Lei Ku's crew held a slight tactical advantage, their ammunition reserves were critically low, having just endured an exhausting pursuit. With no alternative, they fought while devising new strategies. If all else failed, they would launch a desperate assault to eliminate the Vice Admiral himself and force their escape. Fire relentlessly, pin them down. But keep your distance. Buy time until reinforcements arrive to seal their fate. Yes, Vice Admiral Kumo. 5 Marine warships unleashed ceaseless barrages across the sea, many shells streaking directly toward their vessel. Though many were deflected, several slipped through, blasting a gaping hole through the railing of the blazing Phoenix. Captain Lei Ku, our enemy clearly intends to stall us until reinforcements arrive. At this rate, we'll be annihilated. Lei Ku frowned deeply. He understood their strategy perfectly and realized there remained only one option, forced boarding to eliminate their commanding officer. Sister Jia, take command of the fleet. I'll strike down their commander. Lei Ku, be cautious, he is legendary. Not easily defeated. Lei Ku nodded once, then, in the next breath, transformed into a soaring bird and shot skyward toward the enemy flagship. Vice Admiral Kumo, the pirate captain, has launched his assault. Oh! So he's finally lost patience. Bring me seastone bullets and seastone handcuffs. But Vice Admiral Kumo, shall we truly deploy seastone bullets now? We possess only 10 aboard. Difficult to forge. Then what purpose do they serve if not used? Fetch them now. Yes, sir. As Lei Ku harried the marine vessels mid-air, a sniper rifle locked onto him wielded by Vice Admiral Kumo himself. Bam! A single seastone bullet, fired at blinding speed, concealed among ordinary rounds, its uniqueness masked by the broad sheer volume. Yet the instant it struck, Lei Ku sensed peril through his Kanbanshiku Haki. Instinct triggered, but one wing still grazed, searing flesh. Lei Ku momentarily lost all strength, his center of gravity collapsed, and he plummeted from the sky. Did we succeed? Cried a marine lieutenant beside him. But Vice Admiral Kumo narrowed his eyes. He doubted success. The pirate's devil fruit power remained intact. Indeed, in the final fraction of his descent, Lei Ku twisted midair, landing squarely upon a marine warship and deliberately deactivated his fruit ability. Was that the legendary seastone bullet? It briefly nullified my powers even as a devil fruit user. I must tread carefully now. Kumo truly lives up to his reputation. Kill him! Marines surged forward from the deck. Lei Ku drew his blade and met them head-on. Though vastly outnumbered, none could match his skill. Vice Admiral Kumo, the pirate, has boarded one of our ships. Shall we join the assault and seize him? No rush. A bounty of 700 million berries speaks volumes. His strength is formidable. Let the enlisted wear him down first, then we'll apprehend him. Simultaneously, Kumo ordered his flagship to adjust course, positioning himself for a perfect shot. One well-placed seastone bullet would render the pirate utterly helpless. Lei Ku cut down marines without pause, yet kept watch on the flagship. He hadn't expected the Vice Admiral to remain so composed, refusing to engage personally. Still, his vision was extraordinary. Even a fleeting glance revealed the Vice Admiral's unwavering gaze tracking him, poised to unleash another seastone bullet. Yet Lei Ku stayed vigilant, darting unpredictably between marines, causing several seastone rounds to strike his foes instead. Then, with sudden ferocity, he plunged into the ship's interior, vanishing into close quarters combat and severing the Vice Admiral's line of sight entirely. So long as Lei Ku remained in plain view, Kumo retained his composure, but now, hidden within the hull, the risk escalated. If seized, the pirate might turn the warship against its own fleet. Alarmed, Kumo urgently ordered his men to converge on the vessel, closing in for the capture. To his astonishment, upon boarding the ship, he found only fallen marines, no trace of Lei Ku. That accursed wretch, where did he vanish? After such sacrifice. Suddenly, Kumo sensed danger whirling instantly, sword drawn, slashing backward. A thunderous clash of opposing forces sent nearby marines staggering back. Moments earlier, Lei Ku had donned a marine uniform and lain in wait, hidden in plain sight. He'd planned a surprise strike, yet Kumo had sensed him. Truly, a veteran admiral of marine headquarters. You're cunning indeed. And you, marine, are no less formidable. After this brief exchange, they engaged in full combat. Kumo wielded masterful swordsmanship and 6 arms, formed from his hair, each gripping a blade, 8 swords swirling in dizzying coordination. Yet Lei Ku pushed his speed to its absolute limit, barely parrying each strike, though the toll on his stamina was immense. Then Lu triple force. Lei Ku suddenly amplified his strength, deflecting Kumo's attack, then lunged straight for his chest. But the Vice Admiral anticipated it, blocking with armament Haki. Even so, the sheer magnitude of Lei Ku's power drove Kumo backward several steps, only for surrounding marines to surge forward, denying Lei Ku even a breath. Coiling Serpent. A devastating sword technique sealed every opening in Lei Ku's defense, while Kumo Kumo, concealed among the advancing marines, gripped sea-stone handcuffs in his hidden hands. In a flash of treacherous ambush, he breached Lei Ku's guard, 6 spider-like arms seizing his limbs, poised to clamp the sea-stone restraints onto him in an instant. But Lei Ku would not yield. His body erupted with explosive power, shattering their grip. The very next moment, he executed the marine combat-style shave, vanishing from their grasp. I never imagined you'd master our own techniques. Clearly, I underestimated you. Lei Ku now stood on highest alert. Kumo Kumo's tactics were maddeningly intricate, wearing him down relentlessly, his battle experience unmatched. You are not weak either. Lei Ku stared intently at the opponent, whose strikes were executed with extreme precision, making it difficult to guard against. Marines, take him down. Kill! Dozens of marines surged forward, while Gui Jiju once again concealed himself among them. Although Lei Ku could detect the opponent's movements, he was still somewhat affected. Eagle Eye. With no other choice, Lei Ku prepared to expend his stamina to enhance his eyesight. Only thus would he avoid completely falling into the opponent's trap. Just as Lei Ku finished off the marines before him, Gui Jiju struck again, this time with even greater speed, but Lei Ku was already on guard. Under his eagle eye, every move of the opponent was laid bare. He immediately unleashed a sky slash, forcing the opponent to halt and defend. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Ku flashed to the opponent's front and directly slashed at him with a sky dominance. The immense impact sent Gui Jiju flying, crashing heavily onto the deck. The terrifying force nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Had he not used life return once, he would likely be unable to stand now. However, Gui Jiju had also expended a great deal of stamina. Vice Admiral Gui Jiju. The marines shouted. After confirming that the Vice Admiral was alright, they glared at Lei Ku with fury. Gui Jiju also understood that he could not fall now. Once he fell, the soldiers' morale would plummet, leading to defeat. No matter what, he had to hold on until the others arrived. Lei Ku naturally saw through the crux of the matter. The opponent was merely putting up a brave front. One more strike would surely defeat him. Then Lei Ku charged toward the opponent, but the marines frenziedly blocked him, preventing him from harming their Vice Admiral. With no choice, Lei Ku had to defeat the marines while advancing toward the opponent. Finally, seizing a brief opening among the marines, Lei Ku used shave to instantly appear before the opponent. Vice Admiral Gui Jishu, unwilling to show weakness, used his last reserves of stamina to trade a blow, landing a punch on Lei Ku at the cost of injury. Lei Ku was sent flying backward, then slowly rose, gazing at the now unconscious Navy Vice Admiral, who was tightly surrounded by his soldiers. He then directly used his Devil Fruit ability to fly away. Yet just as Lei Ku flew off, a powerful Navy Vice Admiral arrived alone on a small boat, boarded the ship, and leaped onto the deck. The Marines were first on alert, but upon recognizing the newcomer, they shouted out, "Vice Admiral Chao Tan." The Marines then respectfully made way. Although this man was usually unserious and lecherous, his strength ranked among the top of the Navy Vice Admirals. "Have I arrived too late?" He got away. "Take good care of Vice Admiral Gui Jiju. My fleet and Major Yanshu will arrive soon." GLG prepared to pursue the opponent alone. After all, Vice Admiral Gui Jiju was formidable. Even if the opponent was not injured, his stamina had greatly decreased. This was an excellent opportunity to capture him. "Hey, Vice Admiral Chao Tan, are you going alone? The opponent is not weak. Isn't it too dangerous? Don't worry, I'll assess the situation. If I can't take him, I'll retreat." Then this Navy Vice Admiral used his small boat to race across the sea, chasing after Lei Ku and his crew. It was unknown what ability this Navy Vice Admiral had used, but the small boat moved at an astonishing speed, even surpassing a large ship at full sail. Meanwhile, Lei Ku was still flying in the sky. The recent battle had drained much of his stamina, and his body was now wreathed in flames, healing his injuries. By the time he returned to the ship, he was somewhat exhausted. However, he knew that the Navy would not let this go easily, so he ordered his companions to depart quickly. After all, his companions had not sailed at full speed to wait for him. Yet even though they quickly set sail, half an hour later, an unexpected sight occurred. A single Navy officer was pursuing them on the sea. Lin quickly reported this discovery to the crew, and everyone swiftly took their positions. After all, one who dared to pursue alone must have great confidence in his own strength. Koluo, fire! Several cannonballs were fired directly at the opponent. However, though they struck true, they were deflected by the opponent's monstrous strength, achieving no effect. Then Ling also took aim and sniped at him, but the opponent continuously used observation haki to evade her attacks. He then made a great leap, using moonwalk to ascend into the sky. With a few rapid movements, he landed directly on the deck of the blazing Firebird. Everyone was on high alert. Lei Ku was currently recovering his stamina, continuously eating food from the refrigerator. Dao Urban struck first, his powerful iron fist coated with armament haki, aimed straight at the opponent's face. The opponent likewise coated his fist with armament haki and clashed, both staggering back 2 steps from the force. Dao Urban and Lin seized the opportunity to attack, but both were dodged by Chao Tan. Oh, how can you gang up on me like this? Humph, since you boarded our ship without so much as a greeting, don't blame us for outnumbering you. The next second, Min now directly attacked with medicinal powder, but the Navy Vice Admiral used shave to flash to the rear. He dodged the strike, then looked at the group with an amused expression. Ah, so many beauties it's really hard to make a move. You Navy guy, aren't you saying the wrong lines? Dao Urban shouted angrily. Then, he charged straight forward. The opponent's actions left the Navy Vice Admiral puzzled. Wasn't this fellow a gunner? Why would he engage in close combat? Yet Dao Urban, without any hesitation, delivered a powerful roundhouse kick, the force of which made the Navy Vice Admiral take him seriously. This guy, he's actually a gunner skilled in close combat. At this moment, Dao Urban seamlessly combined his martial arts with his marksmanship, perfectly coordinated. Yet even this impenetrable assault was blocked by the Navy Vice Admiral, demonstrating his formidable strength. However, with the addition of Iron Fist Dao Urban and Xiaoya, the Navy Vice Admiral found himself in a bitter struggle. Yet the three fighting him frowned, for they could sense that although the opponent was somewhat strained, he had not yet shown his true strength. He was still concealing his power. It seemed defeating him would be no easy task. Just then, Lei Ku rode Ku Da straight toward the Navy Vice Admiral. Ku Da's speed was immense. The powerful collision caused the Navy Vice Admiral to stumble, looking at the Red Bird pirate crew's pet with some surprise. He then stared intently at Lei Ku, not expecting that despite his own swift arrival, the opponent's stamina had recovered so quickly it was almost unbelievable. However, he was not foolish enough to take on an entire ship of pirates. Even using his ability, it would likely be difficult to capture them. Then the Navy Vice Admiral spread his hands and said with a lecherous grin, "Considering so many beauties are here, I'll have to call off today's operation. Farewell, pirates!" He then directly used moonwalk to return to his small boat and departed. The crew watched this troublesome opponent, remaining silent for a long time. However, they quickly set sail again to avoid any further tricks. "Admiral Chapten, you've returned." Major Mo had already regrouped with the others. He hadn't anticipated the Red Bird pirates would prove so formidable. This operation deployed 2 admirals and 2 majors, yet the pirates still slipped through their grasp. "Never mind. Failure is failure. Bring me the Den Mashi from headquarters. I must report to command." "Yes, Admiral Chapten." "This is Admiral Zephyr's office. May I ask what message you'd like relayed?" "This is Kaji. Please inform Master Zephyr that our mission has failed. We are preparing to return." Kaji then hung up. The last thing he wanted was a lecture from Master Zephyr. "All right, the report is complete. Let's head home." The naval soldiers exchanged startled glances. None expected such nonchalance from an admiral upon mission failure. Meanwhile, out on the open sea, Lei Ku's crew had at last broken free from the Navy's encirclement, and Lei Ku, no longer compelled to feign composure, finally exhaled. Though he had mastered the Marine's 6 powers, specifically the technique of life return, his stamina remained far from fully restored. Fortunately, his opponent stood alone. Otherwise, survival would have been improbable. Over the next 3 days of sailing, they anchored at a remote island to replenish supplies. The battle had drained them utterly, even depleting their ship's ammunition. For a full day, the crew labored to restock cannonballs, provisions, and timber. Meanwhile, Crow and Old Black remained aboard to repair the railings shattered by naval artillery. Unbeknownst to them, an uninvited guest had already boarded. The figure sat motionless in the second-floor lounge chair. When Crow went to fetch something, he spotted him and instinctively raised his hammer. "You Katakuri. I'm delighted you remember me. Are they ashore purchasing supplies? It appears only you 2 remain aboard. What do you want?" I told you if you survived the Marines, I'd come for vengeance on my brother's behalf. Rest assured, I won't strike now. We'll settle this when they return. As Lei Ku and his companions approached the ship bearing supplies, he sensed something amiss from afar, the absence of Crow and Old Blatch. He handed the goods to Abin and, using his Devil Fruit ability, instantly teleported aboard only to find Crow and Old Blatch bound together, and the intruder waiting calmly. I'd rather not have restrained them, but they proved quite unruly. So it's you who seeks revenge? Lei Ku's comrades soon reboard and immediately surrounded the stranger, yet he stood utterly composed, flawlessly unreadable. Let us choose a place your grave. I will face you all, alone. He strode off deck. Lei Ku exchanged a silent glance with his crew and followed. Curiously, the man appeared arrogantly confident, arriving entirely unaccompanied, without a single pirate ally. How bold you are, but we hold no taste for overwhelming numbers. Comrades, stand back. I shall test Katakuri's strength myself. Lei Ku stepped forward. Since his opponent drew no blade, neither would he. You won't wield a weapon. Don't blame me later for withholding the chance. Enough talk, fight. They struck simultaneously. Lei Ku led with an armament-hardened fist, but to his shock, Katakuri's hand transformed into a spiked mace wreathed in armament haki, hurtling toward him. Lei Ku barely evaded, yet still caught the blow. Only his armament haki shield spared him serious injury. He'd grown careless. He should have drawn his sword at once. But it wasn't too late. As he rolled across the deck, his blade flashed free. So you're a Devil Fruit user. Such mutable abilities are remarkably versatile. Your reflexes are swift, but in my eyes, your openings are endless. Ascend staircase triple force. Dozens of arms erupted behind Katakuri, each sheathed in armament haki, converging upon Lei Ku, who parried and dodged in frantic succession. Yet Katakuri's assault rained down relentlessly, leaving little room for counterattack. His comrades watched, hearts clenched. They saw plainly this man's confidence was founded in lethal capability. But Lei Ku refused passive defense. It invited defeat. Swift swallow technique. As his blade danced, his form darted like a nimble swallow weaving through dense forest, closing steadily on Katakuri. At last within striking distance, Lei Ku tensed, then abruptly abandoned the lunge, rolling sharply left as if forewarned. Indeed, the dozen pillar-like fists Katakuri had launched moments earlier curved mid-air with uncanny precision. Had Lei Ku pressed forward, he'd have been struck squarely. I never imagined your Devil Fruit could be wielded thus. Katakuri merely scoffed, silent, then unleashed a fiercer onslaught. Lei Ku searched desperately for an opening. Katakuri's fruit power was unnerving, offensive, defensive, and clearly holding untapped depths. Lei Ku evaded punch after punch, deflecting blows with his blade. Shiv! In an instant, he reappeared behind Katakuri, certain the man couldn't pivot fast enough to counter, granting him the perfect surprise strike. To Lei Ku's astonishment, Katakuri didn't turn. Instead, countless massive spikes erupted from his back, forcing Lei Ku to halt his attack. Katakuri twisted his torso, fixing Lei Ku with cold eyes. You're a paramecia-type user. How can you manipulate the environment itself? Lei Ku frowned. Only Logi-types were known to alter surroundings. No paramecia user had ever displayed such control. Thief! Only true masters awaken their Devil Fruits to a higher realm fruit awakening. Though Katakuri offered this brief explanation, their duel did not pause. It intensified, furious and unrelenting. Katakuri's relentless barrage fists raining down, spikes erupting unpredictably from the ground forced Lei Ku into constant evasion and defense. Wounds now streaked Lei Ku's body, but he withheld his flame-based regeneration, conserving energy for the brewing battle ahead. I must admit you are formidable. To draw forth your full power, I, too, must unleash everything I possess. Come, let us fight, Katakuri. Coiling Serpent. Lei Ku unleashed a sword technique, instantly parrying his opponent's armament haki-forged fist. He then launched an overwhelming counteroffensive. His devastating overwhelming void shattered the opponent's assault, reverting it back to its original machi form, followed immediately by a swift, lethal strike, Wolf Hunt. At last, the blade struck home. Though his foe had reinforced his body with the machi fruit's power, a deep gash still split his flesh. Katakuri stared in disbelief. The man before him had actually pierced his defense. That technique had been far more potent than anticipated. Then, a spiraling ring of machi materialized behind him. From within it, Katakuri drew forth a trident, coating its length in shimmering armament haki. I hadn't expected you to wound me. You truly possess formidable skill. In the next instant, he lunged forward, spinning trident first, a whirlwind of raw, staggering force. Though Lei Ku's own strength was immense, even his blade trembled upon impact, resonating with the sheer magnitude of his adversary's power. Rotational assault. The ferocity of the attack forced Lei Ku to evade, but every opening was sealed, flawless. One hand wielded the trident, the other manipulated machi tendrils to strike from all angles. He had already absorbed countless blows. Only armament Haki shielding his body prevented him from collapsing outright. His comrades watched in silent dread, holding their breath, not daring to utter a word lest they disrupt the duel. Great renown, Crimson Flame Slash. Lei Ku channeled Searing Flame into his sword art, unleashing it to intercept the onslaught only to be stunned by its unexpected efficacy. The moment his opponent's machi fist met the fire, it ignited and rapidly disintegrated, its destructive force crumbling to ash. Katakuri frowned. Intelligence had labeled Lei Ku solely as an animal-type devil fruit user. Yet seasoned in countless battles, he swiftly recalibrated, retracting his fruit ability entirely and preparing to overwhelm Lei Ku with pure martial prowess. Seeing his most dangerous ability neutralized, Lei Ku seized the opening blade drawn. He charged headlong into close combat. Though stripped of his fruit powers, Katakuri's physical mastery remained peerless, his weapon danced with consummate precision and terrifying might. Yet Lei Ku's years of sword discipline were no mere ornament. The two clashed in a relentless, evenly matched storm of steel and fury. Suddenly, Katakuri leapt backward, then vanished beneath the earth, launching rapid subterranean assaults against Lei Ku. Lei Ku remained vigilant, but Katakuri shifted tactics ceaselessly, blurring the line between illusion and reality, with the next strike erupt as a machi spike or his own fist. With no choice, Lei Ku unleashed the blazing slash, once more driving Katakuri violently back into the open air. Now it was Katakuri's turn to falter. His fruit ability thwarted, he had no recourse but to abandon it entirely and return to raw, unadorned martial combat. Their battle raged like wildfire, sparking across the island from shore to ridge, cleaving forests bare, scarring the earth with intersecting gashes of steel. As the duel reached fever pitch, blow after blow crashed against impenetrable defenses until both warriors recoiled, breathing heavily, eyes locked in weary silence. Then Katakuri drove his feet into the ground and surged forward, delivering a colossal, earth-shaking punch. Lei Ku barely blocked it, his boots sinking deep into fractured soil. Before he could recover, Katakuri discarded his weapon, his entire body morphing into a massive, spine hand, armored in gleaming armament Haki. It clamped down on Lei Ku with crushing force, sealing him utterly within its armored grip. With no escape, Lei Ku activated his devil fruit, transforming into a colossal, flame-wreathed bird, incinerating his captor. The infernal blaze seared Katakuri's flesh, but he refused to yield, enduring the conflagration as he slammed Lei Ku bird and all into the earth with cataclysmic force. The impact shattered the ground itself, yet transformed into a phoenix bird. Lei Ku's resilience surpassed even his human form. Though grievously wounded, he endured. In an instant, both reverted to human form. Katakuri scorched and gasping, Lei Ku trembling with exhaustion, eyes locked, breath ragged, body spent. To decide the duel, they summoned their utmost strength and struck simultaneously. A torrent of conqueror's Haki erupted from their fists, crackling with violent black lightning. Both were hurled backward by the collision, but neither hesitated. They sprang up at once, trading blow after blistering blow. Katakuri fused fruit-enhanced might with armament Haki, each punch a seismic hammer. Lei Ku countered with flame-infused strikes, scorching, defensive, restorative. Their fists blurred faster than sight phantoms, overlapping reality, each exchange intensifying, each clash edging them closer to that elusive threshold. Sensing the trajectory of the next strike, that was the nascent bloom of observation Haki, foresight. Though their visions flickered briefly and unpredictably, it was enough. For these two titans, this perfect stalemate would end with the next blow. Victory hinged on whose foresight stretched farther into the future. Lei Ku and Katakuri hurled themselves forward, one final, life-pledge strike. Lei Ku's fatal blow landed true, piercing Katakuri's chest in the fleeting instant before armament Haki could fully envelop it. Katakuri refused to yield. Though Lei Ku had hastily armored his head with armament Haki, the coverage was incomplete, and Katakuri's foresight revealed that very weakness. Their titanic forces collided. Katakuri's sternum exploded inward, Lei Ku's left skull fractured completely. Consciousness slipped away, his soul drifting beyond reach until a single, stubborn ember of flame anchored him. Then more flames surged, rekindling his spirit, drawing it back into place. Outside, Lei Ku's crew rushed forward as both warriors lay motionless. Lei Ku's body burned fiercely, yet not with destruction, but with controlled, radiant fire. They knew he was healing himself. Meanwhile, Katakuri lay still on the ground, barely conscious, too grievously wounded to rise. Like a lamb awaiting slaughter, he lay helpless until Lei Ku's voice, faint but clear, halted his crew's advance. He is a worthy adversary. When the Marines ambushed us, he warned us. So we grant him mercy once. His crew sighed. What could they do? Their captain's first coherent words were not for himself but for his fallen foe. Gently, they lifted the gravely injured Lei Ku onto their ship. The flames clinging to his body abate his will, warm, gentle, utterly non-combustive. Katakuri gazed upward at the sky as the shrill chirp of a den-den-mashi echoed nearby. With practiced ease, he extruded the snail-shaped communicator from his machi form. A familiar voice crackled through his younger brother's neck and sister Brule. Brother Katakuri, where are you? I'm coming with the fleet right now. Phil, Captain, you really are reckless. Dr. Heck said, gazing at Like's horrifying wounds. In all his years, he had never seen anyone survive such grievous injuries. Sorry, Uncle Heck, I've troubled you again. You. Uncle Heck shook his head helplessly. This young captain truly risked his life without hesitation for matters he deemed important. Uncle Heck then carefully sutured the wounds and applied medicinal ointment before stepping out. Like now lay utterly drained of strength. The flames that once engulfed his body had long since vanished. Perhaps his desperate return from death's threshold had exhausted every last ounce of vitality. He could only lie still upon the bed, mind replaying the recent battle and the uncanny sensation of Kanbanshiku hockey, perceiving fragments of the future. Outside, his crewmates hurriedly gathered around Uncle Heck as he emerged, anxiously asking after Like's condition. He won't die, not yet. But with wounds this severe, he'll be confined to bed for a full month. Relief washed over them. They knew Like's flames possessed healing properties, yet those flames had inexplicably faded shortly after boarding the ship, plunging them into panic. Now reassured that Like faced no immediate danger, their tension eased. Still, they would need to remain deeply concealed, for at present, they were hunted alike by both the Marines and rival pirates, perilously exposed. Moreover, with Like's recovery incomplete, navigation demanded utmost caution, naturally falling to their skilled navigator, Miss Julia. A week later, inside the training chamber aboard the blazing Firebird, Like lifted a barbell weighing dozens of tons, repeating the motion with relentless discipline. Captain Like, your wounds haven't fully healed yet. Why resume training so soon? Stop immediately or Uncle Heck will scold you again the moment he sees you. Oh, it's Crow, is it? No need to worry. I feel nearly recovered, and lying idle in bed for 7 days has left me restless. My body craves movement. Like replied with a smile. Outside, Mina and Lin exchanged amused glances. Truly our captain, his constitution is monstrous. Such grave injuries, yet he's already bounding about after just 1 week. At that moment, a furious bellow echoed from within the cabin. Didn't I tell you to rest properly? What are you doing out here? Back to bed now. Yes, Uncle Heck, I'll return at once. Their captain, caught like a child sneaking sweets, was promptly ushered back inside by Uncle Heck. The crew burst into laughter, a rare moment of lightness amid the mounting trials they'd endured. Soon afterward, they approached an unfamiliar stretch of sea, intending to resupply on a nearby island. Upon disembarking, they discovered the port guarded by pirates, an unexpected sight. Though bracing for confrontation, they learned these pirates' purpose was to shield the island's inhabitants from marauding crews. Only upon setting foot on land did they realize, this island belonged to the sovereign of the sea, Edward Newgate the Whitebeard. At its summit fluttered a flag bearing a skull crowned by striking white whiskers. Who would have thought pirates could protect civilians? Like murmured, observing the townsfolk. Of course, just as the Marines harbor corrupt elements, so too do pirates contain men of virtue. Yet such souls remain rare exceptions, not representative of the whole. Jia sighed softly. They then purchased ample provisions and recharged their log posts before departing. After entering the New World, islands requiring lengthy log post calibration like those along the Grand Line had grown scarce, most now stabilized within half an hour. As they sailed away, another pirate vessel approached, clearly affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates. Like studied its crew, their leader appeared remarkably young, clad in a crisp white shirt, with a broad, sturdy frame. Redbird Pirates, we are the 2nd division of the Whitebeard Pirates, led by Teach. State your purpose here. Do you seek war? Hey, don't leap to such accusations. We are merely here to procure supplies. Crow retorted sharply. Then leave immediately and spare me the sight of you. Should you harbor ill intent, do not expect mercy. That arrogant fool, I'll teach him respect. Crow lunged forward, enraged but light restrained him. After all, this was foreign territory. Their departure was justified. Moreover, an instinctive unease whispered that this teach was no ordinary man. Conflict here held no advantage. Teach of the Whitebeard pirates, we bear no hostility toward you. We depart now, so let go this animosity. Let us go. Like turned calmly toward the ship and sailed away from the island. So the Whitebeard truly was a responsible pirate, dispatching patrol vessels across his domain to deter other pirates and uphold order. Later, upon the open sea, another pirate ship drew near, its deck occupied by Tsukiji, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 4th Division. Hey, Teach, word reached me that the famed Redbird Pirates arrived here recently. Where are they? Captain Tsukiji, you've come. Teach smiled amiably. I intimidated them into retreat. No conflict arose. Ah, I see. I'd hoped to test their mettle myself. A pity indeed. Captain Tsukiji, what worth do they hold for your blade? Merely upstarts newly risen to fame. With nothing pressing now, Captain Tsukiji, shall we share a drink? Excellent, Teach. Rare to see you in such high spirits. Let's drink, and tonight, we shall not cease until dawn. Aboard the blazing Firebird, Like and his crew savored a lavish meal, replenished stores, yielding an especially sumptuous feast. They ate heartily while discussing the living legend, the Whitebeard. He once served under the Rocks Pirates, then founded his own crew after their dissolution. Unimaginable, he spent decades as Roger the Pirate King's fiercest rival. His power rivaled Roger's. Their titanic clashes shook the seas. And he wielded a fearsome devil fruit, the Gura Gura, no misset capable of cleaving the very ocean asunder. Captivated, the crew paused mid-bite, leaning in as Jiuyao recounted his saga. Jiuyao, a former marine, indeed possessed deeper knowledge than the rest. Ah, Captain, you mentioned your father served under the Rocks Pirates, didn't you? Yes, that much I know. But beyond that, he spoke little. Later, he fell victim to world government agents. What kind of force was the Rocks Pirates producing so many legendary captains? Captain, come quickly. A pod of colossal whales. After aimlessly sailing across the vast ocean for 4 months, Lei Ku and his crew finally arrived at an unfamiliar stretch of sea. However, beyond their expectations, the weather inexplicably turned foul, and a peculiar aura permeated these waters. Hey, where is this place? Why is the sea so strange? Peel stared at the ocean in alarm. The waves were towering, as if they might swallow everyone at any moment. Look! So many carps. Lei Ku spotted a massive school of giant carps swimming beneath the surface, all rushing in the same direction. Ben, how do you make delicious carp? Lei Ku asked. Well, small carps are usually sweet and sour. I've never cooked one this big before, Dao Urban replied with a serious expression. Sister Qiaoya, hurry up and follow these carps. Let's catch one and taste it, see how big carp differs from small carp. All right. Though the sea was now churning with enormous waves, it was a trivial challenge for a seasoned sailor like Qiaoya. Soon, the group followed the carps to a waterfall, watching as they continuously climbed upward. These carps are actually leaping up the waterfall. How amazing! Mina remarked with fascination. I'll fly up to see what's above the waterfall first, Lei Ku said, and immediately used his devil fruit ability to soar into the sky. Perhaps due to his earlier injury, his body had now grown to over 10 meters in size, making him a truly colossal bird. As he flew above the waterfall, a vast inland sea appeared before him, and in the distance, he could make out some buildings. It seems this is an island where people can live. Lei Ku then returned to the ship and recounted his discovery to his companions. Giant carps, a waterfall, and an island up high. Qiaoyu murmured to herself. What's wrong? Do you know where this is? This place resembles the closed country, Hizigu, the territory of the Emperor of the Sea, Kaido. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. They couldn't believe they had stumbled upon the legendary Hizigu. What a twist of fate! In just a few months, we've passed through the territories of 3 emperors of the sea. It seems the new world is truly dominated by these 3 rulers, Lei Ku said slowly. But our goal in sailing is to explore the world. We shouldn't give up halfway just because of danger. Let's go up and take a look. Seeing their captain's resolve, the others agreed. They were also eager to witness this fabled closed country. But how do we get up? Are we supposed to leave the ship at the bottom of the waterfall while you fly us up? Kilo asked doubtfully. I have an idea. We'll use these carps to ascend. Tie ropes to the carps, and I'll push from below to prevent accidents. Thus, Lei Ku and his crew caught several willing carp workers, tied them to the front of the ship, and as Lei Ku transformed into a giant bird, he gave a mighty lift. Their pirate ship soared into the air. They shot vertically upward, finally clearing the waterfall and entering the inland sea of Hiziguo. However, since this was Emperor Kaido's territory, they dared not act recklessly, hiding their ship beside a cliff. From the outside, no trace could be seen. Only by rowing to the middle of the inland sea would one notice something amiss. Then, the group rowed a small boat to the shore. Lei Ku even stepped on a crab as he landed. When they reached the coast, they realized the country was indeed vast and not entirely closed. In the distance, several factories were belching smoke, dozens of them, massive in size. The group then headed to a nearby village, where the inhabitants wore kimonos and were busy preparing meals. However, the rice in their cooking was sparse, a subtle sign that these people were living in hardship. They dispersed and chatted with the elderly villagers, finally learning the reason for their impoverished lives. The current ruler of the country was Heitanda Shi, a cruel and greedy tyrant. It was a pity that after the previous king, Guang Yu Shou Xishao, died, he left behind a son who was nothing but a fool unfit to inherit the throne. That was how Heitanda Shi came to rule Hiziguo. Ah, how peculiar. So the king had a simple-minded son. He wasn't born simple. He became foolish after returning from a voyage. So he did go to sea. Someone who has seen the outside world shouldn't be a fool. What is his name? Guang Yu Tian. Lei Ku pondered, feeling the name was familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere, but he couldn't recall. Sister Qiaoya, do you know the name Guang Yu Tian? Lei Ku asked their crew's walking encyclopedia. Guang Yu Tian. A very familiar name. Could it be the Yu Tian who followed the pirate King Roger to lawful the Lu? Really? That can't be. I've heard he might be from Hiziguo, but it's just a rumor. Granny, why is this Guang Yu Tian called a fool? Alas, under Heitanda Shi's rule, life in Hiziguo is miserable. We had hoped that this son of the shogun would lead us to overthrow the serpent's tyranny. But instead, he's a fool dancing naked in the streets. What else would you call him? Such behavior does seem foolish. Granny, do you know where he lives now? He lives in Jiuli City, dancing his naked dance there every day. Lei Ku stood up, quickly returned to the ship, and brought back some food to share with the impoverished villagers. At Lei Ku's suggestion, they decided to head to Jiuli City to see Guang Yu Tian for themselves to determine whether he was truly a fool or the very same man who had journeyed to lawful the Lu with Roger. They set out for Jiuli City, but to avoid suspicion, they changed into local clothes. The garments, obtained from the poor villagers, were ragged and patched. It seems Kaido has wreaked havoc on Hiziguo as well. But if he really sailed with the Pirate King, how could he stand by and let Kaido take over? Is it just a coincidence of names? As Lei Ku and his crew moved on, they soon arrived at another village, a settlement of samurai. Unlike the previous village, the people here had fierce, menacing eyes. And it was clear that these people were not weak in combat. Hey, who are you? Your clothes are ragged, but you're not from around here, are you? The speaker had blue hair, wore a long coat, and carried 2 swords at his waist. What was striking was his gaze. With a single glance, he saw through Lei Ku and his companions. This man seemed to hold considerable authority, for as soon as he spoke, all the samurai fixed their eyes on the intruders. At a mere word from him, they would likely swarm them. Don't misunderstand, we are merely travelers from afar. We passed through a nearby village and changed into local attire, Crow explained calmly. This is Wano country, no foreign travelers have ever set foot here. But pirates who land ashore. Quite common. Judging by your appearances, you're pirates, aren't you? As the middle-aged man finished speaking, the surrounding samurai stalled with fury and drew their katana, closing in. Seeing the situation escalate, Lei Ku's companions unsheathed their weapons, readying for battle, yet Lei Ku himself stepped forward to calm them. Sir, we are pirates, but we arrived here by sheer accident, wishing only to observe your land. These garments were gifted to us by an elder in the village, not taken by force. Upon hearing this, the man gestured for his samurai to stand down, then spoke slowly. Pirates are cunning. Your words hold little weight. A Jew, take 2 men and verify this claim in the neighboring village. Yes, sir. Until my men return, None of you may live or face the blade without mercy. Though he stood motionless, Lei Ku sensed immense power radiating from him, an aura reminiscent of the legendary swordsman Mihawk, whom he'd first encountered upon setting sail. Very well, we'll wait. After all, sparking conflict the moment we step foot in Wano country would be unwise. Lei Ku urged his crew to stand by, discretion outweighed haste. Roughly half an hour passed before the dispatched samurai returned, gazing at Lei Ku and his crew with unmistakable, searching curiosity. They approached the middle-aged samurai and whispered something. His expression shifted instantly, and he strode toward them. The group tensed, yet he bore no hostility. My deepest apologies, sirs, I misjudged you. Before the assembled samurai, the man offered a formal, solemn bow and proceeded to explain the truth aloud. These pirates harmed no villagers indeed, they shared provisions with them. We erred grievously in our suspicion. Lei Ku and his crew accepted the apology without resentment, for it was sincere, not perfunctory. Yet curiosity now stirred within Lei Ku. He wished to remain and speak further, and the samurai readily agreed. Before long, Lei Ku's group engaged in easy conversation with the samurai. Lei Ku himself settled beside the middle-aged warrior, sitting cross-legged with quiet respect. I am Lei Ku, as you see, a pirate hailing from overseas. Shimatsuki Kyuan. Only then did they learn this place was Regal, one of Wano country's 6 regions. Where do you intend to go? Shimatsuki Kyuan asked. We seek Kaishiro City to meet Kuzuki Oden. Lei Ku's reply left Kyuan momentarily stunned, then he shook his head. Lei Ku, puzzled, asked what troubled him. The coast where you landed lies at the far opposite end of Wano country, miles from Kaishiro City. And Kuzuki Oden, a fool who dances naked in public, why waste time on him? Leave Wano swiftly, lest you draw the attention of Kaido's forces. Lei Ku scratched his head awkwardly. Their arrival had been entirely accidental. Having heard villagers mention Kaishiro City, they'd simply begun walking there. Yet Kyuan produced a detailed map and handed it to Lei Ku. Still, I must ask, why seek out a fool? Because beyond these shores, a pirate named Kuzuki Oden once sailed alongside the legendary pirate king and reached Laugh Tale itself. Moreover, this Kuzuki Oden hailed from Wano country. Kyuan fell silent, thoughtful. Oden had indeed left Wano for several years, though tales of the pirate king meant little to him or his people. Yet the image of a barefoot, dancing fool refused to align with that legendary figure. Enough! If you're determined to go, then go. Better to satisfy your curiosity than let it fester. Indeed, we only wish to see for ourselves. By the way, sir, you're a swordsman. Merely an ordinary samurai. Might I request a friendly spar? Lei Ku proposed, having felt that formidable pressure emanating from the man moments earlier. Oh, of course. But restraint only. Their duel instantly captivated the surrounding samurai, who gathered in a respectful circle to watch. Lei Ku drew his blade, yelking, while Kyuan unsheathed his twin katana. With brief, courteous nods, they launched into combat. Lei Ku struck first. 3 years of relentless training and battle had honed his swordsmanship to the level of a true sword master. To his astonishment, his furious assault was deflected effortlessly, confirming his instinct. Kyuan was no mere warrior, but a sword master himself. Lei Ku then infused his blade with armament Haki, only for Kyuan to coat both his swords in the same indomitable black energy. So even in Wano country, armament Haki was known. Wolf Hunt, Great Snow Dance. Their sword techniques clashed, yet neither gained advantage. To break the stalemate, Lei Ku resorted to his ultimate technique. Kanbanshiku Haki, the ability to perceive the future. After his battle with Katakuri, he struggled repeatedly to master foresight until he uncovered its precise condition. Now, he could glimpse precisely 3 seconds ahead, but only when utterly serene, and only when his Kanbanshiku Haki reached transcendent clarity. With foresight awakened, Kyuan's sword art seemed laid bare. Every strike anticipated, every feint discerned. In mortal combat, Lei Ku would already have won. Unbelievable, you're so young, yet you've ascended to the rank of Grand Sword Master. Terrifying. My entire sword path lies exposed before you. Shimatsuki Kyuan praised him without reserve. Yet as a samurai, I yield nothing easily. Wings no moon. As Kyuan unleashed his technique, Lei Ku sensed genuine peril and foresaw himself hurled backward, cleaved mid-air by an invisible slash. Yet Kyuan halted mid-strike, leaving Lei Ku bewildered. My apologies. We agreed this was mere sparring. I grew overly absorbed. Not at all. If that technique had landed, I'd be lying unconscious. Oh, you truly saw every motion in advance. Truly terrifying. Lei Ku then explained Kanbanshiku Haki, though Q1 termed it, simply, sword sense. Yet Lei Ku remained deeply intrigued by Q1's final technique the first time he'd witnessed a bladeless slash capable of striking within, severing internal essence from afar. This is a rare art mastered only by Wano's most elite swordsmen. Flowing Sakura. Ryan, and yes, only a select few swordsmen master this technique, dismantling enemies from within, and no way Haki possesses such capability. Might you teach me some of these techniques, brother Shimo no Ashimaru? And certainly, but my own Ryun is merely average. In Wano country, the most exceptional practitioner is a Yakuza known as Han no Higoro. Shimo no Ashimaru then demonstrated Ryun for Lek, whose essence lies in setting one's armament Haki into fluid motion. Next, the Haki courses throughout the body, enhancing both defense and offense. When defending, it forms an invisible armor of Haki around the body. When attacking, it bypasses external defenses entirely, striking directly at the enemy's interior. Shimo no Ashimaru personally guided Lek through practice, but alas, after hours of effort, Lek showed no progress whatsoever. It's all right. A young man like you will surely grasp it soon. And thereafter, Lek and his crew bid farewell to Shimo no Ashimaru and set off for Kuri City. Shimo no Ashimaru saw them off, then returned to his village and sat upon the ground, drinking sake. And emerging from Ringo, Lek's party traversed Himemi village and finally arrived at Kuri City. En route, they were briefly intercepted by subordinates of Kaido and Orochi, but their tattered, ragged clothing fooled the guards, allowing them to pass unchallenged. Yet upon reaching Kuri City, they found it equally impoverished, though marginally less so than other villages. Quick, go watch! That fool, Oden, is dancing again. And hearing this, Lek and his companions hurried over to catch sight of Oden Kazuki. True to rumor, a naked man danced wildly in the street, ashamed yet radiant with joy. His appearance bore no resemblance to the legendary voyager who once sailed alongside the Pirate King. I see he truly is a fool. Captain Lek, let's go. Ni's crew felt deeply disappointed. They had hoped to meet a peerless hero who'd sailed with the Pirate King Roger, yet reality proved otherwise. Just as Lek prepared to leave, he swept his gaze across the square and sensed something amiss. Upon closer scrutiny, he realized that tiny Kuri City concealed dozens of hidden spies. And their target was precisely this fool. They watched his every move. And if he were truly mad, why would so many watch him? Was there more beneath the surface? Lek chose not to alert them. Instead, he instructed his companions to remain 2 days exploring the city before departing. They secured lodging, and Lek recounted his discovery. His crew was stunned. Lek possessed extraordinary vision, missing no subtle detail. After deliberation, they resolved Lek would infiltrate Oden's residence alone that night. Night fell. Lek transformed into a colossal crimson bird and soared high above Kuri City. His crew stayed behind, as he intended to scout solo. Though darkness reigned, Oden's estate lay fully visible beneath him. Descending slowly, he held his breath and slipped silently inside. The moment his feet touched ground, he sensed stealthy shinobi lurking just beyond Oden's outer walls, yet their surveillance was lax, and his arrival went undetected. Advancing deeper, he finally entered the inner chambers and shoo. A lethal poison dart shot toward him. Lek sidestepped effortlessly, then lunged forward. His assailant was a shinobi, a slender female warrior. Their exchange was swift. Within mere exchanges, she lay subdued in Lek's grip. Still, the commotion drew attention. Lek stood awkwardly before several figures, weapons drawn, eyes locked onto him with unwavering intensity. These were Oden's retainers, and their presence confirmed Lek's suspicion. Oden was no fool. Why else would loyal vassals still serve him? Hold no harm intended, and Lek gently released the female shinobi, who glared at him fiercely. Stand down. Who are you and what brings you here? And the speaker was none other than Oden Kazuki, the very man who danced barefoot by day now, utterly devoid of folly. Lek followed him into a private chamber, while his retainers trailed silently, still wary, still vigilant. Master Oden, I am Lek, a pirate, and I deduced as much. No native would dare trespass upon a fool's home at midnight. Are you Oden Kazuki, the same who sailed with the Pirate King Roger? And that was long ago. Roger himself is dead. A faint sorrow tinged his voice, confirming Lek had found the right man. And I came only to see you, not to cause harm. But Lek paused, words faltering. And you wish to ask why Oden Kazuki, the man who sailed with Roger, has become Wano's laughingstock? I'm sorry, I cannot speak of it. I have my reasons. Please leave now. King Eamon escort our guest out. Seeing Odin's resolve, Lek had no choice but to rise and depart. Though clearly no fool, Odin remained bound by some unseen chain. Yet given his past as a member of Roger's crew, Lek felt compelled to add one final word. Master Odin, if you're under coercion, know that though I am a pirate, I can aid you. Rayleigh himself granted me great kindness. At Rayleigh's name, Odin visibly stirred, then merely waved Lek away. Lek left frustrated, burning with unanswered questions. What force had reduced such a man to this? Farewell, Master Odin. Before I go, I must tell you, the people of Wano suffer terribly. They live in dire poverty. They say you were once the shogun's heir. I can only say you bear responsibility for this land and you have failed it. How dare you speak thus? Do you know what Lord Odin has sacrificed? King Eamon roared. Now the retainers fixed Lek with furious stares as if ready to tear him limb from limb. All I see is a fool dancing daily in Curry City, a tyrant ruling this land and starving citizens unable to afford even rice. Master Odin, you sailed with Rayleigh. That is why I speak plainly. Take time to walk among Wano's people. See for yourself whether your path has been just or unjust. Lek turned and walked away. His retreating figure drew wrathful glares from the retainers while Odin lowered his head, his face pale in the candlelight. As Lei Ku returned to his dwelling, he informed his companions of the matter, and they all sighed in succession. Subsequently, they decided to leave Wano country in a few days, as they were still no match for the emperors of the sea. Little did they know, the events of tonight had already been revealed to Orochi far away in the flower capital. Kaido, a pirate crew, secretly contacted Odin tonight and conspired on some matters. Kaido was drinking sake, listening to Kurozumi Orochi's voice over the den mashi. Wororora, Odin. Let them scheme. 5 years ago our forces were weak, but now it's time to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Shi, that's right. That fool Odin actually believed our words that if he danced we would spare the people's lives and live after 5 years. It was merely a stalling tactic. Now the time is ripe. We should eliminate him. The time has come, but we need to wait a few more months. I have an important matter to attend to recently. We'll deal with Odin later. As for that pirate crew, I'll send Jack the Drought to take care of them. Get ready to leave. Lei Ku and his group prepared to depart from Kuri and return to Ringo. However, shortly after leaving the city, Lei Ku suddenly sensed something amidst the area outside the city was too quiet. Lei Ku carefully surveyed the surroundings and, sure enough, a large number of troops had been ambushed outside the city. Without a doubt, they were the target. Everyone, be careful. They're likely coming for us. Strange, we haven't revealed our identities. Why are the beasts, pirates and samurai after us? Could it be that Kazuki Odin betrayed us? That shouldn't be. Lei Ku and his companions slowly retreated, intending to head back to Kuri, but their opponents were not about to give them that chance. It seems they've spotted us. Hey, you little pirates, where are you from? How dare you set foot on the territory of the beasts, pirates? The opponent emerged from hiding, a towering figure wielding 2 massive ivory tusks. Who are you? You don't even know me? Truly ignorant pirates from nowhere. Let me tell you, I am Jack the Drought, one of the 3 calamities on the Kaido. Brothers, enough talk. Finish them off. Kill! In an instant, a dense swarm of pirates several hundred strong charged from outside. It seemed the enemy had shown them great respect by dispatching so many pirates. But Lei Ku and his crew were no pushovers, they instantly entered combat mode. Lei Ku drew his blade and charged forward, felling pirates left and right as he passed. Jack, enraged, swung his blade at Lei Ku. His massive frame made him far from agile, and in Lei Ku's eyes, he was full of openings. Tiger strike! With a single slash, a wound appeared on Jack's chest. Yet it hardly fazed him. He continued pursuing Lei Ku with his weapon. Tough as nails. Lei Ku relentlessly attacked. His swordsmanship was swift, and soon the calamity was furious. None of his strikes had landed. Enraged, his opponent used his Devil Fruit ability, transforming into a giant mammoth and charging at Lei Ku. Lei Ku used armament Haki to defend, but in beast form, Jack's strength skyrocketed, and his thick fur provided additional protection. Lei Ku's attacks were like tickles, and Jack chased him all over the place. Ha 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 ha! You brat, who do you think I am? A mere small-time pirate, don't put on airs. Sky-severing slash. A powerful strike directly hit Jack's enormous body, sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground. The sight left the surrounding pirates utterly astonished. This was Jack the Calamity. Was he really defeated? Jack lay slumped on the ground, but the recovery ability of a Zoan-type Devil Fruit was formidable. He soon rose slowly, glaring at Lei Ku with fury. He charged again. Lei Ku had now seen through him. Jack relied entirely on his Devil Fruit. His true combat prowess was not overwhelming. So Lei Ku remained calm. In his mind, he recalled the advanced version of armament Haki taught by his senior brother, Shimatsuki Ashimaru, Ryo. He sheathed his weapon, focused his senses, and combined it with observation Haki to throw a punch. Yet it failed. Lei Ku was sent flying by Jack and slammed hard into a tree. Ho 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 ho! You brat, now you've tasted my power. Heh, doesn't hold. At this moment, Lei Ku was like a matador, repeatedly taming the mammoth, using the opponent to master Ryo. After repeated attempts, Lei Ku finally found the feeling. Facing the charge, he threw a heavy punch. You're asking for death! Jack shouted as he charged. But now Lei Ku could sense the flow of Haki within him. This advanced armament Haki punch successfully struck from a distance. It hit Jack square on the forehead. The powerful Haki attack penetrated Jack's body, directly knocking the giant mammoth unconscious. The subordinates who had been attacking his companions rushed over to check on their boss. But Lei Ku and his crew had no time to linger. They seized the opportunity to flee. Half an hour later, inside Kaido's weapons factory, Jack the Drought, his head wrapped in bandages, was speaking. They won't escape. I've ordered my men to surround the coastline and patrol the entire area around Wano. He, Jack, you're utterly useless. Knocked out by them. Queen, don't scold him. This pirate crew is no ordinary bunch. I fear there might be a conspiracy. Lord Kaido won't return for a few days, so we must be cautious. Exactly. Brother Queen, I'm still young. Give me a few years and I'll send them straight to the ground. King, you're really something. They're just a bunch of small-time pirates, aren't they? What's there to fear? They're not mere small-time pirates. To quickly defeat Jack amidst so many opponents, they're no ordinary foes. Though Jack is a bit weak. Queen, weren't you in charge of patrolling Wano's borders this time? How did they slip in without any warning? You haven't been tinkering with your boring experiments again, have you? Humph, boring. My experiments are of great importance. Who knows where these rats crawled out from? King, don't just point fingers at me. Lord Kaido's absence doesn't make you the boss. Meanwhile, Jack listened silently to the other two calamities arguing. As a defeated commander, he had no right to interrupt. As for Lei Ku and his group, they had indeed not escaped. They were hiding at the border between Kuri and Shimo. Damn, I didn't expect them to react so quickly. They've stationed troops along every coast. If we so much as engage, their boss will probably show up immediately. What shall we do? Shall we hide here or flee under cover of night? Crow asked anxiously. You slip away toward Ling-O under darkness. I'll hold them off. Hiding won't buy us much time, not in this situation. No, we can't abandon you here, Captain Lei Ku. It's far too dangerous. Don't worry. My Devil Fruit ability grants flight. Escaping alone is swift and effortless. They quickly devised a plan. Daemon would lead the others to Ling-Ho to await Lei Ku's arrival, while Lei Ku prepared to draw enemy attention nearby. Without hesitation, Lei Ku launched into action. Now he moved like a demon cloaked in shadow, ruthlessly reaping the lives of these pirates. Yet as his slaughter mounted, the commotion grew louder and the pirates soon detected his presence, converging upon him from all sides. He surfaced at last. Relay my order. All forces converge on the border between Shimei and Joy City to apprehend him. Yes, Lord Jin. There he is. Kill him now. The pirates surged forward en masse. To buy his comrades precious time, Lei Ku did not retreat immediately. Instead, he cut down every pirate who reached him. Lord Jin, the foe is formidable beyond measure. We are utterly powerless against him. Many brothers have already fallen to his blade. A pirate cradled the Den Mashi, reporting to the towering figure on the other end. Pathetic fools! Queen Yu and I must intervene personally. Lei Ku continued slaughtering relentlessly. These ordinary pirates posed no real threat to him. Time's nearly up. Nearly 2 hours have passed. My comrades should be far away by now and all enemy focus has shifted squarely onto me. Then it's time I departed. Yet in that instant, A wave of primal danger flooded Lei Ku's mind. He lunged sideways just as a colossal crater erupted where he'd stood moments before. The flame disaster, Jin, the third senior commander, descended upon the scene. I never imagined you'd evade that strike. Who are you? Lei Ku studied his opponent carefully. A masked figure clad in black armor. Most striking were the immense wings spanning his back and the searing flames wreathing them. Though Jin's movements had been blindingly fast, Lei Ku had still caught them, confirming he, too, possessed a zone-type devil fruit granting flight. This girl's perilous. At that moment, another figure emerged from the jungle, portly man with a mechanical arm and a cigar clenched between his teeth. The plague disaster, Queen, had arrived. Jin, you reckless fool. Couldn't you wait for me? I'm already drenched in sweat. Watching the two exchange banter so casually, Lei Ku sensed their lethality and locked his gaze unflinchingly upon them. Enough talk. Queen seized this rat at once, then hunt down the rest. He's not alone. Leave it to me. Queen instantly transformed his mechanical arm into a massive, barrel-lined firearm and opened fire. Boom! 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 Lei Ku dodged ceaselessly, his blade flashing to cleave each bullet from the air. What kind of gunfires like this, unrelenting, unceasing? Haw haw haw! Taste my latest invention, the Gatling gun. Queen unleashed a torrent of fire. No matter how masterful Lei Ku's swordsmanship, such relentless assault would inevitably overwhelm him. Shiv! With no choice, Lei Ku activated the Navy's 6 powers, vanishing in an instant to close the distance and launch a blade strike only to sense imminent peril. Jin, who had watched silently from the periphery, struck without warning, a colossal katana descending in a thunderous arc. Lei Ku barely rolled aside, then sprang backward to safety. The Navy's 6 powers? You're one of the Marines. Lei Ku remained silent, astonished that Jin recognized the technique outright. Queen, I told you not to toy with him. His strength is exceptional. Capture him immediately for Lord Kaido. I wasn't playing. Muttering under his breath, Queen stowed his Gatling gun, then activated his devil fruit power, transforming instantly into a colossal, primordial brachiosaurus. Lei Ku attacked the gargantuan dinosaur, while remaining vigilant against the second foe, who moved like an emotionless killing machine. He waited for Lei Ku's start to falter, then struck to end it all. Boy, where are your eyes wandering? Queen lashed out with his titanic tail. The sheer force sent Lei Ku staggering backward several paces. Ascend staircase, triple force. Lei Ku seized Queen's tail with both hands and with a mighty heave, hurled the behemoth skyward, sending him crashing violently into the distance. Just then, a massive blade descended. Lei Ku barely raised his own to block. Damn it, that bastard times his strikes too well. Though Lei Ku parried the blow, Jin twisted his wrist. The great blade instantly reshaped itself, locking Lei Ku's sword in an iron grip. Forced to act, Lei Ku drove his feet into the earth and leapt skyward, wrenching his blade free, but Jin anticipated exactly this. With a brutal kick, he sent Lei Ku hurtling over a dozen meters away. Too close, I barely avoided serious injury thanks to premonition and armament Haki. That man is uncanny. His weapon changes form. Jin's expression darkened. Then, in a flash, he activated his devil fruit, transforming into a primordial pteranodon and soaring skyward. Dan Gong Hun. Coiling serpent. Jin's overwhelming power shattered Lei Ku's coiling serpent technique, sending him hurtling through the air and carving a vast crater into the earth. That technique was terrifying in both speed and raw force. Lei Ku staggered upright, blooded and breathless, his eyes fixed grimly on Kaido's 2 lieutenants, one a skyborn dragon, the other a land-bound leviathan. Together, they were a near unbeatable pair. Flight! A nuisance, but not your exclusive domain. In the next heartbeat, Lei Ku activated his bird fruit, transforming into a crimson avian titan, wings spread wide, facing them across the heavens. Oh! A bird-type fruit? Yet not a mythical zone. How did you grow this large? Queen asked, bewildered. A scarlet bird. Could this be the red bird pirate crew causing such chaos across the Grand Line? Hearing this, Lei Ku felt a chill. Jin was truly extraordinary. With only a single display of his fruit power, the man had deduced his identity with startling accuracy. 2 colossal birds now clashed mid-air, leaving Queen grounded below, seething with frustration. You two fighting without even inviting me along. Eagle strike. Dan Gong Hun. Their attacks collided simultaneously, yet Jin emerged unscathed, while Lei Ku, though armored in hardened Haki, still absorbed grievous impact. Fire Dragon Slash. Blaze of flame engulfed the entire sky, sealing off Lei Ku's every avenue of escape. But Lei Ku would not surrender without resistance. Great Renown Fire Arrow. A spiraling vortex of fire erupted, deflecting every scorching slash with roaring defiance. What a joke! That guy isn't a special race like Jin, so how can he wield flames? Yet the sky was already illuminated by the blaze, as two colossal birds tangled in combat. Mighty prestige fire will slash. However, no matter how fierce Lei Ku's attacks were, they failed to land, while his opponent's assault grew increasingly relentless. Damn it, what is this guy made of? So tough there's no way he's completely unharmed. Lei Ku felt immense pressure. Pride Weasel. As Jin pulled at his own head, Lei Ku sensed danger and swiftly dodged, narrowly evading a powerful strike. He successfully evaded, but the attack's power shocked him. A massive crater appeared where the blow had landed. Hey, are you kidding me? That attacks like a laser beam. Can a pterosaur really do that? Humph, in ancient times, pterosaurs hunted just like this. Lei Ku was speechless. This opponent was far more troublesome than he had imagined. Fortunately, he could fly. Otherwise, facing two monsters at once, he would likely lose in no time. Lei Ku's body burst into flames as he sped away into the distance. You're not escaping. The next second, the flames behind Jin vanished, and he chased at incredible speed. The two raced through 9 Mile City, one after the other, Lei Ku's flames briefly illuminating the entire city. At that moment, some in 9 Mile City noticed the anomaly, the ninja monitoring Odin and a few of Odin's retainers. Damn it! Those two bastards are just bullying me because I can't fly, running so fast. Man, bring me my chariot. Yes, Lord Queen. Though Lei Ku's sudden burst of speed was impressive, his opponent's velocity far exceeded his expectations. Within a minute, he would be caught. Shaking him off isn't realistic. It's time to fight to the death. As he flew, Lei Ku reversed his body, wrapped himself in flowery cherry, and charged back. Out of options. Die! Crimson Ball Emperor. Skybreaker. The moment they clashed, Lei Ku mobilized the Haki surrounding him, releasing it along with that Skybreaker strike. Lei Ku prepared to trade blows with the disaster Jin, using his strongest attack. If even this couldn't wound him, then his opponent was truly terrifying. Their attacks collided. Lei Ku took the full force of Crimson Ball Emperor, crashing heavily from the sky, while Jin tried to ignite the flames behind him at the moment of impact. But Lei Ku's attack was too fast for him to adjust, so he absorbed about half the strike, also plummeting from the sky. Lei Ku slowly rose, his Devil Fruit ability deactivated, a massive wound on his chest bleeding profusely. Having released flames while fleeing, he couldn't heal quickly. Across from him, Jin fared no better. Lei Ku's blow had struck deep inside him, nearly knocking Kaido's right-hand man unconscious. Didn't think you could get hurt. I thought you were invincible. You bastard! You've wounded me this badly. Jin was now in tatters, his armor and mask shattered, revealing his true appearance. White hair, brown skin, covered in wounds. Hey, the flames behind you are the secret to your invulnerability, right? I saw it. You only got hurt because the flames weren't fully ignited. So what if you know? You're dead today. Once I know the weakness, you're not so hard to deal with. Swallowtail Slash. Jin instantly took flight, dodging the attack, then struck at Lei Ku. Lei Ku dodged continuously, while Jin kept swinging. Ha, I guessed right. You're really worried about that weakness, aren't you? You've even stopped using those heavy attacks, afraid I'll kill you. Shut up, you mere pirate. Fire Dragon Emperor. A massive dragon of flame slashed toward Lei Ku, but he remained calm, his observation Haki fully activated. You're too obsessed with your supposed weakness. You've lost your initial fighting spirit. This battle is mine. Shaver. Lei Ku dodged the attack, appearing instantly before his opponent. At that moment, the flames behind Jin were gone, the perfect opportunity. Channeling his Haki into his weapon, Wolf Hunt. After the slash, a massive scar appeared on Jin's body, enraging him as he hadn't been so grievously wounded in ages. He lost his composure, flying to midair and gazing down at Lei Ku like a sovereign. The confident smile on Lei Ku's face was especially irksome to him. Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. A dragon of flame, larger and more powerful than before, surged toward Lei Ku, but he was unafraid. Since you're a dragon, I'll just have to slay a dragon today. Sky-piercing Dragon Hunt. Lei Ku leaped instantly, the Hawk-infused blade crackling with black lightning, cleaving through the Fire Dragon Emperor and, to Jin's astonishment, cutting him down from the sky. The ground cratered, and Jin lay completely unconscious. Lei Ku panted heavily. Just as he was about to seize his opponent as leverage, a massive laser beam interrupted his move. Heh, so Jin couldn't finish you off. You've got some tricks. The newcomer was the Plague Queen, now in his hybrid form, towering and massive. Lei Ku considered and decided to retreat. He had little stamina left, barely able to master any Haki. Moreover, one crucial point, though this guy was strong, he couldn't fly. Watching Lei Ku transform into a giant bird and fly away without hesitation, Queen was stunned. Damn it! He's just bullying me for not being able to fly. If I ever catch you, I'll make you run 10,000 laps on the ground. Lei Ku was already hundreds of meters away, heading to rail to regroup with his allies. However, exhausted, he couldn't fly straight there. After several hours, he descended slowly in Kibi. He found a spot to hide and slowly recover his strength. Because his injuries were too severe, Lei Ku decided to find one of Kaido's factories to plunder. Otherwise, waiting for his own recovery would take who knows how long. Who are you? Ah! After several slashes, the armory of Kaido in Shimexiang had been taken over by Lei Ku. There were not many pirates inside. There were only a few dozen people, mostly impoverished citizens, who were just trying to earn a meal. Lei Ku did not make trouble for them. He directly gave them some food and let them leave. Lei Ku then began to feast voraciously on the large pile of food. This country has been completely taken over by pirates. Even lowly pirate soldiers eat so well, while the people can barely afford a meal. After eating and drinking his fill, Lei Ku did not hurry to leave, because he needed to quickly recover his strength to deal with the upcoming trouble. He believed that the other side would not let it go. Sure enough, after Queen the All-Star took him back for treatment, he dispatched a large number of pirates to search for his whereabouts, and also issued a bounty. Later, after King woke up, he immediately called Kaido of the Beasts using a Denmashi and informed him of the matter. Kaido told him that he would return soon and asked them to wait a while. Meanwhile, Lei Ku's companions had not been captured by Kaido's men for so long because they had received help from samurai. At that moment, they were quite worried about Lei Ku's safety. Yuan comforted them. Don't worry, Kaido's subordinates are so frantic, I believe they haven't caught him. Besides, I have asked my friend Fengyue Yujia in Shimexiang to help search, so you can rest assured and stay here. Thank you very much, Brother Yuan, but won't we cause trouble for you by staying here? Of course not. To be honest, I actually admire you. You dare to take the initiative to challenge Kaido. In this regard, I am inferior to you. Not at all. This time, we don't even know how our whereabouts were leaked and discovered by them. At this moment, Lei Ku was still unaware that a crisis was about to descend. Phew, finally rested. But this scar on my body has been there for too long. It can't be fully healed. Still, thanks to Kaido's armory having so much food. But it's time to leave. I've been separated from my companions for almost 2 days while treating my wounds. Before leaving, Lei Ku changed his clothes and then walked out of the factory. After some reconnaissance, he found that the number of people trying to capture him had not decreased. It seems these guys are quite persistent. But I'm not going to play with you anymore. At that moment, a huge dragon's roar suddenly came from the sky. Lei Ku turned his head and saw a giant dragon over 600 meters long, wobbling as it flew through the sky. This was the first time Lei Ku had seen such a massive creature. Even the giant octopus he had seen near Fisherman Island was not half its size. What is this? Does a dragon exist in Hajigo? Before Lei Ku could react, that dragon, like a drunken man, began to spew flames from its mouth, directly igniting a distant forest. Originally, Lei Ku planned to avoid trouble and stay away from it, but after climbing a tree, he saw the scene he least wanted to see. In that burning forest, there was a village, with residents running in panic. Yet the giant beast, indifferent to its evil deeds, flew to another place and continued spewing fire. Having no choice, Lei Ku rushed over, rescued the people, and led them away from the great fire. I never expected a pirate to care about the lives of common people. How strange. Lei Ku instantly drew the sword at his waist and stared fixedly at the dragon. Damn, when did it get behind me? I clearly saw it leave. Hey, kid, you're the one who defeated my 2 right-hand men, aren't you? The giant dragon's head looked down at Lei Ku with a contemptuous posture and spoke slowly. Are you Kaido of the Beasts? It seems I guessed correctly. Seeing my appearance without fear, the intruder must be you. Without any hesitation, since he had confirmed the enemy, Lei Ku took the initiative to attack. Only by doing so could he snatch a slim chance of survival against an Emperor of the Sea. Armament Haki, Lu Ying. Sky-splitting Dragon Hunt. Lei Ku unleashed his strongest strike directly. The opponent's massive body could not dodge quickly, so Lei Ku's blade hit directly. He tore a 4-meter-long wound in the dragon's body, blood gushing out. Ah! I didn't expect you could break through my defense. Not bad, but the power is still too weak. Heat breath. Flames spewed from the dragon's mouth and struck Lei Ku directly, yet Lei Ku was completely unharmed. Kaido was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, how can there be someone besides King who is not afraid of fire? Lei Ku knew he had no chance of winning at this moment, so he directly used the power of the bird fruit to fly away. However, he underestimated Kaido's speed. With just a turn, the giant dragon opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow him. Rising Club, triple power. With a heavy kick, he directly kicked Kaido's huge mouth away and then flew off. But what Lei Ku didn't expect was that the opponent immediately coiled around him like a snake wrapping around a pillar. At this moment, he was like a lamb to the slaughter. Lei Ku then deactivated the bird fruit's ability and slowly landed. This Kaido clearly had the power to kill him instantly, yet he was toying with him. As Kaido slowly shrank his form, he actually retracted his Devil Fruit ability, holding a giant spiked club, standing not far from Lei Ku. Hey, you there. Want to join my pirate crew and become my subordinate? I refuse. Then Kaido began to mutter to himself, sigh, in this great pirate era, one cannot become a king alone. Although you have refused me, I still decide to give you a chance. Thunder Bagua. In that brief instant, Lei Ku foresaw that future, but the opponent's movements were too fast, so fast that he couldn't make any reaction. He was heavily struck down to the ground by the opponent's spiked club, spitting blood, with his eyes rolling back, and instantly fainted. However, although Lei Ku fell, black lightning kept flashing from his body. Conqueror's Haki. This era does not need so many kings. Only the strongest can become a king. Ling Ho. Shuangyuan Yuan hurriedly came to Lei Ku's companions and told them this major news. Your captain, Lei Ku, has been defeated by Kaido of the Beasts and imprisoned in the Udon prison. Lei Ku slowly opened his eyes, an intense pain coursing through his body as memories gradually surfaced in his mind. Gazing at the chains binding him and the cell before him, he roughly understood his current predicament. Not being finished off by them, I wonder if that's luck or misfortune. These must be sea stone handcuffs. They certainly think highly of me. At that moment, a pirate walked in from outside, apparently the guard here. You're awake, you bastard. Lord Kaido said if you change your mind and want to join us, you'll be set free. If not, you'll stay here for the rest of your life. So, how about it? Join us, eat well, drink well, serve under the Emperor of the Sea. It's what countless pirates dream of. Sorry, I refuse. Humph, you ungrateful fool. You can move now, so get out there and work, or no food for you. Lei Ku followed the guard outside and saw many prisoners there, all of whom had once resisted Kaido and Orochi. Now they were all imprisoned here, doing hard labor. Each person had to move a huge boulder and received 10 rice balls in return. Many had given up and committed suicide. Lei Ku looked at the bandages wrapped around his body, thinking that Kaido was somewhat decent for having his wounds dressed. But his body had not fully recovered yet, so he couldn't act rashly. He could break the sea stone chains with his rival Haki, but now was clearly not the right time, or it would attract Kaido's attention again. Lei Ku had once contemplated the gap in strength between himself and an emperor, but he never imagined it would be so vast. He considered himself a strong fighter, yet he was defeated in a single blow. While lifting a massive stone, Lei Ku recalled the battle. The opponent's final move seemed to be imbued with Haki, but why was its power so immense that it knocked him unconscious? It seemed the gap between himself and his adversary was still enormous, a gap that could only be bridged through long-term cultivation. Moreover, his application of Haki was inferior to his opponent's. His sword techniques were undeniably powerful, having defeated the opponent's top officers, yet they failed to inflict any damage on Kaido. Unknowingly, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Lei Ku had already moved over 20 stones, stunning even the guards nearby. No wonder Lord Jin ordered us to keep a close watch on this man. Even with sea stone handcuffs, he moved stones like a strong man. Soon it was noon. Under the envious eyes of the others, Lei Ku received 40 bowls of rice balls. However, he didn't eat them all. Instead, he shared some with the elderly and disabled who hadn't completed their tasks. Meanwhile, under the arrangements of Shuang Yunyo, Lei Ku's companions arrived at Tujing and met the local samurai leader, Yu Tianfuluo. Rest assured, I'll have someone investigate your captain's situation within a few days and inform you. But rescuing him will be extremely difficult. The beast's pirates and Orochi's men are all over Wano country. Even if you rescue him, escaping will be the hardest part. Thank you, but we'll handle the rescue ourselves. Very well, but if I can help, I will certainly lend a hand. After all, you are friends of Shuang Yunyo. Subsequently, under the others' arrangements, Lei Ku's companions went into hiding, waiting for news from Yu Tianfuluo. A few days later, they finally learned of Lei Ku's situation. He was in good condition, though he had to work every day. After discussing among themselves, the airman, Minna, and Kuda infiltrated the vicinity of Tujing prison, attempting to make contact with Lei Ku. When they arrived nearby, the airman stood watch while Minna used her aroma fruit ability to control a small bee to deliver a message to Lei Ku. Having been raised by Minna for a long time, the bee remembered the scent of Lei Ku's group. It quickly found Lei Ku and buzzed around him. Lei Ku naturally noticed it. Seizing the right opportunity, he retrieved the secret letter from the bee, which bore a few short words, "Are you safe?" Over the next few hours, the two communicated through the bee. Finally, Minna and the others slowly departed. The message Lei Ku ultimately conveyed was, "All is well, but now is not the time to escape. We need to lie low for a while and wait for the right opportunity." Thus, 4 whole months passed. Lei Ku spent those months in prison, cultivating while wearing the sea stone handcuffs. At this time, Wano country was on the verge of a storm. In the city of Juli, Heitanda, she led a group to kill a number of samurai and humiliated Guang Yu Tian severely. "Hey, Dashi, don't forget our agreement." "Ha ha ha, you fool, still thinking about that agreement?" "It was all lies. I've long forgotten it. Since you've been pathetic enough to dance for 5 years, I'll tell you one more thing. That Bao Wulang has been captured, and his wife and children have been killed. As for you, keep living like a clown, and I might let you live." Thus she left after speaking, leaving behind a grim-faced Guang Yu Tian. Tomorrow is the year 1502, the day of the agreement between Guang Yu Tian and Dashi. The other party broke his word. Everything was a deception. He had been toyed with like a clown for 5 years. Yu Tian roared in fury within his mansion, hating himself for so easily believing the enemy's lies, and hating himself for plunging the people of Wano into suffering. Then, he called his wife Guang Yushor and their 2 children, giving them his final instructions. Tonight, he planned to launch a night raid on Kaido and behead him. The mission was fraught with danger, and Guang Yu Tian told them to take care. As night fell, Guang Yu Tian and his retainers walked the path to eliminate Kaido. However, sensing something amiss, he looked into the distance. Kaido had been waiting for a long time, surrounded by a sea of pirates, with Kaido himself coiled on the mountain. No one knew the details of the battle, but the final outcome was that Kaido was left with 2 huge scars, while Guang Yu Tian was defeated. Within that short hour, victory and defeat were decided. The next day, news of Guang Yu Tian's execution spread throughout Wano. He was to be sentenced to death by boiling in a cauldron. The people and samurai of Wano were stirred. That fool Yu Tian was about to be executed, drawing a massive crowd to witness the punishment. However, an unexpected turn occurred at the execution site. Yu Tian alone endured the boiling oil to ensure his retainer's survival. For an entire hour, the people mocked this fool. But Shaorun, hidden among the crowd, could no longer bear it. She revealed the truth to everyone. Yet, in the end, Yu Tian withstood the boiling oil for an hour, but Heitanda, she broke his promise and ordered his men to beat him to death. Finally, Guang Yu Tian sent his retainers away, reflected on his life, and passed away completely. The execution of Kazuki Oden had a tremendous impact. The people of Wano country, realizing they had misunderstood the foolish lord, were filled with regret and bitter hatred toward Kaido and Orochi. Moreover, Kaido and Orochi's men subsequently pursued Oden's family. Though the samurai from various regions rushed to help, they were too late. Kazuki Oden's wife perished in Kuri Castle. His retainers vanished, but before her death, his wife left behind these words: 20 years from now, Wano country shall welcome a new dawn. In the remaining time, the people must not abandon hope. As the Oden incident fermented, Shimotsuki Ashimaru, who was in Ringo, found the companions of Rake. In a few days, when we launch an assault on Kaido and the Udon prison is left unguarded, you should leave Wano country. Brother Shimatsuki Ashimaru, but you are about to face the Emperor of the Sea, Kaido, and Orochi. You will die. We were wrong in the past. We misunderstood Kazuki Oden and have now seen the true faces of Orochi and Kaido. But we cannot stand by and watch Wano country fall. We have decided to unite with the other daimyo and jointly attack Kaido and Orochi. Seeing his determination, the others did not continue to dissuade him. Instead, they began discussing how to rescue Rake. After rescuing Rake, they would decide on the next course of action. Subsequently, they contacted Rake in the prison. Rake, who had completely transformed into a more mature and steady person, agreed to their plan. 3 days later, sensing the flow of armament Haki within his body, Rake directly snapped open the sea-stone handcuffs. However, he was now panting heavily, having expended an enormous amount of stamina. It seems unlocking these cuffs consumes a lot of stamina. If I had been the same person who entered the prison, I would have collapsed from exhaustion. Instead of escaping immediately, Rake slipped into the kitchen of Udon prison and enjoyed a hearty meal. After recovering his strength, Rake barged into the guards' quarters, killed them all, and retrieved his own sword. Someone has escaped. Kill him. When Rake emerged from the guard's room, he was surrounded by hundreds of pirates. Redbird Rake, you dared to escape. Where are your accomplices? Who opened your handcuffs? Sorry, but I have to reunite with my companions now. I don't have time to chat with you. The next second, his conqueror's Haki burst forth, and all the surrounding pirates without exception fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. However, Rake did not leave immediately. Instead, he freed all the prisoners in Udon prison. Rake's actions were so swift that by the time his companions arrived, he had already walked out of the prison. The group wept tears of joy upon seeing their captain, who had suffered 4 months of hardship. Captain Rake, what's our next move? Shimatsuki Ashimaru and the others have already gone to attack Kaido. You leave first. Brother Shimatsuki Ashimaru has helped us so much. I must go and lend a hand. Captain, if you're not leaving, neither will we. Don't worry, I won't die here. I'll find you later, and we still have the Weaver card. But this attack on Kaido is too risky. I'm afraid if you stay, we won't be able to retreat safely. After Rake's persuasion, the group had no choice but to follow his advice. Kill! Brother Ashimaru, Kaido's subordinates are too strong. We're at a disadvantage. For the sake of Wano country, we must kill Kaido. The daimyo of Wano fought desperately. Even Kaido admired their courage. He slowly descended from the sky, preparing to deal with them personally. Just then, a tremendous bird cry echoed across the entire sky, followed by his arrival on the battlefield. Hey, Kaido! Your opponent is me. Redbird Rake, you actually escaped from prison. Why didn't you flee immediately? Do you want to die again? Humph, my friend is fighting you. How could I possibly leave? Rake. Shimatsuki Ashimaru murmured Rake's name below, and the samurai's morale soared. You're a. Then let me send you to hell. Come and fight, Kaido. Kaido instantly transformed into a massive dragon and soared into the sky, ready to kill Rake. Kaido, I didn't waste my time in your prison. Hybrid form. Rake directly entered the third form of a zone-type devil fruit user. A pair of fiery red wings sprouted behind his back, his entire body covered in bright red scales and feathered shoulders, while his face became a half-human, half-beast form. Winged blade. Countless winged blade slashes flew toward Rake, but he dodged them all while charging at Kaido. The hybrid form was currently Rake's most powerful state. Both his strength and speed had reached a qualitative improvement. Divine Fire, Radiance. An incomparably fierce strike directly broke through the dragon's defenses. Kaido let out a great roar and plummeted from the sky. The people below, hearing the dragon's cries, felt their morale surge. Only Rake, flying in the sky, remained vigilant, staring at the dragon. Sure enough, the next moment, the monster Kaido transformed from his dragon form into his hybrid form. His entire body was covered in dragon scales, and a powerful dragon man with an imposing aura appeared on the battlefield, wielding a gigantic spiked club. You're not bad. Let's continue fighting. Kaido instantly soared up and charged at Rake. Thunderous Bagua. Divine Fire, Black Tortoise. Their conquerors Haki clashed instantly, the immense power felt by everyone on the ground. Kaido, Conqueror's Haki can be infused, can't it? After my last defeat, I pondered over it, but in the end, I realized this truth. That's right. Only a very few in this world can do it. But I don't think you've mastered it. True, it's only my conjecture. But with your words, one day I will fully master it. You won't have that day. Die. Kaido and Rake immediately entered a fierce battle, continuously exchanging attacks from a distance. Although Rake was hit more often, he could now keep up with Kaido's speed. Divine Fire, Blade Dance. Diamond Wall. Yura Ira, I didn't expect your strength to increase so fast, but it's still not enough. By now, Rake's body was covered in wounds and wreathed in flames. The opponent's Conqueror's Haki-infused attacks had nearly knocked him unconscious several times. If it weren't for his hybrid form's physique and his use of Haki, he would have already become a corpse under Kaido's club. The opponent was truly an Emperor of the Sea, crushing Rake in both combat talent and experience. But Rake had promised his companions that he would return safely, and he had to keep that promise. As his wounds slowly healed, Rake once again aimed his blade at Kaido, and the two became entangled in another round of combat. Leiku swung his blade relentlessly, desperately parrying Kaido's onslaught. Subjugation of the three worlds invoking the netherworld. Kaido leapt skyward in an instant. Countless bolts of lightning converged upon his weapon before he blurred into Leiku's immediate vicinity. Confronted by this thunderous strike, Leiku resisted with every ounce of strength, but his stamina was nearly spent, leaving no reserve of Haki for defense. Kaido's blow shattered Leiku's guard outright, hurling him violently into the earth and carving a crater over 10 meters deep. Leiku's eyes rolled back, and he slumped into unconsciousness. As Kaido descended, Leiku slowly opened his eyes and trembled as he clawed his way upward from the rubble. Wahahaha! I didn't expect you to remain conscious this time. You've truly improved. Kaido roared with laughter. Far away, the battlefield had already reached its conclusion. The samurai were all slain, and only Frost Moon Ashimaru remained, fighting on alone. The rest had fallen to Kaido's top lieutenants. Though Ashimaru longed to rescue his friend, he himself stood at the very brink of exhaustion. Kaido, you are mighty, yet I will never surrender. This shall be a battle fought to the death. At that moment, flames reignited across Leiku's body, mending his wounds as he resolved to drain his final reserves of strength for this ultimate confrontation. Kaido smiled, his thoughts drifting back to his last titanic clash with Oden. Hey, boy, I acknowledge your courage. But in this world, only overwhelming power can truly crown a king. Kaido drew a sulky gourd from his waist and drank deeply, a gesture that startled Leiku. Hey, Kaido! Is this how you show respect for such a battle? Sake will 8 trigrams. No sooner had Leiku spoken than Kaido teleported before him. Divine Flame, Adamantine Strike. Even as Leiku raised his guard, the blow sent him hurtling backward, blood erupting from his mouth. This man isn't clowning, he's grown even more savage. Ascension Divine Flame Power. Leiku forced his strength to its absolute zenith and charged headlong at Kaido. Their blows collided ceaselessly, each impact detonating with cataclysmic force. Vajrapani Dragon Ascendant Army. Divine Flame 9-headed Eagle. By now, Leiku stood at the precipice of collapse, his stamina utterly depleted, while even Kaido, for the first time in memory, bore signs of fatigue. Kaido, this is my strongest technique. Let us end it here, once and for all. I couldn't agree more. Divine Flame Supreme Sky Dominance. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. Leiku's ultimate strike struck Kaido square in the chest, and upon closer inspection, the blow coiled with the invisible aura of Conqueror's Haki. Simultaneously, Kaido's club crashed into Leiku's body, with crushing force piercing through the earth itself. Black lightning erupted across Leiku's form as he collapsed, lifeless. Kaido too was hurled backward, slamming into the distant earth. The impact inflicted grievous internal injuries, and for a fleeting moment, he lost consciousness. Slowly rising, Kaido surveyed the field. No enemy aura remained. Redbird Leiku lay dead, and Kaido, the Emperor of the Sea, remained unchallenged. Elsewhere, the second battlefield fell silent, but rather than executing the survivors, Kaido ordered them taken captive. Above, storm clouds gathered, and rain began to fall. 3 hours after Kaido's departure, a faint flicker of flame ignited within the crater, then flared into full conflagration. Soon the entire battlefield blazed, and at its heart, fire coalesced into a human silhouette identical to Leiku's form. In the next instant, the flames contracted inward, sinking into Leiku's body. The man long declared that opened his eyes. I died. How am I still alive? My wounds have inexplicably healed, but my stamina is nearly gone. Without question, I suffered a crushing defeat. Ah, it seems I'm still not strong enough. It's time I departed to find my comrades. In the next breath, Lei Ku transformed into a 100-meter-long phoenix of blazing fire and soared skyward, winging toward the borders of Wano country. Fortunately, no one witnessed the spectacle, else such a colossal being would have become tavern lore across Wano. Strange, how has my true form become this? No longer flesh and bone, only pure flame. Is this still an animal-type devil fruit? Could the fruit father left me not be ordinary after all? What avian creature is wreathed entirely in fire and capable of resurrection? Soaring through the clouds, Lei Ku pondered the riddle until two legendary beings surfaced in his mind, the phoenix and the vermilion bird. It cannot be the phoenix, leaving only one possibility. Bird fruit, mythical zone-type vermilion bird model. My case must signify awakening, a phenomenon I'd heard of but never imagined would manifest within me. Moreover, my very essence now feels synonymous with flame, akin to a Logi-type ability. With his newfound speed, Lei Ku would soon rejoin his crew. Meanwhile, his comrades drowned in sorrow. After departing Wano, they had waited endlessly for Lei Ku's return. Yet hours earlier, Lei Ku's life paper had turned to ash, confirming his death in battle. Grief gripped them all. Then a colossal bird of fire swept overhead, dissolved into human form, and landed gently aboard their ship. Stunned, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Are you truly our Captain Lei Ku? Of course, authentic beyond doubt, Lei Ku replied with a warm smile. He recounted the duel and his inexplicable resurrection, even he had believed himself irrevocably dead. Yet misfortune had borne unexpected fortune. His devil fruit had awakened. Now he could transform into a 100-meter phoenix of flame and freely control his size. More astonishing still, his flames could not only incinerate foes, but also heal allies. Though healing others was slower and demanded precise flame manipulation, it functioned nonetheless. Captain Lei Ku, I always suspected your bird fruit was no ordinary variety. How else could it produce fire? Kuro exclaimed, elated. Indeed. Only after awakening did I deduce its true name. Mythical zone-type vermilion bird model. Lei Ku fell silent, lost in thought, and his crew instantly understood. It wasn't our fault. Kaido's might was simply too overwhelming. Master Oshimaru will surely rejoice knowing we escaped safely. Mina offered comfort. Yes, and I swear, someday I shall return to Wano country. 1 month later, Lei Ku and his crew had sailed far beyond the waters of Wano country, charting a course across the open sea, with every island in this vast expanse marked as their next destination. Captain, a pirate ship is approaching us from ahead. Lin called down from the crow's nest. The crew gathered at the rail to inspect the vessel, and Lei Ku instantly recognized its pirate flag, a tattered banner half submerged in mud. Lei Ku recounted the sighting to his comrades, yet none could identify the emblem. It was hardly surprising. They had spent nearly half a year anchored in Wano country, and the Grand Line constantly burst unfamiliar banners. Ordinarily, two unknown pirate crews would never draw near without provocation. Such recklessness invited violent confrontation. So why did this one advance so boldly? Hey, you lot! Hand over all your treasure to our captain, or you'll regret it dearly. To Lei Ku's astonishment, the vessel had come not to parley but to plunder. We carry no treasure. I suggest you withdraw now. Lei Ku spoke slowly, his gaze locked upon the man seated lazily in a chair aboard the enemy ship. Do you even know who our captain is? No, and I don't care. We are the Swamp Pirates, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and our captain, Alfred the Swamp, bears a bounty of 400 million belly. Well, are you trembling yet? 7 warlords or not, if you value your lives, turn back now. Otherwise, we won't hesitate to strike. Joya delivered the retort with icy disdain. Oh, a beauty, why not join us aboard? We'll treat you very well. Ho 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 ho. Their shrill, grating laughter ignited fury across Lei Ku's deck. Prepare to engage, eliminate them all. Finally, just what I've been waiting for, Captain Lei Ku. A sharp crack echoed. The pirate who'd spoken first collapsed, struck dead by Lin's bullet. Alfred glared, seething. Since ascending to the rank of warlord, no minor pirate crew had dared defy him so brazenly. Such insolence was unforgivable. Attack now, my men. Charge! Bam! 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 Dorman and Lin's gunfire ran out in rapid succession. Wave after wave of pirates fell before ever reaching Lake Ku's hull. Pathetic fools, follow me. Their captain, a Logi-type Devil Fruit user, effortlessly absorbed Dorman and Lin's bullets into his swamp-like body. Grinning with cruel amusement, he led his crew across a plank toward Lake Ku's deck while Lake Ku calmly drew his blade and smiled coldly. Flame slash! In an instant, Lake Ku vanished, reappearing before his foe. Before the man could register shock, the blade flashed. Armed with armament Haki, the slash pierced even Lodia defenses, tearing a massive gash across the captain's chest. He crumpled onto the deck, motionless. His crew stared in horror, only now grasping the magnitude of the monster they'd provoked. But realization came too late. Flame tornado. A vortex of fire erupted, shattering their ship into splinters. The swamp pirates were annihilated utterly and irrevocably. Captain Lake Ku, you moved far too quickly. Kuro and Keida hadn't even drawn their weapons yet. Kuro chuckled, slinging an arm around Keida. Looks like even among the 7 warlords, strength varies greatly. News of the swamp pirates' total destruction swiftly reached Marine headquarters. That incompetent fool, he's always prided himself on reading the winds. He avoids all renowned pirates, preferring only to prey upon weaklings. Who defeated them? Reporting to Fleet Admiral Kong, Sir, the Redbird Pirates. Fleet Admiral Kong slammed his fist onto the table, fuming. Their timing couldn't have been worse. The Redbird Pirates had just been placed under intense marine surveillance. They'd assumed the crew would perish in Kaido's territory, but inexplicably, after 6 months, they'd emerged unscathed. Issue an updated bounty notice immediately. We thought it unnecessary, but clearly, it must rise further. And we need new warlords. This title has grown embarrassingly diluted. It can't be helped, Fleet Admiral Kong. The system is still nascent. Renowned pirates refuse to join. Perhaps in a few years, things will stabilize. Crocodile challenged Whitebeard recently and suffered utter defeat. Were it not for the Marines' desperate need for manpower, I'd dismiss them all. Please calm yourself, Admiral. Some warlords do merit recognition. Mihawk, the Hawkeyes, for instance, possesses extraordinary prowess. His swordsmanship is peerless, truly worthy of the title world's strongest swordsman. His presence alone elevates the warlord's prestige, and he unquestionably holds the power to uphold that honor. A sound suggestion. Moria and Church also command formidable strength. As for Crocodile, he appears to be rebuilding his forces. What a chaotic era. Fortunately, I retire in just a few years, then these burdens will no longer fall upon me. After my last duel with the Red Baron, my body simply won't permit more. Days later, adrift in the New World, Lake Ku's crew received the latest bounty notice. Lake Ku, captain of the Redbird Pirates, 1 billion belly. Dorman the Sharpshooter, 750 million belly. Dorman the Iron Fist, 680 million belly. Mina the Black Rose, 430 million belly. Navigator Joya, 400 million belly. Sniper Lin, 380 million belly. Gunner Kuro, 200 million belly. Dr. Hank, 60 million belly. Pet Quack Quack Duck, 20,000 belly. Their collective bounty soared past 40 billion belly, securing them as one of the New World's most feared pirate crews. A separate report in the newspaper caught Lake Ku's attention. The world's strongest swordsman had appeared. Mihawk, the Hawkeyes. So my elder brother has reached such heights, truly awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, Mihawk regarded the newly bestowed title with indifference, yet countless swordsmen would soon seek him out in challenge. And that, precisely, was what he desired. Captain Lake Ku, Slavery Island lies ahead. Shall we land? Slavery Island. Even the New World harbors such a place. Yes, and it falls under direct world government control. The world government? Then negotiation is meaningless. Alert the crew, we are going ashore. While this island is astonishingly bustling, I never imagined it served as a slave trading hub. Still, a world government-controlled slave island must differ markedly from those run by pirates. Likely so, after all. The world government would not abduct innocent civilians to enslave them. This small island was equally vibrant, its streets teemed with nobles, and numerous pirates had also arrived. Yet due to joint oversight by the Marines and the world government, these pirates dared not act rashly. They merely came to purchase slaves useful to their crews. Many steel pirates had been captured and brought here for auction. Soon, the group began strolling through the island not as passive visitors, but with purpose. To their surprise, they witnessed no forced abductions of ordinary citizens. It seems this marine-governed island truly surpasses pirate domains. Ordinary people remain untouched. Indeed, Captain Lei Ku. This appears to be a lawful settlement. Let us depart. Lei Ku then led Kuro in search of their companions, while Dorman accompanied Mina and Joya on their shopping spree trailing behind like an obedient shadow. Meanwhile, Dolben browsed the vegetable market for provisions, while Ling and Uncle Black selected snacks favored by the dog, Kachiri. That gluttonous duck. Just as they gathered to return from the main thoroughfare, a squad of marine soldiers suddenly charged forth. They swiftly herded nobles and commoners to either side of the street, clearing the way for an approaching marine rear admiral, though he was clearly not the central figure. Behind him strode several massive men bearing a palanquin. A celestial dragon. Unbelievable that such a being should appear on this humble island, Kuro murmured softly. Seated within the palanquin was Cameloso Saint, clutching a gleaming iron chain, beside him a newly acquired golden-haired beauty purchased from the slave market. He radiated exhilaration, eager to return to his palace and indulge with his 17th concubine. Though the woman struggled feebly, no ordinary mortal could snap that unyielding chain. Perhaps her resistance provoked his displeasure. He halted the procession and drew a pistol from his belt. Bam! A civilian slumped lifelessly at the roadside. Marines instantly assumed combat stances, while the celestial dragon calmly summoned the rear admiral. Why do these people fail to kneel upon my return? The officer hesitated, yet protecting and obeying the saint remained his sworn duty, and bellowed aloud. The celestial dragon returns to his residence. Why do you not kneel? At his command, every citizen sank slowly to their knees. Lei Ku observed it all, the eruption of violence, its swift, chilling conclusion. What enraged him most was the saint's casual murder, while the crowd dared not even scream, only stared blankly, obeying mechanically for fear of retribution. Satisfied, the celestial dragon surveyed his domain, this subservience befitting his exalted station, until his gaze froze upon a distant point. Why do they not kneel? The rear admiral cursed inwardly. That fool dares defy him now. Does he wish to die? He turned, and upon recognizing the figures, icy sweat drenched his brow. His hands trembled uncontrollably. They were none other than the legendary pirate Captain Lei Ku, whose combined bounty exceeded 40 billion, barely requiring either an admiral or a buster call to confront. Protect Cameloso Saint. With that cry, Marines instantly formed a defensive cordon around the celestial dragon. Even he, arrogant beyond measure, recoiled warily, scanning the surroundings. What is happening? The rear admiral hastily disclosed their identities, but the celestial dragon stopped, utterly dismissive. His patron was an admiral. Mere pirates held no terror for him. By then, Lei Ku's party had advanced to the center of the avenue, glancing left and right at the 2 rows of kneeling nobles and townsfolk, then lifting their eyes toward the celestial dragon enthroned high in his palanquin. Pirates advance no further. This is the celestial dragon himself. Offend him, and you will pay dearly. The rear admiral's voice wavered, betraying his faltering resolve. Yet the celestial dragon, seeing them stand unmoved in the street, assumed they cowered before his majesty and gazed down upon them with haughty condescension. He looked and looked again, only to realize 3 extraordinary women stood among them, each radiant in distinct grace. His eyes widened, a thrill surged within. Today's fortune is immense. I shall claim 3 new concubines at once. Bring me those 3 women. I intend to savor them thoroughly tonight. Hearing those words, the rear admiral paled. This was Lei Ku, the infamous pirate with a 14 billion belly bounty. Their numbers meant nothing against such power. Had matters remained quiet, perhaps all would have passed, but the celestial dragon, Cameloso Saint, continued courting doom. When the marines failed to move, he spat furiously. Worthless fools. Then, he raised his pistol, aiming directly at Lei Ku at the vanguard. Bam! The shot rang out, yet Lei Ku had already drawn his blade, meeting the saint's gaze. You fired your weapon, did you not? In the next instant, he vanished, reappearing before the marines realized it, his boot crushing the arrogant celestial dragon beneath him. The spectacle stunned everyone except Lei Ku's crew. The rear admiral stammered, trembling. Lei Ku of the Red Bird Pirates, I warn you. Release Cameloso Saint immediately or face dire consequences. Beneath Lei Ku's heel, the celestial dragon seethed with fury. No one had ever dared treat him thus. He raged unchecked, forgetting entirely the blade pressed coldly against his temple. How insufferably noisy. With a flick of his wrist, Lei Ku's blade flashed, severing the shrieking celestial dragon's head cleanly from his shoulders. Ah! At that sight, terror overcame all restraint. The crowd scattered wildly in panic. Even the rear admiral stood paralyzed, disbelief etched across his face. Do you grasp what you've done? Marines, I know precisely what I've done and what awaits me next. A buster call? An admiral? I am a pirate, I hold no reverence for the hollow title of world noble. Then Lei Ku severed the golden-haired woman's chains and those binding the other slaves below. Go now, you are free. No soul should ever bear such shackles. Slowly, he sheathed his blade and prepared to leave. Turning back toward the rear admiral, he added, should you choose to fight, we accept your challenge, without hesitation. Yet ultimately, Lei Ku and his crew departed unimpeded, whether from fear, or because deep within, the rear admiral believed the celestial dragon had deserved his end. Admiral Zifa, urgent intelligence from the front. Read it. Celestial dragon Camille Saint was killed on the slave island by the great pirate Redbird Light. Bam! Black Wrist Zifa slammed his fist heavily on the table, staring at the marine in disbelief, verifying the accuracy of the words. Those damn pirates, so audacious. Convey my orders, prepare to launch a buster call. I myself will personally set out to utterly annihilate the Redbird Pirates. Yes, Admiral Zifa. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider received Admiral Zifa's orders. We are to assemble at Slave Island, ready to execute a buster call against the Redbird Pirates. Excellent. With Admiral Zifa leading us this time, we will surely capture every last member of the Redbird Pirates and throw them into Impeldom. Vice Admiral Burned Mountain received Admiral Zifa's orders. Tell Admiral Zifa that Dodgy has received the order and will rendezvous shortly. Strawberry, Doberman have received the order. LED, by Marine Admiral Zifa, 5 Vice Admirals, 12 Marine warships, and a total of 1,300 Marines, the buster call was officially launched. When this news emerged, all pirates in the New World, except for the 3 Emperors of the Sea, fled far from that sea area, terrified of being inadvertently caught up in it. On an island under the control of the Big Mom Pirates. I never expected that guy to cause such a big stir in less than a year. Truly terrifying. Yes, Big Brother Katakuri. I really didn't think that without the backing of an emperor, he would dare to kill a celestial dragon. It does seem like something he would do. Territory under the Whitebeard Pirates. Teach, is this the guy you mentioned last time? The little pirate who ran away scared by your words. Ha ha ha, I never imagined he would do something like this, directly killing a celestial dragon. What a fearsome man. Such a fearsome man, yet he was still scared off by you back then. You're truly impressive, Teach. Big brother, stop flattering me. Let's drink, drink. On the ghost island of Wano country, King the Wildfire stood before Kaido, reporting the matter. Your Roro, that brat didn't die after all, and he dares to stir up such trouble. I wish he would join my crew. King the Wildfire had no choice but to be exasperated with Lord Kaido. The man was simply too eager to recruit talent, which had allowed that guy to escape. But how did that guy escape? I was sure I had completely killed him. There was no trace of his presence on the battlefield. Kaido muttered to himself. Lord Kaido, young Master Yamato still insists on calling himself Oden, and the man don't know how to handle her. That brat, is she really my child? Always going on about Oden. Oden, it's annoying. The death of those 3 samurai last time didn't serve as a warning to her. Don't bother with this matter. I'll personally discipline her later. Yes, Lord Kaido. But this time, the Redbird Pirates will find it impossible to escape. A Marine Admiral and 5 Vice Admirals, even the mighty Barrett, was defeated by such a lineup. Perhaps. Let the sea become even more chaotic. We've spotted the Redbird Pirates ahead. Ah. Hey, please respond. Forget it, they've probably been taken out. That's the 10th reconnaissance ship they've destroyed. But thanks to that, we've basically pinpointed their location. Captain Like, I never expected the Marines to move so quickly, sending out so many reconnaissance ships. Yes, but the main force is probably still coming. This is just a small part. Admiral Zifa, the forces have assembled and the enemy's approximate location has been confirmed. Please give your orders. All units, advance. Boom. On the endless sea, a pirate ship burst out first, followed by 12 marine warships, continuously firing cannonballs at them. This pirate ship was the blazing Firebird of Like and his crew. Now they had been caught up by the marine fleet. Comrades, it seems the Marines are well prepared. Let's fight to the death. Ha ha, isn't this just a buster call? I've been wanting to experience it. Fire a volley. Yes. With a total of over 400 cannons from the 12 warships, the entire sky was instantly filled with a dense swarm of black cannonballs. So many cannonballs, they really are flattering us. The next moment, Light used his Devil Fruit ability directly, transforming into a 100-meter-tall firebird and soaring into the sky. He wrapped the cannonballs in hot air and bounced them all back. Impossible! What kind of Devil Fruit ability is this? Weren't we told his bird fruit only made him a few meters tall? How could it be so huge? Look up in the sky, the cannonballs are coming back at us. Defend! Defend immediately! In an instant, raging flames erupted across the entire sea. But even more terrifying was Light's massive figure soaring in the sky, striking fear into the hearts of ordinary Marines. Even the battle-hardened Marine Vice Admirals were on high alert, as this was the first time they had seen Light in this form. This is impossible. In the battle half a year ago, he was just a giant bird of 5 or 6 meters. How could he have become so enormous? Vice Admiral Ghost Spider said in disbelief, while Vice Admiral T-Pig beside him furrowed his brow. Hey, Marines, are you sure you want to keep fighting? I can give you one chance. If you leave now, we can each go our separate ways in peace. Light said slowly. Pirate, there is no negotiation between us. Moreover, you killed a celestial dragon. If we live like this, where would the Marines' honor be? Convey my orders, attack. Marine Admiral Zifa said angrily. Seeing the other side's attitude, there was no hope for a truce. Then let it be war. Light swooped down from the sky toward the Marine warships, his terrifying heat wave making the entire battlefield scorching hot. The Marines' cannonballs and firearms proved useless. He was clearly an animal-type Devil Fruit user, yet now he seemed like a Logia user. Ordinary guns couldn't even hit him. Instead, in 2 passes, Light instantly destroyed 2 massive warships. The warships were torn apart as Light charged straight through them, splitting them in 2 before they burst into raging flames. The Marines on board were forced to jump into the water to survive. This was probably the most humiliating moment for the Marines. Their Buster Call warships were destroyed before they could even play a role. We cannot let him continue destroying like this. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, Vice Admiral Doberman, you deal with his remaining crew. I will personally face this red bird Light. Yes, Admiral Zifa. At that moment, Light noticed the Marines' intention and was about to destroy the 4 warships preparing to set sail, but Admiral Zifa leaped up and attacked him. Red bird Light, I won't allow you to destroy any more. Seeing the opponent's attack, Lei Ku could not just sit idly by. Great Fire Sparrow. The immense power of flames materialized into a fire sparrow charging at ZFA, yet the latter did not dodge, instead coating his entire body in armament Haki to protect himself. The next moment, his iron fist came crashing down. As a Marine Admiral, his strength was formidable, so Lei Ku unleashed his full power. Human Beast Form. Armament Haki. The 2 clashed fists across the air, and Admiral ZFA's overwhelming power directly overpowered Lei Ku, sending him stumbling back several meters. But since they were in midair, after delivering that single blow, the opponent could only land back on the ship. Truly worthy of a Marine Admiral. Since his awakening, Lei Ku's power had increased more than tenfold compared to his former self, yet the other could still suppress him. Below, ZFA stared at Lei Ku in the sky as if looking at a monster. He had joined the Marines from a young age and trained his armament Haki and physical strength for decades. That was why he was called Black Arm ZFA within the Marines. Yet this captain of the Red Bird Pirates, though slightly weaker in strength, was not far behind. Both sides were astonished and realized this was no easy opponent. The next moment, Vice Admiral Chao Tang, together with another Vice Admiral Hu Shaosheng, launched an attack on Lei Ku. But Lei Ku showed no fear. If it were his former self, he would have struggled evenly against a Vice Admiral, but now he had enough confidence to swiftly defeat these 2. Lei Ku directly blocked both Vice Admiral's armament Haki-imbued fists. However, unlike Hu Shaosheng, who was sent crashing down, Chao Tang remained locked in a prolonged struggle with Lei Ku. It seems I should have desperately left you behind last time. I never imagined that in less than a year, you would have grown to this extent. Humph, go all out, or you won't last long. Assault staircase, triple power. Lei Ku threw a devastating punch, sending Chao Tang crashing onto the ship's deck, smashing a huge hole. Vice Admiral Chao Tang. The Marines cried out in worry, while Lei Ku stared coldly from above. As for Admiral ZFA, he was not at all concerned about Chao Tang. This man was second only to the 3 monsters among the new generation of Marines. He was even stronger than an average Vice Admiral. Just then, Chao Tang and Hu Shaosheng climbed out of the ship, clearly neither having suffered serious injury. At this moment, Chow Tang was brimming with battle spirit. The next second, he directly activated his Devil Fruit ability. Pick Fruit, Mythical Zone Model, then come. His body turned icy blue, with 4 enormous tusks protruding from his face and huge ears. Human beast form. He transformed from full beast form into a human-beast hybrid, 6 meters tall, with a powerful, muscular build. Red Bird Lei Ku, come again. As you wish. When dealing with Marines, there's no need for honor. Vice Admiral Hu Shaoshang, let's join forces to take him down with Vice Admiral Chow Tang. Alright, Storrow Belly, let's go together. But facing the freeze encirclement, Lei Ku remained calm. He could fly, giving him ample opportunity to adjust. Their moonwalk was far too slow compared to his own. However, Lei Ku still had to devote part of his attention to the Marine Admiral, whose strength was no mere bluff. Flying sand and shifting stones. Chow Tang could conjure massive earthen blocks out of thin air, hurling them at Lei Ku, even using them as stepping stones to charge forward. Divine Flame, Radiant Light. A powerful sword technique pulverized all the incoming earthen blocks, and then the two clashed with armament Haki. The opponent clearly also mastered Rural Haki, exchanging blows from a distance. Lei Ku hadn't expected that after activating his fruit ability, Chow Tang's power would increase so drastically, allowing him to exchange blows on equal terms. Moreover, his constant creation of earthen blocks provided the other 2 Vice Admirals with space and foothold to display their strength. Quickly forming a 3-on-1 situation, such cunning was far removed from his appearance. Divine Flame, Wolf Hunt. With the boost from his human beast form, this technique was even more powerful, aimed directly at Hu Shaoshang, who sensed Lei Ku's intent. He used armament Haki to defend, but lacking mastery of Rural Haki, he could not block Lei Ku's attack. With a single blow, Vice Admiral Hu Shaoshang was sent flying from the sky. Just as he was about to fall into the sea, Admiral Zai Afi reached out and caught him. He had already fallen completely unconscious. Seeing this, Storrow joined Chow Tang in attacking Lei Ku, relentlessly assaulting him without pause. Divine Flame, Fire Python. A massive flaming python coiled around Lei Ku, blocking their assault. The next moment, Lei Ku counterattacked, unleashing flames to trap Chow Tang, then used Shave to flash before the other Vice Admiral. It was too late for the opponent to block. He had already seen the future 10 seconds ahead. A single punch sent him into unconsciousness. Now Chow Tang was furious. The next second, he burst out of the flames, the intense fire only charring his skin. Earth Seal. But unexpectedly, instead of immediately adjusting his stance, the opponent used earthen blocks to encircle him. However, mere earthen blocks were easily shattered by Lei Ku with a few strikes. Yet all this was within Chow Tang's calculations. A powerful boar charge directly hit Lei Ku, knocking him out of the sky. Lei Ku desperately grabbed the opponent's tusk, trying to shove him away, but Chow Tang slammed him into the ship with all his might. Finally, at the last second, Lei Ku broke free. But he had been pulled down from the sky. Bam, bam, bam. The Marines immediately opened fire, but to their surprise, they didn't hit a solid body Lei Ku had already dodged using observation Haki. By using his flame ability, he transferred his body in advance, avoiding damage. You bastard, are you a Zoan or a Lodia? How can you be so monstrous? Chow Tang couldn't stand it anymore. He had never seen a Lodia that could fly or a Zoan that could become elemental. What if I said I'm a Paramecia? You're lying. Aren't you yourself a giant boar that can use the power of the earth? Don't you dare question me. Enough talk. Let's fight. The two clashed again, this time on the deck of the Marine warship. Although Lei Ku hadn't taken flight, he kept a close watch on Admiral Zai Afi on the other ship. As for his own companions, he had no need to worry for now. With their strength, 2 Vice Admirals couldn't take them down. As long as these 2 troublesome ones didn't cross over, there would be no problem. Earth Bakuro. Countless stone boars charged at Lei Ku, with Vice Admiral Chow Tang hidden among them. Lei Ku used observation Haki to foresee the future. But what astonished him was that in the future, Chow Tang attacked from the front, while the Marine Admiral on the other side also made his move, attacking from behind, sealing off Lei Ku's escape route. Lei Ku had no way to dodge in such a critical moment, so he chose to directly confront Black Wrist Zai Afi and endure a blow from Marine Vice Admiral T-Pig. In the blink of an eye, Lei Ku reacted with extreme speed, using armament Haki to clash with Zai Afi's Iron Fist. However, his back was left vulnerable, and Marine Vice Admiral T-Pick sent him flying with a heavy strike. That blow caused Lei Ku considerable pain. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and immediately entered battle mode. After all, the two fighters were no ordinary men, one a Marine Admiral, the other a Marine Vice Admiral who was also a top-tier expert. They would not give Lei Ku any chance to catch his breath. The three then became entangled in combat. Their intent was clear, to attack in alternating strikes, preventing Lei Ku from taking to the air. Whenever he thought of escaping the battlefield, he would be met with a combined blow from both. Fortunately, after his awakening, Lei Ku's stamina had greatly increased, allowing him to hold his ground for the time being. On the other front, Lei Ku's companions were battling the four attacking warships. Dao Airman was already locked in combat with Marine Vice Admiral Spider, while Dao Airman clashed with another Vice Admiral, Dao Bowman. The remaining Marines were left to the other comrades. The situation was dire, and even Uncle Heigo, who rarely fought, joined the fray personally. Seeing Lei Ku surrounded by their two commanders, the other Marines rushed forward to assist. But Lei Ku unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, knocking them all unconscious. Conqueror's Haki, T-Pick said, somewhat surprised. Kao Ji, don't underestimate him. He's a great pirate with a bounty of 1.4 billion. It would be strange if he didn't have Conqueror's Haki. This guy's ability is troublesome. He's been fighting both of us for so long and still hasn't lost ground. He's a monster. It must be noted that T-Pick's P-Pick Fruit, Mythical Zone Model Dencon, boasted unparalleled defense and stamina. Sometimes, when facing powerful monsters he couldn't defeat immediately, he could rely on endurance to wear them down to death. Yet now, even he was feeling weary, while the opponent was still holding out against the two of them. Hey, don't get distracted in battle. Admiral Zfa shouted loudly. T-Pick quickly came to his senses, but it was too late. Lei Ku had already flashed before him. Seeing no way to dodge, T-Pick used armament Haki to defend. You brat, try to break through my defense if you can. Skyrand, crossbar. A cross-shaped slash sent the massive figure flying, with powerful force impacting both the chest and internal organs. Moreover, this attack was imbued with Conqueror's Haki coating. Since his last battle with Kaido, he could still manage a few such strikes. The powerful flowing Sakura destroyed the internal body, and the Conqueror's Haki's effect on Devil Fruit users caused shock and overwhelming force. The Marine Vice Admiral fell completely unconscious. Everything happened too fast. By the time Admiral Zfa shouted a warning, Lei Ku had already struck, and he was powerless to stop it. What a monster, Zfa sighed inwardly. He was getting older, and some battles were slipping beyond his reach. Though he was due to retire in a few years, he still fought on the front lines. Long ago, Fleet Admiral Kong had suggested he move to a teaching role, but he refused. He wanted to contribute more to the Marines. Moreover, this era was too chaotic. The three monstrous Marine Vice Admirals of the new generation hadn't yet matured. Garp refused to be promoted to Admiral, and Fleet Admiral Kong's health had declined since his battle with the Red Count. If he also stepped down, only Admiral Sengoku would remain, and the Marines would be finished. That was why the Marines had no choice but to adopt the warlord system. You wretched pirate, don't be so arrogant. I am Black Wrist Zfa. The Marine Admiral's heavy punch directly suppressed Lei Ku's attack. It was as fierce and violent as a storm, full of aggression. Lei Ku inwardly cursed his luck. He had already expended considerable stamina defeating the other mythical zone user, and now the Marine Admiral was even more ferocious than when they first engaged. Was this the true weight of a Marine Admiral? But Lei Ku was not alone. Behind him were his comrades and his dreams. He would not retreat indefinitely. Both sides attacked with full force, without hesitation. When his slash was blocked, Lei Ku used his fists. The opponent relentlessly punched at Lei Ku's body. As a Marine Admiral, though he lacked a Devil Fruit, his armament Haki was thoroughly mastered. Almost every blow was imbued with flowing Sakura, dealing heavy damage to Lei Ku. But Lei Ku's Devil Fruit ability was too abnormal. As long as the flame of life burned, he would fight on. Still, an admiral was an admiral. Even if not as powerful as in his prime, Zfa was still beyond Lei Ku's ability to match. They simultaneously unleashed their strongest strikes. Black Wrist Impact, Divine Flame, Skyrand Slash. Both were sent flying. However, Marine Admiral Zfa slowly rose to his feet, looking at the wounds on his body that were sizzling with blood. But he paid no heed to such minor injuries. While his opponent was down, he had to arrest him as quickly as possible. Yet, what the Marine Admiral didn't expect was that flames began to rise around Lei Ku. In the exchange just now, Lei Ku had been struck into a daze. If not for this extraordinary devil fruit, he would have surely fallen here. His father really left him a good thing. Lei Ku slowly stood up, drawing the flames back into his body, and then glanced at the Admiral before him. As expected of a Marine Admiral, I still have some distance to cover compared to you. But one day, I will sail across this sea with my own strength. Then he transformed into a giant firebird and flew away. Marine Admiral Zafei wanted to pursue, but he was wounded, and there were still many Marine soldiers on the ship. He had to take responsibility. He couldn't abandon them to chase a pirate alone. His own life was nothing. He was just an old man bearing the title of Marine Admiral, while these people were the future hope of the Marines. Lei Ku returned to his ship. The battle on the other side was also essentially over. As he had expected, everyone had suffered some injuries, but they had still defeated the 4 warships. The 2 Marine Vice Admirals had long since passed out. To prevent any accidents, they quickly set sail. Admiral Zafei looked at the fleet he had led, lost in thought. Am I really getting old? A full 12 warships couldn't stop him. It seems the Marines will face a very troublesome enemy in the future. Although Lei Ku and his crew had narrowly escaped the Marines' pursuit, they knew the enemy would not let the matter rest. Thus, they decided to lie low for a while, as the Marines' formidable strength was still an undeniable reality. At Marine headquarters, Zephyr sent so many men and still failed. How disgraceful, sighed Kong helplessly. Ha ha ha, if we could catch pirates every time, why would there still be so many pirates out there? Garp, you bastard, don't interrupt. We haven't even addressed your issues yet. Look at the chaos outside, and you're still obsessed with finding Roger's child without any success. There's nothing I can do about it. Who knows where Roger hid his child? Sengoku, give me some of what you're holding. You old fool, that's my pet's food, and you've eaten it all. Fatten it up a bit, I'll have roast mutton later. Garp! Both Kong and Sengoku shouted simultaneously. This man had no sense of discipline, acting on every whim. Sengoku, where did Tsuru go? She's been chasing a pirate crew called Minga. The bastard is cunning and keeps slipping through her fingers. Forget it. I'll go check on Zephyr. He's almost at retirement age, yet he insists on charging to the front lines. Sengoku, wait for me. I'll come too. Garp, why are you tagging along? And so the two left the Marine Marshal's office, leaving Kong alone to sigh in exasperation. Captain Lei Ku, where should we go next? Lei Ku sat on the deck, pondering deeply. More Marines would surely come after them, so they needed to find a haven. Let's leave the Grand Line and explore the 4 seas, see the world a bit. Besides, the Marines are weaker there. We'll come back after we've traveled the 4 seas. Everyone agreed that Lei Ku's proposal was a good one, and more importantly, they could visit their hometowns. Half the new year had already passed. Counting the time, they had been sailing for nearly 4 years. It was indeed time to return and take a look. With their goal set, they changed course to circumnavigate the 4 seas. Which sea should we head to first? Lei Ku asked for everyone's opinions. The South Sea. I think the South Sea is nice. Following Mina's choice, they set sail for the South Sea. 3 days later, the weather was clear and cloudless. A huge wooden plank floated on the sea, with a tiny black dot on it, seemingly a person. Captain Lei Ku, there's someone in the distance. Lin called from the crow's nest. Lei Ku quickly put down his exercise gear and went out to check. He guessed it was a person, probably a survivor from a shipwreck clinging to the large plank. Sister Chiyoya, steer the ship over there. All right, Lei Ku. As they drew closer, they confirmed it was indeed a person, but one of no ordinary background. Let's rescue him first. We'll figure out the rest when he wakes up. They brought him onto the deck. He was not an ordinary civilian but a fisherman, with red skin, still wearing handcuffs, and a large slave brand on his chest. After Hei's treatment, the man finally woke up, looking warily at Hei. Then, as if realizing something, he glanced at his wrists empty. The handcuffs were gone, and his rescuers seemed to mean no harm. You're a fisherman, aren't you? How did you end up drifting on the sea, covered in wounds? Don't worry, we won't hurt you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have saved you. The man slowly lowered his guard. Then Deorban brought some food, and he wolfed it down as if he hadn't eaten for days. Finally, after he had eaten his fill, he spoke. His name was Fidger Tage, a native of Fishman Island. He had been captured by celestial dragons and made a slave. The brand on his chest was their mark. Some time ago, a major incident had occurred, leaving the place poorly guarded. He had taken the chance to escape, but after days without food, he was too weak to move. Thank you for saving me. He knelt directly before Lei Ku and the others to show his gratitude. They quickly helped him up. Over the following days, the fishman grew familiar with Lei Ku and his crew. When he heard that they had visited Fishman Island and met Princess Iji, he couldn't help but feel emotional. I once yearned for the world she spoke of, but after being captured and enslaved, I lost that hope. Yet fate brought you to save me. I now believe there are still trustworthy humans. That's only natural. But no matter the race, there are both good and bad people. Thank you, Captain Lei Ku. I heard you killed a celestial dragon not long ago. That's bold. We're pirates. We do as we please. We don't give a damn about those so-called world nobles. Brother Tage, would you like to join our crew? Back on Fishman Island, we invited a fishman named Jinbi, but he turned us down. No. I plan to return to Fishman Island and form a fishman pirate crew, dedicated to allowing fishermen to appear openly on the seas. Alright. Even though you refused, I cheer for your dream. By the way, have you thought of a name for your crew? A new beginning. How about the Sun Pirate Crew? Sun Pirate Crew. Tage repeated the name several times and found it fitting. It symbolized rebirth. After more than 2 months of sailing, Lei Ku and his crew finally arrived near Fishman Island. However, Brother Tage declined their offer to escort him back and left on his own, promising to meet again. Lei Ku's crew bid farewell to Tage and set out for the West Sea, passing through the archipelago and entering the first half of the Grand Line. After another period of sailing, they would reach the West Sea. But at that moment, a certain person came to Lei Ku's mind. That straw-hatted youth, once a member of Roger's pirate crew, was he also traveling back from the Grand Line for the same reason? Not obsessed with conquest, the scenery along the way is more beautiful. Brother Lei Ku, there's a world government ship ahead. Should we go around? Oh, the world government? Then we must plunder them. Tell the crew time to work. In a single encounter, Lei Ku and his crew knocked out all the agents on the ship and seized a devil fruit from the vessel. Those world government lackeys 1 in 10 plunders yields something good. Does anyone wish to eat this fruit? Lei Ku asked. Several days later, they crossed the Red Earth continent and entered the South Sea, one of the 4 great seas. The climate grew markedly milder once they left the Grand Line. Captain, an island has been sighted ahead. Shall we make landfall? Of course. This is the very first island in the South Sea. We must explore it. As Lei Ku's ship slowly approached the shore, they discovered numerous pirates already occupying the island. A fact unsurprising, for this place served as the South Sea's counterpart to Lowtown in the East Blue. It was the indispensable gateway for South Sea pirates entering the Grand Line. Having departed the New World, the crew finally relaxed. Those arduous weeks had been consumed almost entirely by relentless combat, leaving scarcely a moment's respite. The group then dispersed to explore the island at their leisure. Safety posed no concern. Lei Ku trusted that no one on this island could possibly threaten them. Older and weakest among them, Uncle H was accompanied by Dilben, thus requiring no worry. Lei Ku himself took Kada along to seek out snacks. The dog loved. Kada grew unusually excited at such moments, practically trembling with eagerness to devour the delicacies. Young sir, your dog is quite extraordinary. We've never seen its like in the West Blue. Might you consider selling it to us? Lei Ku looked up astonished that someone would actually offer to purchase Kada. Before him stood a noble woman, her speech and bearing refined and graceful. She had clearly been captivated by the dog's charm. I'm sorry, but this pet is not for sale. It's our treasured companion. Upon hearing this, Kada lifted his head proudly. Don't mistake courtesy for weakness. Our mistress is the most esteemed person on this entire island. Be wise, hand him over at once. With that, the man lunged forward to seize Kada, but the noblewoman intervened and offered Lei Ku her sincere apologies. She then cordially invited the 2 guests to her estate, genuinely enchanted by the adorable duck. Though unable to acquire him, she hoped at least to enjoy his company for a while. Impressed by her earnest demeanor, Lei Ku accepted the invitation and accompanied Kada to her residence. Soon they arrived at an opulent manor where guards standing nearby regarded Lei Ku with undisguised disdain, as though he were a rustic peasant stepping into a grand estate for the first time. You may withdraw now and prepare refreshments. Yes, my lady. At her command, the guards departed, and maidservants promptly brought forth an array of sweets for Lei Ku and Kada. Kada instantly buried his head in the trees and began feasting joyfully. Young sir, I'll fetch my husband. Please enjoy these delicacies while you wait. By all means. Lei Ku glanced at the gluttonous duck and shook his head wryly, then shared his own pastry with two young girls standing behind him. The girls hesitated, reluctant to accept until Lei Ku gently urged them, whereupon they carefully took the offering. Lei Ku noticed something curious. One girl immediately nibbled her treat, while the other discreetly concealed hers within her clothing, her eyes fixed intently on the doorway. He understood precisely what she watched for. The moment he entered the mansion, his observation Haki had already mapped every soul within, revealing all movements and intentions. No action escaped his perception, not even the noblewoman's dismissal of the guards, which bore no genuine goodwill. Instead, she had secretly mobilized her forces, no doubt intending to eliminate Lei Ku and claim the indulgent duck for herself. Indeed, this island harbored no simple souls, a noblewoman whose benevolence masked a far more calculating nature. Yet why remain, knowing full well their plot? Because fear held no place in his heart, such petty schemes crumbled utterly before overwhelming power. So he chose to stay to witness the drama they so eagerly staged. At that instant, over 40 armed guards burst in from outside, weapons drawn, silent in their resolve to cut him down where he sat. The two maidservants recoiled in terror, hiding behind pillars, yet the girl who'd hidden her pastry proved sharper. She slipped into a shadow near the window. My lady, you mentioned seeing a plump, delectable duck on the street today, is that true? Absolutely. I've already dispatched my guards to deal with its owner. Tonight, we shall savor succulent duck meat. I've never tasted this breed before, and if it's edible, its flesh must be exquisitely tender. Poor Kada remained blissfully unaware that the feast he devoured was, in truth, his last meal prepared by the island's lord and lady. My lady, there's no sign of movement, surely it's over. But why haven't the guards returned? Never mind, they're probably still chastising that insolent boy. How dare he refuse my lady's request right there in public? The pair hurried forward to claim their prize, only to freeze in utter disbelief. 40 odd guards lay stacked like a grotesque mountain, while the culprit sat atop them, calmly eating pastries. My lady, you've arrived just in time. I was about to seek you out. My pet duck devours everything. We've run out, please bring more at once. The couple collapsed to their knees, paralyzed with dread, their 40 elite guards annihilated in mere moments. Who are you? The noblewoman stammered. Merely an ordinary pirate. As for you, produce all your treasure, and deliver 100 more servings of these pastries, and perhaps I'll spare your lives. Hearing he was a pirate nearly sent her into unconsciousness. Countless pirates roamed the island, and their guards were renowned warriors, yet he had neutralized them all in an instant. He was undoubtedly a fearsome rogue whose reign of terror spanned entire seas. Trembling, they rushed to retrieve their hoard under Lei Ku's watchful eye. The island lord's fortune was stripped bare. Lei Ku prepared to depart, yet as he walked away, the more cautious girl silently followed. Puzzled, he offered her a pastry and some coin taken from Kada's pouch. She only shook her head and whispered softly, I saw you act, I know your strength. Will you teach me? Lei Ku smiled faintly. No. Then he turned and walked on. He was a pirate, not a caretaker. No child would board his ship. Yet she continued to follow, silent and steadfast. Kada occasionally glanced back, whether out of concern for the girl, or lingering anxiety over his pastry, remained unclear. Hey, Captain Lei Ku, you're back. Looks like you had a good haul. Ha, just robbed some rich guy here. But what's with the girl behind you? Lei Ku turned around and walked over to the little girl. We are pirates. Are you sure you want to come with us? We kill without blinking. Hearing this, the dark and thin little girl was clearly scared. After all, she was only 10 years old. Even with some cleverness, she was still no match for the vast sea. Lei Ku, don't scare a child. Since she wants to follow, let her stay for a while, Xiaoya said slowly. What's your name? Nicole. Come with me, I'll get you cleaned up, and then Abing will make you something to eat. Is everyone here? Prepare to set sail for the next island. At noon, after everyone had eaten, Nicole was taken by Xiaoya to rest in a room, while Uncle H came to Lei Ku's side. Lei Ku, this little girl you brought is not simple. At such a young age, she can read people and disguise herself. Uncle Heish, I didn't bring her. She followed on her own. But I feel like she's familiar. Then Uncle Heish slowly took out a newspaper from behind him, which had a wanted poster. This is a newspaper from 2 years ago. Fortunately, I haven't gone senile yet and managed to find it. I never expected this little girl to have such a big background. It's not easy for such a young child to escape the slaughter. The newspaper clearly read, "The Devil of O'Hara, Nico Robin, bounty 80 million belly." And within 2 years, a little girl managed to travel from the West Sea to the South Sea. That's not easy. What are you going to do? Well, let her stay on the ship for now. We are not short of one more trouble. We'll find a safe place for her later. Ha ha, Lei Ku, you really don't act like a pirate. What do I act like then? More like an explorer. After a few hours, Lei Ku was exercising in his room. Sensing Nico Robin's approach, he looked at her. You're not here to ask me to teach you again, are you? She remained silent but didn't leave. You're Nico Robin, right? The last survivor of O'Hara. Nico Robin's face turned pale. She took out the knife hidden behind her back. She hadn't expected to be exposed. She had hidden it so well. Put the knife away. It can only give you some comfort, nothing else. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I don't care about your little bounty. Seriously, next time before following someone, do some research first. Then Lei Ku took out a wanted poster and gave it to Nico Robin. Although she knew the knife was useless, she still didn't dare to put it down easily. But the moment she saw the wanted poster, she couldn't stop trembling. The man before her was a super pirate with a bounty of 1 billion belly. What kind of ship had she boarded? Put the knife away, don't hurt yourself. From today on, you'll learn some self-defense techniques from me. When you become proficient, you can leave if you want. After all, what can a 10-year-old girl do now? In the following days, a little girl always appeared beside Lei Ku when he was training. Everyone on the ship occasionally taught her some combat skills. Everyone knew her identity but didn't expose her. They genuinely pitied the little girl, who had been hunted by the world government since she was 8. How much suffering had she endured? What kind of environment did she live in every day? Captain Lei Ku, ahead seems to be the territory of the Sorbet Kingdom. We need to dock and replenish supplies. Okay, what's the situation here? I heard there's a king called the Tyrant who overthrew the old king 2 years ago. I see. It's fine, let's go ashore and replenish supplies. But as soon as Lei Ku and his crew docked the ship, a large group of soldiers surrounded them. Pirates, leave this country immediately, or we won't be polite. This scene caught Lei Ku and his crew off guard. They hadn't expected so many guards stationed at the port. The country's defense seems strong. We have no ill intentions. We just want to buy some supplies. Or we can give you the money and have you buy them for us. How about that? Then a blonde-haired woman stepped out from among the soldiers, who seemed to respect her. My name is Ginny. I can buy things for you, but you must stay here and not leave without permission. And the things I buy for you will be a bit more expensive. If you don't agree, just leave. Lei Ku agreed to her terms. The woman was not very old, but she was exceptionally experienced. However, shortly after she left, 2 more pirate ships approached. It seemed this place was frequently visited by pirates, hence the many guards. Hey, guards, know what's good for you and let us land, or we'll kill you. You're only 100 guards, while we have several hundred men. Hey, pirate brothers over there, want to break in together and loot? Hearing this, Lei Ku shook his head. The guards were already watching them very alertly. Just then, Lei Ku seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. A huge figure fell directly from the sky onto the 2 pirate ships, causing chaos among the pirates. The figure must have used a devil fruit ability. With a few explosions, all the pirates were knocked unconscious. The guards cheered as if they had won a victory. The figure looked at Lei Ku and his crew with wary eyes. But after the blonde woman came and spoke to him, he let his guard down. Then Lei Ku loaded the supplies onto the ship and handed her some gold coins. Thank you. I quite enjoy jobs that can make money. If it weren't for the uncertainty caused by you pirates, our place wouldn't be so poor. Is that guy the so-called tyrant bear? However, Ginny immediately retorted, Kuma is the gentlest person. Don't you pirates speak ill of him. Sorry, I only heard some rumors. Lei Ku apologized to her. But then two more people emerged from the crowd. One looked mysterious, the other somewhat like a transgender person. They were talking to Kuma, and occasionally glancing over. You have really good eyesight, being able to see clearly from so far away. Lei Ku hadn't expected this woman to be so observant, noticing even that. Don't worry, we have no ill intentions. We just came to replenish supplies. Goodbye. After watching them leave, Ginny walked over to Kuma and asked in confusion, Brother Dragon, Ivankov, why are you here? They were just some small-time pirates. Kuma could have handled them alone. Ginny said proudly, the pirates you just sent off were not small-time. I was afraid you might be in danger, so I brought Ivankov along. Then Dragon handed Lei Ku's wanted poster to Ginny. Red Bird Lei Ku, Bounty 1. 6 billion belly. Ginny stared at the wanted poster in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. Shortly after leaving the Kingdom of Sob, Lei Ku and his crew prepared to continue their voyage. Uncle H discovered that Lei Ku's bounty had increased by another 200 million, and he shared the news with him. It seems the Navy truly wants my head. My bounty has gone up again. However, Lei Ku paid it no mind. They were now heading to the North Blue, and the Navy could not dispatch a large force there. After all, they still needed to monitor the free emperors in the New World. Having traveled the West Blue for several months, they had nearly explored it all, and aside from a young girl joining the ship, nothing major had occurred. Upon entering the North Blue, the weather turned noticeably colder. They all donned thick winter clothes, and Mina and Shoya even altered 2 sets of winter garments for Nico Robin using their own clothing. Although she still struggled to trust others, her guardedness had noticeably diminished, especially when facing Mina and Shoya, whom she regarded as family. However, she did not receive such gentle treatment from Lei Ku. When teaching her combat techniques, he was always strict. After all, only when one possesses sufficient strength can they fully protect themselves. Robin, raise your hands higher. Your strength is far too weak. If you encounter danger, you won't be able to protect yourself. Though drenched in sweat, Robin persisted with difficulty, not daring to utter any sly remarks for fear that Lei Ku would add more training. Lei Ku then placed a box before her. Nico Robin looked puzzled. From the box, he took out a devil fruit, the very one they had seized from the world government last time. Do you want to eat it? This is a devil fruit. Eating it grants you a special ability, but the price is that you will be despised by the sea and become a landlubber. As an archaeologist, Nico Robin naturally knew about devil fruits, and she was also aware that such an item was priceless, worth at least 100 million berries. You're giving something this valuable to me? Valuable? I think it's average. Besides, none of them wanted to eat it, so it's just lying around. I thought I'd ask you. If you don't eat it, I'll put it away. I'll eat it. She then took the devil fruit and began to eat, but it was terribly unpleasant, contorting her expression in agony. All right, 1 bite of the devil fruit is enough. Hearing this, she quickly stopped, her eyes revealing a look of why didn't you say so earlier. Lei Ku laughed heartily and told her to try her ability. After testing, her fruit was a paramecia type, the flower fruit, which allowed her to sprout multiple limbs elsewhere like blooming flowers. During subsequent training, Lei Ku had her train and fight according to her ability. Though still young, she already possessed a certain degree of self-defense capability. Lei Ku then left the cabin and stepped outside, observing the sky over the North Blue. Unexpectedly, the North Blue was quite chaotic. Within a few days of their arrival, many pirate ships were locked in battle. Some nations even attacked each other. Of course, there were also a few reckless pirates who tried to target them. But they had clearly picked the wrong opponents without exception. All were sent to the bottom of the sea. However, unknown to Lei Ku and his crew, shortly after they left, the warring factions were all wiped out by another force, the German 66, the overlord of the North Blue. Governor Gag, we've spotted a pirate ship heading into the interior of the North Blue. Oh, a straggler. Pursue them and eliminate them. Yes. Captain Lei Ku, there seems to be a ship behind us, but it's quite large. Lei Ku looked into the distance. The vessel resembled a giant castle, composed of dozens of ships below, charging toward them with murderous intent. Coming for us? Could it be the Navy? Notify the crew to prepare for battle. Yes. Governor Gag, the enemy ship has stopped. Perhaps they want to negotiate, but we don't recognize their flag. Probably some unlucky small pirate crew. Then what are we waiting for? Finish them off. A mere small pirate dares to sail the same sea as the overlord of the North Blue. Yes, fire. Boom. Within a second of the order, 1,000 cannonballs flew toward Lei Ku's ship. Hey, you bastards, what do you think you're doing to my ship? Lei Ku, using observation Haki, foresaw an unfavorable future and immediately transformed into a 100-meter fiery bird, charging forward. Great Fire Sparrow! A series of huge explosions echoed in the sky as Lei Ku intercepted the 1,000 cannonballs, stunning Nico Robin. It was the first time she had seen the man who usually taught her go all out stopping 1,000 bombs at once was terrifying. Lei Ku did not intend to let them off after stopping their attack. After all, they had struck first, so he had to return the courtesy. Governor Gaz, he's coming at us. Gaz was puzzled. 1,000 cannonballs could wipe out half a nation, yet the enemy was still charging. Was their aim that poor? Before he could finish pondering, a giant flaming bird appeared above the Germa 60 SIXS fleet, leaving Gaz dumbfounded. Fire top! A fiery tornado slammed into the Germa 66 ships. In a single moment, 7 or 8 of their vessels exploded, and countless Germa soldiers perished. You bastard, do you know whom you have angered? Gaz used his technological device to fly up, and Lei Ku, shifting into his human beast form, charged at him. They clashed, Lei Ku with his blade, the other with a spear. But Gaz's strength was no match for Lei Ku's. In just 3 exchanges, he was knocked from the sky. He crashed heavily onto the deck of the Germa ship. Lei Ku descended slowly, but the Germa soldiers charged at him as if they feared no death, making Lei Ku suspect they were like puppets. Nevertheless, Lei Ku showed no mercy. He swung his blade continuously, felling rows of Germa soldiers. In just a few skirmishes, hundreds of soldiers lay dead by his hand. Gaz seized the gaps when Lei Ku was entangled with the soldiers to launch sneak attacks, but his movements were already foreseen by Lei Ku. The moment Gaz struck, Lei Ku kicked him away, then flashed before him and grabbed him by the throat. Thus, the life and death of Germa 60 SIXS sovereign ruler hung in the balance entirely at the whim of light. His soldiers dared not advance. The man was simply too formidable. Yet at that moment, a little girl with pink hair stepped forth from the crowd, glaring fiercely at Lei Ku, who glanced at her in return. He instantly grasped the bond between them, then flung Jiru aside with contemptuous force. The man crumpled to the ground, motionless. Seeing this, the soldiers surged forward, but Lei merely sneered, raising his hand to strike. Stand down. The girl spoke at last. Lei cast another glance at her. She seemed intent on ending the confrontation, yet hesitated, uncertain how to articulate it. What is your name? Le Jiu. I spare you both for our shared surname, Lei. Remember, walk humbly. And may you never become like your father, quick to draw blood at the slightest provocation. This world holds powers far beyond your reckoning. It is wise to keep a path open for retreat. Thank you. Then Lei turned and departed aboard their vessel. Unbeknownst to the girl, she had just saved an entire crew. With Lei's current strength, obliterating a nation would be as effortless as drinking water, yet he chose restraint, delivering only a lesson sharp enough to sear memory. Lei and his crew sailed away. Lao Ju gazed long at Jiru, sprawled unconscious on the deck, sighed deeply, and ordered his soldiers to carry him below for treatment. Never imagined the North Blue would have descended into such chaos, and you spared him, Captain Lei. Indeed, in my younger days, I'd have ended him without hesitation. But his daughter stood there, and so many of his men already lay fallen. Enough is enough. Let us hope he learns restraint henceforth. Still, we shall not linger any longer in the North Blue. Let us depart at once. Return to the East Blue. At these words, cheers erupted. Every soul aboard hailed from those eastern waters. After crossing the red line, they intended to visit their old friend Kurukas, but found no trace of him. His whereabouts remained unknown. Only Laboon still wandered there, ceaselessly ramming the red line cliffs. Soon after, they arrived at Blago's coastal village, where the elder warmly reunited with his son and daughter-in-law. The couple could do nothing but sigh. Their stubborn, aging father still pursued the perilous life of a pirate, even bearing a marine bounty upon his head. They feared one day he might be captured, condemned to rot in prison until his final breath, yet Blago dismissed their worries, urging them only to live well and mind their own paths. Indeed, for a man past 60, Blago's spirit burned with astonishing youth. Next, the crew sailed to the kingdom of Alabasta to revisit Ling and Kaku's homeland, where now flocks of galloping ducks roamed the dunes in endless waves. Kaku, rarely returning to the desert, ran joyfully among the ducks, drawing peals of laughter from Nico Robin beside him. At heart, he remains a child. They then visited Kokoyasi village, a quiet hamlet famed for its growth of citrus trees. Guided by Joa, they approached a modest door only to find villagers gathering around, wary of strangers. Joa gently knocked, glancing again at the address in her hand. From within emerged a woman with fiery red hair and sharp, capable bearing, and the instant their eyes met, the two embraced tightly. Once fellow Marines and close friends, they now stood worlds apart, one a pirate captain, the other retired from service. Seeing their bond, the villagers quietly dispersed. Belmere, what a difficult village you've chosen to settle in. I followed your letter for ages. Honestly, I never expected you'd leave the Marines too. Just then, two small children darted from behind Belmere. Startled by the crowd, they shyly vanished back inside. Belmere swiftly ushered everyone indoors. Though pirates unsettled her, she trusted Joa and thus accepted her friends, eyes half closed to their outlaw status. Are these your children? Yes, both rescued from battlefields. Yet from that hour, our fates were irrevocably entwined. As the two women reminisced, Like's crew naturally assumed care of the girls Nokiho and Naomi, both raised with unwavering love and grace by Belmere. Under Like's watchful kindness, the children spent a joyful day. Then, as the crew prepared to leave, they uprooted an orange tree from Belmere's front yard. Watching her dearest friend sail away, Belmere smiled softly. In the Marines, Joa had been her sole true companion, and she'd been stunned when Joa abandoned uniform for Cutlass. Yet over the years, they kept occasional contact until suddenly Belmere noticed something clutched in Naomi's tiny hand. Opening it revealed a pouch of coins and a letter. Joa, knowing how taxing it was to raise two daughters alone, had sent an early gift her adoptive daughters with a promise to return in a few years. Leaving Kokoyasi village, the crew journeyed next to the homelands of their remaining members save Crocodile, born in Water 7. The Dorman brothers were disheartened. Their village had long since withered into ruin, holding no remnant worth remembering. Mina, having no true homeland, had merely used her former base as a hunting ground for bounties. Beautiful Mina, henceforth, I am your home. A chorus of teasing murmurs rose. Dorman, ever impulsive, had declared his affection anew. Finally, they reached Like's birthplace, first paying respects to his father, then heading to the town's tavern. Gabby, bring forth your finest wine and richest fare. Gaddy turned sharply, startled by the bold demand. His tavern, once bustling, had dimmed under the shadow of the great pirate era. But when he beheld the group entering, especially Like, the brash boy who'd once walked out his door, he froze in disbelief. Overjoyed, he hurried inside to summon Kanai, who was busy preparing meals while he himself rushed to ready the finest dishes. After all, this was the tavern's most illustrious alumnus. Now a wanted pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 billion, Like had become the town's most whispered about legend. Years absent, Like surveyed the tavern's unchanged interior when suddenly, a woman stepped out from the back room. Kanai trembled with emotion. Years apart had passed, but upon seeing him, her excitement gave way to bashful silence. Like, too, shed his usual bravado, gazing at her with uncharacteristic shyness. Yet time dissolved in conversation soon. They spoke freely, as if no years had intervened. Nearby, crewmates stifled laughter behind cupped hands. Their captain, at last, wore the tender uncertainty befitting his years. 2 months later, Lei Ku and his crew departed the small town. Before leaving, Lei Ku personally carried a chest of treasure down from the ship and handed it to tavern owner Gotti. Lei Ku then bid farewell to Kana and tavern owner Gotti. His adventure was far from over, and he could not linger here any longer. Kana watched him depart with tender affection before returning home with her father. This young man never imagined he'd truly struck fortune. No wonder I placed such faith in him back then. Though perhaps his betrothal gift is rather generous. Kana chuckled beside him, but Gotti paid no mind. More treasure meant more wealth, and this was well earned. After leaving the town, their journey across the East Blue drew to a close, and they prepared to sail toward the final destination, the West Blue. Yet as their vessel anchored near a small island in the East Blue, they encountered a familiar group, the red-haired Shanks. The other crew had likewise spotted them and watched warily. Ever since learning Shanks' true identity from Master Rayleigh, Lei Ku had resolved to share a drink with him upon their next meeting. Lei Ku then assured them they bore no ill intent, and indeed, they had heard much about Shanks' crew from Master Rayleigh. Oh, you've met Master Rayleigh? Is he well? Very well. He spends his days drinking at Madame Shuchi's tavern. Seeing no sign of hostility, the crews of both ships soon raised their mugs and toasted heartily. Thus began a grand feast between the red-air pirates and the red-bird pirates. Wine flowed freely, laughter ran loud, and Lei Ku and Shanks clapped shoulders like old friends, bonded by shared youth and countless common tales. Among the revelers, two stood out for their relentless drinking, Doorman and Backman. One sought to charm the stunning Mina and Joy with a few rounds, the other guarded them like a devoted sentinel. Neither would yield, so they challenged each other to a drinking duel, drawing raucous laughter from the entire assembly. In the end, both collapsed into drunken oblivion. Yet even unconscious, Doorman wore a faint smile. Victory in this battle of gallant protection remained his. Beyond them, two others drank with unmatched zeal, Kachua, Lei Ku's pet dog, and Mashto, Shanks' mischievous monkey, a sight so improbable that none could believe a dog and a monkey could imbibe with such unrestrained joy. The crew sang and laughed until dawn, yet Nico Robin, seated between Mina and Joy, watched quietly, puzzled by the depth of their unbridled mirth. Robin, once you find companions who are truly your own, every day will bloom with this same joy. You'll chase your dreams without fear or hesitation. Still unclear. How you're still young, Robin. One day, you'll understand. The banquet lasted 3 full days and nights. Then Lei Ku parted ways with Shanks and set sail from the East Blue. Captain, a pirate named Buddy the Clown has been causing trouble nearby. Oh. No matter if we meet him, we'll teach him a lesson. If not, so be it. Understood. Yet Lei Ku's crew never crossed paths with Buddy. His gang had sailed off to dig for treasure somewhere deep within the East Blue. Elsewhere in the East Blue, a dog-headed naval ship received a transmission from its base. Report to Admiral Garp, the Red-Bird Pirates have been sighted in these waters. Ha 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 ha! What perfect timing! I came here on assignment and stumbled upon a whale. Issue orders, full speed ahead. Admiral Garp, surely this is reckless. With only one warship, shouldn't we call for reinforcements? No need, we're more than enough. Admiral Garp, please don't act impulsively. Even Admiral Zephyr once deployed 10 warships and 5 admirals and still failed to capture them. Let's proceed with caution. Ha 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 ha! No need to fret, we can always run if things turn dire. Your concern is quite unnecessary. The naval lieutenant, helpless, hurried to seek Deputy Officer Beauregard, but the officer merely told him to remain calm and obey Admiral Garp's command. Meanwhile, Admiral Garp himself stood slumbering upright, newly transferred. The lieutenant had only heard legends of the naval hero Garp's legendary exploits. Now witnessing him firsthand, the lieutenant was utterly astounded. This admiral was extraordinary and unmistakably unreliable. Yet the other sailors regarded Garp's demeanor as perfectly ordinary. Danger! It was commonplace after all. Garp's favorite tactic was charging a single warship straight into a pirate stronghold and launching an assault. They felt no anxiety, not because they underestimated peril, but because Garp's overwhelming strength rendered danger irrelevant. It wasn't the Navy that risked peril, it was the pirates. Meanwhile, Lei Ku leaned against the deck railing, a subtle unease stirring deep within him as though something momentous loomed ahead. Yet with departure from the East Blue imminent, he dismissed it as mere imagination. Reality proved otherwise. Behind their ship appeared a dog-headed naval vessel, and aboard its bow stood a man wearing a canine-shaped hat. Joya instantly pushed the ship to full throttle, fleeing at top speed. Why flee? Gee. Who is that man? Admiral Garp, the naval hero. At the name, every soul aboard drew a sharp breath. Garp, the very man who had chased the pirate King Gold. Roger across the seas. Damn, what rotten luck to cross paths with him. Even Lei Ku narrowed his eyes warily at the approaching warship. At last, he understood the source of his foreboding. Ha 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 ha! Crew, bring out the cannonballs from the hold. I'll handle the attack myself. Yes, Admiral Garp. Swiftly, naval soldiers wheeled forth an enormous cache, exactly 1,000 cannonballs. Garp lifted one, tested its weight in his palm, and murmured to himself. These cannonballs feel suspiciously light. Did someone skimp on materials? Ah, well, no time for perfection. We'll make do. Fist rock impact. With each throw, Garp hurled cannonballs faster than any cannon could fire, relentless, unceasing, one after another. Lei Ku's crew scrambled to respond. The trajectory was unerringly precise. A single hit would surely sink their ship. That monster throwing cannonballs barehanded, each strike radiating terrifying force, surpassing even conventional artillery. All hands rushed to defend Lei Ku, eyes locked on Garp's movements, drew his blade at critical moments, deflecting each projectile with flawless precision. Truly remarkable, no wonder he stood shoulder to shoulder with the pirate king, throwing cannonballs by hand. That's nothing short of awe-inspiring. Lei Ku couldn't help but admire him fiercely. Captain Lei Ku, what kind of monster is that stinking old man? We've fired hundreds of cannonballs at him and yet he shows not the slightest fatigue. That old fellow is truly terrifying. Never mind his identity, for now just find a way to shake him off. Boom! Carp roared with laughter as he hurled cannonballs from before him, barking orders for more to be rushed to his side without pause. Beside him, the young Navy Rear Admiral stood utterly dumbfounded. This was a pirate whose combined bounty exceeded 4 billion berries, yet he was now fleeing like prey. Was this the true measure of a Navy hero? His power was staggering. Even Fleet Admiral Zephyr, famed as the Black Arm, had never displayed such overwhelming prowess. Lei Ku continued swinging his blade relentlessly. After so long, his opponent still maintained astonishing efficiency in hurling projectiles and endurance beyond imagination. Ling, try to impede him. We cannot let him keep launching cannonballs like this or we'll be in grave peril. Understood, Captain. Lei Ku glanced at his crew. Sweat glistened on their brows, and their long-range cannons proved useless. The enemy's bare hands flung cannonballs farther than their guns could fire. Bam! Ling's shot struck Admiral Carp squarely on the bow of his ship. Excellent shot, Ling. Everyone seize this chance and flee. On the Navy side, officers rushed anxiously to check on Admiral Carp only to discover the bullet had indeed hit its mark, yet shattered instantly upon impact, as though striking something immeasurably harder than steel. Is this Admiral Carp's terrifying physical resilience? The Rear Admiral stared in disbelief at Carp's unmarked torso. Ha ha ha! So there's a sniper among you. I suppose I'll need to take this a bit more seriously now. With that, Carp casually picked his nose and ordered his men to bring more cannonballs. Only this time, he reached for an entire crate. Fist-bone meteor. Every motion of his foe unfolded before Lei Ku's eyes and he couldn't help but marvel. What manner of monster was this? Was he even a devil fruit user? His body withstands bullets barehanded and now he hurls an entire crate of cannonballs. Time to act. Tiger pounce. Yet the instant Lei Ku cleaved open the crate brimming with cannonballs, they detonated violently within. The blast's immense force inflicted serious harm upon Lei Ku. Had he not shielded himself with searing flames at the last moment, he would surely have fallen victim to the trap. Thereafter, he focused solely on intercepting incoming crates using Royal Haki to repel them without contact, sending each explosive payload hurtling harmlessly into the sea. As deafening explosions echoed across the waters, the duel escalated into a fierce, grueling exchange, one side hurling ceaselessly, the other defending without respite. Then came an unexpected twist. Carp reached behind him only to find no more crates left. The sailors exchanged helpless glances. Their warship carried triple the standard ammunition load and Carp alone had exhausted it all. Ha ha, my apologies. I got a little carried away just now. Seeing Carp's light-hearted explanation, the sailors could only sigh. After all, this wasn't the first or even the 10th time such a thing had happened. Oh, what a shame. I hadn't even finished my fun when the ammo ran out. Looks like I'll have to handle this personally. With that, Carp stretched his massive frame, preparing to leap across the hundreds of meters separating the ships and land directly aboard the enemy vessel. Admiral Carp, this opponent is far too dangerous. You mustn't go alone, and the distance is enormous. A group of sailors rushed forward to restrain him, but Carp simply flicked his wrist, sending them sprawling aside, then launched himself skyward in one colossal bound. The warship's bow nearly plunged beneath the waves from the sheer force of his leap. Bogart shook his head in resignation. After all, as Carp's deputy, he'd witnessed this spectacle countless times. Hey! Are you joking? Everyone evacuate immediately. I'll hold him off. In an instant, Lei Ku transformed into a 100-meter phoenix wreathed in crimson flame and surged forward. His crew knew the peril was absolute and retreated to await him elsewhere. Galactic impact. Divine flame dragon cyclone. Man and Titan collided midair, yet to Lei Ku's shock, Carp's fist pierced straight through his defenses. Striking with blinding speed, it slammed into his 100-meter form, its titanic force surging through him like a tidal wave. Though enveloped in divine flame, he felt raw, unrelenting power ravaging his very being. This blow was infused with Conqueror's Haki and surpassed even Kaido's strongest strike by several magnitudes. One punch left Lei Ku momentarily dazed. By the time he regained awareness, he'd already been hurled hundreds of meters away. High above the sea, a colossal flaming phoenix tumbled helplessly, utterly powerless to resist. Lei Ku swiftly stabilized himself midair, shifting into his human-beast hybrid form to accelerate healing. Truly worthy of the title Navy hero, such a single strike dealt me grievous injury. This strength is monstrous. Yet the moment Carp sent Lei Ku flying, he harnessed the recoil of his own punch, propelling himself skyward, then vanishing and reappearing in a flash, bearing down upon the recovering Lei Ku. Lei Ku from this technique surpassed ordinary Navy moon walk by over tenfold in speed. Still, Lei Ku refused to stand idle. Drawing his sword, he accelerated into a blistering aerial charge. Hero Carp, you who once rivaled Gold Roger himself. To fight you today is the highest honor I could ever receive. Ha ha, Roger. That man is long dead. Boy, take another hit. Fist-bone collision. Divine Flame Crusader Cross. Both attacks crackled with royal haki and were wrapped in Conqueror's haki. Their collision unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave that shattered the heavens. Look, the clash between Admiral Carp and Redbird Lei Ku has torn the sky itself asunder. Above them, the heavens fractured under the ferocity of their confrontation. Not bad, boy, for one so young to master Conqueror's haki infusion. Were you allowed to grow, you might well become the Navy's greatest future threat. You're far too modest, Admiral Carp. I'm merely a fledgling pirate. How could I ever compare to the Navy's legendary monsters? This skill was forged only in the crucible of life and death combat. Haha, you're quite the smooth talker, young man, but as a Navy officer, I cannot afford to overlook you. Submarine descent. Divine Flame Mara Legion. A colossal demonic figure wielding a gargantuan blade descended upon Carp, yet Carp's haki dwarfed Lei Ku's in magnitude beyond reckoning. He shattered Lei Ku's attack outright. His massive hand seized Lei Ku's head and unleashed Conqueror's haki. To Lei Ku's horror, his own devil fruit powers began flickering, as if dissolving under that overwhelming aura. Only by unleashing his own Conqueror's haki did Lei Ku barely stabilize his fruit ability. But at that moment, Kapu gripped with one hand while controlling Lei Ku's weapon with the other, letting out a hearty laugh. Fist-bone, Galaxy. The immense force sent Lei Ku flying directly into a nearby small island, smashing through half of it. 100-meter deep crater was formed. Such destructive power left the marine soldiers on the warship utterly stunned. They had served under Vice Admiral Kapu for just 2 years and had never seen him unleash his full strength. They never imagined he could pierce an entire island. Lei Ku reverted to his human form, embedded in the stone wall, and only managed to break free with great effort. Lei Ku was now drenched in blood, countless bones broken. This guy is truly strong, terrifying. The next second, the entire island burst into flames, rapidly contracting back into Lei Ku's body, fully healing his injuries. Phew, I can use this power at most one more time, or my stamina won't hold out. Then, he transformed into a human-beast hybrid and flew out. Kapu was surprised to see Lei Ku completely unharmed. You're a real monster. My attack didn't even scratch you. Mr. Kapu, you flatter me. I was nearly dead just now. Your strength is truly formidable. But I'm not ready to be arrested yet, so I'm sorry. The next moment, Lei Ku activated his power, soaring into the air, preparing to flee at full speed. He also maximized his observation haki to counter any threats. Yet in the instant he took off, Lei Ku suddenly felt a primal predator's pressure like a creature facing its natural enemy. His hair stood on end, and fear surged. Kapu appeared behind him in an instant, both hands already charging. Impossible! My observation haki is at full power. Why didn't I see Kapu's future? Kid, there's still a lot you need to learn, but you won't get the chance. Meteor impact. Kapu brought his fists together, striking Lei Ku's back with immense force. The terrifying power smashed him into the island's core, and the overwhelming Conqueror's haki instantly incapacitated him. Another deep, vertical crater formed on the small island, its bottom filled with magma. Lei Ku, unconscious, slowly sank into it. Kapu descended slowly and ordered the marine soldiers on the shore to clean up the battlefield. The soldiers stared wide-eyed in terror at Vice Admiral Kapu. A great pirate with a bounty of 1.6 billion berries had been defeated in just a few moves. The soldiers prepared to capture the pirate from the bottom of the hole. However, the deep pit was filled with scorching magma, so they hesitantly asked Vice Admiral Kapu for instructions. Kapu scratched his head awkwardly. Well, since he sank into the magma, forget it. Even his body must have been burned to nothing. Ha ha. The soldiers had no choice but to return to the ship, ready to leave. Vice Admiral Kapu, shall we pursue the remnants of Lei Ku's crew? No, I'm a bit tired. The soldiers glanced at the Vice Admiral. He had only sweated a little from the battle and hadn't even been injured. Claiming to be tired now, nobody would buy that. However, shortly after their ship had left the island, the thousands-meter-long island began to burn from its base. The fierce flames devoured all life on and around the island. Lei Ku crawled out from the island's depths, bearing several huge scars on his back. He had no strength left to heal. That last attack had made him feel like he'd walked through the gates of hell. So this is world-class combat power. Truly terrifying. If it weren't for my extraordinarily twisted devil fruit ability, I'd probably be dead and buried. At that moment, Lei Ku's hands were still trembling uncontrollably, a sign of depleted stamina. He lay on the beach, staring at the sky. And the ashes covering the island, quietly awaiting fate's decision. But fate favored him once more. His comrades arrived, hurriedly carrying him onto the ship to treat his wounds. Heh, I won this time. A few days later, Lei Ku stood on the ship's deck, drinking juice made by Abin, recalling the battle from days ago. His face now bore a few small scars. At first glance, they looked a bit fierce. His comrades felt sorry for how badly he was hurt, but Lei Ku explained it was nothing. A man with some scars adds a touch of mature charm. The group teased him, saying that when he returned to his hometown, his sweetheart would be heartbroken. Then they arrived at the Red Line, near Twin Cape, where they found Uncle Crocus. Lei Ku, boy, looks like you've been through a lot over the years. Haha, just a while ago I barely survived the hands of the hero couple. That guy is indeed a monster. He could go toe-to-toe with Roger. Uncle, I came here to ask you for a favor. Oh, what is it? This is Nico Robin. She's too young to travel with us, it's too dangerous. So please arrange a place for her to stay. After she comes of age, she can choose where she wants to go. Finally, Mina and Joel reluctantly bid Robin farewell, and they left. After all, their voyage was too perilous to protect a child at all times. Uncle Crocus, once the ship doctor of the Arlong Pirates, was kind-hearted, so they trusted him. This matter was suggested by Mr. Really? When he mentioned it, they were surprised that such an ordinary old man had once sailed with Roger. Time always passes quickly during voyages. They spent several months during the last of the 4 seas the West Blue. Then they re-entered the Grand Line and returned to the New World. This news shocked the Marines. They hadn't expected Lei Ku to survive. Kapu, however, was indifferent. He simply said that since the guy left, they'd just put a new bounty on him. His casual attitude infuriated Sengoku. This led to several hours of lecture and nagging. Time quickly arrived at 1503. After Roger's death, the surge of pirates had actually lessened somewhat this year. Many were beginning to lose faith, believing there was no great treasure. But this was only a minority. Countless pirates still set sail in pursuit of their dreams. This year, the celestial dragons were especially rampant, buying up large numbers of slaves en masse. Though the purpose was unknown, it gave criminals trafficking in humans a golden opportunity. Countless people were bought and sold, captured and sold as slaves to the celestial dragons. Even the 3 sisters, Boa Hancock, sailing near Amazon Lily, could not escape their clutches. Captain Silver Axe, this is a delivery from the Big Mom Pirates. Oh, that Lingling, always up to these games despite her age. Tell them I'll drop by when I have time. Yes, Captain Silver Axe. Captain Silver Axe, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. They are passing through our territory. Oh. Who are they, daring to cross our territory? Go, stop them. Yes. Captain Lei Ku, a group of pirates is heading towards us. Who are they? Not sure. Their pirate flag is a silver armor. I can't tell which crew they belong to. Tell the crew to be cautious. If a conflict arises, take them out. Yes, Captain Lei Ku. As the enemy ships drew closer, Lei Ku ordered Kuluo to issue a warning, telling them that if they approached any further, they would face consequences. Brothers, did you hear that? He says he'll be tough on us. What a joke. Ho 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 ho. Kuluo glared angrily at the group. If Captain Lei Ku gave the order, he would be the first to charge. Do you even know whose territory you've entered? I don't know, Lei Ku said slowly. This is the territory of the great pirate Captain Silver Axe. If you want to live, hand over the treasures on your ship immediately. Otherwise, prepare to die and feed the fish. Silver Axe. Could it be that guy from the Rocks Pirates? Of course. Our Captain Silver Axe sailed on the same ship as the current 3 emperors of the sea. Be smart and hand over the treasure now. Besides, those 3 beauties on your ship look fine. Hand them over too, as a tribute to our Captain Silver Axe. Sorry, I have no intention of giving up the treasure, and even less of giving up my people. Don't think your Silver Axe pirates or even the free emperors of the sea can lay a finger on my comrades. So you die. Divine Fire, Fire Tornado. A small flame whirlwind appeared in Lei Ku's palm. As he thrust it forward, a massive fire tornado shot straight toward the pirates. The pirates frantically maneuvered their ships to evade, but the fire tornado seemed to have eyes of its own, relentlessly chasing them. Soon the enemy ship was split in two by the tornado and burst into flames. The pirates jumped overboard to save themselves. Witnessing this from afar, the Silver Axe pirates ordered their fleet to charge forward. These fools dare to attack my Silver Axe pirates. They must be tired of leaving. Captain Silver Axe, their methods seem similar to the group that defeated Captain John a few years ago. Who? The one called the Redbird Pirates. They've been making quite a name for themselves. Humph, then no need for more words. Let's settle old and new scores together. Brothers, wipe them out. Boom! Seeing 5 or 6 enemy pirate ships charging toward them, Lei Ku and his crew initiated the attack. Ku Luo, already simmering with anger, loaded the cannonballs with even greater speed. From loading to aiming to firing, the entire process was seamless. Truly, Ku Luo was the first gunner of the blazing Redbird. Due to Ku Luo's fierce bombardment and the long range of Lei Ku's cannons, Silver Axe and his pirates had to block the shells while charging forward. These bastards are infuriating. Silver Axe roared. The next moment, he drew the massive axe from his back and rushed forward. Seeing the man in full silver armor wielding a giant axe charging at him, Lei Ku wasted no words. He immediately transformed into his human beast form and engaged. Both attacked simultaneously, their weapons coated in armament Haki. As a great pirate who survived from the rock ship, Silver Axe naturally mastered the advanced version of armament Haki Luing. They exchanged slashes from a distance, then landed simultaneously on the first sunken ship of the Silver Axe pirates, one on each side, facing each other from afar. You're the Redbird Lei Ku. You're the one who defeated Captain John a few years ago. That's right. I didn't expect Captain Silver Axe to know my name. What an honor. Phew! A mere pirate who's only been at sea a few years, yet so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of ending up at the bottom of the ocean? Since I became a pirate, I intend to lie free. Otherwise, what's the point of being a pirate? Besides, you've survived since the days of the Rocks Pirates. You should find a place to retire in peace, rather than throwing your weight around here. Sharp tongue. When I cut off your head, we'll see how you argue. You'll need the skill to do that. Raging Thunder Axe Leap. Divine Fire, Wolf Hunt. They clashed once more, but to Lei Ku's surprise, the opponent's body began to grow enormous, and his giant axe became colossal as well. Kid, I'm an armor fruit user. My armor can become enormous and I can control it freely. Prepare to die. The opponent's armor transformed into a towering form over 10 meters tall, and his strength multiplied manifold. He swung his axe repeatedly, but Lei Ku relied on his agility to dodge relentlessly. But Silver Axe's abilities didn't end there. His armor began to proliferate, producing more suits of armor. Although empty inside, these armors were controlled by Silver Axe. Moreover, their forms were determined by Silver Axe, so these man-sized armors also possessed the ability to fly, charging at Lei Ku. However, these armors were not as powerful as Silver Axe himself. With just a few slashes, Lei Ku cleaved them in two. But at that moment, Silver Axe smirked from within the armor. He activated his Devil Fruit ability again, and the armors that Lei Ku had just cut in half each regenerated into a new suit of armor. Lei Ku frowned slightly. The opponent's ability must have awakened. These armors could not be destroyed. The real key was the person controlling them. Lei Ku then charged toward Silver Axe, but Silver Axe naturally wouldn't let him get close easily. He manipulated a swarm of flying armors to block the way. Divine Fire, Great Wrath. With one slash, dozens of armors were all severed. In the instant before the armors could regenerate, Lei Ku dashed in front of Silver Axe. The giant armor attempted to strike, but Lei Ku had already flashed behind him. Divine Fire, Flying Sky Slash. The giant armor was split in two, but it didn't hit the real body. The armor, under Silver Axe's control, split into two separate suits. The previously severed flying armors also regenerated, and their numbers multiplied. Under Silver Axe's command, they attacked Lei Ku. Lei Ku instantly took to the air, but the armors clung to him like flies, relentless. There was no choice but to cut them all down, but this was only a temporary relief. The key to victory was to find Silver Axe's true body. While Lei Ku continued clashing fiercely with Silver Axe, his comrades had already eliminated all of his subordinates in mere moments. This provoked Silver Axe to curse them as worthless cowards, hundreds unable to subdue a handful. He remained oblivious to the fact that Lei Ku's crew included a master poisoner, whose mere presence had sapped the pirate's strength at first glance. Meanwhile, Lei Ku wasted no time. He surged forward toward the two colossal armored figures, his conqueror's haki erupting violently, suppressing their devil fruit regeneration on the spot. This technique was one he had mastered only after surviving life and death trials under the legendary hero garb. It represented an advanced application of conqueror's haki, a method still imperfect in his hands, yet sufficient to momentarily overwhelm even these airborne titans. Lei Ku closed the distance, evading each devastating slash with fluid agility, guided by his observation haki to perceive his foe's exact positions. Divine Flame, Cross Slash. A single strike infused with Conqueror's haki lunged straight for the center of the left armor. Damn it, how did you pinpoint my location? Silver Axe scrambled desperately to block, but Lei Ku's assault was blindingly swift. In an instant, the massive armor shattered into 4 pieces, exposing him within. Yet Lei Ku had not anticipated that Silver Axe would gather layers upon layers of armor before himself sacrificing speed to forge an impenetrable shield. Though Lei Ku's slash inflicted grievous damage, Silver Axe ultimately withstood it using fully manifested armament haki. Still, the blow had taken its toll. Silver Axe now knelt half-collapsed on the deck, breathing heavily with visible strain. Impossible! You've barely sailed for a few years, how could your power possibly rival this magnitude? Who exactly are you? Let us say that near-death experiences forge profound breakthroughs. I have died not once, but countless times to reach this point. The next strike ends you. Delusion. Apocalypse armor. Shards of nearby armor coalesced instantly, encasing Silver Axe in a swirling fortress. Then, reinforcing his entire body with armament haki, he charged forward brandishing his colossal axe. Doom Axe. Though you've lived long, did no one ever tell you that armament haki disperses and weakens the farther it spreads? Divine Flame, Radiant Light. Concentrating his armament haki into a single focal point, he amplified its destructive force with the inner blaze of his Divine Flame. Flowing Sakura Haki. Both struck simultaneously, the cataclysmic collision of their haki sent shockwaves rippling across the ocean. Yet Silver Axe was already spent, while Lei Ku's stamina remained unbroken. After only a brief stalemate, Silver Axe buckled. Lei Ku's blade pierced his defenses and drove deep inward. Armor splintered like glass, his axe cleaved cleanly in two. Thus fell Silver Axe, the legendary pirate, forever. Lei Ku approached slowly, gazing down at the aging pirate, his hair snow-white, his frame weary. In the end, he chose not to deliver the killing blow. Why spare me? Among pirates, battle is always life or death. Had you fallen today, I would have slain you without hesitation, the dying pirate rasped. Do you recall a pirate named Rido who served in the Rock's pirate crew? No matter whether you remember or not, you are defeated. Whether you live or die rests solely in my judgment. With that, Lei Ku returned to his ship to divide the spoils with his crew. Rido. Lei Ku. So you're that stiff-lipped man's son. Never imagined such a rigid soul could sire someone like you. Silver Axe murmured to himself. His pirate saga concluded at last. Captain Lei Ku, look at this. Aside from treasure, we found this aboard their vessel. Kuro held out an envelope. Lei Ku opened it, revealing an official invitation. Annual tea party hosted by the Big Mom Pirates, cordially inviting the Silver Axe Pirates. Companions, shall we attend the Emperor's banquet? It'll be held at their stronghold, won't it? Most likely. Then we must go. Rumor holds that the Big Mom Pirates possess one of the 4 poneglyphs leading to Left Tail. We must seize it. Only by gathering all 4 stones can we chart a course to the fabled Left Tail. Then our course is set. Left Tail, the dream that sets every pirate to sea. Companions set sail for Turtle Land. Meanwhile, on Turtle Land, pirates arrived steadily gathering for Big Mom's tea party. After all, while she might not notice who came, she always knew who stayed away. Those absent after the party would never be invited again. Across the island, crews bustled ceaselessly. This event stood as the Big Mom Pirates' most solemn annual tradition. Katakuri oversaw the island's internal defense. Each year, reckless minor pirates sought fame by scheming against or ambushing Big Mom herself. Marine patrols beyond the island's perimeter fell to Cracker and Snag, tasked with securing the surrounding waters. As for Smoothie, no one knew where she'd vanished. As always, she appeared briefly at critical moments, then dissolved into thin air before anyone could grasp her intent. Katakuri shook his head. Though bound to the same colossal crew, they felt no familiar warmth from Big Mom, only the cold utility of tools. Worse still, Mama sought husbands from other races, each year driven solely by her obsession with completing the nation of 1,000 races. Yet unlike the serene atmosphere enveloping Tato Land, unrest festered across the smaller islands bordering the Big Mom Pirates' dominion. Many pirate crews, eager to curry favor, responded to the invitation by plundering civilians' wealth, intending to present it as tribute to Big Mom. If they pleased her sufficiently, they might earn her protection or even gain entry into her fearsome crew. Such an alliance was the ultimate aspiration for countless pirates once. They too had dreamed of claiming the One Piece. But harsh reality had long since shattered that illusion. The free emperors and the marines would never permit it. Thus, they settled for second-best, seeking patronage from these titans to ensure survival upon the Grand Line. The annual tea party offered the perfect opportunity: amass enough treasure, flatter Big Mom into delight, and secure safety for years to come. Yet their ambition brought immense suffering to islanders. Though the Marines attempted intervention, their hands were tied. This crisis originated with the Emperor herself. Without explicit orders from Marine headquarters, they dared not move against an Emperor. Captain Lei Kou, this is the third group of pirates we've taken down. At this moment, Lei Kou and his crew were on a small island, with over 100 pirate corpses lying before them. After defeating Silver Axe, Lei Kou and his crew set sail toward Whole Cake Island, but along the journey, they discovered numerous pirates pillaging and slaughtering civilians. They stepped in and eliminated this group as well. This was already the third band of pirates they had encountered today. Captain Lei Kou, it seems these people were also heading to Big Mom's tea party, and had been looting treasures to present as gifts. So Charlotte Linlin's influence is indeed vast. Let's add another objective. Besides stealing her poneglyph, we'll also disrupt her tea party. Aye, Captain. Disguise our pirate flag. We don't want to be seen through the moment we enter. By now, Lei Kou and his crew had arrived at Whole Cake Island, preparing to attend the tea party in a few days. They had just shown the outer page of the invitation to the local pirates and were allowed in. Security was clearly not very tight. Then again, who would dare to cause trouble in the Big Mom Pirates' territory? Let's discuss our strategy. Over the next few days, our first goal is to find out where they keep the poneglyph. Then, on the day of the tea party, we'll make a robin of it. But to be safe, we'll need to leave a few people on the ship. After some discussion, Lei Kou, Deilman, and Mina would head to Whole Cake Island, while the rest stayed on the ship. If something went wrong, they could escape immediately. After all, this was the Big Mom Pirates' stronghold, and they had to be cautious. As they stepped onto Whole Cake Island, the sight before them left them stunned. Everything was made of food, and it looked delicious. I should have brought Keida along, Lei Kou muttered. But what he didn't know was that the moment they left, Keida had already plunged into the harbor and started eating. He moved so fast that Lingo couldn't stop him. She could only keep an eye on him, making sure he didn't cause trouble. After 2 days of exploration, Lei Kou and his crew had a thorough understanding of Whole Cake Island's layout, though the defenses were indeed tight. 4 of the 10 bees Mina had sent out were killed, but the enemy didn't launch a massive search, probably assuming they posed no real threat. However, the remaining bees brought back valuable information. On the island, one area was heavily guarded and very close to Big Mom's residence. That was likely where the poneglyph was kept. Lei Kou and his crew planned to steal it during the tea party the next day, as that was when Big Mom would be away and the best opportunity would arise. When the next day came, Lei Kou and his crew executed their plan. Mina's bees LED the way, combined with the power of the fragrance fruit. They dropped the guards inside. Following the bees' guidance, they arrived at the lowest level of the secret chamber, moving with extreme stealth. Soon they saw the poneglyph, a red stone locked behind railings. To avoid triggering alarms, Lei Kou had to patiently wait for Mina to use her fragrance fruit ability. She covered the entire poneglyph, then used some powder to make a replica, and finally made a rubbing. It took 10 full minutes to complete the rubbing of the entire poneglyph. But just as they were about to leave, Mina sensed that someone had disturbed the pirates above. She had placed earlier had flown back. The 3 knew they had been exposed. Lei Kou immediately split up with the other 2. One group would return directly to the ship and sail away. while Lei Ku would draw the enemy's attention and then escape, as his ability to fly could hold off most pursuers. The one who discovered the intrusion into the poneglyph chamber was Smoothie. She had come here seeking some quiet before the tea party, only to find the scene before her. She had already notified Katakuri and the other guards. They would arrive soon. She blocked the only exit, preventing the criminals from escaping, reasoning that based on the timing, they hadn't gotten away yet. Just then, Smoothie's observation Haki seemed to foresee something, and she drew her long sword, striking toward the exit. But tremendous force met her blade Lei Ku had struck. At the same moment, his two companions fled in the opposite direction. None of you will live here today, Smoothie roared angrily. But as she tried to attack the two, Lei Ku launched an assault, forcing her to defend. The brief clash told her that this man was incredibly strong. Even in a sword fight, he overpowered her with sheer strength. Who are you, daring to trespass into the Big Mom Pirates' territory? You don't need to know. Just understand that you can't stop us today. Smoothie tried to use a Dendemashi to tell Katakuri about Lei Ku's companions, but Lei Ku knocked it away with a single swing of his sword, and the snail was not unconscious, unusable. Squeeze shock. Her blade released a laser-like attack, but Lei Ku used his coiled serpent technique to block it. Lei Ku's current strength already surpassed this sweet commander. She might hold him off for a while, but given time, he would certainly defeat her. Divine Flame, Great Vajra. This strike, imbued with flow Haki, broke through Smoothie's armament Haki and sent her flying, crashing heavily into the building behind her. Taking advantage of this, Lei Ku headed toward the center of the tea party. His goal was simple: create chaos, so that he could escape more easily. Smoothie slowly rose from the ground, glaring angrily at the direction Lei Ku had gone. If there had been any moisture around to squeeze, she wouldn't have been so humiliated. She then gave chase, for disrupting Big Mom's tea party would be disastrous. Katakuri was also heading this way. But he had made some preparations in advance, ordering Snack to continue patrolling the nearby waters and Cracker to head to the harbor, ready to destroy any ship attempting to leave. The moment Cracker received the message, he rushed to the harbor without a moment's delay, while Katakuri ordered the guards to go to the poneglyph chamber. He himself stayed by Big Mom's side. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but now the most important thing was to protect Big Mom's safety. Lest the enemy be using a diversionary tactic to assassinate Mom. At this moment, Big Mom was joyfully admiring the treasures presented by the crowd while surrounded by her subordinates. Moreover, soon she would be able to eat the cake she had been longing for. However, before eating the cake, she first set up the photo of Mother Carmel, then cast a glance at her turtle land. She was very satisfied. This tea party would be another perfect one. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly shot through the air, hurling a huge dessert structure directly at Big Mom. But none of this escaped Katakuri's eyes. He instantly leaped up and blocked the structure. Then he slowly turned to look at the one who had launched the attack. Lei Ku, the Red Bird. I didn't expect you to dare to intrude into our Big Mom Pirates. At that moment, Big Mom also walked over from there. So you are Red Bird Lei Ku. More than a year ago, you went to Kaido's territory. I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect you to still be alive. What a bold fellow. But I never thought you would sneak in. Are you here to attend my tea party? Mom, this guy stole our poneglyph. Just then, Smoothie appeared and exposed Lei Ku's crime. The bystanders hadn't expected this guy to be so audacious, not only stealing the poneglyph but also coming here. However, Big Mom was already furious. She would not allow anyone to take her things. Seeing that Big Mom was about to lose her temper, Katakuri quickly stepped forward to dissuade her. Although Big Mom could quickly dispose of the opponent if she acted, the cake would be ready in 5 minutes. If Mom doesn't get to eat the cake, and her hunger pains break out, that would be a catastrophic disaster. Get rid of him. The soldiers of the Big Mom Pirates charged forward, along with some toy soldiers imbued with souls. However, most of them collapsed under Lei Ku's single use of Conqueror's Haki. The remaining toy soldiers were of little use against him. You bastard, looking for death. Smoothie directly drained several soldiers using her longsword and unleashed a powerful shockwave. Lei Ku also transformed into his human beast form, swiftly dodging the opponent's attacks, while Katakuri had already charged forward with his spear. He would never allow anyone to ruin Mom's tea party. He had to take this man down. However, facing the attacks of the two, Lei Ku naturally had his own countermeasures. Using his flight ability, he instantly appeared before Smoothie. Divine Flame, Wolf Hunt. He had already discerned Smoothie's attack pattern from his earlier observation. She had to use her weapon to drain others' life force. As long as she was denied that opportunity, she couldn't unleash such a powerful technique. Leiku appeared before Smoothie in an instant, and she had to stop draining to defend against his attack. But her movements had already been foreseen by Leiku. He saw her future. While attacking, a kick imbued with armament Haki sent her flying into a building. Leiku's strike was quite powerful. It would probably take her a while to recover. Meanwhile, Katakuri had already arrived in front of him. Machi Impact. The spinning trident drove a powerful blow directly at Leiku's body. However, Leiku was no longer the same as before. Using Ryo, he circulated his Haki to the outside of his body, forming an invisible hard armor, and directly blocked the opponent's attack. Wow! This guy can actually block my attack. He's become even stronger. Divine Flame, Cross Slash. A strike imbued with Ryo Haki headed straight for Katakuri. He also used his Devil Fruit ability to defend, but the power was so great that he couldn't help but retreat. But he managed to block it in the end. Seeing her two sweet commanders being somewhat bested, Big Mom was furious. A mere small-time pirate dared to be so arrogant. She was determined to make this man know who the true emperor of the sea was. Katakuri, stand down. I will take him myself. Although Katakuri still wanted to dissuade her, Big Mom's mind was made up. He had no way to stop her, so he could only let Mom handle it herself. Prometheus. Zeus. Napoleon. Yes, Mom. Big Mom was now carried into the air by Zeus, holding Napoleon as a sword in one hand and Prometheus' flame in the other. Heavenly Fireballs. Prometheus unleashed countless fireballs at Leiku, but Leiku did not dodge, which surprised Big Mom. However, when the flames struck Leiku, they had no effect at all. Leiku sneered coldly and instead absorbed the flames around his body. What's going on? Immune to fire. Big Mom was a bit surprised, but as an emperor of the sea, she reacted the next second and charged forward on Zeus. Leiku also met her with his own weapon. Their Haki clashed. Although they were locked in a stalemate for a while, Big Mom's strength was still considerably greater than Leiku's, so he had to temporarily evade. At this moment, Big Mom's eyes held a hint of surprise. After all, there were few in this world who could match her in strength. Even most giants didn't possess such power. Thunder. Big Mom used Zeus to continuously release powerful lightning. Leiku kept dodging. Although he was immune to fire, he was not immune to lightning, and being hit would still cause some damage. Leiku kept dodging Big Mom's attacks in the sky, but she used the gap to charge in front of him. Emperor Sword, Blade Breaker. Divine Flame, Cross Slash. The two powerful conquerors' Haki actually shattered the surrounding buildings, and the clash of their power tore the very sky apart. Although Leiku was slightly inferior, he managed to block the attack. You bastard, you can also use Conqueror's Haki coating. I underestimated you. Just SOSO, not as proficient as you. I owe my current achievement to Kaido's guidance and help. Those two strikes had nearly killed him. He remembered it clearly. But thanks to Kaido, he had comprehended Conqueror's Haki coating at the brink of life and death. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would have achieved it. That Kaido is truly useless, he couldn't even finish you off. But here, you won't be so lucky. Thunder Blade. A massive blade filled with lightning power came instantly. Leiku also fought back with his sword. Divine Flame, Adamant. They exchanged another long-range attack, but this time Big Mom was clearly serious. In the moment she knocked Leiku back, she unleashed her powerful sword technique. Akoku. As the matriarch unleashed this sword technique, the surrounding buildings crumbled into dust as if eroded by time itself. Its blinding speed left Leiku no time to evade, he could only brace himself for the impact. Divine Flame, Sky Dominating Slash. Simultaneously, he launched a devastating slash of his own. The two terrifying forces collided with cataclysmic force, triggering a massive explosion. The sheer power reduced the point of contact to utter ruin and carved out a colossal crater. How do you wield the forbidden technique of the Giant Kingdom? Have you set foot there? Indeed, the moment Leiku witnessed the matriarch unleashing this blade art, suspicion had already taken root. Now, her own words confirmed it. Yet this was no time to probe whether the technique originated from the Giant Kingdom. The matriarch before him had clearly descended into unbridled fury. Brad, prepare to meet your end. With those words, she activated the power of her soul fruit, indiscriminately drawing everyone nearby before her spiritual presence. A monstrous apparition of the matriarch loomed forth, issuing a chilling ultimatum: choose life or death. Though Lei Ku countered her fruit's influence with his own conqueror's haki, the ordinary pirates around him possessed no such defense. Their lifespans 50 years each were ruthlessly siphoned away. Empowered by stolen vitality, the matriarch grew even more terrifying, not only in raw strength, but in sheer, feral aura. Her reason abandoned, replaced by the primal rage of a ravenous beast. She surged forward astride Zeus. Thunderclap! A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens toward Lei Ku, but he evaded it with nimble footwork. Yet rushing to meet him was the matriarch's colossal blade. Lei Ku barely parried in desperation, yet her strength now dwarfed her earlier might. With monstrous force, she sent him hurtling backward, slamming him violently into a confectionery building. The big mom pirates erupted in exhilaration, discarding the soul-drained pirates aside as they watched their sovereign emperor unleash her awe-inspiring might. Yet Lei Ku's body now blazed with crimson flame, rapidly mending his wounds while the matriarch, having absorbed souls, grew ever stronger. This was the true power befitting an emperor of the sea. Only such overwhelming might could sustain dominion over the oceans for decades. Lei Ku, however, refused to yield. Propelling himself with fiery thrust, he shot forward, his strength inferior, yet his speed unmatched. After all, she did not fly under her own power, but relied upon external means. Divine Flame, Great Viral Kana. His slash did not target the matriarch herself but Zeus beneath her feet. Poor Zeus was cleaved cleanly into 4 pieces. Though mighty, the matriarch plummeted from the sky the instant she lost her aerial support. Prometheus. She summoned another soul construct, but Lei Ku granted her no respite. Flames erupted behind him like sentient serpents, coiling tightly around Prometheus. Then, with ruthless efficiency, he drained its fiery essence, leaving the soul construct utterly depleted as it tumbled lifelessly from the sky. Witnessing this, the matriarch screamed in fury, yet just as she began her descent, Machi soft bed. Katakuri intervened. Using his Machi fruit, he transformed the earth below into pliant Machi, gently catching the matriarch unharmed. Lei Ku eyed Katakuri warily. This man remained unerringly composed, even now. Yet once grounded, the matriarch lost all interest in combat, her gaze fixed instead on the distant colossal cake, and she strode toward it slowly. Though Lei Ku could not fathom her intent, he seized the chance, transforming into a 100-meter firebird and diving headlong at her. Stop him now! Katakuri cried, but it was too late. The pirates hauling the cake remained oblivious to the calamity unfolding. Lei Ku pierced straight through the cake and it ignited instantly, engulfed in roaring flame. The matriarch's mind now flickered, her lucidity slipping away. Her lips moved incessantly. Cake, cake. Disaster, Katakuri muttered inwardly and immediately ordered evacuation. At that moment, Big Mom unleashed a titanic wave of conquerors, haki paralyzing all present. Even Lei Ku struggled desperately to break free. So this is the emperor-level conqueror's haki. Truly terrifying. Now fully unhinged, the matriarch descended into wanton destruction, shattering buildings, then turning violently upon her own unconscious children. Seeing this, Katakuri rushed forward to intercept and swiftly relocated them using his fruit's power. Redbird Lei Ku, if you withdraw now, I will grant you temporary passage. Refuse, and the Big Mom pirates shall hunt you without mercy to the ends of the world. Hearing this, Lei Ku understood the situation had spiraled beyond even Katakuri's control. For now, they could not rein in the matriarch's rampage. His objective had been achieved. Further engagement served no purpose, especially if the matriarch regained her senses, for then escape would be impossible. He turned and soared toward his cruise ship. Katakuri exhaled silently in quiet relief. Still calm, he ordered his subordinates to begin crafting a new colossal cake under his command. The Big Mom pirates scrambled to gather ingredients. How much devastation the matriarch wrought in the interim was left entirely to fate. By the time Lei Ku reached his vessel, his crew was locked in battle with Cracker, his biscuit soldiers seemingly endless. Dozens already lay shattered across the deck. Yet Cracker himself remained unscathed, and for now, Lei Ku's allies could find no way to overcome him. But with Lei Ku's arrival, the tide shifted. Amid relentless assaults from his crew, he seized the split-second gap when Cracker generated new biscuits. With one decisive strike, he sent Cracker flying. Struggling upright from the deck, Cracker frowned. Why had reinforcements from Cake Island failed to arrive? His opponents were formidable. Despite expending countless biscuit soldiers, he'd only managed a stalemate. Yet the moment their captain appeared, his resistance collapsed. Now should he pursue? He knew he couldn't win. But to let them flee untouched would invite ridicule. In the end, he resolved to shadow them from afar awaiting backup. Yet Lei Ku urged him to return. Big Mom had already begun her rampage across Cake Island. Do you think I'll believe you? Believe it or not, it's your choice. But follow me any longer, and don't blame me when I end you. Cracker's expression darkened. He chose to trust Lei Ku for so long without aid. Something had clearly gone awry. And since aiding her carried no shame of cowardice, he withdrew. Watching him go, Lei Ku's crew steered their ship away from Cake Island. 5 hours later, Lei Ku and his crew had long since left the waters of the Big Mom Pirates. On whole Cake Island, Big Mom had finally eaten the cake she had been craving, and her hunger pangs were brought under control. Redbird Lei Ku, that damn bastard, daring to invade my Big Mom Pirates. Katakuri, issue the order. From today onward, the Big Mom Pirates will have no quarter with him. We will hunt him down to the bitter end. Yes, Mama. However, the impact of Lei Ku's intrusion into the Big Mom Pirates and his clean escape extended far beyond that. The entire new world was shocked. The emperors who had long dominated the seas were beginning to be challenged. Newspapers were flooded with such rumors. The Marines naturally learned of this news, especially given that the man had escaped from Admiral Zephyr and that even Hero Guard's personal intervention had failed to eliminate him. Marine headquarters held a separate meeting regarding Redbird Lei Ku. Attendees included Fleet Admiral Kong, Admiral Zephyr, Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and Chief of Staff Tsuru. The topic of the meeting was how to deal with this emerging new pirate. This fellow is a dangerous element, and his growth rate is extremely fast. If we continue to let him run unchecked, I fear he will break the long-standing balance and become the fourth emperor of the sea. Zephyr said somewhat gravely. I see it a bit differently. He already possesses combat power comparable to an ordinary emperor, but he lacks the forces and territories of the emperors. That alone cannot sustain him as an emperor of the sea. Sengoku offered his own opinion. If we, the Marines, artificially elevate him to emperor level, can we use the other 3 emperors to eliminate him? After all, he lacks the foundation of the 3 emperors. Once he is put on a pedestal, his downfall might be swift. The others pondered Tsuru's suggestion. Although it would increase Redbird Lei Ku's fame, it would indeed incur the hostility of the other 3 emperors of the sea. Then, while he was locked in conflict with the 3 emperors, the Marines could muster their strength to arrest him. Moreover, during his struggle with the other 3 emperors, their forces could also be weakened. 2 birds with 1 stone. Only the Marines would reap the benefits as the fishermen. Chief of Staff Tsuru's proposal is good, but we must consider one point. What if he doesn't clash with the 3 emperors, but instead uses the title of the 4th emperor to recruit troops and expand his forces? That would be disastrous. Sengoku voiced his concern. Just then, Garp began to laugh. Then simply dispatch the Marines to capture him directly. No need to worry about all this. But as soon as he said that, he was jointly reprimanded by the other 3. If you had checked more thoroughly after defeating him back then, none of this would have happened. And you still have the nerve to laugh? It's all because you're too impulsive and let him grow to this point. Ha ha, don't be angry, don't be angry. At that moment, Fleet Admiral Kong, having heard everyone's opinions, finally reached a conclusion for the meeting. They would not grant him the title of the 4th emperor of the sea, but his threat level would be raised. His bounty would be updated, and ordinary Marines, if encountering him, were to keep their distance and report to their superiors before taking action. Meeting adjourned. Sengoku, stay behind. As soon as the dismissal was announced, Garp was the first to leave. Tsuru and Zephyr left together. Admiral Zephyr, you'll be retiring in 2 years, right? Yes. I had hoped to serve the Marines for a few more years, but my physical condition is declining. I can't compare to a monster like Garp. I suspect Fleet Admiral Kong kept Sengoku behind to prepare him to take over the position of Fleet Admiral after his retirement, Tsuru said slowly. Indeed. But the situation in the Marines isn't as grim as before. The new generation of Marine power has grown. Once I retire, they should be able to step up. The coming era will be the strongest era for the Marines. Aboard the Crimson Firebird. Captain Lei Ku, this is today's newspaper. It has our latest bounties. 10 days had passed since Lei Ku's crew had stormed the Big Mom Pirates, and the Marines had issued updated wanted posters. Red Bird Lake Co. Bounty 2,600,000,000 berries. Quick Draw Dorman, Bounty 1,020,000,000 berries. Iron Fist Dobin, Bounty 800,000,000 berries. Black Rose Mina, Bounty 690,000,000 berries. Navigator Chuya, Bounty 5亿 berries. Sniper Lin, Bounty 4,800,000 berries. Cannoneer Kilo, Bounty 2,800,000 berries. Dr. H, Bounty 8,000,000 berries. Pet Quick Runner Duck, Bounty 20,000 berries. Hey, my bounty jumped by 1,000,000,000 berries this time. What's the Marines up to, raising it so much? Maybe it's because of your recent exploits, Captain. It seems everyone who set foot on Whole Cake Island got a bigger increase compared to others. It appears the Big Mom Pirates still hold considerable influence. But we can't overlook the unscrupulous media's hype. We only went to steal a poneglyph, but they're reporting it as a full-blown battle with the Big Mom Pirates, trading blows and escaping unscathed. Big Mom must be furious. As pirates, seeing their bounties increase was still gratifying, but it also meant more challengers. After all, they were a lone ship, much easier to challenge than the emperors of the sea who commanded thousands. Captain Lake Ho, the island ahead seems to be Wang Xi's Hokkinoso, known as the Pirate Island. It's infested with ruthless pirates. Should we make landfall? Wang Xi, do we have any intelligence on him? Only a little, not comprehensive. Lei Ku revealed the information. A former member of the Rocks Pirates, Wang Xi had roamed the New World for years before seizing the former Rocks base, Hokkinoso. Yet his strength and influence fell short of the other three emperors of the sea, though the Marines considered him the most likely candidate to become the fourth emperor. It seems it's no longer a question of whether we land or not. They've already sent a welcoming party. Over a dozen pirate ships sailed out from Hokkinoso, charging toward them. However, they didn't attack immediately. It seemed more like a show of force. Inform the crew to stay alert. Though he's not an emperor, he must be a formidable opponent. But since they've invited us, if we refuse to sit with them, we'll be looked down upon. Set course for Hokkinoso. Governor Wang Xi, they are heading straight for us. Oh, so they have some nerve after all? Coming right at us with such a small force truly fitting for someone bold enough to storm Big Mom's territory. Bring them to me, and have a feast prepared. Today, I shall drink heartily. As Lei Ku and his crew set foot on Fengchao Island, the pirates there glared at them with murderous intent, as if they wanted to devour them alive. Yet Lei Ku and his men paid no heed, continuing forward with the guide. That guy's head is worth 6 billion. Why not take him out? I'm sure Governor Wang Xi wouldn't mind. You useless fool, do you even have the ability? Don't be fooled by his youth. This is a man who dared to clash with Big Mom and has escaped the Navy multiple times. A man like him is not something a waste like you can covet. Humph, who knows if it's all just show. His captain doesn't look that old either. The pirates of Fengchao Island murmured among themselves. Some even stepped forward with malicious looks and provocative words. Yet the guide ahead seemed oblivious, walking straight forward. But Lei Ku suddenly stopped. The guide froze, and in the next instant, Lei Ku unleashed a terrifying burst of Conqueror's Haki. In a single moment, black lightning swept across Fengchao Island, causing over 1,000 pirates to collapse unconscious, and even the buildings on the island cracked. All the pirates in front of him fell, leaving only the guide, who now trembled violently, all traces of arrogance gone. Lei Ku gently patted his shoulder and said with a smile. They were too noisy. Let them quiet down. Lead the way. Inside the grand hall of Fengchao Island, Wang Xi and his officers naturally sensed this powerful Haki. Report, Governor Wang Xi. Preliminary count shows over 1,000 men knocked out by the Conqueror's Haki. Humph, this fellow sure knows how to give me a greeting. Ha 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 ha. The officers looked at their governor on the dais with confusion, knowing his temper was usually explosive. Was he waiting for the intruders to arrive before unleashing his wrath? Governor Wang Xi, I have brought them. Let them in. And you, useless fool, steady your nerves. Stop trembling. Do you want them to think Fengchao Island is full of petty pirates? When Lei Ku and his crew entered, they saw Wang Xi seated high on the dais, a tall man with a long beard, surrounded by his officers. So you're the Red Bird Lei Ku. You're younger than I imagined. And you've given me quite a greeting. Are you looking for a war? I prefer peace, but if someone provokes me, I won't hesitate to fight. Brat, don't talk big. When I first set sail, you were still sucking on your mother's milk. Wang Xi immediately drew the massive sword from his back and swung it at Lei Ku. Lei Ku, equally unyielding, drew his famed blade and countered. Their terrifying force burst through the hall, tearing into the sky. The very heavens split apart from their clash. Ha 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 ha, you're a worthy one, boy. This calls for a drink. Wang Xi then sheathed his sword and tossed a jug of sake to Lei Ku, who caught it calmly and returned his blade to its scabbard. The men on both sides likewise put away their weapons, the earlier tension dissolving. Boy, if I'm not mistaken, the blade at your waist belonged to Captain Zhang. Years ago, I found it hard to believe he was defeated. But seeing your strength today, it's plausible that you killed him. It was merely luck. I heard you also took down that old pirate silver axe not long ago. If it weren't for your navy bounty, I'd think you were sent to clean up the remnants of the Rock's pirates. Oh. Do you consider yourself a remnant? They never mention Rocks. Because I once sailed on that ship. Rocks was a legend, though he failed. I heard your father is a idol. That's right, but he passed away many years ago. Otherwise, I might not have become a pirate. Nowadays, the famous pirates on the sea were once subordinates of Captain Rocks. But after his death, they each claimed their own territories. Red Bird Lei Ku, how about joining Fengchao Island? I'll give you wealth, women, power, anything you desire. Together, we can revive Captain Rock's dream and become kings of the world. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in becoming the king of the world. Please find someone else. I'm surprised. Your father was a great admirer of Captain Rocks. On the ship, he was one of the most loyal men. Perhaps. But from my birth until I grew up, he never told me his stories. He only revealed this much on his deathbed. I see. Well, if you're unwilling, I won't force you. But if you ever change your mind, my door is always open. Let the feast begin. Contrary to Lei Ku and his crew's expectations, their landing on Fengchao Island did not trigger a war, but rather a banquet. By then, the pirates of Fengchao Island had regained consciousness, and upon hearing the governor's order, they immersed themselves in the joy of the feast. It was baffling. These pirates were different from those outside. They prized hedonism more, and were more chaotic. If not for the island, who knew what they might do? After a day and night of feasting, Lei Ku and his men enjoyed themselves but remained vigilant. Yet even as they departed the next day, their hosts showed no sign of aggression. I can't believe they let us leave without a fight. Did they really have no ulterior motives, as they claimed? Perhaps. Or maybe yesterday's display intimidated them. They didn't want to suffer heavy casualties, so they dared not start a war. Either way, it doesn't matter now. We've left. Captain Lei Ku, where to next? Should we raid Wano country again? I heard Kaido has a poneglyph there. Let's wait a while longer. Our next destination is the giant country. They say it's home to trees hundreds of meters tall, enormous creatures, and entire tribes of giants. Elbaf, the land of giants? None of us have ever been there. It's a mysterious and dangerous island worth exploring. After much discussion, the crew finally agreed to Captain Lei Ku's proposal and set sail for the giant kingdom of Elbaf. Red Bird Pirates, I heard you stole a road poneglyph from Big Mom. Hand it over, and we don't want to fight you. Ha ha, why don't you ask Big Mom to hand over the poneglyph? You're too scared, aren't you? Enough talk. Are you handing it over or not? Don't blame us for being rude. Let me tell you, we're not the only ship. Many pirate crews have already set their sights on you. Captain Lei Ku, let's just attack. I think these guys are asking for death. Ku Luo cracked his knuckles. Yeah, kill them all. In less than 5 minutes, the pirate crew that had ambushed them was sunk by Lei Ku and his crew, and not a single pirate survived. I wonder how news of us obtaining a poneglyph got out. Looks like a swarm of flies is coming. Ha ha, Captain Lei Ku, let them come. I haven't had my fill of killing yet. That's right, I'm still in a shooting contest with Brother Dorman, and we haven't decided the winner yet. Little Ling, don't worry, Big Brother will go easy on you. Humph, who needs you to go easy? The winner is not decided yet. Captain Lei Ku, we've spotted a large number of pirate ships ahead. They're probably coming for us. Crew, we've got work. Lei Ku transformed into a 100-meter giant bird and intercepted all the enemy cannonballs, explosions echoing continuously in the sky. Then Lei Ku swooped down toward the enemy. Their guns couldn't hit him at all, as he dodged by turning into his elemental form and unleashed a massive fireball. He directly absorbed the lives of 4 or 5 ships and hundreds of pirates, burning them to ashes, while the ships themselves burst into flames and sank into the ocean. On the other side, under Qiao Yao's piloting, the blazing Firebird charged straight toward the remaining ships. The pirates fell one after another, and Lin's ultra-long-range sniping gave her the lead in the contest with Dorman. However, Dorman refused to be outdone. He rode Kada onto the enemy ship and began an unrelenting massacre, killing hundreds of pirates under his guns in just a few minutes. Dorman, you bastard, that's unfair. Riding Kada counts as 2 people. Haha, fine, but I'm about to go on a rampage. Counterattack. Counterattack. Captain, they're too strong. We're no match. The cannonballs fired by those pirates were caught barehanded by Delbang and thrown back. The remaining pirates tried to flee, but a wave of fragrance swept over them, and they all collapsed completely. Afterward, Lei Ku and his crew searched the battlefield and found that the enemy was connected to the Honeycomb Island organization. It seemed they had also learned of the Poneglyph and wanted to get involved secretly. Looks like from now on, there will be a fly buzzing around us from time to time. No problem. Let them come. We'll kill until no one dares to approach. Captain Lei Ku, there seems to be a big fish ahead, and it's coming fiercely. Oh. Who is it? Judging by the flag, it appears to be the Whitebeard Pirates. Lei Ku looked toward the other side. They had only 3 ships. Whitebeard himself probably wouldn't come personally. But what were they doing here? Could they also be here to steal the Poneglyph? Hey, you bastards of the Whitebeard Pirates, don't come any closer, or I'll declare war on you, and don't blame me for showing no mercy. Why is the Redbird Pirate here? Weren't we told that some intruders had invaded our territory? Vista said in confusion. The people on the ship were none other than Vista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Rakuyo, the captain of the 7th Division, who wielded a flail. Vista, no matter the reason, the fact that they dared to declare war on the Whitebeard Pirates isn't that a slap in our face? Don't stir up trouble, Rakuyo. They're not simple. Haven't you heard the rumors about them lately? Haha, Vista, you're too cautious. That's exactly why I want to test him. With that, Rakuyo ordered his ship to charge straight at Lei Ku's crew. Lei Ku frowned at first. He hadn't wanted to clash with the Whitebeard Pirates, but it seemed inevitable now. Kuluo, informed the crew. Get ready to fight. Got it, Captain Lei Ku. We're not afraid of the mere Whitebeard Pirates. Rakuyo leaped directly from his ship, shouting loudly, Redbird Lei Ku. Come out and fight. I've heard your reputation is growing. Let me see what you've got. A guy like you doesn't deserve our captain to fight personally. At that moment, Dorman also flew up from the ship. Rakuyo's massive flail swung toward him, but Dorman blocked it with an armament hockey kick and immediately fired 2 shots. If Rakuyo hadn't reacted quickly, the bullets would have hit him right between the eyes. However, he blocked them with his flail. Kid, state your name. Dorman, sharpshooter of the Redbird Pirates. Rakuyo, captain of the 7th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. After exchanging names, they began to fight. Rakuyo's flail was devastatingly powerful, aiming directly for Dorman's vital points. Since they were on a large piece of wreckage, the space was limited, putting Dorman at a slight disadvantage. He could only use armament hockey to defend against the attacks. But the other side didn't fare well either. While defending, Dorman would counterattack, catching his opponent off guard. Moreover, Dorman's shots were extremely tricky. After just a few exchanges, several wounds had been cut into Rakuyo's body by the bullets. On the other ship, Vista was extremely worried about Rakuyo. Although he wanted to help, the opposing captain, Lei Ku, had been watching the two on the wreckage. However, his instincts told him that Lei Ku's days had never left him. That meant from the moment they arrived, Lei Ku knew exactly who his opponent would be. Such combat instinct was terrifying. Moreover, Lei Ku seemed to be a swordsman, which made Vista's heart itch to join the fray. But given the current situation, he couldn't act rashly, or the battle would escalate beyond control. Below, the two fighters were growing more intense, neither yielding. It's over, Lei Ku said slowly. At that moment, Dorman had figured out his opponent's attack pattern. When the terrifying flail came crashing down, he dodged, jumped, and stepped on the chain to launch his own assault. Rakuyo hadn't expected Dorman to charge in during his attack. He knew that if he made even a slight mistake, he would die. Don't think I only know how to use a flail. Recuil pulled out his gun and aimed at Dorman. Brandishing an axe before Guang Yu's door, you're still too green to play with guns before me. With a swift motion, Dorman disarmed Recuil, sending his gun clattering to the ground, then kicked him down and aimed another pistol at his head. At that moment, a single pull of the trigger would erase Recuil from the world. Just then, Vista, who had been watching the battle intently, drew his twin blades to rescue Recuil from Dorman's grasp. But Rack had been keeping an eye on him. The instant Vista moved, Rack's slash was already upon him, forcing Vista to halt his action and defend. The brief exchange ended with Vista retreating, a hint of helplessness in his heart. This Recuil was far too impulsive. Now that only 2 division commanders from the Whitebeard Pirates had come, the situation was rather unfavorable. Redbird Rack, what do you want? Hey, weren't you the ones who launched the attack first? Now you ask us what we want. Crow fired back angrily. Vista was left speechless, but this couldn't go on. Redbird Rack, as captain, you should offer a solution. If you truly harm anyone, I'm afraid you'll have to face the Whitebeard Pirates in battle. Ha ha ha, you think I'm afraid of your Whitebeard Pirates? I've challenged both Big Mom and Kaido. I'm not afraid to take on Whitebeard too. Vista inwardly cursed. He had intended to use the Whitebeard Pirates' reputation to pressure the other side, but it backfired, only infuriating them further. Captain Rack, I spoke out of turn just now. What do you want in exchange for releasing my comrade? You should thank your lucky stars that only this one made a move. Otherwise, every one of you would have met your end at sea today. And tell your captain, Whitebeard, to come anytime if he wants revenge. Will be waiting. Also, bring all the treasure from your ship over here. Then leave immediately. Dorman, release him. Dorman smiled and holstered his gun, then returned to his ship. Vista and his crew didn't play any tricks. They carried the treasure from their ship onto Rex's vessel and departed. Let's go too. Head to Elbaf. Recuil, you were too reckless. If they hadn't shown mercy, you'd be dead. Ha ha, Vista, don't be angry. I'm not dead, am I? It seems the Redbird Pirates are indeed formidable. How did you fare against their captain just now? His swordsmanship is top-notch, and that last move wasn't even his full power. If we had fought today, we'd all have been left here. Let's go. We'll share this with the other division commanders, how the proud Whitebeard Pirates commanders got robbed by another pirate crew. After 3 months of sailing, Rack and his crew finally arrived at the legendary land of giants, Elbaf. It was a colossal realm. They docked their ship along Elbaf's coast. Wow, look at that tree. It must be hundreds of meters tall. We're like tiny ants here. Suddenly, a giant mantis burst from the jungle and attacked Rack's group. But Rack was faster. A swift slash killed the mantis. I never thought insects here would be this huge. Truly the land of giants. As they ventured deeper, they encountered more colossal creatures, but they dealt with them all. Looks like lunch will be that strange dancing chicken. But I wonder if the chicken here tastes the same as a normal one. Who knows? Let's see when Abin cooks it. After they ate the chicken, they found that despite its size, the flavor was much like ordinary chicken. After a satisfying meal, they continued their journey. After several hours of trekking, they spotted their first giant village. Since non-giants occasionally passed through, the villagers were not overly surprised and warmly invited them in. According to their introduction, the giant race was divided into many tribes, and conflicts often arose between them. The land of giants was nominally ruled by a king, but no tribe truly obeyed another. The group stayed at the villagers' invitation. The giant houses were enormous. A single bed was as large as their ship stack. The food was gigantic too. A single loaf of bread was cut into small pieces for Rack and his crew. Eat as much as you like. All of you together don't eat as much as one of us. They also warned Rack's group to be cautious outside, as the land of giants was not peaceful. Then Rack noticed a giant wooden carving in the house and asked about it. The host told him it was a carving of the Liberator, Joy Boy, a warrior who brought happiness to people. He then recounted Joy Boy's story, explaining that he was a real person who had disappeared 800 years ago, during his grandfather's generation, for reasons unknown. After staying overnight, they bid farewell and set out to explore other parts of the giant land. As they entered a vast plain again, before long, Rack sensed they were being followed. The giant, despite his massive frame, thought he was hiding well. Just as Rex's crew wondered what he was up to, the giant gave up hiding, ran over, and asked in a strange manner. "Did you see me?" "Of course, with a body that big, who wouldn't see you?" Crow replied. The next second, the giant swung a massive axe at them. Rex quickly blocked with his blade. The giant's strength was indeed extraordinary, but still far from Rex. With a slight effort, Rex knocked the weapon out of the giant's hands. The giant, enraged, tried to grab him, but Rex caught his arm instead. With a shoulder throw, Rex slammed the giant heavily to the ground, and the giant burst into tears. Rex had not been harsh, as he felt some goodwill toward giants after their warm welcome. This giant just seemed a bit off. They didn't think much of it in such a large community. There were bound to be a few with unstable minds. Shortly after Rex's group left, the giant returned to his village and told his family what happened. The warriors of that village were furious. Outsiders had laid hands on one of their children outrageous. They gathered over 20 giant soldiers, armed with swords, and set off in pursuit of Rex's crew. The little giant chuckled foolishly, as if he could already see Like and his companions captured and subjected to his own brutal torture. He then caught a giant grasshopper, pinned it down with small nails, and slammed it heavily, while plotting in his mind how to execute Like and the others later. This little giant had always been different from the elder giants. He relished tormenting the weak, while the elders revered combat. Yet he had always concealed his true nature well, and no one had ever noticed. Meanwhile, the other giants had already set off in pursuit of Like and his group. Owing to their immense size and the fact that Like's party had dismissed the little giant as insignificant, the giants quickly caught up. "Hey, are you the ones who bullied our clansmen? They're just a bunch of little people. Do they even have the strength to do that? They must have used some underhanded trick." The giants muttered among themselves, except for the old chieftain who had once participated in wars. His face was grim, sensing that this group was far from weak. Especially the fact that they remained unflinching in the face of over 20 fully armed giants. Such composure alone was not something ordinary people possessed. Like and his companions were also puzzled. They hadn't expected the little giant to call in reinforcements like that. It was a headache. "Forget it, let's just capture them and take them back to the tribe for judgment." Just then, a giant made the first move, reaching out to grab them. But Like's eyes sharpened, and in an instant he leaped onto the giant's face, delivering a punch imbued with his domineering aura that knocked the giant to the ground. The speed was so astonishing that the nearby giants stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. "Hey, Caldin, wake up! He's unconscious. These little people are no ordinary foes. Don't underestimate them." Under the old chieftain's leadership, the giants cautiously formed a battle formation to face Like's group. To prevent his companions from being harmed, Like prepared to protect them. He then transformed into a fiery giant bird over 150 meters tall, soaring into the sky and charging toward the giants. Though the sight astonished the giants, as a race accustomed to massive creatures, they had seen such giant birds before. Under the old chieftain's command, they remained remarkably composed. Admittedly, the giants were entirely different in battle mode compared to their usual state. Though only 20 out in number, the battle formation they devised could rival several hundred pirates. However, their formation was not without flaws. The young giants lacked combat experience, never having endured real warfare. Only the old chieftain stood out as a sharp edge. After several charges by Like, the giants' weapons never managed to land a hit. It was a sheer mismatch of power. In just a few exchanges, several giants fell. Yet the giants revered battle, and even if all their comrades fell, they would not surrender. As the fight dragged on, Like deliberately exposed some openings to break their formation. "Ha! You damned giant bird, finally showing a weakness. Kark, watch out, it's a trap." But the young giant ignored the old chieftain's warning, believing he was about to prove himself and earn great merit. He swung his sword and struck Like, but it was only a condensed flame, not the true body. His reckless advance gave Like the opportunity he needed. First, Like kicked the giant unconscious, then shattered the enemy's formation by switching to his human beast mode, gaining incredible speed and strength. Capitalizing on the giant's confusion, he struck down over a dozen of them, leaving only 4 huddled together. Now the tide had turned. The old chieftain had not expected this. Though he had sensed the man's strength, he never imagined one person could defeat a dozen giant warriors. Moreover, his opponent had sustained almost no damage, utterly overwhelming. Just then, one giant suddenly charged at Like's companions, hoping to use them as hostages. The old chieftain tried to stop him, but it was too late. Like did not intervene, allowing the giant to think he had a chance. But in the next moment, Deorban struck a small body delivering a powerful iron fist. The giant was sent flying and crashed to the ground, motionless. Like glanced at the remaining three, then stopped attacking. He deactivated his Devil Fruit ability and spoke. "Sorry, old chieftain, I may have been a bit heavy-handed. But only like this would you take us seriously. I won't make things difficult for you. Take these wounded and leave." "What do you take us giants for? We don't flee from battle," a young giant retorted. "Maybe so, but in my eyes, the lives of comrades matter above all else. If you still want to fight, I'm always ready. But I'd advise against it. I'm not one to provoke, but I never show mercy to those who challenge me." As the young giant was about to attack, the old chieftain restrained him, knowing full well that this man had the power to kill them all. Yet he had only knocked them out, indicating he bore no real malice. Watching Like's group disappear into the distance, the chieftain sighed. The two younger giants were dissatisfied, thinking the chieftain was too weak. But the old chieftain had his own reasoning. While the glory of the giant tribe was important, the future of its youth was even more so. When the 20-odd wounded giants returned to the tribe, the little giant, seeing no spoils, flew into a rage. Yet he had to swallow his anger in front of the old chieftain, inwardly cursing the giants as useless. He vowed that when he grew up, he would personally beat those little people to death to vent his hatred. Still not entirely satisfied, the little giant went off to catch insects, crushing them one by one with glee, completely indifferent to the injured giant warriors. Meanwhile, Like and his companions arrived at another giant tribe, a tribe of iron workers. Many giants were forging enormous weapons. There were long swords, great swords, and giant axes. The group watched curiously as the giants, drenched in sweat, paid them no mind. Like noticed something. This tribe also worshipped the liberator warrior, Joy Boy. It seemed the division of labor among the giant tribes varied. But they did not stay long, preparing to head deeper into the giant kingdom. "Look, that must be the world tree Adam." Everyone turned their gaze in the direction Lei Ku pointed, and indeed, a colossal tree appeared in the distance. Although they had glimpsed this massive shadow when they landed on the island, the distance was considerable and mist shrouded it, obscuring their view. The tree was so immense that if their ship had landed on the other side, they would have seen it more clearly. Now, part of the great tree was slightly blocked by the mountain. Subsequently, the group set out toward the giant tree. However, what Lei Ku and his companions did not know was that a squad of giant soldiers was already heading their way. This squad of giant soldiers had originally passed by the small giant tribe and were then led by the small giant to the chieftain. From the chieftain, they learned the full story and saw so many injured people, so they immediately set out with their troops. Although there was some turmoil within the giant kingdom, he still had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the nation. They could not allow foreign pirates to destroy their homeland, and the timber trade between the giants and the outside world was at a critical juncture, so they had to ascertain the identity of this group. After several hours of travel, Lei Ku and his party finally arrived at a small village. The atmosphere here was different from elsewhere. Perhaps because it was closer to the great sacred tree, the people here were dressed more splendidly. Lei Ku and his companions planned to rest here, but the arrival of a group of unfamiliar giant soldiers disrupted their plans. "Hey, you're the ones who attacked the village today, aren't you? I am Eroda, squad leader of the giant kingdom. I now demand that you submit to investigation. If you refuse, don't blame us for using force." There were over 50 giant warriors on the opposing side, all well-trained, distinctly different from ordinary giants. Although Lei Ku and his group were not intimidated, they still needed to explain themselves. After hearing their explanation, the giant squad leader clearly did not believe them. "I'm sorry, it's my duty. I need you to come back with us." Faced with such words, Lei Ku felt helpless. After all, they were pirates at heart and had no obligation to submit to inspection. "We've explained everything we could. If you still want to cause trouble, don't blame us for fighting back." Hearing this, the giant soldiers angrily drew their weapons and surrounded Lei Ku's group. But Lei Ku was not afraid. Even if they were giants, they could not command him. At this moment, the giant squad leader also deemed Lei Ku's group dangerous and directly ordered his men to attack, planning to investigate everything after capturing them. Lei Ku and his companions had no choice. Since the giants were warlike and their explanations were useless, they led the crew into battle. As the fight began, Lei Ku immediately assumed the human animal form and used his weapon to sever a soldier's shield, knocking him down in one swift move. Meanwhile, the rest of Lei Ku's party was protected by Dorman and Delban. Since the enemy outnumbered them, they had to ensure that no one was harmed. Battle formation. With Eroda's shout, all the soldiers formed a powerful battle formation and charged forward with awe-inspiring might. The battle formation they formed was far more formidable than that of the old chieftain. However, Lei Ku, seeing that they had murderous intent, decided not to hold back any longer. He unleashed his full Conqueror's Haki, and the overwhelming Haki blasted over 20 giants into unconsciousness. Only about 20 giants remained, eyeing Lei Ku warily, astonished that this man possessed the Conqueror's Haki and had knocked out so many with a single display. Lei Ku was also somewhat surprised. These giant soldiers were indeed far stronger than ordinary pirates, even comparable to common marine vice-admirals. Truly the mightiest race on this sea. But in the next second, Lei Ku seized the moment when the enemy was adjusting their formation and launched an attack. The giant soldiers also struck at Lei Ku using armament Haki, but Lei Ku, in his human animal form, was extremely agile and evaded every attack. Divine Fire Great Viridity. A powerful slash enhanced with real Haki directly broke through a giant's defense, felling him to the ground. Just then, the giant captain ordered the soldiers to enter a charge state. Lei Ku inwardly cursed. Although he could easily dodge the charge, his companions would have difficulty avoiding it. With no other choice, he switched to his animal form to fight the giants. As the battle between the two sides intensified, Lei Ku used observation Haki to partially elementalize his body in advance, evading the enemy's attacks. However, this consumed a considerable amount of Haki. The giant soldiers were also suffering. Their squad, when deployed abroad, could overwhelm ordinary small nations. Yet this single opponent had managed to hold off over 50 giant soldiers, truly terrifying. The giants had tried to strike at his companions, but 2 giants who approached fell unconscious as if poisoned by some strange sorcery. Moreover, 2 other fellows among the enemy instantly defeated 2 more giants. As the sun slowly set, Lei Ku reverted from his animal form to his human form, looked at the fallen giants, and let out a sigh. Even the giant captain alone refused to surrender and charged at him. With no alternative, Lei Ku had to defeat him as well. These giants were indeed tenacious. Combined with their battle formation, their strength was elevated to another level. It was unimaginable how powerful a formation of thousands of giant soldiers would be. The world's strongest nation lived up to its reputation. However, after this incident, Lei Ku and his group had to be cautious, as defeating a squad of the giant kingdom would surely lead to them being wanted. After discussing the matter, they decided that although they would be wanted, they still wanted to explore the giant kingdom. By the next day, many factions within the giant kingdom had learned of the incident and were eager to capture these pirates. These news also reached a village in the giant kingdom, where a giant covered in bandages stood, accompanied by a young male giant and a young female giant. Brother Sorrow, I plan to capture that band of pirates. That way, I can make a name for myself among the giants. Herding, I'm afraid you can't do it alone. Their strength is not weak. I heard that over 50 giant soldiers were defeated. Humph, you won't know unless you try, Geertzi. We giants must always advance courageously. Besides, I plan to go out to sea soon and embark on adventures around the world. Lei Ku and his companions had not anticipated that merely defeating a squad of giant soldiers would create such a tremendous stir in the land of giants. Prince Loki of the Giant Kingdom ordered a kingdom-wide hunt for Lei Ku's group across Elbaf, and even the giants from other regions, though not on good terms with the kingdom, were unwilling to miss such a spectacle. After all, their opponents were beings capable of defeating 50 giant soldiers, and it had been a long time since they had engaged in a serious battle time to stretch their limbs. However, Lei Ku's group also took note of this news, as they had already arrived at the royal city of Elbaf and learned of the situation. To avoid falling into danger, they prepared to retreat, for it was indeed unwise to wage war against the entire giant kingdom. Due to their small stature and the cover of night, the first night passed without incident. Yet from the second day onward, they were discovered by some giant warriors. Although a few of them were swiftly dealt with by Lei Ku's group, it signaled the severity of the situation. Finally, Lei Ku announced the abandonment of the Elbaf adventure and prepared to set sail. Then, adopting his beast form, he transformed his flames into a healing type, allowing his comrades to mount him as he soared into the sky, heading toward the ship at the harbor. However, the 100-meter-long beast could not escape the eyes of the giants, who all gave chase. After several hours of flight, they finally neared their ship. Yet to their surprise, giant soldiers had long been lying in ambush there, refraining from destroying the vessel to avoid alerting their prey. Lei Ku's group then engaged these giant soldiers in battle. Lei Ku transformed into a human-beast hybrid form, his fiery wings blazing with scorching flames, encircling the entire battlefield like an arena. Lei Ku then ordered his companions to board the ship first, preparing to fight the giants alone. Divine Flame Great Virile Haka. With a single slash, the immense force sent a giant crashing to the ground, unconscious. The next second, another giant's longsword was already upon him, but Lei Ku blocked it with Flow Haki, seized the giant by the head, and slammed him heavily into the earth. Yet the giants, seeing their comrades fallen, felt no fear. Instead, they were exhilarated. The next moment, they charged at Lei Ku together, but his speed was too great, frustrating the ordinary giant soldiers, who had to constantly guard against his ambushes. After all, although their opponent was not tall, his strength was formidable, and as a devil fruit user, he could transform into a terrifying 100-meter bird at will and unleash flames. Such a troublesome adversary left them momentarily unable to cope. Within just 10 minutes, all the ambushing giant soldiers lay defeated. Lei Ku panted, having expended considerable stamina to dispatch them swiftly. However, heavy footsteps sounded from the distant forest, and a shocking sight unfolded. At least 1,000 giant warriors had assembled, densely packed. Lei Ku looked at them with a headache, muttering inwardly that these giants were truly troublesome. The arriving giants themselves were astonished. They had never imagined that over 100 of their giant warriors could be wiped out in less than 10 minutes. "Hey, pirate, did you think you could escape so easily? Even if you flee to the sea, we will not give up hunting you. That's right, let you know the consequences of provoking the giant race." Yet at this moment, Lei Ku was fearless and shouted loudly to the giant warriors. "In that case, I will not leave. I, Red Bird Lei Ku, hereby declare war on you giants." As Lei Ku spoke, some giants sneered, thinking him overconfident, while others admired him, for giants revered those who fear death and dare to fight. Upon hearing their captain's command, Lei Ku's companions ordered Xiaoyao, Lim, Kuluo, and Uncle Heigu to stay on the ship, while Dao Airman, Dao Airban, and Minao jumped off to stand beside their captain. And of course, the most important one was Kudaya. Lei Ku glanced apologetically at his companions, for once war was declared, they could not simply leave. But his companions did not mind. Instead, they fearlessly faced the 1,000 giant warriors, declaring war just like their captain. The battle erupted swiftly. The giant soldiers struck first, though some warriors held back. After all, these giants belonged to several factions, and they felt it dishonorable to gang up on a few people. As the battle unfolded, Kuluo on the flame bird continuously fired cannonballs, Uncle Heigu transported ammunition, and Lin seized opportunities to snipe. Xiaoya dodged the dozens of giants pursuing her, but could not stray too far from the shore, lest she be unable to support her teammates. Minao, riding Kudaya, swiftly darted among the giants. Thanks to Kudaya's speed fruit ability, the giants could not catch them. Combined with Minao's fragrance fruit ability, she scattered poison powder. With their cooperation, giants fell one after another, but due to the giants' immense size, the powder could not inflict large-scale damage. Dao Airban engaged in a contest of strength with the giants. His terrifying fists smashed through the giants' visors and felled the towering warriors. Dao Airman, though wielding dual pistols, possessed physical skills that ordinary giants could not match. Using moonwalk, he leaped before a giant and kicked him to the ground. Seeing his comrades fight so valiantly, Lei Ku naturally refused to lag behind. His powerful slashes cleaved through the giants' shields, and his armament haki-coated fists, combined with high-speed movement, instantly knocked down several giants. At the same time, he unleashed Conqueror's Haki, stunning several giants before him. The giants inwardly cursed him as a monster, knowing he had already defeated 100 of their soldiers before their arrival. Facing giants' longswords, Lei Ku parried with his own blade, but the giants coordinated exceptionally well. Seeing they could not take him alone, they attacked in unison. Swords kept slashing, and Lei Ku could only dodge continuously. However, this could not continue. The giants were too numerous, and the war of attrition would be unwinnable. Lei Ku directly transformed into his beast form, 100-meter giant bird soaring into the sky. Sacred heavenly flame. The battlefield was divided into several zones, isolating the giants and allowing Lei Ku and his companions to face the smallest numerical pressure. Though some giants, fearless of flames, charged through, the pressure was greatly reduced. Then, using the giant bird's body, Lei Ku attacked the giant warriors. Armament Haki combined with the beast form's immense strength sent two giants flying with a single kick. Divine Flame, ascending. The flaming bird grew even larger, its scorching fire burning the giants on the field. The giants all used Armament Haki to resist, but while they were blocking the flames, Lei Ku mingled among them, using the great fire to entangle several giants and hurling them away. In just over 10 minutes since the battle began, 200 giants had already fallen. The giants outside the field could no longer hold back and prepared to intervene. Lei Ku's companions, except for Dao Urban, were all panting from exhaustion. After all, they were facing giants who could rival an average Marine Vice Admiral. Moreover, Mina and Dailman's fighting styles were not suited for battling such giants. Lei Ku ordered them to return to the ship and rest. Although they wished to continue fighting, Lei Ku refused, insisting that preserving their strength was paramount. Thus, under Lei Ku's cover, they successfully boarded the ship, while the remaining 700 giants surrounded them. Yet Lei Ku showed no fear. Instead, he erupted with fierce flames, soaring to the sky like a miniature sun. Vermilion Bird, Starfall. Lei Ku descended from the heavens, his blazing fire and immense impact force crashing directly into the center of the giants. The terrifying power instantly knocked dozens of giants unconscious. Terrifying flames spread across the battlefield, centered on Lei Ku, absorbing the life force nearby. The fallen giants visibly withered before everyone's eyes. Their vitality was being seized by the flames. The sight filled the watching giants with dread, for flames that could absorb life had only appeared in the myths of the giant race. Legend had it that during the twilight of the gods, a flame demon would descend upon the mortal world, and for the first time, these fearless giants felt the weight of pressure. Yet the battle-loving giants, even facing the natural enemy of the gods, chose to fight. They raised their swords and charged. By now, Lei Ku had transformed into his human beast form. He did not fully absorb the life force of the fallen giants, leaving them a sliver of vitality. Moreover, the fierce battle had consumed a great deal of his stamina, but he had just replenished it using his Devil Fruit ability. He was once again brimming with power. Sword in hand, he charged toward the giant soldiers. With a single strike of sky-shattering slash, he split the leading giant's head open, blood streaming. Then dozens of giant swords struck together, but Lei Ku blocked them with one blade. The immense force sent the giants flying. At the same time, he released Conqueror's Haki and used Conqueror's Haki infusion to knock down several giants. Some giant leaders used Armament Haki in an attempt to cut Lei Ku down from the sky, but Lei Ku fully activated his Observation Haki and had already foreseen this future. He conjured a massive fire serpent with his sacred flame, wrapping it around himself to block the attack. Then, with one slash, the giant's sword shattered, and the giant itself was killed by the residual shockwave. Though Lei Ku had defeated another 100 giants in a short time, facing the remaining 600, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. But compared to Lei Ku, the giants were even more astonished. They had sent over 1,000 giant warriors in total, and now more than 500 had been felled. Excluding the giants taken down by his companions, this one man alone had defeated over 400 warriors. And so far, he had not shown a single wound. Could he truly be a demon? Even the two most powerful beings of the giant race, when besieged by so many giant warriors, could not emerge unscathed. This man was truly terrifying. Divine Flame, Aerial Slash. With a swing of his blade, Lei Ku struck down another giant soldier. Yet the giant soldiers, as if injected with adrenaline, crazily lunged at him. Although Lei Ku could use his flying ability to ascend into the sky, the giants had their own methods. They brought out chains and steel hooks, hurling them into the air. Hundreds of massive steel hooks caused Lei Ku great trouble. He could fly higher, but if he did, the giants, having lost their target, would likely charge at his companions like mad dogs. Lei Ku could only use his weapon to sever the chains one by one while dodging with his movement techniques. These bastards are really tenacious. It seems it's time to use that move. Lei Ku switched to his beast form, spreading his flames across the entire sky. A colossal sea of fire shrouded the heavens. Lei Ku, like a god, looked down upon the giants on the ground. His Conqueror's Haki erupted fully, and countless black lightning bolts exploded around him. Vermilion Bird's Fire, Meteor Shower. As Lei Ku's voice rang out, as if a deity had issued a divine decree, countless enormous flaming meteors fell from the sky, turning the firmament into a ring of fire. The giant's eyes widened as they beheld this spectacle, utterly stunned. At that moment, a giant soldier shouted, "Defend! Beware the meteors!" The giants snapped to action, raising their shields high and sheltering those without shields in the center. They formed an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron to face this cataclysmic attack. Countless flaming meteors plummeted from the sky. The immense force blasted a massive crater into the earth, and the giant warriors raised their shields to block the assault. Yet the attack was far more powerful than they had imagined. Shields were shattered into pieces, and only those reinforced with armament Haki could withstand a single blow. Ordinary giant warriors fell to the meteors, gravely wounded or dead. Those with Haki could hold out for a while, but against the endless barrage of flaming meteors, they could not last long. The powerful flaming meteors eroded their Haki, and the exhausted giant warriors had their defenses breached. The giants hiding in the center fled in panic, only to be buried on the ground by the meteors. After this move, Lei Ku's stamina was completely drained. He slowly descended from the sky, while the giant warriors who had opposed him suffered countless casualties. Of the hundreds of giants standing just moments ago, more than half lay unconscious. The entire battlefield was riddled with holes from the flaming meteors, the once level ground gouged into bottomless chasms. Only a few severely wounded giants remained standing, trembling on the land. It was unimaginable that just moments ago there had been hundreds of giant warriors, now all fell. Lei Ku slowly fell onto the ship, lying flat on the deck as if lifeless. His stamina was utterly exhausted. If not forced by circumstance, he would never have used such a large-scale ultimate move. Though helpless, there was no other choice. If he did not take down these giants, he and his companions would be the ones to die. The sight before him deeply shocked a young giant hiding in the jungle. He had arrived at the start of the battle, but had not dared to join directly. The opponent's ability to wield flames was like a god, filling him with awe. He swore that if he ever got the chance, he would seize this power. This young giant was Herding, who had come to hunt down Lei Ku and his crew. Lei Ku and his crew departed from the giant kingdom of Elbaf, yet their deeds spread far and wide. A mere band of fewer than 10 pirates had vanquished 1,000 giant warriors. Prince Loki himself issued a decree branding Lei Ku's crew the most perilous criminals in the giant kingdom, dead or alive, with no quarter granted upon sighting. 3 months later, Lei Ku's crew sailed as ever across the boundless sea, and since the battle at Elbaf, Lei Ku had ascended to a new tier in mastering both his Haki and his Devil Fruit abilities. His armament Haki now manifested as an armor of extraordinary resilience, while his flowing Sakura Haki had grown remarkably refined. His observation Haki extended further into the future, and he had begun to grasp a technique learned from the legendary marine hero, Garp. A nascent form of observation kill, allowing him to render himself imperceptible to others' Haki and obscure his own future from their foresight, though this art remained raw and unpolished in his hands. His conqueror's Haki, too, had evolved. He now wielded Haki-infused encasement with fluency, and had even begun exploring its rarer applications suppressing Devil Fruit users. Indeed, his duel with the marine hero Garp had been a crucible of growth. Though still trailing behind such apex-tier warriors, the gap between them narrowed with each passing day. As Lei Ku idly fished on deck, a distant small vessel caught his eye, a craft bearing a massive cross and green candles. None other than Mihawk, the Sword Saint, whom he had not seen in years, the undisputed world's strongest swordsman. "Brother Mihawk!" Lei Ku called out joyfully. Spotting him, the swordsman aboard the distant skiff acknowledged him in turn. Lei Ku invited him aboard and introduced each of his crewmates in turn. He likewise introduced this long-lost elder brother to his crew, for in those earliest days, he had been naively adrift, guided only by Mihawk's wisdom through the vast ocean's mysteries. Lei Ku never imagined you'd rise so far in just a few years. Truly astonishing. And I've read of you often in the papers. Your bounty now stands at 2,600 million berries. A true pirate lord of the Grand Line. Brother Mihawk, please spare me your jest. I hear you've joined the 7 warlords of the sea and are hailed worldwide as the strongest swordsman alive. Merely to deter naval interference. The title means little to me. What matters is seeking worthy opponents, swordsmen who push me beyond my limits. Lei Ku, himself a swordsman, sensed the truth in those words and noticed, too, that the blade slung across Mihawk's back differed subtly from the one he recalled from their first meeting. Curious, he asked, "Brother Mihawk, your sword feels alive, pulsing with killing intent. Oh, you perceive it already? Then your swordsmanship has indeed matured to a formidable level. My hawk then drew his blade Yoro. Unlike years past, the great sword now gleamed pitch black, as if forged anew in sacred fire and blood. This is the black blade, a sword tempered through countless duels with master swordsmen. Infused with spirit and saturated with haki, it transcends mere steel. Yet true black blades are exceedingly rare, so keep striving, brother Lei Ku. Forge your own blade into one. A grand feast followed, lasting 3 full days and nights. Rare reunion demanded rare celebration. By dawn of the 3rd day, Lei Ku and his crew still lay deep in slumber when uninvited guests arrived in silence. They surrounded the ship, renowned pirates and swordsmen from the New World, drawn by rumors that the world's strongest swordsman was nearby. Sure enough, they had tracked him down, the unmistakable cross-marked skiff now moored beside their massive flagship. Chief mate, the sword Saint Mihawk is aboard that vessel. Slay him, and the title of world's strongest swordsman shall be yours. Ha ha ha, indeed. Today is his end, and with so many brothers gathered, not even wings could save him. Still, this flagship looks oddly familiar, and their Jolly Roger. A foolish crimson bird. No idea, likely some minor pirate crew. Not worth mentioning. Just then, Lei Ku and his crew stirred awake. Though sensing numerous pirate vessels closing in, they felt no alarm, ready instead to swat away these buzzing flies. But Mihawk stayed their hand, declaring the challengers sought only him and that he alone would face them. Though the elder brother spoke thus, Lei Ku still offered a warning. Listen well, pirates, leave now, or perish where you stand. Chief mate, how audacious. We outnumber them tenfold, how could one ship defeat us all? Silence. I recall this man. Mi's expression darkened, he recognized them instantly, the infamous Crimson Bird Pirates, led by Lei Ku, whose bounty now soared to 2,600 million berries. Damn it, how is Mihawk allied with him? As midway retreat, Mihawk spoke. Pirates, rest easy. He will not intervene. Facing you, one man suffices. Mid glanced skeptically at Lei Ku on the Grand Line. Bounty's reflected power, 2,600 million meant lethal capability. Yet Mihawk's bounty stood at mere hundreds of millions. The title of world's strongest swordsman was bestowed by the world government, amplified by his status as a warlord of the sea. True, we shall not lift a finger. Brother Mihawk needs no aid against you. Proceed without fear. Relief flooded Mid's face, then scorn. Mihawk's arrogance sealed his doom. United, they would strike as one and end him today. Perhaps Mihawk and Lei Ku were no allies, merely chance companions. Either way, no vengeance need be feared. The more Mid imagined victory, the brighter his grin grew until he ordered his fleet to attack. Lei Ku, meanwhile, steered his ship clear to avoid collateral damage. He also wished to witness Mihawk's swordsmanship firsthand. After all, the world's strongest swordsman, wielding the black blade Yoro, stood at the very zenith of swordsmanship. At Mid's command, every pirate vessel unleashed its cannons, hundreds of iron shells screaming toward the cross-adorned skiff. Yet at that moment, Hawkeye slowly drew Yoro, the black blade, and traced a few strokes in the sky. All the cannonballs were sliced apart, leaving the surrounding pirates utterly stunned. The opponent had made no grand movements, so how could they have cleaved every cannonball? However, Kuluo, with his keen eyesight, discerned a hint of the truth. Though it appeared as mere casual sweeps, to Kuluo, in that instant, countless miniature slashes were unleashed by the immense blade. The opponent's strikes were so swift that ordinary people could not perceive them. Mihawk's assault did not cease. He glanced at the surrounding pirate ships. In 1 second, Yoro delivered 8 slashes. Before the pirates could react, their vessels were cleaved in two. As the ships sank into the sea, the pirates finally realized what had happened. They had seen nothing, yet their vessels were already split into several pieces. The pirates fell into the water, crying for help, but Kuluo and Hawkeye paid them no heed. Since they had harbored murderous intent, they must bear the consequences. Then Hawkeye, as if sensing something, shifted Yoro and sailed his small boat away from the area. Kuluo smiled slightly and bid farewell to his brother Mihawk. As for the pirates, they secretly rejoiced that the opponent had not slaughtered them. Yet the next second, several enormous dark shadows emerged from beneath the sea. 4 giant sea kings lit from the depths, devouring the pirates like tiny insects. For a moment, the cries and pleas of countless pirates rose and fell. 5 minutes later, only fragments of ships remained on the sea surface, not a single person. Meanwhile, Kuluo was still on his ship, pondering the slashes released by his brother Hawkeye, wondering if he could incorporate them into his own swordsmanship. Captain Kuluo, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. Oh! Could it be survivors from that group? No, they seem to be from the Whitebeard Pirates. How many ships did they send? Only one, and it appears to be heading toward us. They don't seem hostile. Then let's see what they're up to. On a distant Whitebeard ship, the 3rd Division Commander, Diamond Jozu, was present. Commander Jozu, why does Whitebeard want to invite Redbird Lei Ku? That guy made us suffer quite a bit last time. I'm not sure either. I heard about the last incident where Kuyo started the fight, but he was captured and only released after paying some treasure. So he's not a bloodthirsty man. Still, Commander Jozu, we should be cautious. We only have one ship. No need. I believe he won't attack. Even if he does, I'll protect you all. Don't worry. Whitebeard Pirates, what do you want? Are you looking for a fight? Kuluo shouted toward them. Crew of the Redbird Pirates, don't misunderstand. We come in peace. Our captain, Whitebeard, wishes to meet you and hopes you will accept the invitation. Captain Lei Ku, could this be a trap? After all, he's one of the 3 emperors, and they say he once rivaled the pirate king, Roger. It's fine. I'd like to meet this emperor of the sea too. Hey, tell your Captain Whitebeard that I agree. Thus, Lei Ku and his crew followed the Whitebeard Pirates to their territory. Still, they carefully surveyed the surroundings, wary of a potential ambush. A few days later, they finally entered the waters under Whitebeard's control. From the moment they set foot in Whitebeard's domain, Lei Ku's crew noticed patrol ships surrounding them, guarding the territory. As before, they drove away or eliminated strange pirates. Yet although they spotted Lei Ku and his men, no one blocked them because they were led by 3rd Division Commander Diamond Jozu. Thus, they traveled unhindered until they reached a small island. At that point, Jozu spoke. It's too late tonight. Whitebeard isn't nearby. Rest here for a day, and I'll take you to see him tomorrow. Lei Ku and his crew agreed. Yet before leaving, Jozu appeared apologetic, as he had brought them to his territory only to make them wait a day. Although Lei Ku agreed, he still urged his companions to stay vigilant. That night, they stood watch in pairs. On the other side of the sea, aboard the Moby Dick, a burly man with golden hair and a white beard sat on a throne, flanked by 2 nurses in leopard print uniforms. So they chose to wait on the island for a day. I didn't expect them to be as bold as the rumors say. Commander Marco, it's only natural. If he weren't bold, he wouldn't have robbed 2 of our Whitebeard Pirates commanders a year ago. Just then, the man on the high throne spoke. Enough, stop discussing. I know you're all curious about what kind of person he is. Frankly, I'm curious too. But aside from Vista, Rakuyo, and Jozo, who invited him, none of you have met him. So we'll find out tomorrow. As night fell, Lei Ku used the power of his bird fruit to soar into the sky, surveying the surrounding waters. After all, he had to be cautious. Yet evidently, he had worried for nothing. The sea was as calm as usual, though he sensed a powerful aura spying on them from afar. The other party seemed to bear no ill intent. So after a quick inspection, Lei Ku returned to his ship. What an interesting kid. Whitebeard Edward Newgate murmured softly. The nurse beside him was more concerned about his health. Whitebeard was already 60 years old. Though his body was still formidable, the intense battles of the past had taken their toll. Yet Whitebeard seemed indifferent to this. He continued drinking as usual every day, despite Marco's repeated admonitions, which had little effect. The next morning, Lei Ku and his crew noticed a massive ship anchored beside the island. Though they had never seen it before, they guessed it was the main ship of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Moby Dick. Then Jozu informed Lei Ku that their Captain Whitebeard was waiting aboard. Lei Ku exchanged a glance with his companions and boarded the Moby Dick with the airman. The moment Lei Ku stepped aboard the vessel, his gaze fell upon the most terrifying figure aboard, the man the Marines hailed as the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. Simultaneously, Lei Ku's conqueror's Haki surged forth unbidden, cracking the deck planks beneath him. Nearby Whitebeard Pirates crewmen collapsed unconscious under its overwhelming pressure. This was no deliberate release of Conqueror's Haki, rather. 2 fearsome beasts had met head-on, their auras clashing before a single blow was struck. Hey, wait, is it possible? Does he possess Conqueror's Haki too? Marco murmured incredulously beside him, astonished that one so young could stand before the old man himself with such composure. What an extraordinary youth, Edward Newgate mused slowly. At his age, to wield conqueror's haki of this magnitude. Lei Ku then seated himself calmly upon the deck, while Daleman leaned against the ship's railing, a position offering both readiness for sudden danger and a clear vantage over his own vessel anchored at a distance. In response to the world's strongest man's praise, Lei Ku smiled modestly. You flatter me, sir. A compliment from one of your stature is far beyond my worth. From that earlier clash of haki, Lei Ku had already sensed the sheer magnitude of the man's power. Were they to fight in earnest, his chances of victory would not exceed 1 in 10. The man's terrifying presence evoked memories of the marine hero garb, yet this man surpassed even him. He bore not only unmatched strength, but also the power of a devil fruit. Before boarding, Lei Ku and his crew had studied his dossier. Edward Newgate was the wielder of the shaking fruit, one of the 3 great calamities. He commanded 16 division commanders, each a formidable warrior in their own right, and stood unrivaled among the 4 emperors as the most powerful. May I ask, Captain Whitebeard, what brings you to invite me aboard today? Whitebeard did not answer immediately. Instead, he drew 2 large casks of sake from behind him, one for himself, the other tossed toward Lei Ku. Lei Ku caught it effortlessly, watched Whitebeard uncork and drink deeply, then did likewise, uncorking his own cask and drinking heartily. To guard against treachery, Lei Ku drained the entire cask in one go. Fine spirit! I summoned you here for no grand purpose. I'd simply heard your name rising across the seas and wished to meet this remarkable youth in person. And, well, last time, you did seize one of our treasure shipments. Lei Ku's eyes narrowed inwardly. Was this a reckoning? Yet his expression remained unruffled. Captain Whitebeard honors me far too greatly. I'm but a minor pirate, hardly worthy of such attention. As for that treasure, you have my word. Piracy between pirates is neither crime nor betrayal. It is the very rhythm of this sea. Should you wish it back, come claim it by force. We'll meet you anytime, anywhere. The air thickened instantly. The words hung like a challenge before the Emperor himself. The 16 division commanders exchanged grim glances, hands tightening on weapons, eager to humble the arrogant boy. Daleman showed no outward movement, but his hand had already drifted instinctively toward the pistol at his hip. They stood aboard an Emperor's ship. Those words had crossed into declaration of war. Ha 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 ha, I admire your spirit. Would you consider joining us? I'm afraid I have no interest in joining an Emperor's crew. I prefer sailing free alone. Whitebeard knew full well the answer, but it had been ages since he'd encountered a youth so refreshingly bold, and curiosity had stirred. Though I hold you in high regard, let me offer this counsel, young man, temper your fire. This grand line teems with peril. Recklessness invites ruin. To choose the life of a pirate is to embrace its risks, not to shy from them. And true freedom lies in charting one's own course, not in bowing to another's map. Captain Whitebeard, have you grown old? Since when do you preach restraint? Before Whitebeard could reply, one of the division commanders, unable to bear the youth's repeated insolence, lost all patience. Who are you to speak thus before the Emperor of the Sea? Do you seek open war? Our voyage answers to no master. Life grants but one chance to steer it ourselves, not follow another's compass. Remember this well, we fear no war. At that instant, Lei Ku's conqueror's haki erupted, not the faint ripple from before, but a thunderous, deliberate surge that sent the division commander staggering back, face ashen. Even the Whitebeard pirates were stunned. Such raw, commanding haki, they had witnessed it only once before, emanating from their captain himself. Yet Lei Ku reined it in after a heartbeat, a warning, not a declaration. They remained guests aboard an Emperor's ship. Provocation demanded restraint. Hey boy, have you forgotten who stands before you? That was dangerously impulsive. With that, Whitebeard drew the colossal sword Karakuri, lunging toward Lei Ku, who unsheathed his blade and met the strike head-on. Their colliding conquerors' haki rent the sky asunder, deck planks splintered violently, and gale-force shockwaves sent weaker pirates collapsing into unconsciousness. The division commanders drew weapons, ready to intervene, while Daleman, pistol now drawn, stood poised to defend his captain at a moment's notice. Beyond the ship, Lei Ku's crew and the rest of the Whitebeard pirates alike felt the tremor of that clash and turned as one toward the Moby Dick. Yet the duel ended after a single exchange. Lei Ku knew, a second strike would shatter restraint entirely. Full-scale war would erupt without warning. Young man, heed my warning. This sea is far more treacherous than it appears. Sometimes, preserving balance is the highest art. Break that balance, and the world unravels beyond imagination. And this world is far more complex than it seems. Enough, Marco, see them out. Yes, father. I will remember your counsel, Captain Whitebeard. Lei Ku and Deilman departed the great ship and returned to their vessel, the Blazing Phoenix. As they prepared to leave Whitebeard's territory, Lei Ku glanced once more at the man who had escorted them, powerful, yes, but also strangely familiar. Only after emerging from the Whitebeard pirates' territory did Lei Ku and his crew truly breathe a sigh of relief, though they projected unwavering confidence. The gulf between them and that legendary crew remained vast and undeniable. After a week's voyage, Lei Ku's crew arrived at Arrow Island, a rare haven in the New World untouched by any of the Free Emperor's dominion. As their ship anchored ashore, they prepared to restock supplies and unwind. Soon, the crew stepped onto the island, but they were far from the only visitors. Numerous fresh arrivals from the Grand Line mingled with seasoned, infamous pirates who had long plied these treacherous waters. Lei Ku's group wandered the island's modest lanes. Its inhabitants sold only food and simple wares, so pirates here rarely stirred trouble. Order was self-enforced, not imposed. Occasional incidents did arise, but other crews, keen to preserve stability, swiftly eliminated the offenders themselves. For if merchants fled, pirates would be forced to trade on islands controlled by the Marines or mighty pirate lords, places fraught with peril or burdened by exorbitant prices. No sooner had Lei Ku's crew set foot ashore than they witnessed a brawl erupt, only for another pirate band to intervene and ignite an all-out skirmish. The vendors, accustomed to such chaos, calmly retreated into their back rooms, yet this absurd, volatile island endured, defying logic like a miracle. The clash ended swiftly and astonishingly. The aggressors emerged victorious, though at a grievous cost in blood and strength. Their triumph proved fleeting. Before they could savor it, a third pirate crew descended upon them and obliterated the battered remnants. In that moment, Lei Ku's crew grasped why disorder was so rare here. Instigators were few, and even if one crew fell, several others stood ready to strike. Who would have imagined such turmoil on so small an island? So pirates tread carefully here. Any provocation invites collective retribution. They then entered the market's heart, purchasing provisions. Within an hour, their cargo holds were replenished. Word reached them of a sun-drenched beach on the island, the perfect place to bask and recover. Once supplies were secured aboard, they set off toward it. Only Abin and Old Man Hag remained on the ship. Abin began preparing the fresh provisions, while Hag, aged and weary, preferred quiet repose. Is this the Sunbath Beach? Quite splendid indeed. An endless expanse of sand teemed with people, mostly newcomers to the New World, seeking respite beneath the golden sun. Not that powerful pirates were absent, merely cautious. They never lingered long on any single island, wary of marines or vengeful rivals. The group claimed a few chairs and reclined. Their clothes, freshly changed upon returning to the ship, felt light and comfortable. But scarcely had they settled when a gang of pirates encircled the three beautiful women from their ship, prompting Dorman, their ever-vigilant guardian, to rise in protest. He drove them off without hesitation. A few defiant stragglers received swift, decisive correction. Dorman, playing gallant protector, isn't easy, especially when guarding free blossoms. Kuro chuckled. And yet I must guard them. These radiant flowers belong solely to me. Lei Ku glanced at him and shook his head. Surely, even an emperor would be rebuffed if he dared approach. Still, Lei Ku held no concern for Sister Mina and her companions. Their formidable skills kept ordinary pirates at bay. Yet what troubled him more than the trio's allure was Kada beside him, already using his devil fruit power to pilfer snacks from strangers. Moments later, Kada darted back, mouth full, leaving bewildered pirates stranded on the shore. Then, from the distant horizon, a colossal vessel glided into view, crowded with pirates from bow to stern. All eyes on the beach turned toward it. This was no harbor, no sanctioned anchorage. As the vessel veered toward shore, several pirates strode forward, irritated. Hey you! Where'd you sail from? Don't you know this isn't a docking point? Anchor elsewhere. Bam! Bam! Gunfire cracked, then silence. The interveners crumpled lifeless. Shock rippled through the crowd as nearby pirates surged to their feet. They readied themselves to crush these rule breakers, yet some held back. Many of their own crew still bartered in town, scattered across the island. I am Rod, captain of the Gila Pirates, and I declare this island ours. All who resist may step forward now. And those who wish to join us are welcome. We shall become the next emperor of the sea. Blasphemy! Do you seek death so eagerly? A band of pirates drew blades and charged only for Rod. With a roar, to transform into a colossal lizard and hurl himself into their ranks. He slaughtered them mercilessly, no resistance was possible. In under a minute, dozens lay shattered beyond recognition. This is the fate of defiance. Know that I am one of the 8 stars of the sea, a coalition forged to rival the Marine 7 warlords. As Rod turned to depart, Lei Ku stepped forward, drawing a flicker of surprise. Apparently, not everyone feared death. No misunderstanding, I simply asked, what is the 8 stars of the sea? I've never heard of it. Ha! You're clearly a greenhorn fresh from the Grand Line. The 8 stars are the New World's answer to the Marine 7 warlords, a league of rising legends. Each possesses extraordinary might and each is destined to supplant the emperors themselves. Now do you understand? A newcomer? Thank you for the clarification, you may go. Rod frowned. His display of force had been meant to intimidate, yes, but more importantly, to recruit. Yet this insolent youth unsettled him. Still, Rod chose not to act himself, merely cast a glance. His subordinates understood instantly, drawing blades and advancing toward Lei Ku. As the pirates charged toward Lei Ku, Mina nearby activated her Devil Fruit ability and poisoned them all. Hey! Hey! Napping isn't allowed here. Lei Ku chuckled as he spoke. Rod, preparing to board his ship, noticed something amidst his crew had clearly been tampered with, so he ordered his pirates ashore to eliminate Lei Ku. Over 100 pirates simultaneously raised their guns, aiming at Lei Ku and his companions behind him. Brat, let's see how you escape now, and remember, this is the fate awaiting anyone who dares provoke the Komodo pirate crew. Fire! At the instant the command went out, Lei Ku unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, instantly stunning every one of the 100 pirates. The spectacle left the pirates stunned, especially Rod, captain of the Komodo pirate crew. What sorcery did you wield? What dark art is this? His ignorance prompted Lei Ku to wonder whether the new generation of pirates flooding into the New World had truly sunk to such depths. Then, slowly drawing his blade, Lei Ku strode forward. Rod's expression twisted in alarm. He transformed into a colossal lizard using his devil fruit power and lunged at Lei Ku. No matter what black magic you've employed, you die today. Scorching Wolf Hunt. Against zone-type users, Armament Hawk-infused Flowing Sakura was ideal. Its single strike carved a massive gash across Rod's body. The sheer force left Rod gravely wounded and collapsed, his devil fruit power instantly nullified. Do today's rookie pirates not even master Armament Hawk? Lei Ku then calmly lowered his blade, ending Rod's life with ruthless finality, a decisive act that chilled the remaining pirates to the bone. Rod, the once boastful Komodo pirate captain, had fallen before Lei Ku in an instant. The novice pirate stood agape, mouths wide open, still struggling to process what had just unfolded. Yet Lei Ku and his crew prepared to depart. The pirates' intrusion had shattered their mood entirely. Only after Lei Ku's group had left did the pirates snap back to reality, realizing a fully manned pirate ship and dozens of incapacitated crewmen remained behind. They swiftly coordinated to subdue the fallen pirates and seize their treasure. Yet some ambitious individuals bypassed the looting altogether, instead committing Lei Ku's face to memory, then cross-referencing Navy bounty posters to identify him. Lei Ku, captain of the Crimson Bird Pirates Bounty, 2 billion berries. That such a figure would appear on this remote island is utterly astonishing. Back aboard ship, Lei Ku's crew didn't depart immediately. They first savored a sumptuous meal prepared by Abin before setting sail from the island. Unbeknownst to them, news of the incident had already reached the Octostar Alliance, which was now racing toward the island. Having only just formed, the Alliance could not afford to lose a member. Doing so would shatter its authority completely. Though they lacked intelligence on the perpetrator's identity, their intimate knowledge of the island allowed them to roughly gauge the full strength. Just as Lei Ku's crew prepared to leave, the Octostar Alliance arrived over 1,000 pirates aboard more than a dozen ships. They encircled the island so tightly no vessel could slip through. Fortunately, Lei Ku's crew, having taken time for dinner, had yet to depart. Everyone, look, those must be the Octostar Alliance. Quite the turnout. Captain Lei Ku, it's only because you eliminated one of their members I think they should rename themselves the Happy Star Alliance now. The Octostar Alliance's leader issued orders to eliminate every pirate near the island. He had neither time nor patience to hunt down the true culprit. For a pirate, vengeance was merely one motive. Equally vital was amplifying the Alliance's prestige to attract greater numbers of pirates seeking affiliation. Yet before the Alliance opened fire, Lei Ku and his crew stepped forward to shield the island's civilians from collateral devastation. Seeing Lei Ku emerge alone, The Octostar Alliance's leader wasted no words, he simply gave the order to attack. At that very moment, however, one of the Alliance's pirates recognized the enemy's Jolly Roger, the Crimson Bird insignia of the Crimson Bird Pirates. He rushed to inform the leader, but it was too late. Cannon fire had already erupted, shells raining down like a storm. Now that many cannonballs are rather dangerous. Lei Ku instantly transformed via his Devil Fruit into a colossal flame-winged avian 200 meters tall, soaring skyward to seize every shell midair and hurl them back. What had been mere speculation moments earlier now became irrefutable certainty. They could never have imagined such a formidable pirate emerging from so obscure a locale. The Octostar Alliance's leader ceded with regret his premature command had sealed his fate. Several of the Alliance's ships were already shattered by the returning barrage. Lei Ku then launched a second assault, a blazing vermilion phoenix strike obliterating 5 vessels in a single stroke. Hundreds of pirates vanished into infernos within an instant. Their captain stared, disbelieving, was this truly the might of a new world grand pirate? How could such overwhelming power exist? Lei Ku, captain of the Crimson Bird Pirates, I am Black Soul, leader of the Octostar Alliance. Everything that transpired was a grave misunderstanding. Please forgive our rashness and accept our pledge of allegiance. We bring formidable strength to your banner. Faced with annihilation, the Octostar Alliance's leader surrendered without hesitation. After all, their combined bounties scarcely matched Lei Ku's alone. They were merely a coalition of second-rate pirates, each bearing bounties of 1 or 200 million, clinging together for survival. Yet Lei Ku refused their plea, adhering to his unyielding principle. Once drawn, the sword must sever all roots of threat. In the next breath, Lei Ku struck. Seeing negotiations collapse, the pirates resisted but futilely. Within moments, every ship sank beneath the waves. Their pleading leader plunged into the abyss, though later rescued by surviving crew. He now faced a far more terrifying destiny. Earlier, with overwhelming numbers, the island's pirates had been powerless against him. Now, grievously wounded and utterly alone, he lay helpless like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Anticipating his inevitable end, Lei Ku returned to his ship and sailed away from the island. Year 1505 of the Void Century. Captain Lei Ku, there appears to be a pillar ahead, Lin Yu called out, summoning Lei Ku from his training inside the cabin. Oh! What kind of pillar? Are there pillars in the open sea? Lei Ku followed Lin Yu's gaze and indeed beheld a colossal pillar piercing the heavens, its summit vanishing beyond sight. How extraordinary, the open sea has suddenly birthed such a towering monolith. I wonder what lies atop it, Lin Yu murmured slowly. Hey, wait! Is that pillar moving? And, it's not one, it's 2 colossal pillars. Seeing Lei Ku's astonishment, Lin Yu quickly summoned their crew. All gathered, gazing in awe at the surreal spectacle. I'll fly up and investigate, stay vigilant. Thereupon, Lei Ku activated his Devil Fruit ability and soared skyward toward the titanic pillars. Upon nearing them, he realized there were 4, not 2, and they were shifting ceaselessly. This is no pillar, it's a single, unimaginably vast creature. Lei Ku stood stunned. He had never imagined such a leviathan could exist in this world. He ascended further, soaring upward for hours until, after climbing over 30,000 meters, he finally grasped the creature's true nature. It was an elephant of staggering scale, its back crowned with structures resembling ancient architecture. Could there actually be inhabitants here? And what sustenance does such a colossus consume daily? Surely not mere food from floating islands. Yet Lei Ku did not rush to explore the structures above. Instead, he descended to rejoin his crew and relate all he had witnessed. His companions were profoundly astonished. None had conceived such a being might dwell upon the boundless sea. Ultimately, Lei Ku and his crew resolved to ascend and investigate. Lei Ku then transformed into a 100-meter avian giant, secured their vessel to his back, and soared skyward. They had considered leaving the ship below and ascending on foot, but that plan proved impractical. The colossal elephant was mobile. Should it wander away, their vessel would remain stranded and lost beyond recovery. After a turbulent ascent through 10,000 meters of sky, they at last alighted upon the elephant's broad back, anchoring their ship beside a tranquil river. Their arrival did not go unnoticed by the elephant lord, but to him, they were no more than insignificant gnats, unworthy of concern. While this resembles a primeval forest, weathered by centuries of time, Mina grew intrigued. Rare medicinal herbs might abound here, potentially yielding novel alchemical compounds. Even Uncle Blatch, rarely stirred by curiosity, joined the exploration alongside his comrades. Yet at that moment, Lei Ku sensed something else. He realized they were being watched. He lunged instantly. His sudden appearance startled the fur-clad warrior, who recoiled in shock then snarled fiercely and charged at Lei Ku. A lightning-charged weapon struck toward Lei Ku, but he evaded it effortlessly. With swift precision, Lei Ku subdued 3 fur-clad warriors yet chose not to harm them. Instead, he released them, recognizing them as likely native inhabitants of this colossal being. Who are you and what brings you to Zou? The voice, abrupt and human-like, startled Lei Ku's crew. Not only did the speaker resemble a man they spoke. Meeting their wary gaze, Lei Ku replied, "We are foreign pirates merely passing through, drawn to explore. How did you reach us?" "Believe it or not, we flew here." The 3 fur-clad warriors remained skeptical. A being over 30,000 meters tall, flying up with a ship. Preposterous. Still, since he had just freed them, he seemed no outright threat, so they returned to their tribe to consult their 2 sovereigns. Lei Ku's crew followed the trio toward the daylight sovereign's domain. "Do your rulers govern by day and night separately?" "Indeed, we have 2 kings. A great conflict divided them, and now each rules half the cycle. One commands the day, the other the night." They arrived at the fur-clad tribe's territory where warriors surrounded them tightly, fearing unrest. From within stepped a youthful figure, Inuyarashi, the day sovereign of Zou Island. The moment he appeared, Lei Ku's eyes narrowed. He recognized him instantly, a former retainer of Kazuki Oden, whom they'd encountered during their travels in Wano country. Inuyarashi, too, was visibly startled, gazing upon Lei Ku, their leader. "Never imagined after all these years we'd meet again like this." Lei Ku spoke first. "Nor did I expect our reunion to be with you." Nearby, both fur-clad tribesmen and Lei Ku's crew stood bewildered. Did these 2 know each other? After all, only Lei Ku himself had infiltrated Kazuki Oden's estate. His companions had not accompanied him. Recognizing an old ally, Inuyarashi calmed, ordering his warriors to stand down. "I heard you were defeated and imprisoned by Kaido. I'm amazed you escaped." Yes, the public execution awakened Wano's samurai to the truth. United, they rose against Kaido and Orochi, and we seized the chaos to break free. Yet surviving that execution, that I never foresaw. As Lei Ku finished speaking, Inuyarashi broke into tears. Their escape had been made possible only by the sacrifice of Lord Kazuki Oden. What sovereign willingly surrenders his life so his retainers may flee? He burned with regret, eager to avenge Oden, yet lacking the strength. Yet hope remained, guided by Toki's prophecy. They knew that in 17 years, Kazuki Momonosuke would rise to overthrow Kaido and Orochi. Having established kinship and shared enmity toward Kaido, Inuyarashi welcomed them warmly, revealing that the Night Sovereign was Nekomamushi. To those who shared their ideals, they offered friendship without restraint, granting full freedom to roam Zou at will. Soon, Lei Ku's crew and the fur-clad warriors mingled freely. The Mink tribe members possessed exceptionally warm dispositions and delighted in pressing their furry faces against humans to express joy. Soon afterward, the group strolled leisurely across Zou Island, guided by the Minks, and swiftly explored its entirety. They also noticed, at the island's center, a colossal tree resembling a whale exhaling water, prompting them to investigate it further, only to be halted by Mink warriors. "That is our sacred forbidden ground. None may enter without the king's explicit decree, and we understand." With no choice, Lei Ku and his companions resolved to consult Inuyarashi later and asked whether permission might be granted. As they conversed, dusk descended, and with nightfall, the king awoke. And he swiftly learned of Lei Ku's party, and his retainers relayed Inuyarashi's instructions to him. Though estranged from Inuyarashi, he bore no excessive hostility toward those bold enough to challenge Kaido. "I recall you were the one who visited Lord Oden's residence that day, Miao, and indeed we are. It seems fate has woven an unexpected reunion between us." Lei Ku and his companions then asked Nekomamushi whether they might enter the Mink tribe's forbidden sanctuary, and he consented. "Follow me. There's little of value there, merely an old, weathered stone. You'll likely lose interest before long." Accompanied by Nekomamushi, they entered the sanctuary, a cavernous chamber, indeed barren of remarkable features. Yet a crimson stone at the cavern's heart seized Lei Ku's attention. Though overgrown with weeds, his keen eyes instantly recognized its nature. "Impossible! This is a poneglyph, and this red stone has rested here since time immemorial," Nekomamushi remarked indifferently. "Nekomamushi, do you not know what this artifact is? And is it not simply an ordinary stone, Miao?" "Far from ordinary, it is a stone capable of igniting frenzy across the entire Grand Line. Truly unforeseen to discover it upon this very island." After securing Nekomamushi's approval, Lei Ku's crew returned to their vessel, retrieved parchment, and carefully transcribed the poneglyph's inscriptions. Lei Ku then drew Nekomamushi aside and explained the stone's gravity. Nekomamushi, you must conceal this stone at all costs. Should its presence become known, catastrophe will descend upon you without mercy. The island itself would burn in fire and ash. This stone holds incalculable weight, and hearing this, Nekomamushi grasped the peril's magnitude and pledged his assent. Rest assured I shall safeguard it well, Miao, and keep it hidden from prying eyes. Having completed the transcription, Lei Ku's crew lay awake in exhilaration, for only 4 such poneglyphs existed in the world. 2 now rested in their possession, a 3rd lay within the grasp of the Emperor Kaido, only 1 remained unlocated. Yet once all 4 crimson poneglyphs were assembled and entrusted to a scholar capable of deciphering them, the fabled rat tail would finally reveal itself. And such a scholar they already knew: Robin, who resided with the elder Colossus. Once the sole surviving scholar of Ohara, Robin possessed unparalleled mastery over ancient scripts. Interpreting this poneglyph would pose no challenge for her. At last, having exhausted their elation, the crew drifted into slumber deep in the night. For 3 days thereafter, Lei Ku's crew and the Mink tribe held grand feasts before departing Zou Island. Their expectations proved accurate. Upon descending the island, they found themselves adrift in unfamiliar waters still within the new world, yet vastly removed from their prior course. Yet Lei Ku's crew paid it little mind. Navigating these seas, familiar islands would soon reappear. Captain Lei Ku, ahead lies a colossal island. Can you identify its nation or any recorded history? No identification possible, but unrest looms. Several pirate vessels gather offshore. A nation besieged by pirates, and not merely pirates. World government warships approach as well, evidently dispatched to quell the piracy. Shall we raid both the pirates and the government fleet? Worth considering, though only 1 government vessel appears, offering scant spoils. Still, let us land and assess firsthand. Thus, Lei Ku's crew prepared to assault the world government ship, yet puzzled them was the muted intensity of gunfire, despite the convergence of 3 factions. Moreover, the government had deployed but a single warship, surely an astonishingly modest force. And meanwhile, within the kingdom's walls, a boy clad in black formal attire waged slaughter, barely 13 years old. His gaze, however, was unerringly frigid, cold as a killing machine surveying the pirates before him. And he was Rob Lucci, the government's prodigious special agent. He had just executed 500 captured royal soldiers and now eradicated the pirate band entirely when, poised to depart, his Den Mushi ran. He answered, Rob Lucci, help, are you pleading for aid? How tragically belated. And your vessel proves astonishingly impoverished. An unfamiliar voice echoed through the line. Lucci instantly realized his warship had been attacked and sprinted back without delay. Aboard the navy vessel, Lei Ku and Kroko scoured for usable provisions, only to find the ship disappointingly barren. Just as they prepared to depart, Lei Ku sensed something, an instinctive lift of his gaze toward the horizon, where a black-suited agent hurtled toward them at blinding speed. Oh! Is this the commander of those agents? Yet he appears far too young, and before Lei Ku could finish, the figure landed aboard and struck. Noting the blood staining the youth's suit, Lei Ku deduced he was no mere boy but a rigorously trained government operative. At the instant Lucci's blow seemed certain to land, Lei Ku vanished from sight, leaving Lucci startled and scanning frantically for his opponent. Then Lei Ku materialized behind him, delivering a precise, decisive strike with the edge of his hand. Lucci sensed the blow, twisting mid-turn, yet collapsed unconscious before completing the motion. For a warrior of Lei Ku's caliber, subduing even a masterfully trained government agent required but a single, flawless strike if insufficient, then 2. After a long while, Rob Lucci awoke on the ship. The opponent's attack had actually knocked him unconscious. Who could it be? Seeing the agents lying scattered across the warship and the cabin torn apart, Rob Lucci rubbed his forehead in dismay. Just then, the agents slowly regained consciousness. Spotting Rob Lucci sitting on the deck with his hand on his forehead, they assumed he had saved them. Did you drive them away, Rob Lucci? Rob Lucci did not reply, for admitting he too had been defeated would be too shameful. His invincible legend would be shattered, so he chose to feign deafness and ignore the question. His silent, calm demeanor only convinced the agents that Rob Lucci had indeed saved them, and the pirate corpses were probably thrown into the sea. Soon the agents reported Rob Lucci's deeds to their superiors. The higher-ups were very pleased with his performance and planned to appoint him as a CP9 captain. After all, Such a young and capable agent was hard to come by. He must be utilized well. Captain Rake, heading in this direction, we will reach the vicinity of Wano country before long. Let's set off. First, devise a plan to see if we can stealthily steal their poneglyph. Boom. Just then, an explosion in the distance caught Rake and his crew's attention. Rake observed the scene. It seemed a pirate ship was plundering a noble's vessel. Arrest them all. Throw the men into the dungeon. These women are good looking. Bring them to Boss Kong for a look. Yes. The pirates ignored the women's screams, and any men or guards who resisted were slaughtered. The remaining nobles in fine clothes were locked in the underground cells. Boss Kong, the women from that ship are all here top quality, all noble ladies. Haha, excellent. Bring them up, I'll examine their quality. Yes. Soon a group of beautiful women was brought forth. Though trembling at the pirate captain's reputation, one of them dared to rebuke him. You pirate, do you not know we are nobles? Capturing commoners is one thing, but daring to seize us, are you not afraid of the government's retaliation? Haha, listen to yourself. The government? Of course I'm not afraid, because I am the government. I am a warlord of the sea personally appointed by the government Mad Bull Count de Hua. And I captured you on the orders of the highest nobles in this world. Understand, little miss? Hearing this, the noblewoman's face turned pale. She had heard of the warlords, but as a noble, she did not need to fear them. But the mention of the highest nobles filled her with genuine terror. They were the rulers of this world, the celestial dragons. So you work for the celestial dragons? You lapdog. Haha, come on, they are the celestial dragons. Even the marines must obey their orders. Enough. Take the others away, and later present them to the celestial dragons. As for this bold one, I'll tame her first. How dare you? The noblewoman shouted furiously, but her noble status now meant nothing. Relax, if you behave well, I might keep you on the ship and not send you to those scum, the celestial dragons. Just as Mad Bull Count de Hua was about to have her taken away, a pirate entered to report that a pirate ship had been spotted outside. Sink them, of course. Do I need to tell you that? We are warlord of the sea. The marines have our backs when we annihilate pirates. All right, get out. Don't disturb my interrogation of this woman. Yes, Captain. The pirate rushed out of the cabin to relay the captain's orders. Boom. Countless cannonballs rained down on Rake's ship, leaving him puzzled. Had this pirate ship gone mad? Opening fire on any passing vessel without a word. What kind of person would do that? Rake deflected the cannonballs while instructing Crow to aim at the enemy ship and teach them a lesson. Crow quickly loaded and fired, his skill ensuring the cannonball struck the enemy's hull directly. The pirates wailed in agony, and the massive ship shuddered. Below deck, Mad Bull was furious. These fools were making too much noise, ruining his focus on the noblewoman. Captain, enemies are attacking. Our men can't hold on. Mad Bull stormed out of the cabin, only to find the deck littered with his subordinates' corpses. He spotted the two culprits. Rake had stopped Crow from firing further to avoid sinking the ship, as there might be civilians on board. Then Rake and Dilben boarded the enemy vessel, swiftly dispatching the outer pirates. As they prepared to finish off the rest, the main villain emerged. Who are you, daring to attack my Mad Bull pirates? Do you have a death wish? Mad Bull? Never heard of you. But let me clarify, you attacked first. We are merely retaliating. Abing, let's go. You two bastards, you've gone too far. Count de Hua, having earned his title as a warlord, possessed considerable strength. He used his ox fruit ability to transform into a giant rhinoceros. He glared furiously at Rake and Dilben. Not only had they ruined his fun, but they had also killed many of his men. Unforgivable. Rhinoceros charge. Enraged, Count de Hua charged at the two, his horn reinforced with armament Haki. Just as he expected to impale them as usual, Dilben stepped in. With his armament Haki-coated fists, he stopped the charge and, with tremendous force, lifted the massive beast high into the air. Then, he slammed it heavily onto the deck and, without giving it any time to react, relentlessly pounded its head with his Haki-infused fists. A barrage of blows left Count de Hua dazed and disoriented. Fortunately, his defenses were strong, or he would have perished under those terrifying fists. Now he was shocked. His opponent's raw power far exceeded his own. Incredible. His sheer strength surpasses even my rhinoceros form. But as a warlord of the sea, he refused to surrender. He shifted into his hybrid form, ready to engage in a deadly melee. You, smug brute, your arrogance stems only from brute strength. Then the colossal rhinoceros charged at Aben, its armament Haki-forged fist raised high. Meanwhile, Lei Ku refrained from joining the duel, instead eliminating all of the opponent's subordinates. His solitary presence sufficed as audience. Cold sweat broke out on the rhinoceros's brow. He had not anticipated that the iron-fisted warrior was not the strongest among them. The man, with a blade sheathed at his waist, proved infinitely more inscrutable. He hadn't even registered how his men had been dispatched. Demon Rhinoceros Horn Strike. Shatterbone Twin Fists. Dao Urban abandoned further delay and shattered the rhinoceros's horn outright with a dual-fisted strike. He then unleashed the flowing Sakura Haki directly into the beast's core, annihilating it utterly. Lei Ku gazed upon the fallen rhinoceros, then unceremoniously hurled its corpse into the sea. Such brazen adversaries earned no reprieve. Next, he and Dao Urban entered the enemy vessel's cabin and seized every treasure aboard. They then returned to another cabin, where a young woman lay bound on the bed, her garments disheveled. Though she struggled fiercely, her frail strength proved futile against her restraints. Lei Ku promptly freed her and prepared to depart. She stared at him in astonishment, then asked, voice trembling with hope, "Are you Marines? Have you come to rescue us?" "Young lady, I'm afraid you're mistaken. We are no Marines. Quite the contrary, we are pirates." Hearing Lei Ku's true identity, the woman recoiled in shock. "I urge you to rescue your companions imprisoned below deck without delay. Should another pirate crew arrive, you'll perish here." Having delivered those words, Lei Ku turned and left. He held no interest in lingering with strangers. Having already liberated them from pirate captivity, he deemed his duty fulfilled. "Thank you." Lei Ku waved dismissively, hoisted the plunder onto his back, and returned to his ship. The noblewoman hurriedly retrieved the sail keys from the fallen pirates and freed her comrades. After 3 days of sailing, Lei Ku and his crew finally re-entered the waters of Wano country. Familiar seas stretched before them, vast koi swimming upstream toward the distant waterfall. They successfully made landfall on Wano's shores, and remarkably, Kaido's soldiers failed to detect their arrival. Thereafter, they concealed their vessel and disembarked. "What's this? Wano has grown vastly more fortified since our last visit to the factory. It appears Kaido and Orochi have fully seized control, and yet our landing went unnoticed. Has Wano's defense truly grown so lax?" "That remains unclear, but let us proceed to Onigashima. Be prepared, this time, we may face Kaido himself." "Understood. Rest assured we are no longer who we were 3 years ago." Rather than infiltrate Onigashima head-on, a perilous, easily detected approach, they ascended its rear mountain range using Lei Ku's Devil Fruit ability. Indeed, defenses there were markedly thinner. Lei Ku's group eliminated a patrol of pirates and donned their uniforms. Half remained behind as backup, half slipped silently into Onigashima to steal the poneglyph. Their plan was meticulous, yet once inside, flaws emerged. "Hey you there! Which unit are you from? I've never seen you before." As Lei Ku's party advanced, several pirates halted them. "We're from the patrol unit. Shift change just began, so we're returning now." "Impossible. Patrol rotations never occur at this hour and your faces are unfamiliar. Who are you? Or must you be so rigid?" Lei Ku sighed, exasperated. Without hesitation, he struck, dispatching them swiftly, then incinerated their remains with his flame powers. "Mina-san, any progress? Any leads?" From the moment they breached the island, Mina had deployed her cultivated spirit insects to scour the interior. "I've located a site, though uncertain whether it houses the poneglyph. It is heavily guarded by soldiers. Let's investigate first. Perhaps the poneglyph lies hidden there." "Who are you? How dare you invade Onigashima?" The group reached the warehouse entrance Mina had identified, only to find soldiers already alerted to their presence. As the guards moved to attack, Mina unleashed the aroma-based power of her Paramishi-type devil fruit, dispersing paralytic powder before them, neutralizing them instantly. Fortunate these fools didn't draw their firearms, else our infiltration would have collapsed. They cleared the massive stone barrier blocking the warehouse door. Crow stepped forward, only for Lei Ku to abruptly shove him aside. A black blur flashed forth. A girl brandishing a compact spiked club lunged at Crow. Only Lei Ku's swift reflexes spared him injury. Yet Lei Ku deflected the blow, revealing the assailant, a young girl, barely past adolescence. "Who are you, daring to invade the beast's pirate stronghold? And who might you be, so young and yet possessing such formidable strength? Moreover, why are you imprisoned here?" I am Yamato, I am Kaido's child, destined to become the next Kozuki Oden. Her declaration left Leiku momentarily bewildered. If my memory serves, Kozuki Oden and your father Kaido were mortal enemies. How, then, could you aspire to embody Oden? You still haven't answered my question. Who are you? As you see, we are intruders, pirates from beyond Wano country. Then how do you know of Kozuki Oden? Because 3 years ago, we stood witness to his execution here, in Wano. And yet why, as Kaido's child, are you confined within these walls? And you are a girl, aren't you? I wish to become a samurai like Kozuki Oden, but father forbids it, so he locked me away. Still, even imprisoned, I hold reason to strike against invaders like you. Oh, you're quite peculiar, yearning to emulate Kozuki Oden, yet defending Kaido's fortress. Little one, you're torn between loyalties. Clarify your allegiance before confronting us. Let's go, this place holds nothing we seek. The girl fell silent, compelled, despite herself, to acknowledge the truth in his words. A question of allegiance now weighed upon her. Where did she truly belong? Wait, you cannot leave yet. Leiku turned, regarding the conflicted girl with quiet intensity. Why? Have you decided? Will you stand aside as a samurai or oppose us as Kaido's child? Are you villains, and neither heroes nor villains, just ordinary pirates? Then Leiku, seeing that the other had nothing more to say, turned to leave, but before departing, he unlocked Daikoku's chains. Don't follow us. Once the fighting starts, we won't be able to protect you, and I'm not afraid. I'm a samurai, and your appearance reminds me of a friend, a great elder from Wano country. He, too, was a samurai, and are you searching for the Crimson Stone? And how did you know? And because countless invaders who stormed Onigashima sought it, yet all were slain. I can help you find it if you take me out to sea. The life upon the open ocean, as recorded in the Kozuki Oden diary, holds irresistible allure. No, you're still too young. Perhaps I'll reconsider once you've grown, and then we'll continue our search alone. Though Daikoku wore an expression of bitter resentment, she nonetheless revealed to Leiku and his crew the likely locations where the poneglyphs might be hidden. And truly a daughter worthy of Kaido, though Kaido himself makes a rather poor father. To imprison his own daughter. Yet before departing, Leiku gently drew Daikoku close and spoke with solemn sincerity. Though you are still young, remember this. No matter how deeply you admire someone, never seek to become them. You may learn their virtues, but each soul stands sovereign, distinct and irreplaceable. Farewell, Daikoku. And guided by her directions, Leiku and his crew at last reached the heavily guarded treasure vault and successfully infiltrated it. Moreover, they learned from the guards that Kaido had departed Onigashima with his 3 disasters, a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Perhaps even Kaido himself never imagined that anyone would dare invade Onigashima at this very moment to steal the ancient poneglyphs. And with effortless efficiency, they subdued the guards and finally laid eyes upon the 3rd poneglyph. They swiftly made robins of the inscribed stone, then fled the vault moments before reinforcements arrived, hastening toward the rear coast of Wano country to escape. Yet their intrusion had already been detected by Kaido the moment they breached the vault, enraging him beyond measure. Instantly, he ordered Enryo Jinbe to assume command while he raced back to Wano country, determined to annihilate the contemptible thieves. Thus both sides raced against time, yet Leiku's advantage lay in Kaido's ignorance of their landing site. By the time they reached their ship, they had already left Kaido's crew far behind. And full speed ahead away from Wano country. I, Captain, never imagined our luck would hold so well. The beast's pirates' elite warriors were all absent. Truly fortunate. Yet scarcely had they sailed when Leiku's brow furrowed. And high above, a colossal dragon descended in pursuit, closing in fast. There could be no doubt, the pursuer was Kaido, captain of the beast's pirates and emperor of the sea. And so our luck wasn't quite so generous after all. The worst fear has come to pass. From the moment he received the call, Kaido had surged back across the skies, riding the clouds themselves. Rather than returning directly to Onigashima, he first patrolled the surrounding seas and soon spotted a pirate vessel behaving with unmistakable suspicion. Acting on his ruthless principle, better to kill the innocent than let a single enemy slip away, he gave chase without hesitation. Yet Leiku's crew did not flee immediately. Instead, they accelerated toward the outer waters of Wano country, knowing that if Kaido's reinforcements arrived, battle would turn desperate. After half an hour of relentless pursuit, they reached a small island beyond Wano's shores and prepared to confront Kaido. Kaido himself was baffled. How could his unmatched aerial speed fail to overtake a mere pirate ship? And the truth lay in Lei Ku's use of flame to propel the vessel during their inevitable confrontation. Heat breath, and from the dragon's maw erupted searing fire, surging toward Lei Ku's ship. In the next instant, Lei Ku transformed his body swelling into a 200-meter avian colossus, absorbing the infernal whole. Kaido's eyes narrowed in sudden recognition. He knew that devil fruit well. And so it's you surviving by sheer chance 3 years ago, yet daring to storm my Onigashima once more. Redbird Lei Ku, isn't that right? And indeed, Kaido. It's been a long time. I never imagined our reunion would unfold like this. This time differs from the last. You will die here, with no second chance. And that mercy I granted you before shall never be repeated. The same words apply to you. I am no longer the man I was 3 years ago. We now stand nearly equal, and then let us test that claim. Wind Blade, and Kaido unleashed a torrent of monstrous wind blades, countless razor-edged slashes converging upon Lei Ku. And blazing art, fire sparrows. From Lei Ku's form burst countless flames, coalescing into crimson birds that soared headlong into the gale blades. And the two titanic forces collided and dissolved entirely into the heavens. Even Kaido faltered, astonished that his wind blades had been halted. And but only for a heartbeat, he swiftly recovered, driving his massive frame forward to rend Lei Ku apart with tooth and claw. Yet Lei Ku's body possessed a unique duality, shifting seamlessly between flame and flesh. Though Kaido lunged and bit down, his jaws closed only on roaring fire, yielding no substance, no resistance. Frustration mounted 3 years prior. Lei Ku's beast form had been smaller, vulnerable. Now he proved infuriatingly elusive. Could his devil fruit have fully awakened? Without further delay, Kaido assumed his ultimate form, the human-beast hybrid, and landed upon the island. And Lei Ku met him unflinchingly in the same form, a reckoning 3 years in the making. Lei Ku's comrades stood steadfast behind him, ready to intervene at any moment, for facing an emperor alone was folly. And they would not leave this battle to him alone. Thunderbolt Age trigrams, and Kaido struck first, swinging his massive iron club as lightning gathered within its grooves. Divine Flame, Great Varokana, and Lei Ku drew his blade, flames erupting into endless, incandescent slashes. And both warriors radiated Conqueror's Haki. Their cataclysmic clash sent trees toppling outward across the island. Such power rent the sky itself asunder. And 3 years had forged Lei Ku into Kaido's equal, no longer inferior. Kaido, we are stronger now than we were 3 years ago. I never imagined your Conqueror's Haki coating would reach such a level. But you'll still die here. With that, Kaido swung his massive spiked club toward Lei Ku, who retaliated with a slash of his blade. Both combatants had advanced their armament Haki to the flowery Sakura stage, so most of their blows were exchanged from a distance. What astonished Kaido even more was his inability to predict Lei Ku's future. In other words, his opponent had also mastered the other aspect of observation Haki, the ability to nullify future sight. If that were the case, their battle would devolve into the most primal form of combat, a contest of who could endure longer with their Haki and stamina. Diamond Bullet. A devastating attack surged forth at incredible speed. Lei Ku, however, did not stay idle. He swiftly conjured Divine Fire to defend. The mighty flames engulfed the entire battlefield, intercepting the attack and dispersing its force in all directions. Cyclone Tempest. A powerful tornado rose from the ground, its terrifying force tearing trees apart. Divine Fire, Flame Tornado. Lei Ku responded in kind, releasing a fiery whirlwind to counter the attack. Yet the tornado was merely Kaido's feint, concealing his true offensive intent in the shadows. Three Realms, Descent to Hell. Taking advantage of the moment Lei Ku unleashed his flame tornado, Kaido delivered an overwhelming strike. Although Lei Ku maintained his observation Haki at all times, Kaido had clearly taken precautions. Lei Ku could not discern any glimpse of his opponent's future. In battles between top-tier combatants, such minute details often decide the outcome. The monstrous force struck Lei Ku's body directly. In that split second, he released all the divine fire within him to construct a barrier. He barely managed to block Kaido's blow, avoiding unconsciousness, but blood streamed from his forehead. I have to admit, though my Haki and Devil Fruit abilities can match Kaido's, I'm still lacking in combat technique. His comrades wanted to help him, but they could not intervene immediately, as the two were locked in a critical moment of battle. Divine Fire, Great Path. Lei Ku spread his flames across the entire island, absorbing its life force to heal his wounds and restore stamina. The next second, he charged at Kaido, intent on leveraging his Devil Fruit's advantage to finish his foe. Divine Fire, Wolf Hunt. Thunder Bagua. The two exchanged blows continuously. Although neither could predict the other's movements, Kaido now found himself trapped in an endless sea of fire. While the flames could not harm a creature like Kaido, they allowed Lei Ku to perceive his opponent's actions with subtle precision. Divine Fire, Heavenly Punishment. Lei Ku's strike cleaved into Kaido's chest, inflicting considerable damage. Yet Kaido retaliated instantly upon being hit. Kundali, Dragon Swarm. Kaido spun his entire body, his club strikes becoming a dizzying blur. Lei Ku evaded the assault with his superior speed. In less than 20 minutes, the two had clashed dozens of times, though Lei Ku's flames were draining the island's vitality. His recovery clearly could not keep pace with his consumption. Kaido, despite his overwhelming power, was also showing rare signs of fatigue. It was not surprising, considering he was not at full strength, having rushed back from a mission at full speed. Then pursued Lei Ku's ship through Onigashima, and finally engaged in dozens of rounds of combat. Now Kaido took out his gourd of Soko, preparing to finish Lei Ku in his most chaotic state. Drunken Dragon Mode. After drinking, Kaido staggered as if he could barely stand. Yet Lei Ku dared not let his guard down. He still remembered how Kaido had nearly taken his life once while drunk. In this state, Kaido's combat prowess had not diminished but had instead multiplied several times. His eyes took on the predatory gleam of a beast hunting its prey. His dragon scales grew denser, making him more feral. Roaring Thunder Bagua. The swaying Kaido instantly appeared before Lei Ku, but Lei Ku was prepared. Divine Fire, Sky-Splitting Slash. Both unleashed their strikes, and both landed. Lei Ku was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the island. Kaido was also thrown backward, a massive gash carved across his chest. Lei Ku rose swiftly, erupting with immense power as he charged forward. Blood still flowed from his forehead, but this was no time to care about wounds. Divine Fire, Blazing Sun Emperor. Dai Vida, Thunder Bagua. After unleashing these attacks, both collapsed simultaneously, their bodies battered by each other's blows. Lei Ku's flames had drained the island of all life. The flames gradually returned to his body. The intensity of this high-level battle had drained both Haki and stamina to an extreme. Lei Ku was already struggling to keep up, while Kaido was not faring much better. I never thought, in just 3 years, you'd reach the combat power of an emperor. Truly astonishing. But it seems your stamina is running out. This battle is mine. Not necessarily, Kaido. You forgot I'm not alone here. With that, Lei Ku reverted from his hybrid form, and his comrades stepped forward. Kaido's gaze sharpened, but as a strong warrior, he did not fear this group. He then engaged Lei Ku's companions. Kaido's might was undeniable. Mina's Devil Fruit ability had no effect on him. The next moment, his club came crashing down, but it was blocked by Dobin's Iron Fist. Dolman quickly followed up with damage. Though Kaido was formidable, he was too exhausted to mount a proper defense. Yet his counterattacks remained fierce. After several exchanges, Lei Ku's comrades were all wounded to varying degrees. Lei Ku, meanwhile, had not been idle. After recovering some stamina, he transformed into a gigantic flaming vermilion bird and soared into the sky. Divine Fire, Meteor Shower. With the last of his strength, he directed countless meteors toward Kaido's position. Kaido, however, did not sit idly. He transformed into his dragon form, flying into the sky, his body blazing red. Flame Torch. Lei Ku ordered his comrades to evacuate. Regardless of the outcome, they had to leave this place. Countless devastating meteors rained down on Kaido. Both Lei Ku's attack and Kaido's defense contained immense heat. One possessed formidable defensive power, the other was a barrage of descending impact, wave after wave. The entire island was obliterated under such overwhelming force. Lei Ku slowly descended onto the ship, and the crew sailed away. After a long while, a man drenched in blood rose from the broken, dilapidated rocks of the small island. He gazed at the island that had been shattered by a meteorite, then spoke slowly. Red Bird Lei Ku, I remember you. The next time we cross blades, I will make sure you die by my hand. Aboard the blazing Firebird, Lei Ku and his crew were also bandaging their wounds. It must be said that Kaido's strength was still formidable. However, though Lei Ku was in a sorry state at the moment, he had already managed to fight his opponent to a draw. One could say he now possessed combat prowess on the level of an emperor of the sea. Yet a monster like Kaido still held the advantage in battle experience, a gap that could only be closed through the accumulation of time. But where is the last road poneglyph? I can only rely on luck to search for it, since so many pirates across this vast sea have never encountered one. At this time, on the seas of the New World, the celestial dragons were behaving with extreme arrogance. They ordered their subordinate CP organization and various ordinary pirate crews to hunt slaves for them. All the slaves were sent to the Holy Land of Molichua. The people were filled with rage, but there was nothing they could do. Even the Marines had no authority to meddle in the affairs of the celestial dragons, and the world fell into even greater chaos. Meanwhile, in the East Blue, the red-hair pirates invited the renowned sniper Yasusu Bu to join them and set sail for the New World. 3 months later, Lei Ku's crew was navigating a stretch of sea in the New World, but their luck seemed to be running thin. Captain Lei Ku, there appeared to be Marine ships ahead. Lei Ku looked up and saw quite a few warships, 5 Marine vessels and 1 world government ship. Looks like there's someone important aboard. Should we attack, Captain? Of course. We absolutely have to plunder that world government ship. Boom! Lei Ku and his crew launched the first strike, firing cannons at the Marine warships. Report to Vice Admiral Kalyo, it's the Redbird Pirates. Judging by their modus operandi, they are most likely targeting the government vessel. Inform Fleet Admiral Zhangguo to come reinforce us. We cannot let them disturb the Celestial Dragon Lord on board. That damned Redbird Captain, Lei Ku, has personally killed a Celestial Dragon before. Understood. On the world government ship, a Celestial Dragon was admiring the slaves he had captured, this time more than 30 in total. Besides strong male slaves and beautiful female slaves, there were also rare fishmen. Haha, now I can go back and show them off properly. Just then, a Marine Rear Admiral entered. Celestial Dragon Lord, a pirate crew is attacking our fleet. Please take shelter. How dare you? Are you ordering me? Those mere pirates, I'll have them all brought here as my slaves. This hole isn't big enough anyway. Celestial Dragon Lord, please, I implore you. This enemy is no ordinary foe. It's the Redbird Lei Ku, with a bounty of 6 billion berries. 6 billion. So valuable. Then I must have him even more. I'll make him my slave. He has killed a celestial dragon before, and he escaped from an admiral. His strength is unfathomable. You should still take cover. Upon hearing that this man had killed one of his own kind, the celestial dragon immediately abandoned the idea of making him a slave. Instead, he frantically urged the Marines to leave this place at once and get far away from him. The Marines certainly wanted to, but their opponent was too strong, and they had already lost 2 warships. I wonder if we can hold out until the Admiral arrives. Vice Admiral Kalyo, judging by their style, they're definitely after the Celestial Dragon. We're about to collapse. What do you think? No. If anything happens to the Celestial Dragon, we won't have a good ending either. Try to delay them as much as possible, and hold out until the Admiral gets here. Damn it, why did we have to run into this bastard? There must be a big shot on that ship, a Marine Vice Admiral with 5 warships as escort. Then Lei Ku made his move. A mass of flame appeared behind him, instantly splitting into a swarm of flaming birds. Fire Sparrow Swarm. Lei Ku stood atop the flock of firebirds and charged straight toward the Marine warships. He's coming. Open fire. Take him down. But before the Marines could pull their triggers, they were engulfed by the flaming sparrows. Lei Ku then captured one of the Marine warships with ease. Without pausing, Lei Ku made a huge leap and landed on the government ship. 2 Marine warships immediately dispatched soldiers to rush over. Protect the Celestial Dragon Lord. So that's why the security is so tight. Lei Ku slashed his way through, burst into the cabin, and finally found the Celestial Dragon cowering in a corner. The Celestial Dragon was trembling all over, not daring to look at Lei Ku. The instant Lei Ku reached out to grab him, the flintlock pistol in his hand slid and clattered to the floor. The Celestial Dragon tried to retrieve it, but Lei Ku was quicker and picked it up, then held it out to him. Here, take it. The Celestial Dragon reached for the gun, but Lei Ku pulled it back. I give it to you, and you actually dare to take it. Bam! The Celestial Dragon died in his own room. The Marines who came rushing in saw this and no longer dared to stop Lei Ku, reluctantly letting him leave. After Lei Ku returned to his ship and recounted the incident with the Celestial Dragon, the crew shook their heads and prepared to sail away. After all, killing a Celestial Dragon would invite pursuit by a Marine Admiral. But fortune did not favor them. Having received the report, Fleet Admiral Zhang Guo sailed directly toward them. Though he had no desire to protect the celestial dragons, it was his duty as an admiral, and he had no choice. Red Bird Lei Ku, you have quite the nerve to attack a government ship. Zhang Guo immediately activated his Devil Fruit ability, transforming into a colossal Buddha statue, and slammed his palm toward Lei Ku's ship. Lei Ku did not back down. He used his own ability, assuming a hybrid beast form to block the attack. The shockwave certainly carried some force, but Lei Ku neutralized it with the divine flame power within his body. However, to Lei Ku's surprise, Zhang Guo only struck once and then stopped, instead heading toward the previous battlefield. Seeing this, Lei Ku deactivated his ability and sailed away. Fleet Admiral Zhang Guo, why did you let him go? Our forces are insufficient. We may not be able to capture him. And right now, the priority is to check on the condition of the wounded. But there was another reason Zhang Guo avoided a prolonged fight. Over the past 2 years, the celestial dragons had grown increasingly arrogant. Relying on the Marines' backing, they even began plundering innocent civilians, and casual murder had become commonplace. The death of such scum actually helped stabilize the world. 2 years later, in the year 1507 of the Marine calendar, Lei Ku and his crew had scoured the New World for 2 years in search of the final poneglyph but remained utterly without a trace. Over those 2 years, they had clashed repeatedly with numerous factions and the Marines, sinking countless government warships. The world government, powerless to stop them, could only raise their bounties ever higher. Lei Ku, the Crimson Bird bounty, 3.2 billion berries. Dorman, the Quick Draw bounty, 1.2 billion berries. Dalban, the Iron Fist bounty, 1 billion berries. Mina, the Black Rose bounty, 890 million berries. Chiao, the Navigator bounty, 680 million berries. Ling, the Sniper bounty, 580 million berries. Crow, the Artilleryman bounty, 380 million berries. Heish, the Physician bounty, 180 million berries. Quapil Duck, the Pet bounty, 100,000 berries. Their combined bounty now neared 80 billion berries, surpassing even Imperial tier rewards, despite lacking the sheer scale of influence wielded by the 4 emperors. In recent years, many pirates had sought to join Lei Ku's crew, but everyone was turned away. Their voyage had never been about dominion or conquest. It was born solely of the unshackled desire to sail freely across the Grand Line. Yet a new member had recently joined their ship, Kana. A year prior, when tavern owner Gotti fell gravely ill, Lei Ku and his crew returned to the East Blue to visit him. On his deathbed, Gotti entrusted his daughter Kana to Lei Ku and bequeathed to him the fruits of his entire life's labor. Amidst the blessings of their comrades, Lei Ku and Kana wed and laid Gotti to rest beside the grave of Lei Ku's own father. Over a year has since passed and Kana now carries their child. Given this, Lei Ku resolved to suspend their voyage temporarily and seek a suitable island somewhere along the Grand Line. His crew readily agreed. Indeed, by this time next year, they would have sailed the seas for a full decade. During that span, they had faced every peril and witnessed every wonder imaginable. Now, at last, it was time to rest. Captain Lei Ku, look. A pirate ship over there. Can you identify which crew it is? No, it appears to be a newly formed pirate group. Lei Ku gazed curiously into the distance. Given their notoriety, no new crew would dare approach them so brazenly, least of all for provocation. Yet as the vessel drew nearer, his expression shifted from weary tension to genuine delight, for it was none other than his old friend, the fishman Fisher Tiger. Brother Tiger, I never imagined it would be you, so this is your son pirates. Indeed, though my crew remains small, and the crew itself is still taking shape. Have no doubt, Brother Tiger, their day will come. Lei Ku then invited Tiger and his fisherman companions aboard, and the sight of Tiger standing shoulder to shoulder with humans left the fisherman utterly astounded. What an extraordinary coincidence to meet here. Brother Lei Ku, this is no coincidence. I came specifically to find you. What's happened? I ask you to help me ascend the Red Line to Mary Giles itself and liberate my king, imprisoned there. I know well enough what you speak of. The celestial dragon's abductions are no fleeting scandal. But is there something troubling you, Brother Lei Ku? Helping you reach the Red Line is possible, but I must first attend to urgent matters of my own. You'll need to wait for me a while longer. Hearing Lei Ku's refusal was not outright but conditional, Tiger dropped to his knees, overcome with emotion. To this human who had saved his life, he had already pledged his deepest loyalty. Lei Ku's crew then departed, asking Tiger and his men to await them on a nearby island until he completed his task. Captain Tiger, can you truly trust a human? What if he betrays us? Before he could finish, Tiger silenced him. None would betray me, but Lei Ku never would. You do not yet know the man he is. He has slain several celestial dragons with his own hands, and even admirals stand powerless before him. That is why I sought him out. For his power allows him to soar high above the red line. His fisherman crew stared in stunned silence. This human had dared kill celestial dragons. Who, then, was he truly? Meanwhile, Lei Ku's crew wished to accompany him, but he refused. The celestial dragon's stronghold was too perilous. One misstep could prove fatal, and his wife Kana now carried their child. He needed a secure island and the unwavering vigilance of his most trusted comrades. His crew ultimately acquiesced. Lei Ku gently reassured a worried Kana, and together, they began searching for the perfect island. They settled upon a primordial island nestled deep within the calm belt teeming with ferocious beasts. Nearest to it lay the legendary all-female kingdom, Amazon Lily. They anchored their ship inland and constructed simple, livable dwellings. Though monstrous predators roamed the land, they posed no true threat. To the eyes of Lei Ku and his crew, those beasts were nothing more than fresh provisions. Then, bidding farewell to his companions, Lei Ku soared into the sky to reunite with brother Tiger. On the other side, Tiger waited in mounting anxiety. Each passing day heightened the peril facing his imprisoned king. 5 days had already elapsed, and still, no sign of brother Lei Ku's return. Suddenly, a vast shadow swept overhead, the unmistakable silhouette of Lei Ku. He deactivated his fruit's power and descended gently onto the deck. Seeing Lei Ku arrive, Tiger's face lit with profound relief, and without hesitation, they set course for Mary Giles. Yet near their destination, Lei Ku ordered them to halt. The closer they drew, the greater the risk of detection. Under cover of night, he transformed into a colossal avian form, extinguished the flames within his body, and carried Tiger skyward. Under the shroud of darkness, they ascended the red line bound for Mary Giles. With night's veil thick and his fire quenched, not a single marine warship patrolling the waters below sensed their passage. As Lei Ku soared over the red line, they finally arrived at the celestial dragon sanctum. Rather than rushing inward, they paused, surveying the perimeter with quiet precision. They swiftly dispatched 2 patrolling guards and donned their uniforms to slip inside unseen. Within, the celestial dragons remained blissfully unaware of impending doom, distracted by slave girls dancing and singing, or watching powerful slaves battle one another for sport. To them, slaves were less than insects, mere playthings, disposable and insignificant. After entering the Holy Land Mary Giles, the 2 stealthily made their way to a celestial dragon's mansion and slipped inside. Elder brother, how are my female slaves' dances? Not bad, especially that one. She dances well and has a fine figure. I've grown tired of these few. Take them tonight, elder brother. I'll go capture some more slaves later. It's a pity there are no mermaids among this batch. I'd love to appreciate one. I heard the last one caught died within 3 days. What a shame. An hour later, the 2 celestial dragons prepared to return to their mansion. Each selected 2 female slaves, while the rest were taken to the cells by the guards. Lei Ku exchanged a glance with Taigu, who immediately followed. Lei Ku, meanwhile, followed the remaining guards and closed the mansion's doors. Then Lei Ku struck without warning, swiftly eliminating several guards and carefully moving their bodies aside. Sneaking deeper into the mansion, he encountered guards stationed here and there, but their long years of ease had dulled their vigilance. Lei Ku moved with blinding speed, cutting them down before they could react. Inside the room, the celestial dragon remained oblivious, still commanding a female slave to wipe his body. Celestial dragon Salma, excuse me, I have a matter to report. What could be so important at this hour? You useless fools always coming to me with everything. Come in. Yes. Lei Ku then barged in with his blade drawn, leaving the celestial dragon dumbfounded. What's the meaning of this? An assassin? Lei Ku truly felt no fondness for this celestial dragon. Even on the verge of death, he could still be this foolish. Yes, an assassin. That would be me. The next second, a single thrust of his sword sent the celestial dragon to the afterlife. SHH. Lei Ku made a gesture, and the 2 slave girls nodded weakly. Then Lei Ku used Ryo, advanced armament Haki, to break their chains and asked if they knew the location of the dungeon. The 2 slaves nodded. Take me there. Soon, Lei Ku followed the 2 slaves to the underground prison, though it was only one of the celestial dragon's many dungeons. Lei Ku disposed of the guards below, then opened the cell doors and told the slaves to follow him. After escaping the celestial dragon's mansion, he saw Big Brother Taigo emerging from a dungeon as well. Lei Ku, These dozens of slaves are just a small portion, not all of them. The real slave prison is in the center of the Holy Land. Let's first free the slaves held in these outer mansions, then find a way to the center. Thus, after more than an hour of relentless work, Lei Ku and Tai Gu had slain 7 celestial dragons and freed several hundred slaves. They then instructed the freed slaves to hide outside while they rescued more. Next, the two infiltrated the center of the Holy Land, first breaking into a celestial dragon's mansion and eliminating the guards. Slap! 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 Lei Ku struck the celestial dragon's face repeatedly, demanding to know the location of the central prison. This celestial dragon, having never faced such treatment, trembled in fear and hastily pointed away. Soon, the three arrived at the central prison, where a large number of guards stood watch, but the number of slaves was even greater. Lei Ku then finished off the celestial dragon and began discussing a plan with Tai Gu. There are too many slaves here. The two of us alone cannot lead them all out. We must find another way. After a moment of thought, Lei Ku spoke slowly. Here's the plan, big brother Tai Gu. Take the newly freed slaves and seize the celestial dragon's teleportation device. I'll release the thousands of slaves here. Then we'll seize a government ship. Let fate decide how many can escape. That's the only way. They split up. Lei Ku watched Taiji's figure disappear into the distance, then disguised himself as a guard and blended in. Lei Ku made a rough estimate there were several hundred guards here. Eliminating them all at once would be troublesome. He had no choice but to think of another approach. Flock of fire sparrows. Lei Ku summoned a swarm of small flame birds, setting multiple fires around the area. The guards scrambled to put out the flames, while Lei Ku kept his eyes on the squad leaders. They held the keys to the slaves' chains. In the chaos, he took them down, then began unlocking the cells. But by the time he opened the third cell, a guard noticed something amiss. Hey, what are you doing? I'm afraid the fire will burn these prisoners. The celestial dragon Salma will be furious. No need. These little flames are nothing, they'll be out soon. Ignore them. And now? Lei Ku then unleashed a massive surge of flames, instantly turning the entire prison into a sea of fire. The terrified guards fled in panic. They failed to notice that the flames were completely harmless, possessing only the appearance of fire. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lei Ku unlocked the cells one by one. Finding it too slow, he switched to slashing the locks with his blade. After some time, he finally freed all the slaves and led them charging out. By then, the guards outside had realized something was wrong and tried to stop him, but Lei Ku had already made preparations. He ignited all the hidden flames scattered throughout the Holy Land. In an instant, fire blazed everywhere. The guards had no time to deal with Lei Ku and the others, rushing instead to save their celestial dragon masters. Thus Lei Ku led the slaves toward the celestial dragon's teleportation device. Although some guards attempted to block them along the way, Lei Ku swiftly dispatched them. When Lei Ku reached the teleportation device, Tai Gu had already seized control. Though there had been some casualties, the outcome was favorable. Hurry! Tai Gu led the slaves down first to seize ships, while Lei Ku had to add more fuel to the fire, otherwise, the celestial dragons would soon be able to pursue them. Lei Ku transformed into a colossal firebird, raining down countless meteor-like fireballs upon the Holy Land Mary Giles. The entire city blazed with towering flames, rubble strewn everywhere, and celestial dragons perished like weeds. Inside the Pangea castle, the 5 Gorosei sat with grim expressions. They had never expected anyone to break in on this night. They had already dispatched numerous guards to deal with the matter. They had also notified the nearby Navy and Marine headquarters for reinforcements. Yet the sovereign seated on the throne was not satisfied, and ordered the Gorosei themselves to join the battle and eliminate the troublemaker. The 5 Gorosei mobilized in full force. Garling, notify the Holy Knights to join us. I'm Salma. The Holy Knights exist to protect your safety. Please rescind the order. Do as I say. Yes, sir. Lei Ku then prepared to return to the underside of the Red Line, coordinating with Brother Tiger to contest the Navy's warships. Although the number of Navy soldiers was considerable, the sudden appearance of this large group of slaves caught them off guard. You are Fisher Tiger of the Fishman race. Humph, the Navy knows too much. Yet, 5 colossal black magic circles emerged in the Holy Land Mary Giles, accompanied by powerful black lightning. Whoa, no way, are there figures of this caliber? We must stop them here, or Brother Tiger and these slaves will be doomed. Lei Ku flew toward the black lightning, but at that moment, a dangerous sensation arose from beneath the ground. He cautiously inspected the area. A giant sandworm burst from the earth, its terrifying size sending chills down one's spine. However, Lei Ku was prepared. He used his massive claws to lift the creature high into the sky, then dropped it like an eagle playing with a snake. As it crashed heavily, the entire Holy Land shook violently. Fortunately, chaos reigned, and no one paid attention to this incident. That Saturn saint is far too reckless. This is the Holy Land Mary Giles. If Soma is disturbed, we'll all be buried with him. The speaker was none other than Venus' natural saint. Mars, this fellow is the great pirate firebird Lei Ku. He shares your aerial affinity, so he's yours to handle. Rest assured, an ant like him will be dealt with swiftly. Meanwhile, Lei Ku was observing the fallen giant sandworm. Though it had been shattered into several pieces, it had already begun to regenerate. What's going on? Is it the effect of his devil fruit? Regenerating so fast? Lei Ku wondered. Just then, he narrowed his eyes as a massive creature hurtled toward him. It was a giant bird with a serpentine tail. It spewed black flames at Lei Ku, who retaliated in kind. Two mighty streams of fire clashed high in the sky. Then the creature began emitting sonic attacks from its mouth, forcing Lei Ku to dodge continuously. Lei Ku unleashed his divine flame and charged at the beast, engaging in a fierce struggle. Though the creature was monstrous, Lei Ku overpowered it in strength. After one blow, the creature plummeted from the sky, but during its descent, it wrapped its tail tightly around Lei Ku. Despite Lei Ku's relentless attacks, the creature was determined to drag him to the ground. Yet at the moment of impact, Lei Ku burst forth with power, stomping the creature fiercely into the earth. Like a huge waterfall crashing down, it lay motionless. But the next scene astonished Lei Ku. The creature began to regenerate at a visible rate. Just as Lei Ku prepared to finish it, he found himself unable to move. He quickly pinpointed the cause. A spider monster hidden in the shadows, followed by a colossal boar-like creature emerging from behind him. It slammed Lei Ku with tremendous force. Were it not for his armament Haki and divine flame protection, that blow would have cost him dearly. Before he could recover, a chilling presence arose behind him. Lei Ku instantly switched to his hybrid form, drawing his blade to face the enemy. A sword-wielding skeleton horse creature charged, its blade infused with a piercing cold. Had it not been for his divine flame, Lei Ku might have been frozen solid. Lei Ku glared coldly at the 5 monsters. Where did these 5 freaks come from? I've never heard of the Navy having such characters. And what are they made of? Their regeneration is absurd. Who are you? An insignificant ant, and you don't even know us. We are the highest authority in the world, the 5 elders. Lei Ku cursed under his breath. Damn it. I thought the 5 elders were just desk jockeys, but they're actually this formidable. Yet Lei Ku showed no fear. Instead, he launched an attack. Though they recovered rapidly, perhaps if he struck fast enough, he could overcome them. As Lei Ku moved, Saturn tried to immobilize him again, but Lei Ku wouldn't fall for it a second time. Using extreme speed, he evaded the enemy's gaze, then flashed behind Saturn and delivered a heavy slash. The powerful flowery armament Haki cleaved the giant spider in two, after which Lei Ku immediately guarded his rear. The skeleton horse had already lunged with its long blade, a master swordsman. Their flowery armament clashed fiercely. Lei Ku swiftly retreated, for the massive boar monster was charging at him. Though he unleashed several slashes, they failed to harm it in the slightest. What is this thing made of? Is it a special race like King? No, it doesn't have King's protective flames. Before Lei Ku could ponder further, a terrifying maw erupted from the ground and swallowed him whole. Divine flame, sky-splitting slash. Lei Ku unleashed a devastating strike, bursting out from the creature's belly. He looked into the distance. The giant spider he had bisected was already restored, and the massive sandworm below was regenerating as well. Are they immortal? Though Lei Ku's own abilities could achieve similar effects, that relied on absorbing life force from the surroundings. But these creatures regenerated without absorbing any life force, staring at him coldly like undying monsters. Then I'll try again. Lei Ku charged at them with incredible speed, yet the monsters paid him no heed. And, you cannot kill us. Divine flame, hell. This strike, imbued with Conqueror's Haki, struck Saturn fiercely, severing his head. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki suppressed Saturn's monstrous transformation ability. It works. Though it can't completely stop their regeneration, I can clearly see it slowing down. With the technique in hand, Lei Ku could handle them. First, he used flight to sever the head of the pursuing Mars bird. Thanks to Conqueror's Haki, Saturn hadn't fully recovered when Mars fell. Then Mercury Fengshi and Jupiter Sandworm attacked together. Lei Ku used his flames to create a decoy of himself, causing the Sandworm to swallow Mercury. Finally, he faced the skeleton horse Venus. Though the enemy's swordsmanship was formidable, Lei Ku's strength and aerial advantage allowed him to blast the creature away. Yet even with their regeneration slowed, the monsters remained in an undying state. However, Lei Ku had no intention of continuing the fight. He had bought enough time. It was time to leave. Yet just as Lei Ku prepared to depart, figures emerged from all directions. Their sudden appearance startled the 5 elders, who gazed at their leader and demanded, "How did you come to be here? Do not ask me, it is the will of that lord." And I had not expected this man to prove so formidable. With your combined strength, you still failed to subdue him. Divine Knight Order eliminated him. Lei Ku sensed at once that these newcomers were exceptionally powerful peerless masters in their own right. Their leader's cultivation level appeared nearly equal to his own. Truly astonishing, within this seemingly unassuming Marijoa lay hidden tigers and dragons. Even without the Navy's intervention, such overwhelming martial prowess existed. Lei Ku soon clashed with the Divine Knight Order. Each wore black hoods, wielded peerless skill, and fought with seamless coordination. His sword strikes were jointly neutralized, and having just exhausted himself battling the 5 elders, prolonged combat would surely turn against him. Yet it was clear these divine knights would not let him slip away so easily. Lei Ku evaded relentlessly. Their attacks were fierce, their numbers considerable, and each fighter matched the caliber of an elite Marine Rear Admiral. No, I cannot sustain this. My stamina is dwindling, they cling too tightly. Divine Flame Grand Dao. From Lei Ku's center surged a torrent of blazing fire, engulfing the Holy Land in an inferno. Yet in the next instant, the flames recoiled into his body, replenishing his vitality and restoring him to peak condition. Now then, I can truly play with you properly. The 5 elders and Garen Saint watched, stunned. This man's Devil Fruit ability proved far more extraordinary than anticipated. Wolf Hunt. One strike felled a divine knight, but his comrades showed no emotion, utterly indifferent to their fallen comrade. Lei Ku parried their coordinated assault, then unleashed armament Haki, sending several knights flying. At that very moment, Garen Saint and the 5 elders previously holding back moved to join the fray. They intended swift annihilation to eradicate Lei Ku entirely and appease a certain individual's wrath. Yet Lei Ku could not evade. He remained locked in their unblinking gaze, trapped upon this sacred ground. Like relentless flies, they pursued him without pause. Even after losing numerous comrades, nothing slowed their advance. Divine Flame Great Virokana. A single slash struck down 3 divine knights, extinguishing their lives instantly. At that instant, Mars's sonic assault surged toward Lei Ku indiscriminate, heedless of the divine knights engaged with him. Lei Ku evaded using observation Haki, but Satan seized the opening to unleash a corrosive venom attack. Fire Balloon. Lei Ku enveloped the venom in flame and hurled it directly at the knight confronting him, reducing the man instantly to a pool of crimson sludge. As 5 elders, might you observe basic decorum. Garen Saint, who had stood motionless until now, drew his blade and lunged forward. The sheer force of his Haki-infused slash was immense, yet Lei Ku had never taken his eyes off him. Divine Flame Coiling Serpent. A vortex of searing flame rose up, deflecting the blow outright. Indeed, his opponent's strength was formidable. In the next breath, he joined forces with Venus Mako for a simultaneous dual assault. Hardly had Lei Ku repelled Mako when the other's blade slashed forth, inflicting grievous damage. Then Mercury Fengshi seized the perfect opening and launched him skyward with crushing force. The impact threatened to rupture his stomach truly. One wondered what this colossal wild boar had eaten to grow so monstrously strong. Divine Flame Phantom Butterfly. Lei Ku instantly manifested 3 flawless duplicates, 4 figures in total, scattering in divergent directions. Since each clone radiated identical spiritual pressure, distinguishing the true self proved impossible. With no choice, the pursuers split their ranks. Mars and Mercury chased one decoy. Venus and Jupiter pursued another. Saturn led the Divine Knights after the third. Meanwhile, the Divine Knight Order's commander, arriving last, doggedly pursued Lei Ku's true form. You've awakened. Indeed, his combat intuition was extraordinary. He had discerned the genuine Lei Ku among the illusions. One could only imagine how many battles he'd endured in his youth. Without hesitation, Lei Ku plunged downward from the red line toward the military harbor beneath the Holy Land. To his astonishment, his pursuer instantly perceived his intent and leapt headlong from the red line itself. Hey, is this real? Can he fly? Yet he displayed no flight ability. Instead, he descended in controlled intervals, propelling himself through midair with moonwalk. Though descending gradually, he achieved the functional equivalent of flight. Admittedly, this may lack moral elegance, but then again, we are enemies. Without hesitation, Lei Ku resolved to eliminate this grave threat midair. Divine Bird Heaven Soaring Strike. Guardian Black Shield. Though his foe instantly raised a defensive barrier, the devastating impact sent him plummeting from the sky. Reinforced by raw power, he lacked the capacity to stabilize his descent, forced helplessly earthward. As precaution, Lei Ku rained down over a dozen flaming bird projectiles onto his falling trajectory. Then, he streaked toward the harbor where chaos already reigned below. Marines scrambled to extinguish fires, evacuate aristocrats aspiring to become celestial dragons, and simultaneously fend off slave uprisings. By the time Lei Ku arrived, Brother Tiger had commandeered 3 marine warships and most slaves had already boarded. Only a small remnant of slaves still ran desperately, but aboard the other 2 vessels, slaves could no longer contain their urge to flee. They ignited the engines without hesitation, abandoning those left behind. On Brother Tiger's ship, most were fishermen grateful beyond words to the savior who freed them. They obeyed his commands, striving to liberate even more slaves. Having come this far, failure to rescue any would inflict unbearable anguish, having kindled hope only to crush it mercilessly. Just then, from a massive crater on the town's outskirts, a figure climbed forth, garments slightly soiled, yet utterly unharmed. It was Garen Singh, the Divine Night Order's commander, whom Lei Ku had hurled from the sky moments before. By some unknown means, he had survived the fall from such height without injury. Finally, after Lei Ku seized another marine warship, the last batch of slaves successfully boarded the vessel. However, as everyone prepared to depart, a slashing attack far larger than the warship came rushing out. Seeing this, Lei Ku hastily intercepted, unleashing an equally colossal slash to counter it. Where the 2 powerful attacks clashed, a massive scar was carved into the land. Lei Ku frowned, gazing at the calm-faced man, the commander of the Holy Knights, Zhao Linxing. He then told Brother Taigu to leave first, to do his best to let the slaves escape, while he himself would hold him back. Brother Taigu wanted to help, but Lei Ku refused, for on one hand, the opponent's depths were unfathomable, and on the other, these slaves needed someone to lead them out. Brother Lei Ku, be careful. Lei Ku nodded, then charged forward. The 2 engaged in a fierce clash, and the powerful gusts rendered the nearby marines unable to open their eyes. The 2 fought with increasing intensity, razing entire buildings as they passed. Under their slashes, the sturdy walls were sliced into several pieces like paper. Their Haki-infused attacks were a display of the utmost mastery of the 3 types of Haki. After several exchanges, both Lei Ku and his opponent were greatly exhausted, panting heavily. Nearby marines also came to support, but what troubled Lei Ku was that on the distant rooftops, a large number of knights were rushing toward them. Moreover, powerful black lightning appeared in the distance. Lei Ku knew that the 5 monsters had returned. Truly like a sticky plaster. Then Lei Ku flew directly into the sky, activating the divine flame power within him. Divine flame, meteor shower. Countless enormous meteors crashed toward the ground. Although Lei Ku understood that this attack would not have much effect on these opponents, it would be enough to delay them for a while. He then flew toward the direction where the warships had escaped. Meanwhile, Zhao Linxing and the knights in the town simply left upon seeing this. The 5 monsters also chose not to pursue further and returned to the Pengu castle. However, for Lei Ku and these slaves, an even greater crisis awaited them. Marine headquarters dispatched numerous warships, led by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, with a large number of elite marines to pursue them. Furthermore, this pursuit force included many powerful combatants of the marines, Advisor He, Vice Admiral Garp, the 3 marine monsters Kuzong, Bo Lu Soli Nua, and Sol Kao CG, as well as many powerful vice admirals, Chao Tang, Tao Tu, Hei Mao, Mai Deluan, Xi Lu, and Yan Shu. Lei Ku also slowly landed on the last fleeing slave warship, learning from them that the 4 escaping warships had already gone their separate ways. Whether they could escape the marines' pursuit was up to their own fortune, and Brother Taigu had also left alone with his fisherman companions from another direction. Lei Ku looked at the slaves. On this ship there were many weak women, but also powerful warriors who had stayed behind to stop the marines. However, They had all exhausted their strength and were lying there recovering. Lei Ku observed them, then found some food from the warship's storeroom to replenish his own energy. He had to admit that among these slaves there were quite a few talented individuals who understood some navigation techniques, which greatly aided their escape from the government's control. Over the next 3 days, to be safe, Lei Ku had them scatter and flee toward other islands. After all, the warship was too conspicuous a target, so he and a few slave warriors acted as bait to lure the pursuing Marines away. Lei Ku looked at the last dozen or so people and told them to leave, but they all shook their heads. Lei Ku was puzzled. If they left, they would most likely gain freedom. Mr. Lei Ku, if we leave, who will be the bait? You? We are sorry, but we cannot do such a thing. You have allowed us to escape that sea of suffering, and just feeling the breath of freedom these past few days is enough. We cannot leave our benefactor here alone to face the Marines, even if you are powerful. But please remember, although we are weak, we know gratitude. With that, Lei Ku could only shake his head helplessly and give up persuading them to leave. However, their large target soon attracted the Marines' pursuit, and with their small numbers, they could not mount an effective counterattack. Lei Ku looked up and saw old acquaintances Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Cao Tang and Vice Admiral Tao Tu. I never expected that you would be the first to catch up. I also never imagined that in just a few short years, you would dare to ally with the fisherman Feishi Air Taigu to plunder the Holy Land and set the slaves free. How about this? Pretend you didn't see us and let us go. You bastard, what do you take the Marines for? Then Tao Tu beside Cao Tang spoke up. You see, our Vice Admiral Diyuan has said so. I cannot possibly let you go. Diyuan, notify Marine Headquarters to send reinforcements. This guy is not easy to deal with. Alright then, it seems we have to fight. Lei Ku instantly switched to his human beast form, preparing to finish the battle quickly, as the Marines had likely already surrounded them. After all, he was one of the 2 criminals who had broken into the Holy Land. Seeing Lei Ku ready to act, Cao Tang also immediately activated his human beast form. This guy had been able to fight against an admiral several years ago, and now his strength was unfathomable. Divine Flame, Great Majesty. Fawn Beast Rampage. The 2 clashed in the air, but the next second Lei Ku suddenly vanished, and Cao Tang's observation Haki could not detect anything. Lei Ku used observation killing to block the opponent's observation Haki, then flashed behind him. Watch out, he's behind you. Although Tao Tu immediately warned him, it was too late. Lei Ku's thunderous strike directly shattered Cao Tang's defense and drove the attack into his body. Cao Tang plummeted from the sky onto the deck. Tao Tu looked at this scene in disbelief, knowing that Cao Tang had always been renowned for his defensive prowess among the Marines. How could he be so easily defeated? She hadn't even seen the full process of the attack. I underestimated him. A few years ago I could still exchange a few rounds with him, but now I was taken down in one encounter. Lei Ku didn't intend to linger. Seeing that his opponent had fallen, he prepared to leave. Hey, are you ignoring me? I am also a Marine Vice Admiral. Tao Tu drew the sword at her waist, and together with the nearby Marines, she aimed at Lei Ku. It seems I'll need to spend some more time. The next second, Lei Ku's slash came directly, like a fierce tiger pouncing at Tao Tu. Its immense power caused her to struggle to hold on. Even the ship they were on began to shake, but at that moment Cao Tang, enduring his injuries, stood up and helped Tao Tu block this strike. How could I let a lady bear the danger alone? Red Bird Lei Ku, I haven't fallen yet. In that case, I'll have to defeat you before leaving. Divine Flame, Wolf Hunt. Peach Style, Free. Great Earth Spikes. Lei Ku repelled Tao Tu head-on, then dodged the earthen blocks released by Cao Tang. Fire! The naval soldiers aimed at Lei Ku and opened fire, but all were blocked by Lei Ku's Divine Flame shield. Fire Sparrow Swarm. Countless flaming birds attacked the naval forces, while Tao Tu and Cao Tang fought back desperately. Divine Flame, Ghost Trail. The next second, Lei Ku flashed behind Tao Tu. Although he was reluctant to harm a flower, she was an enemy after all, so he had no choice but to strike. Tao Tu's observation Haki gave no warning. As Lei Ku's blade descended, Cao Tang reflexively rushed forward and took the blow for Tao Tu with his own body. He was knocked unconscious, which surprised Lei Ku. After all, this guy hadn't sensed him earlier, yet he reacted so swiftly. Could his mind be entirely occupied with this female Marine? Peach Style, Line, Unity. Tao Tu attacked instantly, But Lei Ku had already seen through her movements. With a gentle tap, he deflected her attack. Out of consideration for this flower guardian, Lei Ku did not go for a lethal strike. The blow grazed her neck, and the immense force knocked her unconscious. All the remaining naval soldiers were knocked out by Lei Ku's conqueror's Haki. He then boarded a ship and quickly fled the scene. However, before he could get far, he was caught up by the Marines again. The newcomers were Vice Admiral Bao Osuinyo, Vice Admiral Maceholm, and his adjutant Shiyu. "Ha! I never thought we'd run into him." "Yeah, but we need to be careful, this guy is very powerful. My blade is ready to taste blood." Lei Ku looked at the 3 Vice Admirals and shook his head helplessly. The Marines were too persistent, he might already be surrounded. "Red Bird Lei Ku, what a terrifying fellow. Can't you make things easier for us Marines?" Bao Osuinyo complained. "Who are you? I don't think I've seen your face among the Marines. And the 3 of you are quite unfamiliar." "I'm just a Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters. As for these 2, they are about to be promoted to Warden and Vice Warden of Imperial Dome." "Perfect. Then you'll have to go with these 2, save us the trouble of dealing with you." "Sorry, I refuse." "Then we'll have to escort you in. You'll have to prove you have the ability first." The opponent rushed straight at him. Lei Ku naturally prioritized dealing with the man in yellow clothes. However, Lei Ku's slash missed the opponent had dodged preemptively using elementalization. A Logia user? How rare. Yasaki ni no Magatama. Countless laser beams shot toward Lei Ku. Hey, that would hurt if it hits. Lei Ku enveloped himself in divine flame and blocked the attack. Bao Osuinyo was shocked the opponent's Devil Fruit ability was no ordinary one. Venom Dragon. Maceholm summoned 2 venomous dragons from the ship, lunging at Lei Ku. Although Lei Ku managed to defend against the attack, he hadn't expected the attack to carry poisonous gas. The moment he made contact, his consciousness began to waver. "Red Bird Lei Ku, you may have blocked my attack, but my poison cannot be cured without a specific antidote. Is that so? Then I'll show you the cure." Lei Ku ignited the divine flame within him, burning away all negative effects on his body, though it consumed some stamina. Meanwhile, Shiyu in the distance had already charged onto Lei Ku's ship, ready to attack the slaves. "Hey, you bastard, don't underestimate us." The slaves grabbed their blades and charged at Shiyu, but he dodged effortlessly and killed them instantly. Lei Ku wanted to return to help them, but he was detained by Bao Osuinyo and Maceholm. Fire Sparrow Swarm. Go! Countless fiery sparrows shot toward Shiyu, forcing him to focus on self-defense, giving the slaves a moment to breathe. An opening. Bao Osuinyo drew a lightsaber and slashed at Lei Ku, who blocked it with Haki. At the same time, flames erupted and intertwined with the distant venomous dragons in a struggle. Just as Bao Osuinyo thought he had seized the chance to cut Lei Ku in half, he discovered it was only a decoy and began searching. At that moment, Lei Ku had already appeared behind Shiyu. The overwhelming pressure caused Shiyu to hesitate for a split second, but the next moment he swung a slash backward. Too slow. Lei Ku executed a simple upward parry, deflecting the attack. Sky-splitting slash. One blow sent Shiyu flying into the ocean, his fate unknown. Vice Admiral Shiyu. Although Shiyu was usually harsh with prisoners, they still had to rescue him now that he had fallen into the sea. Lei Ku looked into the distance and felt a headache coming on. They're fast. Haven't even dealt with these 2 yet, and several more marine warships are arriving. Looks like it's really not easy to leave today. The Vice Admirals on those warships were also familiar faces to Lei Ku. Vice Admiral Qingzi and Vice Admiral Yanshu. Era, looks like we arrived just in time. Qingzi shot a meaningful glance at Lei Ku, then said to Bao Osuinyo, "How's the situation?" "Not good. Shiyu has been taken down alive or dead unknown. It seems he's far more troublesome than I imagined, and his growth surprises me." "Don't be modest here. Every one of you is a handful," Lei Ku complained. He never expected the Marines to produce so many monsters, and he had to deal with them all. Without much pleasantry, since they were on the battlefield, they immediately attacked each other. Ice Storm Bird. Fire Crow. A giant ice bird and a fire bird collided, generating massive steam. Lei Ku's battle with the group began, while the other Marines below charged at the slaves, engaging in fierce combat. Divine Flame, Great Majesty. This attack was directly blocked by Qingzi's armament Haki. However, he didn't take it head-on. Instead, He used his Devil Fruit ability to cushion the blow. He had to admit that Lei Ku was no longer the person he once was. His progress was too rapid. He had already far surpassed him. Lei Ku dealt with Bao Osuenyo in the sky, who was extremely fast and fond of seizing opportunities to attack. At the same time, he defended against attacks from Maitland and Yanshu, though Yanshu was relatively weak among this group. Thus, he became the first vulnerability Lei Ku exploited, knocking him unconscious and throwing him overboard. However, upon witnessing the mole's defeat, Kizaru and Aokiji immediately launched a fierce assault on Lei Ku. Dual Spine Spear. Aokiji leapt high into the air and hurled two massive ice spears toward Lei Ku, yet his attacks were effortlessly intercepted by Lei Ku's blazing flame energy. Seeing his strikes blocked, Aokiji swiftly wrapped one ice spear with armament Haki and engaged Lei Ku in close quarters combat. Kizaru followed suit, drawing a light sword and launching a precise offensive. Yet Lei Ku's future, foreseen through his observation Haki, rendered their assaults utterly transparent, while his own movements remained completely unpredictable to them. Exploiting that critical opening, Lei Ku unleashed the sacred fire coiled within his body, amplifying both his strength and speed. Sacred Fire, 9-chain blade. 9 searing slashes erupted instantaneously from behind him, each aimed unerringly at the three admirals. Poison Dragon Wall. Ice Stone Wall. Elementalization. At the very moment they parried the onslaught, Lei Ku flash-stepped through flame to appear behind Kizaru and seized his elementally transformed body with armament Haki. Sacred Fire, Impact Fist. With this devastating blow infused with flowing Sakura Haki, Lei Ku struck Kizaru squarely in the face, sending him plummeting from the sky in stunned disbelief. Moreover, Lei Ku had layered Conqueror's Haki onto the strike. Caught utterly unprepared, Kizaru collapsed into unconsciousness. Aokiji and Magellan exchanged startled glances. The fragile equilibrium had shattered, and the pressure upon them doubled. It seems years of battle and cultivation have still fallen short. Aokiji shook his head with quiet resignation. Once, this man had stood beside him on equal footing. Now, he was being comprehensively overwhelmed. Clearly, the title monster of the Marines had slowly eroded his original clarity of purpose. In the next instant, Aokiji charged headlong at Lei Ku, who, recognizing an old adversary, met him with full resolve. Aokiji unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp ice spikes, but Lei Ku countered with flaming sparrows. Then, with thunderous force, he delivered a crushing downward slash only to be stunned when Aokiji bore the blow head-on, choosing grievous injury to seize and restrain him. Frost Cube. Lei Ku was instantly encased in ice only to erupt outward in flames, melting the frozen prison. At that precise moment, Magellan, who had been observing silently, struck, unleashing his most potent poison dragon. 5 monstrous poison dragons surged toward Lei Ku, jaws wide, intent on devouring him whole. Though Lei Ku had already shattered the ice with Haki, the dragons moved too swiftly for evasion. He had no choice but to endure the impact. He projected his flames outward, forming a radiant shield, then reinforced his body with armament Haki, bracing himself to withstand the venomous onslaught. Thief! No one has ever survived my poison dragons, Magellan declared with cold confidence. Aokiji's face paled. Lei Ku's earlier strike had clearly inflicted grave damage. Yet the next instant, Magellan's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! No one has ever emerged alive from my poison dragons. Though Lei Ku had withstood the dragon's assault, their toxin proved exceptionally lethal. Any ordinary person would long since have perished. Fortunately, his sacred fire possessed innate healing properties. By burning away the venom coursing through his body, he restored vitality at the cost of considerable stamina. His gaze sharpened. In a flash, he appeared behind Magellan, his presence undetected by observation Haki. Aokiji sensed Lei Ku's approach, but grievously wounded, his body could no longer respond. Sacred Fire, Extraction. As Magellan was pinned beneath Lei Ku's grip, sacred flames scorched his flesh, not inflicting pain, yet steadily draining his life force. Marine soldiers rushed forward to intervene, but upon contact with the flames, they convulsed as if electrocuted, their vitality siphoned away in an instant. Lei Ku's stamina and condition fully replenished, while Magellan and the surrounding Marines crumpled to the ground, unconscious and drained. The surviving Marines stared at Lei Ku as though beholding a monster. What power was this? How terrifyingly absolute! Aokiji wore an expression of utter incredulity for such an ability. He knew of only one precedent, the Crimson Earl, who once defeated Fleet Admiral Kong. Yet clearly, Lei Ku's Devil Fruit differed fundamentally from that legendary power. Still, He spared Aokiji and the remaining Marines, choosing instead to depart by ship, knowing more naval reinforcements might soon arrive. Aokiji could only watch him sail away, powerless, crippled by injury, and burdened by the fallen Marines lying all around him. Half an hour later, a Marine battleship materialized beside Aokiji's vessel, its commanding officer none other than Admiral Akainu. After briefly interrogating them about Lei Ku's whereabouts, Akainu departed without hesitation, showing no concern for the wounded Marines, so long as the criminal was brought to justice. Though Aokiji agreed criminals deserved no mercy, he rejected Akainu's doctrine that justice required sacrificing innocent civilians alongside the guilty. The Ohara incident had been the first great rift between them, the two monsters of the Marines diverging irreconcilably over principles. Meanwhile, far out at sea, Lei Ku sat aboard his vessel, recovering his strength. Though he had absorbed vital energy, exhaustion lingered. He knew full well he had not yet escaped the Navy's encirclement. Meanwhile, across the open ocean, Fleet Admiral Sengoku listened intently to reports streaming in from every Marine warship. The enemy seized 4 Marine vessels, 3 have since been recovered, and 103 escaped slaves apprehended. The remaining slaves abandoned ship and fled. What of Fisher Tiger? All fishermen escaped underwater beyond all reach. Though they abandoned the ships, evidence suggests a vessel awaited them offshore. The high-priority fugitive, Redbird Lake Ko, is fleeing westward aboard a captured warship. He has already defeated Admirals T. Porpoise, Peach Rabbit, Aokiji, Magellan, Urusa Lino, Mo'o, and Shiryu 7 in total. Admiral Akainu is now in pursuit. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Garp has just rendezvoused with Aokiji and, having made brief contact, continues the chase. Order all Marine forces to advance westward in a fan formation, encircle and capture the pirate Redbird Lake Ku. He must be brought to justice lest the Marines' honor be irreparably tarnished. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Elsewhere, Lei Ku spotted a pursuing admiral and 3 warships closing in cannon fire, already arcing toward his vessel. Yet the admiral's face was unfamiliar. A newly promoted admiral? Perhaps this will be a welcome reprieve. Redbird Lei Ku bounty, 3 billion berries. A notorious escape artist, having evaded the Marines repeatedly and having clashed with 3 Yonko in pitched battle. This time, he brazenly invaded the Holy Land, Mary Giles a true arch-criminal. Such a perilous threat must be eradicated at any cost. Akainu spoke these words as he studied Lei Ku's dossier. It seems I won't be leaving so easily today. Lei Ku gazed at the naval warships approaching in the distance, preparing to strike first, eliminating the threat before reinforcements arrived and sealed his escape. Lei Ku then soared into the sky, intent on confronting Admiral Sakazuki directly. Oh! Coming for me? Sakazuki's expression shifted, but fear never crossed his face. Fire finch flock. Countless flaming birds surged toward Sakazuki. Yet he remained motionless until the very instant their flames struck his body. He activated his Devil Fruit ability, the Magma Fruit. Lei Ku's fiery avian assault left not a single mark upon him. So you wield a Logia-type Devil Fruit, the Magma Fruit. Thief! Lei Ku, the Crimson Bird, you possess formidable fire. Yet it holds no sway over a Logia user like myself. You are no ordinary foe. Very well then, I shall meet you with Haki. Without hesitation, Lei Ku charged straight toward Akainu. Marines fired relentlessly, but every bullet dissolved in the searing aura of flame encircling him. Meteor Volcano. From both hands, Akainu launched countless molten meteors, each roaring with cataclysmic force toward Lei Ku. Divine Flame, Great Virokana. In a single stroke, he cleaved every incoming magma meteor from the sky. The next instant, he teleported before Akainu and delivered a devastating slash beneath the stunned gazes of the entire Marine fleet. Akainu wrapped his arm in armament Haki, and the two clashed midair, blades and fists meeting with thunderous resonance. Their overwhelming conquerors Haki instantly felled nearby Marines unconscious. To Akainu's astonishment, Lei Ku's Haki dwarfed his own in sheer intensity. No wonder this man had repeatedly faced down admirals, but Akainu would not let him slip away so easily. Great Eruption. Divine Flame, Coiling Serpent. The moment Akainu's attack was deflected, Lei Ku counterattacked, first suppressing the Admiral's Devil Fruit power with Conqueror's Haki, then blinding his perception with Observation Haki. Divine Flame, Sky-Splitting Slash. One stroke and Akainu collapsed. Even now, he could not comprehend how he had been defeated. Little wonder, in that single battle, Lei Ku had deployed every pinnacle technique of Haki known to man. His defeat was inevitable. At that very moment, Lei Ku sensed an overwhelming presence erupt across the sea. He turned and far off, a dog-headed warship appeared, while a figure already streaked through the sky toward him. Recognizing the vessel and its reckless, unmistakable combat style, Lei Ku grimaced. So even Vice Admiral Garp has come. Truly astonishing. Galactic Impact. Divine Flame, Great Virocana. Their second clash after years sent shockwaves across the ocean surface, churning the waves into fury and splitting the heavens as if torn asunder. Their conquerors' Haki collided, black lightning exploding violently between them. After a brief exchange, both retreated to their respective warships. Garp glanced down at Akainu lying motionless on the deck. A quiet sigh escaped him. Your strength has grown terrifyingly fast. In just a few short years, you've reached this height. Vice Admiral Garp, in this merciless sea, weakness means being devoured. You handled this matter superbly. Though I am a marine, even I despise those arrogant celestial dragons. They are nothing but scum. Yet that will not make me hold back. A criminal remains a criminal. To spare you would crush me beneath the weight of justice itself. Then let us fight, Hero Garp. With idle talk ended, Garp unleashed terrifying power, crushing the deck beneath his feet and sending his warship plunging downward. He became a living artillery shell hurtling upward at blinding speed toward Lei Ku. Lei Ku responded without delay, shifting instantly into his human beast form and ascending to meet Garp in the sky. Divine Flame, Hellfire, Fistbone Impact. Their colossal forces collided once more, not parting this time, but locking in furious aerial combat. Garp danced across the void with moonwalk, effortlessly gliding as though flight were natural. Lei Ku, empowered by innate aerial mobility, pressed relentless assaults upon him. Blow after blow landed upon Garp, yet each was absorbed by the unyielding armor of his armament Haki. Yet at this altitude, Garp's raw power was severely constrained, diminished by at least 30% compared to land. Garp's Haki is formidable, and that outer layer of armament armor can only be shattered by flowing Sakura Haki. With both employing observation Haki, instinct alone guided their duel. Lei Ku's unparalleled speed combined with flowing Sakura Haki began carving deep wounds across Garp's frame. Yet Garp's eyes held no fear, only fierce exhilaration. Like a seasoned tiger stalking prey, he waited patiently for the fatal opening. And Lei Ku, soaring like a sovereign eagle, prepared to dismantle that aging predator piece by piece, each calculating the other's next move until Lei Ku seized his chance. Divine Flame, Azura. A silver flash blindingly swift struck Garp square in the chest. Flowing Sakura Haki pierced his defenses, carving a massive, blood-soaked wound across his torso. Yet Garp merely smiled, unmoved by the injury, as his armament-wrapped hand clamped around Lei Ku like an iron shackle. At last I've got you. Lei Ku could not help but admire this naval hero enduring grievous wounds just to lure him into a trap. Lei Ku strained to break free, but Garp granted him no such reprieve. Conqueror's Haki roared outward, compressing Lei Ku's devil fruit power. Yet Lei Ku answered in kind, erecting an unyielding Haki barrier against the onslaught. Meteor Fistbone. Garp's titanic fist shattered Lei Ku's body, its Haki-infused impact sending a torrent of crimson spray from his lips. Ocean Descent. Before Lei Ku could react, Garp's next strike followed, flowing Sakura Haki, rending his armored defense apart and hurling him plummeting from the heavens. Garp himself descended like a falling star, crashing down upon Lei Ku with unstoppable force, pinning him in place. Beneath them stretched not solid earth but the sea, the ultimate bane for devil fruit users. Though struck twice, Lei Ku remained high above the waves, giving him precious moments before impact. Divine Flame enveloped him, igniting and charging his form, allowing him to hover defiantly in midair. Even Garp's expression flickered with disbelief. How could mere flame grant such mastery over gravity? Lei Ku hurled Garp away with brutal force and wiped blood from his lip. Hero Garp, we fight again. As light withdrew the divine flame back into his body, his recent injuries healed, though at the cost of considerable stamina. Kaupo observed this entire exchange with sharp, unwavering eyes. Truly an extraordinary ability. At that very moment, a vast armada of marine warships emerged upon the distant horizon, the fleet Admiral Sengoku himself, accompanied by overwhelming naval forces. This situation has grown precarious, Light murmured to himself. Too much time wasted in these waters. Now he finds himself completely encircled by the marines. An escape seemed nearly impossible, with two fleet admirals fixated upon him. Kaupo, were you injured? Ha! Merely a scratch, nothing serious. Never imagined that in just a few short years, this young man would rise to such terrifying heights. Sengoku spoke slowly, his voice resonating with quiet gravity. Thief! Perhaps it was your own lack of focus back then that granted him the time to grow. Vice Admiral Tsuru voiced her dissatisfaction. Haha, don't take it so seriously, Atsuru. Kapu replied, utterly unfazed. Like the red bird, you are cornered. Surrender now, I advise you. Even if you soar beyond the heavens, you cannot outrun the Marines' pursuit. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, that concern is unnecessary. I'm astonished how many men the Marines have dispatched across multiple operations just to capture me. My reputation must be truly formidable. Yet judging by this scene, you've apprehended scarcely any of those enslaved souls. If capturing you the principal culprit is sufficient. Kapu still able to fight? Of course. With that, the two fleet admirals launched their assault upon Light in unison. Light knew he might perish here today, yet fear held no dominion over him. Divine Flame, Cross Slash. Fleet Admiral Sengoku instantly activated his power, transforming into a colossal Buddha statue and unleashing a devastating shockwave with both hands. The immense slash struck true yet was effortlessly blocked. Seizing the opening, Hero Kapu delivered a crushing blow. Though Light resisted with all his might, he still sustained grievous damage. Facing two fleet admirals simultaneously was perilous enough, compounded by dozens of marine warships surrounding him. Divine Flame, Grand Path. A torrent of celestial fire erupted across the sea, threatening to consume the Marines' very life force. All Marines brace with Haki immediately. Resist his power. Vice Admiral Tsuru bellowed the command. He clearly possesses detailed intelligence, and Mitsuru is no ordinary strategist. Marines swiftly raised their Haki in defense, yet many, weaker in cultivation, proved incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Still, I have seized a sliver of vital energy. Just then, Kapu and Sengoku surged forward once more. They would not stand idle while he drained the Marines' vitality. Bone-Fist Impact. Divine Flame, Coiling Serpent. Buddha's Shockwave. Divine Flame, Diamond Body. After intercepting their combined assault, Light was forced to recall the Divine Flame radiating outward. His physical form could not endure such relentless pressure. Their attacks were simply too overwhelming. Divine Flame, Sovereign Sky Slash. The blade descended from the heavens like a falling star. Sengoku rushed to block it, but the sheer force fractured his golden Buddha body. Yet the instant Light unleashed his strike, Kapu had already closed the distance right before him. Bone Fist break the constellations. Light countered with armament Haki, but the blow carried such cataclysmic force that he suffered severe internal trauma. But it did not end there. Kapu seized Light's shoulders with iron grip. Light retaliated instantly, Divine Flame erupting in blazing fury. Thunderbolt Strike. His blade pierced Kapu's defenses and plunged deep into his abdomen, a wound so devastating that it worsened Kapu's prior injuries. Yet still, he refused to release his grip. Galactic Impact. That monstrous fist slammed directly into Light's abdomen, its overwhelming force nearly shattering his consciousness. Light stood battered and broken, blood drenched his body, yet Kapu's assault continued unabated. Ignoring his own wounds, Kapu gathered every ounce of strength for one final, decisive blow. Bone Fist Meteor Shower. Divine Flame, Condensation. Countless fists hammered into Light's frame infused with flowing Sakura Haki. They shattered his internal organs. Moreover, Conqueror's Haki coiled around him, suppressing his Devil Fruit abilities and severely impeding regeneration. Yet Light would not remain passive. He launched his own counteroffensive against Kapu. A maelstrom of devastating techniques clashed midair. Their battle raged without respite, black lightning crackling violently across the sky. In the end, Light seized an opening, driving Kapu downward with a single, thunderous punch, sending him plummeting into the ocean depths. K.O. Sengoku watched in alarm as the legendary hero vanished beneath the waves. Vice Admiral Kapu. Nearby Marines leapt into the sea to rescue him. Meanwhile, Light fared little better. Kapu's barrage had left his body feeling as though it might collapse entirely. Blood soaked his frame, bones lay shattered, even his vision blurred at the edges. Truly worthy of the title Hero of the Marines. Yet Light refrained from healing himself with the Divine Flame, instead hovering coldly above the battlefield, gazing down in silence. Marines prepared to face judgment. Light raised both arms high. The flames surged upward, converging into colossal meteors that fused into a single, burning celestial body. Within seconds, a meteor hundreds of meters wide coalesced in the sky, yet casting this ultimate technique pushed Light far beyond his limits. Its backlash threatened to consume him as well, but survival demanded absolute sacrifice. He had no choice but to stake his life for a single chance to break free. Below, ordinary Marines stood paralyzed, dwarfed beneath the incandescent meteor, which blazed like a fallen sun descending upon the mortal world. The suffocating pressure drew beads of cold sweat from Sengoku's brow. His expression hardened into grim resolve. Meanwhile, Koppo had been hauled from the sea conscious, yet utterly spent. Age does take its toll. My stamina wanes. All Marines evacuate this sector immediately. Sengoku roared the order, knowing full well that if this attack landed, countless Marines would perish. Divine flame, meteor swarm sunfall. Light poured every last spark of his being into this apocalyptic strike. The descent resembled the sun itself plunging into the sea. Each meter it fell causing the ocean surface to recede in dread. I will not allow you to harm a single Marine soldier. At that moment, Buddha Sengoku leapt skyward, unleashing his most powerful shockwave to intercept the descending sunfall. Koppo, ignoring his grievous wounds, charged upward with desperate might. In an instant, the Buddha body shattered, crashing into the sea and triggering a cataclysmic tidal wave that nearly capsized the Marine fleet. The colossal surge engulfed the ship's den. After an indeterminate span of silence, the battlefield fell still once more. When the Marines looked up at the sky again, countless flame sparrows were flying in all directions. It was impossible to tell which one was Lei Ku's true body, forcing the Marines to keep shooting, bringing down the flock of fire sparrows. In the end, Vice Admiral Tsuru stopped them and fished Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Sengoku out of the sea. Both of them were severely wounded. The brunt of that attack had been blocked by Sengoku. Otherwise, at least 80% of the Marines present would have died. As for Garp, he was already gravely injured but still insisted on acting tough, such a stubborn old man. Tsuru shook her head helplessly, knowing full well that this time the Marines could only watch the enemy escape. Young people nowadays are terrifying. 2 Admiral-level combatants, 10 Vice Admirals, and dozens of Marine warships, yet they couldn't stop this man. This will be the most disgraceful event in Marine history. 3 days later, Lei Ku, covered head to toe in bandages, lay on a small boat with 3 young women aboard. 3 days earlier, after escaping from the Marines, Lei Ku had desperately fled the battlefield, but he had no strength left. As he fell into the sea, he lost consciousness. However, he was rescued by 3 young women, who were none other than slaves from the Holy Land Marigils. Sometimes fate is so wondrous. He had saved them, and now they had saved him. From them, he learned that they were the 3 sisters of Amazon Lily. Boa Hancock, Boa Sandersonia, Boa Marigold. They were also shocked when they saw Lei Ku, never expecting him to be so badly injured. But they remembered their benefactor's appearance and gave him simple bandaging and treatment. To be so gravely wounded and yet survive, and recover so quickly, truly incredible. Lei Ku smiled. This time, he had almost been buried at sea. Just luck. Thank you all. No, it is we 3 sisters who should thank you. You saved us from that hellish place. You gave us 3 sisters our freedom again. Then Lei Ku followed them back to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Because the deserted island he had chosen earlier was also there. A week later, Lei Ku successfully reunited with his companions, and the Boa sisters returned to the Amazon Lily. Everyone's anxious hearts finally settled upon seeing Lei Ku return. Lei Ku told them about what had happened during that time, and then he comforted Kana, who had worked hard in his absence. Meanwhile, the world government was undergoing earth-shattering changes. The 5 elders were furious about this incident. Fleet Admiral Kong took responsibility for the event and stepped down from the position of Fleet Admiral. Admiral Zifa also announced his retirement to the second line. Admiral Sengoku, recommended by many Marines, became the new Fleet Admiral. Vice Admiral Garp once again refused to become an admiral. Vice Admiral Kuzan was promoted to admiral. Vice Admiral Sakazuki was promoted to admiral, and Vice Admiral Borsellino became an admiral candidate. Congratulations, you two, on successfully becoming admirals. Borsellino, if you slacked off a bit less, you'd have been promoted too. I work very seriously, you know, Kuzan. Don't slander me. Only old man Garp doesn't care about the title of admiral. He refused again this time. We should focus on strengthening our power. Although the 3 of us were exceptionally promoted to admirals, our strength is still lacking. I will never forget this failure. One day, I will bring that pirate to justice. Sakazuki is still the same. Kizaru, I think he has a point. We performed too poorly this time. If the Marines weren't short on talent, it wouldn't be our turn. We must strengthen our strengths. The future stability of the Marines depends on us. Watching Kuzan and Sakazuki leave separately, Borsellino returned to his office, made tea, and began to slack off. The Mary Giles incident shocked the world, but under the world government's cover-up, the two main culprits were reduced to one, Fisher Tiger. He had climbed the Holy Land in secret to rescue his fisherman companions, then set fire a heinous crime, and the Marines would make every effort to capture him. As for the Redbird Lake Ko, this man was extremely dangerous, and they could not reveal everything he had done. On one hand, it would damage the Marines' prestige, on the other, it would reduce people's reverence for the celestial dragons. According to statistics, over 100 celestial dragons died in the Holy Land riots, and countless guards as well. Although they erased the presence of Redbird Lake Ko in the Holy Land, they increased his bounty. World-class news, the fourth Emperor of the Sea appears. Redbird Pirates Lake Ko's bounty, 4. Sorbillion berries. The big shots of the sea showed different reactions upon seeing this newspaper. But Lake Ko didn't care about this news. To him, it was just a title. He was now on Beast Island drinking with the Pirate King's right-hand man, Rayleigh. He and Shaki had come to the island for some reason, and Shaki had brought 3 women, the Boa sisters. Among the 3, Boa Hancock was undeniably a beauty. At the request of Shaki and the 3 sisters, Lake Ko's group prepared to let them stay on Beast Island and learn combat techniques from them. After all, the 3 sisters could no longer stay in their country. At the suggestion of Nyan and Shaki, they came here. Lake Ko agreed to their request, allowing the 3 sisters to live here temporarily. During this time, Lake Ko and the others taught the 3 sisters combat techniques. Even the beasts on the island, under the influence of Lake Ko's Haki, submitted to him and began learning combat techniques from him. Thus, the team was joined by a lion, a crocodile, and a gorilla. Moreover, while training Boa Hancock, Lake Ko discovered that she possessed Conqueror's Haki. Master Lake Ko, what is Conqueror's Haki? The warriors of Amazon Lily train in armament and observation Haki, but not conquerors. Conqueror's Haki is an innate talent. Only those destined to become kings can possess it. You must train hard. Perhaps one day you will become a powerful pirate who shakes the world. Time passed quickly. Lake Ko's crew stayed on Beast Island for about a year, then bid farewell to the 3 sisters and left. That year was the 10th year of their voyage. They returned from the New World to the East Blue. Kana gave birth to Lake Ko's child, a girl named Lei No. Deorman married Sister Mina, Deorban married Chioya, and Ling married Kilo. As for Uncle Heish, he was still the same, showing no signs of being an old man. Everyone also planned to find a female dog for Keida, but it refused. Lake Ko and his crew then traveled around the world, their adventures slowing down and becoming more about life. However, a few years later, a young boy entered their lives, prompting them to return to the New World. The boy's name was Portgasti. Ace. In the year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar, 9 years had passed since the incident at Holy Land Mary Giles. The situation on the seas had once again shifted. The woman who once studied under Lake Ko, Bo Yohenku Ko, had become the captain of the 9 serpent pirates. Moreover, she had also become one of the new 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords of the sea were now one of the 3 major powers that could influence the world, no longer comparable to the original 7 warlords. The new 7 warlords of the sea included the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihuo Ku, the pirate empress, Bo Yohenku Ku, the sand crocodile, Kuluo Kuda Air, the knight of the sea, Jin Ping, the moonlight Moria, the heavenly Yaksha, Duo Fu Lan Minggu, and the ancient lizard, Te Air Sherte. Over these 9 years, many events had occurred among those connected to their group. Anai Kuluo Bing had joined the Baroque works of Kuluo Kuda Air. The founder of the Sun Pirates, Big Brother Taigu, was ambushed and killed by the Marines. Former Admiral candidate Bo Lu Sol Linua, relying on this battle achievement, became a Marine Admiral. Jin Ping, a former crew member of the Sun Pirates, became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Furthermore, Xiao Yao's close friend Bei Er Mei Er passed away from illness. At that time, they were sailing far away in the North Blue. When Xiao Yao received the letter from Non Mei, she wept bitterly. Afterward, Xiao Yao replied to Non Mei, asking to visit her mother's grave. The other agreed, but to Xiao Yao's surprise, only Non Mei came alone. Her other sister did not come. The explanation was that coming here would stir up memories of the deceased. Xiao Yao said she understood. But Lei Ko always felt that the young girl was hiding something, and deep down she was sad. Perhaps she had not yet moved on from her mother's death. In the following years, Xiao Yao often corresponded with Non Mei, treating her as her own child. Moreover, because the Redbird Pirates had kept a low profile over these 9 years, they gradually faded from the view of the new Marines and pirates. Only some Marine high-ranking officers and relatively powerful pirates still knew of their reputation. That year, the Red Hair Pirates led by Xiang Kusi gained great fame, with a threat level extremely high. They successfully replaced the Red Bird Pirates as the fourth emperor of the New World. Captain Lei Kou, today our title of the Four Emperors has completely ended. Haha, we never cared about these mere titles. If only the Marines could cancel our bounties. Don't even think about it. Now, some old Marines won't dare to fight us when they see our pirate flag. But aren't there always some new Marines and newbies entering the Grand Line coming to cause trouble for us? Although we've killed them all. That's true. To capture us now, the entire Marine force would have to mobilize. How fast time flies. Soon this year will be over. Then Lei Kou docked their ship on a small island in the East Blue. There was a small tavern there, which was a resting place for Lei Kou and the others, managed by Jianai and Uncle Heigu. Uncle Heigu was getting old, and the rough seas were no longer suitable for him. Lei Kou took over the duties of the ship's doctor, as his devil fruit ability, after development, could help heal others. Even if someone suffered severe injuries, Lei Kou could still use healing flames to control the wounds and then slowly treat them. Uncle Heigu naturally had no objections. He needed to enjoy retirement. But as a wanted criminal, he could not return to his family's clinic, so he lived here. Every day, he was surrounded by a few children. In recent years, fewer and fewer pirates have set sail. It cannot compare to our time. Yes, Captain Lei Kou. In our year, it was almost an era of universal piracy. But now, it's the Marines' world. That's not surprising. Many pirates died on this path without finding the treasure of the pirate King Luojia, so they gave up. Not to mention them, even we only have 3 poneglyphs. So many years have passed, and we still have no clue about the last red poneglyph. People have begun to doubt the authenticity of the legendary One Piece, which is exactly what the Marines want to see. Just then, some noise came from the front of the tavern. Lei Kou and Kuluo went out to check. They found a group of mountain bandits demanding protection money. Be smart and hand it over quickly. We still have other places to go. If you pay up honestly, our boss won't make trouble for you. How much protection money? Lei Kou asked with interest. The tavern patrons, seeing Lei Kou, continued drinking with a watchful attitude. 10 万 berries. That much? How can a small tavern get that kind of money? We've never seen so much in our lives. Stop your nonsense. We checked before coming. You're the best business in the area. No money. Who'd believe that? Ah, but we spent it all on ingredients, and the daily expenses are high. Are you messing with us? Enough with the smart mouth. Looks like we have to kill someone to show you who's boss. Get him. Ah, mountain bandits indeed. Resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. What are we civilized people supposed to do? As the bandits lunged forward, Lei Kou instantly struck. In his eyes, they were like ants. Before they could react, they were all downed. Only a small bandit leader remained, trembling with fear, unable to speak. Lei Kou walked over, grabbed him by the neck, and prepared to go meet their boss. Lei Kou, catch the blade. The airman walked out from inside and threw Lei Kou's sword to him. Using a sword is overkill, isn't it? It's always better to be cautious. Alright. Soon, Lei Kou followed the small leader to the bandit hideout, where over 100 bandits were gathered, holding various treasures. There were also a group of bandits who had tied up some ordinary civilians. These civilians had refused to comply and had resisted, so they were brought to their boss for punishment. Their boss was the most dangerous bandit in the area, with a bounty of 4.8 million berries. Who wouldn't be afraid? The bandit leader looked at the treasures and money on the ground, showing a satisfied smile. It seemed this harvest was good too. He had realized that as long as he didn't massacre the island's inhabitants, the Marines wouldn't bother with them. Occasionally killing a few disobedient citizens could also maintain his authority. Just then, a dark figure was thrown in, crashing heavily to the ground. He looked up and saw it was the squad leader he had sent to collect money. Who dares to lay a hand on my man? But no one answered him. The next second, screams kept rising from the crowd. A figure flashed continuously. The bandits on the field kept falling. In just 1 minute, out of over 100 bandits, only the leader remained. Lei Kou slowly sheathed his black blade, yielding. What did you say? There were too many people just now. I didn't hear clearly. Who are you? What did you just do? Let's just say your luck has run out. Don't engage in such foul deeds in your next life. The next moment, the bandit leader's entire body burst into flames, burning to ashes. Then Lei Ku freed the townspeople tied up in the square, disposed of the bandits' bodies, and departed. 2 months later, in the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, Lei Ku and his crew left the island, heading for Baihu Island in the East Blue. The island was renowned for the giant lake at its center. They intended to purchase some of the lake's unique fish, whose flavor was exceptionally delicious. They never missed a chance to savor it. Captain Lei Ku, we should buy more this time. Send some to the tavern, then head to the New World. I heard there's intel about the 4th road poneglyph in the New World. Whether it's true or false, we need to go and see. Captain Lei Ku, there's a pirate ship ahead. Looks like someone's fighting. Oh, is that so? Let me see. Lei Ku's eyes sharpened, a red glow flickering within them. The distance that would normally require a telescope was now perfectly clear to his sight. Looks like a young lad fighting on that pirate ship. Let's go check it out. As they drew closer, they saw the youth, armed with a steel pipe, had knocked down all dozens of pirates on board. Impressive, young man. To defeat so many all by yourself. The other didn't answer immediately, instead eyeing Lei Ku and his crew warily. After all, they were another pirate crew. Unsure if they would attack, he relaxed only after sensing no hostile intent. I'm AIC, a rookie pirate who just set sail. I'm Lei Ku. As you can see, these are my crewmates. Lei Ku then invited him to join them on their trip to Baihu Island. AIC agreed, and only then did they realize he was completely alone. Are you planning to form a pirate crew? Why is it just you? I only set sail recently. I originally planned to go with my little brother, but he's too young, and he wants to sail on his own. You're quite bold, setting sail alone at such a young age. Captain Lei Ku, you're one to talk. Didn't you set sail when you were just 15? Haha, that was a special circumstance. I had no choice. 15? AIC said in astonishment, for even he had only set sail at 17. Haha, back then I was being pursued by the world government. I had no choice but to become a pirate. That's still impressive. Yeah, it's been almost 19 years as a pirate. Lucky I haven't been caught by the Marines. AIC, let me tell you, the Baihu Lake fish on this island is a rare delicacy. Let Ben cook some for you to try. I'm not boasting, Ben's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Thank you very much. You're too polite. Don't worry about it. They then purchased several crates of Baihu Lake fish, preserving them with ice. Back on the ship, everyone couldn't help but laugh at AIC's tiny boat. Lei Ku in particular was reminded of his own early days at sea, when he nearly perished in the ocean. He owed his life to Hawkeye, his elder brother, or else he, a devil fruit user, would have drowned. After much persuasion, AIC agreed to stay on their ship for a while, since sailing alone on such a small vessel was indeed perilous. They stowed AIC's boat aboard the blazing Firebird and returned to the galley to enjoy the feast. Ben's cooking needed no praise after a brief show of politeness. AIC dug in with gusto. It was remarkable how much the young man could eat despite his size, but luckily their ship had more than enough provisions. After the meal, they planned to drop off some Baihu Lake fish at the tavern on the way. In Lei Ku's training room, AIC stepped in and was intrigued by the array of fitness equipment. However, when he tried to lift a barbell from the floor, it didn't budge an inch. How is that possible? A barbell this size, I have the strength to lift it. Just then Lei Ku entered and explained when he saw AIC struggling with the barbell. This barbell is made of a special stone from the New World. Its weight is dozens of times that of an ordinary barbell. It's normal you can't lift it. Brother Lei Ku, do you always train with this? Such a heavy weight, and you can actually lift it. Of course. But I've outgrown this weight for many years now. I only play with it lately out of boredom. Lei Ku then effortlessly lifted the barbell with one hand, showing no strain at all, leaving AIC utterly astonished. If you want to reach this level, you must train persistently every day, and gradually increase the intensity. Brother Lei Ku, it seems I've underestimated you. I sensed your strength when we first met, but I never imagined it was this immense. Could we have a sparring match? And would you be willing to give me some guidance? Of course. They went to the deck, and AIC drew his usual weapon. Lei Ku initially planned not to use a weapon, but at AIC's insistence, he picked up a piece of wood from the deck. After all, with his strength, using a real weapon might accidentally injure AIC. Brother Lei Ku, you may be strong, but being so careless, watch out for a slip in a small boat. Haha, AIC, bring it on. I know my own limits. The next second, AIC charged forward, attacking relentlessly with his steel pipe. Lei Ku used observation haki to evade every strike, countering repeatedly with his wooden stick. For his age, AIC's strength and fighting skills were nothing short of monstrous. But before Lei Ku, he was like a child facing an adult, utterly helpless. Damn it! What's going on? He sees through all my attacks. I can easily take down even wild beasts, so why? He's strong, but not a single blow lands. And he's only using a tiny wooden stick. AIC refused to accept it, swinging his steel pipe with even more fury and force. But Lei Ku blocked each strike effortlessly, and AIC's all-out offensive only made his openings more glaring. Just then, Lei Ku prepared to end the battle with a decisive strike. With a subtle twist of his wrist, he effortlessly knocked the steel pipe from Ace's hand. The next moment, the wooden staff in Lei Ku's hand was already pointed at Ace. You've lost, Ace. Ace, still reeling from the previous exchange, couldn't believe he had been rendered utterly defenseless. Don't be discouraged, Ace. I've merely trained for a longer time. I believe you'll achieve the same in due course. Brother Lei Ku, could you teach me some combat techniques? Of course. Thank you, Master. It's a trifle, don't worry about it. Subsequently, Lei Ku and his companions first delivered the white lake fish to the tavern, then prepared to depart from the East Sea and venture into the New World. During this period, he would impart some combat skills to Ace. First, the fundamentals of physical enhancement beginning with stamina and combat techniques. Second, the application of Haki. Haki? Ace asked, perplexed. Lei Ku then explained that Haki represented the pinnacle of one's combat prowess. Powerful fighters all utilized Haki in battle. Lei Ku subsequently introduced Ace to the 3 types of Haki. In the following days, Ace trained in combat techniques while honing his physical endurance. Simultaneously, he guided Ace in mastering Haki. Fortunately, Ace possessed remarkable talent. Through rigorous training, he gained a preliminary understanding of certain combat techniques and the application of Haki. After several months of instruction and practice, Ace finally achieved a preliminary grasp of Haki, though his execution remained somewhat clumsy. Upon entering the New World, they had a larger ship built for Ace at Water 7. Lei Ku then gave Ace a weaver card and explained its purpose. Afterward, they parted ways with Ace, as each had their own sailing route to follow. Well then, we should head to the rumored location of the 4th road poneglyph. I suspect many pirates have been drowned there. The 7th largest island in the world, Amikia Island. Due to the appearance of the road poneglyph, it had become a gathering point for countless pirates. The one said to possess it was an old nobleman. Though the veracity of the rumor remained uncertain, it had attracted a vast number of pirates and even the marines. Not only minor pirates, but the emperors who ruled the seas had also arrived. 3 of the 4 emperors Big Mom, Red Hair Shanks, and Kaido of the Beasts were all present. The heavenly Yaksha of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo, had also reached the island. To prevent chaos among the massive pirate force, the marines dispatched a substantial fleet to monitor them from a distance. 20 marine warships, 10 vice admirals, under the joint surveillance of Admiral Red Dog and Admiral Yellow Monkey. Reporting to Admiral Red Dog. What is it? Why the panic? A ship of the Red Bird Pirates has been spotted in the distance. It seems they were also lured by this news. Damn it! The Red Bird Pirates are here too. They possess combat power on par with an emperor. Though they keep a low profile now, their past deeds are not forgotten. This time, 4 of the sea's emperors have gathered all except Whitebeard. Indeed, all drawn here by a rumor of uncertain truth, converging on this single island. Yellow Monkey frowned slightly. It seems I won't be able to slack off this time. Having so many pirates of this caliber gathered is troubling. Fortunately, it's only for the fabled 4th road poneglyph. If they were uniting against the marines, the consequences would be catastrophic. One day, we will annihilate every last one of these pirates. In the distance, Lei Ku gazed at the vast assembly of pirate ships and furrowed his brow. Everyone, be careful. It seems we are not the only ones drawn by this news. Indeed, Captain. Not only are there major pirate figures, but the Marines are guarding the perimeter with 2 full Admirals. They are taking this seriously. But since we're here, we can't leave without verifying the truth of this intelligence. Inside Amkia Island, an old nobleman sat in a chair, with a white poneglyph before him. My lord, a great number of pirates have been lured to the island, all deceived by the false rumors we spread. Humph, those pirates are all scum. Half a year ago, they murdered my only son. Though I killed the culprit, my son will never return. I will make these pirates pay. I will lead them to the center of the island, where I have planted numerous bombs, and blow them all to pieces. This is an extremely dangerous mission, and I have no intention of leaving this island. If you wish to leave, do so now. You gave us our lives, my lord. We will repay you with our own. Then let the show begin. Suddenly, a broadcast echoed from the outskirts of the giant island. Pirates of the sea, I am the master of this island. I have placed the poneglyph at the island's center. Come and claim it yourselves. If you find it, it's yours. Upon hearing this announcement, the horde of pirates grew frenzied and surged into the island. Even Kaido and Big Mom charged in, though they left crews behind to await their return. Backman, I'll go with Lucky Roo. You and the others guard the perimeter. I sense something is amiss, and we must also watch for the Marines. Understood, Shanks. Leave it to me. On the other side, Lake entered the island with only Domin, leaving the rest of the crew on alert aboard the ship. This way, if any unexpected situation arose, they could respond promptly. As wave after wave of pirates stormed the island, fighting inevitably broke out. The pirates battled each other ferociously, all desperate to reach the island's center first and seize the poneglyph. Lei Ku drew his blade and began advancing from the outer edge. Although he could have flown directly to the center, he chose to take his time. In the distance, Kaido transformed into a massive dragon and hurtled toward the center, while Big Mom rode Zeus and charged in as well. The two emperors confronted each other, each already in possession of one rolled poneglyph. The ownership of this new one was of paramount importance to both. Just then, a gigantic pterosaur swooped toward Big Mom. It was Flame Disaster King. He attempted to hinder Big Mom's advance, allowing his captain to reach the poneglyph first. However, at that moment, a mass of sticky mochi spikes erupted from the ground. They struck at King, launched by Big Mom's sweet commander, Katakuri. The two immediately became locked in combat. Meanwhile, Lei Ku and Deorman also encountered attacks from other pirates, but they were all dealt with by the two of them. Just then, Red Hair Zyankasi led Legilu to this area. Although they were acquainted, the conflict among pirates still had to continue. Without any hesitation, Deorman immediately engaged in a fierce fight with Legilu. Meanwhile, Red Hair Zyankasi and Red Bird Lei Ku continued advancing towards the island's interior. Red Hair Zyankasi, we are the Green Bull pirate crew. I didn't expect you to charge in alone. Aren't you afraid of death? We're not here for that poneglyph. Taking your head will be enough for our crew to make a name for ourselves on this sea. Seeing this, Lei Ku remarked that sometimes being famous was not a good thing. Zyankasi, take your time dealing with them. I'll go in first. Zyankasi glanced at the pirates before him, his gaze as if looking at dead men, sending chills down their spines. Don't be afraid. He's just one man. This is our best chance. Attack. Meanwhile, Lei Ku kept advancing towards the island. Just then, a powerful collision of conquerors Haki erupted from the center of the island. Big Mom and Kaido, who had rushed in first, were already engaged in battle. Both were relentless, each determined to claim the poneglyph for themselves. You bastard! How dare you come in alone to steal the poneglyph? Man, kill him! I never thought being unknown has its disadvantages too. Any random pirate crew dares to attack you without any concern. Divine Fire, Flaming Sparrow Swarm. Countless fire sparrows instantly attacked. The pirates tried desperately to defend, but without exception, they were all annihilated. Seeing so many reckless small-time pirates, Lei Ku had no choice but to use his flight ability to shake them off. He had originally planned not to enter the island's center so early, but if he got entangled by wave after wave of pirates, he might miss the opportunity. However, the moment he stepped from the outer area into the interior, someone suddenly attacked him. It was the sweet commander Collegia of the Big Mom Pirates, leading a group of pirates to ambush and kill any who tried to enter. Sorry, but the poneglyph inside belongs to our Big Mom Pirates. No one is allowed in. Just then, a large group of pirates emerged from the forest. They were from the Beast's Pirates, led by Jekka. Bullshit! The Poneglyph belongs to Lord Kaido. Your Big Mom pirates have no business here. As the two sides were about to clash, Kalegia stepped in to stop them. Jekka, this guy is no less formidable than Mom and your Lord Kaido. Let's stop him first, then settle our dispute. What do you think? Jekka naturally knew that Lei Ku was not to be trifled with, but he had just said that to avoid showing weakness to the Big Mom pirates. Now that the other side proposed to join forces against Redbird Lei Ku, he was naturally willing. Fine. Let's take him down first, then settle our own fight. Lei Ku had originally intended to let the two factions fight each other, saving his own time. He didn't expect them to reach an agreement to target him. Looks like this will take some time. The next second, without any hesitation, Lei Ku launched a fierce attack. Flaming Sparrow Swarm. Kalegia immediately summoned a large number of biscuit soldiers to defend against Lei Ku's flaming sparrows. Meanwhile, Jekka transformed into his hybrid form. His thick hide made the flaming sparrows almost ineffective. However, their subordinate pirates were not so fortunate. Over 100 were killed by the flaming sparrow swarm. Jekka and Kalegia's faces changed drastically. They hadn't expected the enemy to eliminate so many with a single move. This strength was probably on par with their captains. But what shocked them even more was that Lei Ku had vanished from the sky. The next second, Lei Ku appeared before the hybrid form Jekka, letting out a cold sneer. Time to exit early, Jekka. Rashing Thunder. Although Jekka had a thick hide, under Lei Ku's royal haki, it was like a thin paper shell. He was struck with his eyes rolling back, and collapsed unconscious. Kalegia looked on in shock. He hadn't even seen the opponent's movements. At this moment, he felt a hint of regret. He had thought that with so many soldiers and Jekka, they could stop the enemy. But he never expected Jekka to be defeated in one round. Moreover, from start to finish, he had only used his Devil Fruit ability and done nothing else. Now he had to stay fully focused and be cautious at all times. However, Lei Ku had already flown into the sky. Kalegia summoned 10 biscuit soldiers at once, hiding his true body among them. The ordinary pirates below tried to shoot at Lei Ku, but he used his Conqueror's Haki to knock them all unconscious. At that moment, Kalegia commanded the biscuit soldiers to charge forward. Divine Fire, Great Majesty. In just a second, Lei Ku's attack instantly destroyed all of Kalegia's biscuit soldiers. The powerful attack directly broke through Kalegia's armament Haki defense and knocked him to the ground. Whether it was Kaido's All-Stars or Big Mom's Sweet Commanders, none could last a single round against Lei Ku now. Then Lei Ku proceeded towards the island's center. However, what Lei Ku didn't know was that because he had broken through the defenses of the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast's Pirates, it also allowed more pirates to enter the island's interior, as they were no longer blocked by the two major forces. Meanwhile, Diorman and Lajilu, who had not fought for long on the periphery, also charged inside. So did Wildfire Jin and Katakuri. By this time, Red Hair Zainkasi had also dealt with those pirates and arrived at the island's interior, but he did not reveal himself immediately. However, what Lei Ku and the others didn't know was that Big Mom and Kaido had already stopped fighting inside. The two emperors of the sea were planning to join forces, eliminate the others, and then fight over the Poneglyph. After all, they didn't want to exhaust each other and let someone else snatch the prize. Moreover, although they were at the island's center, they had sensed two powerful conquerors' Haki bursts. And many pirates had rushed in. They needed these pirates to help search for the Poneglyph. Who knew where that old noble had hidden it? Once the Poneglyph was found, the two of them could then fight for it. After all, with the two of them joining forces, they didn't believe any pirate could snatch the Poneglyph from them. Old Lord, a large number of pirates have already rushed in. Wait a little longer. Let more pirates come in, then release the news and blow them all up, to avenge my son. Although a group of pirates were eliminated outside the island, the majority still charged in. They began searching the interior of the island, while the four emperors silently observed. After all, a Poneglyph of that size was not easy to transport. Just then, a group of pirates discovered the hiding place of the old noble, and the guards fought fiercely with them. At that moment, the island's broadcast system announced the true location of the Poneglyph right here. Pirates from all directions swarmed in, charging toward this spot. Come on, bring more pirates, I'll blow you all to pieces, cough cough. However, Some powerful pirates did not act under these circumstances, and the emperors also ordered their subordinates to remain calm. Because no one knew whether this was a trap, everything was too coincidental. From the release of the Poneglyph's information to the current scramble by so many pirates, even the marines outside had received the news. As thousands of pirates flooded in, the guards around the old lord were cut down one by one. They gazed greedily at the stone, but since they had never seen a real Poneglyph, they only felt that its color seemed off. But they couldn't care less, grab it first and think later. The old noble sat in his chair, watching these insatiable pirates. He let out a cold sneer, then lit the fuse beside him. In his mind flashed the joy of having a son in his old age, and the agony of losing that son. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out, and a large chunk of the island's interior was blasted hollow. Thousands of pirates perished in the massive blast. The pirates who had not yet been caught in the blast congratulated themselves on entering a step later, but in the center of the crater created by the explosion, a stone appeared. Unexpectedly, the Poneglyph stone was so hard that not even such a huge explosion could shatter it. The remaining pirates, forgetting the terror of the explosion just moments ago, rushed headlong toward the stone. However, at this moment, the emperors who had been watching also began to move. The subordinates of the Big Mom Pirates and the Kaido Pirates also charged forward. At that moment, red-eared Zyankasi also moved, and Red-Bird Lei-Ku naturally refused to lag behind. However, Yanzai-Jin and Jiangshin Katakuri tried to stop them, but were directly intercepted by Deorman and Logi-Lu. To stop the two of them, Big Mom and Kaido could no longer hold back and rushed out directly. The two exchanged a glance, and the next moment launched a combined attack. Ocean Domination. The combined attack of two Emperor-level fighters was so devastating that anyone nearby would die on contact. Lei-Ku and Zyankasi exchanged a glance, and the next moment they both charged forward. Divine Departure. Divine Flame, Golden Crow. The terrifying power of both sides' techniques directly collided, producing a violent explosion that flattened the land. The power was so immense that the previous bomb was not even half as strong. This scene left Kaido and Big Mom somewhat stunned. They hadn't expected the opponents to be able to withstand that move. Those two rising stars were indeed formidable. Then the four engaged in direct combat, Kaido versus red-eared Zyankasi, and Lei-Ku versus Big Mom. You, disappearing for so many years, I thought you were dead? It made me unable to avenge my old grudge. Big Mom, sorry to disappoint you. Now I'm afraid you won't be able to take revenge, because I am stronger than you. You arrogant brat, die. Big Mom swung her giant blade with immense power. Lei-Ku also drew his black blade, Yojin, and blocked the attack. To Big Mom's surprise, with all her strength, the kid had blocked it effortlessly. This infuriated her. She had been an emperor dominating the sea for decades and would not allow anyone to be so arrogant. Divine Flame, Great Might. The next second, Lei-Ku appeared directly in front of Big Mom and unleashed a powerful slash. Plum Stakes. Although she blocked Lei-Ku's attack, the terrifying force made her retreat 2 steps. Before Big Mom could react, Lei-Ku launched a fierce assault. Prometheus, Zeus. Kill him. Yes, Mama. The next second, powerful lightning and massive flames erupted in the sky. However, Lei-Ku naturally ignored the flames, but the overwhelming lightning needed to be blocked with his own Divine Flame. Divine Flame, Coiled Serpent. The moment Lei-Ku blocked the lightning, his eyes narrowed and he used observation killing against Big Mom. Then, he flashed behind her. Although she reacted and tried to defend, it was too late. Divine Flame, Sky Rend. The powerful attack directly used Imperial Haki, driving the damage into Big Mom's body. The intense pain made Big Mom scream. She hadn't expected her steel skin to be breached. The soldiers of the Big Mom Pirates in the distance were furious seeing their mother injured, especially Katakuri, who wanted to come to her aid but was intercepted by Logi-Lu. Kaido was also somewhat surprised. After all, he knew better than anyone how tough Lingling's skin was. He hadn't expected it to be breached in such a short time. Big Mom was also furious. No one had ever made her suffer such a loss. The next second, she began to consume her lifespan to enhance her power. At this moment, Big Mom became exceptionally slender, her appearance turning even more ferocious. Kid, you thoroughly angered me. Lei-Ku had already flown into the sky. Just then, Big Mom prepared to use her soul chain to control him and steal his lifespan. However, Lei-Ku repelled it with his Conqueror's Haki. His powerful Conqueror's Haki shocked everyone present. Even Kaido and Zyankasi couldn't help but look over. Divine Flame, Blazing Sun, Ocean Domination. Both sides launched their attacks simultaneously. The powerful conqueror's haki directly tore the sky, and black lightning filled the field. However, to Big Mom's surprise, even though she had overdrawn her lifespan, she still couldn't overpower Redbird Lei Ku in the clash of strength. What had this man experienced? How had his strength increased to this level, even comparable to Whitebeard, or even the deceased Roger? I told you, you are no match for me, Big Mom. As Lei Ku erupted with Divine Flame once more, he exerted force in his hands, and the tremendous power sent Big Mom flying, though she wasn't too seriously injured. But any keen observer could see that Big Mom was being dominated. It was uncertain what would happen if she went all out. However, at this moment, Katakuri returned to Big Mom's side and began to advise her. After all, fighting to the death here might kill Lei Ku, but there were still 2 Emperor-level combatants present. If not careful, they might fall here, which Katakuri would not allow. Moreover, the Big Mom Pirates had not brought many people here. If something went wrong, there would be no one to back them up. Big Mom glanced at the poneglyph in the center and had to give up. Fortunately, it wasn't the red stone, otherwise, she would have risked her life to kill Lei Ku. Big Mom Pirates withdraw from the battle. Lei Ku also caught sight of the historical inscription, but it was not the crimson-hued one they sought. He shook his head helplessly. At that very moment, Kaido, engaged in battle with the red-haired Shanks far away, turned his gaze toward them. He had witnessed Lei Ku's earlier skirmish, and it stirred within him a long-dormant thirst for combat. Moreover, Kaido had not forgotten his own vow. Upon meeting Lei Ku again, he would slay him personally. Red-haired Shanks, he declared, I bear old grudges with this man. I shall not continue our fight. Lei Ku, too, noticed Kaido striding toward him, yet he stood unflinching, fearless before any foe. Seeing Lei Ku's unwavering composure, Kaido instinctively assumed his battle stance, a posture he hadn't adopted in years. Redbird Lei Ku, surely you recall our unfinished duel. Kaido, I welcome you anytime. In the next instant, Kaido charged forward, swinging his iron spiked club. Lei Ku drew his blade to meet the assault. Both unleashed Supreme King Haki infused with flowing Sakura, clashing from afar. Kaido's raw power far surpassed Big Mom's, yet both now fought in their hybrid human-beast forms, striking with blinding speed, their movements a whirlwind of fury. Meanwhile, Dorman and the Flame Disaster King locked horns at a distance. Watch the flames behind him. Lei Ku warned Dorman, for without knowing King's weakness, defeating him would be near impossible. Don't let your focus waver mid-battle. Thunderbolt 8 trigrams. Thanks for the reminder. I'd never dare forget the Emperor of the Sea. Divine Fire, Great Viral Kana. Both enveloped themselves in Supreme King Haki. Their combined might tore open the heavens. What exhilarating combat! Kaido roared as he launched another assault. Divine Fire, Mountain Ascent. Lei Ku's inner power surge multiplied manifold beyond before, and the tide of battle shifted instantly, from evenly matched clash to decisive dominance, with Lei Ku pressing Kaido relentlessly. Such humiliation was intolerable to Kaido. He seized the sake flask at his waist and drained it, preparing to fight in earnest. In his ordinary form, Kaido could barely hold his ground against Redbird Lei Ku, and he sensed clearly his opponent had yet to unleash his full strength. Unbelievable, within just 9 years, this man's power had ascended to such monstrous heights. Drunken mode. Seeing Kaido's transformed state, Lei Ku did not lower his guard. Divine Fire form. Flames erupted across his crimson armor, coalescing into an incandescent battleplate. This flaming armor heightened Lei Ku's strength, speed, and regenerative capacity all at once. Even more terrifying, it siphoned vitality from his foes mid-combat, fueling his own might. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. Divine Fire, Tyrant Sky. Vajrapani, Dragon Ascendant Army. Divine Fire, Setting Sun. Within a single minute, Kaido and Lei Ku exchanged dozens of devastating blows, their clash so ferocious that ordinary men would perish merely witnessing it. Subjugation of the 3 worlds, descent into Naraka. Divine Fire, Falling Golden Crow. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon Kaido after countless exchanges, yet Lei Ku's stamina showed scarcely diminished. It baffled him. Both were zone-type Devil Fruit users. How could Lei Ku's recovery surpass his own? Without warning, Lei Ku activated Observation Haki to suppress Kaido's senses, then vanished, reappearing above him in a flash. Divine Fire, Obsidian Lapis. Sensing mortal peril, Kaido encased himself in hardened armament Haki, forging an impenetrable exoskeleton. Yet Lei Ku's strike pierced Kaido's defense effortlessly, leaving him stunned. Only primal instinct saved him from certain death. The blow struck Kaido's right arm, piercing clean through, sending his spiked club clattering to the ground. At last, the Emperor of the Sea was forced to admit, this young man now stood above him in power. But he was Kaido the Beast King, never one to yield so easily. He snatched up his club and emptied the last drop of sake from his flask. In the next breath, he vanished from sight. Lei Ku attempted to foresee his movement with observation haki, only to have his perception blocked by Kaido's own observation suppression. A terrifying aura flared behind him. Subjugation of the three worlds, descent into Naraka. The cataclysmic blow struck Lei Ku directly, slamming him deep into the earth, shattering the ground beneath with apocalyptic force. Slowly, Lei Ku rose from the crater, his divine fire, summoned entirely in that split second for defense, having absorbed the full impact. Had it not, he would surely have been gravely wounded. My strike failed to wound you. Your defenses are astonishing. And unlike King, you're no rare-blooded anomaly, yet your awakened devil fruit is utterly monstrous. Nor did my blow cripple you just now. King, we are leaving. This stone isn't the crimson historical inscription, let them keep it. King, battered and bleeding, heard his captain's call and withdrew from the battlefield. The beast's pirates retreat. Meanwhile, far away, red-haired Shanks had already seized the historical inscription. Captain Lei Ku, I thought you'd finish off Kaido. He's formidable. I could have prevailed had we continued. But remember, outside await 2 Marine Admirals and countless Vice Admirals. If conflict erupts, we must preserve our peak condition. I suspect Kaido thinks the same. He longed to fight on. Yet as captains, we bear responsibility not only for ourselves, but for every crewmate beneath us. Next time we'll settle this with the beast's pirates, fully and fiercely. Lei Ku then approached red-haired Shanks, whose crewmate, Rakuyo, watched warily. So shall we spar, then? Lei Ku declined Shanks' offer. This was not the crimson historical inscription, and with the Marines lurking nearby, confrontation served no purpose. Keep the inscription, it's yours. We depart. Until next we meet, red-haired. Captain, you startled me. I feared we'd clash. Though we've crossed paths before, pirates often clash, even old acquaintances. Indeed, I'm wary of him. He just fought Kaido and Big Mom back-to-back, yet bears no wounds, and his stamina remains unbroken. Under different circumstances, I'd relish testing myself against him. Enough, Rakuyo. Send men to retrieve the inscription. Understood, Captain. Captain Light, you're back. We just saw an explosion on the island. What happened? I'm not entirely sure myself, likely a Navy trap. Yet this final historical inscription isn't red, it's white. Never imagined this last fragment would prove so elusive. And I suspect this inscription may already be in government hands. Otherwise, how could it have vanished without a trace for so long? Light and his crew prepared to set sail, glancing toward the distant Navy fleet, apparently unwilling to escalate into open conflict. Their presence was purely observational, to monitor these 4 Emperors-level forces and prevent any large-scale chaos. Yet just as they were about to depart, several Navy officers blocked their path. What's with these Navy brutes? They didn't stop 4 Emperors, but now they're halting us. Probably mistook us for some minor pirate crew. From afar, Admirals Akainu and Kizaru both took note of the unfolding scene. Damn it, whose captain is commanding that warship? How dare he detain that calamity? It's Commodore Kami of the Navy branch. He joined only 7 years ago, so it's understandable he wouldn't recognize them. Cursed Redbird pirates vanished for 9 years, yet now resurface. Commodore Kami, word from the Admirals, let this pirate crew pass. Why? They are not 4 Emperors and barely 8 pirates total. Open fire. Seize them. Don't hesitate, other ships have already captured numerous pirates. Yes, Commodore Kami. Light and his crew exchanged grim looks. Conflict, it seemed, was now inevitable. Commodore Kami, the Admirals are on the line. Grant immediate passage. This is the former 4 Emperor crew, the Redbird pirates. What? Release them now. But the order arrived too late, like struck first. A single flame tornado shattered the warship, sending it spiraling into the depths. Akainu watched, seething with fury. How dare they attack under the gaze of so many Navy vessels? Kizaru, meanwhile, sighed inwardly. This ill-advised confrontation had just landed him another exhausting task. All Navy forces prepare for battle. Target, the Redbird pirates. Akainu, are you truly prepared to fight? Indeed. To destroy one of our warships before this entire fleet failure to retaliate would shatter the Navy's honor forever. Attack make them understand the Navy is no force to trifle with. Attack. Like's crew watched, unsurprised, as the Navy surged forward. Been too long since we warmed up, let's remind these Navy officers who we are. Divine flame, falling star shower. Like soared skyward, flames erupting like a pillar into the heavens, then countless colossal meteors descended from above. Look to the sky. Navy sailors cried out in alarm. Should those impact, their fleet would suffer catastrophic losses. At that moment, Admiral Kizaru launched himself skyward. Terrifying indeed. If your assault landed, the Navy would face devastating casualties. Admiral Kizaru has intervened. Navy soldiers shouted, their faith in him absolute. 8-pointed mirror. Countless laser beams erupted from Kizaru's palms, streaking upward to intercept the falling meteors. The searing light pierced straight through the massive meteors, yet Kizaru failed to fully neutralize the barrage. Their destructive force, though diminished, remained formidable. Still, when the meteors struck, several Navy vessels were obliterated and many sailors injured, though far fewer ships were lost than feared, sparing the fleet from total ruin. That Paul Newson fellow never lets Like have an easy victory, does he? Yet after that single, devastating strike, the Navy's offensive momentum faltered. After all, such overwhelming power was monstrous. Just one blow nearly sent them plunging beneath the waves. No hesitation, attack. Then Akainu issued the command. Kizaru frowned. Launching a full assault now would incur grievous losses. That meteor barrage had been merely a warning. Obeying Akainu's order, the Navy pressed forward and Akainu himself charged ahead, unleashing meteor volcano toward the sky. A torrent of magma-laced meteors hurtled toward Like's ship. Like smiled faintly. So they've chosen to counterattack. They won't let us leave so easily, it seems. Divine flame, fire spiral. A colossal flame tornado enveloped the vessel, forming an impenetrable vortex deflecting Akainu's assault entirely. Gigantic magma fists slammed harmlessly into the sea, erupting into clouds of scalding steam. Akainu's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected his attack to be so effortlessly thwarted. Not even Navy artillery could pierce that barrier. You all withdraw, I'll handle these two admirals myself. Otherwise, we'll never break free. He ascended into the sky, transforming into a 400-meter phoenix of living flame, its wings beating once, unleashing torrents of incinerating fire upon the Navy fleet. Then shifting into his human beast form, he dove among the warships, drawing his black blade mid-flight, and with a single, effortless slash, cleaved two Navy vessels cleanly in half. Seeing Like carve through the Navy formation like a phantom through empty air, Admiral Kizaru could no longer remain idle. He shot forward to confront him directly. Drawing the sword of heaven's origin, Kizaru slashed. Like parried the blow, then vanished in a blur, reappearing instantly behind him. A second slash flashed. Kizaru dissolved into light, scattering into fragments, only for each shard to reform instantly into identical Kizarus, converging upon Like in unison. Like's observation Haki foresaw every movement, dodging flawlessly before unleashing divine flame, soaring dragon. One stroke eradicated every clone, leaving only Kizaru's true form, eyes narrowed in wary appraisal. Then Like struck again, using observation Haki to kill perception itself. Kizaru didn't even blink before the blade fell. It pierced his defenses, hurling him downward with crushing force, slamming him onto the deck of a Navy warship. Kizaru spat blood, astonished that, for that fleeting instant, his own observation Haki had been utterly silenced. Like pressed the advantage, refusing to grant mercy, while Navy gunfire rained down, each bullet dissolving into ash against his surrounding flames. Just then, Admiral Akainu intervened, his blazing magma fist hurtling toward Like with apocalyptic force. Lei Ku watched Sakazuki charge forward and instantly countered with his own armament Haki, bracing for impact. We meet again, Sakazuki. Just a pirate, rest assured, I will kill you. Then prove you have the strength to do so. Without hesitation, the two clashed. Sakazuki, the Logi-type user of the magma fruit, wielded devastating destructive power. Yet Lei Ku bore the divine flame as armor, rendering him unafraid of Sakazuki's searing assaults. Their exchange devolved into a raw, titanic collision of armament Haki. Lei Ku then unleashed an overwhelming conqueror's Haki, instantly stunning every marine rushing toward him. Its sheer intensity compelled Sakazuki himself to release his own conqueror's Haki in response. Their Haki roared against one another before they resumed fierce hand-to-hand combat. Though Sakazuki's might had grown formidable, he found himself distinctly outmatched, outpaced, and overpowered by Lei Ku in both speed and strength. Lei Ku held decisive superiority not only in physical prowess, but also in the sheer depth and resilience of his Haki. Remarkably, This was after expending considerable energy and haki on the island and having just unleashed a massive offensive strike. He had already engaged Admiral Kizaru in prolonged combat, wounding him severely yet still retained such staggering reserves against Sakazuki. A truly terrifying adversary. Sakazuki had ordered the Marines to attack Leiku not only because he was a high-priority fugitive on the Navy's wanted list, but also because Leiku had once bested him in battle. He sought redemption to capture Leiku and restore the Navy's honor and justice. Doggy Bite, Crimson Lotus. The assault struck like lightning, but Leiku anticipated it, deflecting the blow with armament haki reinforced by Divine Flame. In that instant, Leiku lunged forward, driving his blade deep into Sakazuki's abdomen only for Sakazuki to evade via elemental transformation. Clearly, Sakazuki's mastery of haki had reached an exceptional level. At that very moment, Leiku's observation haki warned him he leapt skyward from the ship just in time, evading a stealthy ambush. It was Admiral Kizaru. Though wounded, he remained battle-ready. From afar, junior Marines watched both admirals engage simultaneously and assumed this pirate's fate was sealed. Veteran Marines, however, recalled the infamous siege years ago when Leiku had faced down Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary hero Vice Admiral Garp. And yet, he had escaped. This man possessed Yonko-tier combat strength and a bounty of 4 billion berries. What lay ahead would be a brutal, grueling battle. Now confronting two admirals at once, Leiku felt both honored and tested. Kizaru surged forward, brandishing the heavenly sword Tatsuka, his wounds hastily bandaged, yet still throbbing with pain. Sakazuki followed closely behind, fists blazing with molten magma. Divine Flame, Blazing Sun. Leiku first repelled Kizaru with a single slash, then immediately met Sakazuki head-on with armament haki. Both warriors unleashed their full might, locking into a tense, thunderous stalemate until Kizaru closed in once more, his Logia-enhanced speed boring through the air. A slashing strike forced Leiku to abandon his clash with Sakazuki and leap backward. Two admirals fighting in tandem, it seems this won't be easy after all. Moreover, Leiku's stamina had been heavily taxed earlier on the island. Though he'd conserved energy in anticipation of naval intervention, fatigue now crept in. Still, even in this state, he remained fully capable of holding his ground against these two admirals. Yet no Kagami. Kizaru soared into the sky, then unleashed a torrent of laser beams. Simultaneously, Sakazuki attacked from another angle. As fellow admirals, their coordination was instinctive and flawless. Fire Sparrow Flock. Countless flaming birds erupted skyward only to be pierced and scattered by the relentless barrage of light. Yet for Leiku, mere momentary obstruction sufficed. He gripped his blade and charged straight toward Sakazuki. Divine Flame, Wolf Hunt. They clashed anew, yet at that precise instant, Kizaru briefly suppressed Leiku's observation haki and reappeared behind him. His sword thrust pierced toward Leiku's heart, but at the last breath, Leiku ignited the Divine Flame within his body, halting the blade mid-strike. With a sharp parry, he deflected Sakazuki's blow, then launched himself skyward. Indeed, the synergy between these two admirals was formidable enough to demand Leiku's utmost focus. Divine Flame, Ascending Tower. In the next heartbeat, Leiku materialized before Sakazuki, his conqueror's haki erupting with crushing dominance, pressing down upon Sakazuki. Sakazuki felt his magma fruit abilities momentarily stifled under that overwhelming aura. Only by releasing his own conqueror's haki did he break free from its suffocating grip. For Leiku, that fleeting suppression of Sakazuki's Logia powers was all he needed. Divine Flame, Great Virokana. A black-bladed slash wreath in flame shattered Sakazuki's defenses and sent him hurtling backward. Kizaru rushed to intervene, but Leiku had already foreseen every motion, intercepting him before he could close the distance. Leiku disrupted Kizaru's observation haki, then, as the light sword descended, he batted it aside before seizing Kizaru's head, suppressing his Logia nature with Conqueror's haki, and slamming him hard onto the deck. The sheer force ruptured Kizaru's ribs, he spat blood and crumpled deep into the hole. Meanwhile, Sakazuki staggered upright, his chest now split by a fresh, bleeding gash. Within barely 2 minutes, the battlefield's balance had inverted. Both admirals lay grievously wounded while Leiku stood unscathed. Still, Leiku, rarely seen perspiring, now bore beads of sweat. Engaging two admirals simultaneously with sustained haki exertion was profoundly taxing. Then Sakazuki charged again from afar, unchanged in resolve. Though battered, he refused to let a single pirate slip away. Leiku met him once more, each exchange draining their stamina at a frightening pace. What Sakazuki failed to realize was that Lei Ku's external divine flame continuously siphoned his vitality, slowly replenishing Lei Ku's strength. After sending Sakazuki flying once more, Lei Ku soared skyward and departed the warship. He had no intention of prolonging the fight. Naval reinforcements could arrive at any moment, turning victory into peril. Besides, with both admirals injured, pursuit of his vessel seemed unlikely. Sakazuki crawled up from the ship's opposite side, disheveled, blooded, surrounded by anxious marines. First, check on Borisorino's condition. Yes, Admiral Sakazuki. When the marines descended to the lower deck, they found Admiral Kizaru lying in the cabin, bloodied but conscious, resting quietly. Lei Ku then slowly descended back onto the ship, collapsing limply onto the deck. The successive battles had drained his strength. He needed to rest. Captain Lei Ku, where do we head next? First, evade the pursuit of the marines. Then find a place to replenish our supplies. After that, we need to gather intelligence to see if we can find any leads on the fourth Poneglyph. 3 months later. On a certain island in the New World, Ace had gathered his crew, and the Spade Pirates were officially formed. Meanwhile, Lei Ku and his companions arrived at an island known as the transfer station for pirates. The island sold a vast array of weapons and equipment. Lei Ku and his crew planned to replenish their arms and ammunition here, as pirates consumed their weapons quickly. Lei Ku and Kuluo disembarked together, while the other crew members waited on the ship. As for the goods, with Lei Ku's current strength, he could easily transport them back to the ship. However, at that moment, a major incident occurred on the island. Someone attempted to steal weapons and was directly killed. Their bodies were hung on the island as a warning to other pirates. These fools really don't know when to quit. This is Joker's territory. And I heard it was his subordinates who dealt with them. Is that true? Did he personally set foot on this island? Inside a luxurious mansion on the island, the warlord Doflamingo was seated, discussing matters with the island's administrator. 3 months earlier, Doflamingo had successfully established contact with Kaido on the world's 7th largest island, and the two had confirmed their partnership. The weapons manufactured by Kaido would be smuggled to Doflamingo, who would then distribute them to various islands for sale. Joker, you know business on this island is booming. So you need to send more weapons here. And I think we should adjust our original trading ratio, given how incredibly hot my island's business is now. Hey, your greed is a bit too blatant. You forget that without me, this island would never have gotten off the ground. Times have changed. The situation on our island is different now. You really are insatiably greedy. But I, Doflamingo, came here precisely to discuss this matter with you. Oh, is that so? Of course. I intend to have my people take over this place. I originally planned to let you keep managing it, but now it seems unnecessary. What do you mean? At that moment, the island's ruler suddenly found his body out of control. He was forced to draw his saber and press it against his own throat. No, Joker. I'll give up everything, just spare my life. Too late. Die. The next second, the ruler's body crumpled to the floor. Notify everyone. Eliminate the local forces on the island and replace them with our people. Take full control of this island. Yes, Captain. Lei Ku had just purchased a large quantity of weapons from the underground market when a commotion erupted. A group of pirates began slaughtering the island's administrators, and the guards clashed with them. However, the guards were no match for these pirates. In a short time, they were all killed. Because Doflamingo acted swiftly, he soon seized control of the island. He ordered his men to check the identities of everyone leaving the island, allowing passage only to those who were not part of the former ruler's faction. The island continued to operate as usual, with free trade, and little changed. Soon, the visiting pirates began to leave one after another. However, when it was Lei Ku and Kuluo's turn, they were stopped. After all, under such circumstances, instead of leaving immediately, the two of them were carrying a large batch of weapons. Their calm demeanor was hardly typical of ordinary pirates. Who are you two? Speak up. As you can see, pirates. Which pirate crew are you from? The Redbird Pirates. Never heard of you. You're suspicious. Leave the weapons and you can go. Lei Ku sighed helplessly. They had come specifically to buy weapons, and these pirates certainly had some nerve. I'm afraid we can't agree to that request. You two want to die, don't you? At that moment, the surrounding pirates closed in, ready to finish off these two insolent fools. Since so many had already been killed on the island, 2 more would make no difference. Kill these nobodies. But as soon as they spoke, a flash of red appeared at their necks. All dozen or so pirates were instantly slain, their heads hitting the ground before they even realized what had happened. The onlookers were stunned, staring at Lei Ku and Kuluo in terror. Lei Ku and his companion, however, acted as if nothing had happened and prepared to leave. But the news quickly spread among the pirates, who gathered a large force to seek revenge. By then, Lei Ku had already transported the weapons and ammunition to his ship. Seeing the horde of pirates behind him, he was somewhat surprised. Looks like another bunch of people coming to die. It's them. They killed over a dozen of our brothers. Kill them. Before Lei Ku could speak, they attacked directly. Hundreds of bullets flew toward him, but he blocked them all with his divine flame. The pirates stared in horror, realizing they had provoked something far beyond their league. You lot have no manners. Let a man finish speaking first. Divine flame, wandering dragon. The next moment, Lei Ku swept through the pirates like a god of death, cutting down most of them with no resistance. Just then, a group of pirates approached from a distance, led by Doflamingo and his subordinates. His face darkened as he saw so many of his men dead at Lei Ku's hands. He was about to lose control when he recognized the identity of the attacker, and his heart skipped a beat. These damned fools! How could they provoke this man, the one who can rival Kaido? Oh! Are you planning to avenge them? No, you misunderstand. They had eyes but couldn't see. They deserved to die. I hope they didn't offend you. You're a sensible man. Next time, keep your people in check. Don't be so reckless. Understood. I'll restrain them. Watching Lei Ku leave, Doflamingo seethed with rage. Damn it! But he couldn't vent his anger in front of the man, as he was no match for him. In the year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar, Captain Lei Ku, I heard that AIC Spade Pirates are nearby. Should we go and take a look? Sure. I never expected he would make a name for himself in just over a year of sailing. Soon, Lei Ku and his crew arrived beside AIC's ship. At first, AIC's crew thought they were enemies, but after AIC's explanation, they lowered their guard. Afterwards, everyone gathered on the island and began a banquet. It was then that AIC's crew discovered that their captain's master was the renowned Red Bird Lei Ku. He was once an emperor of the sea, with a bounty as high as 4 billion berries. Recently, it was said that the Red Bird Pirates had fought against 2 marine admirals. However, upon truly interacting with him, they found that he was not as ferocious as the rumors suggested. Instead, he was quite approachable. It was hard to believe he was a young clever figure. Haha, that's because you're not my master's enemies. If you were, you'd know how terrifying he is, AIC said with a laugh. Everyone joined in the laughter. After all, a banquet should have a lively atmosphere. AIC, I heard you robbed a government ship a while ago. Well done. Yeah, and I even snatched a devil fruit from the government. It tastes so awful, I can't believe it's worth so much. That's normal, after all. The fruit grants people all kinds of special abilities. What type of devil fruit did you eat? Logia type, the shell fruit, flame fruit. That's a very rare devil fruit. You're so lucky to have eaten a Logia type. Then AIC demonstrated his devil fruit ability, turning his body into elements and gathering the power of flames. It was somewhat similar to Lei Ku's fruit, as his fruit could also control flames and achieve a certain degree of elemental transformation. Then, while everyone was drinking heartily, AIC pulled Lei Ku aside and began to confide some doubts in his heart. Brother Lei Ku, my full name is actually Porcas D. AIC. My father is the deceased pirate king, Gold. Luo Jia. Eh? Your father is the pirate king. That's quite an impressive lineage. Is it? I don't think so. I think he was a negligent father, leaving my unborn self and my mother behind, only to be killed himself. Moreover, my mother endured for a long time to give birth to me while evading the Marines, and then she passed away. Porcas is my mother's surname. And with my father being the pirate king, was it really right for me to be born as his son? Everyone's birth is right. No matter what crimes their relatives have committed, an innocent child should not bear the burden. But Luo Jie started the Great Pirate Era, causing so many people to fall into desperate situations because of him. Perhaps But many people also set sail because of your father. His execution influenced many people back then. Every person chasing their dream of sailing wouldn't think he was lying. And I myself set sail because of your father. Everyone has their own meaning in life. Your father's life has nothing to do with yours. You must strive to find the meaning of your own life. AIC was silent for a long time, then gulped down the wine from the jar. Thank you, brother Lei Ku. Otherwise, I would have been stuck in a rut. After a day and night of feasting, Lei Ku and his crew prepared to part ways with AIC. However, a pirate ship appearing in the distance changed his mind. Captain Lei Ku, that seems to be the Shichibukai, ancient lizard Te-Air Shirte. He must be here to trouble the Spade Pirates. Too bad for him, he ran into us. Notify the crew, prepare to engage. At that moment, AIC stopped them, telling them to just watch from here. Master Lei Ku, we can't rely on you for everything. It's time for us to face some storms on our own. We can't be greenhouse flowers. Seeing AIC's determined gaze, Lei Ku withdrew his orders to the crew and sat down obediently in his chair. That AIC is just like that. No matter what difficulty lies ahead, he charges forward without fear. Alright, let's just retire quietly. But if AIC really can't defeat him, I won't stand idly by. Then AIC led the Spade Pirates to charge forward. The Shichibukai Te-Air Shirte in the distance had received orders from the Marines. He had heard that a group of small-time pirates had robbed a government ship, so he planned to eliminate them and curry favor with the government. Unlike other Shichibukai, they were more dependent on the government, so the government entrusted them with the dirty and difficult tasks. Captain Te-Air Shirte, these guys are coming out of the island. Looks like they're ready to fight us. Humph, these reckless fools dare to challenge a Shichibukai. They must be tired of living. Charge! Kill them! Let them know who is the king of this sea. AIC directly used his shell fruit ability to fly into the sky. Fire Fist! A gigantic flaming fist shot toward the enemy ship. Seeing the fierce attack, Te-Air Shirte didn't hesitate. He used his zone-type fruit, ancient species, ancient giant lizard. Facing the attack, Te-Air Shirte transformed into his human beast form, a colossal humanoid lizard monster. He wrapped his hands in armament Haki and caught AIC's attack with his bare hands. However, although he blocked the attack, his body was scorched. You're a devil fruit user. Damn it, the Marines told me you were a non-ability user. Enough talk. Prepare to die. At that moment, AIC directly condensed two flaming spears and thrust them into the ancient lizard's body. The enemy screamed in pain. However, as an ancient zone user, he had thick skin and tough flesh. Although the attack caused damage, it was not fatal. He opened his massive bloody maw and lunged at AIC, but AIC dodged using his elemental transformation. Seeing this, Te-Air Shirte directly attacked with armament Haki. AIC also used Haki to defend, but the opponent's strength was immense, forcing AIC to step back a few paces. Then AIC used the high mobility of flames to continuously attack the giant lizard. By now, the giant lizard was covered in burns, but its eyes still coldly scanned the surroundings. At that moment, the enemy used observation Haki to detect AIC's position, armed his serrated teeth with Haki, and bit toward AIC. By the time Ace noticed the enemy's attack, it was already somewhat late. Nevertheless, he swiftly adjusted his body to minimize the damage he would receive. The enemy's attack struck Ace directly, but it was merely a scratch, not fatal. However, at that moment, Tethite burst into laughter. Foolish brat, my teeth are coated with a deadly poison. Within minutes, the toxin will spread through your entire body, and you will die a complete death from the poison. Ace felt his own body and realized that the toxin was indeed beginning to spread through him. The enemy was right. Before I die from the poison, I will definitely kill you. Arrogant brat, meet your death. Tethite charged forward, intending to take advantage of the enemy's poison state and completely subdue him. Once he severed his head, he would see if the other party still dared to be so arrogant. Firebird! A giant firebird charged toward Tethite. Seeing the enormous flame bird approaching, Tethite hastily dodged, but in the instant he evaded the attack, Ace had already rushed to his side. Fire spears! 4 fire spears erupted directly from the ground, piercing through Tethite, and terrifying flames scorched his body. Ow! Hearing Tethite's agonized screams, Ace knew he had to finish the fight quickly, as he was poisoned. If the enemy broke free, he would likely have no chance to turn the tide. Fire spiral. A blazing tornado of fire immediately ignited around Tess' height, causing him to wail in agony. However, because Ace was poisoned, his flame ability began to weaken. Although the enemy was already charred like black charcoal, he barely managed to survive. Seeing this, Ace wrapped his weapon in armament Haki and delivered a heavy blow to the head. Using all his strength, he struck Tess' height with a single staff blow, sending him crashing into the sea, where he fell silent. Afterward, he helped his crewmates take care of the remaining pirates, but then his poisoned body gave out, and he collapsed unconscious. The members of the Hato Pirates were extremely anxious and quickly called for the ship's doctor to treat him, but they had no antidote at all. The Honyo Pirates such a powerful crew, they should have an antidote or something like that. The group hurried to the island and told Lei Ku about the situation. Unfortunately, their ship did not carry any antidote. Don't worry, with me here, your captain will be fine. Then Lei Ku transformed into his beast human form and, in the blink of an eye, arrived at their ship. By this time, Ace's entire body had turned black, clearly poisoned severely. Who would have thought that this Shichibukai, though not well known, would be so dark and vicious in his methods? Then, Lei Ku used his divine fire power to burn away the toxin inside Ace's body, and also healed some of his injuries. After a long while, Ace woke up and saw Lei Ku beside him. You, when encountering enemies, don't just charge in recklessly. You need to be more cautious and pay attention to the enemy's methods. If I hadn't been here today, this poison would have been hard to deal with. Ace sincerely thanked Lei Ku, and then Lei Ku bid him farewell. Although the young man was still somewhat reckless, his strength was already enough to protect himself on this sea. As his teacher, Lei Ku felt gratified, but after all, he was still too young and lacked combat experience. It seemed he would need to look after him more in the future. 3 months later, Lei Ku noticed in the newspaper that the Navy had increased Ace's bounty again. That was no surprise. The young man had killed a Shichibukai and also refused the Navy's invitation to become a Shichibukai himself. Naturally, the Navy would raise his bounty to increase his threat level. As for the one who replaced the former Shichibukai, Lei Ku had met him once before. It was the man who had been beside the little blonde girl in the past. The man known as the Tyrant, Basolumi Shion. Captain Lei Ku, the sea ahead seems a bit abnormal. What's going on? There don't seem to be any sea beasts. Lei Ku looked into the distance and found that there were indeed no sea beasts in the nearby waters. Just as he was puzzled, an island appeared in the distance ahead, shaped like an unhatched egg. Captain Lei Ku, those seem to be government ships ahead, and some ships appear to belong to shipping companies. They are transporting something toward that island. Since government ships were there, it was all the more reason to go and take a look. However, Lei Ku and his crew had no recollection of this island. As Lei Ku's group approached, they were caught off guard when a giant mechanical shark suddenly emerged from the seabed and launched at their ship. However, every move of the enemy was foreseen by Lei Ku's observation Haki. The moment it charged, he flew up directly and used his divine fire to trap it, binding it above the ship. Only then did everyone realize that this shark was not a sea king but had been modified. As Lei Ku forcefully contracted the flames, the originally huge shark was compressed and deformed, its internal chip damaged, and it was completely destroyed. Then Lei Ku and his crew prepared to land on the island. The government agents on the island detected them and rushed out to stop them. Honyo Pirates, this is a government island, future island. What are you doing here? I advise you to leave immediately, or else we won't be lenient. Although the agent said this, he was extremely frightened inside. He knew better than anyone that once these pirates were angered, none of the agents would survive. The other party was Lei Ku of the Honyo, known as the Agent Killer, who specialized in raiding government ships and had no interest in anything else. By this time, the agents had already contacted the Navy, but who knew how long it would take for them to arrive? A government island. Future island. We've never heard of this place. Let's go up and have a look. Hey, agents, I'll spare your lives. In return, let us take a tour. What do you think? What are you, a pirate, talking about? Do you think that's possible? Seeing that the agents seemed unwilling to cooperate, Lei Ku had no choice but to eliminate them. Wait, as long as you promise not to cause trouble here, we won't stop you. And after you've seen it, you must leave immediately. The other agents were also puzzled as to why their captain suddenly said this. Although the agent captain was very reluctant, the other party was too strong, and moreover, the person in charge of this island, Mr. Beijing, had just communicated with them to let the pirates in. In this way, even if they were blamed, it wouldn't fall on them. Unless absolutely necessary, they really didn't want to deal with this agent killer. As Lei Ku and his companions wandered around the island, the Navy had already dispatched numerous warships to this location. Shortly after they landed, an old man with an enormous head emerged from within. Hello, I am the person in charge of this island, Beijing. So you are Beijing, the one known as the world's greatest mind. I really didn't expect you to appear on this island. I didn't expect you to come here either. I have filled the island with jamming signals and deployed mechanical sharks to guard the perimeter. Your ability to arrive here is a kind of destiny. However, I don't mind you visiting this place, Redbird Lei Ku. I've heard of your reputation. Although you are a heinous villain, that is merely the government's rhetoric. From what I understand, you only attack government vessels and pirate ships, never harming ordinary civilians. I didn't expect you to know us so well. But our principle is to never strike first against those we encounter. If they attack us, we will eliminate them without mercy. So, the world's greatest mind, Master Beijing, please do not entertain any thoughts of attacking us, or you will bear the consequences. Then, under the guidance of Beijing, everyone began to tour the island. The technological level of this place was extraordinarily advanced. Lei Ku and his crew were astounded. There were many remarkable inventions here, such as a machine that could instantly change clothes and another that could automatically prepare food. It was almost impossible to believe one's own eyes. Moreover, according to Beijing, he had only arrived on this island 2 years ago. Everything was still under construction, so they should try to avoid conflict. As Lei Ku and his companions explored further, many things here appeared extraordinarily novel. Later, Beijing also introduced his future plans to Lei Ku. He hoped to create more copies of himself, which would allow him to conduct more comprehensive research into the latest scientific technologies. Truly worthy of being the world's greatest mind, even your ideas are so imaginative and unrestrained. But Lei Ku and his crew did not forget that this was a government island. To avoid conflict with the arriving Navy forces, they had to be cautious. Lei Ku and his companions had no choice but to bid farewell to Beijing. After 3 hours of exploration, the island was indeed fascinating. In the end, they successfully loaded a clothes-changing machine and a food-making machine onto their ship. Beijing's speculation was not wrong. This group had simply stumbled upon the island and wanted to look around. If not for his timely realization, given their reputation, the agents stationed here would have likely perished. Only 2 machines were lost in the end, which was of little consequence. His most important experiments remained undisclosed. The application of lineage factor theory and the development of future soldiers. He believed that once these 2 projects were completed, the world's balance of power would undergo a tremendous transformation. Meanwhile, Lei Ku's crew had departed the island before the Navy arrived, setting course for the waters of Hisigo. They had discovered that AIC's Weaver card had moved into the domain of Hisigo. Given AIC's current strength, he was no match for Kaiduo. To prevent a disaster, they planned to recall AIC. However, as soon as they entered the territory of Hisigo, they were spotted by Kaiduo's soldiers. They were already on Kaiduo's watch list, and their arrival immediately drew the Emperor's attention. Kaiduo immediately led a large force to intercept them, while Lei Ku chose not to flee, intending to settle old scores with the beast. Meanwhile, AIC had already landed on Hisigo for some reason and encountered a young girl named Xiaoyu. Hearing that the villagers could not even fill their stomachs, he resolved to find Kaiduo and defeat him. But they just missed each other. When Kaiduo learned that Lei Ku was near Hisigo, he led a massive fleet to confront him. Captain Lei Ku, there are numerous pirate ships ahead. Is the fleet of the 4 Emperor Kaiduo. Oh! He came so quickly. It seems Kaiduo places great importance on us. After all, we have invaded his territory more than once, so naturally, he pays extra attention to us. Looking at the dense mass of pirate ships in the distance, there was no doubt that Kaiduo was preparing for a serious confrontation. Yet, even faced with such a fleet, Lei Ku remained fearless. Redbird Lei Ku, have you come to my territory to die? Kaiduo stood at the bow of his ship, shouting loudly. After all, The grudge between them from their last encounter on the island remained unresolved. Kaido, the enmity between us can no longer be settled with mere words. Let's fight directly. With that, Leiku used his Devil Fruit ability to transform into a massive firebird and launched a fiery assault on Kaido's fleet. Kaido instantly transformed into a giant dragon, and with a flick of his body, countless wind blades slashed toward Leiku. The two exchanged attacks relentlessly, and soon the legendary beasts clashed in a terrifying battle across the sky. They both landed on a nearby island and began to fight in earnest. Meanwhile, Kaido's subordinates were not idle. They attacked Leiku's ship. However, with the Dull Air brothers as two powerful combatants, the defense held strong. The enemy found it difficult to break through. Last time, after Dull Airman learned the weakness of Yan Jin, the latter had been thoroughly trounced. Now, Dull Airman could be considered the true vice-captain of Leiku's crew. His bullets were imbued with immensely powerful Haki. Each bullet created a massive explosion upon impact. If an ordinary person was hit, their body would simply burst apart. Meanwhile, Dull Airman's iron fists, coated in armament Haki, deflected all the enemy's cannon fire. As for one of the three great combatants, Minao, her Xiangxiang fruit had awakened, filling the entire battlefield with a fragrant aroma. Mixed within the fragrance were intoxicating powders. When Kaido's soldiers inhaled these powders, they became intoxicated and lost all will to fight. No matter how Kuei Yin and Jiaku urged them, it was useless. Enraged, the two executed several of their own men. In the distance, Leiku and Kaido had already switched to their human-beast hybrid forms and launched their attacks. Both unleashed their conqueror's Haki simultaneously. The overwhelming force toppled the trees on the island in both directions and tore the very sky apart, a hallmark of top-tier powerhouses. Divine Flame, Ascending the Tower, and Thunder Hexagram, and both unleashed immense power simultaneously. Their first encounter erupted into full-blown combat, for each knew the other's strength well. Divine Flame, Mahavira, and Thunder Roar, Great Venerable Dragon, then Leiku's black blade struck directly at Kaido's vital point, but Kaido evaded effortlessly and countered without delay. They exchanged blows relentlessly, locked in fierce combat across the island. Divine Flame, Shadow Current, then Leiku activated Kanbanshiku Haki, suppressing Kaido's observation ability to launch a surprise assault. Though Kaido reacted instinctively, Leiku's speed proved overwhelming. His back absorbed the strike. And Leiku infused the blow with Ryo Haki, shattering Kaido's defense and inflicting a wound. Indeed, you've grown far too swiftly. I must now fight with absolute seriousness. And Kaido unslung the sake gourd from his waist and drained it in one gulp, slipping into intoxication. In this drunken state, Kaido grew even more pharaoh-less man, more monstrous beast. Roaring Thunder Hexagram, Divine Flame, Vajra, and to Leiku's astonishment, Kaido's strength surged violently, shattering his defense outright. The residual force hurled Leiku backward, but he stabilized himself midair with wings of flame. And Kaido seized the opening, vanishing instantly and deploying Kanbanshiku Haki to blind Leiku's perception. Kaido's Haki was undeniably formidable, yet the moment he charged, Leiku sensed him. And before battle, Leiku had already scattered flames across the island, preemptively countering Kaido's Kanbanshiku Haki. Though full precognition remained impossible, early detection granted Leiku ample time to react. Drunken Thunder Lure to Naraka, Tri-World Subjugation. Kaido's strike was colossal, blindingly fast. And had Leiku not worn armor forged from Divine Flame, nor reinforced his defense with Bisashoku Haki, the blow would have maimed him severely. Even Kaido could scarcely believe his own attack had failed to wound Leiku. It echoed their prior clash, yet Leiku trembled inwardly, for Kaido's strike had genuinely breached his defenses. In the next instant, Leiku seized the gap left by Kaido's attack and launched his most devastating strike, black blade aimed straight at Kaido's heart. Divine Flame, Sword Resonance, and truly the strongest creature alive, Kaido summoned peak reflexes in that life or death moment. And Leiku's blade pierced deep into Kaido's chest. Its explosive force sent the giant crashing heavily to the ground. The strike missed Kaido's heart by a hair. Had it landed, the strongest being would have fallen unconscious. Yet the instant pain struck, Kaido recoiled backward, clutching the wound on his chest. This fall had made him feel death itself. A sensation he hadn't known in decades, yet instead of fear, exhilaration surged within him. And this was the feeling he craved. The very essence he'd pursued all his life, the razor's edge between life and annihilation. Ha ha ha. How long has it been since I felt this? Redbird Leiku, let us duel to the death. With pleasure, and Kaido lunged forward instantly, his Haki flared fully, severing Lei Ku's sensory awareness. Lei Ku reciprocated, nullifying Kaido's perception. Both clashed midair with weapons drawn. Mayatori, Dragon Sovereign Army. Divine Flame, Fire Spiral, Vajra Dart, Divine Flame, Scorching Sun, Roaring Thunder Hexagram. Lei Ku deflected Kaido's attack outright, then delivered a slashing counterstrike, carving a massive scar across Kaido's torso. Yet in the next breath, Kaido, with searing pain still burning, seized Lei Ku barehanded and unleashed Conqueror's Haki, suppressing his Devil Fruit ability. His other hand rose to crush Lei Ku's skull, but though caught off guard, Lei Ku had no time for hesitation. He drew the Divine Flame, inward power flooding back, then blocked Kaido's strike outright. Kneeing the next heartbeat, he lifted Kaido's colossal frame and slammed him down, following with 3 consecutive slashes. Kaido rolled away, then unleashed wind blades. But before he could react, Lei Ku soared skyward, black blade leveled at Kaido. Divine Flame, Dragon Slaying Strike, and this lightning-fast, earth-shattering assault bore down upon Kaido, who met it with Roaring Thunder Hexagram. Yet he was already wounded and exhausted from exertion, so his defense faltered, its power greatly diminished. Lei Ku shattered it entirely, his blade struck true, Rival Haki and Conqueror's Haki coiling together to hurl Kaido sprawling onto the ground. Kaido, the world's strongest creature, defeated, and Lei Ku spared no finishing blow. Instead, he soared over the sea to aid his comrades where naval combat raged fiercely. Kaido's subordinates pursued Lei Ku's crew with arrogant fervor even after dozens of ships had been destroyed. And under the command of the 3 senior commanders, wave after wave assaulted the blazing phoenix. Then a thunderous roar snapped them all back to reality. It's Red Bird Lei Ku. What's become of Lord Kaido? Why hasn't he appeared? Kaido's pirates stared in disbelief, unable to accept their captain's defeat. And even the 3 senior commanders refused to believe it. Lei Ku's arrival instantly reversed the tide. The once numerous Kaido pirates now fought with crumbling morale. Under Jin's command, they withdrew swiftly beneath Lei Ku's onslaught and rushed inland to locate their fallen captain. When Emma the Flame Disaster beheld his captain unconscious and motionless, he could scarcely comprehend how any being might have defeated Lord Kaido. Lei Ku's party prepared to depart, having vanquished Wano Country's greatest threat. And even if Ace encountered danger here, he would surely overcome it now. Unbeknownst to Lei Ku, Ace was then locked in fierce combat with a warrior named Yamato, neither yielding an inch. Yet after Lei Ku's departure, Ace and Yamato resolved their conflict. And thereafter, Lei Ku charted his course and sailed from Wano Country. Ace, too, departed Wano Country, leaving Yamato with a vow. One day, I shall return to take you sailing, and I will come not just for you, but to feed every starving soul in this land. Yamato believed him and pledged to wait. And Kaido, meanwhile, was carried back to Onigashima, his wounds staunched, his body swathed in bandages. Captain Kaido, our island of Onigashima was invaded today. But Lord Yamato drove them away. I see. Yamato did well, though he's too stubborn, always wanting to become Kazuki Oden. Cough, cough, cough. Then Kaido reclined in his chair, the scars on his body aching dully. 2 months later, Lei Ku and his crew appeared in a certain place in the New World. However, a piece of news forced them to take it seriously. Fire Fist Ace and Knight of the Sea Jinbe are engaged in a great battle. Captain Lei Ku, this intelligence should be true. The battle has already begun. Why? It is said that Ace clashed with the Whitebeard pirates. He seems to want to challenge Whitebeard, but Whitebeard has a debt of gratitude to the Fishman race, so Jinbe accepted the fight on his behalf. Let's head over there. I think Whitebeard might make a move. If he does, Ace will be in danger. Aye, Captain. Meanwhile, the Marine headquarters also received this news. After all, Knight of the Sea Jinbe was one of the 7 warlords. And this Fire Fist Ace had killed a warlord a year ago and had declined the invitation to become a warlord himself. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, should we dispatch warships to support Knight of the Sea Jinbe? Forget it. That area is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. It's better not to send warships there. That man won't allow the Marines to interfere. Just then, a Marine rushed in panic. What's the matter? Sengoku asked in confusion. The Redbird pirates are heading toward the island where Ace and Jinbe are fighting. 2 young-level individuals are about to make contact. This news surprised Sengoku. He hadn't expected this battle to involve such major figures. It's not surprising. The Marines have long had intelligence that the Spade Pirates and the Redbird Pirates are closely connected. If it weren't for the Redbird Pirates' habit of not claiming territory, We would have thought they were subordinate ships. Keep a close watch on this matter, but do not intervene. It's best if we stay out of affairs involving two young clever pirates. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. By the way, have the intelligence division look into Fire Fist Ace's background. He hasn't been at sea for many years, yet he's caused such a stir, and he even has the Red Bird Pirates escorting him. This is somewhat unusual. His talent as a pirate is far too exceptional. Sengoku furrowed his brow. The current era had finally stabilized. He hoped it could last a little longer. At that moment, on a small island in the New World, Fire Fist Ace and Knight of the Sea Jinbe had been fighting for 4 days and 4 nights, both gasping for breath. Jinbe had also suffered many injuries. Fighting on land was not his forte, but his opponent was indeed formidable. Yet neither side would back down, each having their own reasons. One wanted to repay a debt of gratitude, the other wanted to challenge the man who had once contended with the pirate king, Roger. A day later, both collapsed in exhaustion. To Ace's astonishment, the Whitebeard pirates appeared before him. So you are Fire Fist Ace? Your spade pirates have all been captured. I hope you won't put up any unnecessary resistance. Marco looked at the young man and spoke slowly. He had heard of Ace's deeds, a somewhat reckless fellow, but not an unpleasant one. However, Ace remained silent, staring at the towering man before him. That man was like a mountain, just like his big brother Lei Ku. He is the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, the one who once fought with my father Roger on the seas. Are you Whitebeard? Young people nowadays have no manners. Hey, kid, I heard you want to challenge me. Is that true? Of course it's true. Come fight me, Whitebeard. Whitebeard then jumped off his ship and glanced at Jinbe sitting on the ground. Why did you have to do this? It has nothing to do with you. Why must you get involved? You have a debt of gratitude to our fisherman race. Now that you're in trouble, I must step in. Whitebeard Edward Newgate shook his head helplessly. That was just how Jinbe was. There was no way to dissuade him. Fire Fist Ace, you are already exhausted. Rest for a while, or else I would be taking advantage of you. Ace initially wanted to refuse, but thinking that all his crewmates had been captured and he was running low on strength, he agreed to the request. An hour later, Ace stood up and challenged the world's strongest man. If he won, Whitebeard would release his crewmates. If he lost, he would die on this island, but his crewmates were innocent, and he hoped Whitebeard would spare them. Fire Fist! A crushing defeat, just like facing his big brother Lei Ku back then, a complete failure. Whitebeard hadn't even used his Devil Fruit ability, only Haki, to defeat him. Pops, should we kill this guy and his crew? He did challenge us. Take him below and treat his wounds. Somehow, I rather like this kid. He feels familiar. Yes, Pops. But judging by his condition, he'll probably be unconscious for a few days. 3 hours later, the Red Bird Pirates arrived at the island, but they were clearly too late. Ace had been defeated and taken away. And from the state of the battlefield, it seemed Whitebeard had made his move. Captain Lei Ku, what should we do? Ace must have been taken by them. What to do? Fight our way over and snatch Ace back, right, Captain Lei Ku? Koro said slowly. Lei Ku fell into deep thought, then finally decided to head to the Whitebeard Pirates' territory. Everyone be careful. If nothing unexpected happens, this trip will involve a clash. That man is hailed as the world's strongest man. Captain Lei Ku, we've been through countless battles over the years. We're not afraid of them now. Let's set sail. Meanwhile, aboard the Whitebeard Pirates ship, the Spade Pirates were tied up and thrown onto the deck. They were furious. They knew their captain had been defeated. If it weren't for them, Ace, with his abilities, could have escaped safely even if he couldn't win. Hey, you guys, quit your shouting. The fact that you're still alive is because the captain is in a good mood. Anyone who dares to offend the Whitebeard Pirates has already been sent to the bottom of the sea. Just then, a pirate rushed over in a panic. Commander! The Red Bird Pirates are heading straight for us. What are they here for? We don't have any conflict with them, do we? The bound members of the Black Peach Pirates showed excitement on their faces. Big brother Lei Ku had come to rescue them. Marco keenly noticed their expressions and inquired about their relationship with the Lei Ku Pirates. At first, they were reluctant to speak, but after Marco's threats, they finally revealed the reason. By then, Whitebeard had also learned of the news. He stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance at the red bird Lei Ku. The two emperor-level figures gazed at each other from afar, and Lei Ku was the first to speak. Captain Whitebeard, we have no intention of starting a conflict here. I hope you will release my disciple, Fire Fist AIC, and his crew and hand them over to us. Red bird Lei Ku, that is quite rude of you. Fire Fist AIC challenged our captain. Do you think it's that simple to ask us to let them go with just one sentence? Jin Guduo, the captain of the 11th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, spoke up. Lei Ku calmly gazed at this Whitebeard captain, his eyes filled with killing intent. Hey, Red bird Lei Ku, we are not afraid of you. Don't stare at us with that look. See by Duoji Air, the captain of the 14th Division, also gripped his weapon and said. Captain Whitebeard, won't you say something? Or do you truly want to start a war? Lei Ku slowly drew the blade at his waist, unleashing a powerful conqueror's haki, countless black lightning bolts crackling around him. He charged directly at the Whitebeard Pirates, his overwhelming conqueror's haki striking the two captains who had just spoken. The terrifying black lightning was about to erupt. Whitebeard acted, unleashing his own conqueror's haki to counter Lei Ku's. This brief clash made everyone realize one thing. Lei Ku truly had the strength to fight their captain, Whitebeard. Though he had kept a low profile for so many years, his power had not diminished. Red bird Lei Ku, you're still so impulsive. It's been over a decade since we last met, hasn't it? Indeed. But I'm much calmer now. Usually, anyone who lays a hand on my people gets sunk to the bottom of the sea. What an arrogant brat, just like that one. It seems he's learned your recklessness well. However, I have no intention of starting war. But Fire Fist AIC's offense against the Whitebeard Pirates cannot simply be overlooked. You are the elder, so you shall bear the responsibility. I'm ready. The two directly arrived on a massive uninhabited island. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates watched excitedly. Though the old man hadn't seriously fought in years, his strength was truly formidable and fearsome. Only Ma Ku worried whether such a large-scale battle might trigger the old man's old illness. In contrast to the excited faces of the Whitebeard Pirates division commanders, the members of the Lei Ku Pirates showed a different expression. They were also filled with confidence no matter what enemy they faced, their captain could defeat them. That was the trust between comrades. As soon as Whitebeard and Lei Ku set foot on the island, they unleashed their conqueror's haki. Unlike others with this ability, both of their haki had reached a new height. The mighty conqueror's haki carried terrifying black lightning and inflicted actual damage, causing the surrounding land to crack open. The sea began to churn from the clash between the two kings, and the sky was torn in two by their overwhelming auras. The next moment, Lei Ku, as the younger one, made the first move. Facing the world's strongest man, he immediately used his strongest form. Human beast form. He soared into the sky, wielding a black blade. He unleashed countless terrifying slashes undoubtedly. Even an ordinary division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates would fall with a single blow. The two captains who had just spoken harshly turned pale, still recovering from the conqueror's haki. If not for Whitebeard, they would have fainted in shame. Facing Lei Ku's furious slashes, Whitebeard wielded his massive blade, Mirakumajiri. Using armament haki, he blocked them all, and then, returning the courtesy, launched his own attack. He struck the air with his right fist, activating the power of the tremor fruit. The blow shattered the void, sending a powerful seismic attack toward Lei Ku. Lei Ku knew well that this man possessed one of the world's most fearsome abilities, the power of the tremor fruit. However, against such fruit power, only stronger haki could resist. Lei Ku directly used the royal haki to block that attack. The sight left the Whitebeard Pirates' crew stunned. Being able to withstand the old man's tremor fruit ability unscathed was truly terrifying. Whitebeard seemed unsurprised. After all, their haki clash had shown him that the other was on the same level. It was only natural that he could easily block this strike. At that moment, Lei Ku launched his attack, using Divine Flame to form a layer of armor over his body in advance. He charged at Whitebeard with incredible speed, and the two clashed from a distance, powerful royal haki separating them. The next second, Whitebeard channeled the tremor fruit's power into his weapon and struck out, while Lei Ku agilely dodged. Then Whitebeard used Observation Killing to block Lei Ku's observation haki, suddenly appearing behind him and launching an attack. However, Lei Ku had already deployed tiny fire spirits in advance. He would not be careless when fighting such a powerful opponent. He erupted with divine flame power to quickly adjust his body. Divine Flame Great Virtue. He barely managed to counter the opponent's attack. The terrifying fruit power seemed to distort space itself. If not for Lei Ku's quick reaction, that blow would have landed squarely on him. But the residual waves were easily blocked by the divine flame outside his body. Returning the courtesy, Lei Ku launched a fierce assault on Whitebeard. Divine Flame Sky-Shattering Strike. This was a technique Lei Ku had learned from his two giant brothers, particularly effective against larger opponents. The powerful force surged directly toward Whitebeard. But Whitebeard, a veteran powerhouse with vast combat experience, used observation haki to foresee the attack and blocked it with the power of the tremor fruit. Not bad, young man. Your strength is greater than before. Lei Ku naturally understood he was referring to their encounter over a decade ago. He had to admit that back then, though he already possessed Yonko-level combat power, he was still relatively weak and had a gap compared to true masters like Whitebeard. But now, Lei Ku was not afraid at all. He had enough strength to face all the powerful figures on this sea. Thank you for the compliment. Let's fight again, Whitebeard. Yet at that moment, Whitebeard thrust his weapon into the ground and seized the void with both hands. The power of the Gura Gura no Mi erupted, unleashing a devastating tremor toward Lei Ku, a force truly befitting a Calamity-class Devil Fruit. Divine Fire, Vajra. Lei Ku defended while employing Conqueror's Haki to neutralize Whitebeard's assault. Although the opponent's fruit ability was formidable, he could still offset it with flowing Haki. However, Whitebeard was not one to let Lei Ku cancel his attack so easily. He instantly appeared before Lei Ku, seized him with armament Haki, and directly activated the tremor fruit's power. The combined might of overwhelming Haki and the fruit ability shattered Lei Ku's defense, inflicting some injury. But Lei Ku reacted immediately, thrusting his black blade forward, only to have it blocked by Whitebeard's Miracle Magiri. Undeniably, the world's strongest man lived up to his title, whether in Devil Fruit ability, Haki, physical combat, or battle experience. He was the pinnacle Lei Ku had encountered in a long time. Yet in the next second, Lei Ku unleashed the power of Divine Fire, absorbing the life force of the island to instantly restore himself. His wounds and fatigue vanished without a trace, leaving even Whitebeard astonished. Lei Ku's Vermilion Bird Fruit specialized in endurance and immortality. Divine Fire, Sovereign's Descent. A colossal slash hurtled toward Whitebeard, who countered with the tremor fruit's power. Yet the attacker had vanished from his original position. Father Whitebeard, be careful. Marco, the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, warned from afar. Lei Ku struck from behind Whitebeard. The entire sequence was too swift for any reaction. Divine Fire, Golden Sun. A powerful attack coupled with Supreme Haki. Although Whitebeard reacted in an instant and tried to block with his fruit ability, it was too late. Lei Ku had already anticipated this defensive move and erupted with Conqueror's Haki to suppress the opponent's fruit ability. The next moment, Whitebeard was sent flying. The devastating blow had undoubtedly struck him squarely. The crew of the Whitebeard Pirates wanted to charge in, but Marco stopped them. This was a duel between two captains, and the Redbird Pirates were no pushovers. Though Whitebeard had been sent flying, Lei Ku knew that the previous strike had not dealt significant damage. In that instant, the opponent had used Haki to neutralize his attack. Whitebeard's strength far surpassed Kaido's. Whitebeard rose from a distance, looking at the wound on his chest. Though bleeding, it was not a fatal injury. Undeniably, the young man's power was formidable. Had his defense been a moment slower, he might have been pierced through. The next second, Whitebeard descended from the sky like a monster, coating his weapon with the tremor fruit's power. He attacked Lei Ku, who stood ready, black blade in hand, erupting with flowing Haki to block. Whitebeard relentlessly pressed his assault, the immense fruit ability continuously draining Lei Ku's Haki. Lei Ku also mobilized the divine fire within him, striking at Whitebeard. The latter shattered the air with his hands, directly blocking Lei Ku's wings of flame. Then Lei Ku attacked again, sending a series of devastating slashes toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard used flowing Haki and his weapon to parry each slash, then counterattacked with a strike imbued with the tremor fruit's power. Lei Ku instantly soared into the sky to evade. At the spot where he had stood, the entire earth was torn apart, a terrifying display of power. Although Lei Ku could use Haki to block the attacks, the consumption of his Haki was rapid. A battle between top-tier powerhouses first came down to Haki, then Devil Fruit abilities, and finally physical combat and stamina. Divine Fire, Blazing Sun, Falling Golden Crow. Countless gigantic meteors, influenced by Lei Ku's Divine Fire, began to converge into a super meteor, so immense that it cast the entire island into shadow. Lei Ku's crew immediately sailed their ship away from the area clearly. This was not their first encounter with such a situation. Though the members of the Whitebeard Pirates wished to maintain their dignity as an emperor crew, they had no choice but to retreat in the face of such an attack. Damn it, how can this guy's attack be so powerful? For a moment, the commanders and crew of the Whitebeard Pirates were stunned, especially the two commanders who had provoked earlier. With their strength, they could never force the opponent to use such a technique. Only someone like the old man could. Marco was also worried about the old man's body. Though the attack was formidable, he believed Whitebeard could withstand it. On the ship, Teach stared at the spectacle with a grin. This is how a pirate should be, like the master of the world. The colossal meteor plummeted at terrifying speed, its devastating power palpable even from a distance. Whitebeard chuckled. It had been years since Roger's death that he had faced such a life-or-death crisis. He drove his weapon into the ground, slightly crouched, and tore at the space with both hands. The overwhelming Haki and terrifying tremor fruit power collided directly with the giant meteor. The ferocious force split the entire sea, and the entire battlefield trembled in response. Even Lei Ku, high in the sky, felt the immense power. The tremor fruit's ability clashed with the colossal meteor in midair. Finally, a terrifying rending and explosive roar erupted in the sky, and the giant meteor was torn apart. Whitebeard let out a loud laugh, continuing to unleash the tremor fruit's power to shatter the meteor completely. Countless enormous, devastating fragments rained down. The terrifying impact punctured the small island, leaving it riddled with holes, a testament to the attack's immense power. Even after being broken apart, the fragments still carried tremendous force. Whitebeard panted heavily. That single strike had drained a great deal of his stamina and Haki, a clever move indeed. Lei Ku observed from above, amazed that the opponent had managed to withstand the attack unscathed. Truly worthy of the title world's strongest man. Yet Lei Ku had held back slightly. Had this been a life or death struggle, he would have struck the moment the opponent blocked the attack. At the moment of the opponent's greatest weakness, he would deliver the most lethal blow. However, he and Whitebeard were not mortal enemies, so there was no need for such a move. Cough, cough, cough. Whitebeard, though unharmed by Lei Ku's strike, had his old ailments aggravated due to his already frail health. This was hardly surprising. Whitebeard was already 70 years old, and his body bore the marks of various ailments. Whitebeard, hand over AIC and his crew, and I will leave. You dare? Do you think I'm old? I am Whitebeard. With that, Whitebeard swung his bicentennial Mirakumajiri, channeling the power of the tremor fruit as he struck at Lei Ku. Lei Ku dodged relentlessly, then a suit of red armor enveloped his body as he charged at Whitebeard. The two clashed again, with Lei Ku unleashing flames and slashes at incredible speed. Whitebeard counterattacked with his ability, but Lei Ku could sense that his opponent's stamina was no longer what it had been. It's about to end. Lei Ku used observation killing to block Whitebeard's perception, then split into 3 flame clones that surged toward him. Whitebeard spun his massive blade, cleaving 2 flame clones to the ground with a single rotation. Divine Flame, Star Split. Lei Ku's blade was blindingly fast, striking Whitebeard's chest before he could react. But in the instant he was struck, Whitebeard's reaction was equally swift. He grabbed Lei Ku's head. Ignoring his own injury, he channeled the tremor fruit's power and slammed Lei Ku into the ground. The earthquake's force shattered Lei Ku's red armor, and the impact was so violent that blood streamed from his head. However, both sides ceased their fight, knowing that continuing would only invite more trouble. Mark immediately leaped down from the ship to tend to Whitebeard's wounds, while the commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates kept a wary eye on Lei Ku. Lei Ku used the power of Divine Flame, burning around his body to heal his wounds. This guy. His ability is just like Mark's flames, can also heal injuries. After the fierce battle, though tensions remained high, the two sides eventually sat down to negotiate. However, the negotiation was solely between Whitebeard and Lei Ku. Captain Whitebeard, my request is simple. Release the members of the Spade Pirates. Whitebeard said nothing, but instead tossed a jar of sake from behind him, and opened one for himself. The two fell silent and simply drank. You dare, your devil fruit ability is truly peculiar. You are so badly injured just now, yet now there's no trace left. Just a trait of my fruit. You can take them. I never intended to harm them anyway. I just rather admire that fellow. Lei Ku was speechless. At his age, the man was still acting on whims. If you had no ill intent, the fight between them could have been avoided. Ha ha ha, you must be thinking, if there was no malice, why did we fight? Yes. An old man from a bygone era must test the young ones. Besides, I'm getting old. Fights like this won't come many times anymore. Alright. Lei Ku sighed helplessly. Then the members of the Spade Pirates were brought out, and they were overjoyed to see Lei Ku. Big brother Lei Ku, are you all alright? We're fine. After exchanging brief greetings, they went to AIC's room. He was already exhausted from his fight with Jinbi, and then he had challenged Whitebeard. So he was still lying in the ship's cabin, unconscious. Lei Ku then treated AIC, using flames to heal his exhaustion. 10 minutes later, AIC woke up and saw his crew members and Big Brother Lei Ku. Where are we? Did you save us? Big Brother Lei Ku, we are still on the Whitebeard pirate ship. They don't seem to intend to harm you. Don't be so reckless next time. After that, they walked out of Whitebeard's ship, preparing to leave. Just then, Whitebeard emerged from the cabin and took a seat nearby. AIC, would you like to join my crew? Carry the name of the Whitebeard pirates across the sea. AIC looked at him with doubt. Although they hadn't harmed him, they were still enemies. Join you? No interest. But I'm very interested in challenging you, Whitebeard. Ha ha ha, what an interesting fellow. Redbird Lei Ku, this kid is a lot like you. Why not stay on our ship? You can challenge me anytime, anywhere. I won't harm you, and if you ever want to join us, you're free to do so. AIC stopped in his tracks. The offer intrigued him. Lei Ku noticed his hesitation and spoke up. You can choose for yourself. The Whitebeard pirates mean no harm. If you're not willing, you can leave anytime. In the end, AIC agreed to Whitebeard's proposal. After all, this man was a pirate who had frequently fought against his father. As for Lei Ku, he thought more deeply. On one hand, AIC wouldn't join his own crew, so staying with the Whitebeard pirates was a good option. The key was AIC's special identity, the son of the pirate king, Roger. If the Navy were to learn of this, it would surely cause a great uproar. Before leaving, Lei Ku met with Whitebeard once more, asking him to take good care of AIC. Whitebeard agreed. Before departing, Lei Ku also hinted at AIC's lineage, which surprised Whitebeard. Although he and Roger were enemies, they were also friends in a way, and their true bond was strong. No wonder I felt a familiarity with this kid. Rest assured, AIC will be fine under my care. Lei Ku naturally trusted the character of Captain Whitebeard, who had protected many islands over the years. So he felt at ease leaving AIC with him. Then Lei Ku prepared to leave, but before he departed, a member of the Whitebeard pirates, Di Chi, approached him. Captain Lei Ku, do you remember me? You're a crew member of the Whitebeard pirates, right? What is it? Nothing, I just admire your style. If given the chance, I might follow the same path. Follow your own dream. Oh, you're on the crew of one of the 4 emperors, what dream can't you pursue here? Haha, you're right. See you later, Captain Lei Ku. As Lei Ku sailed away from Whitebeard's territory, he prepared to leave the New World and return to the East Sea. After all, the main purpose of this voyage was to find the final road poneglyph. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, 2 years after Lei Ku's battle with the Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist AIC had officially joined the Whitebeard pirates and become the captain of the 2nd Division. However, a year ago, a major incident occurred within the Whitebeard pirates. The 4th Division captain, Saki, was killed by Tichi, who then fled. AIC, just this once, let it go. Don't chase after him. Pops, he violated the iron rule of the Whitebeard pirates laying hands on his own comrade. As captain of the 2nd Division, I also bear responsibility. I will definitely bring him back. At the same time, in a small town in the East Blue, a pirate named Menchi D. Luffy set sail. Big brother Hawkeye, what brings you to the East Blue this time? I'm searching for renowned swordsmen. I've scoured the New World, so I decided to check the 4 seas. I started with the East Blue. Haha, that's no surprise. Big brother Hawkeye, you've held the title of world's greatest swordsman for 20 years now, and it's never been broken. No wonder you can't find opponents. Your swordsmanship must have reached its peak. Not long ago, I encountered the current Yonko, red-haired Zai Inks. I wanted to spar with him, but he lost an arm. So I didn't fight him. even if I won, it would be dishonorable. Brother Lei Ku, your blade has also turned into a black sword now. How about a spar? Forget it, Brother Mihuaka. My swordsmanship is still not up to yours. Ah, you're too modest. I heard about your battle with Whitebeard 2 years ago. Your strength now is probably far greater than mine. That's only because of my devil fruit power. My swordsmanship is merely at the level of a first-rate swordsman. There's still a considerable gap compared to a top-tier swordsman like you. Besides, it's hard for us to spar without going all out. I won't deal with you. Hawkeye felt somewhat helpless. Having held the position of world's greatest swordsman for 20 years, he longed for an evenly matched opponent. The man before him was far superior in overall strength, and his swordsmanship was likely not far behind. Yet this fellow respected him too much and always refused to engage in battle. Seeing that Lei Ku truly had no intention of fighting, Hawkeye prepared to leave. Brother Mihuaka, since you're here, don't leave so soon. Stay at my tavern for a couple of days. After Lei Ku's persistent persuasion, Mihuaka finally stayed for a day before bidding farewell and departing. Brother Mihuaka is truly a sword fanatic. Ever since I met him, he's been seeking powerful swordsmen to fight. A month later, Lei Ku received a letter from Big Brother Mihuaka. Brother Lei Ku, I'm leaving the East Blue for other seas. This trip to the East Blue has been fruitful. I encountered 2 interesting young men, one who wants to become the Pirate King, and another who aspires to be the world's greatest swordsman. In that young man who wants to replace me, I saw the spirit of a top-tier swordsman. His name is Luolunuan Suolong, and his captain is Menchi Di Lufei. I hope you'll have the chance to meet them. To think that this tiny East Blue could produce someone interesting enough to catch Big Brother Mihuaka's attention. Straw Hat Luffy. The name sounds a bit like AIC's little brother he often mentions. Could it be the same person? After all, he should have set sail by now. But from what Big Brother said, it seems they're pirates. It's rare to find a group of talented pirates in the East Blue. Many powerful pirates have been taken down by that idle hero couple. I hope this Straw Hat crew has better luck and doesn't get caught by that old man. 3 days later, Lei Ku's crew received a report. The Arlong Pirates had been defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. Though it was an ordinary piece of news, it revealed a shocking fact to Lei Ku and his crew. Nomi's village had been under the control of that group. Upon hearing this, Chiyoya immediately rushed over. Lei Ku understood her intentions, and their crew set out for Kokoyashi village. Along the way, Chiyoya worried incessantly about Nami. Although Nami often wrote to her, if Arlong had claimed the village as his territory for so many years, he might have done something terrible to it. Lu Ku comforted Chiyoya, reminding her that not long ago they had seen Nami at the tavern sharing a meal together, so she should be fine. When they arrived at the village, the villagers stared at them warily until the village chief and Nojiko recognized Chiyoya, easing the tension. Yet the truth was always cruel. Chiyoya's old friend Belmare had not died of illness. She was killed by the pirate Arlong. And for all these years, Nami had been enslaved by him, forced to exploit her talents. Such a young child, after her mother's death, bore such a heavy burden alone, working for Arlong, and kept everything from her to avoid causing trouble. That foolish girl! If they had known the truth earlier, the Arlong Pirates would have been utterly annihilated. At this moment, Chiyoya was deeply grieved both for her friend's death and for the suffering her friend's daughter had endured. Nojiko clearly didn't know that Nami had been in contact with them, nor that she had concealed the truth to protect them from harm. However, when Lei Ku learned that Nami had been rescued by the Straw Hat Pirates and become one of them, a great weight was lifted from his heart. After all, according to the village chief, they were not bad people and had saved Nami. They then went to Belmar's grave to pay their respects. Chiyoya decided to find the Straw Hat Pirates to see Nami and verify whether this crew was worthy of her trust. Lei Ku agreed to her request, but before that, they had something to do. A day later, on a marine warship in the East Blue, the recently captured pirates were being transported, among them, the fisherman Arlong. Suddenly, a massive figure descended from the sky, landing directly on the marine warship. Who are you? How dare you attack a government vessel? I don't want to trouble you Marines today. Step aside quietly, or all of you will die. At that moment, an old veteran among the Marines recognized the red bird Lei Ku, the pirate with a bounty of 4 billion berries. The Marine soldiers stared in terror. Why would a pirate of this caliber appear here? Lei Ku then entered the hold, slaughtered all the fisherman pirates, and emerged holding one by the neck, the fisherman Arlong. "Who are you?" Arlong shrieked. Without a word, Lei Ku severed his head and tossed it into the sea. "Captain Lei Ku, you're back." "Yes, Kilo. Go tell Chelyo that guy has been dealt with." "All right, Captain Lei Ku." "Ling, what direction is the Straw Hat crew in now?" "They seem to have gone to Luoga town." "Let's set off as well." "Aye, Captain." At this moment in Luoga town, the Straw Hat crew was busy purchasing supplies, unaware that they had already been noticed by two forces. One was the pirate Buggy the Clown, and the other was the marine smoker. "This is Luoga town, the place where the pirate king was executed," Lei Ku said slowly. Just as he was about to set foot on the island, he suddenly detected a powerful aura. The other party was skilled at concealing themselves, but Lei Ku still caught it. "Strange, what other big shot would come to this place besides us?" Lei Ku looked toward the top of a church. The figure was clothed in a military green cape, bare face obscured. However, the other party clearly noticed Lei Ku as well, frowning in confusion as to why they had come to this small town. "Is it a coincidence?" Long murmured to himself. As soon as Lei Ku and his crew landed, they were spotted by the Marines on site. But the Marines, having heard of Lei Ku's reputation, dared not stop them. Instead, they sent someone to inform Colonel Smoker. Later, they found Naomi on the island, who was shopping with Sanji. Naomi was startled to see them, especially Chelyo, whose eyes instantly reddened, clearly understanding what had happened. Sanji, thinking Lei Ku and his crew were troublemakers, immediately stepped in front of Naomi, but she persuaded him to step aside. Lei Ku and his crew did not disturb the reunion between Naomi and Chelyo. Instead, they chatted with Sanji. "Young man, well done. Standing in front of your partner when danger looms, I admire that." At that moment, though Sanji knew these people were not villains, a trace of unease lingered in his heart. It was understandable. A powerhouse like Lei Ku, even while suppressing his aura, could still be sensed by those with keen intuition. After a long while, Chelyo and Naomi finally emerged. Both had red-rimmed eyes, but Chelyo reluctantly bid Naomi farewell. Naomi told her that she could take care of herself now, and had so many reliable companions. She was truly happy now, so she asked Lei Ku and Chelyo not to worry. She was going to set sail and pursue her dream. Seeing Naomi like this, Chelyo felt relieved and told her to contact them if anything ever went wrong. No matter the difficulty, they could solve it. Naomi agreed with a smile, then said goodbye to them along with Sanji. Although Naomi had her own adventure, Lei Ku and his crew were still uneasy. They didn't leave immediately, but returned to the ship to wait until it was safe for them to set sail. Meanwhile, on the island, an operation against the Straw Hats had already begun. A large number of pirates attacked the crew, and their captain, Luffy, was captured and taken to the execution platform. Buggy the Clown was about to execute Straw Hat Luffy. Yet just at that critical moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, a fierce wind howled, and a violent lightning bolt struck the execution platform directly. Buggy was charred black, while Straw Hat Luffy remained completely unharmed. As Luffy escaped, the Marines joined the fray, capturing the pirates in the square. Colonel Smoker, however, had his eyes on Luffy. As Luffy tried to flee, Smoker used his smoke fruit ability to capture him. Gomo Gomo no Gatling. Countless rubber arms struck continuously, but Smoker simply turned his body into smoke, rendering them ineffective. White blow. A massive fist of smoke shot toward Luffy. Though he dodged desperately, he was still ensnared by the smoke. Straw Hat Luffy, there's no way I'm letting a pirate like you set sail. Don't resist. My weapon is laced with sea stone, specifically for devil fruit users like you. A wanted criminal with a bounty of 30 million. Your luck ends here. But just as Smoker reached for the weapon behind his back to arrest Luffy, a sudden gust of wind howled, and a man in a hooded cloak appeared behind him. He seized Smoker's hand, preventing him from drawing his weapon, and said slowly, "That's hard to say." "You are." Smoker was shocked. Why would the world's most wanted criminal be here? The entire town was suddenly swept by fierce winds, spawning numerous small tornadoes that sent the nearby Marines flying. When Smoker regained his composure, Luffy had already escaped, disappearing from his sight. Though Smoker was thwarted this time, he silently vowed to capture Luffy and bring him to justice. On the coast, the Straw Hats set sail. Nearby Marine warships attempted to open fire, but the rain had soaked their gunpowder, rendering them useless. Go ahead. What reason is there to stop a man from sailing toward the horizon? Captain Lei Ku, the Straw Hats have safely departed. Let's leave here too. Ma'am, let's go, or we'll attract that old man guard and have a fight on our hands. Lei Ku gazed at the distant figure. He had recognized him as the Revolutionary Army member he had met years ago in the Sorbet Kingdom. Why was he here? Did he have some connection to the Straw Hats? His identity was now even more dangerous than Lei Ku's own former status as a Yonko, the world's most wanted criminal, with the highest bounty ever. Though he hadn't met the Straw Hat Luffy and Zoro that Mihawk had mentioned, he had encountered their crewmate Sanji. From this one person, he could gauge the entire crew, and they felt reassured that Naomi was aboard that ship. Captain Lei Ku, where to next? Let's head to the Desert Kingdom near Alabaston. I want to check on Robin. That sand crocodile has been acting a bit restless lately, scheming something. I'm worried about Robin. Aye, Captain. Lei Ku sat at the prow. Though he had crossed paths with the current Shichibukai crocodile years ago, much had changed. The man was extremely ambitious, and leaving Robin there was indeed not a good idea. It was Crocodile who had invited Robin to join him. Lei Ku had visited them at the time, and Crocodile had promised not to harm Robin and to give her a high position. Robin had agreed, but recently, Lei Ku had received some troubling intelligence. He had to go to Alabaston. After entering the Grand Line, Lei Ku and his crew swiftly arrived within the borders of the Desert Kingdom of Arabasta. Yet locating the elusive crocodile alias Mr. Zero proved no simple task, for though he had been appointed one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he retained the old pirate's instinct to lurk unseen in shadows. Lei Ku, however, possessed a method. Crocodile had founded the Baroque Works, a clandestine organization whose inner circle held the key to his whereabouts. You're the Baroque Works liaison. Tell me where your superior is. Though members operated under strict single-line communication, Lei Ku had meticulously traced his way to a core operative. Mr. One formerly Death, a famed assassin from the West Blue, stood before Lei Ku. I never imagined it would be you, such a formidable figure, gracing us with your presence. My apologies for the lack of proper welcome. By protocol, I am unworthy of addressing you directly, but our boss has been exceptionally occupied of late. No matter. I know well enough that Crocodile prefers skulking in the dark, plotting his schemes. Yet you've come to silence me only to find, to your dismay, that I was the one who infiltrated your organization. Ah, Master Lei Ku, what an odd thing to say. It was simply ignorance on my part at first. May I ask what brings you here? Bring Nico Robin to me. I have matters to discuss with her. Call your boss now. I trust he'll accede to my request, or else the Baroque Works shall cease to exist. Indeed, not least because I granted Robin's entry into your ranks with Crocodile's explicit consent. Very well. I shall contact our director immediately. Daz complied. What rotten luck, he muttered inwardly, for he had originally received intelligence suggesting an intruder was hunting down the Baroque Works to eliminate its members. He had never expected him, a walking calamity even Crocodile dared not provoke. Were it not for Robin's irreplaceable value, their boss would never have tolerated such a ticking time bomb within their ranks. Mr. One quickly connected the call to Crocodile, who, upon hearing the full account, fell silent for a long moment, then acquiesced. He instructed Mr. One to extend his greetings to Lei Ku, whom he hadn't seen in many years, and confirmed Robin would arrive within 24 hours. Mr. One relayed the message. Since contact had been established, they would await Robin there. From daybreak until nightfall, Robin finally appeared. She greeted Lei Ku and his crew with genuine warmth. Loneliness, after all, had weighed heavily upon her in this land. Though safe from the Marines' pursuit, Crocodile's ruthless ambition and cruelty unsettled her conscience. Robin, I've recently acquired intelligence. Crocodile is preparing a major operation. I urge you to leave with me this time, lest the coming upheaval engulf you. Robin paused in contemplation, then declined. She understood precisely what Crocodile schemed to achieve, and his machinations brought her closer to her lifelong dream, the dream shared by every scholar of O'Hara. To uncover the truth behind the Void Century. Seeing her resolve unshakable, Lei Ku offered only a quiet warning to tread carefully. A promising crew has emerged in the East Blue, the Straw Hat Pirates. Should opportunity arise, seek them out. You need true companions, not mere alliances bound by convenience or gain. Yes, brother Lei Ku, I will. Recognizing her steadfastness, Lei Ku ceased persuasion and departed, bidding Robin farewell. After Lei Ku's crew departed, Mr. One entered the room and asked Robin, "What did he say to you? Miss all Sunday?" "That is none of your concern, Mr. E. Mind your own affairs." With that, Nico Robin strolled out, mounted a colossal sand crocodile, and vanished into the dunes. The Straw Hat crew? What makes them so extraordinary that even Brother Lei Ku watches them so closely? Yet such questions no longer mattered. Crocodile's plan was nearing fruition. At this critical juncture, he would not permit a member of her caliber to depart Arabasta, and thus the Straw Hats were temporarily set aside. Companions, how unfamiliar that word sounds. As Robin rode away, Mr. One initiated his own countermeasure, eliminating all peripheral Baroque Works operatives. No further lapses could be tolerated in these perilous times. "Captain Lei Ku, are we truly leaving now? I fear for Robin's safety." Mina voiced her concern softly. Lei Ku remained silent. He had learned from intelligence brokers that Crocodile, the warlord of the sea, was orchestrating something vast. The report seemed credible, yet what scale of operation would draw such attention? Could it possibly be regime overthrow? Such ambition would be staggering. Even so, as precaution, Lei Ku's crew decided to remain in the region for the time being. They would observe the Baroque Works movements closely, first relocating to Lung's ancestral homeland, the settlement of Koda, where they settled temporarily. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew, having crossed the Grand Line days earlier, had already encountered Laboon the whale and met the venerable Diar. Kurha! That very night, they landed upon a small island only to find themselves ambushed by bounty hunters, led by a Baroque Works agent. Zoro dispatched them all alone. Witnessing his overwhelming strength, the Arabasta royal minister abandoned secrecy and urgently petitioned the crew. He begged them to escort Princess Vivi back to Arabasta, unaware that, the moment they accepted, the Baroque Works had already marked them as targets. Back at her quarters, Nico Robin received Crocodile's latest order: eliminate Princess Vivi of Arabasta and the Straw Hat Pirates escorting her. Is this coincidence? That the Straw Hats should unwittingly step into Crocodile's grand design. I must warn them they face none other than Crocodile, a warlord of the sea. This is no jest. Better go see them at once. After all, Brother Lei Ku holds them in high regard. I wonder what rare magnetism they possess. Nike Lubin set off immediately upon receiving orders and also discovered the Straw Hat Pirates. In her eyes, they seemed like a group of rookie pirates just setting sail, unaware of the cruelty of this sea. On her turtle ship lay the unconscious minister of Albaciton. "What sort of magic do you possess?" Nike Lubin sat at the bow of the Straw Hat Pirates ship, gazing at them. "How foolish, using yourselves as bait. It's quite impressive that you managed to escape the pursuers," Lubin said, leaning her head on one hand, tilting it slightly. Nama in the distance hadn't yet sensed anything amiss and replied, "That's right. Be careful not to let the ship hit the rocks, or it will sink." "Leave it to me," Nama said with a proud expression, but at this moment she was also beginning to sense something was off. "Luffy, was that you speaking just now?" "No, it wasn't." Everyone finally realized something was wrong and turned to look behind them, while Luobin smiled at them. "Who are you?" Suolong drew his sword first, pointing it at the mysterious figure. Meanwhile, Wei Wei had already recognized her identity: Miss Sunday, Kello Kida's partner. The moment they learned her identity, the Straw Hat Pirates immediately assumed an attack stance, aiming their weapons at her. However, Nike Lubin was already prepared. Using the power of the flower fruit, she directly knocked their weapons away. "Don't point such dangerous things at me." Then she gave them a permanent log pose. "This log pose will allow you to reach Albaciton safely." Just as Wei Wei was struggling to decide, Luffy snatched the permanent log pose and crushed it in his hand. "You cannot decide where this ship will go." Nike Lubin also wore a meaningful expression, then leaped onto her giant turtle mount and departed. A few days later, at the stronghold of Lei Ku's crew in Albaciton. "Captain Lei Ku, the situation is not good. The people of Albaciton, suffering from years of drought, are preparing to start a rebellion. Moreover, I hear the main reason for this rebellion is the king's inaction." "The king of Albaciton is the one called Kubila, right? We've met him before. Wasn't he known as a very wise king?" "That's not very clear. Keep a close watch on the movements of Baroque Works." "Understood, Captain Lei Ku." Although Mr. One had eliminated the members who leaked secrets, the other side could never imagine that he himself was the target of Lei Ku's surveillance. Moreover, With Lei Ku's disguise techniques and Mina's reconnaissance abilities, even Sand Crocodile Kelokida himself might not be able to evade detection. Let's set out too. I've detected a change in the enemy's position. They are heading toward the rebel forces in Elbastan. Their target should be the royal palace. The main goal of the rebels is likely to overthrow the regime. Yes, although the rebels have their own objectives, our only goal is to protect Nike Lubin and keep her from harm. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates, after the battle at Shaohuilang, had gone to Tsigugu to cure Name's illness and had also gained a new crew member, to Onichuba. Just yesterday, Luffy separated from his comrades and fought alone against Sand Crocodile Kelokida, who pierced his body and buried him in the desert. However, he was saved by Nike Lubin, who had been watching them. Now, Nike Lubin was deep in thought. Is it really right to plunge a country into such peril for the truth of history? She could no longer help Kelokida like this. She hoped that this Straw Hat boy could save the country. At this moment, Liu Obin was lost in confusion. She was a little tired, wondering how long the dream she had held for so long could last. On the path of pursuing the truth of the world, she was too lonely. Perhaps Brother Lei Ku was right, she needed true companions, but there were none. Lei Ku and his group arrived near the Elbastan royal palace and saw Mr. Wan, whom they had been tracking for a long time, engaged in battle with a swordsman. The swordsman was Lunoya Solong, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. However, Lei Ku's group did not intervene. Instead, they searched the battlefield for Liu Bing. Yet the battlefield was chaotic, with countless royal soldiers and rebels locked in fierce combat. At this moment, Nike Liu Bing was following Kelokida and the kidnapped King Kubila to the tomb of the royal ancestors. Underground, there was a massive poneglyph. Nike Liu Bing went up to examine it. It recorded the location of Pluton. Nike Liu Bing, does it contain any information about Pluton? Kelokida was covered in dust, having just finished a fight with Straw Hat Luffy. He was now extremely concerned about the plan he had been scheming for years. No, it simply records some history of this country. Kelokida did not believe her, because he had deduced the general truth from King Kubila's expression. You're lying to me, Nike Liu Bing. But either way, you will die here today. Seeing this, Nike Liu Bing immediately attacked Kelokida with her weapon, but he used elementalization to dodge the water bottle thrown at her. Then a thrust directly pierced through Liu Bing. Nike Liu Bing fell to the ground, while King Kubila activated an underground mechanism, intending to die together with Kelokida. However, at this moment, Luffy, who had been chasing Kelokida, also arrived here and engaged in a life-or-death duel with Kelokida. By the time Lei Ku and his group arrived following the clues, Kelokida had already been blasted away, and Luffy, his face covered in blood, was carrying the injured Nike Liu Bing and King Kubila out. At this moment, Luffy also saw Lei Ku and the others outside. He was momentarily stunned, but it was Nike Liu Bing behind him who spoke first. Then Lei Ku took Liu Bing away. Before leaving, he asked Luffy if he needed help with treatment, but Luffy refused. Monkey D. Luffy, you are excellent. I have high hopes for you. Luffy was startled, wondering, who is this person? Do I know him? Meanwhile, Lei Ku brought Liu Bing to the ship and treated her wounds. Her injuries began to heal at a visible rate. Thank you, Brother Lei Ku. I didn't expect you hadn't left here. Liu Bing saw Lei Ku's crew and understood that they were worried about her and had not left. They had been silently caring for her. At this moment, she had an epiphany. She should not give up on life, because there were still people who cared about her. What are your plans now, Liu Bing? Put me on the Straw Hat Pirates ship. I want to sail with them for a while. Alright. Lei Ku thought for a moment and then agreed to Liu Bing's request. Captain Lei Ku, I've just received word Ace was sighted in Elbasta a few days ago. Dailman emerged from the cabin and reported. Why would Ace appear here? Isn't he with the Whitebeard Pirates? Lei Ku frowned. He reportedly encountered Monkey D. Luffy and clashed with the Marines right here. Dailman explained. And if this Straw Hat Luffy truly is the younger brother Ace once mentioned, then his presence makes perfect sense. Lei Ku nodded thoughtfully. Do we know where Ace has gone? Unclear. He likely came to the Sand Kingdom on some covert assignment. But Captain, there's no need for concern. Ace's strength is such that few alive could capture him easily. And should the Marines deploy a large fleet, we detect it well in advance. Dailman keep tracking Ace's movements. For some reason, I have an unsettling premonition. A month later, while sailing the open sea, Daemon received new intelligence. Captain Lei Ku rumors say Admiral Aokiji was spotted several days ago on a small island in the Grand Line. Moreover, he reportedly made brief contact with the Straw Hat crew. Aokiji, why would he be here? Lei Ku murmured, puzzled. His interaction with the Straw Hats was fleeting. He departed shortly thereafter. Where has Robin gone with the Straw Hats? To Water 7, where CP agents are said to be operating. Signal the crew. Set course for Water 7. Understood, Captain. Just as Lei Ku's crew prepared to sail toward Water 7, several marine warships appeared on the horizon. At their vanguard stood Vice Admiral Garp, the Navy's hero, and Admiral Aokiji himself. Red Bird Lei Ku. What brings your crew here and what scheme do you harbor? Garp bellowed in his booming voice. Behind him stood Admiral Aokiji, no longer languid, but alert and watchful, his gaze locked tightly upon Lei Ku's crew. Nearby, Garp's apprentices Kobe and Helmeppo looked bewildered. Newly enlisted, they knew nothing of the Red Bird Pirates' terrifying reputation. After all, this crew ranked among the 4 emperors in the New World. Stay sharp, you two. If battle erupts, we won't be able to protect you. Lei Ku's crew likewise felt baffled what could possibly draw both an admiral and the Navy's hero to the unremarkable waters near Water 7. Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Aokiji, we merely happened upon these waters. Has something occurred here to warrant your august presence? Don't waste our time with hollow excuses. A pirate of your stature appearing here is anything but coincidental today. Master and apprentice shall bring you to justice. Aokiji fixed Lei Ku with an unblinking stare, determined to apprehend him at all costs. Garp, however, remained characteristically unruffled. He'd only meant to drive them off, but now, battle seemed inevitable. Since the Admiral has issued his command, Lei Ku, let us fight. Very well, if combat is what you desire, I shall oblige, though reluctantly. In an instant, Lei Ku surged skyward in his human-beast form, confronting the formidable duo. Divine Flame Mahavirakna. A colossal slash cleaved through the air while Aokiji countered mid-air, conjuring an ice lance aimed straight at Lei Ku. Lei Ku's blade sheared through the ice lance like brittle glass just as Garp's iron fist surged forward to meet it. Their attacks collided mid-air, immense armament Haki clashing with thunderous force. At that moment, Aokiji charged forward, ice lance poised to strike. Boom. Daemon fired a Haki-infused shot, striking Aokiji square in the chest, detonating with cataclysmic force. Aokiji shattered into frozen dust. Marines stared in horror, only for Aokiji to reform instantly, whole and unharmed. You anticipated my move with observation Haki and elementalized preemptively. Truly worthy of the title Admiral. At that instant, other Marines surged forward, launching coordinated assaults against Lei Ku's crew. Aokiji rejoined the fray beside Garp, his power too overwhelming for Garp alone to contain. Galactic Impact. Divine Flame Solar Radiance. Both strikes crackled with Conqueror's Haki, its raw, chaotic energy tearing across the heavens, yet their opposing auras cancelled each other's effect. Ironically, the Marines below were spared. Lei Ku's Conqueror's Haki failed to overwhelm them. Meanwhile, Aokiji unleashed a barrage of ice lances, but each melted instantly beneath Lei Ku's Divine Flame. Divine Flame Ascendant Tower. Facing their combined assault, Lei Ku finally unveiled his full power against 2 figures of Admiralty might. Restraint was no longer an option. His body erupted in crimson armor forged from inner flame, and he lunged straight at Vice Admiral Garp. His black-edged blade pierced toward Garp's chest, but Garp met it head-on, encasing himself in armament Haki before countering with flowing Haki. Yet Lei Ku's unleashed strength was monstrous. Even Garp, famed for peerless physicality, buckled under the onslaught and was sent crashing downward. Seeing this, Aokiji unleashed Ice Cube, freezing Lei Ku solid in an instant. But the crimson armor, fused with Haki, shattered the ice like brittle crystal. Then lightning fast he struck. His fist landed squarely on Aokiji's torso, delivering a precise observation kill blow that severed Aokiji's sensory awareness, denying him time to elementalize. Still, Aokiji reacted swiftly, tumbling backward and freezing the sea surface mere instants before impact. Ice Age. Though he cushioned the blow, the strike left him wounded. Indeed, while his own strength had grown over the years, Lei Ku's had advanced just as relentlessly. And Garp, though he'd never admit it, was undeniably past his prime, no longer matching the peak of his legendary youth. By now, every Marine had fallen, hundreds laid low in mere moments. Kobe and Helmeppo lay sprawled unconscious, bruised and battered. This devastation stemmed from the crew's Devil Fruit abilities. Aokiji and Garp exchanged grim glances. The Redbird pirates were undeniably 4 Emperor-level threats. Their decision to initiate combat had been reckless. With the CP9 agents lurking in Water 7 finally surfacing, Nico Robin of the Straw Hat Pirates was taken away. To rescue her, who had sacrificed herself for their protection, the Straw Hats resolved to storm Eni's lobby. The Straw Hat Pirates launched their assault on Eni's lobby, which had already descended into chaos. Just moments ago, they had breached the Marines' judicial stronghold. As they broke through layer after layer of Eni's lobby's defenses, the CP9 commander realized the gravity of the situation and activated the Buster Call. The CP9 members clashed with the Straw Hats. However, this Buster Call was different from usual. It lacked an admiral to oversee it, with only 10 vice admirals dispatched. Still no word from Admiral Aokiji. No, not even Vice Admiral Garp's Denmashi can be reached. Where have they gone at such a critical moment? Never mind, we'll head to Eni's lobby first to provide support. If Eni's lobby falls, the Marines' honor will be trampled underfoot. Meanwhile, Aokiji and Garp were locked in a fierce battle, with all the Marines around them rendered unconscious. Naturally, they could not receive the Vice Admiral's calls. As Garp tangled with Lei Ku, Aokiji struck first against Lei Ku's crew. Ice Age. Using his Ice Fruit ability, he froze Lei Ku's ship solid, though it could only hold them temporarily. This bought himself and Garp a chance to fight Zhuangwan. With time running short, Aokiji quickly joined the fray to aid the struggling Garp against the Redbird, Lei Ku. Though Garp possessed immense strength, he gained no advantage against Lei Ku, whose Devil Fruit ability and all 3 types of Haki were at the pinnacle. Instead, Garp found himself on the back foot. With Aokiji's arrival, Garp finally caught his breath. Ice Storm Bird. A massive frozen bird swooped in, but Lei Ku dodged, creating distance, and melted it with flames. Fire Sparrow Swarm. Lei Ku unleashed a flock of fire sparrows to free his comrades from encirclement, but Aokiji would not allow it. Ice Rain. Countless ice crystals rained down, piercing through the fire sparrows. Then Aokiji charged forward, attacking Lei Ku directly. Wreathed in armament Haki, he thrust an ice spear at Lei Ku. However, Lei Ku dodged calmly, then used Future Sight to vanish and reappear behind Aokiji, delivering a lethal blow. But at that moment, the hero of the Marines, Garp, who had been sent flying, rejoined the fight. His Haki-charged fist forced Lei Ku to break off his attack and evade. Kuzan, you still need more training. If it weren't for me, that guy would have beaten you today. Thank you, Master Garp. After exchanging a few words, Kuzan and Garp launched a relentless, increasingly fierce assault on Lei Ku. Just then, as Lei Ku blocked Aokiji's attack, Garp used Future Sight to nullify Lei Ku's perception and unleashed a devastating punch. The powerful Ryo Haki shattered Lei Ku's Divine Flame armor, striking his body directly. However, Lei Ku barely managed to block it with his own Haki. He then drew his black blade and unleashed a dozen slashes in an instant, forcing Garp and Aokiji onto the defensive. Seizing the moment, Lei Ku delivered a thunderous strike. Divine Flame Wandering Dragon. Though they reacted, both were wounded by Lei Ku's sword energy. His overwhelming power left them unable to escape unscathed. At that moment, Lei Ku's crew shattered Aokiji's ice and attacked Garp and Aokiji. Dolmen and Ling fired Haki-infused bullets, shattering the ice shields Aokiji used for defense. Dolben's iron fist clashed with Garp's, their mighty blows equal in force. But Aokiji, surrounded by the crew, became Lei Ku's target. In a flash, Lei Ku appeared before Aokiji, using his overwhelming Conqueror's Haki to suppress the Admiral's Devil Fruit ability, then delivered a heavy punch. Aokiji doubled over, spitting blood. Lei Ku then bound him with Divine Flame and hurled him down onto the deck with a resounding crash. Hero Garp, do you still wish to fight? You've lost. There was never any great enmity between us. How about we call it quits? Otherwise, the Marines might lose a valuable asset today. Aokiji broke free from Lei Ku's flame chains, but the punch had left him seriously injured. Lei Ku was right. If they continued, one of them might fall here. The enemy was simply too powerful, especially with an entire pirate crew backing him. Only by mobilizing Marine headquarters and sacrificing a great number of elite soldiers and high-level combatants could they hope to defeat him. Helpless, Aokiji and Garp had to let them leave. Yet this was also because Lei Ku never harmed civilians. Moreover, he rarely initiated conflict with the Marines. If he were a truly vicious pirate, Aokiji and Garp would have fought to the death to take him down. Meanwhile, On Innie's lobby, CP9's Rob Lucci was engaged in a final showdown with Monkey D. Luffy. The Marines' Buster Call and 10 Vice Admirals had arrived, ready to strike. Urged on by his crewmates, Luffy summoned his last ounce of strength and utterly defeated Rob Lucci. Then the Straw Hats boarded the battered Going Merry and returned to Water 7. Leiku arrived at Water 7 just in time to witness their return, though their ship was barely holding together. Flame Bird Cloud. Using his Devil Fruit ability, Leiku created a fiery cloud that supported the sinking ship, safely delivering them to the shore. Seeing the exhausted Luffy asleep and the entire crew battered and bruised, Leiku realized that Nico, Robin, and Nami had found their true companions. They no longer needed his protection. They could sail this vast sea on their own. Robin, Nami, farewell. Give my regards to your captain when he wakes up. Brother Leiku, won't you wait to meet our captain? One day, when your captain stands among the pinnacles of piracy, we will meet again. With that, Leiku and his crew bid them farewell and sailed away. On an island in the Grand Line, several pirates were gathering supplies for their voyage. The leader was Teach, who had defected from the Whitebeard Pirates, or rather, Blackbeard. The Grand Line, the narrow island. Approaching head-on are the Blackbeard Pirates. I never imagined those people we met in that small town truly carried 100 million belly bounty. I thought he was bluffing. Lafitte strolled leisurely along the road and spoke calmly. Indeed, Captain Blackbeard capturing them would not only yield the 100 million belly reward but also advance our grand design. Right, no delays. If we dawdle, they'll slip away again. Blackbeard strolled ahead at the front of his crew, utterly unaware that a lone figure now stood atop the nearby rooftop. Hey, Teach, stop right there. I've been searching for you for a long time. Ace called out coldly. Hearing the voice, Blackbeard turned and saw Ace, 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. His expression instantly lit with excitement. Commander Ace, what brings you here? Ace crossed his hands before him, assuming a battle stance, his gaze locked unblinkingly upon Teach. Teach, you know why I've come. Blackbeard remained unruffled, shrugging indifferently. Ace, why not join us? Whitebeard is growing old. The future belongs to us. Once we defeat the Straw Hat Pirates in Water 7 and hand them over to the world government, my plan will reach its zenith. Blackbeard spoke with fervent zeal, laying bare his ambition and machinations, utterly oblivious to the darkening fury in Ace's eyes. Luffy! Teach, what on earth are you talking about? He's my younger brother. Blackbeard recoiled in genuine shock. He had no inkling of their blood tie. And I'd never. Bam! At that instant, Van Ogre lunged forward and fired his bullet, streaking straight toward Ace. But Ace, sensing danger through his Kanbanshiku Haki, had already dissolved into flame, evading the shot entirely. Negotiation shattered. Battle erupted without warning. Fire gun! A torrent of blazing bullets erupted from Ace's palms, searing toward Van Ogre, who twisted and dodged frantically. Just then, Jozu the Blackbeard pirate, who wielded immense strength, hurled a massive wooden structure directly at Ace. Flame Pillar! A colossal column of fire erupted from Ace's body, its incandescent fury reducing the building to ash in an instant. Fire Fist! A titanic flaming fist hurtled toward Blackbeard's crew, so swift that Teach barely registered it before being scorched onto the ground. As Blackbeard writhed in agonized cries, his crew rushed to smother the flames clinging to him. Stand down, all of you. You're no match for Commander Ace. Blackbeard ordered his men to withdraw. Commander Ace, behold the fruit I seized from Thatch, the power I've long coveted. This dark fruit. I waited years for it. Had it never appeared, perhaps I'd have remained aboard Father's ship forever. Blackbeard activated the dark fruit's ability. Dark Hole. From beneath him surged torrents of inky black water, engulfing nearby buildings before recoiling back into his grasp. Structures once whole now crumbled into rubble. See this, Ace? This is the power I now command. Ace said nothing, only launched himself forward. Firefly Flame Diruma. Countless embers coalesced around Blackbeard, igniting into a conflagration so fierce it sent him crashing to the earth. Yet a horrifying sight unfolded. Tendrils of black mist swirled from Teach's body, swallowing the flames whole. Dark Water. Blackbeard unleashed his power directly upon Ace, the terrifying dark fruit locking onto him, drawing him inexorably inward. Gravity. Though Ace sensed the pull, it was too late. Before he could react, he was already clutched tight in Blackbeard's grip. How do you like it, Commander Ace? It was then Ace realized the fruit's most chilling trait. His attempt to liquefy into flame failed completely. Could it be? In that split second of failure, Ace's unparalleled combat instinct deciphered Blackbeard's Devil Fruit ability. But realization came too late. Blackbeard drove a Bushishoku-clad fist deep into Ace's abdomen, launching him violently backward. My dark fruit possesses one more ability. It absorbs the powers of other devil fruits. Blackbeard's demeanor shifted cold, cruel, predatory as he stared down at Ace. Dark water. From afar, Ace was wrenched toward Blackbeard once more, yet as the attack closed in, he struck back. Divine Fire, Unknown Flame. Two blazing lances pierced Blackbeard, but gritting through searing pain, he slashed a blade-like hand across Ace's throat. Ace flew backward, slamming hard into the ruins behind him. My neck nearly snapped, truly a fearsome ability. Blackbeard, enduring agony, wrenched the fiery spears from his flesh only for Ace to strike again. Crossfire. The devastating blast tore straight through Blackbeard, but his physiology proved unnaturally resilient. Though excruciating, he retaliated not with brute force, but by unleashing the dark fruit's corrosive essence upon Ace. Though Blackbeard's power nullified devil fruit abilities, Ace still possessed Haki and now channeled Bushishoku Haki into his fists. They clashed fiercely, yet Blackbeard's Haki proved overwhelming. Within mere exchanges, Ace was battered, bleeding, and driven to his knees. Teach! I never knew you concealed such depth. Your Haki is extraordinary. Ace, one final offer. Join us. Such strength, I'd hate to surrender you to the Marines. To bow before power would render my life meaningless. I will bear no regrets, do you understand? Fool, Blackbeard. Then it's truly regrettable. Ace perished in darkness. Ace staggered upright, summoning the full might of his flame fruit. Great Flame Ring, Emperor of Flames. His fingertips blazed like a miniature sun hurtling toward Blackbeard's endless void. Sun or shadow, the victor shall be one alone, Ace. I shall crown Whitebeard king. Their cataclysmic clash obliterated the narrow island, yet in the end, darkness devoured the sun. Captain, like urgent news. Ace has been defeated by Blackbeard and delivered to the Marines. Like's face darkened, his deepest fear had become reality. Alert the crew. We move immediately to rescue Ace. After capturing Ace, Blackbeard handed him over to the Marines and secured a seat among the 7 warlords of the sea in exchange. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Ace the Fire Fist is the commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Executing him will surely provoke a major response from them. It should, given that man's habits. But his execution is imperative. No one can change that. This Marine officer couldn't understand why such a pirate was to be executed publicly. Was it merely to make an example? Given the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates, this could very well escalate into a major incident. Issue orders to have Ace the Fire Fist escorted to Impel Down, and recall all elite Marine officers from headquarters. Send out summons to the 7 warlords of the sea. If any refuse, they will be stripped of their title. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku paced back and forth in his office. He didn't want the situation to escalate this much, but Ace the Fire Fist's identity was too significant. He was the son of Gold. Roger, the Pirate King, who had been executed. When Sengoku first investigated his identity, he was shocked, but ever since, Ace had been protected by Whitebeard. Moreover, there was a complicated matter. Ace had been entrusted by Roger to Marine hero Garp to raise. Damn it, Garp, you always cause me trouble. Now even the 5 elders have learned of this. They insist that the bloodline of the Pirate King be publicly executed to deter other pirates. And they are sending a representative to witness it personally. Is it because he is a member of the D clan? But I don't know whether this will turn out for good or ill. Meanwhile, Leiku and his crew had arrived at the Subdue archipelago, preparing to head to Marine headquarters to rescue Ace. According to the Weaver card, Ace was still at headquarters and hadn't left yet. Captain Leiku, let's set off. Leiku wanted to rush there immediately, but since it was Marine headquarters, he knew he had to be cautious. Here's the plan. You all stay on the periphery and support me as needed. I'll try to break Ace out first. If we all get trapped inside, it will be hard to escape. Everyone was worried about Leiku, but this was the best approach. With his ability to fly, he could withdraw quickly, and with everyone at full strength, they could fend off the pursuing Marines. Though they agreed with the plan, they still feared for him. Captain Leiku, be careful. I will. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we've spotted the former Yonko, Redbird Leiku, fly in toward headquarters. Is he alone? Yes, only him so far. He must be coming for Ace the Fire Fist. Intelligence indicates they are close friends. Dispatch marine battleships to intercept him immediately. The 5 Elder Saturn Saint is about to arrive. We can't let him just barge in. Mobilize all admirals and vice admirals at headquarters, including that old man Garp, and activate Plan B. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. At that moment, Lei Ku was flying toward marine headquarters. However, the first thing he saw was Admiral Kizaru, who had moved at light speed to intercept him. Kizaru, I didn't expect it to be you. Get out of my way, I have no time to waste on you. Kizaru stabilized in the air and spoke calmly. That won't do. You're far too dangerous to let into marine headquarters. Then let's skip the pleasantries. Lei Ku drew the blade at his waist and charged at Kizaru. How terrifying. Kizaru knew that Lei Ku was coming with overwhelming force, and he couldn't stop him alone. But his mission was to stall Lei Ku until the marine battleships and the other 2 admirals arrived as reinforcements. AMA no Murakumo no Tsurugi. However, this mission was proving dangerous. Lei Ku's attacks were exceptionally fierce, overwhelming Kizaru. He then used his Devil Fruit ability to create distance and engage in a hit and run. He instantly created dozens of light clones, all charging at Lei Ku. Divine Flame, Soaring Dragon. After a series of continuous slashes, Kizaru's clones fell, leaving only his original body. With no other choice, Kizaru had to press on. If he let Lei Ku through, the consequences would be disastrous. Facing Kizaru's interception, Lei Ku decided to end the fight quickly. Divine Flame, Great Wrath. He unleashed a powerful slash, and Kizaru used Haki to block. However, Lei Ku activated his killing intent observation, nullifying Kizaru's perception. Divine Flame, Falling Golden Crow. A strike imbued with Conqueror's Haki directly hit Kizaru. Though he tried to evade by turning into light, his inability to predict the attack due to nullified observation Haki meant he still took significant damage and was slightly dazed. But Lei Ku did not press the advantage. Instead, he took off and flew rapidly toward marine headquarters. However, Lei Ku underestimated Kizaru's resolve. Despite his injuries, Kizaru refused to let Redbird Lei Ku pass so easily. After all, if his estimate was correct, Saturn Saint's ship should have already arrived at marine headquarters. If anything happened to him, the Admirals would lose all face. Lei Ku hadn't flown far before Kizaru caught up with his Glint Fruit ability, which was far faster than Lei Ku's flight. Yasakini no Magatama. Countless beams of light shot toward Lei Ku, forcing him to stop and turn to face them. Just as Lei Ku used his Divine Flame to deflect the beams, Kizaru used his Fruit ability to appear behind him. Light Speed Kick. A powerful kick reinforced with armament Haki came straight at Lei Ku, but he foresaw the attack with his observation Haki. He blocked the kick in advance, then erupted with Divine Flame power to instantly accelerate. He grabbed Kizaru's leg with armament Haki, immobilizing him, and struck Kizaru with a fist imbued with Ryo Haki. Kizaru's body was sent flying toward the sea, but he managed to stop himself at the last second. The punch dealt considerable damage to Kizaru. He sighed inwardly. This solo mission was truly tough. He turned to look for Redbird Lei Ku, but the latter had already vanished into the distance, acting decisively. With no choice, Kizaru caught his breath and flew toward marine headquarters. By then, marine headquarters was in chaos. Soldiers frantically set up defenses. Countless cannons were ready though hastily arranged. They were sufficient to repel the enemy for now. Lei Ku soared above the ocean, where over a dozen naval warships were charging toward him, commanded by none other than the Admiral Aokiji, whom he had clashed with before. Divine Flame, Meteor Shower. As Lei Ku's flame power erupted, countless gigantic meteors rained down upon the naval fleet below. Seeing this, Aokiji utilized his Devil Fruit ability to instantly erect a colossal ice wall, blocking the incoming attack. However, this was merely Lei Ku's tactic to buy time. By the time Aokiji had defended against the meteors, Lei Ku had already vanished without a trace. Shortly after, Kizaru flashed in from a distance, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Standing on the warship, he cast a helpless glance into the distance. He's here. Everyone, prepare to fire. Boom! Hundreds of cannons fired in unison, and hundreds of cannonballs instantly hurtled toward Lei Ku in the sky. Lei Ku halted his advance and drew his blade. Divine Flame, Fire Spiral. A colossal fiery whirlwind enveloped Lei Ku, intercepting all the naval cannonballs outside. Countless explosions echoed, yet the massive flame whirlwind persisted, surging directly toward the naval artillery positions. Just then, a marine giant vice admiral standing guard on the battery made his move. He drew the enormous axe from his back, coated it with armament Haki, and swung it at the giant flame whirlwind. However, the flame whirlwind was not dispersed by his strike. Instead, due to his intrusion, all the flames surged toward his body. In the end, the marine giant vice admiral was severely burned, but his body managed to block the attack. The nearby marines broke out in cold sweat, realizing the terrifying power of their opponent. But at that moment, a marine admiral with a grim expression stepped out from a corner of the battery Akainu. Damn bastard, this is marine headquarters, not a place for a mere pirate to run wild. Meteor volcano. In an instant, dozens of gigantic molten lava meteors hurtled toward Lei Ku. Divine Flame, Azura. Facing the attack, Lei Ku used his flight ability to dodge while counterattacking. The black blade in his hand, wreathed in flames and Haki, cleaved the incoming giant lava fists in two. Amidst a series of explosions, Lei Ku emerged unscathed, gazing down at the marines from high above. At this moment, Lei Ku glanced at Ace's Weaver card, which had already moved away. Moreover, the direction seemed to be the Holy Land of the Celestial Dragons Mary Giles. Damn it! Just moments ago, one of the 5 elders, Satan Shem, had learned that an enemy had invaded Marine headquarters with the aim of capturing the son of GLD. Roger Fire Fist Ace. He immediately summoned Sengoku to personally escort Ace to the Holy Land, where the God's Knights would take him to impel down. Only this route would prevent other pirates from exploiting any opportunity. Sengoku had no choice but to agree to the 5 elders' decision. Although ostensibly it was merely a change in escort route, the underlying reason was their distrust of the Marines. It seems the 5 elders harbor a deep killing intent toward the D-clan, especially the son of Pirate King Roger, the most heinous bloodline in this world. Order! Stop the Red Bird Lei Ku at all costs at Marine headquarters. Just then, Lei Ku sensed several powerful auras rushing toward him. They were the 3 Marine Admirals Aokiji, who had returned from afar, Kizaru, and Akainu. In the distance, Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku personally took the field, while Marine Hero Guard accompanied the 5 elders to the Holy Land, escorting Ace to impel down via the Holy Land's route. It seems they won't let me leave easily. Kizaru launched the first attack, sending countless lasers toward Lei Ku. Flame Giant Wall. A wall of flames blocked Kizaru's attack, while Aokiji struck at Lei Ku, leaping high and hurling countless ice spears coated in Haki. Lei Ku used his observation Haki to foresee the future, evading each attack while unleashing numerous slashes in an instant. Seeing the increasing number of Marines gathering below, Lei Ku erupted with Conqueror's Haki, knocking them unconscious. He intended to remove more Marines from the battle. But at that moment, the 3 admirals intervened, unleashing their own Conqueror's Haki to clash with Lei Ku's. The terrifying force shook the entire Marineford, affecting not only the sky and the earth but also the ocean under the influence of 2 powerful Conqueror's Haki. As both sides withdrew their Conqueror's Haki, the 3 admirals launched a joint assault. Dog Bite Crimson Lotus. Divine Flame, Tiger Hunt. Lei Ku had just blocked Akainu's attack when Kizaru's light blade came at him. Lei Ku instantly reacted, parrying with his black blade. Ice Cube. Aokiji seized the moment to freeze Lei Ku solid with his Devil Fruit ability. The next second, Akainu charged in, his magma fruit power erupting and coated with Ryu Haki. Hellhound. He broke through the ice cube and pierced Lei Ku's body. But the next moment, he was repelled. Lei Ku's divine flame armor was shattered. If he hadn't turned into his elemental form in time, Akainu's attack would have been disastrous. Even so, a chunk of flesh was torn away, but Lei Ku sealed the wound with his divine flame. It seems the 3 admirals working together are quite troublesome. Moreover, Lei Ku intended to leave immediately, unwilling to prolong the fight, as he needed to pursue Ace's escort ship. However, his opponents were clearly not about to let him escape easily. Facing the combined assault of the 3 admirals, Lei Ku used his flame power to soar into the sky, briefly putting distance between them. Just as Kizaru tried to stop him, Lei Ku used Observation Killer to nullify his perception. Divine Flame, Sun. This slash struck Kizaru directly. His observation Haki failed, so he couldn't use elementalization to dodge in time. The immense damage sent Kizaru plummeting from the sky, but before falling, he released a barrage of lasers at Lei Ku. Lei Ku dodged while keeping an eye on the other two admirals. Then, a massive shadow appeared behind him. You bastard, do you have no respect for Marine headquarters? Sengoku the Buddha. It was Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who had transformed into a giant Buddha statue using his ability. Lei Ku realized that his use of Observation Killer had blinded him to this surprise attack, allowing the fallen Admiral Kizaru to coordinate with Sengoku. Buddha Palm Shockwave. The giant Buddha's palm unleashed a shockwave of immense power, infused with royal haki. This devastating blow shattered Lei Ku's defenses, causing his body to burst open and blood to spray. The terrifying force blasted him into the ground of Marine headquarters. This was, without question, the gravest injury Lei had ever sustained. Facing the combined might of admirals proved truly formidable. Yet as Lei crashed deep into the crater, a group of Marines rushed forward to ascertain his fate. Sengoku, the fleet admiral, landed nearby and urgently attempted to halt them, but it was already too late. Countless flames erupted from the crater, coiling around them like vengeful specters. Within mere breaths, hundreds of Marines stationed at the periphery had their vitality siphoned away, collapsing lifelessly upon the earth. The Marines braced themselves as if confronting an imminent cataclysm. Then, in the next instant, Lei soared upward from the chasm, wings blazing with infernal fire. As the flames receded into his body, his wounds healed before the eye could follow. Within the blink of an eye, he stood whole once more. Though this maneuver drained considerable stamina, it has fully restored my injuries. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, your strike was indeed excruciating. Sengoku and two Marine admirals lunged forward instantly, determined not to grant Lei another opportunity to absorb the Marine's life force. Fully recovered, Lei met their tripartite assault head-on. Divine Flame, Vermilion Phoenix Stellar Strike. A colossal Vermilion Phoenix materialized before Lei, unleashing a devastating slash akin to stellar annihilation, hurtling toward the three with terrifying speed. The sheer terror of that power compelled the three admirals to unite their defenses, simultaneously unleashing armament haki in a desperate bid to withstand the onslaught. The shockwave of the collision hurled nearby Marines skyward. Its overwhelming force drew cold sweat even from these three elite admirals. At last, through their synchronized effort, they barely repelled the attack. Yet before they could regroup, Lei launched a sudden, brutal counteroffensive. First, a thunderous kick sent Aokiji flying. Then, without pause, Lei delivered a slashing blow toward Akainu, who raised his guard just in time, though utterly depleted of haki after the prior defense. He was consequently struck down and flung aside. Lei then seized the colossal Buddha figure with Divine Flame, hoisting him aloft and hurling him far beyond reach, rendering him incapable of further assault. The Marines now dared not close in, recklessly, still haunted by the memory of those devouring flames. Observing their hesitation, Lei transformed into a bird hundreds of meters tall and ascended into the heavens, streaking toward the holy land of Marijoa. Sengoku slowly dispelled his Devil Fruit ability, gazing helplessly skyward, unbelieving that even this overwhelming configuration had failed to detain him. The other two admirals sustained only minor injuries, though Kizaru bore deeper wounds. Though ranked fourth among the former four emperors, this man's strength was undeniably peerless. To evade unscathed from the coordinated assault of four admirals and to feed upon so many Marines as sustenance, truly, he was an exceptionally tenacious foe. Though Lei's stamina had waned significantly, he pressed onward at full speed toward Marijoa. Meanwhile, Ace had already been handed over to the Divine Knight Corps by the five elders and was being escorted toward Impel Down. Those inept Marines unable even to restrain a single pirate. Issue orders. Deploy the Royal Guard for combat readiness. Yes, Lord Saturn. At that moment, the celestial dragons remained oblivious, only noticing the sudden massing of guards at the city gates. Hey you! What on earth is happening? Why all this frantic commotion? Respectfully reporting, Your Excellency, Lord Saturn has ordered immediate mobilization. The Holy Land faces imminent assault by a dangerous criminal. Moreover, this same individual attacked the Holy Land over a decade ago. Upon hearing this, the celestial dragon recoiled in horror, dragging his slave back inside while frantically urging the guards to intercept the intruder immediately. Though years had passed, he still vividly recalled that demon-like figure, hundreds of celestial dragons slain beneath his hand. He is a devil risen from hell itself, jealous of our status as the world's supreme aristocracy. Our safety must be safeguarded at all costs. Lei's velocity was unmatched. He swiftly bypassed the Holy Land harbor and soared above the red line, arriving at Marijoa. There, the celestial dragon guards stood poised, ready to confront him. Flame Sparrow Flock. A swarm of fiery birds descended upon the guards, who scrambled to mount their defense. As Like scanned for Ace's whereabouts, an ominous presence suddenly prickled his senses. A monstrous creature serpent-bodied with a bird's head materialized behind him, one of the 5 elders. Like instantly shifted into his human beast form and engaged in battle, yet as his form was forced downward to a critical altitude, a sandworm concealed below struck without warning. It opened its maw wide and swallowed Like whole, then began contracting its body, intent on complete digestion. Unflinching, Like unleashed divine flame, cleaving the beast cleanly in two with a colossal, radiant slash. By then, the guards had surged forward, but Like met them without fear. With effortless precision, he unleashed dozens of slashing strikes. Scores fell instantly, armor shattered, bodies crumpled motionless. Yet hidden among the ranks, the skeletal warrior Mabroshi struck his blade, piercing Like with lethal accuracy. An overwhelming wave of glacial energy instantly froze him solid. Had Like not sensed the danger in advance and enveloped himself in divine flame, he would have fallen prey to their ambush. Where are the rest of you? Reveal yourselves now. I know well your kind, ageless, undying, never appearing alone. Show yourselves, all of you. From afar emerged 2 titanic beasts, Saturn, the ox demon, and Mercury, the sealed serpent. Behind him, Jupiter, Venus, and Mars closed in, surrounding Like completely with 5 monstrous figures. Though encircled, Like remained unruffled, seizing a fleeting moment to check Ace's life card. It was no longer here. Clearly, these beings intended to ensure he would not depart easily today. Then I have no choice but to eliminate you and, incidentally, reduce your capital city, Pangu Castle, to ruins. As Like unleashed his conqueror's Haki, the surrounding guards collapsed unconscious, while even the 5 elders' movements faltered, delaying their intervention. Like accelerated skyward, hurtling toward Pangu Castle to deliver a decisive, annihilating blow. Just as he reached the castle's zenith, the distant 5 elders finally reacted. 4 of the 5 monsters vanished instantly, leaving only Saturn standing alone. Divine flame, falling star. Countless colossal meteors plummeted toward Pangu Castle, only to shatter midair as a blinding sword stroke cleaved through the sky. The defender was Darren Saint, commander of the Divine Knight Corps. Meanwhile, the 4 elders who had stood afar now appeared within Pangu Castle, transformed into colossal, grotesque monstrosities. What is this? Those 4 opponents were clearly nowhere near me. Are they clones or teleporting? Lei Ku was utterly baffled, for he had left them far behind, and there was no way they could have arrived so swiftly. Then a colossal magic circle appeared beneath the feet of the distant Satan, the ox demon monster, who had materialized within Pangu City. What secret lies within this city that you lot guard it so fiercely? Today I must uncover the truth. Lei Ku launched the first assault on Pangu City, but Jolin Shun stepped forward with his long blade. Divine Flame, Mahavarokana. Holy Cross Slash. The 2 clashed briefly in midair, while the distant Jinxing Mogul also raised his sword and charged at Lei Ku. The opponent's blade was wreathed in chilling frost, and Lei Ku used his flames to parry. But at that moment, the motionless ox demon Satan struck. He directly used his ability to immobilize Lei Ku, aiding Jolin and Mogul in slaying him. However, Lei Ku had long developed his own tactics against them. He instantly erupted with Conqueror's Haki, and the overwhelming force shattered the ox demon's ability. Moreover, under the influence of his Haki, the forms of the 5 elders wavered, as if weakened. Seizing this opportunity, Lei Ku focused on dealing with Jolin, the captain of the Holy Knights. Divine Flame, falling golden crow. Holy striking shot. Lei Ku engaged Jolin in a fierce duel, using sensory nullification to block the opponent's perception. He delivered a lethal strike, but Jolin, being a master swordsman, possessed extraordinary reflexes in this crisis. He deflected the blow with his weapon, but Lei Ku followed up with a fist wreathed in flowing Sakura Haki, sending him flying. Then Lei Ku vanished in a flash, leaving the enraged 5 elders searching for his trail. He had arrived inside Pangu City, which, due to the sudden chaos, was now devoid of guards. The captain of the Holy Knight had been the last line of defense, and the other members had been sent to escort Fire Fist Ace. Though Jolin had initially opposed it, the World Master had agreed with the 5 elders' plan to eradicate the sinful bloodline of the D clan. What place is this? There's a massive garden inside Pangu City. Lei Ku flashed into this unfamiliar domain. What is that? An enormous tree. Lei Ku's eyesight was keen. Though the tree stood at the deepest part, he could see that its fruits were unusual. They resembled demon fruits. Beneath the tree sat several huge chests. Overcome by curiosity, Lei Ku flickered to the tree and opened the chests. What greeted his eyes were demon fruits of every shape and color. What is this? So many demon fruits here. Could this tree be the tree of demon fruits? That secret would be terrifying. Just then, footsteps echoed behind him. Who's there? The 5 elders and Jolin, those incompetents actually let someone break in here. Lei Ku now saw the figure clearly, a massive crown atop his head, a mask hiding his face. Who are you? The other did not answer, but from those words, Lei Ku deduced a horrifying truth. Above the 5 elders, the world's highest authority, there was yet another who ruled over them. You are the true controller of this world. You know too much. In an instant, countless arrows emerged from Imo, streaking toward Lei Ku at blinding speed. Moreover, Lei Ku's observation haki seemed to have failed. It felt as if the opponent had used sensory nullification to block his perception. But if that were the case, the opponent's haki power was overwhelming. Lei Ku erupted with all his might to block the dark arrows. Yet to his shock, the attacks were imbued with armament haki and conqueror's haki. Amid the dense barrage, Lei Ku was caught off guard and pierced through. The searing pain made him spit blood. The next moment, he unleashed his conqueror's haki to neutralize the opponent's ability, using the power of flames to heal his wounds. Divine Flame, Vermilion Bird, Starfall. In the next instant, Lei Ku cut down all the arrows and bore down on the opponent's true body. But just then, the colossal Pango City was smashed open by 5 monsters as the 5 elders charged in, with Jolin also brandishing his blade. However, facing Lei Ku's ultimate strike, the opponent could not withstand it without immediately engaging. As the terrifying blow was about to land on Imo, the figure moved. A giant magic circle appeared beneath him, whether a fruit ability or something else, and a colossal humanoid figure emerged. It actually swallowed Lei Ku's attack whole. The scene now resembled the apocalypse. Lei Ku recognized the form. It was eerily similar to the legendary demon. Enormous black wings, a humanoid torso, a goat's skull, demonic eyes, and a massive crown. At Imo's command, the 5 elders rushed at Lei Ku like ravenous fiends. Having endured so many battles, Lei Ku's stamina was nearly depleted. If he continued to fight, he might perish here. He immediately released the flame power within him. In an instant, the entire garden burst into a conflagration, and Lei Ku took the chance to flee swiftly. But then a horrifying sight unfolded. The giant humanoid demon simply devoured the flames. Immediately after, 16 dark arrows pierced Lei Ku's body as he flew through the sky. Grating his teeth against the pain, he sped away from Pango City. Within Pango City, the demon reverted to its original form, and the 5 elders and Jolin knelt before Imo, begging for forgiveness. Bring me his head. Yes, Lord Imo. Lei Ku, having flown out of the Holy Land Merigios, forcibly used the power of divine flame to stabilize his injuries. His condition was dire. All his abdominal organs had been pierced. If luck had not spared his heart, he would have died there. But his strength was utterly spent, and he was forced to descend on an island. Blood poured from his body, then a small flame flickered, gradually expanding until the entire island was ablaze. Yet this fire did not reduce the vegetation and creatures to ash. Instead, it absorbed their vitality, causing them to wither and desiccate. In the next moment, his pierced organs and body began to heal. It was unimaginable that such a fatal wound could be cured by this flame. Lei Ku opened his eyes, gazing coldly at the 16 scars on his body. Then Lei Ku slowly rose to his feet, picking up the Denmashi to inform his crew that the rescue plan had failed and they would have to wait for another opportunity. The master of the 5 elders, the tree of devil fruits, what a terrifying secret. Though that person wore a mask and concealed their voice, their silhouette suggested a feminine figure. It seems the world government hides a multitude of secrets within the 100 years of blank history. Lei Ku then set off again, flying toward the direction of his comrades, though his speed was excruciatingly slow. The injuries he had sustained were severe, and merely healing himself had drained all his stamina. Captain Lei Ku, are you alright? After some time, Lei Ku finally reunited with his crew. He collapsed onto the ship's deck, utterly exhausted. His companions listened as he recounted what had happened. After leaving Marine headquarters, he had instructed his crew to evacuate and rendezvous near the Red Line to assist him. That was why they had arrived so promptly. Upon hearing Lei Ku's tale, everyone was astounded. The Pangea Castle harbored such a being, not only the center of power but also a formidable force. According to Ace's Viva card, he should have been transported to Impel Down. Let's leave for now. Once I've regained my strength, we'll plan our next move. At this moment, the world of pirates had undergone a cataclysmic shift. Ace had been publicly sentenced to execution by the Marines, and days earlier, Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had sent him flying across the world. Hey, Fire-Fist Ace is going to be executed. That man will make his move, won't he? The world is about to be thrown into a massive upheaval. 2 pirates on the Sabaody archipelago discussed these events, as major incidents occurred one after another. I heard the Straw Hat crew knocked out a celestial dragon a few days ago, prompting Admiral Kizaru to mobilize, along with the Marines' newest weapon, the Pacifistas. And now the Marines have captured the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Something big is about to happen. 3 days later, within the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, a pirate ship appeared, the Starlit Firebird. Redbird Lake Co., I've heard about your incursion into Marine headquarters a few days ago. Thank you for Ace's sake. He is my disciple. It was my duty to rescue him. It's a pity I failed. But I plan to storm Impel Down tomorrow and free Ace. Your aura has weakened. You've sustained considerable injury from this assault. You should not go again. Ace is my son. I won't let anything happen to him. I have already summoned all the allied crews under my command. On the day of the execution, we will invade Marineford and rescue Ace. Whitebeard was seated in a chair, and Thor drip hanging behind him, his physical condition clearly deteriorating. But we are up against Marine headquarters. Your strength alone may not be enough, and the Marines possess an unknown force. It was precisely that unknown entity I fought that caused my injuries. Let's split our efforts. I will head to Impel Down before the execution. If I fail, Ace's fate rests in your hands, Whitebeard. You fool! Sengoku has surely set an inescapable trap at Impel Down, and it is a fortress that is easy to defend and hard to assault. We must prepare for both outcomes. Now, I must take my leave. Whitebeard watched Lei Ku depart and began ordering his subordinate crews to make preparations. With less than a day until the execution, Lei Ku's crew finally reached the vicinity of Impel Down, where the Marines had laid an inescapable net. The perimeter was swarming with Marine warships, and the voyage from Marineford to here was extremely swift, so reinforcements could arrive at any moment once battle erupted. However, Lei Ku's stamina and internal injuries had fully recovered, so he did not fear the enemy. As Lei Ku and his crew charged in, a fierce battle erupted on the sea. Dozens of Marine warships opened fire on Lei Ku's vessel, sending thousands of cannonballs hurtling toward them. A colossal vermilion bird materialized in the sky, and a crimson sun coalesced above. The cannonballs were all blocked, and with a series of explosions, the Marines' first wave was neutralized. Then the blazing sun crashed down toward the fleet below. Truly terrifying power. Fortunately, the Elder sent me here, or else with the Marines' main forces absent, this place would have been reduced to chaos by you. Sacred Cyan Flash. A devastating slash cut through the sky, cleaving the sun in two. The attacker was none other than Darling Saint, the commander of the Holy Knights. Yet even more unexpected was the appearance of a mysterious ship among the Marine fleet. Its crew consisted entirely of the Holy Knights, led by the Vice Commander, the son of Darling Saint. Redbird Lake Co., we have been ordered by the gods to slay you. Prepare to be struck down. Lei Ku switched to his hybrid form and returned to his ship, warning his comrades to be cautious. The enemy was formidable and not to be compared with ordinary Marines. Lei Ku then examined the members of the Holy Knights. Besides Darling Saint, there was a man wearing a hooded cloak at his side. Judging by his position, he was the second in command. Meanwhile, inside Impel Down, chaos reigned. Ace had been taken aboard a Marine warship, and upon learning this, Monkey D. Luffy led a group of prisoners to break out of the prison. However, due to Lei Ku's assault, only a small number of Marine warships remained stationed outside Impel Down, and an unwelcome visitor had infiltrated the prison. Marshal D. Teach, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Lei Ku's crew was now engaged in battle with the Marines not far from Impel Down, and the Holy Knights launched a ferocious assault against them. Divine Flame, Great Vajra, Sacred Cross Slash. Lei Ku clashed directly with Darling Saint. The other Holy Knights attempted to aid him, but were sent flying by Dalborn's iron fists. Marine soldiers swarmed forward, and the two sides became locked in close combat. The enemy's second-in-command drew his blade to ambush Lei Ku, but Dolman stopped him with a single shot. A thunderous explosion tore the opponent's cloak to shreds, revealing his face. The sight was shocking. It was a face they knew all too well. The current Yonko, red-haired Shanks. Even Lei Ku, who was battling Darling Sing in the sky, was taken aback for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure. That person was definitely not Shanks, despite the nearly identical appearance. Their auras were worlds apart. Dolman, whether you're the real red-haired Shanks or not, anyone who stands in our captain's way must die. Bullets imbued with Haki shot forth instantly. The vice-commander of the Holy Knights was not one to be outdone, wielding his long blade while dodging and charging toward Dolman. Faced with the encircling assault of numerous Divine Knight Brigade members, Lei Ku showed no restraint, swiftly beheading the two who rushed him. Hey, Redbird Lei Ku. We still haven't settled our score from last time. Thief! I need no reminder. One day, I shall march upon Pango City myself and exterminate those monsters. Though Lei Ku and Garen Singh had clashed many times, neither had ever fought to the death. Divine Slayer. Divine Flame, Solar Radiance. In that instant of engagement, Lei Ku activated his Kanbanshiku Haki, severing Garen's perception, prompting Garen himself to instantly recognize the disruption. To thwart a surprise strike, Garen instantly unleashed multiple attacks around his own body. Lei Ku met them with a single sweeping slash, shattering Garen's blade aura and driving straight toward his chest. Garen's body crouched slightly, raising his sword to parry Lei Ku's black-edged blade, yet this very maneuver had already been anticipated by Lei Ku. In a blur of motion, Lei Ku repositioned himself to Garen Singh's right flank. His fist, wreathed in hardened armament Haki, slammed forth with crushing force, sending Garen hurtling backward. Elsewhere, Dorman and the Divine Knight Brigade's deputy commander fought fiercely, each bearing markedly different expressions. Seeing their leader struck down, the remaining knights surged toward Lei Ku en masse. Though each possessed the strength of elite Marine Vice Admirals, they proved insufficient against Lei Ku. Anticipating their every move through Kanbanshiku Haki, he struck once and one knight fell, struck again and another collapsed. Within less than a minute, over a dozen Divine Knights lay defeated. At that very moment, Garen Singh reappeared disheveled, face contorted with fury. Divine Domain, Judgment. Amidst his skirmish with the knights, Lei Ku instantly sensed the terrifying aura surging forth, yet his attempt to foresee it via Kanbanshiku Haki failed utterly. His perception was forcibly blocked. Divine Flame, Vermilion Phoenix Strike. Confronting Garen Singh's ultimate technique, Lei Ku condensed his own Haki and launched a counteroffensive of equal magnitude. The cataclysmic collision hurled bystanders skyward as two titanic forces clashed midair. Lei Ku's Divine Flame armor shattered violently, and deep gashes bloomed across his body under the onslaught. But there it ended. Lei Ku's Divine Flame erupted, amplifying his power dozens of times over, his monstrous strength overwhelming Garen Singh outright. After that single blow, Garen Singh spat blood, a massive wound tearing across his chest, crimson welling ceaselessly. He collapsed unconscious just as Lei Ku raised his blade to finish him. A stranger closed in at blinding speed. Lei Ku instinctively swung, but the strike was intercepted. It was the Divine Knight Brigade's deputy commander, battered and winded, clearly having barely escaped Dorman's grasp moments earlier. With a sharp command, he rallied the surviving knights, who swiftly surrounded the pair before retreating with wary vigilance. Of the original fleet of over a dozen marine warships, only scattered remnants remained. Most had already been destroyed. Lei Ku surveyed his comrades, checking their wounds. Though bruised and bleeding, none suffered life-threatening injuries. Divine Flame, Phoenix Inferno. Flames ignited across their bodies under that sacred fire. Their wounds began to seal and heal. Meanwhile, within Impel Down, Blackbeard had unleashed scores of imprisoned pirates. The freed pirates immediately clashed with Magellan, the prison's warden. Seizing the chaos, Blackbeard departed with his hand-picked crew. Meanwhile, the Lei Ku pirates raced toward Marineford through the newly opened gates of justice, while the Marine headquarters, fearing a repeat of the incident days prior, mobilized overwhelming force. 10,000 renowned Marines were summoned from across the world. More than 50 colossal warships now ringed the island. At the harbor's heart stood 5 Shichibukai, Moonlight Maria, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, Dracula Mihawk, and Bartholomew Kuma. Above them loomed the Navy's supreme triad, the Admirals, Pizarro, Aokiji, and Akainu. Upon the execution platform stood Fleet Admiral Sengoku, hero of the Marines' garb and ace, the condemned prisoner awaiting public execution. An oppressive silence hung over the battlefield, the eerie calm before the storm. Every Marine knew Whitebeard would come. The world's strongest man, how would he make his entrance? At that moment, Fleet Admiral Sengoku declared to all, Ace, the Flame Fist, was the son of the pirate king GLD. Roger. Sengoku's words sent shockwaves through the assembled Marines and Shichibukai and reverberated across the globe, witnessed live by millions. None could believe it. The son of Gold. Roger, the man who ignited the great age of piracy, still lived. A revelation of global magnitude. Yet scarcely had Sengoku revealed Ace's lineage when the gates of justice swung open, casting the entire Marine headquarters beneath an aura of dread. Suddenly, thick fog rolled across the sea. Within it emerged dozens of massive pirate vessels, Whitebeard's allied crews, each legendary in the New World. Whitebeard and his commanders are nowhere in sight, but these are unquestionably ships of the Whitebeard Pirates, reported the Marine Communications Officer. While Marines frantically searched for Whitebeard's flagship, a distant creak echoed from the harbor, rising from the depths beneath the Marine base. It's the Moby Dick. Whitebeard's crew breached the harbor using coating technology. Boom! 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 From the ship's deck emerged a towering figure, the Emperor of the Sea, Whitebeard himself. Sengoku, we haven't seen each other in decades. You haven't harmed my beloved son, have you? Hold on, Ace, I'm coming for you now. Whitebeard set aside his sword, Mirakumajiri, and slammed both fists into the void, shattering space itself. Instantly, the ocean rose in violent upheaval. The entire Marine headquarters trembled. Marines stared in awe. Was this truly Whitebeard's might? And at such height, if the waters crashed down, tens of thousands would drown. Then Admiral Aokiji shot from his seat, unleashing his power, freezing both sides of the surging sea in an instant. Ice Age. Aokiji, brat. Whitebeard glanced at him, then Aokiji, having frozen the sea, charged forward. Ice Spear. 6 Haki-infused spears erupted toward Whitebeard in a flash, only to shatter under his Gura no Mi's tremors, which then surged toward Aokiji. Aokiji preemptively shifted into his Logia form, evading Whitebeard's devastating shockwave. Shinji descended from the sky, but he used his ability to freeze the water's surface beneath him, instantly freezing the entire interior of the sea. With the opening clash between Whitebeard and Shinji, the Marines and pirates erupted into battle, and the Vice Admirals joined the fray. At that moment, Hawkeye on the viewing platform also made his move, drawing his black blade, Yoro, and unleashing a massive slash. The slash swept through countless pirates, sending them flying. Just as it was about to strike Whitebeard, a man stepped forward. It is the 2nd Division Commander, Diamond Chills. He intercepted the world's greatest swordsman's slash and sent it soaring into the sky. The commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates then sprang into action, engaging the Marines in fierce combat. But the commanders were immensely powerful. Ordinary Marines could not withstand free exchanges, and the Vice Admirals had to step up to confront them. As expected of the Whitebeard Pirates commanders, each one is monstrously strong. Huanyuan, who had recovered from his injuries a few days ago, transformed into a beam of light and shot forward. Yasakuni no Magatama. Huanyuan activated his Devil Fruit ability, unleashing countless beams of light that instantly descended upon Whitebeard. However, at that moment, Whitebeard's 1st Division Commander, Merc, emerged from behind Whitebeard and used his Phoenix ability to block the lasers. A mythical zone, the Phoenix Fruit? Truly a troublesome ability. And it brings back unpleasant memories, that special power of yours. The next second, Merc transformed into his Phoenix form and charged at Huanyuan, evading the latter's attacks while striking Huanyuan with armament Haki and sending him flying. An explosion echoed as Huanyuan stepped out from the ground. Despite the fierce blow, he had taken no damage, having evaded it by turning into light. It seems you two are somewhat different. At least you didn't make me as miserable as before. Merc smiled faintly, acknowledging the Admiral's resilience. His attack had left Huanyuan unscathed. Just then, Chiozi lifted a massive block of ice and hurled it at the Marines, who fled in terror. At that moment, the last Admiral, Chikwang, rose from his seat. Great Eruption. Using his Magma Fruit ability, his fist swelled into a colossal size, piercing and melting the enormous ice block. The pirates showed no fear. Even with 3 formidable admirals, they had their father behind them, the strongest man in the world. Charge! Rescue Ace! The pirates charged forward as if injected with adrenaline, heading for the execution platform. But then the 7 warlords of the sea struck. Nudie used her fruit ability, instantly petrifying dozens of pirates. Moonlight Molia also manipulated the corpses on the ground, turning them into an army of zombies. Just then, the giant Ors appeared, his massive frame dwarfing even the giant vice admirals present. He charged at the Marines with a giant blade, his sole goal being to rescue Ace. The giant vice admirals tried to stop him, but with a single swing, several of them fell. Ace, I've come to save you. Molia was ecstatic at the sight of Ors, craving such a warrior for his zombie army. But then the tyrant Xiong intervened. He moved like a soulless machine, compressing air with his fruit ability and launching an attack at Ors. With a resounding boom, the immense energy exploded inside Ors, the terrifying force gravely wounding him. Yet Ors ignored his injuries and continued walking toward Ace, only to realize he could no longer move. Turning his head, he saw that his feet were gone. Duo following laughed heartily. This is getting more interesting. But Ors pressed on, for Ace was right before him. He stretched out his hand with all his might. Shadow Mage, Horn Blade Shadow. Molia's shadow instantly fused into a sharp blade, piercing Ors's throat. The fatal blow finally prevented Ors from reaching the execution platform, and he collapsed entirely. Whitebeard gazed in sorrow from afar as the simple giant fell. An opening, Whitebeard. A giant vice admiral struck with a giant axe, attempting to ambush Whitebeard. But Whitebeard, already enraged, sensed every move and shattered the axe with his ability. He grabbed the vice admiral's head, crushed it, and flung the body aside like a dead dog. Meanwhile, two figures appeared at the rear of the battlefield, Mayumibo and Kabi. Having witnessed the horrors of war, they were terrified and fled. But they were not alone. Admiral Chikwang was there, blocking another fleeing marine. Get back to the battlefield. Chikwang spoke angrily, refusing to tolerate deserters, yet he gave this soldier a chance. But the deserter disappointed him, begging pitifully despite having a wife and child at home. However, this was war. A single deserter could lead to greater casualties. The next second, the soldier was incinerated by magma. Kabi and Bailumibo, hiding nearby, witnessed this. To avoid being killed, they had no choice but to return to the battlefield and fight the pirates. The battle between the Marines and pirates had reached its zenith, with countless lives lost on both sides. But upon closer observation, the pirates were gradually losing ground. A single Emperor's crew was no match for the full might of Marine headquarters. Just then, a warship fell from the sky, as if by fate, landing exactly where Chiozi had removed the ice. Straw Hat Luffy quickly scrambled out of the ship, climbing to its highest point, and finally saw the familiar figure. Ace! Luffy shouted loudly. Ace stared as if in a dream, never expecting his little brother to have made it here from Impel Down. Luffy's arrival, along with the escaped criminals from Impel Down, boosted the pirates' morale. Zhang, watching this reckless boy, sighed helplessly as he glanced at Topu. He then revealed to the Marines the identity of Straw Hat Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy is the son of the world's most wanted criminal, the Revolutionary Dragon, and the sworn brother of Fire Fist Ace. He, too, carries the blood of evil. As waves of Marines surged forward, Luffy found himself in a desperate struggle. But at his side were Sea Knight Shunping and Revolutionary Ivankov, accompanying him toward the execution platform. Just as Luffy and the others charged forward, Clown Baoji also reached a consensus with Whitebeard, forming a temporary alliance to break through the Navy's encirclement. However, as the tide of battle shifted, Zhang Gu could no longer hold back, ordering the Navy warships on both sides to attack the pirates. He drove the pirates into the central plaza, but Whitebeard seemed to see through Zhang Guo's intentions and ordered his men to disperse and assault the warships. After a fierce struggle, Zhang Guo's plan was ultimately carried out. All Navy forces withdrew into the harbor, leaving only the pirates trapped inside. At that moment, the Navy unveiled their ultimate weapon, the Pacifistas. With their indestructible steel bodies and Yellow Monkey's laser beams, they rained devastating destruction upon the pirates. In an instant, the battlefield resounded with cries of agony, and the Navy's morale soared. Faced with this situation, Whitebeard could no longer stand idly by and prepared to enter the fray himself. Just then, his subordinate pirate Sequoiad, who had been unreachable, appeared. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, he thrust his long blade directly into Whitebeard's body. Through Sequoiad's explanation, the Whitebeard pirates were thrown into a dire predicament. Sequoiad had been successfully manipulated by the Navy's schemes. However, Kero Kidao, who was present, was utterly baffled. How could the world's strongest man be caught off guard? What did that make his own previous defeat? Yet, instead of rebuking Sequoiad for his attack, Whitebeard simply put him into an embrace. Whether it's AIC or all of you, you are my sons. Then Whitebeard set Sequoiad down on the ship, leaped off, and charged toward the Navy execution platform. The pirates instantly found their backbone and followed Whitebeard in a united rush toward the platform. As Whitebeard unleashed the power of his devil fruit, the entire sea was split apart by its terrifying force, and Marineford itself seemed on the verge of sinking into the ocean. Under the influence of the quick fruit, the Navy headquarters at Marineford was reduced to rubble. Seeing this, the Navy activated the massive walls surrounding the harbor, encasing the pirates in an instant except for the section blocked by Ozzy's body. Meteor Volcano. Red Dog unleashed his ability, burning all but a narrow path within the harbor. Forcing a charge would mean catastrophic losses. Meanwhile, Ozzy, who had already fallen, stirred awake. He intended to use the last of his strength to help the old man rescue AIC. Suddenly, a coated ship emerged from the sea, carrying all the pirates. With Ozzy's full force propelling them forward, a large group of pirates successfully landed inside the harbor. Led by Whitebeard, they launched an assault on the Navy. The Navy then turned their attacks on the world's strongest man. Though Whitebeard was immensely powerful, his body was no longer able to keep up. He was not even as formidable as he had been in his duel with Lei Ku a few years earlier. Besieged by countless Navy soldiers, he now struggled to hold his ground. Whitebeard fell to one knee, coughing up blood. The wound from the earlier stab through his chest had taken a heavy toll. At that moment, Navy Admiral Red Dog launched a sneak attack on Whitebeard. A fist of molten magma pierced straight through Whitebeard's chest. In the next instant, Whitebeard activated his quick fruit and sent Red Dog flying, his overwhelming Haki inflicting serious injury on the Admiral. Meanwhile, Monarch of the Whitebeard Pirates, worried about Whitebeard, was cuffed with sea stone handcuffs by Guidiju, and then Yellow Monkey pierced him through with a laser beam. The 3rd Division Commander, Diamond Chelsea, was caught off guard and frozen solid by Navy Admiral Blue Pheasant. In an instant, the situation between the Navy and the pirates grew even more dire. The Whitebeard Pirates seemed doomed. At that moment, Navy Fleet Admiral John Guo announced an early execution. Whitebeard tried to stop it, but his body could no longer unleash his conqueror's Haki with precision. Just as the outcome seemed sealed, Straw Hat Lu Fei erupted with his own conqueror's Haki. The overwhelming force knocked unconscious most of the Navy and pirates on the field, including the 2 executioners. Whitebeard saw the power of a new era in Straw Hat Lu Fei, who was also AIC's younger brother. He decided it was fitting to pass the torch of his old era to the leader of the new generation. Protect Straw Hat Lu Fei with all your might. Get him to the execution platform. With Whitebeard's roar, his division commanders charged at full force, but this also gave the Navy an opportunity to strike at Whitebeard himself. Both sides plunged into the final battle. Whitebeard unleashed his full power and sent the Navy soldiers flying. With the help of his comrades, Straw Hat Lu Fei finally reached the execution platform and successfully rescued Fire Fist AIC. Now Whitebeard made his final decision. I am a relic of a bygone era. The new world has no ship that can carry me. He activated the quick fruit and tore a massive chasm across Marineford. Whitebeard had resolved to stay behind alone, covering his crew's retreat. However, Red Dog relentlessly pursued the fleeing pirates, hurling insults at the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. AIC could no longer bear it and attacked Red Dog. Fire Fist! Great eruption! But Red Dog's Haki surpassed AIC's. With a single exchange, AIC was defeated. At that moment, Lu Fei, who had pushed his stamina to the limit trying to help AIC, could no longer move. Seeing this, Red Dog turned his attack on Straw Hat Lu Fei. What happened next was utterly unexpected. AIC was pierced through by Red Dog's magma while shielding his brother. Red Dog attempted another strike but was blocked. Just then, Whitebeard appeared behind Red Dog, delivering a devastating blow with the full power of the quick fruit, smashing him deep into the ground. As everyone watched helplessly, AIC's life was slipping away. Countless flaming meteors rained down from the sky, striking numerous Navy soldiers, and a pirate ship appeared in the distance. It was the blazing Firebird. The one who launched the attack was their captain, the Redbird Lei Ku, who had rushed from Imperial down at full speed. It's the Redbird Pirates. That bastard dares to show up here. Damn it! The Navy officers glared at him in fury. The 7 warlords of the sea watched the scene with excitement. A former Yonko had arrived. This war was becoming more and more interesting. As Lei Ku descended from the sky and saw the wounds on AIC's body, a surge of rage erupted from the depths of his heart. He unleashed a terrifying conqueror's Haki, accompanied by countless black lightning bolts that struck the Navy headquarters. Every place struck by the lightning was reduced to ashes, and countless Navy soldiers were knocked unconscious by the sheer force of the Conqueror's Haki. Navy Fleet Admiral Zhangguo's face turned ashen as he witnessed this scene. After all, if Lei Ku could appear here, it meant that the God's Knights had already been defeated. Lei Ku immediately rushed to Ace's side, examining his injuries. The young man's internal organs had been completely burned through by molten magma. Forgive me, Master Lei Ku, I can no longer continue this journey. Lei Ku remained silent, then channeled all the divine firepower within his body into Ace. As countless flames surged into him, Ace fell silent. Straw Hat Luffy, sensing that Ace's life had faded, fell into a daze. Lei Ku, drenched in sweat and having expended immense energy, watched his once jet-black hair turn snow-white. The divine fire within him could not be condensed for a short time, yet Ace's life card, which had been on the verge of burning out, stopped flickering. Lei Ku lifted Ace and entrusted him to his crew, then handed the dazed Luffy to Jinbe beside him. At that moment, Whitebeard seemed to understand something, a glimmer of light returning to his previously vacant eyes. I'm sorry, young man. In the end, I grew old and failed to fulfill your request to protect Ace. Lei Ku looked at Whitebeard's grievous wounds. His entire body was a ruin, with no part unscathed. You have done your utmost. You owe me nothing, and you owe Ace nothing. Though he had lost a great deal of strength, Lei Ku and his comrades together still constituted a genuine Emperor-level force. Marines, from now on, let us, the Redbird Pirates, keep you company in the game. The Marines stared in terror at the scene before them. They had just paid a heavy price to defeat one Emperor, and now another Emperor, no less formidable, stood before them. Hey, Blackbeard, hiding behind there, don't think you can remain concealed. We still have a score to settle. Lei Ku's gaze sharpened, focusing on the top of Marine headquarters. It was then that the Marines realized Blackbeard and his crew, along with the vicious criminals released from Impel Down, were lurking there. What terrifying Haki, Redbird Lei Ku. But I have no desire to fight you now, and besides, you still have the Marines to deal with. Old man Whitebeard, your era has passed. Hand over your power to me. Though Lei Ku yearned to charge forward and eliminate Blackbeard, he had to temporarily let them go for the sake of the overall strategy. After all, the primary enemy at the moment was the Marines. He needed to cover the evacuation of Ace and the Whitebeard Pirates. There was no room for meaningless actions. Blackbeard immediately used the Yomi no Mi ability to engage the severely wounded Whitebeard. Though his power countered Whitebeard's, he was forced to beg for mercy under the might of Whitebeard's Haki. But Whitebeard was already a spent force, unable to slay Blackbeard. Under the siege of Blackbeard's crew, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, passed away. One Piece is real, were Whitebeard's final words. At that moment, the three Marine Admirals charged directly at Lei Ku's crew, clearly ready for another great battle. Lei Ku struck first, facing off against Admiral Red Dog, having seen that the injuries to Ace were inflicted by this man. The other two Admirals engaged Lei Ku's crew members. Sengoku watched the scene and was about to join forces with Garp, but Blackbeard leaped out. Just moments ago, he had stolen the old man's power, the might of the strongest paramecia, the Gura no Mi. With no choice, Garp and Sengoku had to prioritize dealing with Blackbeard and his crew. However, Blackbeard, having just acquired the ability, had skyrocketed in power. Even the combined efforts of two Admiral-level fighters could not subdue him. On another battlefield, a large number of Marines followed Red Dog in attacking Lei Ku. At his peak, Lei Ku could have swept them away swiftly. But now, bogged down by them, Red Dog broke free and headed straight for Ace's younger brother, Straw Hat Luffy. Damn Red Dog, you won't escape me. Lei Ku charged toward Red Dog's direction while cutting down the Marines around him. Red Dog then pursued Straw Hat Luffy relentlessly. However, with the help of the Whitebeard Pirates, although Luffy was injured, he was not killed. Divine Vermilion Bird Strike. An attack imbued with Conqueror's Haki shot directly at Red Dog. The Admiral hastily defended, but how could Lei Ku's full power strike be so easily blocked? Using observation killing to negate Red Dog's perception, Lei Ku then employed emission Haki to severely wound the Admiral, leaving a massive sword wound across his chest. Enraged, Red Dog punched back, sending Lei Ku flying. But after the series of battles, Red Dog himself was exhausted. At that moment, a Marine soldier appeared before him, Kobe, Garp's apprentice. He bore no wounds, standing in the way of a grievously injured Admiral. Admiral Red Dog, please stop this. Too many have already been hurt. They need treatment. Ceasing the fighting could save many marine lives. Red Dog stared coldly at the soldier. He raised his blazing fist. This soldier could not understand that letting these pirates go today would bring immense trouble to the Marines in the future, harming countless innocent civilians. The roots must be severed. But just as Kobe was about to be pierced by molten magma, the attack was blocked. Overwhelming conqueror's Haki knocked the ordinary Marine unconscious. The one who had arrived was the Emperor of the New World, red-haired Shanks. Sengoku could not believe it just days ago. He had learned that Shanks was battling Kaido, yet here he was. Lei Ko, who had been sent flying, crawled back from a distance, his crew gathering around him. At Marineford, the Marines, the 7 warlords of the sea, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Redbird Pirates, the Red Hair Pirates, and the Blackbeard Pirates had all gathered. Though one Emperor-level combatant had fallen, 3 still remained. I have come to end this war. If anyone wishes to continue, the Red Hair Pirates are ready to oblige. Sengoku, seeing so many pirates assembled at Marine headquarters, broke out in a cold sweat. The Marines had suffered heavy casualties, and at least 2 full Emperor crews were still at full strength. If a battle erupted, the Marines might be annihilated here. After deep deliberation, Sengoku declared the war over. In the end, Red Hair took Whitebeard's body, Lei Ku took the lifeless-looking Fire Fist Ace, and Blackbeard, facing 2 emperors, had no choice but to leave quietly. Otherwise, even if the Marines did not pursue him, these 2 Emperor-level powers would not let him go. His wings were still too weak. He needed to develop his own strength. Before leaving, Lei Ku cast a meaningful glance at Red Hair. That man was indeed not a member of the God's Knights. It was probably just a resemblance. After the summit war concluded, red-haired Shanks, Lei Ku, and the remaining members of the Whitebeard Pirates laid their captain to rest. Shortly thereafter, Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates sought out Lei Ku. Lei Ku, how is Ace? He has not yet emerged from mortal danger, and each day demands that I expend vast quantities of divine flame to sustain his life. Though my divine flame can heal others, its efficacy differs profoundly when applied to my own wounds. It can only gradually mend his internal organs, and even if restored, there remains no guarantee he will awaken. After all, this is a struggle against death itself for a living soul. Hearing these words, Marco understood the gravity of the task, especially since even a young-level warrior was compelled to exhaust immense physical reserves daily. Captain Lei Ku, thank you. Because of you, we have not failed our late captain's final wish. Marco led the assembled Whitebeard pirate captains in heartfelt gratitude toward Lei Ku. It is my duty. Ace is kin to me as well. What are your plans now? Marco did not answer immediately, instead gazing silently toward his fallen captain's grave in the distance. Once we have recovered from our wounds, we intend to confront the architect of this atrocity, Blackbeard. Ah, Marco, I urge you to delay. For reasons unknown, Blackbeard has acquired Whitebeard's powers. His strength now far surpasses what it once was. Moreover, you bear the responsibility of safeguarding Whitebeard's former territories. I implore you not to act rashly. Once Ace is fully healed, I shall deal with that man myself. Captain Lei Ku, this matter belongs solely to the Whitebeard Pirates. It is our sacred obligation to avenge him. Yet we shall never forget your profound kindness. Should you ever require aid, we will come without hesitation. Seeing that Marco remained resolute, Lei Ku had no choice but to depart with his crew, returning to the East Blue. Over the next 2 years, world-shaking events unfolded. Marco led the Whitebeard Pirates in an assault against Teach, but faced overwhelming power beyond their capacity to resist, ending in crushing defeat. Whitebeard's division commanders were subsequently hunted down and slain by a self-proclaimed second Whitebeard. His overwhelming might earned acknowledgement even from Admiral Kizaru, who declared him possessed of Whitebeard's strength in his prime. A seismic shift also occurred within the Marines. Fleet Admiral Sengoku stepped down, triggering a decisive duel between Admirals Aokiji and Akainu for succession fought on Point Hazard. After 10 days and nights of relentless combat, Aokiji fell to Akainu's might, yet Akainu spared his life, allowing Aokiji to withdraw from the Marine ranks entirely. Subsequently, the world government conducted emergency conscription, promoting 2 new admirals, Ryakujiu and Fujitora. On a quiet island in the East Blue, Lei Ku's crew relaxed in a modest tavern, surrounded by several children. Within the adjacent dwelling lay a young man, his chest marked by a massive circular scar. Captain Lei Ku, how is Ace? His injuries have nearly healed, but for reasons unknown, he remains unconscious. We can only entrust his fate to destiny. Lei Ku stood radiant as ever, yet his hair, turned Snow White, bore witness to irreversible sacrifice. 2 years of ceaseless divine flame therapy have put Ace back from the very gates of hell. Yet inexplicably, he has lost the power of the Mara no Mi, perhaps the price exacted by the underworld for reclaiming a soul already claimed by death. Let us return to the New World. Recent intelligence suggests leads regarding the Poneglyphs. 2 months later, Lei Ku and his crew re-entered the New World only to find its skies irrevocably transformed. In those 2 years, Blackbeard had absorbed significant portions of Whitebeard's former dominion and, aided by the marine hero Kobe, defeated Wang Zi. Having seized Honeycomb Island, Blackbeard rapidly expanded his influence, hunting powerful devil fruit users across the seas, even enlisting former Admiral Aokiji as his 10th ship's captain. Blackbeard now stood unchallenged as the new Emperor of the Sea, while in this evolving new world, Monkey D. Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates and Trafalgar Law's Heart Pirate had forged a formidable alliance. Meanwhile, the Supernova's Kid, Hawkins, and Apu formed their own coalition. A new era dawned. The old order receded while rising pirates banded together, preparing to challenge the emperors of the past. To counter this volatile landscape, the newly appointed Fleet Admiral Akainu relocated the entire marine headquarters to the New World. It seems 2 years away from this realm have wrought a revolution. But before pursuing the Poneglyph, I must meet Monkey D. Luffy to tell him his elder brother still lives. Kuro, locate the Straw Hat crew's current position. We cannot simply declare war upon an emperor without preparation. Understood, Captain. Kuro swiftly traveled to a nearby island, his method direct and unrelenting. He first overwhelmed the stationed marines, then infiltrated their network to extract intelligence on Luffy. Given the Summit War's aftermath and Luffy's lineage as the son of Revolutionary Dragon, the marines had placed extraordinary surveillance upon him. Since the Straw Hat's reappearance at Spade Archipelago, their movements had been tracked relentlessly until Kuro's investigation, combined with strategic deduction, narrowed their location to near certainty, the territory governed by the Shichibukai Don Quixote Doflamingo. No coincidence guided this conclusion. Their course aligned with Doflamingo's arena tournament, whose grand prize was none other than Ace's Mara no Mi. The Mara no Mi? How strange! No wonder Ace lost his fruit ability. Perhaps resurrection itself demanded its forfeiture. Lei Ku's crew set course for Dressrosa to meet the Straw Hat crew, and their intuition proved flawless. Luffy and Law were indeed operating within Dressrosa. Yet circumstances had grown perilous due to Caesar's machinations. Doflamingo had launched a full-scale assault against Law and select Straw Hat members aboard their ship. Luffy himself had been lured away by Doflamingo's use of the Mara no Mi, leaving Law to ensure the Straw Hat's safety by ordering them to flee, rendezvousing later on Zou. Law now fled ceaselessly, not only pursued by the relentless Doflamingo, but also shadowed by the newly appointed Admiral Fujitora. A recent confrontation had drained his stamina to its breaking point. Ultimately, Law was captured and gravely wounded, yet Fujitora's presence forbade Doflamingo from delivering the killing blow. Inside the arena, Luffy burned with urgency. He could not surrender Ace's fruit to another, nor stand idle while his ally perished. Luffy, this fruit is mine to claim. Sabo, second commander of the Revolutionary Army, makes his entrance. After Sabo secured the Mara no Mi, Luffy confidently set off to rendezvous with Law and confront Doflamingo. Half an hour later, the Redbird pirates landed on Dressrosa. The island was now encased in a colossal avian cage contracting relentlessly inward. This cage must be the manifestation of Doflamingo's power, the Sky Knight, observed the onlooker. Dorman spoke as he gazed at the cage. Meanwhile, Wade activated his Kanbanshiku Haki to survey the battlefield within. The clash had reached its fever pitch. Monkey D. Luffy, empowered by Gear Force, dueled Doflamingo, now fully awakened. At that moment, Rick sensed an overwhelming surge of Haki and turned, intrigued, toward its source. His counterpart had already detected him. Admiral Fujitora, the newly appointed Fleet Admiral. Admiral Fujitora, given Doflamingo's actions, should we intervene? Fujitora shook his head in quiet resignation. Though he sought to abolish the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo remained under government protection, rendering arrest impossible. Yet he could allow pirates to serve as instruments of justice. It appears a formidable figure has arrived. Fujitora's Kanbanshiku Haki extended toward the horizon. Though sightless, he perceived an aura of terrifying magnitude. Inside the cage, the final confrontation unfolded. Luffy soared skyward, unleashing the colossal Gorilla King Spear against Doflamingo's 16 secret bullet barrages. Doflamingo was struck with crushing force, slammed deep into the earth, and rendered unconscious. As the cage dissolved at its periphery, Rick knew victory belonged to Luffy's crew. Yet Rick did not rush ashore, he remained aboard ship, resting. After such a cataclysmic battle, prudence dictated delay. More crucially, he needed to monitor the fleet admiral. He feared Fujitora might strike Luffy's crew without warning. When the Marines arrested Doflamingo's faction and refrained from attacking the Straw Hats, Rick exhaled in quiet relief. Admiral Fujitora, shall we apprehend the Straw Hat Pirates now? This is our prime opportunity. Let them be for now. Ready all Marines for combat. We march to the shore to meet a perilous individual. Yes, Admiral Fujitora. Though the Vice Admiral complied, his Kanbanshiku Haki detected no threat yet. If the Admiral deemed it so, he would follow without question. Upon reaching the shore, the Marines stood stunned, especially the Vice Admiral. Even beside Admiral Fujitora, he trembled uncontrollably. Before them stood the Redbird Pirates, the very crew who had stormed Marine headquarters. What brought them here? Did they seek to seize Doflamingo? Rick descended from his vessel and regarded Fujitora, the new fleet admiral, only to discover he was blind. You are Rick of the Redbird Pirates. Why would one of your caliber come to this place? Fujitora spoke first. He knew Rick had been a fearsome force even before his own appointment and stood ready for battle. No need for tension. I've only come to see the Straw Hat Boy, nothing more. His tone shifted subtly. Should you attempt to arrest him, however, I shall reluctantly engage your entire Marine force in combat. The words ignited immediate alarm. Marines drew weapons, racing toward Rick, the undisputed Yonko-tier powerhouse. Fujitora remained silent. He faced a profound dilemma. The Straw Hats were unquestionably pirates, his duty demanded their arrest. Yet they had liberated Dressrosa, while the government-sanctioned warlord had terrorized its people. After long deliberation, Fujitora made his choice, sheathing his blade. Withdraw. Secure Doflamingo aboard ship and await reinforcements from Marine headquarters. Yes, Admiral. Watching the Marines depart, Rick sensed no cowardice, only conviction. Fujitora never intended to arrest the Straw Hats. Had he wished otherwise, battle would have erupted then and there. 2 days later, Rick visited the Straw Hats' resting place. Having met before, their familiarity eased the encounter. Straw Hat, I've come to tell you, Ace lives though still unconscious. Brother Rick, is this true? Luffy and Sable, standing beside him, reacted with uncontainable elation. Luffy's fervor Rick understood, but why did Sable, the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, share such intensity? Luffy then recounted their brotherhood story. Though still comatose, his vital signs have stabilized. Yet his Devil Fruit ability has vanished, likely why Doflamingo claimed the Mara no Mi. Having delivered the news, Rick prepared to leave, only to learn Luffy and Law were soon to confront Kaido. Kaido? That one won't fall easily. When you sail to challenge him, I'll be there. As Ace's younger brother, I owe this much and more. I'll take my leave now, stay vigilant. 2 heavyweights have just arrived, Sengoku, former fleet admiral and current commander-in-chief of the Marines, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, chief of staff. With Admiral Fujitora already present, 3 top-tier figures escorting Doflamingo, his significance far exceeds expectation. Rick bid farewell to the Straw Hats, boarded the Blazing Phoenix, and departed Dressrosa. The Marines granted passage without resistance. Though no longer a Yonko, Rick wielded power surpassing theirs, and they would not lightly provoke such a force. Captain Rick, our next objective is locating the final poneglyph. Correct. Intelligence indicates the 4th poneglyph was originally housed in Fisherman Island. It vanished under uncertain circumstances, but clues remain. First, a burn-scarred stranger possesses 1 fragment currently in the Giant Kingdom. Second, it once resided with the Whitebeard Pirates, yet after their defeat by Blackbeard's crew, it may now lie buried on Honeycomb Island. A third, lesser-known lead suggests it was seized by pirates during Fisherman Island's era of chaos. Later, it reportedly passed into Revolutionary Army hands, specifically to Villatown, a settlement within their territory. That third lead seems implausible. The poneglyphs are too vital to rest in some provincial hamlet. Crow interjected. True, but let's note it nonetheless. We'll investigate the other 2 leads first. After years of pursuit, a little patience changes nothing. Rick smiled gently. Captain Light, shall we head to Giant Country or Hive Island first? And ultimately, Light decided to set course for Hive Island first. After all, they still have scores to settle with Blackbeard. Prepare for combat. Land on Hive Island, and boom, NAS Light's cannon struck Hive Island. Chaos erupted among the pirates stationed there. Intruders! A group of pirates shouted in alarm, yet far more stood grinning at the shoreline. And how utterly reckless, daring to trespass upon Blackbeard's sovereign territory with but a single pirate vessel. Must be some unknown upstart pirate, dreaming of fame by challenging Admiral Blackbeard himself, and the pirates laughed scornfully at those fleeing and mocked the newly arrived crew now landing on Hive Island. Yet deep within Hive Island, an oppressive silence reigned, for just 1 day earlier, Captain Blackbeard and his crew had launched a surprise assault upon the Revolutionary Army and had yet to return. The senior officers currently stationed on Hive Island were Rainy Shiruro, Tyrant Pizarro, the colossal warship Saint One Wolf, Demon Warden Lafitte, and Captain No. Shi, former Marine Admiral Akiji. Why has the Redbird Pirates come here? Have they learned our captain is away? Shiruro spoke coldly. Unlikely. Even Teach acted on sudden impulse when he departed for the Revolutionary Army base, Lafitte mused, leaning against the wall as he assessed the situation. Akiji sat quietly in his chair, observing the assembled officers. Hearing the name Redbird Light no longer stirred the same gravity it once had during his days in the Marines. Just crush them, we are entrenched in our stronghold. What reason have we to fear them? Pizarro roared with laughter, then activated his Island Fruit ability to locate the Redbird Pirates' position. Yet the other 3 officers exchanged wary glances. He had been imprisoned in Impel Down long before Light rose to infamy, and thus knew nothing of the man's terrifying prowess. The others, however, knew full well how formidable he truly was. And they've already landed, their forces are clashing with our subordinate crews. Pizarro reported the situation. Have you contacted Teach? Shiruro asked, fastening his sword as he prepared to take the field. Captain Teach says we must hold out for now. He's assaulting the Revolutionary Army's base and will return within 2 days, and so much for relying on that man. Ready for battle numbers alone won't stop the Redbird Pirates. And let me confront them myself. Pizarro bellowed, commanding Hive Island itself to surge forward against Light's crew. Now colossal stone arm launched from the island toward Light, who merely smiled, drawing his black blade. Divine Flame, Great Varokana, not a single strike, wreathed in Conqueror's Haki, shattered the massive limb, its overwhelming aura surging through the stone to strike Pizarro directly. His arm bore grievous wounds, searing pain wrecking his body. What devilish power is this? One blow and I'm crippled like this. Meanwhile, Saint One Wolf charged forward with his titanic frame, only for Dolben to leap skyward, fists raised high, delivering a crushing blow. The sheer force sent Saint One Wolf hurtling backward. Pirates nearby stared, dumbfounded. What monstrous strength! Even Wolf's colossal frame was hurled aside like straw. As wave after wave of pirates fell before Light's crew, their initial arrogance dissolved entirely. A creeping dread spread across the island. Their enemies were simply too strong. One senior officer had been felled with shocking ease. Though gravely wounded, Saint One Wolf staggered back upright and began hurling massive structures at Dolben. Just as Light moved to aid Dolben, a razor-sharp slash descended upon him. Rainy Shiruro, former warden of Impel Down. And it wasn't only Shiruro, former Marine Admiral Akiji advanced as well. And Dolben, meanwhile, found himself locked in battle with Lafitte, Blackbeard's officer, unable to break free. Seeing their commanders enter the fray, Hive Island's pirates surged with renewed morale, swarming toward the Redbird Pirates en masse. And Pizarro hastily bandaged his wound and once again directed the island to attack Light. Oh, you've chosen us as your priority. Yet where is Blackbeard himself? And you've arrived most inconveniently. He's away. Perhaps you'd care to wait until his return. Pizarro transformed into a towering giant, addressing Light mid-air. I'd hoped to settle accounts with him personally, but since he's absent, I'll plunder his vault before departing. No longer exchanging jets, all now engaged in full combat. Light shifted into his human beast form, enveloping his entire body in divine flame. Though they claimed Blackbeard and others were absent, caution remained paramount. No 4 emperor rose to power without extraordinary cunning or strength, and Blackbeard was infamous for his style. Divine Flame, Tiger's Hunt, and Reign of Slaughter. And Light's strike was deflected by Shiruru. Then Pizarro slammed both palms forward. Yet Light countered with Divine Flame, halting the assault outright. At that moment, Akiji closed in. And having survived his duel with Kainu, he'd lost a leg, but his power had grown stronger than before. Ice Cube, and though Akiji's strength had increased, it paled before Light's might. Divine Flame, Netherworld. Wings flared behind him, erupting in incandescent fire, melting Akiji's eyes instantly. And undeterred, Akiji coated jagged ice spears in armament Haki and lunged forward while Shiruru coiled like a scorpion, biding his moment. Divine Flame, falling Sun Crow, now rivaling a skyscraper cleaved downward upon Tyrant Pizarro, shattering the colossal stone giant cleanly in two. Overwhelming Conqueror's Haki surged along the fruit's connection, striking Pizarro himself. Now grotesque gas split his torso, agonizing pain overwhelmed him, plunging him into unconsciousness. Deprived of its master's will, the gargantuan stone statue crumbled inward, collapsing in twin heaps. Elsewhere, Saint Wang Wolf lay utterly unconscious, knocked out by Dolben's thunderous fist. As for the rest of the pirates, none came within even half a step of the Redbird pirates. At that very moment, Aokiji launched a fierce assault upon Lei Ku. Ice Age. A blizzard of glacial ice instantly encased Lei Ku entirely, yet confronting the opponent's Devil Fruit ability, Lei Ku unleashed searing flames and Hawk-infused strength to shatter the frost and recoil violently. Meanwhile, Shiro seized the opportunity to ambush Lei Ku, but Lei Ku vanished in a blur, shielding himself with Kenbunchaku Haki to nullify Shiryu's perception. Divine Flame, Soaring Dragon. With a single strike, he sent the former Marine impelled down Deputy Warden hurtling through the air, slamming him hard against the wall. Lei Ku then turned his full fury upon Aokiji, whose prowess ranked supreme among the Blackbeard Pirates' senior officers. Yet even Aokiji struggled against this ascendant Lei Ku. Under relentless assault, he gradually yielded ground. Seeing this, Shiro attempted another covert strike only for Lei Ku to intercept the blade mid-swing, then deliver a crushing fist wreathed in Ryo Haki straight into Shiryu's face. The impact hurled him from the sky, crashing violently onto the earth. Ryo Haki pierced his defenses, rupturing his internal organs and plunging him into unconsciousness. Aokiji now stood poised and vigilant before Lei Ku. In the distance, the last remaining Blackbeard officer Lafayette had just been defeated by Dorman. Indeed, that man proved exceptionally tenacious. Though his Haki lacked overwhelming power, his Devil Fruit ability was uniquely extraordinary, identical to Lei Ku's own Tori no Mi model, mythical beast angel. Yet Dorman's Haki surpassed his, and the fruit-powered resistance crumbled within moments. Kazan, shall we continue this battle? Though I do not know why you joined the Blackbeard Pirates, all their officers lie defeated, will you still stand in our way? By then, nearly half the pirates on Honeycomb Island had fallen. The survivors, witnessing their leaders routed, fled en masse into the distance. Redbird Lei Ku, what brings you here? Simply this: vengeance upon Blackbeard and the search for Poneglyphs. Regrettably, neither is possible. He is not on this island and no red Poneglyph exists here. I refuse to believe it. I will inspect Blackbeard's treasure vault myself. Aokiji surveyed the fallen officers, then led Lei Ku and his crew to Blackbeard's vault where, beyond scattered riches, no crimson Poneglyph awaited. You have my word, I did not deceive you. Kuzan, as a former fleet admiral, do you possess any leads on the Poneglyphs? None. Aokiji replied swiftly, bluntly. But Lei Ku remained unconvinced, just as he doubted Aokiji's allegiance to the Blackbeard Pirates. Then we shall take a portion of these treasures as compensation for our efforts and tell Blackbeard this: our debt remains unsettled, and one day, I shall collect it in full. Watching the Redbird Pirates vanish into the horizon, Aokiji fell silent for a long moment, then issued orders for the wounded pirates to be carried away for treatment. Far out at sea, Lei Ku's crew sighed in resignation. The hope of finding a Poneglyph here had faded. Our next destination must be Wano country to aid the Straw Hat Pirates. As for Elbaf, that possibility can wait until after Wano is resolved. 2 weeks had passed since the Honeycomb Island incident, and the Grand Line had erupted into unprecedented turmoil. First came Monkey D. Luffy's audacious siege of Toto Land. Allied with Beach and the Germa 66, he confronted the 4 Emperor Big Mom and emerged unscathed, his bounty soaring to 1.5 billion berries, earning him the title of 5th Emperor of the Sea. That, however, occurred several days prior. By now, they should have reached Wano country preparing to overthrow Kaido. Lei Ku's crew knew they must hasten their pace. Yet en route, Lei Ku's crew encountered an unexpected complication. While seeking supplies on a nearby island, they discovered a vast naval fleet anchored there. The Marines appeared to be conducting some operation on the island, a place normally frequented by pirates. Was this operation targeting them? Such overwhelming force seemed disproportionate, yet having arrived, Lei Ku and his crew resolved to land and investigate. On the island, Admiral Kizaru narrowed his gaze upon receiving the report. He had originally been transporting the latest weapons developed by Dr. Vegapunk from Egghead to Marine headquarters. But upon receiving direct orders from the 5 elders, he diverted here to test their destructive potential. These were the new generation pacifistas and clones of the 7 warlords of the sea, infused with bloodline factors and the divine flame of the ancient kingdom. Admiral Kizaru. Why is he stationed on this island? Lei Ku had sensed the Haki probe moments earlier. Could there be a high-profile fugitive concealed here? Kizaru had already reported the situation to Marine headquarters only for Akainu to reply, "Seize this chance to test the new weapon's efficacy. If even the Redbird pirates could be subdued or at least contained, the Navy would gain a formidable new weapon." Once the world government abolished the warlord system during the upcoming world meeting, these clones would purge and replace the former warlords entirely. Kizaru had no choice but to comply, though reluctant. He dared not defy the fleet admiral's command. Pacifistas eliminate the Redbird pirates. As scores of pacifistas surged toward the shore, their laser beams lanced forth in unison against Lei Ku's crew. Lei Ku recoiled in astonishment. He had not anticipated Kizaru's immediate, decisive aggression. In response, Lei Ku transformed into his human beast form and unleashed a colossal phoenix of flame, intercepting and dispersing the pacifistas' laser barrage. Stay alert, the enemy feels only one admiral, yet such bold initiative suggests deeper stratagems. Hold position aboard ship, I'll scout ahead. Lei Ku gripped his black-bladed sword and charged forward, cleaving 2 pacifistas cleanly in half with swift, precise strokes. As Lei Ku spun mid-combat and disabled 2 more pacifistas, Kizaru materialized wielding the legendary Sword of Heaven, Tenchu-yoken, and descending upon him with lethal speed. Lei Ku parried the blow, then unleashed a flock of firebirds in retaliation. Kizaru evaded relentlessly, finally retreating by turning intangible. "I never imagined you'd strike first. Kizaru, do you wield hidden leverage?" "I have no choice. Orders from above admit no refusal, yet I am not alone." Pacifistas engage. At that moment, 7 seraphim appeared in the sky, their forms reminiscent of the warlords of the sea. Is this the Navy's secret weapon? Seraphim Mihawk struck first, wielding his massive blade to unleash a tremendous slash. Lei Ku sidestepped narrowly. The slash felled a vast swath of trees behind him, its power immense. "Is that Mihawk? He looks like a younger version, and that just now was that a Devil Fruit ability." But his opponent gave him no time to ponder, charging directly at him. Lei Ku gripped his black blade and delivered a decisive blow. The ferocious attack sent Seraphim Mihawk hurtling away. Yet to Lei Ku's astonishment, the figure emerged unscathed. Seeing this, Lei Ku began to observe carefully, but Kizaru seemed unwilling to let him learn too much. With a single command, the 7 seraphim launched a coordinated assault, and Kizaru himself joined the fray. After all, though the seraphim were formidable, they still fell short when facing a powerhouse of Lei Ku's caliber. They don't get injured just like King the Wildfire. And they have the same black wings and flames on their backs. Their weakness is probably similar too. Lei Ku's combat instincts were razor sharp. After only a single exchange, he had uncovered the secret of the seraphim. This was partly because he had battled King before. Without prior knowledge of their abilities, these seraphim would have been truly troublesome. Just then, Seraphim Moria unleashed his shadow fruit power, lunging directly at Lei Ku. Lei Ku defended with divine fire, while simultaneously thrusting his black blade toward Admiral Kizaru. Now that he knew the seraphim's weakness, he decided to eliminate the greatest threat first. Kizaru saw through Lei Ku's intention and used his Devil Fruit ability to flash backward. At that moment, several seraphim attacked in unison. Lei Ku first blocked Mihawk's slash and Seraphim Crocodile's scent blade. His movements were momentarily halted as Seraphim Doflamingo ensnared him. Before he could break free, Seraphim Boa Hancock struck with a kick. Lei Ku hastily defended, but his arm was petrified by her Devil Fruit ability. The next second, he erupted with Haki, shattering both the string bindings and the petrification. He then attacked Doflamingo, striking at the moment when the flames around him were weakest. Divine Fire, Great Virupax. The immense power blasted Seraphim Doflamingo away, leaving him immobile. High above, Kizaru unleashed Yata no Kagami, sending countless laser beams raining down. Divine Fire, Fire Sparrow Swarm. As Lei Ku used his flames to counter Kizaru, Seraphim Jinbi suddenly emerged from underground, seemingly having turned the ground into a pool. He lunged at Lei Ku, but Lei Ku's powerful Kanbanshiku Haki had already foreseen this. He struck back with a single blow, sending Jinbi flying. Now Kizaru wielded the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi and charged together with Seraphim Mihawk. Lei Ku parried their combined assault, and the immense strength of both sides locked them in a stalemate. Seraphim Kuma activated his Popo Fruit ability, compressing the surrounding air. He struck at Lei Ko, causing a massive explosion, but Lei Ko shielded himself with divine fire. Seraphim Moria attempted to attack with shadow power, but Lei Ko had already used his flight ability to appear behind him. Divine fire, Tiger Hunt. As the flames on Moria's back dissipated, Lei Ko landed a devastating blow. Didn't expect you to know the Seraphim's abilities so well. Have you fought the Lunarians before? Admiral Kizaru sounded puzzled. After all, Lei Ko had dealt with these Seraphim astonishingly fast, defeating 2 of them in just a few exchanges. Kizaru, I want to ask you, what are these things? Robots. But why do they have human emotions and even devil fruit powers? Sorry, that's a Navy secret. I can't answer that, Red Bird Lei Ko. Kizaru attacked again, with Seraphim Crocodile taking the lead, using his sand abilities to strike at Lei Ko. But Lei Ko noticed something interesting. Crocodile's Lodia ability had not been fully replicated. He couldn't become intangible and simply used sand as a weapon. The next instant, Lei Ko charged at Seraphim Crocodile like a monstrous beast. Seraphim Kuma tried to intervene, but was sent flying with a single punch. Although the flames protected his body, a massive fist imprint remained. Desert Spada. The moment Seraphim Crocodile unleashed his ability, Lei Ko flashed behind him and launched a fierce assault. The overwhelming force forced Crocodile to rely on his protective flames. However, as he tried to create distance with speed, Lei Ko struck him down in a single blow. But these Seraphim were not human. Though momentarily disabled, they still rose again. Seraphim Moria and Seraphim Doflamingo, though battered and nearly incapacitated, stood up upon receiving orders. This set them apart from humans. They had no concept of stamina. Yet at this point, Admiral Kizaru had no intention of continuing the fight. He had achieved his objective. He had successfully tested that the Seraphim could hold their own against a Yonko-level fighter for a short time. Prolonged battle would lead to their defeat, but as the Navy's new weapons, the combined strength of several Seraphim was sufficient. They were more intimidating than the former warlords. If the fight continued, all 7 Seraphim might be crippled by Red Bird Lei Ko. Kizaru gave the order to retreat. The Seraphim grabbed the fallen crocodile and departed, returning to the Navy warship. Lei Ko did not pursue, wary that reinforcements might arrive and spark another great battle. He still needed to reach Wano country and could not afford to linger here. Lei Ko briefed his comrades on the situation. After a brief resupply on the island, they set sail. Meanwhile, Kizaru reported to Navy headquarters, preparing to transport the Seraphim back. He also ordered maintenance personnel to be summoned, as 3 Seraphim units had been damaged. Although the test had proven their capabilities, these 3 would be delayed in their deployment. Kizaru gazed at the departing Red Bird Pirates. Their heading was Wano country. At that moment, Wano was in utter chaos. Big Mom had already allied with Kaido. The Navy received this troublesome news. But the Navy had too many affairs to handle and could not spare resources to deal with them. The first priority was the lingering issue of the warlords. Within the land of Wano, the Straw Hat Pirates, along with Trafalgar Law and Eustace Kid, had launched an assault on Kaido's warships. Furthermore, the Samurai LED by Momonosuke joined the fray, advancing together toward the banquet of Kaido and Big Mom. On Onigashima, not only pirates but also CP agents of the world government were present, having come to purchase weapons. Inside Onigashima, due to Luffy and the others' intrusion, a great battle had erupted ahead of schedule. The Red Scabbards fought against Kaido. However, Kaido's overwhelming power was far beyond what this group could handle. Though each unleashed their ultimate techniques, they could only breach Kaido's defenses by relying on the strength once wielded by Oden. Seeing this, Kaido no longer held back. He swung his spiked club among the Red Scabbards, then transformed into a gigantic dragon, rampaging through the sky. Within mere exchanges, the monstrous Red Scabbards were all defeated. Meanwhile, inside Onigashima, the pursuit to capture Momonosuke grew increasingly fierce. Momonosuke, trembling like a worm, cowered in Yamato's arms. Then Big Mom emerged from the interior of Onigashima to the top, joining Kaido. The new generation of supernovas had assembled: Captain Trafalgar Law of the Heart Pirates, Captain Eustace Kid of the Kid Pirates, his first mate killer, Captain Monkey D. Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates, and his first mate Roronoa Zoro. Now they faced 2 emperors who ruled the seas, the alliance of Kaido and Big Mom. Luffy and the others initiated the attack against Kaido. Gear Force, Boundman. Magnetic Bull. RM. The immense power crashed against Kaido's body. However, As a user of the mythical Zoan Uo no Mi model, Serial, Kaido's scales were incredibly hard. Though these supernovas were formidable, they could not harm his internal organs. As Kaido exerted his strength, a massive dragon appeared before them. Winged slash. Countless slashes hurtled toward the group, but the captains were no pushovers, blocking all of them. Straw Hat Luffy attempted to strike Kaido again, hitting his head with a Haki-infused fist, yet he could not penetrate the invisible armor. Burrow Breath. A colossal fireball shot directly at Luffy. At that moment, Zoro, using Law's ability, soared into the sky. Foxfire style, Flaming Slash. With one strike, he cleaved the enormous fireball in the sky. Simultaneously, Killer unleashed his terrifying size toward Kaido. The massive size pierced Kaido. Though devastating, it did not inflict significant damage. Then Luffy delivered a full-force blow, sending Kaido flying, enveloping the area in smoke. Kaido emerged from the smoke and walked to Big Mom's side. The five in the distance were astonished to see Kaido had transformed into his hybrid form. A colossal dragonman stood before them, its oppressive aura revealing Kaido's immense power. Kaido, let us fight side by side once more. Seeing Kaido in this form, Big Mom recalled their days fighting together on the Rocks Pirates. The two Emperor-level figures assumed combat stances, unleashing a devastating combined attack. Conquest of the Seas. This attack, executed by two Yonko-level combatants, possessed terrifying speed and power. Though Luffy could glimpse a fragment of the future, the attack was too fast. There was no time to react. But at that moment, Zoro unleashed his full power and blocked the blow. Though it lasted only an instant, it bought everyone precious time. Law used his ability to bring Zoro and the others down. Even absorbing only a fraction of the damage left Zoro gravely injured. Such was the might of the two emperors. The five realized they could not continue like this. They had to separate them, or they would surely be annihilated. The strategy was set. Kid and Killer would draw Big Mom away, while Zoro, Law, and Luffy faced Kaido. Though powerless, they ultimately succeeded in separating the two emperors. Luffy attacked Kaido, using the advanced form of armament Haki Ryu to continuously inflict damage. Even Kaido had to acknowledge Luffy's rapid growth, that he could now bypass his defenses and wound him. Luffy and Law coordinated their attacks on Kaido, while Zoro recovered from his injuries. The Emperor's combined attack had been devastating. Thunder Bagua. Kaido, using Conqueror's Haki coating, teleported above Law and struck down. Law was battered, nearly unconscious. Then Luffy's attack arrived, and the two resumed their battle. This time, Kaido held nothing back, unleashing his full power. Ragnarok. A thunderous blow knocked Luffy unconscious. As Kaido moved to finish him, Zoro, ignoring his own wounds, unleashed his strongest attack. This is my limit, Zoro said to Law as he drew his swords. Hey, Kaido, that man is my captain. If you want to kill him, you'll have to take my head first. Demonic Aura, Nine Sword Style, Azura, Ikoko, the Dead Man's Game. The immense power forced Kaido to counterattack, but Zoro's technique was devastating. He deflected Kaido's blow, descending like a demonic god, striking Kaido's body. A massive wound opened, gushing blood. Kaido's defenses were breached, and he suffered considerable injury. But Zoro was now exhausted, with no strength left to fight. Zoro hadn't expected Kaido to be so powerful. His full force strike hadn't felt him. Not bad. That attack will leave a scar. Just as Kaido was about to eliminate Zoro, Law used his ability to teleport him away. Straw Hat Luffy had awakened. He would face Kaido alone. Law took Zoro away from the top of Onigashima. Luffy turned to Kaido, voicing the question in his heart. Your attacks are imbued with Conqueror's Haki, aren't they? Kid, even if you know, only a handful of the strongest can do this. Can you? Kaido erupted with full power, clashing with Luffy. Both unleashed Ryo, striking from a distance. The sheer force sent rocks flying, ravaging the top of Onigashima. Luffy had grasped the essence of Conqueror's Haki coating. Now came the practical application in battle. Below, the search for Momonosuke continued, but he had already escaped Onigashima with Shinobu's help. Kid and Law, who had descended from the top, fought the Emperor Big Mom. As the battle reached its climax, Marco below the island of Onigashima had exhausted his stamina, but at this moment, Zoro consumed the secret medicine of the Mink tribe, temporarily restoring his body. Marco withdrew, and Zoro engaged in a fierce battle against Kaido's right-hand man, King the Wildfire, while Sanji fought Queen the Plague. At this time, the Red Bird Pirates had arrived at the land of Wano, but they did not land. Instead, they clashed with the world government's agents on the periphery. Although it was unclear what these government agents were up to, there was no doubt their intentions were malevolent. The government personnel were also taken aback, having planned to wait until Kaido and the Straw Hat Pirates battered each other before swooping in to seize the land of Wano. After all, this was a renowned weapons factory, and many of the government's arms originated here. Yet they never expected to encounter the Red Bird Pirates. At that moment, Lei Ku and his crew were locked in battle with these agents, while the CP0 operatives in the distance chose to depart, unwilling to get involved. In less than half an hour, several hundred government agents on these warships were eliminated. Subsequently, Lei Ku instructed his comrades to remain here, preventing any government forces from secretly landing in Wano, while he went up to assist the Straw Hat Pirates. However, just as Lei Ku prepared to leave, he was ambushed by a marine. The attack was a thorny vine wrapped in Haki, but before it could reach Lei Ku, it was incinerated by flames. Lei Ku looked up, puzzled, wondering why a marine would attack him. The attacker turned out to be the new Admiral, Green Bull, who had been ordered by Akainu to monitor the alliance between Big Mom and Kaido in the vicinity. Originally, Kizaru had also intended to come to Wano, but Akainu stopped him. In these turbulent times, Wano should not involve too many entanglements, let the pirates do as they please. However, when Green Bull saw the Red Bird Pirates sink all government vessels near Wano, he could no longer contain himself. After all, a former Yonko, who had been abandoned by the times, dared to destroy so many government warships right before his eyes. Without consulting Fleet Admiral Akainu at Marine Headquarters, he directly attacked the Red Bird, Lei Ku. Then, the small flowers on Admiral Green Bull's back spun continuously, allowing him to fly, and he charged toward Lei Ku. Red Bird Lei Ku, what are you doing in Wano? And how dare you attack our government ships? Although Lei Ku had never seen this man before, his attire and mannerisms resembled those of the new Admiral. You wouldn't be Green Bull, the one who rivals Fujitora, would you? Humph, I'm surprised you recognize me. I advise you to leave here immediately, or else don't blame me for being harsh. Lei Ku was also helpless. Did the other party not know his own strength? Alone, Green Bull was no match for him. Lei Ku then looked around, confirming that this was the only Admiral present. With a stoic expression, he told the Admiral, Marine, I advise you to leave here immediately, or don't blame me for taking action. But the next moment, Green Bull struck directly, summoning countless vines from the sky to pierce at Lei Ku. However, Lei Ku drew his long blade, which was enveloped in a powerful flame. With a few twists and turns, all the vines fell to the ground. He then charged at Green Bull. The Admiral showed no fear of Lei Ku. If it were Kaido, he would have to be cautious, but against a former Yonko, he had no need to dread. Yet Lei Ku's ferocious assault took the Marine Admiral by surprise, as a devastating slash flew straight toward his face. Green Bull continuously used his Devil Fruit ability to defend while descending to the ground to fight on land. Since you want to go down, I'll send you down. Lei Ku saw through his intention but paid it no mind. He then unleashed a thunderous strike, using observation killing to block Green Bull's perception, and then struck him heavily with Ryo Haki. He slammed Green Bull heavily from the sky, and then countless fiery birds rushed toward him. A huge explosion roared as Lei Ku descended to the ground. He did not believe that a Marine Admiral could be defeated so easily. From the ashes, a small plant emerged, growing rapidly until it transformed into Marine Admiral Green Bull. The man now had a sword wound on his chest and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Lei Ku with fury. Forest Fruit. As Admiral Green Bull activated his ability, a giant tree-like giant appeared and charged at Lei Ku. However, Lei Ku used his observation Haki to protect the attack. Divine Flame, Falling Golden Crow. After a single slash, the massive tree giant was cleaved in two and burst into raging flames. Admiral Green Bull emerged from the tree in a disheveled state, preparing to summon another giant tree. But Lei Ku had no intention of prolonging the fight. He erupted with Conqueror's Haki. The powerful black lightning precisely locked onto Green Bull, and the terrifying force rendered him unable to use his Devil Fruit ability. Lei Ku then unleashed the power of Divine Flame, arriving in an instant before the Admiral's horrified face, delivering a fatal blow. Admiral Green Bull was sent flying, severely wounded. But when Lei Ku went to check, the man was gone. He had escaped using elementalization. Meanwhile, Atop Onigashima, Luffy had been defeated by Kaido and thrown off the island, but he happened to land near the Heart Pirates. After replenishing his strength, Luffy, along with the now adult Momonosuke, reboarded Onigashima. At that moment, Kaido was engaged in battle with Yamato, but suddenly he was ambushed by a pink dragon, with Straw Hat Luffy riding on its back. Kaido eventually recognized the dragon's identity. It was that coward Momonosuke. In the face of Luffy's attacks, Kaido had acknowledged him. But Momonosuke, as the head of the Kozuki family, had fled while his retainers were risking their lives. Kaido would not allow such a man to tarnish his identity as a formidable warrior. He transformed into his hybrid form, took a gulp of sake, and unleashed his full power. First, he sent Yamato flying with a blast of the Guardian Duty power, then blasted Straw Hat Luffy away. Finally, he grabbed the fleeing dragon form Momonosuke and slammed him down with tremendous force, causing Momonosuke to revert to his human form. Now back to his original form, Momonosuke trembled uncontrollably as Kaido's monstrous footsteps approached. Luffy and Yamato shouted from a distance for him to run, but his legs gave way, frozen in terror. Your father, Kozuki Oden, was a hero. But you, Kozuki Momonosuke, are nothing but a coward. So die. Thunder Bagua. Kaido's terrifying blow shattered Momonosuke entirely, then kicked him aside like trash. Kozuki Momonosuke is dead. Witnessing this, Luffy, filled with rage, launched a decisive battle against Kaido, while Yamato prepared to go below to prevent the gunpowder depot from exploding. Due to Kaido's continuous loss of stamina, Onigashima was plummeting downward. Momonosuke, who could potentially create flame clouds, was already dead. Just as Yamato was pondering a solution, Ku flew up from Wano country. After dealing with Green Bull, he rushed over without pause. Upon hearing that Luffy was taking on Kaido alone, he refrained from intervening. After all, a true pirate must always face storms and dangers alone. At that moment, Ku instantly unleashed his divine flame power, enveloping the entire Onigashima. If Kaido ran out of strength, he could directly hold the island in place, preventing its fall. Inside Onigashima, the battle had reached its final stage. King the Conflagration was defeated by Zoro, and Queen by Sanji. Meanwhile, Big Mom was defeated by Law and Kid, knocked down into the molten magma below. The fight had now entered a white-hot phase, with Straw Hat Luffy against Kaido approaching its ultimate climax. Both sides unleashed their final strike simultaneously. However, just then, a CP agent suddenly appeared, disrupting Straw Hat Luffy's attack. Kaido delivered his strongest blow, directly killing the Straw Hat boy, whose life force faded. Furious that someone had interfered in the decisive battle, Kaido then smashed the agent with his club. Kaido let out a furious roar, then transformed into his dragon form and began wreaking havoc on Onigashima. Though his stamina was severely depleted, facing the exhausted pirates, victory was all but assured. Yet Ku sensed that Luffy's presence hadn't vanished. Instead, it had undergone a subtle transformation. Just a minute later, Ku heard the sound of a heartbeat, and at the same time, Luffy's presence became extraordinarily powerful. Looks like another remarkable young man has emerged on the seas. At that moment, Luffy successfully awakened his Nika form and once again clashed with Kaido. With Luffy awakened in his Nika form, Kaido was no longer his match, though a sufficiently powerful Haki could still defeat Luffy. But after so many successive battles, Kaido no longer had the strength. If not for Ku holding it up, Onigashima would have long since fallen. Finally, Luffy soared into the sky, using his giant King Kong gun against Kaido's flaming dragon torch. With a massive explosion of energy in the sky, the battle ended in the Straw Hat Boys' victory. The two emperors of the sea, who had remained unchallenged for decades, were both dethroned. Ku gently lowered Onigashima to the ground. The war was over. Navy Admiral Green Bull, wary of Ku's presence, dared not act rashly and could only have the Marines keep a distant watch. In the flower capital, 9 figures descended from the sky. They were the retainers of Kozuki Oden, announcing to the people that the reign of Kaido and Orochi had ended. Now they would welcome a new sovereign, the first empress of Wano, Kozuki Haori. Since Kozuki Momonosuke, Oden's son, had tragically died in the war, she would inherit the throne of Wano. During this time, other major events unfolded on the seas. The warlord system was abolished, and the Marines launched attacks on former warlords. Emperor Blackbeard raided the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, seeking to steal her devil fruit, but was stopped by Silver's Rayleigh. However, He then captured the new marine hero, Kobe. The hunted Dracula Mihawk received an invitation from Crocodile and joined the Cross Guild, beginning to hunt Marines, quickly gaining fame. During the revelry, the Revolutionary Army broke into Mary Giles and clashed with the Marines. Flame Emperor Sabo killed Cobra, one of the 20 kings. 4 days after the Onigashima War, Leiku bid farewell to Luffy and set out for Elbaf to find the fourth road Poneglyph. Their injuries no longer hindered their combat ability, so Leiku was not worried about Green Bull launching a sneak attack after he left. Given their strength, any such attempt would likely end in failure. Now, Straw Hat Luffy, Law, and Kid all had bounties of 3 billion berries. Owing to his grand fleet, Straw Hat Luffy had risen to the rank of Emperor. Meanwhile, Buggy the Clown, leader of the Cross Guild, also became an Emperor. Shortly after the Red Bird Pirates left Wano's waters, they encountered the Red Hair Pirates, who seemed to be heading to Wano. They exchanged brief greetings and parted ways, each having their own business. At that moment, Green Bull, seeing the Red Bird Pirates depart from Wano, decided to take advantage and capture the Straw Hat crew. If not for Kaido guarding Wano first, and then Red Bird laid Ko, he would have already captured this pirate crew. He first went to the Udon prison to arrest 2 of Kaido's subordinates, then prepared to ambush the Straw Hat crew celebrating at the Flower Capital. However, Green Bull was intercepted by King Iman and the others, sparking a fierce battle. With Yamato's help, they fought back and forth. Yet the Navy Admiral was too powerful. They could only hold out for a while before being overwhelmed. Just as Luffy and the others were about to intervene, a terrifying black lightning bolt struck Green Bull. It was none other than Emperor Red Hair Shanks, whose immense conqueror's haki rendered Green Bull immobile and unable to use his devil fruit powers. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. First Kaido, then Red Bird Lake Ko, and now Red Hair Shanks. Admiral Green Bull had no choice but to slink away, leading the Marines out of Wano. Luffy also sensed this familiar haki, but the two did not meet. The time was not yet right. Red Hair summoned Backman and outlined their next plans. They had come here originally to intercept Blackbeard. Unexpectedly, that fellow hadn't shown up, implying he had other schemes in motion. Hey, Backman, shouldn't we also go claim that thing, the One Piece? After news of Big Mom's defeat spread, Akiji and Van Ogre of the Blackbeard Pirates raided Big Mom's territory. They kidnapped Pudding, the three-eyed woman who could read poneglyphs. A few days later, the Straw Hat crew arrived at Vegas Egghead Island. Meanwhile, the Heart Pirates were ambushed by Blackbeard. After a fierce battle, the Heart Pirates were defeated, leaving only people carrying Law to escape into the depths of the sea. At the same time, Leiku and his crew had landed on the Giant Country, beginning their search for clues about the burned man. A day later, a major event occurred on the coast. Emperor Red Hair Shanks clashed with the Kid Pirates. The battle erupted, ending with the complete annihilation of the Kid Pirates. Though man, I feel we'll soon find the fourth road Poneglyph. The era is becoming more and more interesting. Indeed, we've waited many years to reach the final island. Captain Leiku, we haven't set foot on Elbaf for so many years. I wonder if our bounties have been lifted. Kuluo smiled as he spoke. Probably not, just like the world government wouldn't easily cancel them. Captain Leiku, any leads on that burned man? There are some clues. The fourth road Poneglyph once appeared in O'Hara, and a Marine Vice Admiral survived that massacre. That is the retired giant Vice Admiral, Zoro. But I heard that any pirates who approached the burned man were swallowed by a massive whirlpool. As far as I know, Zoro doesn't possess such power. Finally, after 2 days of searching, they found traces of Zoro. He wasn't hiding. Instead, he had opened a library in the Giant Kingdom. The library housed all kinds of books, most of which had been brought from O'Hara. As for the Marine government, they had no way to control the Giant Kingdom of Elbaf, so it was extremely safe here. Inside this library, Leiku and his crew finally met Zoro. Your pirates? Dare to come to the Giant Kingdom. Aren't you afraid of losing your lives here? Zoro spoke warily, for pirates were not exactly friendly. Don't misunderstand. We bear no great ill will. We once heard Robin mention the events of O'Hara. Leiku and his men did not state their purpose directly, but instead chatted with him to lower his guard. A fight here was not something they desired. You know Robin? Yes, we took her in for a time while sailing the seas, then entrusted her to Uncle Crocus at Twin Cape. Later, she joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Not long ago, she and the current emperor, Straw Hat Luffy, took down the alliance of Big Mom and Kaido. Zoro's wariness lessened, for if they were truly vicious pirates, they wouldn't bother with so many details. He also kept an eye on Robin's affairs and knew she had joined the Straw Hat crew. With that thought, Zoro invited them to sit down, and they began discussing Robin's story. An hour later, Zoro rose and looked at Lei Ku and the others. "You're looking for the road poneglyph, aren't you? I didn't expect you to guess that. Is our purpose that obvious? Don't all pirates sail the seas for that? Besides, you are Robin's benefactors. Unfortunately, the poneglyph is not with me." "Not with you? You mean you've seen the fourth road poneglyph before?" Zoro marveled at Lei Ku's intuition and reactions. No wonder he had ascended to the throne of an emperor without any backing. The original road poneglyph was brought by Robin's mother from Fisherman Island. The scholars began studying the Void Century, but the world government erased them. In that critical moment, they buried the stone deep underground. In the end, only Nico Robin survived O'Hara, but their precious legacy remained these historical documents. After O'Hara's fall, I organized the giant warriors to bring out the books and that poneglyph. However, an accident occurred during our departure. Many pirates tried to seize the research on the Void Century. What they didn't know was that on my ship was also a friend of mine, the current revolutionary, Long. The giant ships and I split, taking two separate routes back to Elbaf. Those who tried to attack us were all sunk into the sea by Long's abilities. Hearing Zoro's words combined with what he had said earlier, Lei Ku and his crew had essentially confirmed the answer. But they did not interrupt him immediately. Instead, they continued to listen. Seeing Long's formidable power and humanity's obsession with treasure, I realized that without sufficient strength, one simply cannot preserve a poneglyph. So I brought the historical documents and a large number of books back to the Giant Kingdom, while the road poneglyph was entrusted to Long for safekeeping. Lei Ku's crew was somewhat stunned by this news. They never expected that among their 3 leads, the most unlikely one had turned out to be true. The last road poneglyph was in the hands of the Revolutionary Army's leader, truly surprising. Yet, this meant that neither the Marines nor pirates would dare to seize it easily, even if they knew its location. It was actually an excellent choice, which explained why the final poneglyph had never been found. Long, as a revolutionary, was not a pirate and had no interest in gathering the poneglyphs to reach the final island, Left Tail. So it was only natural that he held onto one poneglyph without revealing it. As long as it wasn't in the hands of the world government, it was fine. After bidding farewell to Zoro, Lei Ku and his crew prepared to leave the Giant Kingdom and head to the Revolutionary Army's territory, Veritown. This was the place where the first revolution occurred, the birthplace of the Revolutionary Army, and also rumored to hold a poneglyph. "Captain Lei Ku, I never expected we'd barely spent a few days in Elbaf before leaving. Speed is paramount. If you want to settle here in the future, you can, Kuluo." Kuluo smiled and stepped aside, and Dao Erman approached. "Do you think Long will easily hand over the poneglyph to us?" "Don't worry, we have no conflict with him. Besides, we met the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command in Dressrosa last time. It should be fine." Lei Ku paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. "If he refuses, we'll have to fall back on our old pirate ways. I hope it doesn't come to that. To be honest, I don't want to clash with the Revolutionary Army. Remember that little girl with blonde hair? You mean Ginny?" "Yes. If it weren't for her back then, we wouldn't have obtained supplies so easily. So because of her, I have a decent impression of the Revolutionary Army." "Captain Lei Ku, we've received a worldwide broadcast." "Who sent it?" "Vegapunk. It seems everyone in the world can receive it." At that moment, on Egghead Island, Straw Hat Luffy was engaged in a fierce battle with the 5 elders and Admiral Kizaru. The 5 elders desperately tried to stop the broadcast, searching for its source. But as Vegapunk revealed the shocking truth to the world, everyone was utterly stunned. "The world will sink. Captain Lei Ku, we are about to arrive at the Revolutionary Army's territory." "Very well, first announce our name and see if Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is willing to meet us." After a brief wait, Sabo, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, emerged to greet them. Since they were old acquaintances, they came straight to the point and stated their request. However, Sabo did not make a decision immediately after hearing them. Instead, he led them to meet Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. After all, even Sabo was unaware that the road poneglyph was in his possession. At that moment, Lei Ku and his crew arrived at the main base of the Revolutionary Army, where all the commanders had gathered. They were somewhat surprised by the arrival of Lei Ku's group, considering this was the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Lei Ku and his crew were also taken aback, for all the army commanders of the Revolutionary Army were present. They had not expected Sabo to bring them here. This meant that Sabo trusted them and had also received Dragon's approval. "Welcome to this place, my friend," Dragon said directly, as they had met before. "I heard about how you helped my son last time, so I want to thank you for that. You have come here for that road poneglyph." "Yes, after all, every pirate dreams of reaching Laugh Tale one day. I can give it to you, but you must promise me one thing." Lei Ku had not expected the other party to agree so readily. He had heard that the Revolutionary Army was preparing to strike at the Holy Land Merigeals, so it was likely related to that. "Name it." "As you can see, the Revolutionary Army is currently in action. From what I know, you are also someone who deeply despises the world government. Therefore, we need your assistance. You are planning to attack the Holy Land Merigeals. With its deep foundations combined with the might of the Navy, the Revolutionary Army alone cannot accomplish that. However, since you have so generously given me the road poneglyph, I will certainly come to lend a hand when the time comes. That is only one aspect. Our plan is also closely tied to this road poneglyph." Dragon spoke slowly. Then he walked over from a distance and explained his plan to Lei Ku and his crew, adding that the plan had already been set in motion. Leak the information about the fourth road poneglyph, thereby drawing the attention of a large number of pirates, the Navy, and the world government. While they are scrambling for the truth of Laugh Tale, we will launch an attack on the Holy Land Merigeals. Lei Ku realized that this leader of the Revolutionary Army was no simple man. With just one road poneglyph, he had managed to immobilize all the major powers. But there is still a prerequisite, isn't there? Otherwise, even if the Navy splits its forces, they would still have enough soldiers to protect the Holy Land. You are correct. The key to all this is only one condition: the world will sink. Is that the information Dr. Vegapunk mentioned? Is it true? Lei Ku expressed his doubt. Then Dragon slowly explained, "Yes, Vegapunk is my friend. Since he said it, it must be true. And I believe that day will come soon." Afterward, they chatted with Dragon for a while longer and then went to the underground of Veritown to make a robbing of the fourth road poneglyph. "We will take our leave now. If you attack Merigeals, we will help." "Thank you very much." Lei Ku and his crew had now obtained all four road poneglyphs. The next step was to decipher them. Dragon also told them that the Revolutionary Army would release the information about the road poneglyph in 10 days, so they should make preparations early. "Captain Lei Ku, where do we go next?" "I heard that the Straw Hat Pirates left Egghead Island together with the warriors of the Giant Tribe. Their next destination should be Elbaf, the land of the giants. We will go there and have Robin translate the road poneglyphs for us. At the same time, we will give them a copy of all poneglyphs." "The world is about to fall into utter madness and chaos," Lei Ku remarked. This was the calm before the storm. Then they prepared to depart from Veritown for the land of the giants. However, at that moment, a war was raging in Elbaf. The Straw Hat Pirates, together with the giants Dory and Broggy, and a group of warriors from the Giant Tribe, launched an attack on the giants residing in the upper layers of the World Tree. And their leader was the false sun god Nika, who had deceived the world. "It will take us about 5 days to reach Elbaf. Then, 5 days later, the Revolutionary Army will release the information about the fourth road poneglyph. Therefore, if circumstances allow, we must reach Laugh Tale as quickly as possible." Meanwhile, on Hokinoso, Blackbeard was no longer there. He had led a massive fleet of pirates to attack Fishman Island, aiming to seize Poseidon, the Sea King. And after acquiring Poseidon, he also planned to go to Wano country to seize Pluton. This information naturally came from the pirate Caribou. Initially thought to be just a minor character, this fellow actually possessed such a secret truly unexpected. At this time, the Cross Guild also experienced an unprecedented boost in strength. The former Shichibukai, Gecko Moria and Perona, joined their ranks. Moreover, they had rescued Trafalgar Law and Beeple of the Heart Pirates, who had been defeated by Blackbeard, and successfully obtained 3 road poneglyphs. They also gained the alliance of Boa Hancock, the Pirate Empress, who had been stripped of her title by the Navy. Although she did not join the Cross Guild, she formed an alliance with them. At this moment, the Cross Guild was unprecedentedly powerful. Subsequently, they raided a Navy transport ship that was carrying a large number of pirates, including a terrifyingly strong individual Edward Weevil, the so-called Whitebeard R. Thus, the Cross Guild, composed of former Shichibukai, launched their offensive for the great treasure of the world. At this point, each of the 4 emperors on the sea already possessed free-road poneglyphs. Once the 4th one appeared, it would trigger unimaginable chaos. Now, Blackbeard launched a massive invasion of Fishman Island. The soldiers of Fishman Island fought desperately, and for a time, the two sides were locked in a stalemate. However, this situation could not last long. As the officers of the Blackbeard Pirates stepped in, the soldiers of Fishman Island began to be overwhelmed. In an instant, the entire Fishman Island was engulfed in flames and reduced to a state of ruin. Yet just as Blackbeard was about to seize the power of the Sea King, Princess Shirahoshi summoned a massive number of giant Sea Kings. Their terrifying might caused many members of the Blackbeard Pirates to perish in the sea. Blackbeard witnessed the horror of this power firsthand. It was precisely the ability he needed to conquer the world. No matter the cost, he had to obtain her. In the end, after a day of fierce battle, Fishman Island was defeated, and Princess Shirahoshi was taken away by Blackbeard and his crew. Leiku and his companions had, after 5 days of travel, finally arrived at Elbaf, the land of giants where the war had only just concluded. To their astonishment, the giant kingdom had been utterly transformed in barely 10 days. They soon located the Straw Hat Pirates and handed them a copy of the Poneglyph Robins, which Nico Robin then deciphered. Having obtained the coordinates to the final island left tail, Leiku's crew did not depart immediately. They chose to wait. They needed to align with the Revolutionary Army's operation scheduled for 5 days hence, and more critically, if the world's powers learned they possessed the map to left tail, they would instantly become targets of every faction vying for supremacy. Thus, discretion demanded patience. Soon, they also learned that the Blackbeard Pirates had invaded Fishman Island and abducted Princess Shirahoshi, the Sea King herself. The Straw Hat Pirates now set course for Fishman Island to assess the situation and thereafter, to rescue Shirahoshi from Beehive Island. At this juncture, the Blackbeard Pirates wielded 3 Poneglyph Robins, Admiral Kobe, the Navy's legendary hero, and Brooke, the free-eyed Tontata scholar capable of reading the ancient texts, as well as Shirahoshi, whose voice could summon the Sea Kings. Blackbeard's next objective was to seize the ancient weapon Pluton from Wano country. Yet 5 days later, news shattered his plan. The Revolutionary Army had publicly unveiled the 4th Poneglyph. Instantly, pirates across the New World erupted with fervor. Swarms raced toward the site to claim it. Blackbeard himself was elated beyond measure, convinced fate itself now favored him. He coveted both the ancient weapons and the Poneglyphs alike. Yet the Revolutionary Army had placed this 4th stone not as a prize but as bait. Their true aim remained unchanged, the overthrow of the Celestial Dragon's tyranny. Their earlier operations had faltered, sabotaged by Blackbeard himself, who leveraged his influence to supply food to the Celestial Dragons, thereby securing recognition as a world government allied nation. The world government, compelled to legitimize Beehive Island, inadvertently empowered the Blackbeard Pirates, elevating them into one of the most formidable forces in existence. Blackbeard personally led his crew to seize the Poneglyph, while dispatching 3 top officers to Wano country to capture Pluton. By then, the Straw Hat Pirates had reached Fishman Island, where soldiers stood on high alert, still reeling from Blackbeard's incursion. Only the arrival of Jinbe calmed their fears. Thereafter, King Neptune ordered his 2 princes to lead Fishman warriors alongside the Straw Hats to rescue Shirahoshi. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army launched a simultaneous assault on Merijio's the Holy Land, exploiting the Navy's mass deployment to contest the Poneglyph. Yet the Navy's overwhelming strength plunged them into fierce, grinding combat. Admiral Akainu, Fleet Admiral of the World Government, found himself overwhelmed, divided between the revolutionary onslaught upon the Holy Land and the chaotic scramble for the Poneglyph. Consequently, the Navy was forced to scatter its forces, fragmenting its once unassailable might across multiple fronts, leaving each front critically weakened. With the 4th Poneglyph unveiled, the Cross Guild mobilized to seize it, only to find themselves confronting both the Red Hair Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates, already converging upon the site. Beyond them loomed numerous marine warships and 2 admirals, Ryakujiu and Kizaru. 4 great powers converged there. After brutal skirmishes, lesser pirate crews were swiftly eradicated, leaving only these 4 colossal factions standing. "Shall we each take a rubbing of this Poneglyph?" Blackbeard proposed. "Otherwise, this battle may drag on indefinitely." Yet Shanks embodied the clown of the Cross Guild regarded his offer with deep suspicion. Seeing stalemate looming, Blackbeard forged an uneasy alliance with the Marines. As a newly recognized allied nation, his legitimacy granted him leverage even if the Marines preferred neutrality. They dared not let the Poneglyph fall into pirate hands. In the ensuing struggle, the Blackbeard Pirates secured the original Poneglyph, though the Cross Guild and the Red Hair Pirates each acquired Robins. Yet even with Robins in hand, neither faction could decipher their meaning, prompting the Red Hair Pirates to declare open war upon Blackbeard's crew. Settling old scores and new grudges alike, victory would grant them Brook the Three-Eyed Scholar. Meanwhile, the Cross Guild resolved to confront the Straw Hat Pirates and seize Nico Robin. The Marines, now urgently reinforcing, dispatched Admirals Ryakujiu and Kizaru to Beehive Island, while Fleet Admiral Akainu and Admiral Fujitora headed for the Cross Guild's stronghold. 2 days later, the Red Hair Pirates clashed with Blackbeard's crew in decisive battle. Though injured, Blackbeard's 3 officers still joined the fray. Having failed earlier in Wano Country, where Samurai and Yamato defeated them and unleashed an ancient weapon, a single strike annihilated over a dozen of their ships, a cataclysmic display of raw, terrifying power. Shanks, you ho. Let us settle this once and for all. TKI. That scar you gave me and what you did to my friends today, you shall pay in full. In the next instant, Shanks drew his blade and charged while Blackbeard commanded his men to attack. A single slash cut down half the pirates rushing toward Shanks. It seems I must handle you myself after all, Shanks. Blackbeard then unleashed the tremor-inducing power of his Gura no Mi, shattering space itself with concussive force aimed straight at Shanks. Yet Shanks countered with an awe-inspiring mastery of Busashoko Haki, his flowing Sakura aura neutralizing the shockwave outright. Kamisogi. Shanks activated Kanbanshiku Haki, blinding Blackbeard's own observation ability and struck with devastating surprise. The sheer destructive force resembled a griffin descending from heaven. Pirates near the blade's arc were obliterated instantly. Blackbeard merely smiled and activated the power of Jozo, former 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. His entire body hardened into diamond. Shanks' assault was undeniably ferocious, so much so that even diamond fractured beneath its impact. Though wounded, Blackbeard endured the blow. TKI. You possess 3 devil fruits. Is your body truly that unique? Shanks could scarcely believe his overwhelming strike had been absorbed so effortlessly. Shanks. To face you, I prepared meticulously. Don't rush, greater surprises await you yet. Yummy no mi. An abyssal darkness spilled across the earth, its suffocating void threatening to swallow Shanks whole. Meanwhile, the Red Hair Pirates were pinned down in relentless combat, Beckman himself blocked by Admiral Akiji. Yo ho. Let all fade into eternal darkness. Facing Blackbeard's assault, red-haired Shanks countered relentlessly with his Haki, yet his opponent was an unprecedented wielder of 3 devil fruits across the entire sea. The combat prowess he displayed was immensely formidable. Although Shanks' Haki was exceptionally powerful, especially his Conqueror's Haki that could suppress Teach's abilities, his opponent's physical techniques were also formidable. Now, 2 years later, Teach had advanced to the ranks of the top-tier powerhouses. At that moment, Shanks realized he could no longer afford to delay. He must end the battle quickly, otherwise Blackbeard's subordinates would swarm like bees. Then Shanks instantly vanished from his spot, but this disappearance was not literal. Rather, he moved at such blinding speed that no one could see his figure. Blackbeard covered his entire body with diamond, cautiously guarding against red-haired Shanks' attack. Yet just then, Shanks suddenly appeared before him, unleashing the full extent of his power. Divine Departure. A strike imbued with Ryo Haki, coupled with Shanks' terrifying Conqueror's Haki. It directly broke through Blackbeard's diamond ability. In an instant, the diamond on his body shattered, and a massive slash wound tore open Blackbeard's chest. The double pain made him writhe on the ground in agony. He never imagined Shanks' strength had reached such a level, capable of cutting through diamond, the hardest substance in the world. However, Blackbeard Teach also knew that under these circumstances, he must go all out against red-haired Shanks, or else he would die here today. He immediately rose to his feet, preparing to use the power of the Gura no Mi to strike at Shanks. But Shanks had anticipated this. With a single slash of his sword, Blackbeard's arm was severed, the immense pain robbing him of the ability to think. Teach, you lose. You vile scoundrel, prepare to die. Zay ha ha. Shanks, you are indeed formidable. But I won't die so easily. Your failure lies in how little you truly know about me. The next second, Blackbeard's arm instantly regenerated, and countless tendrils surged from the darkness, entangling red-haired Shanks. Red-haired Shanks immediately unleashed several slashes, severing the tentacles. Yet at that moment, Blackbeard activated the power of the Yomi Yomi no Mi. He directly grabbed Shanks' body with armament Haki, then erupted the power of the Gura Gura no Mi, the terrifying force shaking Shanks and injuring him. Then a fist coated in armament Haki blasted Shanks away. The blow sent Shanks flying, blood spilling from his mouth, battered and disheveled. Shanks, I admit your Haki is flawless, almost on par with the old man's when he was young. But top-tier Haki alone is not enough. You need Devil Fruit powers, a mighty Devil Fruit, to rule the world. At this point, Shanks slowly rose to his feet, coldly staring at Blackbeard Teach, filled with doubt. Teach, what ability was that just now? The ability to instantly regrow an arm. Because the arm Shanks had cut off was still lying on the ground. That instant regeneration was clearly not a power belonging to those three fruits, and neither were the tentacles that had emerged from the ground. Zay ha ha. You noticed, Shanks? This is my greatest secret, my fourth Devil Fruit ability. Since you're about to die, I'll tell you, Shanks. The fish fruit, mythical zone, Hiluo fish form. I have 3 hearts and possess incredible regenerative capabilities. With this unique body, I can naturally consume more devil fruits. By now, Blackbeard had fallen into a frenzied state. Using his own body as an anchor, darkness spread, enveloping red-haired Shanks within it. What a monster! But I won't lose to you, Teach. The wielder of 4 devil fruits, Blackbeard Teach, launched an attack against the possessor of supreme Haki, red-haired Shanks. Both unleashed their most powerful strikes simultaneously. Shanks used his supreme Haki to break through Blackbeard's various abilities, impaling one of his hearts directly. Yet Shanks himself was now on the verge of death. His body was pierced by countless black tentacles coated in Haki. The darkness receded, and Blackbeard deactivated his fruit abilities, collapsing heavily to the ground. It wasn't that he didn't want to finish off Shanks. But after fighting until now, his stamina was severely depleted, and he needed to recover from his injuries and regenerate his heart. Meanwhile, the battle among the red-haired pirates had also concluded. As expected of the most impregnable pirate crew, their overwhelming strength crushed all fronts except for the lines involving Akiji and Beckman. But the outcome between the captains had been decided. They quickly covered their captain's retreat, while the Blackbeard pirates prepared to pursue. No need. Let them go. Red-haired Shanks is no longer a threat to us. Don't forget, the Navy is still nearby. I don't want them to take advantage of the situation. Blackbeard sat on the ground, slowly recovering from his injuries. Around him were his original crewmates, while farther away stood the prisoners he had recruited from Imperial Will. At that moment, the red-haired pirates immediately began treating the critically wounded Shanks. His injuries were too severe. Emergency medical attention was needed. Meanwhile, the Navy in the distance was unwilling to let the red-haired pirates escape easily, although they hadn't witnessed the battle. The current situation clearly indicated that the red-haired pirates had lost. So they pressed their advantage, with Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Raikuju launching attacks. The other members of the red-haired pirates were not to be trifled with either, counterattacking the Navy. In the end, all members of the red-haired pirates were injured, the 2 Navy admirals were also badly wounded, and over a dozen Navy warships were lost. The outcome of this great battle against Blackbeard Teach was now clear. The red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors, have been defeated. The victor is the Blackbeard pirates. At the same time, the Cross Guild launched an attack on the Straw Hat Pirates. However, the Straw Hat Pirates now possessed a formidable fighting force. The Fishman warriors from Fishman Island, the samurai of Wano who had defeated 3 of Blackbeard's commanders, joined Luffy under Yamato's leadership, along with the various members of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. Moreover, they possessed the secret weapon of Wano, the ancient warship, Pluton. At this point, Boa Hancock and Trafalgar Law immediately dissolved their alliance with the Cross Guild and joined the Straw Hat Pirates. This somewhat dampened the Cross Guild's momentum, but the battle had already begun, leaving no room for retreat. Mihawk charged forward to confront Zoro. Meanwhile, Luffy and Sanji stormed into the Cross Guild, engaging the former warlords in battle. At this moment, the strength of Luffy and his crew could be said to be overwhelmingly superior to the Cross Guild, as they now had the alliance of Fishman Island, the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, and Wano Country, making their power extraordinary. The Cross Guild was at a disadvantage the moment the battle began. Straw Hat Luffy made the first move, confronting Whitebeard, who was indeed not bluffing about possessing the power of a young Whitebeard. Jinbe fought Gecko Moria, Sanji fought Crocodile, while Yamato took on the leader of the Cross Guild, Body the Clown. As soon as the battle erupted, Whitebeard swung his massive blade fiercely at Straw Hat Luffy, whose dear second form struggled to withstand the overwhelming force of the attack. However, after the battle on the giant island, Luffy's Haki had reached unprecedented heights. Karma Fire, Firebird Gun. A fist imbued with Ryo Haki struck Weevil directly in the chest, sending him flying. Although his opponent was powerful, he was up against Straw Hat Luffy, who possessed top-tier Yonko-level combat strength. Luffy then used Future Sight to nullify Whitebeard 2's observation Haki and coated his attacks with Conqueror's Haki. Gomu Gomu no Gatling. Countless immensely powerful fists pummeled Whitebeard, who was ultimately far inferior to Whitebeard himself. Overwhelmed by Luffy's rain of blows, he was not unconscious. Meanwhile, Sanji faced Crocodile's attacks without fear, his body now as hard as solid rock. Crocodile's attacks could not harm him at all, and his observation Haki was so powerful that he could foresee Crocodile's future movements. Hell Memories. Desert Spada. Both unleashed their strongest attacks simultaneously, but Sanji, with his formidable Haki, shattered the Desert Spada and landed a devastating kick directly on Crocodile. Crocodile was defeated before he could even activate his elemental form. Meanwhile, far away, Moria was on the losing end against Jinbe, whose ability to use seawater rendered Moria's zombie army ineffective, and his Haki was no match for Jinbe's. Once Jinbe closed the distance, a single powerful armament Haki punch sent Moria to the ground. Perona tried to help, but the Straw Hats had someone specifically to deal with her. That person was none other than the Straw Hats' most troublesome member, Sniper King Usopp. With just a little effort, he captured Perona. As for the leader of the Cross Guild, the current Yonko Body the Clown, even Yamato was surprised at how weak he was. Yamato only swung her Knoble twice, and Body was beaten into a swollen mess. Before the fight, Yamato had been very cautious. After all, he was a Yonko. As many of the officers were defeated, the pirates under the Cross Guild still tried to resist, but at that moment, the Princess of Wano, Kazuki Haori, activated Pluton. A terrifying laser cannon shot pierced through dozens of pirate ships, sending countless pirates to the bottom of the sea, while the survivors fled in panic. The only battle remaining was between Zoro and the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. This was a battle of destiny. The Straw Hats would not interfere with Zoro's dream, and they believed he could win. Mihawk was also exceptionally excited. He had held the title of world's greatest swordsman for too long, and this young man had not disappointed him. Now even Mihawk could not fully fathom Zoro's strength. It was this kind of unpredictable battle that excited a swordsman. Roronoa Zoro, let's decide the victor today. I couldn't ask for more. At first, they did not launch a direct assault, but instead exchanged slashes to probe and exhaust each other. Both knew it would be a fierce battle, and both were confident they would not lose. Free sword style secret technique, Lion's Song. Zoro launched a fierce attack first, its terrifying force forcing Mihawk to defend. But Mihawk's Black Blade Euro was no mere decoration. Countless slashes shot toward Zoro, each one capable of destroying a giant warship. Free sword style, 3,000 worlds. Zoro continuously attacked with his three swords, and he could feel that his blade Wado Ikimonji was about to undergo a transformation today. As Zoro and Mihawk clashed repeatedly, the battle reached a fever pitch, their immense power sweeping across the entire sea. Then Mihawk used Future Sight to nullify Zoro's perception and swung Euro down with a single slash. If this terrifying blow landed, Zoro would likely die on the spot. The Straw Hats watched the battlefield with worry. After all, their opponent was the world's greatest swordsman, a being of immense power. Moreover, the only top-tier combatant of the Cross Guild was Mihawk. All others had already been defeated by the Straw Hats. However, Zoro smiled. The swords in his hands, Wado Ikimonji and Sendai Kitetsu, seemed to gain a soul, sensing the terrifying killing intent. They automatically absorbed Zoro's Haki, turning into pitch-black blades, and then blocked Mihawk's attack. Even Mihawk hadn't expected someone to awaken two black blades in the midst of battle truly terrifying. Truly worthy of the young man he had once recognized remarkable. But today, this battle had to be decided. Zoro smiled, feeling that his strength had reached a new level after awakening the black blades. One sword style, Flying Dragon Blaze. The terrifying strike landed directly on Mihawk, but Mihawk used Yoro to block it. However, Zoro then turned the tables, using Future Sight to nullify Mihawk's perception. He unleashed his strongest attack directly at Mihawk. Demon style, Nine Sword style, Azura, Dead Man's Game. In the past, even when Zoro was not this strong, this attack had dealt massive damage to Kaido. Now, Zoro's version of this attack was even more fearsome and powerful. Mihawk naturally saw this, though deep down he knew he had to evade this strike. His pride as a swordsman would not allow it. He glanced at his Black Blade Yoro, an old friend who had accompanied him for many years, then released all his Haki and unleashed a slash at Zoro. The two terrifying forces clashed head-on, their immense power tearing the sky apart. The battle between the two great swordsmen left onlookers far away dumbfounded. After the exchange, a huge gash appeared on Zoro's body, bleeding profusely. Mihawk also sustained several wounds. Both had landed their attacks, but neither fell. The two clashed again. Zoro unleashed all his Haki, staking his dream and the dreams of his childhood friends. Nine Sword style secret technique, Hell, Azura, Demon. Mihawk also unleashed his ultimate attack. After this strike, the outcome would be decided. The final battle had a result. The victor was a battered Roronoa Zoro. The world's greatest swordsman has been dethroned. Roronoa Zoro has ascended to the top. The cross-guild, led by Yonko Buggy the Clown, has been defeated. Hardly had the battle here concluded when the Straw Hat Pirates immediately set sail for the final island. News had reached them that the Red-Aired Pirates had already been defeated. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard Pirates mobilized their entire crew. Empowered by Brook's awakened ability to decipher the Poneglyphs, they too headed for the final island Elbaf. At that very moment, the Marines stationed across the four Emperors' territories received urgent intelligence. The Revolutionary Army's offensive had suddenly intensified. Their earlier stalemate with the Marines had merely been a feint. The revolutionaries were now poised to breach Marine defenses and storm Mary Jails. Faced with this dire escalation, Akainu issued orders. Admirals Fujitora and Kizaru, along with Ryukugyo, were to reinforce the Holy Land while he himself would personally sail to the final island to halt the pirates. Simultaneously, the Redbird Pirates also departed for the final island, converging with the Straw Hat Pirates to join forces against the Blackbeard Pirates. After a day's voyage, they finally reached the coordinates of the final island, yet the island loomed vast beyond measure, its architecture eerily reminiscent of Egghead. The Blackbeard Pirates had already arrived. Without preamble, both sides clashed in fierce combat. The struggle for the final island permits only one victor. The sole survivor shall become king of the pirates. Yet Blackbeard now held world government affiliation, a veneer of legitimacy masking his treacherous ambition. Akainu, constrained by protocol, resolved first to eliminate the Straw Hat Pirates. Witnessing this unfolding crisis, Lei Ku's crew launched an immediate assault on the Blackbeard Pirates, while the Straw Hats simultaneously detected Akainu's advancing marine fleet. Divine Flame Mahavirakna. Lei Ku struck first at Blackbeard, who stood unflinching. Redbird Lei Ku, you ho ho ho. I am no longer within your reach. Blackbeard unleashed the power of the Gura Gura no Mi, tremendous force surging toward Lei Ku only to be repelled by the sheer intensity of his Haki. Dark Water. An abyssal void surged forth, drawing Lei Ku inward, but he erupted with divine flame, propelling himself away and unleashing scorching fire from afar. Your devil fruit nullifies other fruit users, doesn't it? Blackbeard teach. You've uncovered my secret, but it changes nothing. No fruit user poses a threat to me. In the next instant, Blackbeard's crew and legions of allied pirates charged forward. Lei Ku's crew and the samurai of Wano country met them head-on. The two forces collided in brutal, chaotic combat. Blackbeard then launched directly at Lei Ku, his mastery of the Gura Gura no Mi surpassing even Whitebeard's in raw destructive potential. Yet Lei Ku wielded not only a devil fruit but also formidable Haki. The moment Blackbeard activated his tremor power, Lei Ku closed the distance. Divine Flame Vermilion Phoenix Sunfall. A cataclysmic strike infused with Conqueror's Haki pierced Blackbeard, designed to kill outright before he could deploy the Yomi Yomi no Mi, while simultaneously suppressing his observation Haki. An overwhelming sense of peril forced Blackbeard to reveal his ultimate defense, his entire body petrified into diamond. But he underestimated the sheer magnitude of Lei Ku's technique. Though stunned to witness Blackbeard's field ability, years of relentless warfare rendered such surprises mere trifles. The blow shattered his diamond form and struck flash explosive infernal energy erupting upon impact. Agony so intense it nearly overwhelmed Blackbeard. This strike surpassed even Shanks' legendary blow. Still, Leiku underestimated Blackbeard's resilience. Though grievously wounded, Blackbeard instantly retaliated using the Yummy Yummy no Mi. Dark Water. A terrifying suction tore through the air. Leiku's divine flame vanished, and his hybrid beast form reverted to human shape. Blackbeard followed with another Gura Gura no Mi strike, amplified by armament Haki. Leiku countered with his own armament Haki, yet failed to withstand the onslaught. The colossal force pulverized his body and sent him hurtling skyward. Divine Flame, the Grand Dao. Once distanced from Blackbeard, Leiku's powers reignited. He drew vitality from nearby pirates, restoring himself fully in an instant. Even Blackbeard stood momentarily dumbfounded. No known devil fruit conferred such rapid regeneration. It bore uncanny resemblance to his own zone-type ability. Yo-ho-ho-ho! Redbird Leiku, I never imagined your power granted such swift recovery. Had you lacked it, that blow would have crippled you. Leiku's expression darkened. He now grasped the true gravity of his foe. Blackbeard wielded not only prodigious Haki but 3 devil fruits, the diamond fruit, granting near impenetrable physical fortitude. The Gura Gura no Mi, delivering devastating offensive might, and most perilous of all, the Yummy Yummy no Mi, capable of absorbing attacks and suppressing other fruit users' powers. Yet Leiku had never retreated from any adversary. He launched a furious assault. Conqueror's Haki flared, disrupting Blackbeard's fruit activation, while his speed blurred into afterimages. He struck Blackbeard's body directly, terrifying force rupturing defenses, inflicting wound after wound. Then Leiku swiftly disengaged, denying Blackbeard opportunity to seize him, though Blackbeard relentlessly deployed the Yummy Yummy no Mi to ensnare him. Yet Leiku's agility exceeded all expectation. Under relentless assault from the Redbird, Blackbeard staggered, yet a faint, chilling smile flickered across his lips. At the precise moment Leiku breached his guard, black blades plunged deep into his torso. Searing pain nearly drove Blackbeard into unconsciousness. Leiku then witnessed something astonishing. Blackbeard's wounds healed before his eyes. Rapid, visceral regeneration. Leiku knew none of Blackbeard's 3 fruits possessed such capability. He had uncovered a horrifying truth. Blackbeard wielded a 4th devil fruit. You've seen it, but it's already too late. Blackbeard Teach activated his mythical zone-type fruit. Countless Haki-infused tentacles erupted from shadow, binding Leiku in inescapable coils. Leiku ignited Divine Flame to break free, yet Blackbeard instantly deployed the Yummy Yummy no Mi, extinguishing his power entirely. Endless hell. Blackbeard unleashed the Gura Gura no Mi, delivering a crushing blow that inflicted grave injury. Yet Leiku responded instantly with Conqueror's Haki. Black lightning of staggering intensity shattered the surrounding tentacles and hurled Blackbeard backward with explosive force. Leiku finally caught his breath, then activated his fruit to mend his wounds. Yet with each restoration, his stamina drained precipitously. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, now unshackled, descended like a fallen god. Casting off all pretense, he assumed his full beast human form. A massive beard, octopus-like and wild, framed his face, his body encased in shimmering diamond. Behind him stretched infinite darkness, thick with writhing tentacles poised to strike any enemy without warning. Across the vast ocean, the Straw Hat Pirates, the Fisherman Island warriors, and the giant soldiers launched a coordinated assault upon Admiral Akainu. Having forged a temporary alliance with Blackbeard through a transaction, they had acquired 4 poneglyphs and arrived at this final island. Meteor Volcano, and seeing the swarm of pirates, Akainu unleashed his attack. Countless torrents of molten lava crashed down upon them. Yet Luffy instantly activated Gear 5. With his colossal, rubberized body wrapped in armament Haki, he blocked the onslaught. Then, in a flash, he surged toward Akainu, delivering a devastating punch infused with Conqueror's Haki that struck true. But Akainu evaded it by liquefying in his body the power of his magma fruit. Having endured battle with Aokiji and ascended to Fleet Admiral, his strength had grown extraordinarily formidable. Dog Fang Crimson Lotus, now massive magma fist, shaped like a ravenous hound, lunged toward Monkey D. Luffy! White rubber gun. Luffy countered with advanced Kanbanshiku Haki just as he had against Kaido, rendering Akainu's magma fruit utterly ineffective. Yet Akainu suddenly erupted forward, assaulting Gear 5 Luffy with Conqueror's Haki-infused strikes. The two engaged in an all-out duel, exchanging relentless blows. Meanwhile, the Marines clashed with the Straw Hat Pirates, but the crew's overwhelming power quickly overwhelmed their adversaries. Akainu could scarcely believe that the very boy he once spared had ascended to such heights. Though Gear 5 Luffy's abilities were endlessly mutable, Akainu, bolstered by his extraordinary Devil Fruit power and mastery of Haki, held his ground. Yet Luffy's strength far surpassed even this. He unleashed his full might, barraging Akainu without pause. From afar, Kobe charged forth in a surprise assault. He believed that though Luffy had shown him kindness, his duty as a marine demanded he stop him. But Luffy's Kanbanshiku Haki had already foreseen the strike. He parried Akainu's blow, then seized Kobe and slammed him to the ground. A single crushing punch sent Kobe spiraling into unconsciousness. "I'm sorry, Kobe, I don't have time to play with you now." White Karma Flame Gun. This blow, laced with Conqueror's Haki, anticipated Akainu's elemental shift and struck him squarely where he materialized. Akainu recoiled in pain but charged headlong at Luffy, who responded by striking from multiple angles. Exploiting Deer Fifth's unmatched agility, Luffy battered Akainu into disarray until Akainu fully unleashed the Magma Fruit's power. Torrents of magma engulfed the entire battlefield. Indifferent to the lives of nearby marines and pirates alike, Akainu transformed into a colossal magma giant. He brought his titanic fist crashing down upon Luffy, who dodged frantically, unable to rubberize the molten earth beneath him due to Haki's suppression. Luffy knew he could not prolong the fight. Preparing his ultimate technique, he expanded into a colossal giant, soared skyward, and gathered his limbs into a gargantuan fist. White Monkey King Gun, Ni's enormous fist, sheathed in both armament and Conqueror's Haki, hurtled toward Akainu below. Akainu refused to yield. He condensed the surrounding magma into a titanic fist likewise armored with armament and Conqueror's Haki. Their cataclysmic collision unleashed shockwaves felt by every soul present, and even Rake, locked in combat with Blackbeard far away, sensed its tremor. "Yo-ho ho ho! Sounds like their battle's just as fierce." Blackbeard laughed aloud. Rake faced Blackbeard with calm resolve, yet his appearance betrayed exhaustion. Though his Haki was prodigious, Blackbeard's regenerative capacity was monstrous. Neither could gain decisive advantage, yet Rake knew prolonged combat would seal his defeat. 4 Devil Fruit powers in one man defied all precedent. Meanwhile, the duel between Luffy and Akainu neared its climax. Luffy gasped for breath, his stamina severely depleted by the ferocity of the clash. Akainu, meanwhile, bore grievous wounds. In their last exchange of ultimate techniques, he had lost and nearly slid into oblivion from that single strike. Neither paused not even to draw breath but hurled themselves forward, staking their very lives upon the collision. In an instant, White Fist and Magma Fist met. Akainu's searing blow nearly pierced Luffy clean through. Luffy's fists landed with brutal precision, each impact shattering bone and muscle. At last, he silenced Akainu's perception with Kanbanshiku Haki while unleashing Conqueror's Haki to suppress the Magma Fruit, then delivered his supreme strike. His White Fist, wreathed in Conqueror's Haki, instantly transmuted into rubber upon contact with Akainu's skull and punched straight through. The sheer, terrifying force felled the fleet admiral into unconsciousness. To endure Luffy's White Monkey King Gun and yet fight on to this point testified to Akainu's peerless might. Yet he faced Luffy, the inheritor of the Sun God Nika's power. Far away, Blackbeard seethed with fury, enraged that he had nearly slain Rick moments before. Just then, Aokiji turned traitor, launching a surprise assault upon Blackbeard. An ice spear, hardened with armament Haki, pierced Blackbeard's diamond form and impaled his heart. But Blackbeard possessed 3 hearts and reacted instantly, first flinging Rick aside, then using his dark fruit to bind Aokiji to his palm. In the next moment, he activated his tremor fruit, delivering a seismic blow that sent Aokiji flying, then began slowly healing his wounds. Aokiji, struck full force, lay gravely injured. Marshal D. Teach, though I am no longer a marine, your ambition is too vast, your danger too great. Should you claim Laugh Tale, the world itself will fall. Rake was critically wounded, his sacred flame power regenerated far more sluggishly than before. Had Aokiji not intervened, Blackbeard would have ended him then and there. Meanwhile, far away, Straw Hat Luffy had already defeated Akainu and arrived at the battlefield. Redbird Lake Ko, Aokiji, and Straw Hat Luffy confronted Blackbeard. Shi. Then let us decide the ultimate victor. Blackbeard launched his assault, his formidable Gura no Mi power erupting in full force, unleashing terrifying energy directly toward the 3. The trio instantly joined forces, repelling the onslaught with combined Haki. In the next instant, Lei Ku struck first, a devastating slash cleaving through tens of thousands of dark tendrils surging toward them. Yet Blackbeard's Yummy no Mi ability coiled around Lei Ku like a monstrous venomous serpent, suppressing his powers. Still, even while resisting Blackbeard's assault, Lei Ku countered with a Haki-infused slash. In the next moment, Blackbeard slammed into Lei Ku using his Diamond Fruit ability, sending him flying. Simultaneously, Gear 5th Luffy delivered a blindingly fast, crushing blow. Blackbeard roared in agony. But it was not over. Aokiji instantly froze him solid. Yet Blackbeard's power proved overwhelming. His supreme conqueror's haki erupted, shattering the ice encasing his body, while his wounds visibly regenerated at an astonishing rate. After such prolonged combat, his stamina remained unerringly abundant, a truly terrifying feat. In the next instant, Nika Luffy surged forward, his fist wreathed in overwhelming conqueror's haki, delivering a decisive strike that sent Blackbeard crashing to the ground. Leiku soon disowned his adversary's weakness, 3 hearts, rotating in succession, granting him seemingly inexhaustible endurance. Though endowed with miraculous regeneration, Blackbeard was not immortal. Eliminating all 3 hearts simultaneously would end him. All 3 launched a coordinated assault. Blackbeard bellowed in fury and countered with the full might of his Gura Gura no Mi. Leiku unleashed Divine Flame enhanced by Haki to withstand the cataclysmic force. Aokiji followed, launching an ice spear wrapped in advanced flowing Sakura Haki straight at Blackbeard. Blackbeard responded by unleashing countless dark tendrils toward the two. But in the next instant, Gear 5th Luffy intervened, his lightning-fast fists shattered every tendril mid-air. Aokiji's ice spear pierced Blackbeard's chest, aiming for his heart only to be met with shocking resistance. Blackbeard had armored his heart using his Diamond Fruit ability. The spear could not breach his defense. Immediately, Blackbeard seized Aokiji with his Yomi Yomi no Mi and activated his Gura Gura no Mi. The explosive force engulfed Aokiji's entire body. Compounded by prior injuries, the Admiral was gravely wounded. Just as Blackbeard moved to finish him, Leiku surged forth with Haki-fueled resolve. Divine Flame Vermilion Phoenix Starfall Strike. This apocalyptic blow shattered countless tendrils en route, striking Blackbeard directly, its overwhelming observation Haki completely nullifying his perception. His blade pierced through the diamond-encased heart, transfixing one of Blackbeard's 3 hearts. With a single motion, Leiku hurled Aokiji clear, rescuing him from Blackbeard's grasp. Blackbeard screamed in excruciating pain. Instantly, his surrounding darkness writhed autonomously, lashing toward Leiku, yet Straw Hat Luffy would grant him no such opportunity. He instantly transformed into a colossal giant, preparing a final, lethal blow. White Ape God Spear. His titanic fist eclipsed the sky itself. Witnessing this, Blackbeard abandoned hesitation, retiring his injured heart to rest. His remaining 2 hearts accelerated, unleashing the Gura Gura no Mi's full destructive might upward against the towering Straw Hat. As the titanic clash unfolded, Leiku swiftly dragged the unconscious Aokiji aside to shield him from collateral devastation. Their immense energies collided beneath Blackbeard's feet. Boundless darkness surged forth, birthing swarms of grasping tendrils. Yet Gear 5th Luffy's White Ape God Spear proved too fearsome. Even amplified by the Gura Gura no Mi, it could not withstand the sheer force of Luffy's attack. In the next instant, cataclysmic force drove Blackbeard deep into the earth, shaking the entire island. Luffy reverted from Gear 5 exhausted after first battling Akainu, then Blackbeard. Yet Leiku remained vigilant, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Straw Hat, watch out! At that very moment, Blackbeard, drenched in blood, burst from the shadows, seizing the weakened Luffy with his Yomi Yomi no Mi. Dark tendrils immediately ensnared him, then Blackbeard detonated his Gura Gura no Mi power, the concussive blast leaving Straw Hat Luffy critically wounded. Leiku's swift intervention prevented further harm, but the blow had left Luffy barely clinging to consciousness. Blackbeard himself was severely compromised. 2 of his hearts were now incapacitated, depriving him of rapid regeneration. Of the 3 most dangerous foes, 2 had been neutralized, leaving only Leiku, the Red Bird, equally drained and spent. Shi. This battle is yours. No longer the secret of the final island belongs to me alone. I am the sovereign ruler, the true master of this world. Blackbeard laughed with unrestrained arrogance, certain of victory. Yet Leiku ignited his entire reservoir of Divine Flame, propelling his strength and speed to their absolute zenith. Divine Flame Vermilion Phoenix World Annihilation. Blackbeard encased his entire body in diamond armor, then enveloped himself in a swirling vortex of dark tendrils. To survive this strike was to secure victory. In the next moment, Leiku's berserk assault struck like a ravenous beast, shattering every outer tendril in a single, incandescent sweep. Blackbeard poured every ounce of his Yomi Yomi no Mi and Gura Gura no Mi power into a desperate counterattack. Their titanic forces collided in a maelstrom of annihilation. Both fought with utter abandon until Leiku's final surge pierced Blackbeard's core, impaling his last remaining heart. Yet before Leiku could exhale in relief, Blackbeard smiled faintly, his Yomi Yomi no Mi flared anew, followed instantly by a devastating Gura Gura no-me detonation aimed squarely at Lei Ku. Bleeding profusely, Blackbeard revealed his ultimate secret. Beyond the 3 mighty hearts granted by Devil Fruits, he possesses a 4th, his original, mortal human heart. Thus, Blackbeard bore 4 hearts, enabling him to consume 4 Devil Fruits. Lei Ku lay near death, yet as consciousness faded, a quiet, knowing smile touched his lips. K.R.M. Gamma knife anesthesia. Lao's scalpel pierced Blackbeard's body, its blade extending thousands of meters downward into the earth. Blackbeard, I've come for vengeance. Lao! Having just vanquished the 3 greatest threats, Blackbeard reveled in triumph, unaware of the peril lurking in the shadows. Repo! In the next instant, Lao's terrifying ability erupted, striking Blackbeard's final, fragile heart. Already at his breaking point, Blackbeard could not withstand the onslaught. The shockwave obliterated his last heart, shattering the other 3 in unison. Thus perished the man who sought dominion over the world. Blackbeard stared at the heavens with raw, unfulfilled defiance. But it was too late. The 4th Emperor fell forever. The final island war concluded, the 4th Emperor Blackbeard slain, Fleet Admiral Akainu defeated. With the conclusion of the battle between captains, the members of the Blackbeard Pirates were also completely defeated. The victors of this clash were the Redbird Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates, both heading toward the final island together. The first thing that came into view was a modern city, a microcosm of the ancient Great Kingdom that Vegapunk had mentioned, which existed 800 years ago. Not only were there enormous robots and various advanced items, but the entire streets and city were literally made of gold and jewels. An island filled with treasures within its core. This was the final island of the world, the place every pirate yearned for. Both wealth and technology had reached their zenith here. Further ahead stood dozens of massive poneglyphs, inscribed by the legendary Joy Boy. Robin translated the texts, and they finally learned the truth of the blank century. 800 years ago, the armies of the 20 kingdoms attacked the legendary Great Kingdom. Facing their assault, the Great Kingdom launched a counterattack. But the enemy's power was too overwhelming, and traitors emerged within their own ranks, leading to the destruction of the Great Kingdom. At that time, Joy Boy led the remaining warriors of the Great Kingdom in a final counterattack against the 20 kingdoms, but due to certain reasons, they ultimately failed. Queen Lily of Alabasta, who was among the 20 kingdoms, sensed something amiss and sought out Joy Boy. It turned out that everything was a conspiracy orchestrated by Emo, using the armies of the 20 kingdoms to eliminate the world's greatest nation so that he could become the ruler of the world. In the end, Queen Lily recorded these events with the help of Wayno's craftsmen, and the final island, Laugh Tale, was preserved as the last ember of hope. Afterward, Queen Lily returned alone to the world government to confront Emo, but was killed by him, and he used the power of a devil fruit to take over her body. He also used the power of the Ob no Mi to achieve immortality, and in the process, he took control of the devil fruit tree, becoming the embodiment of evil itself. Joy Boy then launched his final counterattack, but it failed. Later, because the world was about to sink, he attacked the kingdom of the gods located atop the Red Line. He massacred the Lunarian tribe who originally lived there, leaving only a small remnant that managed to flee. Due to the leak of the poneglyphs, Emo ordered the world government's forces to hunt down anyone who could decipher them and to suppress all historical truths unfavorable to him. The Straw Hat crew and Rek never expected the truth to be like this. At that moment, Rek and his companions also witnessed the final power of the last island, preparing to face the impending world flood. On this island, there were hundreds of giant battleships, each like Noah's Ark. Meanwhile, the Marines were still locked in battle with the Revolutionary Army, which had already lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Both sides kept increasing their forces, but they didn't know that the sea level had already begun to change. Compared to a few days ago, the water level had risen by about 2 meters, submerging the edges of some islands. At the same time, in Mary Geos, the 5 elders could not contact Fleet Admiral Akainu, as if he had vanished. The enraged 5 elders vowed to harshly reprimand Akainu and remove him from his post. On the 4th day of the conflict between the Revolutionary Army and the Marines, the situation underwent a dramatic transformation. With the addition of the 4 emperors, Straw Hat Luffy, the Giants, the Fishmen, the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, and warriors from various other nations, the Marines began to falter. However, the intervention of the Marine Admirals stabilized the tide. But then former Admiral Aokiji stepped forward, revealing the truth of the world from 800 years ago. The Marines suddenly realized that above the 5 elders there was a dictator who had lived for 800 years. Eventually, most Marines abandoned the fight. Admiral Fujitora and Admiral Kizaru withdrew from the front lines, leaving only Admiral Green Bull to persist. You inferior commoners, only the celestial dragons are the rulers of this world. At that moment, the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dragon, displayed his terrifying power. With his powerful Storm Fruit ability, he instantly appeared before Green Bull. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki combined with the strength of the Storm Fruit severely wounded Green Bull. Nevertheless, Green Bull continued to defend the interests of the Celestial Dragons, ultimately perishing under the combined assault of Dragon and several Revolutionary Army commanders. Though the Revolutionary Army suffered considerable losses after prolonged conflict with the Marines, they eventually succeeded in capturing the port beneath the Holy Land. At that point, Revolutionary Army leader Dragon, his officers, the Straw Hat Crew, Rex Group, and Marines who doubted the truth all ascended to the Holy Land of Mary Geos. The Celestial Dragons had lost all their previous arrogance. They were now like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The Revolutionary Army freed the slaves they had been tormenting, and in the next moment, those oppressed souls took revenge on the monsters dressed in fine clothes who wore human faces. Inside the Pangaea Castle, Emo sat high above, with the 5 elders below, and beneath them, the members of the God's Knights. Facing such a predicament, he showed no fear. He then opened dozens of chests behind him, all filled with devil fruits. He distributed them among his God's Knights and ordered them to block the Revolutionary Army. Meanwhile, Emo stared furiously at the outside. Lord Emo, you should leave this place for now. We can gather the Marines later and reclaim this castle. Emo revealed his appearance, the body of Queen Lily he had taken over centuries ago. This is my castle. Since they dare to come, I'll make sure they all die here. Prepare to use the Mother Flame and destroy everything except Pangaea Castle. The 5 elders looked on in horror, for this meant that the God's Knights they had just sent out would also perish here. At that moment, the warriors of the God's Knights had already engaged the Revolutionary Army. Their strength was formidable. 3 or 4 God's Knights could hold off a single commander. But then the sky suddenly darkened, and a massive shadow appeared above. Sable's expression changed. That power was the same one used to destroy the Lelusia Kingdom. They had to stop him immediately, or the Revolutionary Army would suffer heavy losses. Sable the Flame Emperor, Rek the Red Bird, Straw Hat Luffy, Revolutionary Dragon, Admiral Fujitora, and Admiral Aokiji rushed toward Pangaea Castle at lightning speed. They intended to stop the attack, but just as they reached the entrance, they were blocked by 6 enormous monsters. They were the 5 elders and the current commander of the God's Knights, the son of Garling Saint, whose monster form was a Western dragon. Facing these 6 terrifying beasts, they launched the first attack, determined to prevent Emo from unleashing the Mother Flame, the ultimate weapon of mass destruction. Admiral Fujitora struck first, though he had long suspected the world government's moral decay, never imagining its internal corruption had festered to such an abysmal degree. A revolutionary force sharp as a honed blade was now indispensable to excise the malignant tumor festering within the government. With his gravitation fruit ability, Fujitora instantly immobilized the distant Holy Knight Daring Saint, only to discover his opponent wielded the ancient demonic power of Asobo the Green Ogre. He loomed like a colossal emerald monk, terrifying in both scale and might. Meanwhile, the others launched coordinated assaults against their monstrous adversaries. Beware, they possess infinite resurrection. Their true master lies within. Lei Ku warned the group before surging forward, shattering his opponent, the law enforcer Yuritsu 10, with a single decisive charge. A devastating Conqueror's Hawk-infused slash hurled Yuritsu 10 deep into the heart of Pangaea Castle, igniting a cataclysmic explosion, after which Lei Ku instantly transformed into his beast-human form and plunged inside. Seeing this, the others unleashed furious attacks upon the 5 elders, their overwhelming strength rendering even these legendary monsters inadequate. Yet at that very moment, Lei Ku, having rushed ahead, was violently hurled back, crashing heavily onto the earth. Damn it, this bastard is still as monstrous as ever. From within Pangaea Castle emerged a colossal demon, his visage eerily reminiscent of Satan himself. Countless black arrows erupted from his back, hurtling toward the group, each arrow sheathed in armament Haki, radiating terrifying destructive force. The allies scrambled to defend themselves, and in that instant, they finally beheld the true sovereign of Pangaea Castle. In the next breath, the monsters surged forward anew, rejuvenated as if blessed by the demon himself, wounds sealing instantly, bodies charging headlong at the 6 warriors. Admiral Fujitora summoned a colossal meteorite, hurling it straight at the central demon, yet the creature merely raised his arrows skyward with effortless disdain. Under 16 precisely aimed arrows, the massive meteor shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the battlefield. Then a barrage of arrows descended upon Fujitora. Though his observation haki was peerless, he could not withstand Im's prodigious reservoir of haki and ultimately fell. An arrow pierced his abdomen clean through. Fujitora collapsed onto the ground, blood staining the earth. Stunned silence gripped the group. This power transcended mere strength. In a single exchange, a Marine Admiral had been felled. Truly horrifying. Lei Ku, however, faced Im without flinch or fear, unleashing a torrent of Conqueror's haki and charging straight toward him. From their prior clash, Lei Ku knew only haki-infused strikes could wound Im and that certain devil fruit powers could even be devoured by him. Divine Flame, Vermilion Phoenix, Annihilation. His devastating blow severed the demon's arm, but in the next heartbeat, Im's limb regenerated seamlessly. Divine Arrow. Countless black arrows streaked toward Lei Ku, who evaded them with frantic precision, Im's fury palpable in every volley. Suddenly, a colossal white giant materialized behind Im, his massive haki-charged fist crushing the demon's true form flat. Then, with brute force, he hurled Im skyward. The giant was none other than Luffy in his Nika form, while the sand serpent he'd been battling slowly reconstituted its body. Conqueror's haki temporarily suppressed the demon's regeneration, buying precious time to confront the ancient abomination. Yet Im rose again in an instant, glaring wrathfully at the white giant in the distance. Joy boy! Im retaliated, immediately stripping the 5 wounded elders of their powers. Worthless parasites draining my essence, yet failing even against these vermin. The 5 elders and Garen Singh stared in terror, begging for another chance, but Im offered no reply. In the next instant, the 5 elders and the Grand Captain of the Divine Night Corps crumbled into skeletal remains. A vast magical array bloomed overhead, heralding Satan's descent. A titanic demon replaced Im, ram-headed, winged in obsidian, wreathed in searing black flame. Black arrows rained down once more, forcing the group into desperate evasion and defense, while Admiral Aokiji swiftly encased the area in ice. Yet the arrows phased effortlessly through the ice, impaling Aokiji before he could react, his body crumpled in lifelessly. This terrifying power defied all logic, and even Devil Fruit defenses dissolved before it. He commanded the demon's primal might and could devour Devil Fruit abilities outright. A truly fearsome being. Then Dragon intervened, wielding his Storm Fruit to summon thunderbolts that crashed repeatedly upon Im's crown, yet with little effect. Though several strikes shattered parts of him, his form reassembled instantly. Meanwhile, Sable lunged forward, striking Im with flowing Sakura haki, only to be met with a brutal counterpunch that sent him flying. The sheer monstrous force ruptured Sable's lungs, he spat blood mid-air, unable to activate his Lodia intangibility in time, Im's demonic energy seeming to suppress Devil Fruit powers entirely. But Dragon seized the opening, enveloping his fists in Conqueror's haki and striking Im's chest with devastating force, landing a second blow before the wound could heal. Witnessing this, Monkey D, Luffy and Lei Ku unleashed their most potent Conqueror's haki, pressing Im down, while simultaneously assaulting him with haki-infused strikes. Im roared in genuine agony. The blows were landing, raw and real, tearing into his flesh. And astonishingly, the colossal demon began shrinking under this onslaught, clear evidence that the assault was inflicting profound, irreversible damage. Im's power was immense, but centuries confined within Pengu Castle had eroded his physical mastery. Once a peerless martial artist, he now relied utterly on demonic might. Against free Emperor tier warriors, he simply could not endure. Storm's Apex. White Ape God Spear. Divine Flame, Vermilion Phoenix, Twilight. The three emperors struck as one, unleashing torrents of black lightning from their conqueror's haki, obliterating both the towering demon and Pengu Castle itself in a single cataclysmic blast. Within the ruins, Im reverted to his true form, stripped of demonic power, his body rapidly wearing, his soul unraveling into dissolving mist. Im, sovereign of the world, has fallen. With the 5 elders and the world sovereign Im defeated, peace negotiations were conducted between the Revolutionary Army's commander, former Marine Admiral Aokiji, and current Marine Admiral Kizaru. They agreed that endless conflict served no purpose and that, given the Marines' overwhelming strength, the revolutionaries stood little chance of victory. Moreover, the world itself was sinking. Vast manpower was urgently needed to evacuate civilians to the upper reaches of the Red Line continent. Thus, after protracted talks, the two factions jointly established a new world government. This new government was co-governed by both the Revolutionary Army and the Marines, who then coordinated the resettlement of people across the globe onto the elevated plateau of the Red Line. They prepared for the imminent submersion of the world, having already observed that sea levels had risen by 2 meters. Such an unprecedented surge in such a short span confirmed the dire prophecy of global inundation, and now, securing sustenance for the displaced populace became an urgent priority. After many years, Monkey D. Luffy finally ascended as the new king of the pirates, while his first mate Roronoa Zoro attained the title of the world's strongest swordsman. Yet neither coveted these titles. They sought only adventure upon the open sea, alongside their cherished crewmates. Meanwhile, Leiku and his companions prepared to return to the East Blue, to bring their loved ones to safety on the elevated Red Line. A year later, sea levels had surged over 100 meters, submerging the old world entirely beneath the waves. As more and more refugees settled upon the Red Line, the new world government's responsibilities swelled chiefly in securing food supplies and constructing adequate housing. Yet a graver concern loomed: if the seas continued rising, humanity would soon be forced to live and navigate entirely upon the water. And as the Red Line's population grew, pirates and other opportunists began stirring unrest. Fortunately, the new world government prioritized civilian welfare, enforced strict accountability upon the nobility, and intensified oversight of pirate activity. This brought a fragile, hard-won tranquility to the Red Line, though the government remained steadfast in its efforts to deepen stability and reform. Leveraging Dr. Vegapunk's revolutionary mother flame seed, they launched targeted bombardments deep beneath the ocean floor, carving colossal basins to forcibly lower sea levels. The New World government also enacted landmark legislation granting fishermen full legal rights to reside on the Red Line, and giant warriors were granted residence in the upper canopies of the World Tree. "Captain Lei Ko," said Dolman, sipping his drink as he gazed out at the churning, tempestuous sea. "Who could have imagined this ocean would become so transformed?" "Indeed," replied Lei Ku. "Entire islands lie buried beneath the waves. Even log poses falter now. The interference must stem from seawater's density and depth. The water level has risen over 100 meters above the former land masses. Let us prepare to depart. The voyage ends here." Lei Ku stared into the boundless expanse of ocean, his heart heavy with quiet hope. "May these waters recede soon, or else our descendants will know nothing but the life of fishermen." 1 month later, Dr. Vegapunk successfully demonstrated soil-free cultivation using minimal substrate, finally resolving the crisis of food scarcity. To celebrate this triumph, all peoples of the sea held a grand feast, and Lei Ku's crew joined the Straw Hat Pirates in revelry, raising cups in unison. In the distance sat his two elder brothers Ace, the Fire Fist, and Sable, the Flame Emperor, watching Luffy with the same tender, nostalgic gaze they'd worn in childhood. Many familiar faces filled the celebration. Former allies of the Straw Hat crew all gathered together in joyous communion at this historic banquet. Lei Ku raised his glass, joining his comrades in a solemn toast, thanking them for standing beside him through countless adventures across this vast, ever-changing sea. "Cheers, my friends." End of story.